In a world about to reach the end of the world, time and space are distorted, and the boundary between virtuality and reality gradually blurs. A seemingly ordinary modifier appeared in this world, which gave people unprecedented abilities, able to change various personal attributes, and even have unlimited package columns. As the countdown to the end of the world approaches, everyone is preparing for the coming disaster, and survival becomes the only goal. The modifier has become the key to changing destiny, and it remains unknown who will stand out and survive in this doomsday. My name is Chen Nuo, an ordinary person. When I suddenly appeared in this strange world, I had no idea what was going on. I was just playing games at home, but a sharp pain pulled me back to reality from the darkness. When I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on the cold street, surrounded by darkness. I was confused and thought, where is this? Why am I here? Am I not playing games at home? I turned over with great effort and finally managed to hold myself up. My head was covered in blood, and I touched it and found that the bleeding had not stopped. At this moment, I suddenly saw a virtual interface appear in front of me, and my memories began to merge instantly. I remembered a post-apocalyptic role-playing game that I had been playing recently. That game really got me addicted, and I even spent a lot of money to unlock higher combat power. But the game upgrade was too slow, and I was always laughed at by my teammates, and gradually became a joke in the game. By chance, I discovered that the game seemed to have a hidden modifier, so I spent some pocket money to buy a modifier that seemed to be able to change everything. However, after downloading it, I discovered that this modifier was infuriatingly simple and could only adjust the maximum values of various attributes within the same level, which was almost useless for a low-level player like me. My anger reached its peak, and as a result, just as I was getting impatient, a strong energy wave swept over and my soul was sucked into this unknown world. The interface in front of me gradually became clear in my sight. Host, Chen Nuo, HP, 25 of 60, Magic, not activated, Constitution, 6. These numbers surprised and confused me. I tried to modify the health value, but without magic, the function of the modifier was almost unusable. In anger, I realized that the function of this modifier was very limited without magic. Just as my health points continued to drop and my consciousness became more and more blurred, I saw the status bar next to my health points read, continued bleeding. I tried my best to adjust the attributes and modify my physique. As the modifier vibrated, my body's strength seemed to change. I was originally fragile, but suddenly I felt a strong vitality injected into my body, and my originally declining health began to rise. A few seconds later, I sat up, touched the blood scab on my head, and gradually regained consciousness. The feeling that almost killed me just now was still vivid in my mind. Touching my rejuvenated body, I finally began to understand that the world I lived in was completely different from the one I was familiar with. At this time, the modifier appeared in my field of vision again, showing a host, Chen Nuo, health, 300/300, Constitution, 30. The feeling of strength in my body made me breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, I noticed the red words at the bottom of the interface, 239:55:11 until the end of the world. I was frightened by this line of words. The end of the world? What on earth was going on? Was this the countdown to the end of the world? Then, my brain was once again filled with a chaotic memory. These memories told me that the body I occupied was originally a person named Chen Nuo, and he also had many troubles in life. For example, recently, the original body's girlfriend Guaning frequently proposed to break up, and he himself was busy because of work pressure. With my memory in disarray, I tried to adjust my emotions. My original life and these troubles were not important to me. The only thing I cared about now was how to survive this impending apocalypse. In the following days, my health remained stable, and although the functions of the modifier were still limited, I could feel my body gradually getting stronger every time I modified the attributes. Most importantly, I realized that the end of the world was not far away. Time was passing quickly every minute and every second, and I needed to prepare urgently. One day, I encountered some strange forces. Those people seemed to be the harbingers of the end of the world. They were dressed strangely and had empty eyes. I noticed that their fighting ability far exceeded that of ordinary people. Any random movement of theirs could tear the air apart, which was heart-pounding. I know that I must be more cautious in the face of this change. Although the modifier is powerful, its ability is limited. It must wait until the magic power is activated before it can truly unleash its full potential. I started trying to activate the magic power through the modifier, but I didn't expect that the process of unlocking the magic power was extremely difficult. Every attempt made me exhausted, my head was congested, and I almost lost consciousness. After a period of persistence, I finally succeeded in activating my magic power. At that moment, I felt as if I had gained a new power, no longer restricted by my physique and attributes. I began to have new expectations for the world. The end of the world was no longer a distant disaster, but a challenge that could be controlled. Next, I decided to use the modifier more boldly. Although its functions are still limited by magic, with each improvement in its attributes, I am getting closer and closer to becoming truly powerful. The dangers around me gradually increased, and I remained vigilant. Just as I was preparing to face the real challenge of the end of the world, a new prompt appeared in the modifier, package, infinite. This function shocked me. The parcel bar is no longer just a storage for items, but can absorb and store any items I want. This means that I can collect any resources in the end of the world without limit, without worrying about space limitations. I took a closer look and found that the baggage compartment was almost identical to the one in the game. I excitedly tried to put some items into the baggage compartment, and sure enough, it was exactly what I expected. In this way, my combat power and resource reserves will no longer be restricted. But just as I was rejoicing in my progress, another feeling of uneasiness gradually emerged. Chapter 4. I walked on the night road, thinking about the plan for the next 10 days and preparing to find a place to spend the night. I took out the old mobile phone from my pocket, thinking about finding a mobile phone store to borrow a new one. I looked at the countdown on the editor, 2:39:10:14. Time was running out. I walked towards the mobile phone store, walked for a while, and decided to take action when I didn't see any cameras. I suddenly turned around and ran towards the mobile phone store at full speed. In the blink of an eye, I was standing at the door of the store. Under the cover of night, the surveillance camera only caught a dark shadow. Then I turned around and ran quickly through the store, then ran back to where I was, and continued walking as if nothing had happened. As I walked, I opened the parcel column, which contained several mobile phones and display cabinets neatly arranged. I was a little surprised by the automatic classification system. I had thought they would appear together, but it was more convenient to separate them. I took out a random phone, replaced the original SIM card, turned it on, and checked my online banking. Looking at the deposit of more than 90,000 yuan, I couldn't help but sigh. This is far less than the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift proposed by my girlfriend. No wonder the original body worked so hard at part-time jobs that he was exhausted physically and mentally. But now that I have left my original life, I plan to have a good night's rest and then think of a way to solve the problem. So I headed to a high-end hotel and decided to treat myself. When I got to the hotel and saw the Cupid statue at the door, I knew this place was not cheap. When I walked into the lobby, the receptionist saw me approaching and immediately recovered from her drowsiness and greeted me with a smile. I asked about the price and decided to book a deluxe suite, which cost 1,999 yuan. Just as we were about to check in, a few drunken people came in. Looking at their attire, I knew they must be wealthy. One of the men, named Su Hao, was drunk and staggered towards me. He pointed at me and was about to attack me. "What are you looking at, you little brat?" I blocked him lightly, and he fell to the ground because he couldn't stand steadily. I frowned and thought, this is really weird. I just took a look and got into trouble. Su Hao got up from the ground, his eyes full of anger, and threatened me. "Do you believe that I can make you unable to survive in Nanha City with just one word?" Zhao Wei next to him was not to be outdone, slamming the table and shouting, "Hurry up and open a luxury suite for me." The receptionist was a little embarrassed and explained, "Sorry, sir, the deluxe suite is no longer available. Now we only have the king-size bedroom." Zhao Wei's eyes widened when he heard this. He turned to look at me and found that I had booked a luxury suite. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and he smiled obscenely. "Miss, are you working part-time?" Seeing his look, the receptionist looked unhappy, but she still insisted, "This is the last luxury suite, and it has been reserved by this gentleman." Zhao Wei was obviously not satisfied. He glanced at me, leaned closer, and said, "Boy, since you are so insistent, why don't you give this suite to us and we can let bygones be bygones?" As he spoke, he looked at my expression. I knew that it could be settled by paying money. I smiled and shrugged. "If you really have the ability, just throw money at me." At this point, the three of them were really anxious. They were drunk, and one of them took out his phone and started to transfer money. A few seconds later, the number Chen Nuo saw was shocking 600,000 directly into the account. Seeing their smug look, I laughed in my heart. Such people really treat money as nothing. So I took the door card easily and said to the receptionist with a smile, "Give me a king-size bedroom." The receptionist looked at me, shocked, and then checked me in. She had some envy in her eyes. After all, the 1999 yuan luxury suite was a 600,000 yuan transfer that she had made so easily. After entering the room, I looked around and felt good. I suddenly remembered something about my original self. Thinking back to the boring arguments before, I felt it was really unnecessary. I took out my phone and called the police to report those drunk guys. "Hello, I want to call the police, and I know Wenong, hotel, room 3 people took 2 underage girls who were drunk and unconscious to check into the room. They may be doing something illegal. Please send someone to deal with it as soon as possible. I hung up the phone, feeling a long-lost sense of refreshment. Chapter 5. When I came out of the hotel, I heard the sound of a police car approaching. I looked at the time, and it was already past 3 in the morning. I walked to the window and looked at the street, and sure enough, I saw a police car parked in front of the hotel. After tidying up my clothes, I prepared to leave the hotel. I walked to the front desk, and Li Shui saw me coming and immediately greeted me warmly. "Hello, how can I help you?" I nodded casually and said, "Wait a minute, I want to change rooms." Li Shui was obviously a little confused and asked quickly, "But are you dissatisfied with the current room?" I waved my hands. No, I'm not dissatisfied, but I think there are better options. You'll know in a moment." As soon as I finished speaking, the elevator door opened and several people came out noisily. I couldn't help but frown when I heard the familiar voice. It was Su Hao's gang, still arrogant. Su Hao kept muttering, "Do you know who my mother is? If you dare to arrest me, I'll find my mother and your leader." The 2 girls looked drunk again. Their clothes were loose, their makeup was smudged, and they were crying quietly. As the police escorted them out of the door, Su Hao, Zhao Wei, and others realized that I was at the scene and were stunned for a moment. I smiled calmly and looked at Li Shui. "Change my king-size bedroom to their luxury suite. I don't think they will continue to stay here tonight." The police pushed the 3 people out of the door, and Jing Tao was still staring at me viciously. I smiled slightly and thought to myself, this is what I deserve. The police took them to the police car. Jing Tao hurriedly wanted to call for help. "My father is the director of the city hospital. Can I call home?" The police officer agreed, and after the call was connected, he told them that it was the chief's order to release the man. Before he finished speaking, the handcuffs had been taken off. The police officer reminded them, "You 2 have to deal with your affairs properly and don't cause any more trouble." The 3 were let go, and looking at their humiliated appearance, I know they are very angry now. But this is also their own fault. After Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, and Su Hao left, they were indignant in the car. Jing Tao said coldly, "How dare he plot against us? Wait, I will never let that guy go." He looked at Su Hao beside him. "Taozi, do you think someone is deliberately messing with us?" Su Hao's head shook, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. "It's him. Let's go and settle the score with him." Zhao Wei interrupted, "Whether to go or not. It's so late tonight, forget it. Let's ask someone to look for him tomorrow morning." Jing Tao smiled, obviously having other plans, and glanced at the woman next to him. I cleaned up the hotel and prepared to leave. The environment of the deluxe suite was indeed much better than that of the king-size bedroom. Lying on the bed, looking at the countdown on the clock, I secretly thought about my next plan. Although some things have been arranged, I still feel that I am missing something. It seems that I have to quickly find a way to prepare for the coming apocalypse. I checked my online banking account on my phone and realized I was running low on money. I had to find a new way to solve the problem. A few hours later, I left the hotel and planned to rent a warehouse. After all, although the modifier can provide some supplies, it still needs to be low-key to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. I came to the suburbs, where there were some warehouses for rent. The surrounding environment was quiet, and it was a good place to store supplies. The management office took me to visit a warehouse with an area of 1,000 square meters. I paid 20,000 yuan in rent and successfully rented the place. Although the warehouse had been rented, I only had 670,000 yuan left in my account, which was obviously far from enough. I began to think about how to better raise supplies. After all, the end of the world was approaching, and I couldn't just rely on the existing resources. I was standing in the warehouse area, looking around, when suddenly a van drove over and the people in the van surrounded me. I took a look and didn't recognize these people at all, but when one of them spoke, I knew something was wrong. "Boy, you are so famous. Our third brother had to ask many people for help before he knew you were here today." He spoke with a hint of threat. Looking at the person in front of me, I couldn't help but smile. "Do you look familiar? Where have you seen me before?" The man looked at me, frowning slightly, and seemed a little suspicious. But he obviously didn't intend to pursue the matter further, and directly started a conversation with a group of people. The third brother, who should be their leader, glanced at me and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. "Let's go. Since you have offended Master Jing, your luck is bad." I understood their purpose and followed them into the van without rushing. The van made a big circle and brought me to a villa area. As soon as I entered the villa, I saw several people sitting on the sofa, with sticks and sacks scattered on the ground. What was going on? Obviously, this was not a simple kidnapping case. Chapter 6. I was brought into a villa area and saw Jing Tao, Su Hao, and Zhao Wei sitting there. They had a self-satisfied smile on their faces, as if they had finally caught me. "You idiot! You dared to plot against us. You are so brave." Jing Tao stood up and kicked the equipment on the ground. The dozen villas here were given to my father by the drug agent. No one can see you here. Boy, even if I kill you, no one will know. I shook my shoulders gently, and the two people next to me were shaken away. They looked at my third brother, who shook his head slightly and moved away. Without thinking too much, I chuckled. Oh, really? So you are rich people. I just happened to be short of money recently. Come on, since you are here, you can help me out. They were stunned for a moment, then laughed at me like I was a fool. Is this kid still awake? My face darkened. I didn't expect that I hadn't used it in actual combat since I modified the attributes. This was my first time, and I wasn't going to be soft-hearted. I stared at the mangy dog who was laughing the most, and I kicked him directly in the mouth. The kick without any power directly broke the mangy dog's jaw, blood splattered, and the mangy dog bumped into other people and fell to the ground in pain, and it seemed that he was about to die. Everyone was shocked by this scene. They didn't expect me to be so ruthless. They had seen many fights, but this bloody scene made them feel overwhelmed. I thought to myself, last night my original body was tortured by this group of people, and now I want to avenge my original body. I rushed towards the others, like a beast charging into a flock of sheep. Each of my moves was deadly, and in almost an instant, more than 20 people fell to the ground, some already dead. I turned around, walked up to Jing Tao, and looked down at him. His face was swollen like a pig's head, and he raised his head to look at me with difficulty. Brother, we are doing this for money. There is no hatred, so please don't take our lives, right? He said, his eyes full of fear. I sneered and said, you are right. We do not have any grudge against each other, but have you forgotten the person you knocked down last night? Jing Tao's pupils suddenly contracted and his face showed shock. It turned out that I was that person last night. I raised my hand to cover his mouth and gently raised my index finger. Sure, it's good that you understand. Be more observant in your next life. Then I hit him hard, and his head hit the floor directly. With a click, his skull was completely shattered. After standing up, Jing Tao's eyes flashed with regret, but it was too late. Looking at Jing Tao lying on the ground, I looked at Su Hao and Zhao Wei. They had already collapsed on the ground in fear, not daring to move. Suddenly, they slapped themselves and begged, brother, no, grandpa, let me go. Lard has blinded my heart. I looked at them and laughed in my heart. Jing Tao's mind was still quick. He whispered, I have money. I'll give it all to you. I'll tell you where my father hid the money. Please let me go. I smiled and asked, what does your father do? Jing Tao shuddered and quickly answered, my father is the director of the city hospital. The dozen or so villas here were delivered by the drug dealer, and there is also a lot of cash, all of which were bribes. He said anxiously, don't worry, let me go. I'll give you all the money and you don't have to worry about my dad Suyu. I nodded and thought to myself, this kid is quite smart. Then I looked at Su Hao and Zhao Wei. What about you? They immediately introduced themselves. It turned out that Su Hao's mother was the deputy mayor, and Zhao Wei's father was the richest man in Nanha City. Su Hao said that he knew his mother had hidden the cash received as bribes, while Zhao Wei said that his family was the second largest shareholder of the Jiang Group, and the family business was involved in all walks of life. The warehouse business in Nanha City was also monopolized by their Zhao family. After listening to this, I had an idea in my mind and walked towards Zhao Wei. Your family is rich, so I can't let you go. Zhao Wei's face suddenly changed. Seeing my fist approaching him, he immediately shouted, let me go. I've got an idea. I have money. I can provide you with convenience and make you rich. I stopped my fist coldly. Oh? Tell me, if you dare to lie to me, you know the consequences, right? Zhao Wei's face showed a trace of sweat. His whole body was soaked, and he finally said, my family is the second largest shareholder of Jiang Group, and the warehouse business in Nanha City is completely monopolized by us. I looked at him in surprise, but I became more certain in my heart. His family has a great advantage in this area. Isn't it the resource I need? I bent down to pick up an iron rod and turned to walk towards the people who had fallen to the ground. Some of them were still breathing, so I calmly hit them with the rod a few more times. Looking back, I saw Jing Tao, Su Hao, and Zhao Wei were still trembling, completely frightened. Jing Tao whispered, brother, from now on your words will be more effective than my father's. No matter what you ask me to do, I will never resist. Su Hao and Zhao Wei also began to show their loyalty. They understood that I was the real strong one. I nodded, threw the twisted iron rod on the ground, and said expressionlessly, let's go, take a shower first, then take me there. I want to see my little money. Chapter 7. I watched Jing Tao, Su Hao and Zhao Wei stand up tremblingly, looking at each other and walk towards the bathroom. I glanced at their backs with a hint of smile on my lips. You are all smart people, so don't do stupid things. Their bodies paused. Obviously, they were shocked by me. After all, more than 20 lives were lost so easily. Their only thought now is how to survive. Running away or calling the police is meaningless to them. If they are not careful, they may disappear forever. After a few seconds, they still didn't move and continued to walk towards the bathroom. I looked around the room and found that more than 20 bodies were gone. The floor was clean as if nothing had ever happened, and there was still a hint of blood in the air. The three of them went into the bathroom. I heard the sound of running water. I withdrew my gaze and opened the modifier. As soon as I thought of it, the body of the third brother appeared in the parcel column. Looking at the warm body, I couldn't help but laugh. Buzz, the parcel column is really a magical tool for killing people and robbing goods. After a while, the bathroom door opened and the three people walked out. The scene they saw shocked them. The blood and corpses in the room disappeared completely. The floor was bright and shiny, and not even a drop of blood was left. Except for the faint smell of blood in the air, they could hardly believe their eyes. The three of them were stunned, their eyes full of fear. I said calmly, "Okay, no need to stand there stupidly. Come on, take me to see my little money." They hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed. I walked out of the yard, and the three of them followed me with flashing eyes and mixed feelings. Jingtao then said, "Brother, where are those bodies?" I shrugged. "It's no harm telling you. It disappeared without a trace." They immediately understood that I was warning them. The three of them began to show their loyalty and quickly agreed. "Brother, we will definitely listen to you in the future." I ignored their flattery and said coldly, "I just want you to know that even if I kill you, no one will know. If you continue to do stupid things, don't blame me for being merciless." Seeing that I didn't say anything, the three of them nodded and said, "I understand. Brother, we will be obedient." I looked at them, feeling a little relaxed, and waved my hand. "Let's go. It's time to get my money." Jingtao took out the car keys from his pocket and led me to the garage. 3 sports cars drove out of the villa. Jingtao's car was in the front, and Zhao Wei and Su Hao followed behind. The car drove into the downtown area and arrived at a seemingly ordinary family compound. The three of them were obviously a little proud. Jingtao pointed to an old building in front of him and said proudly, "My dad said that the more ordinary the place, the safer it is." I looked at the place, didn't ask any more questions, and followed them in. When the people around saw 3 luxury cars coming, they all started talking. Jingtao walked confidently in front, introducing as he walked, "This building is rented by my father, and the money is on the top few floors." We came to the top floor, and Jingtao took out the key to open a door. Everything in the house was simple, no different from the houses on other floors. Jingtao showed a mysterious smile. "This house looks ordinary, but it's more secretive." He took us into the bedroom, and sure enough, under the 2.2-meter-long bed was a pile of cash. I smiled slightly, thinking, this is a lot of money. Jingtao and the other two asked anxiously, "Brother, how are you going to take the money?" I glanced at them and said calmly, "Wait a moment, I'll go over there and take a look." They nodded, and I turned to go to the other room. After returning to the bedroom, I closed the door and began to organize my plans. A few seconds later, I walked out of the room. The 3 looked at me and walked up to them with nothing. "Let's go. There is another house opposite. Let's go there and take a look." They looked puzzled, but they did as they were told. We went downstairs and drove away, and Jingtao asked me, "Brother, where are we going now?" I squinted my eyes, glanced out the car window, thought for a moment, and then answered, "Go to Zhang's Mall. I need to buy some supplies." Our 3 cars drove to the largest mall in Nanha City, Zhang's Mall. Although it was only a little after 10 o'clock, there were already quite a few people in the mall. After the 3 luxury cars stopped, they attracted the attention of passers-by. At this moment, Su Li also came to the mall. She was not affected by yesterday's incident at all. Her expression was full of satisfaction. It was obvious that she had achieved considerable victory in her career. She glanced at our car, and the person next to her whispered, "Look at the license plate. They should be the 3rd young master of Nanha City." Su Li's eyes flashed with doubt, and then someone added, "They are the sons of Vice Mayor Wang, Director Zhao, and Dean Jing." Su Li was surprised when she heard this. Although she had no interest in these dandies, she knew that their parents were all well-known figures. So she decided to greet them in person. As I approached, Su Li paused and was stunned by the scene in front of her. "It's you?" She widened her eyes. I smiled slightly and looked at her. "Mr. Su, we meet again." Chapter 8. Su Li quickly calmed down, and when she saw Jingtao and the other 2 standing beside me, she finally realized that I was the protagonist of this scene. She walked up to me, gently stroked her hair, and then stretched out her white and tender hand. "Yeah, I was thinking that I should have left your contact information yesterday, but I didn't expect that we would meet so soon." Her charming look made me feel stunned. Every movement of hers was full of charm, and I reached out my hand for no reason and gently held her hand. Her hand suddenly moved, as if she was playfully tickling me, and then quickly loosened its grip. She saw that I was stunned and seemed to be secretly delighted. "Come to think of it, I don't even know your name. What brings you to Zhang's Mall? Is there anything you can do for me?" I came back to my senses and looked into her eyes, which were full of light. I laughed and shook my head. "My name is Chen Nuo. I came here because Zhang's shopping mall is the largest shopping mall in Nanha City, and I want to buy a large number of things from here. Hearing me say this, Su Li's smile instantly became brighter. Brother, you are really my benefactor. I was just promoted to the chairman of Jiang Group today. I didn't expect you to come and give me such a big gift. I was stunned for a moment, not noticing how she addressed me just now. She was the general manager before. How come she became the chairman today? I asked subconsciously. Promoted to chairman? Wasn't he still the general manager yesterday? Su Li smiled slightly, as if she didn't care about this question. Yes, so, brother, you are really my benefactor. Come, tell me what you need to buy, and I will definitely sell it to you at the lowest price. Thank you, Mr. Su, I replied. If it is the lowest price, it can indeed save me a lot. When she heard me call her Mr. Su again, she immediately raised her hand and gently pushed my arm, looking a little unhappy. Brother, don't call me Mr. Su anymore. Just call me sister. I was slightly shocked, and looking at her smiling face, I finally understood the hidden meaning behind her series of words. She could see that I was stunned, and asked with a smile. What? You don't want to? I smiled. How could that be? I'm lucky to have such a beautiful sister like you. The two of us walked into the mall, talking and laughing, and passers-by around us looked at us curiously. This scene obviously attracted a lot of attention. After all, Su Li, the chairman of Jiang Group, actually greeted a strange man in person and even addressed him as sister and brother. At this time, Guaning also appeared in the mall. Last night, she fell from her high and mighty life, and her mood was ups and downs. Unable to accept everything, she decided to come here to try her luck and win Zhang Yu's forgiveness. She saw the scene in front of the mall and saw Su Li at a glance. Last night, Su Li watched her being beaten by Jiang Yu coldly, and she couldn't help but feel a little daunted, so she turned around and prepared to avoid Su Li and wait for another opportunity later. But as she turned around, her eyes fell on me. Although my appearance had changed a lot, my outline remained the same. She was stunned, then shocked, covering her mouth with her hands and muttering, "How is it possible? It's definitely not him. If it was him, how could he have changed so much? Oh, by the way, let me try calling." Guaning was anxious. She took out her cell phone from her bag and called me. Su Li and I were chatting animatedly when my cell phone suddenly rang and Guaning's name appeared on the screen. I was stunned for a moment, then looked down and saw that it was her. Su Li turned her head and looked at me. "Brother, is this ringtone a reflection of you?" I blushed as I listened to her words. I really didn't expect her to make such a joke. I shook my head and refused to answer the call. "A nuisance call," I said. "Come on, let's talk inside." Guaning watched me hang up the phone, her face becoming uglier and uglier. A trace of anger flashed in her eyes, and she cursed in a low voice. "You stinky loser, how dare you hook up with other women behind my back? Isn't what you have at home enough?" I put my phone back in my pocket with a smile on my face. "She's a nuisance. Ignore her." As we talked, we entered the mall. Guaning stood there, watching us disappear, anger mingled with her mood. After entering the mall, Su Li led me to an office. I looked around and saw her graceful back, which made me feel a little relieved. She poured me a glass of water and handed it to me, smiling. "Don't be disgusted. There is nothing special here. I will treat you to a meal next time." I took the cup, took a sip, put it down, and said, "Thank you for your courtesy. Let's get down to business. I need a lot of supplies." Su Li frowned slightly. "Supplies? For emergencies? Have you received any news?" I didn't say much, but added calmly, "I just want to know if you can provide me with all your strength. You will definitely not be short of money." Su Li seemed a little unconvinced. I looked at her and said, "I will give you a 200 million advance payment and order 1 billion worth of goods first." She was obviously stunned and stared at me. "Brother, are you serious?" I nodded, walked towards her, and held her hand. "Sister, my brother is very serious." Su Li's face turned slightly red, and she chuckled. "Why? Brother, do you still want to use money and sex to bombard your sister? But your sister is a married woman." She smiled and shook off my hand, rolling her eyes at me. I raised a smile, and this playful response made me laugh secretly. Chapter 9. I shrugged, knowing that this was all just a game. If I could use some tricks to make Su Li more cooperative, it would be much easier to buy supplies later. I looked at her and said in a relaxed tone, "Sister, it only takes 10 days. Use the power of Jiang Group to help me purchase these materials. After 10 days, I will definitely pay off the payment. If I can't pay the balance, you can take back all the materials, and the advance payment will be regarded as compensation." Su Li still stared at me, as if thinking carefully. I added, "Don't worry, all the materials will be sealed in the Ilian warehouse in Nanha City first, and they will be moved after I pay the balance." When she heard this, her eyes became serious. I could sense that she didn't believe me easily. After all, she didn't deal with many businesses, but it was no small matter to fully support me. "Brother, within 10 days, Jiang Group will fully supply these materials, and the value may reach hundreds of billions. And your 200 million advance payment may not be able to mobilize such a large amount of resources. Su Li looked at me with a hint of hesitation in her eyes. I nodded, knowing that I was only saying this to leverage the power of the Jiang Group to mobilize a large amount of supplies to Nana City. Then, I would be able to obtain these things at almost zero cost. Maybe I'm being a little presumptuous, sister. If I pay a 200 million advance payment first, how much supplies can you help me mobilize? I asked helplessly. There was a glimmer of surprise in Su Li's eyes, as if she realized that what I said was true, and even suspected that I might have 200 million in cash. I think the turnover of Zhang's department store is only 3 million. Can you really do it with 1 or 200 million? She was obviously a little uncertain. I quickly added, I will pay the advance payment in cash. Should that be okay with you, sister? She was stunned for a moment, looked at me, and seemed to have some doubts about my payment method, but did not point it out directly. No problem. After all, when doing business, how can we restrict customers' payment methods? She then added, brother, for the 200 million, I can use my maximum authority to help you mobilize 1.5 billion resources, but the conditions are still the same as you said. The materials must be sealed in the warehouse and the balance must be paid. Hearing this, I immediately grabbed her hand and said gratefully, sister, you are so kind. Don't worry, I will definitely pay on time in 10 days. We finalized the details. Then Su Li and I signed the contract, and she asked me to arrange a truck to pick up the money. She looked at me with a slight blush on her face. The 200 million advance payment and the 1.5 billion material contract were simply temptations she could not refuse. Brother, you gave me such a great gift. I really don't know how to thank you, she whispered, her breathing becoming increasingly rapid. I smiled and shrugged. Sister, please don't say that. In 10 days, being able to fully meet my needs will be the greatest thank you gift to me. She nodded, her eyes becoming gentler. Don't worry, brother. After the advance payment arrives, I will immediately arrange for the group to fully support you. I will treat you to dinner tonight, otherwise I may not be able to sleep at night. Hearing her words, I felt a warm current in my heart. The Su Li in front of me undoubtedly attracted me. The flushed expression on her face made my heart beat faster. Brother, go ahead. I'll call you in the evening and we'll have a drink together. Her voice was full of temptation, which made me a little dazed for a moment. I hurried out of the office, and Jing Tao and others quickly surrounded me. Brother, where are we going now? Jing Tao asked. I came back to my senses and immediately replied, go to Ilian Warehousing in Nanha City. Zhao Wei's eyes lit up when he heard it. Brother Chen, Ilian Warehousing is my family's property. I stopped immediately, turned around and smiled. Okay, Zhao Wei, you are finally useful. Hearing the compliment, he showed a proud smile on his face and was obviously more motivated. Jing Tao and Su Hao looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was going on. We arrived outside the mall, and the people Su Li had arranged were waiting for us. I told them the address, and then got into Zhao Wei's car, which he drove in front of us, because it was his family's property after all. In a nearby fast food restaurant, Guaning was waiting anxiously. When she saw me walking out of the mall, she immediately stood up and walked towards the door, but accidentally bumped into someone. Ouch, it hurts so much. Don't you have eyes? She complained impatiently and ran out of the fast food restaurant. The sports car had already started and drove out, so she hurriedly got into a taxi and chased after it. Master, quickly catch up with the sports car in front, Guaning urged. The driver hesitated. Miss, you want me to chase these cars? I'm not driving fast enough. Guaning was angry. How do you talk like that? If you don't know how to talk, don't talk. She glared at the driver coldly, secretly happy that the driver praised her for being beautiful. The driver quickly apologized. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. I meant beautiful lady. If you want to catch up with that sports car, I have to remind you that you may not be able to catch up with it at this speed. Guaning snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, catch up. Although the taxi managed to keep up, it was soon left behind. After 2 intersections, the sports car had disappeared without a trace. The driver said helplessly, beautiful lady, I'm afraid you have to call your husband. We have lost it. Guaning looked unhappy, but she was unwilling to accept it. She took out her cell phone and called Chen Nuo. At this moment, Zhao Wei and I had parked our car outside the gate of Ilian Warehouse. The security guards were already prepared, and the gate slowly rose, allowing our car to enter smoothly. Just as I was about to get off the bus, my cell phone rang again. My cock is too. I glanced at my phone and saw Goddess Guaning on the screen. Instinctively, I wanted to hang up, but I couldn't help but answer the phone to see what this woman was trying to do. As soon as the call was connected, Guaning's coquettish voice came. Husband, why didn't you answer my call just now? Where did you go last night? You didn't come home all night. I was worried to death. I felt a little nauseous. Guaning's tone was completely different from what I remembered. Did she change her tactics? I couldn't help but ask, "Are you, Guaning?" Guaning on the other end of the phone was suddenly stunned, as if realizing that he might have gone a little too far. Then, she immediately adjusted her tone and said coldly, "Chen Nuo, you didn't go home for one night. You want to break up, right? If you want to break up, I'll help you." When I heard her voice return to normal, I suddenly realized something. Sure enough, this was the woman who had ordered my original self around. I responded without hesitation, "Yes, Guaning, I've had enough. Let's break up. Don't contact each other anymore." Beep, beep, beep. Guaning on the other end of the phone was stunned. She never expected me to answer like that. Chapter 10. The driver was stunned as he watched Guaning's performance through the rearview mirror. Her distinct tone was like a high-level green tea drama. Her methods were indeed not simple, and she was really shrewd. Guaning was obviously unwilling to give up and continued to call me. Seeing her name on the screen, I felt a little irritated and simply turned my phone to silent mode. Now, I don't have time to care about this cheating girlfriend. When I have time, I must deal with her and avenge my original self. Soon, the people arranged by Suli came to the warehouse. I walked in and motioned them to wait outside. A few seconds later, I walked out and directed them to put the money into the warehouse. The warehouse was filled with a pile of neatly arranged cash. Jingtao, Suhao and Zhao were stunned. The three of them looked at each other and seemed a little overwhelmed. Suli's people had already started counting the cash. They had brought 7 or 8 money-counting machines and were clearly prepared. I walked over to the three of them and found a seat to sit down. I knew they must have questions in their minds, but I didn't say much. The warehouse was completely silent, with only the whirring sound of the money counter echoing. Jingtao finally took a deep breath, walked over to sit next to me, while Zhao Wei and Suhao were still standing, looking at each other. "What's the matter?" I turned around and looked at Jingtao and asked. He took a deep breath again, stared at me for several seconds, and then whispered, "Brother Chen, are you not going to let us go at all?" This sentence made Zhao Wei and Suhao stunned, and they also showed fear on their faces. Seeing this, I signaled them to stay calm and turned to look at Jingtao. "Why do you say that?" I asked. Jingtao looked into my eyes, as if he wanted to see some clues from my face, but obviously he saw nothing. He lowered his head, looked at the busy people in the warehouse, and whispered, "This money should be from my father, right? The three of us have hardly left you today, but all the money is here, and there are also those corpses in the villa before. All the secrets, the three of us know." Jingtao paused, took a deep breath, his face pale, his eyes bloodshot. He looked up at me. "Brother Chen, do we still have a chance?" I stared at his red and swollen eyes, and after a few seconds, I suddenly laughed. My laughter was arrogant and wanton. The people around Suli cast doubtful eyes, and it was obvious that they were also a little overwhelmed by my laughter. I put away my smile, glanced around at Zhao Wei and Suhao, and finally cast my eyes on Jingtao, and continued. "Jingtao, you are a smart man. What you said just now is both right and wrong." The three of them were stunned, obviously not understanding the meaning of my words. I raised my chin and smiled. How should I put it? Let me think about it. I paused for a second or two, then suddenly stood up and pointed at the ant on the ground and said, "Look at this ant. Can you just step on it and kill it?" The three of them nodded, obviously understanding what I meant. "Will you just crush them to death if you have nothing to do?" I asked. The three of them were stunned for a moment, seeming to understand, but not completely. I shrugged, sat back, picked up an ant, and crushed it to death with my fingertips. "Jingtao, you are right. You three know my secret, although you don't know it completely, but there is indeed a possibility that I can crush you to death at any time." I spread my hands and continued, "But I don't just crush ants for nothing. The premise is that they don't provoke me." I stood up and clapped my hands, then walked aside, leaving the three of them some time to digest my words. Zhao Wei and Suhao frowned, obviously having some guesses, but still not sure what I meant. They turned to Jingtao, their eyes full of doubt. Jingtao smiled faintly and said in a steady tone, "Brother Chen's meaning is very simple. In short, those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. As long as we don't do anything to let Brother Chen down, he won't do anything to us." And he paused, turned to look at me with a meaningful look in his eyes. Being able to make more than 20 bodies disappear without a trace, and to get so much money here, this may not be a bad thing for us. Suhao and Zhao Wei were a little stunned, not quite understanding what he meant. Jingtao continued to whisper to the two of them, "You should have noticed that Brother Chen is hoarding a large amount of supplies. Obviously, he knows something that we don't know. If we help him with all our strength, this is not just a bad thing, but maybe a good thing. To put it bluntly, since we can't be enemies with Brother Chen, why not become his friend?" The two suddenly realized and their mentality began to change. Just as Jingtao said, since being an enemy is doomed to die a bad death, why not become a friendly army and follow Brother Chen? After the three of them figured it out, they walked towards me together. Suhao spoke first. Brother Chen, when are we going to get the money from my mom? My mom doesn't dare to spend it at all. You must share more of the burden for her. I nodded and glanced at the three of them. Okay, after they count the money and sign the contract, we'll go. Zhao Wei also said, Brother Chen, is this warehouse too small? If necessary, I can arrange all the vacant warehouses for you. I glanced at Zhao Wei, thinking about the 1.5 billion supplies in my mind, and nodded. Okay, but you have to find a way to remove all the cameras near the warehouse. Zhao Wei understood immediately and quickly replied, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. Jing Tao seemed to have thought of something, turned around and looked at me, and said seriously, Brother Chen, I don't know why you want to hoard so many supplies, but since they are supplies, medicine should be included, right? If it is medicines, I can use my dad's connections to get a lot. I smiled and patted Jing Tao on the shoulder. Jing Tao, you reminded me very well. The medicine is indeed what I need, and the quantity is not small. Do your best to get it. If there is any problem with funds, Su Hao's fucking money can also come in handy. Jing Tao quickly shook his head. Brother Chen, don't worry. With my dad's status, those drug representatives won't dare to say anything even if they don't pay their bills for a month. I nodded, thinking to myself, try to keep this a secret from his dad, and it would be best if it can be completed within 10 days. As long as you do your best, I'll take over when the drug representatives come to you in 10 days. Jing Tao's mouth twitched, but he nodded in agreement without hesitation. I gradually came up with some plans in my mind, and Jing Tao and Su Hao were a great help. The following things went more and more smoothly. Jing Tao, Su Hao, do you have any way to get a gun? I asked. The two of them were stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Finally, Su Hao whispered, Are you talking about guns? I nodded. Is there a way? Jing Tao and Su Hao swallowed their saliva, and they immediately understood that I was not only hoarding supplies and medicines, but now I was also looking for guns. I looked at their expressions and knew they understood what I meant. Don't worry. Since you have decided to follow me, I will tell you that the reason I hoard these things is because I know something you don't know. I looked straight into their eyes. I am accumulating strength. Chapter 11. Jing Tao and Su Hao couldn't help but put their doubts aside when they heard me say this with such certainty. Jing Tao asked softly, Brother Chen, do you have a way to take the things away quietly? I was stunned for a moment, then nodded. After all, I knew where the money came from, and since Jing Tao is so smart, it was not abnormal for him to think about this. The two took a deep breath, their eyes full of surprise. At this moment, Zhao Wei walked in. Brother Chen, I have arranged the northernmost warehouse, and the monitoring system has been removed. Zhao Wei walked in and looked at Jing Tao and Su Hao, only to see that they looked excited and obviously didn't understand what was going on. What are you doing? Did I miss something exciting? Zhao Wei asked. Su Hao licked his lips and whispered their guess to Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei's eyes flashed with light, as if he understood something and became excited. Isn't this the ability that the protagonist in the novel should have? Zhao Wei's tone was full of shock and admiration. Jing Tao then told me my plan. Brother Chen, you need to get guns. There is a division of troops stationed in Manhwa City. Although it is difficult for us to enter the military zone, if someone from the military zone takes us in, there may still be a chance. I sighed and shook my head. Let's do this for now. We'll talk about it when we have the chance. It took more than 4 hours to get 200 million in cash and 8 cash counting machines running. When everything was confirmed to be correct, I signed the contract with the person in charge sent by Su Li. After the contract was signed, the person in charge began to load the 200 million in cash into the car, and Su Li also sent security personnel to escort it. I watched the car leave, thinking about what to do next. At this moment, the phone screen lit up. It was Su Li calling. I answered the call, and she said, Brother, I will arrange for the supplies you want as soon as possible. The supermarket supplies are stored in Ilian warehouse. I will arrange for someone to count and hand them over to you tomorrow. Hearing her say this, I quickly responded, Sister Su, this is far from enough. I will give you more money tomorrow. I need more supplies. Please help me. Su Li on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, and then teased, Brother, have you heard any news? Do you want to tell your sister the truth? If you don't know, you will think the end of the world is coming. I was moved, and after thinking for a while, I chuckled and said, Isn't it? Sister Su, since you guessed it, I won't pretend anymore, so please do your best to provide for me. She rolled her eyes and then responded with a smile, You are a bad brother. You never tell the truth. But since you want to go crazy, there is no reason for me not to make money. We have to agree that all the materials must be stored in Ilian warehouse and cannot be shipped out before receiving the final payment. I will send people to watch the entrances and exits of Ilian warehouse. Don't blame my sister for doing this. After all, I am not the only one who has the final say in Jiang Group. I also have to explain to other shareholders. Su Li continued to complain. Brother, you don't know, when I told them today that we would pay 200 million yuan in advance and supply 1.5 billion yuan in materials, they objected so much that they almost wanted to eat me. In the end, I could only bring up the material storage and sealing and breach of contract price that we had agreed on before, and it was barely approved. As I listened, I was thinking about how to maximize the operation of Jiang Group. Sister Sue, if I pay another 200 million in advance, can you still provide me with 1.5 billion in supply? Suli took a deep breath on the other end of the phone. After a few seconds, she replied, Brother, as long as we agree on it, as long as you have the money, I can supply you according to the contract. I glanced at Suhao next to me. He understood that this was a question about whether his mother's bribe money was enough for 200 million. Suhao showed a hint of pride on his face, nodded vigorously, and glanced at Jing Tao. Jing Tao was speechless. I saw Suhao's little action and was stunned for a moment, thinking, this guy really enjoys himself. Sister Sue, thank you very much. Please arrange it as soon as possible. I'm in a hurry. I quickly hung up the phone and rejected her invitation to dinner tonight because I had to go to accept the illegal property from Suhao's mother in a while, so I didn't have time to play with her. Several people drove away from Ilian Warehouse. We have been busy until now and have not eaten yet. I asked Jing Tao and others to arrange it. 3 luxury cars quickly drove to the city. On the way, the taxi stopped on the side of the road. Guining was sitting in the back seat. She looked out the window from time to time. She called me and sent me messages, but I ignored them. It was obvious that she was waiting for her chance. She was quite courageous and spent 300 yuan to hire a car just to block me. After 4 or 5 hours of waiting, Guining was already impatient, while the driver in front was humming a little tune and occasionally looking at the rearview mirror, obviously thirsty. Whoa! The sound of a sports car came from far away. Guining suddenly startled and immediately turned to look out the window. Whoosh! 3 sports cars flashed by. Quick, it's them, catch up! Guining hurriedly shouted to the driver. The taxi desperately followed and finally caught up with 3 luxury cars in the city. At this time, the 3 cars stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. I got out of the car and looked around. The exterior of the hotel was magnificent. Brother Chun, this is the best restaurant in Nana City. Only rich and powerful people can enter. Ordinary people can't even get through the door, Suhao said as he handed the car keys to the receptionist. Guining also hurriedly got out of the car. Seeing Chen Nuo and the others walking into the hotel, she quickly chased after them, but was stopped by the receptionist. Miss, please show us your membership card. We don't accept non-members here. Guining was stunned. She pointed at me and said, That's my husband. We came here together. The receptionist smiled indifferently. Seeing that they would not let her in, Guining shouted, Chen Nuo. I heard someone calling my name, and turned around to meet Guining's eyes. My eyes froze slightly, and I sneered in my heart, he's really haunting me. When Guining saw me turning around to look at her, she took a deep breath, pursed her lips, and tried to force a smile. Honey, you see, they are looking down on me and won't let me in. The receptionist didn't know whether they should let me in or not, so I signaled to them and the receptionist let Guining in. She immediately ran to me and took my arm. Hubby, Ninger misses you. I sneered at her performance, but I couldn't help but admire Guining's acting skills. Oh, didn't we break up? You still call me husband. Don't you think it's inappropriate? I asked back. Guining was stunned for a moment, then showed an aggrieved look. Hubby, those were all Ninger's jokes. How could I bear to leave you? I pulled her away and asked coldly, Really? Then do you want to tell me what you were doing last night? Her face changed, her heart skipped a beat, and she was obviously uneasy. She knew she couldn't avoid this question. A few seconds later, Guining lowered her head and cried, Husband, I was forced to do this. You have to forgive me. It's all Jiangyu. He threatened me that if I didn't obey, he would kick you out of the Jiang group. Her pitiful appearance really made people feel a little sympathetic, but I could only sneer in my heart. I pushed her away from my arms, and she lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. Just as I was about to speak, suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind. What a scumbag. He doesn't even cherish such a good woman. Brother, teach him a lesson. Chapter 12. My eyebrows slightly raised, and suddenly a gust of wind blew from behind. Suhao and the others quickly reminded me, Shin, be careful. I quickly dodged and avoided the attack. Looking back, I saw a young man standing where I was just now. Gaojin, what are you doing? Suhao shouted loudly, Gaoing, tell your brother to stop. Gaoing snorted coldly without even looking at us. It was obvious that she just wanted her brother to continue. I was able to avoid Gaojin's sneak attack, which surprised him a little. Gaojin unbuttoned his sleeves, stretched his arms, and sneered, So you are a martial artist. Come, watch my moves. I saw him kicking at me. I smiled and raised my hand to block his leg. He turned around and kicked me again. I gently blocked it with my arm, feeling the force, but I knew in my heart that his attack was nothing to me. Gaojin attacked me several times in succession, his fist raining down on me, but I easily blocked each of his blows. The people around were stunned, especially Gao Ying, who frowned. Obviously, she was very clear about her brother's strength. As a special forces soldier, Gao Zhan's fists and kicks were difficult for ordinary people to resist. However, in my opinion, although Gao Zhan is very strong, there is still a big gap between him and me. I am not good at any martial arts, but my strength, speed, and physique have reached the limit of human body. After so many rounds of fighting, I have completely controlled the whole situation. Gao Zhan's attacks became less and less powerful, almost boring me. So I easily caught his fist. He tried to break free, but I squeezed hard and he was not strong enough to break free. Gao Zhan's eyes flashed with a hint of vigilance. This was the first time he felt such pressure. I pushed him back a few steps with a gentle push, and he finally sat down hard on the ground. He stared blankly at his fist that I had held, and then looked at me, his face full of surprise. At this moment, Guaning ran in front of me, stood behind me, pointed at Gao Zhan angrily, and asked loudly, "Why did you hit my husband?" Then she turned around and looked at me with concern. "Honey, are you okay? Are you hurt?" I looked at her deeply, my heart full of shock. This woman. I never thought she would react like this. Gao Zhan was still surprised at my strength, but after seeing Guaning's performance, he and Gao Ying couldn't help but feel that her performance was a bit worthless. I have to say that Guaning's acting skills are really at the level of a movie queen. I looked up at Gao Ying. Her eyes were sharp, giving people a very heroic feeling. She snorted coldly and looked at me unfriendly. Obviously, she didn't like me. I narrowed my eyes slightly, feeling a little unhappy. Gao Zhan quickly stood in front of her and looked at me warily. I glanced at Gao Ying, looked at her deeply, and then turned my gaze back to Guaning. "Do you think I'm easy to fool? Do you think everyone is a fool?" Guaning's eyes suddenly became flustered, and she subconsciously took a step back. "No, I didn't." I sneered. "If not, then get out of my sight, immediately. I don't want to see you again. Although your acting skills are good and can deceive those who don't know the truth, but for me, it only makes me feel disgusted." Guaning's face instantly turned red with shame, and she hurriedly explained, "Husband, I didn't lie to you. I really didn't mean it. Jiangyu is the boss of Jiang Group, and you work for Jiang Group. He threatened me. What can I do?" I sneered. "Keep making it up. Is it true that I was blocked on the way home? Is it true that the live broadcast that everyone saw was fake?" Guaning's face showed a trace of panic. Her pitiful appearance made people want to protect her. She hurriedly shook her head, trying to deny it. Gao Ying frowned slightly when she saw this scene, and her eyes wavered. She looked at Guaning's pitiful expression, then looked at my expression, and was obviously beginning to be unsure whether she had misunderstood something. Just when she was doubtful, her brother Gao Zhan spoke up. "Brother, is there a misunderstanding between you? If she really didn't love you, why would she come to you and let you humiliate her? If she really followed someone else, why would she take the initiative to appear in front of you?" I was stunned. These words suddenly made me start thinking. Gao Zhan's words really made sense. I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Gao Ying also listened to Gao Zhan's words and sighed softly, as if she realized that her words were too harsh. She turned to me and said in a softer tone, "Maybe she really did something wrong, as you said. I apologize to you for my arbitrary accusation just now." I was stunned. I didn't expect her to apologize on her own initiative. Just as I was about to speak, Gao Ying added, "However, if it is really as she said, I think you should have a good talk. After all, this is your private matter." Gao Ying looked at Guaning, and after hesitating for a moment, she turned to Gao Zhan and said, "Brother, let's go." I watched Gao Ying and Gao Zhan leave, and was about to ask Su Hao and the others about the background of these two people when Guaning suddenly spoke. "Husband, you really misunderstood Ninger. Although those two people were rude just now, they were right. I was really forced. You are the only one in my heart. There is no room for anyone else. Please believe me." Her eyes were full of tears, and she was so touching, as if everything was revealed from her true feelings. I couldn't help but laugh. Really, Guaning's acting is amazing. Every detail of her performance seemed to be carefully designed. "Were you really forced to do this?" I asked her seriously. She nodded quickly, tears rolling down her cheeks, and her gentle appearance was almost irresistible. I raised my hand and gently wiped away the tears on her face. "Let's go. Let's not talk about the past. Let's live a good life from now on." She burst into tears of joy and hugged my arm. I patted her hand, then looked at Gao Ying and Gao Zhan who had just left. "Who are they?" When Guaning heard me ask, her face darkened slightly, but she suppressed her uneasiness and pretended to be calm. "Su Hao, tell Brother Chen." Su Hao explained to me in a low voice. "Brother Chen, those are Gao Zhan and Gao Ying. They are from the army. Their grandfather is a senior official in the military region. They are usually very arrogant and never give us face." I raised my eyebrows. "Oh, are you from the military district?" Su Hao was stunned. Looking at my expression, Jing Tao and Zhao Wei seemed to realize something. No one said much. I patted Guaning's hand. I'm sorry for making you suffer today. Let's go. I'll take you to a good meal. We entered the private room. Su Hao picked up the menu and ordered a few words. Tens of thousands of yuan of meal money was instantly deposited into the account. Brother Chen, do you want some wine? Su Hao asked. I shook my head. I have something else to do later, so there's no need to drink. As the dishes were served, Guaning looked at the dazzling array of delicacies in a daze, but she had already regretted it in her heart. She began to think to herself, if she had known that Chen Nuo was so rich, why would she have bothered with the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift? Wouldn't it be better to just marry him and become his rich wife? Just as she was thinking about it, I pushed her arm and said, What? Not to your taste? If you don't like it, I'll ask Su how to order something else. She shook her head and said with a smile, No, these are all good. She picked up a piece of cucumber and ate it slowly. I couldn't help laughing when I saw her like that. Such a woman is really eye-opening. Halfway through the meal, everyone stood up, and Guaning was about to stand up as well. I reached out and held her shoulders, signaling her not to stand up. We still have things to do, so you can go back after you finish eating. I'll contact you after things are settled. She nodded hurriedly. Honey, I'll listen to you. Go and do your work. Don't worry about me. Be careful on the road. I smiled, led Su Hao and the others out of the private room, turned around and ordered, Go tell the people at the hotel and let the woman inside pay for all the expenses. Chapter 13. The dark side is beneath the light. The embezzled funds are 1.37 billion. Su Hao was stunned. He looked at Chen Nuo with confusion in his eyes. When Jing Tao saw Su Hao's expression, he raised his foot and kicked Su Hao lightly. What are you standing there for? Go and do as Brother Chen tells you. Su Hao came back to his senses and nodded quickly. When Chen Nuo saw Su Hao turn around, he spoke again. Remember, we forgot to pay the bill because of something, understand? Su Hao understood instantly. He walked towards the counter in the lobby, while Chen Nuo and the other two walked out. The three of them waited for Su Hao outside the door for a while. After he came out, he nodded to Chen Nuo. This time, Chen Nuo got into Su Hao's car, and Su Hao drove in front to lead the way. 3 luxury cars stopped at a residential area not far from the city government. Before Chen Nuo could ask, Su Hao spoke. My mother said that it is safest to keep money not far from the city hall. This is called the darkest place under the lamp. Chen Nuo smacked his lips, then followed Su Hao to the place where the money was hidden. The situation was similar to Jing Tao's. When Chen Nuo saw the cabinet full of money, Su Hao and the other two walked away tactfully. Chen Nuo put the money into the parcel column. There was a total of 120 million in this place. Chen Nuo walked out of the bedroom. The three of them looked at him quickly, and he nodded. Su Hao closed the door, and after they went downstairs, Su Hao drove to another place again. On the way, Guaning called. Chen Nuo just glanced at it and set it to silent mode. After arriving at the place, Chen Nuo earned another 100 million. According to Su Hao, there were more than 10 places to hide the money. Chen Nuo had no choice but to follow Su Hao around the city. On the way, Su Hao's phone suddenly rang. After Su Hao answered it, he looked at Chen Nuo on the side. Brother Chen, it's Gao Ying. She wants you to answer the phone. Chen Nuo frowned. This woman looked quite attractive, but also had a thorny side. After thinking about it, he took the call. Hello, what's up? Gao Ying over there took a few deep breaths, as if trying to control her emotions. You grown men, why don't you pay the bill when you're having dinner? You leave a woman here and don't even answer her phone calls. Chen Nuo was stunned, then suddenly realized something. It turned out that when Guaning was about to leave after eating and drinking, she was stopped by someone and asked to pay the bill. Guaning was stunned at the time. If it was just a few $100s, she would have paid it, but this was more than 40,000 yuan. After hearing this, Guaning became unwilling and prepared to call Chen Nuo. She thought that the other party might have forgotten to pay the bill. However, no one answered the phone after several calls. While arguing with the waiter, Gao Ying and Gao Zhen were just about to go back. They discovered Guaning, and Guaning also discovered them. So Gao Ying stepped forward and inquired about the situation, which led to the subsequent direct call to Su Hao. After Chen Nuo understood, he said in surprise, Oh, is there such a thing? I'll ask Su Hao. Then, Gao Ying heard Chen Nuo's voice asking about Su Hao. Because the loudspeaker was on, Guaning could hear it clearly. She finally felt relieved. Then, Chen Nuo's voice was heard. Gao Ying, I'm so sorry. Please tell Guaning for me. My phone is on silent mode, so I didn't hear it just now. Ask her to pay first. I'll give her the money when I get back. That's it for now. I'm busy. Beep, beep, beep. There was a busy tone on the phone, and Gao Ying looked at Guaning. Did you hear what he said? Guaning frowned and nodded. She was not willing to pay. After all, it was more than 40,000 yuan, which was equivalent to her salary for several months. Gao Ying looked at her expression and thought that she was short of money. So Gao Ying, who was naturally generous, spoke. Do you want me to lend it to you first, and then you can pay me back after he gives you the money? After hearing this, Guanning was delighted. She had been wanting this very much. She immediately showed a conflicted look on her face. Is it not a good idea to ask you for help like this? Gowing swung her hand casually and patted Guanning on the shoulder. Since you're so conflicted, forget it. I'm just saying this casually. Brother, let's go. Guanning was left with a confused look on her face, and in the end she had no choice but to pay the bill herself. Outside the hotel, Gao Zhen looked at his sister who was grinning and asked with a little confusion. Sister, don't you feel sympathy for her? Why are you teasing her again? Gowing turned around and looked through the window at Guanning who was paying the bill in the hotel, then said meaningfully, Brother, have you ever heard a line? The prettier the woman, the more likely she is to lie. Forget it, you blockhead. I won't tell you anymore. I'm leaving now. On this side, after Chen Nuo hung up the phone, he smiled coldly. An hour and a half later, Chen Nuo had to admire that there were indeed 13 places to hide the money around the city government. It was really dark under the lamp. A total of more than 1.37 billion in cash. Just when Chen Nuo was admiring the ability of Su Hao's mother, Su Hao said that if Chen Nuo needed real estate, her mother had more than 300 apartments. Chen Nuo looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. He glanced at the countdown again. 2:23:04:22. Almost 16 hours have passed. Chen Nuo asked Jing Tao and the others to go to the villa area this morning. He planned to rest there for a night. After all, there were still several vans there that needed to be dealt with. 3 sports cars arrived at the villa area. After several people entered the villa, Chen Nuo asked them to wait for him in the living room first. Then he walked out, came to a few vans, opened the parcel rails, and put the vans in. Chen Nuo looked at the van in the parcel column. Second-hand van has a lot of problems, but at least it's still a 4-wheeled vehicle. The introductions of the several vehicles were similar. When Chen Nuo returned to the living room, the 3 of them knew he was going to deal with those vans, and they all felt like they were being scratched by a cat. Chen Nuo looked at the expressions of the 3 people and smiled helplessly. Haven't you already guessed it? Why are you still so curious? It's just what you guessed. Zhao Wei smiled awkwardly. Brother Chen, can you open our eyes? Knowing about this thing is one thing, and seeing it is another. We are all itching to do it. Chen Nuo looked at Jing Tao and Su Hao, and seeing that they were also looking at him expectantly, he shrugged. It's not impossible to take a look. As Chen Nuo spoke, he came to the sofa and put his hands on it. The 3 of them stared at Chen Nuo, observing him carefully from front to back, as if they were trying to unravel a magician's trick. Buzz! The sofa suddenly disappeared. Although the 3 knew this would happen, they were still stunned. Then, it suddenly appeared again. That's it, you don't have to make a fuss, it's not a big deal. The 3 of them listened to Chen Nuo's words with confused looks on their faces. This is not a big deal. Listen, is this what people say? Chen Nuo sat on the sofa and said to the 3 of them, You have seen our capabilities. 10 days. No, strictly speaking, only 9 days. I need those of you who have money to get money, and those who have goods to get goods. Anyway, in these 9 days, we must do our best to stockpile more daily necessities. By the way, how big is this villa area? Also, do you know any builders? I want to fence off a piece of land. When Su Hao heard this, he spoke directly. Brother Chen, my mother is in charge of urban development, so you can leave the construction to me. Jing Tao waited for Su Hao to finish speaking before responding to Chen Nuo's question. Brother Chen, there are a total of 70 or 80 villas in this villa area, and there are a total of 13 villas here. They were all given to my dad by the drug agents. Chen Nuo shook his head. If there were other residents, building a wall would cause a lot of trouble. He put the thought aside for the time being, and then spoke to the 3 people. Put this aside for now. Try to get some generators these days, whether they are gasoline, diesel, or new energy. Use your connections to see if you can get them. I still say the same thing. If you can buy on credit, you can buy on credit. If you can't buy on credit, you can pay in advance, but the balance must be paid 10 days later. Chapter 14. The 3 young masters reached a consensus on a 10 billion shopping contract. The 3 of them said they understood. Chen Nuo glanced at them and saw that they seemed to have something to say. If you have something to say, just tell me. I'll tell you. Since you chose to follow me, then don't hide it. This is the best thing for you. The 3 of them nodded quickly, and finally Jing Tao stood up. Brother Chen, we have been hanging out outside these past 2 days and haven't had time to go back yet. We want to go back tonight to report in and do what you asked us to do tomorrow morning. When Chen Nuo heard it, he thought it was something else, so he waved his hand. I thought it was something else. Go back. Remember to do what I told you to do tomorrow. The 3 of them were stunned, with surprise on their faces. Brother Chen, can we really go back? Chen Nuo looked at the 3 of them for a few seconds. Will you let me down? The three of them quickly shook their heads, and Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. In that case, what should I worry about? Let's go. When we get back, go to bed early at night, and get up tomorrow and do my work. The three of them walked out of the villa in a daze. They drove the car and stopped at a place far away from the villa area. 3 cars stopped side by side and opened their doors and windows. They still couldn't believe that they left so easily. Zhao Wei spoke first. What kind of person is Brother Chen? Su Hao thought of Chen Nuo's killing by chopping melons and vegetables. Brother Chen, you are decisive and daring. Jing Tao looked at the two of them and frowned slightly. I'm telling you straight, I meant what I said before. I want to follow Brother Chen. You've seen that, with that kind of ability, even if you want to use the power of the country, you may not be able to catch Brother Chen. The two of them exclaimed quickly. Jing Tao, what are you talking about? I have no intention of betraying Brother Chen. That's right. Jing Tao, don't think that you are the only one who can see clearly. We are not stupid either. With that kind of ability, plus what Brother Chen is going to do, there will definitely be big things in 10 days. Although I don't know what it is, as long as we follow Brother Chen, we will never suffer any loss. The three of them reached a consensus that they would complete the tasks assigned by Chen Nuo to the best of their ability within 10 days. After seeing the 3 people leave, Chen Nuo took out his cell phone and found Su Li's number. Hey, brother, don't worry. Tomorrow morning, someone from Ilian Warehousing will come over to hand over to you. Chen Nuo was stunned, with a hint of embarrassment on his face. Sister Su, look at what you said. I'm not here to urge you. I'm here to give you money. Su Li was a little surprised, and she let out a soft, oh. Oh, really? Didn't you say tomorrow? Chen Nuo glanced at the cash in the parcel column, thought about it, and prepared to take out 1 billion first. Isn't this urgent? I will give you a 1 billion advance this time. Sister Su, how much supply can you give me? Of course, the supplies this time must include all kinds of food, drink, clothing, and daily necessities. It would be best if… Before Chen Nuo could finish his words, Su Li interrupted him. How much did you say? Did I hear you correctly? You said 1 billion. Chen Nuo chuckled. He didn't expect Su Li would also be surprised. 1 billion is indeed a large amount, but for Su Li, who owns 23% of Jiang Group shares and is worth tens of billions, this 10 billion is nothing. She was not surprised because of this, but mainly because of the 1 billion. According to the previous agreement, Su Li would need to supply Chen Nuo with 7.5 billion worth of materials. Adding the 1.5 billion material supply contract signed today, the total amount of materials is 9 billion, which is a huge business. More importantly, the balance can be settled in 10 days, with a short cycle and good profits. Even if something goes wrong in the end, Chen Nuo's 1.2 billion advance payment will be used as liquidated damages. So no matter how you look at it, they're getting a big bargain. Yes, you heard me right. I want another advance of 1 billion. Su Li paused for a few seconds, then spoke with full force. Since my brother is so supportive, I can't let him down. I can decide on the 1 billion advance payment. Add the 1.5 billion I paid before, and I can raise 10 billion in supplies for you. However, everything must be as agreed before, and all supplies must be stored in the warehouse. Chen Nuo was delighted after hearing this and quickly spoke. Thank you very much, Sister Su. Everything will go according to the previous agreement. However, I hope that Sister Su can support me with all her strength. I may buy more within these 10 days. This time Su Li was really surprised. What? 10 billion is not enough? How much are you going to buy? Chen Nuo chuckled and said to Su Li. Sister Su, please don't ask so many questions. Just like what Sister Su said before, there is money to be made. Why bother asking so many questions? By the way, I can also pay in cash, is that okay? After the two of them agreed, they hung up the phone and agreed to go to the warehouse tomorrow to sign the contract on site. Chen Nuo sat on the sofa, thinking about things. It was not that he had to spend money, but only in this way could a large amount of supplies be introduced into Nana City. Without buying and selling, supplies would not be gathered together in large quantities. Yes, he has space and can buy unlimited items for free, but how much can he get? The key is that he might be targeted by the police. Now, someone is helping to gather the supplies together, which will save him a lot of trouble when the end of the world comes. After Chen Nuo thought about everything, he walked out of the villa. He raised his hand and waved, and a van appeared. Although he was very confident in Jing Tao and the other two, he still had to be on guard. He got into the van, searched in the parcel column, found the car keys, then started the car and drove away from the villa area. After Su Li hung up the phone, she called her assistant directly and asked her to notify all senior executives and shareholders to come to the company headquarters for a meeting immediately. If they didn't come, they would bear the consequences. Jiang Yu was heartbroken today because he lost 16% of his shares because of a one-night stand. If he cashed out, it would be at least 10 billion. As long as he thought about spending more than 10 billion on a piece of broken shoe, he would not mind. So he thought of Guanning. Although he was angry, when he thought of her attractive figure, he touched his crotch and swallowed. He took out his cell phone, found Guanning's number, and called her. When Guanning returned home, she kept thinking about Chen Nuo. She never did housework, but today she cleaned the house thoroughly. Suddenly her cell phone rang. She answered it without even looking at who it was. "Hubby, when will you come back? Ninger misses you." Jiang Yu's heart trembled over there. Guanning's voice was so sweet and charming that it made him feel hot all over. "Really? Little hoof. Then you wait for me at home. Godfather will be here soon." When Guanning heard the voice, her body paused. She quickly checked the notes on her phone, and her face turned pale instantly. "Mr. Jiang? No. Sorry, I thought it was my husband. Mr. Jiang, my husband will be back soon, you." Jiang Yu frowned and sounded a little unhappy. "What President Jiang? Call him Godfather. And it's just right that the poor bastard is back. I want to play with you in front of him. Only in this way can I justify the more than 10 billion I lost." Guanning's heart tightened, and she took a deep breath. If she didn't know that Chen Nuo was a rich second generation, she would still have some fantasies about Jiang Yu. Now, of course, she couldn't do anything stupid. If she was bumped into by Chen Nuo again, that would be her loss. "Boss Jiang, please respect your words. I only love my husband. If you threaten me again, I will sue you for rape." Jiang Yu was stunned, but after just a few seconds, he began to get excited. He thought Guanning was playing tricks on him. "Great. I like this kind of reluctant, yet welcoming tone. Just wait, I'll be there soon." Guanning was stunned. Is this guy sick? Jiang Yu hung up the phone, straightened his clothes, and sprayed some perfume on himself. Just as he was about to go out, his cell phone suddenly rang. He didn't want to answer it, but when he looked at the note, it turned out to be his father Jiang Tianhai. Jiang Yu's face darkened. He was very unhappy about yesterday's incident. It was all because of his father Jiang Tianhai and Su Li's father Su Ji. Jiang Yu adjusted his breathing and then answered the phone. "Hey Dad. Well, Su Li has notified all shareholders and senior executives that an emergency meeting is going to be held. You should come to the company as soon as possible." Beep, beep, beep. The phone hangs up. Chapter 15. Jiang Group fully cooperates and uses interests to motivate enthusiasm. Jiang Yu looked at the darkened phone screen. He wanted to ask the reason, but he thought about Guanning. His face was conflicted for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he sighed and sent a message to Guanning. Guanning didn't know what to do, so she called Chen Nuo, but Chen Nuo didn't answer. Suddenly the screen lit up, and she quickly looked at her phone and saw that it was a message from Jiang Yu. She felt anxious, thinking that Jiang Yu had really come. She clicked on the message nervously, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. At 8:30 in the evening, all shareholders and senior executives of Jiang Group were notified to attend a meeting. They came to the meeting room and talked to each other with confusion. "Mr. Jiang, what's the big deal, Mr. Su? Why is the meeting at this hour not open until tomorrow?" A shareholder asked, and Mr. Jiang shook his head, saying he didn't know either. Jiang Yu, who was sitting next to him, snorted coldly and said nothing. No one else paid any attention to him, but they were all thinking about yesterday's Welfare Live broadcast. The men couldn't help swallowing their saliva, while the ladies were bolder than the men and had teasing expressions on their faces. After everyone chatted casually for a few minutes, Su Li pushed the door and entered the conference room. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Li. Su Li is charming and confident, which adds a unique charm to her. While others were amazed, they couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yu. Such a good woman, yet he was having affairs with other women out there. They couldn't help but shake their heads. Even Lao Jiang was a little dazed. Jiang Yu was stunned. He had never realized that Su Li was so charming. Compared with Su Li at this moment, Guanning was simply unbearable to look at. Su Li first greeted Jiang Tianhai, then looked at other shareholders and senior executives. Finally, seeing Jiang Yu looking at her stupidly, she snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and ignored him. Jiang Yu's heart was pounding. This glance at the charm made him unable to stop. It's a bit rushed to call everyone here for a meeting today, but there's nothing I can do about it. As you all know, I just signed a 1.5 billion contract today. Everyone listen and wait for what comes next. Just an hour ago, the client called again. A small shareholder frowned and spoke. But do you want to break the contract? If you break the contract, then the advance payment will be the penalty. Su Li shook her head and a big smile appeared on her face. The customer is not trying to break the contract, but to increase the purchase volume. He is going to pay another 1 billion in advance tomorrow. I have already agreed to it. Together with the contract that has already been signed, I will supply him with 10 billion in supplies. What, 10 billion? The meeting room became noisy and everyone was talking. Jiang Tianhai coughed lightly and everyone quieted down. Shaoli, is it still the same as before? Suli nodded. All materials will be stored and sealed, and the balance will be settled in 10 days. If any problems arise, the advance payment will be used as liquidated damages. Jiang Tianhai frowned slightly and spoke softly. That is to say, for the 1.2 billion advance payment, we need to provide him with 10 billion in supplies. The balance will be paid in 10 days, and all supplies will be stored in the warehouse. If there are any problems, the advance payment will be used as liquidated damages. Jiang Tianhai looked at the others. Everyone tell me, can this business be done? Of course we can do it. We just need to send someone to supervise the warehouse and wait for 10 days. With such a short period of time, even if there is a problem on the other side, as long as the materials are not missing, we can get 1.2 billion in liquidated damages. This is simply giving money away. Zhao Wei's father, Zhao Tianhe, was also here. He was a shareholder of Jiang Group and was naturally notified as well. For warehouses, use my alien warehousing. It's safer. Suli smiled slightly. Uncle Zhao, the customer originally specified alien warehousing. Zhao Tianhe was stunned. Oh, really? That's good. Everyone can rest assured. As long as the materials enter the alien warehouse, I guarantee that no materials will be taken out before the balance is paid. Suli said again. Uncle Zhao, my client is a good friend of your son Zhao Wei. I'm afraid your son arranged the alien warehousing for that client. Zhao Tianhe was even more stunned. His son, who had always been idle, actually had such important work to do. However, he looked relaxed. Really? This brat didn't even send me any letter. I'm going to ask him about it when I get back. After seeing that everyone had no other concerns, Suli gave instructions directly. I won't say much about the importance of this transaction to our group. I hope everyone can fully cooperate. The customer has already said that within 10 days, our group will do its best to supply him, and he will increase the transaction later. Jiang Tianhai was stunned and asked, Shaoli, you want to increase the number? What exactly does this customer want to do? Is there a shortage of supplies? Zhao Tianhe burst into laughter after hearing this. Lao Jiang, you are just worrying too much. Even if our group supplies everything, what does that amount of supplies mean to the entire country and the world? Suli also nodded. Dad, why do you have to think so much? As long as we can make money, why should we care about those things? Even if supplies are really in short supply, as long as we have money, do we still have to worry about not being able to buy things? When the others heard Su Li's words, they all nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Su is right. As long as we can get the money, why should we care what he does with it? Yes, Chairman Su is really amazing. On the first day after he was promoted to chairman, he already brought in a huge order worth tens of billions. Jiang Tianhai thought about it and realized that this was indeed the case, so he shook his head and laughed. It seems that I am really old. Shaoli, your decision is correct. As long as it can bring benefits to the group, we will support you. Everyone agreed to do their best to supply Chen Nuo with supplies. Jiang Yu, who was standing next to him, felt a little unhappy. Listening to everyone praising Su Li, as if they were saying that he was useless before, the excitement in his heart just now disappeared instantly. Su Li said again, customers require that food, drink, daily necessities, and clothing be available in appropriate proportions, so we make adjustments based on the proportions of our shopping malls. We cannot be careless about this. Su Li thought of how Chen Nuo had always emphasized that she should do her best to help him, so she thought about it and spoke again. I decided to let everyone be responsible for one aspect. The customer did not explain the source of the product, so I handed it over to everyone. However, I have to say it in advance that the basic quality must be up to standard, otherwise. Su Li's words made everyone's eyes light up. Everyone knew what it meant. They were all happy. They all understood how huge the profit was. Everyone's enthusiasm was aroused. Su Li glanced at everyone and sighed in her heart. Brother, I can only help you so much. Everyone left the meeting room excited, thinking about their own relationships. At this time, your connections come into play. Within 10 days, you can earn as much money as you are capable of. Pretty reasonable, right? Of course, Chen Nuo didn't know about Su Li's fancy moves. He was driving his van leisurely on the road, making the van feel like a sports car. After arriving in the city, Chen Nuo saw traffic police checking cars from afar. He turned the steering wheel and headed for a fork in the road. His movements were too conspicuous and the traffic police had already noticed him. A traffic policeman on a motorcycle chased after him. Chen Nuo drove the car to a small road, turned a few times, and then found a dark alley and drove in. He immediately turned off the engine, got out of the car, put the van into the parcel rack, and pretended to be a passerby and walked out of the alley. At this time, a traffic policeman whizzed by. He raised his hand to stop a taxi and gave the address of the Ni Nong Nong Hotel. The taxi stopped, Chen Nuo paid and got off. He walked into the hotel. Li Shui's eyes lit up when she saw Chen Nuo coming in. Mr. Chen, you're here. Chen Nuo nodded. It's the same room as yesterday. Open it for me for a week first. Li Shui was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. Mr. Chen, if you open it for a week, we have a discount. I can charge you 13,000 yuan. Chen Nuo doesn't care about this little money at all now, but it would be good to save some money, and he is not a sucker. Really? Thank you, miss. Chapter 16. Zhao Tianhe's tricky operation, Jiang Group's inventory. After checking in, Chen Nuo lay directly on the bed, wondering if there was anything missing. He suddenly thought of something, so he sat up, found a piece of paper, and lit it. Chen Nuo looked at the burning paper and put it into the parcel box. Burning paper. The raging fire burns my remaining body. Chen Nuo looked at the paper in the parcel column and then took it out. Sure enough, everything was still in the parcel column, and after it was taken out, the paper continued to burn. This means that Chen Nuo can buy the finished food first and put it in the package column, so that after the end of the world, he can eat the ready-made food directly. So he took out his cell phone, called Jing Tao first, and told him his request. Jing Tao was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what Chen Nuo wanted to do, and he nodded and agreed. I see. Is it a full banquet? I will ask the restaurant to order a large number of dishes. Will all the dishes be sent to Ilian warehousing? Chen Nuo hung up the phone, then called Su Hao, and finally called Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei was being interrogated by Zhao Tianhe in the study. Zhao Wei, I heard that you made a friend who is cooperating with Jiang Group and using our Ilian warehousing's warehouse. Zhao Wei's heart was shocked. He looked at Zhao Tianhe in a daze. Zhao Tianhe saw Zhao Wei's expression and said with a smile, What? You still want to hide it from Dad? Haha, you have really grown up. Not bad. The friend you made this time is very good. Dad always thought you were idle and could only be a rich second generation who lived a life of idleness and waiting for death. Unexpectedly, it is true that a tiger father will have a dog son. Dad will not ask any more questions. As for Ilian Warehouse, Dad will give you full authority for the next 10 days. Remember, although that person is your friend, an agreement is an agreement. All the materials that enter Ilian Warehouse must not come out within 10 days. Do you understand? Zhao Wei thought that Zhao Tianhe had discovered what they were doing, but it turned out to be just a false alarm. At this time, Chen Nuo called. When the phone rang, Zhao Wei took out his phone and saw that it was Chen Nuo calling, so he said to Zhao Tianhe, Dad, it's my friend calling. Zhao Tianhe nodded and waved his hand. Go ahead, make more friends like this in the future. Remember, pay more attention to the task I just gave you. Don't take it lightly just because you are friends. Zhao Wei nodded to show that he understood. He walked out of the study and closed the door. He took a deep breath, and a gleam in his eyes flashed. Zhao Tianhe watched Zhao Wei walk out of the study, thought for a moment, then took out his cell phone and called the person in charge of Ilian Warehousing. Lao Lu, I'm Zhao Tianhe. For the next 10 days, Ilian Warehouse will be managed by my son Zhao Wei. You just need to control the entrances and exits and don't let any materials go out. For details, you can ask Zhao Wei tomorrow. You have to pay attention. This is my son's first time doing serious work, so we have to train him well. That's it. We'll talk later. Zhao Wei walked quickly into his bedroom. The phone was connected, and Zhao Wei apologized. Brother Chen, my dad was asking you about something just now, so I was a little slow in answering the phone. Chen Nuo was stunned and let out a soft, oh, my business. Zhao Wei thought about it, and then said, My dad went to the Jiang Group for a meeting today, and when he came back he called me to his study. He must have heard something from the Jiang Group. In addition, he has handed over the full authority of Ilian Warehousing to me, and told me to keep a close eye on the materials entering the warehouse. Zhao Tianhe would never have thought that his son had already made his words clear to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo smiled. It seemed that God was helping him. With Zhao Wei's help, things became more convenient for him. After Chen Nuo told Zhao Wei about finding a hotel, he hung up the phone. He looked at his phone casually. Tomato News was pushing international events. Chen Nuo was attracted by a title. 6 aircraft carrier formations of the United States are conducting military exercises with other countries. What are they trying to do? Chen Nuo shook his head and didn't even have the desire to click into watch. Anyway, in 10 days, the end of the world would come and nothing would matter. He threw his phone on the bed, and suddenly, he sat up abruptly. If I go and collect these 6 aircraft carrier formations into the parcel column, will I still be short of weapons? Chen Nuo quickly picked up his phone, found the news, and clicked on it. Chen Nuo's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he looked eager to try. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Chen Nuo got up and walked out of the hotel. He stood at the door of the hotel and looked at the countdown first, 2:12:54:15. He waved his hand, and a taxi stopped. Chen Nuo got in the taxi and went directly to Ilian Warehouse. On the way, he called Su Li and asked him to send someone to come earlier and find more people. After all, 10 billion in cash is not a small amount of money, and it would take several hours just to count it. After Chen Nuo arrived at the warehouse, he took out 1 billion in cash and piled it in the middle of the warehouse. There were more than a dozen piles in total, which looked very visually impactful. However, Chen Nuo didn't feel anything. If he didn't spend so much money before the end of the world, he would feel uncomfortable even if he used it to wipe his, but after the end of the world. At 7:30, Chen Nuo heard the sound of a car outside the warehouse, so he walked out of the warehouse and saw 4 or 5 cars parked in front of the warehouse. He also saw a bus. Suli got out of the car and smiled sweetly when she saw Chen Nuo. "Brother, sister is not late, right?" Chen Nuo hurried to meet him. "Sister Su, why did you come here in person?" Suli opened her arms and gestured to Chen Nuo, who had no choice but to hug her gently. "A 10 billion contract is also a big deal for our group. So, I have to come here in person to show my appreciation for you." After a few pleasantries, Chen Nuo led Su Li into the warehouse. Seeing the pile of money, even though Su Li was a rich person, she was still a little stunned. Su Li looked at so much cash and didn't say anything, but spoke to the person behind her. "Hurry up and count the number." There were more than 30 people coming this time, and they brought 40 or 50 money counting machines. Seeing that they had all started to get busy, Chen Nuo said to Su Li next to him, "Sister Su, 10 billion may seem like a lot, but it's far from enough. You need to pay more attention to this." Su Li had heard Chen Nuo say this several times. She glanced at Chen Nuo, then looked at the person who was busy counting the money, and spoke softly. "Don't worry, I have mobilized all the power of the group, and I allow them to use their connections to supply you with all the materials as long as the quality is guaranteed. I hope you don't mind me doing this. You know, only interest can motivate people." When Chen Nuo heard this, instead of blaming him, he showed delight. "This is the best. Once they gain benefits, they will be more proactive in looking for supplies. Sister Su, I have to thank you." Su Li breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chen Nuo was really happy. She was really afraid that Chen Nuo would be unhappy because of this. "I'm glad you understand. If you hadn't kept saying that I would fully cooperate with you, I wouldn't have said this. By the way, since it will take a long time here, let's go check out our group's warehouse here." Chen Nuo nodded. He didn't plan to stay here and watch. The two of them came to the warehouse of Jiang Group, where someone was already waiting. Chen Nuo walked into the warehouse. This warehouse was very big. His own warehouse was only about 1,000 square meters, while this warehouse was at least 4 or 5,000 square meters. This was just one of the warehouses in Jiang Group. Chen Nuo took a quick glance and saw a warehouse full of goods, including electrical appliances, food, and clothing. Everything you could think of was available. Su Li took Chen Nuo to visit several such warehouses, including cold storages, which mainly stored vegetables, fruits, and meat. There are 7,000 to 8,000 tons of vegetables alone, 65,000 tons of frozen meat, and 143,000 tons of rice, flour, grain, and oil. This is just the inventory of Zhang's department store. Ilian Warehousing also has inventory in other shopping malls. Thinking about this, Chen Nuo felt like he was experiencing a series of climaxes. "Brother, in fact, these stocks alone can at least support the consumption of more than 10 million people in Nanha City for half a month. I'm not sure about its value, but I think it must be several billion. However, in order to maintain the normal supply of Nanha City, I will reserve 1 day's supply. The rest can be given to you first. In addition, the group has already started to transfer goods from other places, and 10 billion worth of materials will be in place soon." Chen Nuo took a deep breath and held Su Li's hand. Su Li struggled for a while, but couldn't break free. Her face turned red and she whispered, "Brother, let me go? It will be bad if someone sees us." Chapter 17. The first batch of materials is 2.73 billion, and the owners of other shopping malls are here. Not only did Chen Nuo not let go, but his thumb was still rubbing the back of Su Li's hand. "Sister Su, it would be great if you were not married." When Su Li heard Chen Nuo's words, she let out a sweet laugh. "What? Brother, do you still have feelings for your sister?" Chen Nuo nodded quickly and said with affection in his eyes, "I only regret that you were already someone else's wife when we met. Alas, it's too late to say anything now. I can only say that my brother is unlucky." Su Li was a little stunned by what Chen Nuo said. At this moment, she actually wanted to divorce Jiang Yu as soon as possible. Su Li came back to her senses from her trance. She pulled her hand back and lightly tapped Chen Nuo's chest with her fingers. "You stinky little brother. You only know how to talk nonsense. Okay, I'll have someone take away the supplies needed for today and leave the rest to you. You can also take a look. Once the amount is confirmed, we will seal the warehouse." Chen Nuo nodded, and they walked out of the warehouse. From a distance, they saw Zhao Wei and a middle-aged man rushing over. "Brother Chen, here I come. Chen Nuo nodded to Zhao Wei. Have you eaten yet? If not, go eat something first. There's nothing to do here right now. Old Lu behind Zhao Wei was stunned. It was the first time he saw someone talking to Zhao Wei so casually. The key point was that Zhao Wei was nodding and bowing. I have eaten. By the way, Brother Chen, have you eaten? If not, I will go get you some. Chen Nuo then remembered that he hadn't eaten yet. However, because Su Li was next to him, he said directly, I came here after eating. Since everything is fine, you can go over there and help me keep an eye on it. After hearing this, Zhao Wei happily walked over there. Lao Lu did not follow him. He looked at Chen Nuo in surprise, and then looked at Su Li. Boss Su, our boss has told me that within the next 10 days, all materials can only be brought in but not taken out. We have already added personnel at each entrance and exit. I would like to ask, after this warehouse is sealed, do we still need someone to look after it? After hearing this, Su Li first looked at Chen Nuo, who had a calm expression on his face. She then looked at Lao Lu. Lao Lu, there's no need to have someone watch over such a large warehouse. Just keep an eye on the entrance and exit. 2 hours passed in a blink of an eye. Chen Nuo and Su Li sat in the car, chatting intermittently. At this time, the person in charge of managing the warehouse came over. In fact, it would be easy to liquidate the value of the inventory. There would be records of how much supplies there are, and you could figure it out with just a calculation. The reason it took so long was because one day's supply had to be transported away. Boss Su, all the materials in the 9 warehouses are clearly recorded. The total is more than 2.73 billion. Take a look. Su Li took the report, glanced at it casually, and then handed it to Chen Nuo. Brother, do you want to check it out? Chen Nuo took the form and scanned it roughly. Let's go, let's take a look. After all, it's worth billions, it's better to take a look. Chen Nuo didn't look very carefully, he just walked around the 9 warehouses. They were full of supplies. With so many supplies, it didn't matter whether there were billions or not. The key was that all of them would be his. Sister, you must not limit yourself to 10 billion. I will definitely increase the purchase amount later, so go ahead and get as much as you can. I will eat up whatever you can get within 10 days. Although Su Li was a little worried, she had already paid the advance payment, so she was not afraid even if something went wrong. She thought about it and wondered whether she should buy some insurance. In case there were any problems, the insurance company would cover her. However, she was reluctant to spend extra money for no reason, so she decided to discuss it with other shareholders first. Don't worry, brother. I've kept it in mind. I'll supervise them when I get back. The 2 men walked out of the warehouse, and it was locked again. From that moment on, the warehouse was sealed. Brother, there is no problem keeping those fruits and vegetables in the cold storage for half a month and meat for 3 months. If you are worried that the fruits and vegetables will go bad, I can supply them to Nana City first, and then give you more fruits and vegetables in the last few days. Chen Nuo thought about it. That's it. Although fruits and vegetables are not easy to preserve, half a month is enough. Su Li didn't understand what Chen Nuo meant by enough. However, since Chen Nuo didn't care, she stopped talking. The 2 came to the previous warehouse. It was almost finished here. After more than 10 minutes, the person in charge came out as expected. Boss Su, it is indeed 1 billion. Not a cent less, not a cent more. The next step was to start loading the truck. Chen Nuo and Su Li invalidated the previous contract and signed a new contract for 10 billion yuan, with the same terms as the previous contract. Su Li and Chen Nuo said goodbye reluctantly. She still had to make a general plan. Don't look at their previous inventory of 20 to 30 billion, but that was due to continuous purchases. If they really want to produce the 10 billion worth of materials that Chen Nuo requested, even if their group operates at full capacity, it will still take 3 to 5 days. Chen Nuo watched Su Li's convoy leave, then turned around and said to Zhao Wei beside him, "Where are Su Hao and Jing Tao?" Zhao Wei had already contacted both of them, so he replied to Chen Nuo. Jing Tao is busy with the medicine, and Su Hao is trying to figure out how to get a generator. Chen Nuo nodded and turned to lock the door of the warehouse. Suddenly, he thought of the news he saw yesterday. Zhao Wei, I need dozens of sets of professional diving equipment. Find a way to get them for me. It's the same as before. If you can buy on credit, then buy on credit. If you can't, then pay in advance and settle the payment in 10 days. After hearing this, Zhao Wei took out his cell phone. He did know someone who bought and sold diving equipment. Moreover, his father was the richest man in Nana City, so it was easy for him to get such connections. Chen Nuo watched Zhao Wei dial the number. When the other party heard it was Zhao Wei, he directly said that it would be fine to settle the payment in a month. Chen Nuo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's easier to get things done if you have connections. After Zhao Wei had discussed it with the other party, he asked Chen Nuo again, "Brother Chen, do you need anything else? If that's all, I'll have them send the diving equipment over here." Chen Nuo thought about it. Get more oxygen tanks, and the kind used for deep diving. Zhao Wei understood, so he repeated Chen Nuo's request, told the other party the address, and hung up the phone. Brother Chen, it's done. What are you going to do with this diving equipment? Chen Nuo didn't intend to hide it. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to this side, so he spoke in a low voice. I saw on the news that there is a military exercise going on in the South China Sea. I heard there are 6 aircraft carrier formations. I want to go there. That way I will not only have weapons, but also aircraft and missiles. Zhao Wei's body shook and he felt a little dizzy. He looked at Chen Nuo in shock. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder. Look at your ability. Isn't this a basic operation? Zhao Wei swallowed, his face showing deep excitement. Brother Chen, when are you going? Can I follow you? Chen Nuo shook his head. Disappointment appeared in Zhao Wei's eyes. Chen Nuo spoke earnestly. Zhao Wei, you are still needed to keep an eye on this place. As you can see, I have signed a 10 billion yuan shopping contract with Jiang Group. In the next 2 or 3 days, supplies will be continuously shipped in. You need to help me keep an eye on these supplies. As soon as Zhao Wei heard this, he understood Chen Nuo's considerations. Indeed, there was a need for more people here. Hey, I just want to see Brother Chen expel foreign invaders for the country. Don't worry, Brother Chen, don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on our supplies. As the two were talking, a few middle-aged men suddenly came over and Zhao Wei frowned. Hey, what are they doing here? Chen Nuo glanced at those people and didn't recognize them. Do you know them? Zhao Wei nodded. They are all owners of some big shopping malls, and some of them deal in hardware and building materials. Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows. He vaguely guessed something. At this time, those people had already arrived in front of him. Mr. Zhao, long time no see. My daughter has been talking about you a lot lately. Zhao Wei was stunned, then looked at the fat, big-eared middle-aged man. Oh, Uncle Chong, I haven't seen Chong Ling for a while. When I'm free later, I will definitely ask her out to play. Chong Jianjun nodded, then looked at Chen Nuo on the side. Who is this? Zhao Wei didn't understand the other party's intention, so he could only look at Chen Nuo first, and Chen Nuo directly stretched out his hand. I'm Chen Nuo, Zhao Wei's good friend. When Zhao Wei heard this, his heart beat faster, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Chong Jianjun shakes hands with Chen Nuo. Hello, Chong Jianjun. I own 2 large shopping malls in Nana City. I came here today because I heard some news that Jiang Group received a 10 billion yuan order. So I shamelessly asked if there is any opportunity for cooperation. Others also introduced themselves. They were all businessmen. Some were engaged in fruit and vegetable business. Some were engaged in hardware and building materials business. Some were engaged in meat business, and so on. There was a hint of joy in Chen Nuo's eyes. Just as he expected, a huge order of tens of billions would definitely attract the attention of other business people. They would definitely find ways to find out about him. This is also the effect that Chen Nuo wants. Only when everyone is mobilized, more supplies will come to Nana City. Oh, you mean you want me to buy your supplies? Chapter 18, another 10 billion contract? The bank wants to lend Chen Nuo 7 billion. Chong Jianjun and the others nodded, with anticipation on their faces. Chen Nuo glanced at them. He didn't speak immediately, but walked back and forth a few steps. Do you know how much concessions the Jiang Group gave me? Chong Jianjun had already found out the terms of the contract. Otherwise, he would not have come directly to Chen Nuo. 1.2 billion advance payment, 10 billion contract. The balance will be paid in 10 days. Before the balance is paid, all materials will be stored and sealed. Chen Nuo looked at Chong Jianjun. Chong Jianjun met Chen Nuo's gaze, and Chen Nuo nodded. You're right. I didn't expect that for a company as big as Jiang Group, you would know the contents of the contract so clearly. You're amazing. Chong Jianjun took a deep breath. He did not look down on Chen Nuo because of his young age. I also heard that the little brother's demand is more than 10 billion. You have expressed more than once that you want the Jiang Group to fully cooperate with you. Chen Nuo nodded and motioned for him to continue. Chong Jianjun looked back at the others. They nodded to each other, and Chong Jianjun looked back at Chen Nuo. Even though each of us is no match for the Jiang Group, if we unite together, the supplies we can mobilize will definitely not be less than theirs. Chen Nuo looked at him calmly, without saying anything. We have discussed this. If you can follow the agreement with Jiang's group, we can supply you with 10 billion worth of materials with a 1 billion advance payment. As you can see, we cover almost every aspect of life. As long as you can cooperate with us, we will do our best to cooperate with you. Chen Nuo looked at the others behind Chong Jianjun, and they all nodded. Chen Nuo walked to the side and found a seat to sit down. He closed his eyes and pretended to be thinking. Chong Jianjun and his team did not rush them, as they knew that such a big business really required some thought. 2 minutes later, Chen Nuo opened his eyes and looked at Chong Jianjun and the others. The advance payment is in cash. If possible, I will pay you 300 million in advance, and you will provide me with 3 billion in supplies. Of course, I will give you more money in 2 days. How about that? Chang Jianjun frowned and looked at the others. Seeing hesitation on their faces, he turned back and said to Chen Nuo, "Can we discuss this first?" Chen Nuo shrugged indifferently. "It's all right. I'm a little hungry now. Zhao Wei and I will go to the cafeteria here to get something to eat and come back soon. After you have discussed it, you can go there to find me, or wait for me here." Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei left, and Chang Jianjun looked at the others. "What do you think? I don't think a 300 million advance payment is a big deal. You all should know that he just paid a 200 million advance payment yesterday morning and signed a 1.5 billion contract. He added another 1 billion this morning. Now he's offering us a 300 million advance payment. I actually feel like it's even better than what he did to Zhang's group." When others heard this, they thought it made sense. Since the 1 billion advance payment was intended to give the other party 10 billion in supplies, then a 300 million advance payment to 3 billion did not seem unacceptable. Moreover, he could increase the amount at any time. The few of them reached a consensus in an instant and agreed to Chen Nuo's request. However, they did not go to find Chen Nuo immediately, but waited here. Several big bosses, people who are rarely seen together, are actually waiting here for Chen Nuo. It has to be said that the power of money is really strong. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei came to the cafeteria of Ilian Warehouse. Chen Nuo ordered a braised chicken. In his previous life, he liked to eat this and often ordered takeout. The braised chicken came up, Chen Nuo took a bite and felt it tasted okay, so he said to Zhao Wei next to him, "Go and make some arrangements. Ask the canteen to make more braised chicken when they have time recently. It only takes 9 days. Give them a raise during these few days." Zhao Wei was stunned after hearing this. Then he understood. He walked towards the cafeteria and went straight to find the person in charge. Chen Nuo glanced at what Zhao Wei was saying to that person and ignored him. At this time, his cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After thinking about it, he hung up. Just after hanging up, within a few seconds, the number called again. At this time, Zhao Wei walked over. "Brother Chen, we have already agreed. Let them make 1,000 copies first." Chen Nuo nodded, looked at his phone, answered it, and turned on the speaker. "Hello, is this Mr. Chen Nuo? I am Su Dalong, the president of Nanha City Bank." Before the other side finished speaking, Chen Nuo snorted coldly. "Fraud." He just hung up the phone. Zhao Wei sat down in a daze and said to Chen Nuo, "Brother Chen, I don't know if he is a liar or not, but the president of our Nanha City Bank is really called Su Dalong." Chen Nuo bit a chicken claw in his mouth. He looked up at Zhao Wei, his mind a little confused. He thought of Chang Jianjun and others just now. Could it be? The phone screen lit up again, and this time, it showed Nanha City Bank. Chen Nuo glanced at Zhao Wei and then answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Chen Nuo. I'm Su Dalong, the president of Nanha City Bank, who called you just now, and you said he was a liar." Chen Nuo couldn't stand it anymore. Is this world so crazy? He had roughly guessed why Su Dalong called him, and sure enough. "Mr. Chen, are you listening?" Chen Nuo spat out the chicken feed in his mouth, then wiped his hands roughly and picked up the phone on the table. "Hello, I'm listening." "Sorry, President Su, I was also confused by the scam. I hope you can forgive me." The two of them started to flatter each other, but they talked for a long time without getting to the point. In the end, Chen Nuo asked directly, "President Su, I wonder what's the matter with you calling me?" After Su Dalong paused for a few seconds, Chen Nuo heard a voice coming from the phone. "It's like this. I heard that Brother Chen has been buying a large amount of supplies recently, and the supplies are all sealed in Ilian Warehouse. I think our bank has a loan quota recently. See if you can use those supplies as collateral to get some money from our bank. Don't worry, I will definitely give you the lowest interest rate." Chen Nuo was really shocked. He had just guessed, but now, it turned out to be true. Are the rules of this world and his world different? "Brother Su, I won't hide it from you. I prepaid 1.2 billion for those materials and signed a contract for a purchase of 10 billion. Now I have 2.73 billion worth of materials. It is agreed that I will pay the balance in 10 days. Of course, my money will be in place in 10 days. It's just that using these materials as collateral, will it be?" Su Dalong didn't wait for Chen Nuo to finish speaking. He already understood the general situation, so he spoke directly. "Brother Chen, you can rest assured. I have great confidence in your financial resources. As long as you sign an agreement with our bank to repay the bank loan in full in 10 days, we can make arrangements for the payment." Chen Nuo was confused and asked, "But those materials don't completely belong to me. Will this cause any inconvenience?" Su Dalong said directly and decisively, "Don't worry, brother. I'm the president of the bank. You just need to help me solve the loan quota this time. You don't have to worry about other things. I will arrange everything, and I will give you the lowest interest." Chen Nuo took a deep breath and stood up. Since Brother Su has said so, I, Chen Nuo, cannot but give him face. Tell me, how much can I borrow for these supplies? Su Dalong asked Chen Nuo about the specific numbers of the supplies, and he calculated it. Brother, although your supplies are only over 2.7 billion now, your contract is 10 billion. Based on this, I can give you an amount of 7 billion. Chen Nuo was shocked. Really? Brother Su, isn't this too much? Isn't the risk too great? Su Dalong shook his head over there. Brother, it's not much. What are you worried about? I'm not worried about the risk. Just put your mind at ease. I'll take care of everything. It's not that Su Dalong is stupid, but he has received news that the Jiang group is making every effort to transfer goods from other places, and the entire group is serving Chen Nuo alone. Is such a big group also stupid? If they don't hurry up now, are they waiting for other banks to take the lead? This is the wonder of everything in the world. Chen Nuo suddenly remembered a story from his childhood. An old man went to Bill Gates and said that his son was the future son-in-law of the bank president. Bill Gates then made use of the old man's son. The old man went to the bank president again and said that his son was the confidant of the world's richest man. The bank president then betrothed his daughter to the old man's son. The current situation is nothing more than this. Chapter 19, the advance payment increased to 2 billion, and a loan of 20 billion was received. Chen Nuo and Su Dalong quickly agreed on a time, and Su Dalong said that he would bring people to Ilian warehousing to find Chen Nuo in a while. Chen Nuo hung up the phone, still a little unconvinced about the authenticity of this matter. The two walked out of the cafeteria and returned to the warehouse, where they saw Chang Jianjun and others waiting there. From a distance, Chang Jianjun and his companions trotted over. Brother Chen, we have discussed it and will do as you say. After hearing this, Chen Nuo, who immediately had money, shook his head. When Chang Jianjun and others saw this, they all felt nervous. Could something unexpected have happened? This? Brother Chen, why is this happening? Seeing that everyone was getting anxious, Chen Nuo quickly waved his hands. My dear brothers, I misunderstood you. I shook my head because I felt that 300 million advance payment was indeed too little. I plan to increase the advance payment to 2 billion. I wonder how much supply you can give me. Chang Jianjun and the others were all shocked and their heartbeats quickened. A middle-aged man took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. Chen Nuo stared at the man, really afraid that he would burp. Brother Chen, do you mean 2 billion? Chen Nuo nodded. Without hiding anything, he told several people about the bank loan he had received. After hearing this, Chang Jianjun was delighted. Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about it first. For the 2 billion advance payment, how much supply can you give me? Chang Jianjun tried to speak. 20 billion. Chen Nuo smiled and walked towards the warehouse without saying anything. Brother Chen, don't leave. We can still talk. Chen Nuo continued walking, and Chang Jianjun became anxious. Brother Chen, you tell us what you want, and we'll listen to you. Chen Nuo stopped when he heard this. That's right. You have to have an attitude when doing business. I previously asked for a 300 million advance payment, but now I'm asking for 2 billion. You guys have to make some concessions, right? Chang Jianjun and others nodded quickly. I won't ask for too much. A 2 billion advance payment and a 23 billion material supply contract will be signed. We will agree to the same as the Jiang Group, that all materials will be stored in the warehouse and sealed, and the balance will be paid in 10 days. How do you do that? Chang Jianjun looked back at the bosses behind him, and they all nodded. With a 10-day turnover period, all materials would be sealed, and even if there were problems, they would only make a profit and not a loss. In fact, they all wished that Chen Nuo would breach the contract. Just by simply holding the inventory for 10 days, he could make billions. This was simply robbing money. After the few people had agreed, they waited together for Su Dalong to arrive. Half an hour later, a car stopped at the door of the warehouse. Chen Nuo and his friends walked out of the warehouse and saw a middle-aged man, a young man, and a beautiful woman getting out of the car. Zhao Wei introduced Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, that person is Su Dalong. Chen Nuo nodded and walked towards Su Dalong. But Brother Su? Su Dalong burst into laughter. Brother Chen, it's a shame that we met too late. I never thought that Brother Chen is so young. The two hugged each other, just like long-lost relatives. Chang Jianjun and others behind them were greatly confident when they saw how much Chen Nuo and Su Dalong loved each other. Su Dalong and Chen Nuo separated, and he pointed at the beautiful woman next to him and said, Come, let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Su Shanshan. You are all young people, so you should get to know each other better. A blush appeared on Su Shanshan's face, and she subconsciously glanced at the young man beside her. When Chen Nuo saw her actions, he looked at the young man. Sure enough, the young man looked a little uncomfortable, and Chen Nuo immediately understood. Brother Su, look how embarrassed you made them. Although I am young, I can tell at a glance that these two are a perfect match. When Su Dalong heard this, he looked at Su Shanshan and Feng Yu again, but he was not too upset. Haha, look at what you said. I was just introducing my daughter to you. You're overthinking it. Feng Yu looked at Chen Nuo gratefully, and Chen Nuo nodded and greeted him. Come on, brother Su, let's go check out the supplies so you can assess them. Su Dalong nodded. Only then did he realize that Chang Jianjun and the others knew each other, so he started to flatter them again. When Su Dalong learned that Chen Nuo was going to sign a 23 billion contract with Chang Jianjun and others, he was overjoyed. Su Dalong asked directly, Boss Chang, how much inventory do all of your supplies have in this warehouse? Chang Jianjun shook his head. We don't know the exact number, but the inventory here can fully supply the tens of millions of people in Nanha City for 2 or 3 months. It should be at least 700 to 800 million. Su Dalong's eyes lit up. He nodded, then pulled Chen Nuo, and the two of them came to the side. Brother Su, is there anything wrong? Su Dalong smiled slightly. Brother, if I give you a quota of 20 billion, can you take it? Chen Nuo was stunned, a thoughtful look on his face, but he was actually very happy. He had roughly guessed that Su Dalong wanted to cooperate with Chang Jianjun and others and wanted to use their supplies as collateral. Wouldn't this be bad for Brother Su? After all, it's so much money. What if I? Before Chen Nuo could finish his words, Su Dalong grabbed his shoulder. Brother, what can you expect? I'm using these materials as collateral to lend you the money. If you can't pay me back, I'll naturally go to them. Your advance payment will include a portion of my money. If you pay it back in time, I'll have completed my target mission. Chen Nuo was simply astonished. He swallowed and spoke hesitantly. Then do as the elder brother says? Su Dalong patted Chen Nuo on the shoulder. As it should be. Su Dalong directly told Chang Jianjun his idea, and they did not refuse. After all, they all believed in Chen Nuo's financial resources. As a result, a situation of trap within a trap emerged, and Chen Nuoxian signed a contract worth 23 billion yuan with Chang Jianjun and others. Afterwards, they sorted out the inventory of Ilian warehousing and found that there was a total inventory volume of 8.5 billion. These are basically all the inventory in Nana City. They only have 1 day's supply left to maintain the operation of Nana City. Su Dalong directly took photos of the inventory and mortgaged it, and sealed everything in place until 10 days later. Su Dalong processed a Nanha City bank card for Chen Nuo on the spot, and then left with Su Shanshan and Feng Yu. The money arrived very quickly. Chen Nuo thought it would take several days. In just 1 hour, Chen Nuo received a text message from the bank notifying him of the arrival of his funds. Soon after, Su Dalong called. Chen Nuo chatted with him briefly, and then hung up. He opened his online banking account, and saw that there were so many zeros, and the first digit was 2. Chang Jianjun and others beside Chen Nuo had been waiting impatiently for a long time, and they all looked at Chen Nuo eagerly. Chen Nuo laughed. 20 billion has been received. Give me your bank card number, and I will transfer the 2 billion advance payment to you now. Chang Jianjun gave Chen Nuo a bank card number, and under their supervision, Chen Nuo was about to transfer 2 billion. As soon as he entered the password, the phone rang. Chen Nuo saw that it was Nanha City Bank, asking whether he was the one handling the large transfer, etc. After a while, the money was transferred. When Chang Jianjun and his colleagues saw the money arrived, they shook hands with Chen Nuo one by one to celebrate the successful cooperation. Chen Nuo sent Chang Jianjun and others away. They were all preparing to supply goods to Chen Nuo. As soon as Chen Nuo sat down, Zhao Wei's phone rang. Brother Chen, the diving equipment should have arrived. I'll go to the door to greet them. Chen Nuo nodded and watched Zhao Wei leave. He sat casually on a step, thinking about today's events. He was still thinking about how to make some money, but he didn't expect that now. He didn't need it. At this moment, Chen Nuo remembered that those wealthy companies in his previous life often had debts of trillions. Thinking about the 20 billion, he felt that his vision was still too small. Chen Nuo, who was daydreaming, heard the noise and looked up. He saw a lot of cars driving over. He frowned, stood up, and looked at the cars parked in front of the warehouse. Zhao Wei came in front of Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, I just received a call from the restaurant. They delivered the Manchu Han banquet that they just made today. Chen Nuo was stunned, remembering this matter. Today's events made his mind a little confused, and he had forgotten about it. Chen Nuo opened the door of the warehouse and placed all the food into the warehouse. The delivery staff didn't care why they did this. They just did their job. Then there are the diving equipment, all of which are the best equipment, suitable for deep-sea diving. As long as your body can withstand it, you can dive hundreds of meters. It is said that the maximum capacity of the oxygen cylinder can support a person breathing underwater for 1 or 2 hours. It is not clear whether this is true or not. There are a total of 100 oxygen cylinders and more than 30 sets of diving suits. Half an hour later, everyone left, leaving only Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei in the warehouse. Zhao Wei, go and close the door. I'll take all these things away. Chapter 20. More than 300 sets of Manchuhan banquets, a total of 93 billion in material supply contracts. Zhao Wei hurried to close the door. Before closing the door, he looked outside, and after seeing that there was no one there, he locked the warehouse door from the inside. Chen Nuo had already started collecting the food. Wherever Chen Nuo passed, the food within 6 meters suddenly disappeared. Chen Nuo walked over leisurely, and in a short while, all the food and diving equipment were put into the package column. Chen Nuo showed excitement on his face. There were more than 300 sets of the Manchuhan banquet, with 108 dishes in each set. Jing Tao and his team mobilized their connections and found many restaurants to make this. Chen Nuo came in front of Zhao Wei and raised his hand to support him. A lunchbox appeared. Yes, all the dishes were delivered in the lunchbox. It was impossible for them to deliver them on plates from such a long distance. Zhao Wei looked at Chen Nuo's skills and was extremely envious. Zhao Wei, let them continue to cook and send the meals here every day. By the way, I told you before that I will go to the South China Sea in the next 2 days. If I am not here, you can put these meals in the cold storage. Although the taste will not be better than freshly cooked after reheating, this is the only way for now. By the way, speaking of hot meals, give Jing Tao and Su Hao a call and ask them to get some gas tanks. We need to stock up on this stuff too. Chen Nuo thought of gasoline and diesel again, and he was wondering whether he should steal some oil. Alas, there are too many things to do. No matter how prepared I am, it feels like it is not enough. The end of the world is getting closer and closer, and Chen Nuo is not quite sure what the end of the world will be like. Anyway, one thing that is certain is that there will definitely be zombies, because he traveled through time because he was playing a zombie game. Zhao Wei, please help me get a visa to the Philippines. I'm planning to go there. Zhao Wei was stunned, and he said to Chen Nuo, Brother Chen, have you forgotten? In order to promote the economy, ASEAN countries canceled visas between all countries a few years ago. You can go to the Philippines anytime. Chen Nuo frowned. This was not canceled in his original world. However, since it was not needed, it would be more convenient. Chen Nuo thought about it, and then said, That's even better. Book me a flight to the Philippines tomorrow afternoon, and try to arrive in the evening. Zhao Wei nodded, then asked for Chen Nuo's ID number. After a while, he booked a flight for Chen Nuo to the Philippines at 6 p.m. tomorrow. Zhao Wei sent the flight information to Chen Nuo. After Chen Nuo took a look at it, he was ready to verify a previous idea. Before he put away his phone, he saw that Su Li had called. Chen Nuo answered the phone with a smile. Sister Su, I was just about to call you when you called me. What's the matter? Go ahead and tell me first. Su Li hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke. Brother, I heard that you signed a 23 billion material supply contract with Chang Jianjun and his team. Chen Nuo was stunned. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Sister Su, you are really well informed. Su Li was getting anxious. She was in the conference room at that moment. All the senior executives and shareholders were listening. Jiang Yu in particular looked unhappy. He listened to Su Li and Chen Nuo talking like sister and brother, and felt annoyed in his heart. Brother, we have been cooperating well. Why are you looking for them to cooperate again? There is absolutely no need for you to do so. We at Jiang Group will do our best to supply you, so we can. Chen Nuo understood what Su Li was thinking and quickly interrupted her. Sister Su, please be patient. I just said I would call you to talk about this. In the conference room, everyone's heart was in tension. They wanted to hear what Chen Nuo would say. Sister Su, I'm going to give you another 5 billion in advance. Can you tell me how much supply you can give me? In the conference room, everyone's nervous hearts were shocked, and then expressions of deep surprise appeared on their faces. Su Li was a little stunned. Mr. Jiang next to her was the first to come back to his senses. He knocked lightly on the conference table, and Su Li suddenly woke up. She glanced at everyone who were shocked and surprised, and then took a deep breath. Brother, are you telling the truth? Chen Nuo said in a relaxed tone. Sister Su, would my brother lie to you? I won't hide it from you. The bank found me today and gave me a loan of 20 billion, so don't worry about the money. Everyone was shocked again, as they had not received any news about the bank lending money to Chen Nuo. At the same time, they were also shocked by Chen Nuo's power. The bank was so generous. Normally, if you want to get some money, you have to beg for help from everyone, but for Chen Nuo, the bank was eager to give you money. This also proves from the side that the bank is very confident in Chen Nuo, so everyone is more motivated. Sister Su, are you listening? Su Li thought about it, then made a gesture to the other shareholders, and everyone nodded. Brother, sister is listening. For a 5 billion advance payment, I can give you 60 billion in supplies. What do you think? Chen Nuo thought about it. The previous 10 billion supplies, plus the 23 billion supplies from Chang Jianjun and others, plus these 60 billion supplies, totaled 93 billion supplies. If you buy some more for free later, you can still collect 100 billion worth of supplies. Sure, when do you decide to sign the contract? I can transfer the money to you through online banking this time. Su Li breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Chen Nuo agreed. Okay, brother, I'll go to Ilian warehouse to find you later, and we'll meet and talk. After the two hung up the phone, Chen Nuo waited for Su Li to come over in the warehouse. At this time, someone on the internet in Nanha City spread the news that the Jiang Group had already signed a contract worth tens of billions and was about to sign a contract worth 60 billion. Originally, due to Jiang Yu's welfare live broadcast, the stock price of Jiang Group had fallen a bit. However, after the news came out, the stock price of Jiang Group soared. This made those shareholders ecstatic, and they worked even harder. Chang Jianjun and his friends were envious when they saw that Jiang Group's stock price hit the daily limit due to the contract news. So they leaked the news that they had signed a 23 billion contract, and sure enough, their company's stock price went up to the daily limit. The sudden arrival of several billion-dollar orders naturally could not be concealed from the municipal government, which was very concerned about this. Through their connections, they learned that Chen Nuo and Deputy Mayor Wang Mei's son, Su Hao, were friends. Mayor's office. Wang Mei walked out in a daze, and she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. She never thought that her son, who had never done anything serious, would be praised by the mayor. If she hadn't found out what happened in the end, she would have thought that the mayor was drunk. After Chen Nuo waited for Su Li to arrive, the two signed the contract, and everything remained the same as before. Chen Nuo transferred the 5 billion advance payment to the bank card given by Su Li. After Su Li saw the money arrived, she asked others to wait for her outside. She had something to say to Chen Nuo. The others walked out. Su Li glanced at Zhao Wei, who was still standing there stupidly. Zhao Wei was stunned for a moment, then understood and left the warehouse. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, wondering what she was going to say. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Li turned around and closed the warehouse door. After Zhao Wei walked out, he vaguely guessed something, so he led the others to wait at a distance. Su Li turned around and looked straight at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo felt embarrassed when she looked at him. Sister Su, what's wrong? Su Li didn't say anything. She slowly walked in front of Chen Nuo, so close that they could hear each other's breathing, and their eyes met. Chen Nuo seemed to understand something in a trance, and Su Li bit her lips subconsciously. Kiss me. Chapter 21 boosted the GDP of Nanha City, and the municipal government should give Chen Nuo more fuel. Chen Nuo's brain shook. He seemed to have lost his rationality and hugged Su Li directly. The passion between the two of them embodied the concepts of mutual support, continued connection, and unable to restrain one's feelings, etc., words that would make one blush when seeing them. It was unknown how long it took, but Su Li felt tired, while Chen Nuo was extremely excited. With his physical limit, he could have played for the whole day if Su Li hadn't stopped him. Su Li's eyes were blurry and her breathing was heavy. Brother, I'm tired. They are all waiting outside. I can't stay too long. Wait until I finish your business first, then I'll give it to you. Chen Nuo regained his sanity and forced his hands away from Su Li's body. Chen Nuo helped Su Li tidy up the clothes on her chest and the short skirt that hung around her waist. Su Li adjusted her breathing, waited for the redness on her face to fade, and then walked out of the warehouse. Chen Nuo watched Su Li leave, and their eyes seemed to be glued together. Only after the car turned a corner did Chen Nuo retract his gaze. He licked his lips, savoring the taste of Su Li in his mouth. Zhao Wei saw all this and asked with a smile, Brother Chen, how does it taste? Chen Nuo answered subconsciously, It's wonderful. After Chen Nuo answered, he was suddenly stunned. He raised his foot and kicked Zhao Wei lightly, and Zhao Wei quickly dodged. Get lost, nothing happened to us. Don't talk nonsense. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he couldn't help but look in the direction where the car had just left, while Zhao Wei watched from the side, trying hard to hold back his laughter. Chen Nuo saw his expression out of the corner of his eye, snorted coldly, and walked out. He just wanted to verify a previous idea, if Su Li hadn't called. Zhao Wei hurried to follow. Brother Chen, what are we going to do now? Chen Nuo glanced at him without saying anything, so Zhao Wei had to follow him. Before he had taken a few steps, Chen Nuo's phone rang again, and he couldn't help but complain. This phone call never stops. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Nuo saw that it was Su Hao calling, so he answered the call directly. Su Hao, how's the generator going? Su Hao over there glanced at his mother beside him. Wang Mei was stunned. She originally thought that her son was just friends with Chen Nuo, but she didn't expect that her son was doing things for Chen Nuo. This made Wang Mei look at him with new eyes, and she nodded to Su Hao. Brother Chen, I have already contacted the seller of the generator. Let's not talk about this first. I called you because of something else. Chen Nuo stopped and asked, "What's the matter? You don't have to hide it between us. Just say it directly." When Wang Mei heard what Chen Nuo said, she concluded that her son and Chen Nuo definitely had a special relationship. A smile appeared on her face. Her son finally got it. "Brother Chen, it's like this. My mother wants to see you." Chen Nuo showed confusion on his face. He didn't understand why Su Hao's mother wanted to see him. Since she asked Su Hao to call him, it was definitely not about the money. "Oh, is there something wrong?" Su Hao glanced at Wang Mei, then said to Chen Nuo, "Brother Chen, I'm a little confused. Let my mom tell you." Chen Nuo said yes, and Wang Mei took the phone. "Chen Nuo, I'm Su Hao's mother. You can call me Aunt Wang." Chen Nuo replied, "Hello, Aunt Wang. Do you have any instructions?" Wang Mei could hear that Chen Nuo's tone had changed. It was no longer the relaxed tone like her son's, but one that showed respect for her. Wang Mei was happy. She felt relieved to have such a friend by her son's side. "It's like this. The several billion-dollar contracts you signed in the past 2 days have greatly promoted the GDP growth of Nana City. Jiang Group and other shopping malls are working hard to complete the contracts, which has driven the development of Nanha City in all aspects. The city has seen all of this." Chen Nuo immediately understood that the municipal government, like Su Dalong from the bank, was here to provide him with convenience, so he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for the city's attention, Aunt Wang. Just tell me directly if there is anything you need me to do. Besides, Su Hao and I are close friends, so please don't be shy." When Wang Mei heard Chen Nuo say this, she went straight to the point. "Xiao Nuo, Auntie Wang won't beat around the bush. Your contract worth nearly 100 billion has injected a strong impetus into the economy of Nana City. The city is ready to make things easy for you. You can ask the city for anything, whether it's money or land." Chen Nuo took a deep breath, his brain spinning rapidly. He used the embezzled money from Jingtao and Su Hao's family to pay a 1.2 billion advance payment and leverage a 10 billion contract. Then he used a contract worth 10 billion to leverage a loan of 20 billion, and finally used the loan to get a contract worth 83 billion. Now even the city is adding fuel to the fire. Will Chen Nuo be modest? Of course not. "Auntie Wang, to be honest, I do have a little request." Wang Mei smiled slightly. She was worried that Chen Nuo didn't have any requests. "Xiao Nuo, just tell me. As long as Aunt Wang can do it, I will do it for you." Chen Nuo took a deep breath. "Auntie Wang, let me tell you, I want a piece of land. As you know, I have purchased a lot of materials. After 10 days, when the balance is paid, I will deal with these materials. If I have a place of my own, it will be much more convenient for me." Wang Mei was even happier when she heard this. She was in charge of the development of this area. Other things might be difficult to handle, but the land could be handled with just a word from her. Besides, the city was very concerned about Chen Nuo now. "Xiao Nuo, tell me, where do you want it? How big do you want it?" Chen Nuo was secretly delighted. He thought the man was indeed courageous. No wonder he could embezzle more than 1.3 billion yuan and hundreds of apartments. "It would be best if the location is in the suburbs, close to Ilian warehouse. This will make it convenient for me to transport goods, and the short distance can greatly reduce my transportation costs." Wang Mei thought about it and agreed with Chen Nuo's statement. It was true that with so many supplies, the transportation cost would be low given the short distance. "Xiao Nuo, I understand. I will discuss with the city as soon as possible to see how much land can be approved for you. Do you have a rough idea in mind?" Chen Nuo smiled slightly. "Auntie Wang, of course the more the better. I will have more and more supplies here. If the place is big enough, it will be convenient for me to store them, right? However, I hope the city can arrange it as soon as possible so that I can find someone to fence off the land first." Wang Mei smiled and agreed to Chen Nuo. After they hung up the phone, Wang Mei said to her son Su Hao, "Xiao Hao, the mayor praised you very much in front of me this time. Mom is very pleased. Go and take care of your friend's affairs. Remember, do your best." Su Hao felt inexplicably funny as he watched his mother giving him these earnest reminders. If Wang Mei knew that Chen Nuo did all this with the money she embezzled, I wonder what she would think. Su Hao nodded and said that he would do his best to handle Chen Nuo's affairs. Wang Mei left happily. She wanted to quickly implement Chen Nuo's requirements, and she had already thought of a builder. Chen Nuo hung up the phone and told Zhao Wei what happened. Zhao Wei was happy for Chen Nuo at first, but then he was amazed that the world was so absurd. Chen Nuo walked forward with Zhao Wei. Su Hao called and Chen Nuo happily answered the call. "Su Hao, you helped me a lot this time." Su Hao was flattered. "Brother Chen, as long as I can help you, that's all." I was also shocked. I thought my mother had discovered something. Fortunately, by the way, my mother also told me to help you well and not to be lazy. Chen Nuo nodded. "Auntie Wang is right. Go and help me fix the generator." Su Hao briefly explained the progress of the generator, which should be in place within 2 or 3 days. After Chen Nuo hung up the phone, he found a large trailer that was 17 meters long and more than 2 meters wide. Chen Nuo asked the driver to drive the trailer to a secluded place, then gave the driver a few hundred yuan and asked the man to leave for a while. He also asked Zhao Wei to find a puppy and put it in the trailer. After finishing all this, Chen Nuo asked Zhao Wei to keep watch for him, and Zhao Wei watched Chen Nuo from a distance. Chen Nuo first opened the parcel railing. When he was within 6 meters of the trailer, he focused his attention on the trailer. However, the trailer did not move at all. He then focused his attention on the gravel on the ground, and the gravel disappeared. The gravel can be collected normally, but this trailer can't. Sure enough, my guess is reasonable. Things over 6 meters long cannot be collected by thoughts, so what about contact? Chapter 22. Chen Nuo is going to steal aircraft carriers and warships, and several provinces want to supply Chen Nuo with supplies. Chen Nuo came to the trailer, put his hands on it, and a thought came to him. Buzz. The trailer disappeared. Zhao Wei had seen Chen Nuo collecting things several times, but the sudden disappearance of the 17-meter trailer still had a great visual impact. Woof woof. A puppy was groaning in pain on the ground. The parcel rail was unable to receive living things. The trailer disappeared and the puppy fell off the trailer. Chen Nuo glanced at the puppy, then took out a lunchbox from the parcel column. Inside was an elbow. He opened it and threw it to the puppy. When the puppy saw the elbow, it pounced on it, completely forgetting the pain. Chen Nuo looked at the trailer in the parcel column. Trailer for hauling goods, 17.5 meters long and 2.5 meters wide. If you want to steal something, you can just use one trailer to take it away. Chen Nuo looked at the introduction and finally felt relieved. He raised his hand to put the trailer back to its original place, then walked towards Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei asked with some confusion, "Brother Chen, what do you mean?" Chen Nuo glanced at Zhao Wei. "I'm going to the Philippines, right? I have to try to see if space can hold large objects. You know, destroyers and aircraft carriers are over 100 meters long." Zhao Wei nodded, but he still had doubts. "Why get a dog then?" Chen Nuo stopped and stared at Zhao Wei blankly. Zhao Wei looked embarrassed. Chen Nuo glanced around again and said in a low voice, "You are so stupid. I'm going to steal those ships. There are people on them. Now I'm testing and it's confirmed that living things cannot be stored in space. When the time comes, I will just store the ships and those people will fall into the sea and drown." After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he walked forward. Zhao Wei suddenly realized something. He clapped his hands to show that he understood, but after taking a few steps, he said another sentence. "Brother Chen, but that's a dog. If we don't test it on humans, wouldn't that be too rigorous?" Chen Nuo stopped abruptly. Although he felt that what Zhao Wei said was redundant, it did seem a bit inaccurate. Chen Nuo turned and looked at Zhao Wei. "Let's go ahead and try it again." The two men returned to the front of the trailer. The puppy was still chewing on an elbow. When it saw the two men coming, it immediately bared its teeth and protected the elbow under its mouth. Chen Nuo cursed and asked Zhao Wei to climb onto the trailer. Zhao Wei felt a little regretful for talking too much, but under the pressure of Chen Nuo, he had to get on the trailer. Buzz. Ah. The trailer disappeared and Zhao Wei fell to the ground. It was so painful. Zhao Wei sat up with great effort and came to Chen Nuo's side. Chen Nuo put the trailer back. "Brother Chen, it turns out that we can't take living things. Let's go." Chen Nuo stopped him. Zhao Wei looked at Chen Nuo in confusion, only to see Chen Nuo pointing at the trailer again. "Not yet. We have to consider special circumstances. When you get on the car this time, you need to hold on to the body of the car. Let me try this." Zhao Wei held the car body carefully. He was paying attention all the time. When he saw Chen Nuo's hand on the car, he became extremely alert. Buzz. Bang. This time, because he was paying attention all the time, he did not fall to the ground. Chen Nuo came to Zhao Wei and asked, "What does it feel like?" Zhao Wei recalled and then said, "I didn't feel anything. I just felt my hands go empty and then they fell." Chen Nuo nodded, then put the trailer back where it was and pointed. "Go up again, and this time tie a rope around your waist." Zhao Wei thought about it and then said, "Brother Chen, how about we do a test on the dog first? After all, it's on a leash." After hearing this, Chen Nuo thought it made sense and nodded. Finally, Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei left this place. He had already tried everything. The parcel bar would not accept living things. Even if it was fixed, it would only accept dead things. In the afternoon, cars began to enter Ilian warehouse continuously. Jiang Group has started to operate at full capacity, and the municipal government has also begun to open the door to convenience. The transportation department has been notified that all trucks of Jiang Group and Chongjianjun do not need to be inspected, and green channels have been set up at highway stations. Although the Jiang Group is headquartered in Nanha City, their group covers several surrounding provinces. What is meant by a single move affecting the entire body? Several surrounding provinces were also in motion because of the Jiang Group's actions. Endless supplies began to gather, and people from other provinces didn't understand what was going on. All I saw was truckloads of supplies continuously driving onto the highway. After some final investigation, they finally understood the reason. The provincial governments began to contact Nanha City, hoping that they could purchase crops and specialties from their local people. The Nanha municipal government fully listened to the opinions of all parties, and then after exchanging views with the Jiang Group and Chongjianjun, it directly agreed to the request of various provinces. Thus, an unprecedented situation emerged. All provinces began to connect the supplies from all over the country with Jiang Group and Chongjianjun and his team. One by one, supplies were loaded onto trucks and transported to Nanha City. Chen Nuo was certainly not aware of this. He was receiving the supplies that were constantly being shipped in. Fortunately, Ilian Storage had enough warehouses, and Zhao Wei had already notified Lao Lu to speed up the construction of simple warehouses to avoid a situation where there was a shortage of warehouses. In the evening, Jing Tao and Su Hao came over. They found Chen Nuo, who was laughing as he looked at the warehouse full of supplies. "Brother Chen." The two men greeted each other, and Chen Nuo turned around to look at them, swallowed his saliva, and his face was filled with excitement that could not be concealed. "You're here. How's it going?" Su Hao nodded, his face showing excitement and excitement. "The generators have been arranged, 30 each of gasoline and diesel. I have already told them to try to get more. For the new energy, they will send solar panels." After Su Hao finished speaking, Jing Tao told him about his own situation. "I also used my father's connections to find the drug representatives. They have already agreed that they will deliver all the drugs in the next 2 days. The drugs include all aspects." Chen Nuo encouraged the two with a few words, and then told them about their trip to the Philippines tomorrow night. After hearing this, they both expressed the idea of going together, but Zhao Wei told them the reason why Chen Nuo rejected him, so they could only suppress their desires. "Zhao Wei is right. You three have to keep an eye on this place. I'm going to steal aircraft carriers and warships this time. If there are too many people, it will be easier to be exposed." The three of them said they understood. Seeing that they understood, Chen Nuo stopped talking and a steady stream of supplies continued to flow into the warehouse. Chen Nuo took the material list handed over by the person in charge, signed it, and locked the warehouse door. From the afternoon to 10 o'clock in the evening, all the supplies transported amounted to approximately 4.3 billion. Chen Nuo asked the three men to take him to the villa area and then let them go back to rest. After the three people left, Chen Nuo took out the van again and drove to the hotel. Chen Nuo lay on the bed in the hotel and soon fell asleep. At this time, the whole Nanha city was very lively. Night was their happy time. In a high-end restaurant, Su Dalong and a group of people were toasting each other, and they couldn't stop smiling. "Old Su, you don't look right today. What's the good news? Are you going to be a father-in-law?" Su Dalong drank the wine in the glass and looked at the person who was speaking with excitement on his face. "Oldly, stop talking nonsense here. I am really happy today. If you want to know, I can tell you." The others also fell silent. They were all leaders of various banks and would get together every month to communicate with each other so as not to miss any important events. When Su Dalong saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him, he said excitedly, "I have exceeded my loan target for this year. Do you think I should be happy?" When the others heard this, they became curious. They all knew that when they gathered last month, Su Dalong kept talking about how to complete the task. "Old Su, please tell me which big family bought it. You don't know that I am almost suffocating due to the pressure from the workload here." Su Dalong was very pleased with himself and pushed his wine glass forward. Everyone understood, and Lao Li, who was sitting next to Lao Su, quickly filled Lao Su's glass. Su Dalong drank the wine in one gulp before speaking. "You should have heard about it, right? Jiang Group and Chongjianjun signed a nearly 100 billion yuan deal these past 2 days. After hearing this, several people lost more than half of their interest, said the head of another bank. "Old Su, we heard about this a long time ago. I also wanted to go find Chen Nuo, but later I felt that the risk was too great, so I didn't go. Could it be that you lent money to Chen Nuo?" Old Su nodded. When the others heard this, they all looked at him as if he were a fool. When Old Su saw their expressions, he understood what they were thinking and shook his head. "Humph, you thought I was deceived. You thought I was a fool. You only saw the risks but not the opportunities." Fan Shuqiang, who spoke just now, first glanced at the others and then looked at Su Dalong. "Why? Do you know something we don't know?" Chapter 23. With Su Dalong's assistance, the bank is going to lend 120 billion to Chen Nuo. Su Dalong didn't say it directly, but asked, "The reason you said there was a risk was because the other party only paid a 1.2 billion advance payment before signing a 10 billion contract, and you were afraid that in the end Chen Nuo would not be able to pay the balance. Is that what I said?" Everyone nodded, and Su Dalong laughed. "You guys are being too clever for your own good. Yes, there is a risk in purchasing 10 billion worth of supplies with a 1.2 billion advance payment. However, you must understand that there is a prerequisite. Within 10 days, all the supplies must be sealed in the warehouse. Think about it. If the risk is really that great, would Jiang Group and Chang Jianjun and those old hands rush like moths to a flame? They all think clearly that even if they are cheated in the end, they still have the materials and the advance payment will become liquidated damages. They wish Chen Nuo would breach the contract and turn the advance payment into liquidated damages. Oldly asked doubtfully, "What if our bank gives the loan to Chen Nuo, and he uses the money to go shopping? What if something goes wrong? How will we fill the hole?" Su Delong burst into laughter. "Haha, Laoli, I won't tell you yet. Pour me some wine. I'll tell you after I drink it." Although Laoli was reluctant, he still filled Su Dalong's glass for the sake of his mission. Su Dalong happily drank it in one gulp. "Do you all have the same idea as Laoli?" Everyone nodded, and Su Dalong did not keep anyone in suspense this time. "We must have collateral for loans, right? We use those materials as collateral. If Chen Nuo really can't repay the loan, those collaterals are all bought with real money. In other words, no matter how much materials Chen Nuo buys, if the balance is not paid, all the materials will be stored in the warehouse, right?" The others listened attentively, and Su Delong picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of food. "This is equivalent to our bank's money being converted into supplies and placed in a warehouse. 10 days later, if Chen Nuo defaults, our money will be equivalent to being stored in the warehouse for 10 days, while his advance payment will become everyone's cake. As the largest creditor, do you think it's not too much for us to share a piece of the cake?" Everyone suddenly realized, and Su Dalong didn't say anything else. If Chen Nuo paid the balance on time, then there would be nothing to worry about. He could just earn interest directly. Seeing that everyone seemed to be thinking about something, Su Dalong spoke again. "I also heard that the city government has already made things easier for us. You said that the city government supports Chen Nuo, so what risks do you think there are?" When Chen Nuo was sleeping soundly, Su Dalong gave Chen Nuo a great assist. Chen Nuo had no idea what kind of tornado his little butterfly would bring. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Nuo walked out of the hotel. Li Shui watched Chen Nuo get into a taxi from afar, with a barely perceptible light in her eyes. Chen Nuo came to Ilian warehouse and found that Zhao Wei had already arrived. "Zhao Wei, you're here early." When Zhao Wei saw Chen Nuo, he hurried over to him. "Brother Chen, you're here." The two chatted for a few words and then walked towards the cafeteria together. They had a simple meal and then walked outside. They sat there idly until about 7 o'clock, when a large truck drove up. It was the Jiang Group's truck, loaded with supplies. When Chen Nuo was about to go to meet him, the phone rang. He took out his phone and found it was another unfamiliar number. He thought about it and decided to answer it. After all, what if it was a good thing? When Zhao Wei saw Chen Nuo calling, he went to meet him. Chen Nuo walked aside with his phone and talked for about a minute, then hung up. He walked towards the warehouse where goods were being unloaded. Zhao Wei saw Chen Nuo coming. "Brother Chen, if you have something to do, just go ahead and do it. I'll keep an eye on this place." Chen Nuo nodded. "I really have something to do. Several bank executives will be coming over soon. I guess they want to lend me money." Zhao Wei was stunned for a moment, then said happily, "Brother Chen, I didn't expect these banks to be so eager to give you money. In the past, I always heard my dad say that it was difficult to get a loan. It seems that my dad's charm is not as good as Brother Chen's." Chen Nuo smiled and didn't answer. He was also very surprised. In fact, he was not short of money now. There was still 13 billion on the card that he hadn't used. There was more than 300 million in cash in the parcel column. He wondered if his vision was a little narrow-minded and whether he should. "The cock is so beautiful." The cell phone rang again. He thought it was the people from the bank who had arrived, so he quickly looked at the phone. He was stunned for a moment. It was Su Li calling. "Hello, Sister Su. Why are you calling me so early? Is there something urgent?" Su Li's voice came. "Brother, I really have something to tell you." Chen Nuo let out a soft, "Oh, Sister Su, tell me. What's the matter?" Su Li thought about it and then sorted out her words. "Brother, the municipal government contacted us. Because the group is trying its best to transport goods from other provinces, it has attracted the attention of other provincial governments. After they learned that we are doing normal transactions, they proposed the intention of cooperation. We have already agreed, but with the addition of forces from several provinces, the amount of materials will be so huge that it is unimaginable. So, Sister called you to ask you if you can handle it." Chen Nuo was stunned. He thought about what Su Li said, then took a few deep breaths. "Sister Su, are you saying that other provinces want to sell their supplies to me now?" Su Li nodded. "Yes, can you eat it?" Chen Nuo laughed out loud. "Sister Su, please promise them for me that I can eat whatever amount they have, but I will only pay a portion of it in advance, and the rest will have to wait 10 days. If they agree, no matter how much, as long as they can ship it to me within 10 days, I will eat it." Su Li was a little hesitant. Ever since the two of them did that embarrassing thing, she found herself thinking about Chen Nuo often and worrying about him. Brother, you have to think carefully. If something goes wrong in the end, you will be doomed. Chen Nuo is very happy. 10 days? No, there are less than 8 days left. By then, the end of the world will come and all rules will disappear. He possesses a huge amount of resources. In the end times, he will be the person with the most say. Sister Sue, don't worry, come over when you are free. I will give you an additional advance payment, and we can just do it in a big way. After Chen Nuo hung up the phone, he called Chang Jianjun again. He learned from Chang Jianjun that the municipal government had also contacted them. After a brief chat, he was informed that they needed to make an additional advance payment and asked him to bring other people here. After waiting for about 20 minutes, several luxury cars drove into Ilian warehouse. Chen Nuo walked to the front of a car. 5 or 6 middle-aged people and 7 or 8 young people, both men and women, got out of the car. Chen Nuo had never seen Li Hao who called him, so he spoke first. Excuse me, who is President Li? After Li Hao got off the car, he burst out laughing when he heard Chen Nuo's words. Brother Chen, just call me brotherly. It's not appropriate to call me president. Originally, when the young people saw a young man rashly coming to see President Li, they all thought that President Li might be angry. Just as they were about to watch the show, President Li's words shocked them all. They have all seen some of the world, and after hearing what President Li said, they realized that the young man in front of them, who was about their age, was the protagonist of today. Several middle-aged people came forward and shook hands with Chen Nuo one by one and introduced themselves to him. Chen Nuo learned that these people were from the 4 major banks and 2 heads of other banks. After a brief greeting, the few of them suggested going to see the supplies in the warehouse. So, the group came to the warehouse. Zhao Wei had already arranged people to wait for Chen Nuo and the others here. The warehouse doors were opened, and the warehouses were full of supplies, which made these young people a little dazzled. Chen Nuo gave a brief introduction. All the warehouses here have sealed up materials worth about 15.5 billion. However, materials are still being transported in and sealed up outside. Look over there. Everyone looked at the large trucks that were constantly coming in and out. Several bank presidents nodded, and then they asked the young people to record the supplies and take pictures. After walking around, Suli called. Chen Nuo answered the call and asked her to wait for him at the old warehouse. My dear brothers, Director Su from Zhang's group is here. She brought me news that several surrounding provinces want to sell supplies to me. Now, I have to ask Zhang's group and Chang Jianjun for an additional advance payment for the contract. Several people were shocked. They could not have imagined that Chen Nuo had driven the development of a large region and several provinces. This was an incredible thing. They made a decision instantly and looked at Lao Li. Brother Chen, we have also taken a general look and understand your situation. How about we, a total of 6 banks, all follow the standards of Nanha City Bank and lend you 20 billion each? Chapter 24. 120 billion was spent as soon as it arrived, a material supply contract of 1.3 trillion. Chen Nuo was naturally very happy, and everyone agreed immediately. 6 cards from various banks were quickly processed on the spot. Those young people were filled with excitement. The men looked at Chen Nuo and wished they were him. The women all had peach blossom eyes and looked at Chen Nuo and wished they could eat him up. Several bank presidents left with their people and told Chen Nuo that the money would be deposited into Chen Nuo's bank card in about an hour. After Chen Nuo sent them away, he came to the previous warehouse and saw Su Li standing there gracefully waiting for him. Sister Su, are you tired of standing? Su Li shook her head. What? Are you done? Chen Nuo came up to her and looked at the people standing next to Su Li. He nodded to them as a greeting. I'm done with my work. Now, the banks are rushing to give me money. What else can I say? I can't refuse to give them face, right? Su Li was stunned for a moment, then she started giggling. Brother, you are quite cocky, aren't you? Chen Nuo moved closer to Su Li and spoke in a low voice so that only the two of them could hear. Why, sister? Why don't you smell it? Your brother smells so good. Su Li's face turned red, but luckily the people behind her didn't notice it. She coughed dryly. Let's not talk nonsense. How much advance payment are you going to make this time? Chen Nuo did not respond directly, but asked back. Sister Su, how much supplies do you think those provinces can supply within 8 days? Su Li frowned slightly, thought about it, and shook her head. It's hard to estimate. Even if it's not 1 trillion, it must be 7 or 800 billion. Chen Nuo nodded. It was indeed difficult to estimate the supply in several provinces. In that case, let's talk about trillions. Sister Su, I'll advance you 60 billion this time, and then advance Chang Jianjun and his team 40 billion. What do you think? Su Li was shocked, and the others also looked at Chen Nuo in shock. The advance payment of 200 million and 1 billion was already shocking. It's only been 2 days, and it's already expanded to this extent? Is it starting to be measured in billions? Sister Su, are you surprised? Didn't I just say that the bank is going to give me money? They have already loaned me 120 billion. Su Li exclaimed. What? 120 billion? What are these banks going to do? Brother, I'm telling you, you must act within your means. Sister, I don't want you to be doomed in the future. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's true feelings, and he was a little dazed. It was just a casual affair. Why did you become emotional? He raised his hand and patted Su Li's arm. Sister Su, don't worry. Since I dare to do this, I have great confidence in myself. Bite. At this time, the sound of text messages rang out from his mobile phone. Chen Nuo took out his mobile phone and looked at it. A smile appeared on his face. He showed the text messages to Su Li. Several text messages were about the arrival of funds. After reading the text message, Su Li believed it. Chen Nuo really had 120 billion. Su Li took a deep breath, took out her cell phone, and called Jiang Tianhai. At this time, Jiang Tianhai and other shareholders were waiting in the meeting room. Jiang Tianhai saw that it was Su Li calling, so he quickly answered the call, and everyone else fell silent. Xiaoli, how much additional advance payment does Chen Nuo want? When Su Li heard what Jiang Tianhai said, she told them what Chen Nuo said. Jiang Tianhai turned on the speaker of his mobile phone so that other shareholders could hear it clearly. When they learned that Chen Nuo had made an advance payment of 60 billion, they were all stunned. Their faces were filled with shock, just like ordinary people who had never seen so much money. Their breathing began to quicken, and just when they were about to agree, they heard that Chen Nuo wanted to give 40 billion to Chang Jianjun and others, and these people immediately became unwilling. They said that Jiang Group could easily take on the 100 billion advance payment and the 1 trillion supply contract. It was also the first time that Jiang Tianhai felt how right it was to give Jiang Yu shares to Su Li. This was a $1 trillion contract. How much was their entire group worth? Just thinking about it made his brain dizzy. Xiaoli, you must get this order, even if. Jiang Tianhai glanced at Jiang Yu beside him, his eyes flashing with light, and he made up his mind. Even if you have done something wrong to Jiang Yu, as long as you can get this $1 trillion order, you can divorce Jiang Yu tomorrow, and it won't affect your shares. Jiang Tianhai had long known that his son and daughter-in-law had no feelings for each other at all, and that they were just getting along for the sake of the face of their two families. Jiang Tianhai knew that even if there was nothing fishy going on between Su Li and Chen Nuo, there was some ambiguity between them from the time Su Li and Chen Nuo called each other sister and brother. However, as long as they have this $1 trillion contract, their group stock price will rise again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When Su Li heard Jiang Tianhai's words, she was surprised at first, and then she became happy. Dad, are you serious? As long as I get this $1 trillion contract, will you agree to my divorce from Jiang Yu? Chen Nuo was stunned when he heard Su Li's words. Why did you talk about divorce when we were just discussing cooperation? Why did you want to get divorced? Jiang Tianhai looked at Jiang Yu's flushed face and covered the bottom of his phone. Jiang Yu, don't be stupid. Think about it. If we win this $1 trillion contract, how much will your 10% stake become? At least hundreds of billions. Can't you see clearly? You two have no feelings for each other at all. With hundreds of billions, you can find any woman you want. Jiang Tianhai's words were like the light of sunrise, instantly dispelling the darkness in Jiang Yu's heart. Yes, he lost 16% of the shares before, which was equivalent to him losing tens of billions, but in less than 2 days, he was about to own hundreds of billions. Jiang Yu immediately understood his father's good intentions. He nodded vigorously and a rare smile appeared on his face. Seeing that Jiang Yu was no longer acting stupidly, Jiang Tianhai spoke to Su Li on the other end of the phone. Xiaoli, Xiao Yu has already agreed. As long as you can get this $1 trillion contract for the group, tomorrow, no, when you come back later, you can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce. Su Li's face showed joy. It's a deal. Su Li hung up the phone, and then in full view of everyone, she took Chen Nuo into the warehouse. The others looked at her in amazement. They had listened to what had just been said and roughly guessed what had happened. Chen Nuo was pulled into the warehouse by Su Li, and the two hugged each other. Some shy words kept popping up in their mouths, and the passion of the two made the air become hot. After a long time, they parted their lips and Su Li left Chen Nuo's arms, panting, with light flashing in her eyes. Brother, you heard it all, right? As long as I can get this $1 trillion contract, I can divorce Jiang Yu immediately, and from now on, your sister will be free. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's bright eyes. He knew that he could not hesitate now. Regardless of whether Su Li's love was true or false, he could only agree now so that Su Li would work harder to get more supplies for him. As a result, Chen Nuo's face showed deep excitement. Really? In that case, Sister Su, I will directly give you an advance payment of 100 billion, and you will be free again as soon as possible. I don't want us to stay in this unclear situation forever. The two of them tidied their clothes and walked out of the warehouse. Su Li was not at all pretentious. Facing other people's gazes, she was very calm. The two signed the contract quickly, and Chen Nuo transferred the money from several bank cards to the bank card designated by Su Li. Just after the transfer, Chang Jianjun and his team came over. When they heard that Chen Nuo and Jiang Group had signed a trillion-dollar contract, they were stunned and looked at Chen Nuo in shock. At the same time, they became anxious, worried that Chen Nuo did not have enough money to cooperate with them. Chen Nuo asked them to be patient. He sent Su Li and others away first, then turned around and said to Chang Jianjun and others with a smile, "I still have 30 billion here, which I can pay you as an advance payment. How about you supply me with 300 billion in supplies for this 30 billion advance payment?" When Chang Jianjun heard Chen Nuo say this, they should have been happy. With the previous trillion-dollar contract as a precedent, for some reason they suddenly felt that this 300 billion contract wasn't so attractive. Chen Nuo looked at their expressions and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Why? Don't want to. Chapter 25. Go to the Philippines to steal aircraft carriers and warships and get the aircraft carrier. Chang Jianjun suddenly came back to his senses. He slapped himself hard, and his brain became much clearer due to the pain. Brother Chen, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Look at how greedy I am. I couldn't even get orders worth hundreds of millions before, but now I have a 300 billion contract in front of me, but I want to compare it with Mr. Su's trillion contract. Sigh, I have to say, I am just a vulgar person. The others also came back to their senses. They had all had the same thought just now, so they all burst into laughter. Chen Nuo was also stunned when he saw Chang Jianjun slap himself in the face. After listening to him, he realized that it was a misunderstanding and didn't say anything. This is the illusion of the greed of human beings. After the few people had discussed it, they quickly signed the contract. Chen Nuo transferred the 20 billion on the last card and the 10 billion on the Nanha Citibank card. He only kept a small amount of 3 billion as a backup. After everyone left, Chen Nuo sighed and sat on the steps. He felt as if he was looking at flowers in the fog, and everything seemed unreal. He originally just wanted to get tens of billions of supplies to use, but he didn't expect that now more than 1 trillion supplies have been continuously flowing towards him, which made him a little unable to react for a while. Zhao Wei came and stood in front of Chen Nuo, looking at Chen Nuo, who looked dazed and asked, "Brother Chen, is there something wrong?" Chen Nuo came back to his senses from his trance. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. He had to admit that he was also a human being. He looked up at Zhao Wei with an unprecedented determination in his eyes. "It's okay, I just feel a little emotional. Zhao Wei, several surrounding provinces are sending supplies to us. That's more than 1 trillion supplies. You should be prepared to receive them." Chen Nuo stood up. Zhao Wei was also shocked. He didn't expect that after just a short while, Brother Chen had made such a big fuss. Trillions of supplies were exciting just thinking about it. Chen Nuo glanced at the time and realized that the whole morning had passed in a daze. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei walked towards the cafeteria and asked someone to pack the prepared braised chicken and send it to the warehouse. After the two finished eating, they returned to the warehouse. Someone was watching the food, so Chen Nuo asked them to leave. After they were away, he put all the more than 100 servings of braised chicken into the parcel column. Chen Nuo looked at the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. He didn't plan to waste time here anymore. He planned to go to the airport first and wait for the flight time. So Chen Nuo gave Zhao Wei some instructions, asking him to work harder in the next 2 days and keep an eye on the supplies. He told Zhao Wei that he would be back tomorrow at the earliest and the day after tomorrow at the latest. He called Su Hao and Jing Tao respectively. After hanging up the phone, Chen Nuo rejected Zhao Wei's idea of sending him off and took a taxi to the airport. The airport in Nanha City is very large and everything looks very advanced. Chen Nuo took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It was just past 2 in the afternoon, so he found a seat and sat down. Just when I was bored, Su Li called. "Brother, I'm divorced from him. I just got out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I'm free from now on." Su Li's voice revealed a sense of relief. At this moment, a voice from inside the airport rang out. Su Li was stunned, and she asked quickly, "Brother, are you at the airport?" Chen Nuo was also happy for Su Li. He could tell that Su Li was truly happy about the divorce from the bottom of her heart. "Yes, Sister Su. First of all, I want to congratulate you on regaining your freedom. When I come back from the Philippines, I will definitely accompany you to celebrate." Su Li asked in surprise, "What are you doing in the Philippines? Do you need my help?" Chen Nuo's heart was moved when he heard Su Li's caring words. "Sister Su, don't worry. I'm just going to take care of something and we'll be back tomorrow." Seeing that Chen Nuo didn't say what it was, Su Li tactfully didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she told Chen Nuo to be careful and put safety first. The two chatted idly for about 20 minutes before she reluctantly hung up the phone. When the time came, Chen Nuo got up and went to check in. The plane took off smoothly and everything was normal. On the plane, he did not encounter any so-called seat hogging or flight attendants providing special services. Nanha City is inland, and it took more than 4 hours to get from Nanha City to the Philippines. Chen Nuo got off the plane, opened his phone, and checked the time. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. You and I, at the front desk of the hotel, Li Shui looked up at the door from time to time. She was a little restless and kept muttering to herself. Why haven't you come back yet so late today? Did you encounter any accident? Li Shui took out her cell phone and put it down again. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at the phone number registered by Chen Nuo and dialed it. Chen Nuo got off the plane and just checked the time when he saw another unfamiliar number calling him. Now Chen Nuo felt particularly cordial when seeing unfamiliar numbers, and he answered without hesitation. Hello, hello? Who is this? Li Shui swallowed her saliva and took a deep breath. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen Nuo? I'm Li Shui, the receptionist at Ni Nong Wenong. I saw that you haven't come back yet so late, so I called to ask if you were coming here to rest today. Chen Nuo was stunned. He remembered Li Shui's cute appearance and subconsciously let out a light exclamation. Hey, am I really that attractive to girls? When Li Shui heard Chen Nuo's words, her face quickly turned red. Chen Nuo also realized that he had spoken out of turn and quickly made an excuse. Hello, can you hear me? Sorry, I might have heard you wrong just now. Li Shui, thank you very much for your concern. I have something to do outside today, so I won't be there tonight. I'll go there tomorrow. Thank you again for your concern. Li Shui hung up the phone with a blushing face and rested her head hard on the table. So shameful, Li Shui, you really have no shame. Chen Nuo hung up the phone, shook his head and laughed, then walked towards a taxi on the side of the road. Hello? Oh, are you Chinese? When Chen Nuo was thinking about how to communicate, he unexpectedly heard the other party speaking Chinese. Chen Nuo had a brief conversation with the driver and then reported a location. The location was quite a distance away from the military base of the United States. He couldn't ask the driver to take him to the base, as that would be suspicious. After the driver dropped Chen Nuo off, he left. Chen Nuo stood on the dark road, looked around, and then took the van out of the parcel column. He did not get into the car directly. Instead, he walked to the back of the car and violently removed the license plate. Then he came to the front of the car, removed the license plate as well, and put the 2 license plates into the parcel compartment. He dusted his hands, opened the car door, sat in the driver's seat, took out his cell phone from his pocket, turned on the 7-star navigation system, and then started the van. Chen Nuo drove to the beach and looked at the military base in front of him from afar. There were shadows of dozens of huge warships around the base. Chen Nuo took out a set of diving equipment from the packing column. He put it on slowly, then put on the oxygen tank and slowly walked into the water. Chen Nuo kept diving, and soon he reached below 100 meters, a depth that only the most powerful divers could reach. Chen Nuo felt no pressure at all. His extreme physical condition allowed him to continue diving. It was not until he reached 150 meters that Chen Nuo felt a little pressure. However, this pressure was nothing at all. He did not continue to dive, but floated up 10 meters and then swam towards the military base. Chen Nuo had always thought that these warships would stay at sea or cruise at night, but unexpectedly, they were all parked in the base. It was more like a play than an exercise. It took Chen Nuo more than half an hour to swim to the vicinity of the base. He looked around carefully, but found no trace of the submarine. He looked up from underwater, and the huge shadow of the warship made him feel oppressive. It was also the first time for Chen Nuo to see such a large warship up close, and he was very shocked. In the past, I only saw destroyers over 200 meters long and aircraft carriers over 300 meters long in the news. These were just numbers, and I had no direct feelings at all. Chen Nuo adjusted his state. He did not float up immediately, but replaced the oxygen tank with a new one in the water. He did not want the oxygen tank to run out of gas while he was doing something. Chen Nuo first came under the biggest shadow, which should be an aircraft carrier, and also the biggest purpose of his visit to the Philippines this time. It is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier with nearly unlimited power and can carry 6,000 people. Chen Nuo looked around and found that this was the largest one. There were about 20 to 30 warships around. The so-called 6 aircraft carrier formations in the news were obviously exaggerated, and not even a submarine was found. Chen Nuo swam to the bottom of the aircraft carrier and placed his hands on it. Buzz. Wow. Chapter 26 Destroyers, Supply Ships, and Amphibious Assault Ships return to Nanha City. The aircraft carrier is more than 300 meters long, has a displacement of about 100,000 tons, a draft of more than 10 meters, and the part above water is as high as more than 20 floors. The aircraft carrier suddenly disappeared, and the people who were resting on it were suddenly lifted into the air. They woke up in shock the moment they were lifted into the air, but there was no time for everyone to call for help, and they were hit hard into the water, and then, waves of dozens of meters high hit them. A boat with more than 6,000 people fell into the water from a height of 50 or 60 meters and fainted immediately. They were hit by huge waves and were flattened. The blood instantly dyed the sea red. Chen Nuo was also startled. He looked at the large vacuum that suddenly appeared and the huge waves that rose up. He hurriedly swam towards the depths. He swam for a long distance before turning around to look behind him. Due to poor visibility at night, he couldn't see clearly. The water flow slowed down, and he began to float up. He knew that time was running out, and he had to speed up. Such a big commotion on the sea naturally attracted the attention of other warships, but they didn't know what was happening. The warship was shaking violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. All the people were overturned, and there was a cry of grief from the violent collision. Chen Nuo quickly came under a destroyer and quickly put his hands on the bottom of the warship. Buzz! The people on the warship were hit so hard that they felt dizzy and had not yet recovered. Suddenly, they fell from a high altitude into the water and were directly carried away by the huge waves. Chen Nuo quickly collected 6 or 7 warships, but at this time, he also found that he had no chance because the warships in the distance had already left this place. If he chased after them, not only would he not be able to catch up, but he might also be discovered. Chen Nuo took a last reluctant look at the warships, then turned around and swam towards the beach. The base here had begun to become noisy, and the air defense alarm made a shrill sound. Chen Nuo swam to the beach where he had gone into the water before. He hid in the dark, took off his diving suit, and changed into his own clothes. Then, he put the diving suit into the parcel compartment, looked back at the military base which was already lit up, turned back to the side of the road, took out the van and drove towards the airport. Chen Nuo did not leave immediately, but went to the vicinity of the airport and found a hotel to stay in. Chen Nuo was lying on the bed in the hotel. He took out his cell phone and called Zhao Wei, asking him to book a flight back home for the next morning. Brother Chen Yu. Chen Nuo knew what Zhao Wei was going to ask, so he interrupted him directly. Let's talk about it when we get back. It's not convenient now. Zhao Wei was filled with excitement. After hanging up the phone, he quickly booked a flight for Chen Nuo to return home tomorrow morning and then sent it to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo was lying on the bed at this time, looking at the warship in the parcel compartment, with a big smile on his face. Nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. It is 320 meters long, 78 meters wide, and 53 meters high. It has 2 nuclear reactors and nearly unlimited power. This is a big guy, and it carries a lot of weapons. Dude, why don't you defect? Destroyer. Asterisk 3, 180 meters long, 20 meters wide, 6.6 meters draft, a nice big ship. Supply ship. Asterisk 2, you are not short of oil. How much is it? Anyway, it is a lot. Amphibious assault ship. Asterisk 2, with tanks and planes. Come and fight if you are a man. The Philippine military immediately received the news that the aircraft carrier and 7 warships had disappeared, and they hurriedly contacted the United States. After urgent communication between the two parties, they decided to temporarily block the news. However, how long could such a big move be kept secret? Chen Nuo checked in at 7 o'clock the next morning. Sitting on the plane, he couldn't believe that there was no movement in the Philippines and the United States. Everything was so quiet, there was not even a piece of news. He subconsciously glanced at the parcel column. If the aircraft carrier and the warship were not still there, he would have thought that nothing had happened last night. What Chen Nuo didn't know was that the military base had been completely blocked, and the people inside were interrogated one by one. Such a large fleet could not disappear out of thin air, so there must be a traitor. These had nothing to do with Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo took a flight for more than 4 hours. The plane landed at Manhwa Airport. He walked out of the airport and raised his hand to hail a taxi. On the way, Chen Nuo saw large trucks loaded with supplies heading towards Ilian warehousing, and he felt indescribably relieved. Although there were many large trucks on the road, the traffic was not congested, just a little slower. Chen Nuo saw that there were traffic police maintaining traffic at regular intervals, and he understood that this was a convenience given to him by the municipal government. The taxi arrived outside Ilian warehouse, and Chen Nuo got out of the taxi after paying. When I looked up, I saw Jing Tao, Su Hao and Zhao Wei, who were waiting eagerly at the door. When the 3 saw Chen Nuo, they all ran to him excitedly. After they waited for the taxi to leave, they looked at the vehicles passing by, and seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, Su Hao first asked in a low voice, "Brother Chen, was it really stolen?" Chen Nuo nodded and smiled. "This isn't stealing, this is borrowing." The 3 of them smiled awkwardly, then followed Chen Nuo to the previous warehouse. When they arrived at the warehouse, Chen Nuo said to the 3 people behind him, "Go and close the door." Zhao Wei and the other 2 quickly turned around and closed the door. They knew that Brother Chen was going to let them see the big guy. Chen Nuo came to the center of the warehouse, and then, Buzz. A fighter jet suddenly appeared, and Chen Nuo walked forward for a distance. Buzz. A tank. Soon after, a helicopter, armored vehicles, and many other weapons appeared in the warehouse one by one. The three of them swallowed a few times, came to the fighter jet, and nervously touched and scratched here and there. Chen Nuo waited for them to look around, then put away all the equipment again. The three of them looked at the empty warehouse again, feeling unsatisfied. Chen Nuo looked at the three of them with a smile. These are only a small part of the harvest this time. In general, there is an aircraft carrier, 3 destroyers, 2 supply ships, and 2 amphibious assault ships, a total of 73 fighter jets of various types, 28 helicopters, 35 tanks, a large number of armored vehicles, more than 600,000 barrels of fuel, and countless other missiles and ammunition. The three of them listened to Chen Nuo's words with excitement and shock on their faces. These equipments were better than those of most countries. Chen Nuo let the three of them digest it for a while, then asked, "When will the medicine and generator arrive? By the way, Su Hao, don't buy the generator after it arrives." Su Hao asked subconsciously, "Is that enough?" Chen Nuo said with a smile, "The aircraft carrier I got this time is nuclear-powered. I think with it, we won't be short of electricity." Su Hao understood. He nodded first, and then spoke. "Brother Chen, is the solar energy also on hold?" Chen Nuo thought about it. "We can buy more solar energy products. After all, they are basically not consumed." When Jing Tao saw Su Hao finish speaking, he took a step forward. "A batch of medicines arrived this morning, about 70 million yuan, and Zhao Wei has already put them into storage." Zhao Wei took out his mobile phone, opened the gallery, and handed it to Chen Nuo. "Brother Chen, yesterday we received 28.7 billion worth of supplies. The municipal government is fully cooperating with us, and a new simple warehouse is being built quickly. Starting at 5 a.m. today, trucks have been delivering supplies continuously, almost without stopping for a moment. Everyone is working around the clock, and we estimate that today's supplies will exceed 50 billion. Chen Nuo nodded. This is normal. After all, he had signed material supply contracts worth more than 1.3 trillion yuan in total, and there were only a little over 5 days left. In order to complete the contract, he had to ensure that 200 billion yuan of materials were put into storage every day. In fact, at this point, it doesn't matter whether the contract is completed in the end. Are there enough warehouses? This is trillions of supplies. Alien storage shouldn't have so much warehouse capacity, right? Speaking of this, Su Hao suddenly remembered something and began to speak. "Brother Chen, my mother has approved the land for you. It's not far from here. The exact size is not specified. The municipal government has arranged for builders to fence off the land there. They will build a large number of simple warehouses and then transport some supplies there." Chen Nuo was stunned. He didn't expect the city government to be so efficient. "Su Hao, thank Aunt Wang for me. The cock is so beautiful." The cell phone rang. He looked at the notes and frowned. It was Guaning calling. Chapter 27. The green tea bitch made her choice. Class reunion. Chen Nuo waved his hand, pointed at his phone, and spoke to the three people. "Go ahead and keep an eye on the supplies and record everything. I'll take a call here." The three of them nodded and left the warehouse together, and Chen Nuo answered the phone. "Hello, what's up?" Chen Nuo's cold tone made Guaning's heart tighten, and she forced a smile. "Hubby, why don't you come home these 2 days?" Chen Nuo made up an excuse, saying that he was busy with something recently, and hung up the phone. Guaning sat stupidly on the sofa, staring blankly at her phone. She felt deeply that Chen Nuo had changed and was no longer the bootlicker like before. As a green tea girl for many years, she clearly realized that Chen Nuo was playing tricks on her, and hatred gradually appeared in her eyes. "Humph, Chen Nuo, I've slept with you for half a year, but you don't even care about the friendship of sleeping in the same bed. Humph, I'm not someone who can't live without you." Guaning gritted her teeth and opened the text message on her mobile phone, taking a look at the message. "Ninger, Godfather, we are divorced. Godfather admits that what I did that day was wrong. Please think about it carefully. Godfather is waiting for your reply." Guaning took a deep breath. Zhang Yu had been calling her these past 2 days only because she still had fantasies about Chen Nuo and had been unable to make up her mind. Now, she has figured it out. It is impossible for her and Chen Nuo to be together. Instead of being left hanging like this, it is better to take down Zhang Yu first. She made up her mind and called Zhang Yu. After a few seconds, the call was connected. "Hey, Godfather, Ninger has figured it out." Just after Chen Nuo hung up the call with Guaning, his cell phone rang again. He looked down and saw that it was his original body's good friend Wang Chen calling. "Hey, Chen Nuo, it's so hard to call you. When I called you last night, it kept saying your phone was turned off. When I called you today, it kept saying it was busy." Chen Nuo was stunned. He turned off his phone on the plane last night, and then put it in the parcel column when he went to steal the aircraft carrier and the warship. No wonder Wang Chen couldn't get through. My phone is malfunctioning. Wang Chen, why are you calling me? It's not a big deal. Are you going to the class reunion tonight? Chen Nuo was stunned. What class reunion? I don't know. Didn't you see the announcement in the class group? It's been said for several days that our classmates who stayed in Nanha City would get together tonight. Chen Nuo thought about it and decided to go or not. No, I'm a bit busy lately. When Wang Chen heard this, he said rudely, "What are you busy about? Have you not recovered from Guaning's green tea attack? Let me tell you, the best way to recover from a relationship is to start a new one. Chen Nuo, let's go together tonight. Let me tell you, our class beauty is still single." Chen Nuo felt like he was being scratched by a cat when he heard Wang Chen's obscene laughter. He thought about how the news in his past life always reported ridiculous things at class reunions, so it seemed like it would be okay to go and see the class beauty. Okay, send the time and place to my phone, and I'll go there directly. The two hung up the phone, and Chen Nuo shrugged helplessly. You can just take it as a place to relax. Chen Nuo had just put his phone into his pocket when it rang again, with that familiar rhythm. Chicken. Chen Nuo quickly took out his cell phone and answered the call. Hey, brother, you answered the phone pretty quickly this time. Chen Nuo listened to Su Li's voice and laughed. It's Sister Su's call. How can I not hurry? Su Li's sweet laughter came from the phone. Really? Then why didn't you call me when you came back? If I hadn't called to ask about Zhao Wei's situation, I wouldn't have known you were back. Chen Nuo complained directly. Sister Su, it's my fault this time, but I really just got back and didn't have time to call you. Su Li was also teasing Chen Nuo. She also heard from Zhao Wei that Chen Nuo had just returned. Okay, I'll let you off this time. If it happens again, let's have dinner together tonight, brother. I miss you. Chen Nuo felt a tingling sensation in his heart. Su Li's last few words were spoken in a coquettish tone. However, he was stunned again soon after. He remembered that he had just promised Wang Chen to attend the class reunion. Sister Su, I miss you too, but I have an unexpected situation. Just now, my classmate told me that there is a class reunion tonight, and I just agreed to it. Originally, Chen Nuo thought Su Li would be unhappy to hear this, but Su Li just let out a soft, "Oh, a class reunion? Can we bring family members?" Chen Nuo replied subconsciously. That should be possible. That's great. How about I go with you? Chen Nuo hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and decided there was nothing wrong with it, so he agreed. Of course, I don't mind if you want to. After the two of them agreed, they hung up the phone. Chen Nuo forwarded the message that Wang Chen had just sent to Su Li. Chen Nuo found Jing Tao and the other two, and asked Zhao Wei to take him to the cold storage to put the Manchuhan banquet and the braised chicken delivered yesterday into the parcel column. Zhao Wei, let them keep doing it. The more they do, the better. In the afternoon, the four of them were busy receiving supplies. They were busy until 5:30 in the afternoon when Wang Chen called again. Chen Nuo, I'm ready. This place is a bit far from the hotel. I'm leaving now. When will you arrive? Chen Nuo thought about it. I'm ready to leave too. I'll contact you when I get there. Chen Nuo hung up the phone, explained something to the three people, and took a taxi away. He did not go directly to the restaurant, but came to Inai Nong Wenong first. The lady at the front desk was not Li Shui. Li Shui had not come to work at this time. She was on the night shift. Chen Nuo came to the room. He took a shower first, then lay on the bed, looked at the time. It was 6:30 in the evening. He began to get dressed. The party was at 7 o'clock in the evening. He checked the address of the hotel. It was not far from the hotel where he was staying. After getting dressed, he called Su Li. Because she was too busy, Su Li would be late, so she asked Chen Nuo to go first, and she would come to find him later. Chen Nuo walked out of the hotel. He originally wanted to take a taxi, but he found that there were many shared bicycles on the road, so he scanned the code and rode a shared bicycle. On the road, an Audi was waiting for the traffic light. Suddenly, a heavily made-up woman in the passenger seat raised her hand and pointed at the side of the road. Sisters, look, a handsome guy. The beauties in the back row all looked out the window. It must be said that since Chen Nuo lost weight, coupled with the nourishment of money in the past few days, his temperament has changed dramatically. The man who was driving glanced at Chen Nuo. He was indeed good-looking, but he said with disdain, "What's the use of being good-looking? You still ride a broken bicycle, right? Let me tell you, in today's society, men must have money. Otherwise, they can't even support themselves. What's the point of being good-looking?" Ma Ming, who was sitting in the passenger seat, glanced at Zhang Sun, who was driving. They were just dating each other. She felt that her boyfriend was a little unhappy, so she nodded and said, "Sen Sen is right. A man must have ability to gain the respect of others." The beauties in the back row didn't care about this. They all looked at Chen Nuo. When Zhang Sun saw the green light, he wanted to drive away from the pretty boy outside, but because of the heavy traffic at that time, Chen Nuo, riding a bicycle, was always able to move forward side by side with them. Zhang Sun looked through the rearview mirror at the beauties in the back seat, who kept talking about Chen Nuo, and he felt more and more uncomfortable. Finally arriving at the destination, Zhang Sun drove the car into the underground garage, and Chen Nuo parked the shared bicycle at the roadside parking spot. He called Wang Chun. "Hey, I'm here. Where are you now?" "Okay, see you later." Chen Nuo stood at the door of the hotel and waited for a while, then saw Wang Chun walking out of the hotel. He watched Wang Chun looking around, but he didn't recognize him. It was not until Wang Chun took out his phone and prepared to make a call that Chen Nuo burst into laughter. "Haha, Wang Chun, why don't you recognize me?" Wang Chun was stunned. He turned around and looked at Chen Nuo beside him. He just saw that this person was very familiar, but he did not think of Chen Nuo. You are Chen Nuo?" Chen Nuo nodded. Originally, Chen Nuo thought that Wang Chun would happily give him a hug. After all, Chen Nuo knew from his original body's memory that the relationship between the two was indeed very close. However, Wang Chun was not happy at all. He looked Chen Nuo up and down first. "Chen Nuo, you are really... Hey, that Guaning is really too much. Look, I made you lose weight. How much stimulation did it take to make you lose so much weight?" Chapter 28. In order to show off, Chen Nuo acquired the company where the squad leader worked. Wang Chun's words stunned Chen Nuo. After a few seconds, Chen Nuo realized what Wang Chun meant. However, Chen Nuo also acknowledged Wang Chun as a friend. Only true friends would care about your recent situation. "Chen Nuo, let's go. I will definitely make sure you are no longer single today." The two of them were about to walk into the restaurant arm in arm when a voice suddenly sounded behind them. "My lord." Wang Chun stopped and looked behind him, only to see Zhang Sun walking towards him with 4 girls. Zhang Sun, Ma Meng, Li Qian, Chu Yuan, Ma Shimei. "Haha, I'm so happy to see you." Several people stood at the door and had another conversation. Chen Nuo stood aside with a smile on his face, looking at them calmly. In fact, Zhang Sun and the others had just discovered Chen Nuo, but they did not recognize him. "Wang Chun, who is this handsome guy?" Wang Chun laughed. "Don't you recognize him? I didn't recognize him just now either. He is Chen Nuo." In Zhang Sen's mind, the impression of Chen Nuo gradually overlapped, and he found that they really looked alike. Ma Ming and the others couldn't believe it. Chen Nuo used to be just good-looking and a little bloated, but now he gave people a sunny and confident feeling. When Zhang Sun saw the expressions of Ma Ming and the others, he felt a little unhappy and coughed dryly. "Chen Nuo, it's you. You've changed a lot. We saw you riding a shared bike on the road just now. If I had known it was you, I would have given you a ride." Chen Nuo glanced at Zhang Senator. He felt that Zhang Sun was a little hostile towards him. He was a little puzzled. He just chatted with a few people briefly and then walked into the restaurant together. There were 2 tables in a large private room, and there were already quite a few people inside. Chen Nuo followed Wang Chun and the others into the room. When everyone met, they naturally exchanged pleasantries. When everyone noticed the stranger Chen Nuo, Zhang Sun spoke. "Don't be surprised, this is Chen Nuo. He's changed a lot. I just saw him riding a shared bike on the road, and I didn't recognize him at all." Chen Nuo frowned, then relaxed. When the classmates heard that Chen Nuo came on a shared bicycle, their enthusiasm cooled down. They sat down and started chatting about their jobs and income. Chen Nuo and Wang Chun sat together, and he listened to them bragging calmly. "Hey, why hasn't the monitor come yet? I'm waiting for him." Zhang Sun looked around and didn't see squad leader Li Sheng, so he asked loudly. "Hey, Zhang Sun, you don't know, do you? The monitor is very powerful now. He is a manager in a large company with an annual salary of more than 500,000 yuan. Look, he has been chasing after our school beauty Wu Shasha recently. He went to pick her up." When Chen Nuo heard Wu Shasha's name, he raised his head and looked at the person who spoke. From the original body's memory, we know that the original body once confessed to Wu Shasha, but was rejected. Lu Xinliang teased when he saw Chen Nuo looking over here. "Speaking of school beauties, I remember Chen Nuo confessed his love to her." Zhang Sun looked at Chen Nuo, who was sitting in a corner, feeling a little disdainful. "Lu Xinliang, if you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten. I heard that Wu Shasha is still single. Maybe Chen Nuo still has a chance now." After Zhang Sun finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. When Wang Chun heard everyone's ridicule, he was about to stand up and say something for Chen Nuo, but Chen Nuo held him back. Wang Chun looked at Chen Nuo in confusion, and Chen Nuo shook his head. Click. The door of the private room opened, and squad leader Li Sheng opened the door gentlemanly, and a beautiful woman walked in. I have to say that Wu Shasha is really beautiful, with red lips, white teeth, and exquisite makeup. At first glance, she looks like an elf. Li Sheng closed the door, and everyone exchanged greetings with Li Sheng. After everyone was seated, Li Sheng spoke. I just heard everyone laughing outside the door. I wonder what's going on. When Lu Xinliang heard this, he told Li Sheng and Wu Shasha what had just happened. Li Sheng frowned slightly and looked up at Chen Nuo. Wu Shasha was also slightly surprised when she saw the drastic change in Chen Nuo. Seeing the two men, Chen Nuo looked at them calmly. Li Sheng looked at Chen Nuo, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Chen Nuo, you've changed so much. If I met you outside, I might not recognize you. Zhang Sun started to bully people again, and he spoke loudly on purpose. That's right. I was driving my shabby Audi on the road just now and saw Chen Nuo riding a shared bike. I didn't recognize him at all, otherwise I would have given him a ride, right? Others also joined in the booing. Zhang Sun, you're going too far. Didn't you just spend more than 300,000 yuan to buy your Audi this year? If it's a broken Audi, what's the point of Chen Nuo riding a broken bicycle? Li Sheng let out a light. Oh, and looked at Chen Nuo with a teasing look in his eyes. Wu Shasha next to him looked up at Zhang's senator. She felt that Zhang's son had gone a bit too far, but she didn't say anything. She just watched like a show. When Zhang's son saw Wu Shasha's gaze on him, he became even more energetic. Chen Nuo, what do you do now? If you are not satisfied with your job, we classmates can help you. Chen Nuo looked at Zhang's son calmly. He was very familiar with this scene. This was the rhythm before the protagonist in the novel showed off. So he said cooperatively, now I'm a homeless person. When the others heard this, they couldn't help but show a hint of disdain on their faces, and the women also showed disappointment in their eyes. Especially those single women, they all shook their heads. No matter how good a man looks, he cannot be eaten. Wu Shasha was very surprised. She didn't expect Chen Nuo to speak so confidently. Yes, it is confidence, because Chen Nuo's expression does not show any frustration at all, but rather radiant. Li Sheng waved his hand and said happily to Chen Nuo, Chen Nuo, you are not young anymore. How can you not work? It just so happens that our company is recruiting security guards recently. Oh, don't underestimate this position. The monthly salary is 3,800. Do you want to try it? Lu Xinliang exclaimed. Captain, this salary is quite high. Big companies are big companies. I only make a little over 4,000 a month. Chen Nuo, why don't you thank the captain? Zhang Sun also said. Chen Nuo, if you feel that security guards are not suitable, our company wants to recruit cleaners with a salary of 3,500. If you think it's suitable, come to me tomorrow. Chen Nuo looked at Li Sheng and Zhang Sun calmly, then looked at the other classmates. What? Just these two jobs? No one else wants to recommend? Didn't you just say you wanted to help? Tell me what jobs are available, so that I, an unemployed vagrant, can choose one. Everyone was stunned by what Chen Nuo said. The boys looked down on Chen Nuo even more, and the girls became even more disappointed. They couldn't imagine that Chen Nuo could be so shameless. Couldn't he hear that everyone was making fun of him? Wang Chen wanted to say a few words for Chen Nuo, but every time he tried to stand up, Chen Nuo pulled him down, so Wang Chen had to endure it. Li Sheng looked at Chen Nuo with a matter-of-fact expression, and then he spoke to Wu Shasha and others beside him. Hey, in this society, if you want to get along well, you must understand the ways of the world. Chen Nuo, we are helping you find a job because of our friendship as former classmates. With your attitude, even if I give you my position, you won't be able to keep it for long. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Chen Nuo smiled and looked at Li Sheng, who was sighing and regretting. I heard that the squad leader is now in management, and his annual salary is over 500,000. Li Sheng's face was full of joy that could not be concealed. He saw Wu Shasha looking at him out of the corner of his eye. He nodded modestly. Chen Nuo asked again, Captain, I still don't know the name of your company. Zhang Xin shook his head, a playful look on his face. Chen Nuo, it seems that you are not interested in our company's cleaning job and want to work as a security guard in the squad leader's company. Squad leader, if Chen Nuo goes to your company, you have to take care of him and don't let other security guards bully him. Li Sheng also laughed when he heard Zhang Xin's words. Okay, Chen Nuo, since you want to work as a security guard in our company, I'll tell you the name of our company. After Chen Nuo heard Li Sheng say the name of the company, he took out his cell phone and fiddled with it with his fingers. Everyone else looked at him in confusion, not knowing what he meant. Lu Xinliang seemed to understand and smiled. Chen Nuo, you are indeed cautious. You should check the squad leader's company qualifications. Don't be fooled. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on and burst into laughter again. Chen Nuo looked at them calmly. He first sent a text message and then called Su Li. Hey, Sister Su, just come over when you're done. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, I just sent you a message. Can you help me contact that company? I want to acquire it, no matter how much it costs. When everyone heard Chen Nuo's words, they stopped laughing. Chen Nuo looked at Li Sheng, who was looking at him in surprise, and said again, Sister Su, I hope to complete the acquisition within 10 minutes. I know that time is short. Sister Su, you can spend money. I just want the result no matter how much it costs. As for the specific procedures, we will talk about it later. And let the leaders of this company hold an emergency video conference to inform all the management that their company has been acquired. That's it. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 29. Li Sheng asked Chen Nuo to take a brain CT scan. Can the interest from one day buy a broken Audi? Chen Nuo hung up the phone. He sat there calmly, looking up at everyone else. Li Sheng was the first to come back to his senses and shook his head. Chen Nuo, given your mental state, I advise you to go to the hospital first. It would be best if you could get a brain CT scan. I suspect you have a serious illness. Others were also shocked by Chen Nuo's outrageous words. They dared not mock Chen Nuo anymore. They were really afraid that if Chen Nuo really went crazy, he would kill them. In the end, the court would claim that he was mentally ill and they would not even get any compensation. At this time, the food and drinks had already arrived, and everyone began to chat while eating. Chen Nuo was also happy to be alone. He picked up his chopsticks, casually took a few bites of food, and chatted with Wang Chen next to him. About 6 or 7 minutes later, when everyone was toasting each other, Li Sheng's cell phone suddenly rang. He frowned, put down his chopsticks, and took out his cell phone. His heart was shocked and his hands holding the phone were shaking. He looked up at Chen Nuo nervously. Everyone looked at Li Sheng. Wu Shasha, Zhang Sun, and others who were closer saw that there was a video invitation on Li Sheng's phone. They remembered what Chen Nuo had said before, and a sense of absurdity brewed in their hearts. Li Sheng swallowed his saliva, then clicked on the video. Dear colleagues, I am here to urgently inform you of a good news. Just now, Jiang Group acquired our company. From now on, everyone should work hard. Li Sheng didn't hear the rest of the words clearly. He was filled with shock and disbelief, and his brain was dizzy. Everyone else put down their chopsticks and looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. They saw Chen Nuo taking a bite of food. He noticed everyone's gazes and smiled at them. A few seconds later, Zhang Sun was the first to question. Li Sheng, this must be a coincidence. The video just now said that Jiang Group acquired your company. Jiang Group is a star enterprise in Nana City. How can Chen Nuo influence the decision of Jiang Group? Besides, your company has a market value of 20 million. Even if Chen Nuo has money, how much can he have? This is definitely a coincidence. Zhang Sen's words were clear and logical, and everyone agreed with him. They didn't want to be the object of ridicule just now to become someone that people could only look up to. As soon as Zhang Sen finished speaking, Chen Nuo's phone rang. The cock is so beautiful. In front of everyone, he took out his cell phone. It was Su Li calling, so he turned on the speaker. Hey, Sister Su. Brother, I have already done what you asked me to do. I bought the company in the name of Jiang Group for 15 million, and I have asked their leaders to hold an emergency video conference. Chen Nuo glanced at the stunned crowd, and then turned off the speaker on his phone. Okay, I already know about this. How long will it take you to get here? Okay, I'll wait for you here. Chen Nuo hung up the phone and looked at Zhang Sun. What did you say just now? Even if I have money, how much can I have? Chen Nuo turned around and patted Wang Chen next to him. Come and tell me your bank card number. Wang Chen was stunned and asked subconsciously. What? Chen Nuo's mouth corners raised. Just give it to me when I ask you to. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Chen looked at Chen Nuo twice, then took out his wallet and gave Chen Nuo a bank card. The others had a vague idea of what Chen Nuo was going to do, but they didn't dare to believe their own guesses. They just looked at Chen Nuo, who opened his mobile banking app and entered Wang Chen's bank card number. Chen Nuo returned the bank card to Wang Chen and said to Wang Chen, Wang Chen, I'm rich now, but someone is showing off in front of me, saying that even if I'm rich, how much can I have? I can't stand this. Come on, I'll transfer 50 million to you first. You can spend it as you like, and let some people see my strength. Chen Nuo said as he entered the password. Byte. Chen Nuo received information about deductions. Byte. Soon after, Wang Chen received a message from his cell phone. He took out his phone and his eyes widened. This? Chen Nuo, is this really what you transferred to me? Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of millions. Is it really 50 million? Other students who were curious about the situation rushed over and saw the text message reminder that they had received 50 million. Wang Chen, you couldn't believe it. He opened the online banking. Others watched him log in and then looked at the balance. It was a number starting with 5, followed by a row of zeros, and only the last few digits were other numbers. Wow, it really is 50 million. Zhang Sun sat there in a daze, shock in his eyes. Wu Shasha looked at Chen Nuo with shining eyes. She stood up and walked gracefully to Chen Nuo's side with a wine glass. Old classmate, long time no see. Would you like to have a drink? Chen Nuo looked up at Wu Shasha and saw that her eyes seemed to speak, smart and beautiful. Chen Nuo looked at Li Sheng again, And when he saw Chen Nuo's gaze, a stiff smile appeared on his face. Oh, I heard that the squad leader is pursuing you. If I drink a drink with you, I'm afraid he will be unhappy, right? Li Sheng waved his hands quickly, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The video and the transfer just now have already demonstrated Chen Nuo's strength. Chen Nuo acquired their company, so he is his boss. As long as Chen Nuo is unhappy now, he can be fired. How could that be? Besides, Wu Shasha didn't agree to me at all. Chen Nuo, no, Mr. Chen, you don't have to pay attention to me. When Chen Nuo heard Li Sheng say this, he smiled lightly. No wonder he's able to reach management level at such a young age. He really understands the ways of the world. Chen Nuo praised Li Sheng, then picked up the wine glass on the table and clinked it lightly with Wu Shasha's red wine glass. He took a sip, then put the glass on the table. He no longer paid attention to Wu Shasha, but looked at Wang Chun next to him. Wu Shasha looked at Chen Nuo's rudeness and was not offended at all. She also took a sip and returned to her seat, but her eyes were always on Chen Nuo. At this time, Wang Chun was still staring at his phone in a daze. Chen Nuo raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Isn't it just 50 million? I was planning to transfer 200 million to you, but I was worried about your ability to bear it. Look at your expression. Is 50 million a lot? When the others heard this, they were all shocked and envied Wang Chun. Chen Nuo was so good to Wang Chun. Wang Chun took a deep breath, came back to his senses, picked up the water glass on the table, and took a big gulp. Chen Nuo, I can't take this much money. I'll transfer it back to you now. Everyone else looked at Wang Chun as if he were a fool. If they had thanked him earlier, they would never have returned the favor. Chen Nuo shook his head, took out his cell phone, opened the text message, and let Wang Chun take a look. No, spend it yourself. Look, I still have more than 2.9 billion on my card. These are just small changes. Seeing that Chen Nuo would not let him return the money, Wang Chun had no choice but to wait until after the party. Chen Nuo said this, then looked up at Zhang Sun. Zhang Sun, tell me, if I put the 2.9 billion in the bank, can I buy a shabby Audi with the interest earned in one day? Chapter 30. Tease the school bell. Jiang Yu is furious and encounters a scam. An ugly smile appeared on Zhang Sen's face. Lu Xinliang, who had been mocking Chen Nuo, picked up the wine glass and came to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, I looked down on you just now. Come on, I'll do it and apologize to you. Chen Nuo didn't even look at him. He was the only one who jumped higher besides Zhang Senator. Lu Xinliang forced a smile and returned to his seat. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit cold, and everyone felt a little regretful that they shouldn't have laughed at Chen Nuo just now. The male students looked at Zhang Sun and Lu Xinliang with dissatisfaction. If it weren't for them, Chen Nuo, who has now become very successful, would have been able to help them. Now with the example of Lu Xinliang, no one dared to toast Chen Nuo. Some smart people have been toasting Wang Chun continuously, and several single female classmates have even exchanged phone numbers with Wang Chun. The king accepted all the ministers who came, and the atmosphere at the scene was restored a little. Chen Nuo was drinking and enjoying himself. When he looked up, he found Wu Shasha staring at him. Their eyes met. Wu Shasha picked up the red wine glass and raised it towards Chen Nuo, then took a sip of the wine. She put down the glass and licked the remaining wine at the corner of her mouth. Her face was as red as a ripe peach, very tempting. Chen Nuo was admiring Wu Shasha's charm with great interest. Just when he was feeling hot all over, the door of the private room opened. Su Li was wearing a beautiful dress. She glanced at the table and saw Chen Nuo at first sight. Chen Nuo, I'm late. Su Li knew that she had to give Chen Nuo minimum respect in public, especially in front of her classmates, so she no longer called Chen Nuo brother. Chen Nuo suddenly withdrew his gaze from Wu Shasha. He turned around to look at Su Li and stood up. Su Li came to Chen Nuo and took his arm. When Wu Shasha saw this scene, her heart tightened and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. Come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Su Li, my future daughter-in-law. She is currently the chairman of the Jiang Group. She is not worth much, just a few tens of billions. Su Li didn't expect Chen Nuo to introduce herself so generously, and she didn't expect that Chen Nuo would say that she was his future daughter-in-law. Su Li's face blushed, and she generously accepted Chen Nuo's introduction with a charming smile. When others heard that Su Li was the chairman of Jiang Group, they were all shocked. My goodness, no wonder she doesn't treat money seriously. So that's how it is. Chen Nuo is really lucky. I came late today because of something else. I'm treating you to dinner today. Enjoy your meal. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop her. Sister Su, this is not right. You can't just come here and steal our class monitor's limelight. This is not your place to invite. Class monitor, don't you think so? Upon hearing this, Li Xing quickly stood up. Mr. Chun is right. This meal should be paid for by me. Su Li glanced at Chen Nuo, then at the atmosphere at the scene, and then thought about the company that Chen Nuo had asked her to acquire before. She understood instantly, and she shut up tactfully. That's it for now. I'm done eating too. Wang Chen, do you want to come with us? Wang Chen first glanced at the single girls, then stood up reluctantly. I'm done eating too. Let's go together. The three of them walked to the door of the private room and were about to open it to leave when Chen Nuo stopped. In full view of everyone, he walked up to Wu Shasha. He picked up the phone on the table, handed it to Wu Shasha, and asked her to unlock it. Wu Shasha frowned slightly, but still unlocked the phone. Chen Nuo entered his own number, dialed it, and then handed it to Wu Shasha. He put his head close to Wu Shasha's ear. You were so cute just now, and it made me feel a little itchy. Here's my cell phone number. If you need anything, you can call me. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he glanced at Li Sheng next to him. Li Sheng immediately smiled, and Chen Nuo patted him on the shoulder. Let's go. You don't have to see me off. Everyone, enjoy your meal. Chen Nuo turned around and left the private room with Su Li and Wang Chen. The others just looked on at a loss. Only Wu Shasha showed a slight smile. Walking out of the private room, Su Li pinched Chen Nuo lightly. You're really good. You flirt with me right in front of my sister. The two of them walked outside laughing and joking. Wang Chen smacked his lips. He felt that he should not have come out with them. Humph, how shameless. When Chen Nuo and Su Li were being affectionate, a cold snort was heard suddenly. The two looked up and saw Jiang Yu and Guanning standing at the door. Jiang Yu's face looked very bad. After all, no one would be happy to see his ex-wife, whom he just divorced yesterday, throwing herself into the arms of another man. When Guanning saw what Su Li and Chen Nuo were doing, she frowned and then relaxed her brows. As she expected, she stopped the loss in time. She held Jiang Yu's arm tighter. Su Li sneered when she saw Jiang Yu and Guanning. Jiang Yu, stop being so sarcastic here. We are divorced. It is my freedom to be with whomever I want. You have no right to control me. Jiang Yu pushed Guanning's hand away. He ignored Su Li and looked straight at Chen Nuo. Little white face, I advise you to have some self-awareness. Even if we get divorced, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can take over. Chen Nuo looked at Jiang Yu calmly, but in fact, there was a surge of anger in his heart. He raised his eyes to look at Guanning, who quickly lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye. Chen Nuo didn't say anything, but pulled Su Li over and kissed her hard. Su Li struggled a little at first, but after a few seconds, she responded enthusiastically. You guys. Jiang Yu was so angry that his face turned red. He walked forward and raised his hand to hit Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo raised his hand and grabbed Jiang Yu's arm. Their lips parted, and a trace of saliva formed a long thread. Chen Nuo licked his lips with enjoyment and pushed Jiang Yu back. Jiang Yu's fat body hit Guanning, and they both fell to the ground instantly. Let's go, Sister Su. Chen Nuo didn't say a word from beginning to end, but only used his actions to tell Jiang Yu and Guanning that Su Li was his woman. Chen Nuo, Su Li, and Wang Chen walked out of the hotel. Guanning helped Jiang Yu up. Jiang Yu's face was full of anger. He took out his mobile phone and called his third brother. That bastard, no matter who he is, I want him to die miserably. It was obvious that Jiang Yu did not recognize Chen Nuo at all, and Guanning was happy that Jiang Yu could not recognize him. She just glanced at Chen Nuo and Su Li, who were leaving from a distance, and the hatred in her heart became stronger and stronger. The number you dialed is out of service area. Beep. The angry Jiang Yu wanted to find his third brother to deal with Chen Nuo. What's even more ridiculous is that the third brother is now just a pile of meat in Chen Nuo's parcel. Jiang Yu made several calls, but was told that the phone was out of service area. He was so angry that he smashed his phone. Chen Nuo and the other two came to the side of the road. Wang Chen, do you want to go to the hotel I booked? Su Li was stunned and her face turned a lot redder. Wang Chen naturally would not embarrass himself. Forget it. By the way, your money. Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop him. Since I've given it to you, just spend it without worry. Didn't I tell you? I'm not short of money now. But, no buts. If you really feel bad about this, why not quit your job and come work with me? I'm a little busy lately, so you can help me out. Seeing that Wang Chen still wanted to return the money at this time, Chen Nuo, combined with the memories of his original body and Wang Chen's previous concern, thought that Wang Chen was indeed a friend worth making friends with. After hearing this, Wang Chen's eyes suddenly became dazed. Chen Nuo, thank you. Chen Nuo patted his shoulder. Then call me after you resign tomorrow. Chen Nuo watched Wang Chen take a taxi and leave, while Su Li held Chen Nuo's arm. I drove here. Let's go to the hotel you booked. The two came to the underground garage, and Su Li threw the key to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo drove out of the underground garage, and just as he got out, he saw an old man jogging towards him. Chen Nuo slammed on the brakes. The car was clearly more than 1 meter away from the old man, but the old man suddenly crashed into the car, then lay on the ground and began to scream. I hit someone, it hurts so much. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment, then realized that he was being scammed. Chapter 31. The crooked logic of the old man who scammed the tenants. The tenants want a share of the landlord's demolition compensation. After Suli got in the car, she kept looking at Chen Nuo and didn't pay attention to the situation outside the car. The car suddenly stopped and the old man shouted. She was startled and hurriedly looked outside the car. When Chen Nuo saw Suli preparing to get off the car, he quickly raised his hand to stop her. Don't get off yet. We must have encountered a scammer. The old man was several meters away from our car just now. He rushed straight at us, and our car had already stopped when he hit us. Suli was stunned. She always heard about fraud on the news, but this was the first time she had experienced it herself. She had no experience with this. What should we do? Should we call the police? Chen Nuo shook his head. No need for now. I'll go down and take a look at the situation. You wait in the car for a while. The reason these scammers do this is just to get money. Let's take a look first. Chen Nuo pulled the handbrake and got out of the car, only to see an old man lying on the ground with one leg tucked under a wheel. When the old man saw Chen Nuo get off the car, his shouting became louder. Someone hit me, come and see. People on the street began to gather here. You know what? No matter where they are from, they have the habit of gathering together to watch a show. Soon, the area around Chen Nuo's car was full of people. Chen Nuo glanced at the people around him, then squatted beside the old man. Old man, your acting skills need to be improved. I didn't bump into you just now. The old man, who was originally grinning and shouting, changed his behavior when he heard Chen Nuo's words. He smiled with a mouthful of yellow teeth and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Young man, did you see that? I'm not afraid to tell you that I did hit the car myself. I'm telling you straight out that I just want money. You're a rich man, right? You drive a luxury car like this, so it's not too much to give me some money, right? Chen Nuo was stunned. Are people who commit fraud so blatantly nowadays? Old man, look around. This is a street. I believe there must be cameras nearby. Aren't you afraid that I will call the police? The old man laughed. He smacked his lips and picked his yellow teeth with his tongue. Young man, I'm not saying anything bad to you, but you should have a broad mind as a person, and you should have a broad mind as a rich person. Why would I hit your car when there are so many other cars I can't hit? Chen Nuo let out a light. Oh. Then tell me. Actually, I've been eyeing you for a long time. Just now, the three of you were standing at the intersection. One of you took a taxi and left, while you went to the underground garage with a beautiful woman. Is this beautiful woman still waiting in the car? If you have time to argue with me here, you might as well spend some money. The people around saw the two people whispering and thought there was no more fun to watch, so they all dispersed. The old man continued. Besides, you just said to call the police. I'm a dead man. What should I be afraid of? What can you do if you call the police? The police will only teach me a lesson. Let me tell you, the scammers are professionals. Young man, think about it. Instead of wasting your time calling the police, you might as well. As the old man spoke, he straightened up and glanced at Suli, who was sitting in the passenger seat. The beauty is getting impatient, young man. You can do whatever you want. Chen Nuo listened to the old man's twisted logic and sighed softly. The old man sniffed and burst into laughter, leaving Chen Nuo a little puzzled. Young man, have you been drinking? Chen Nuo was stunned. He did take a sip. He didn't expect that this old man's nose was so sensitive, comparable to that of a Chinese dog. Look, why didn't you just give me some money? Why did you have to waste my time here? Since you've been drinking, don't blame me for asking for a higher price. Originally, I wanted to extort 3 or 2,000 from you, but you were shameless. Don't drink and drive. Don't drive after drinking. Don't you know? Do you need me to teach you? If you hit someone while driving under the influence, I will be in the right to call the police. Now I won't ask for more, 50,000. If it's less, I will call the police for you. Even if I get nothing in the end, I am wasting your time. I don't believe that I can't ruin your good relationship with that beautiful lady tonight. Chen Nuo listened to the old man's bold words, thinking in his mind how to teach him a lesson, but a wry smile appeared on Chen Nuo's face. Uncle, that makes sense. 50,000 is not a lot, but I don't have any cash right now. How about you take my car and I'll take you to the bank to withdraw some money, and then I'll take you home. Is that okay? The old man thought about it and decided that in their line of business, it is safer to use cash. If he was accused of blackmail after transferring the money, who would he turn to for justice? After all, it was just a small business. The old man agreed and asked Chen Nuo to support him. He staggered as if his legs were really crushed. Chen Nuo helped the old man into the car, and Suli asked, "This is?" Before Chen Nuo could say anything, the old man looked at Suli with a lustful look and said, "Don't worry, beauty. I just want some money. I won't delay your good fortune." As he spoke, he took a deep sniff. "It smells so good." There was a flash of coldness in Chen Nuo's eyes, and then he smiled. It's okay. I'll take you to the hotel first, then I'll go to the bank to withdraw some money for you. Here's the room card. Chen Nuo winked at Su Li, and Su Li took the room card and said nothing more. The car stopped in front of the gate of Anai Nong Wanong. Chen Nuo gave Su Li a few instructions and drove away with the old man. Li Shui stood at the front desk, with an unconscious smile always on her face, and it seemed that there was only the shadow of that person in her eyes. Excuse me, which floor is this room on? Li Shui came back to her senses. She looked at the elegant woman in front of her and couldn't help but feel envious. This woman has such a good temperament. She took the room card and looked at it, and the smile on her face froze. Li Shui didn't know what she said to Su Li in the end. Her head was buzzing. She bit her lip, feeling confused. Chen Nuo really brought the old man to the bank and actually withdrew 50,000 yuan, but he did not give it to the old man immediately. Instead, he told the old man that he had to wait until he sent him home and give it to him in front of his family, only then would he feel at ease. The old man didn't understand, but he couldn't convince Chen Nuo, so he agreed. The two came to a remote neighborhood, and Chen Nuo stopped the car far away. Why don't you leave? Chen Nuo shrugged. The car won't go into the community. I just thought about it, and I can just give you the money here. You're home now, so take the money and go. The old man felt that Chen Nuo was a little crazy. He just said that he would give him money in front of his family, but now he changed his mind. However, he was happy with it. He could hide 10,000 of the 50,000 as his own money. The old man got off the car. Chen Nuo was sitting in the car, watching from a distance. When the old man walked away, he got out of the car and followed him. This residential complex was shabby and very remote. Chen Nuo followed the old man to a building. He looked up and saw that there were basically no people living here, as if the building was going to be demolished. Chen Nuo watched the old man hide 10,000 yuan in a dilapidated house, then went upstairs, took out the key, and opened the door. Chen Nuo followed closely to the door. The door was very thin, and the sounds from inside could be heard clearly. Son, old lady, today I met a fool who was driving a luxury car under the influence of alcohol. I extorted 40,000 yuan from him. Look. A lazy voice came. Hey, Dad, you only asked for 40,000 yuan for driving a luxury car while drunk? That's too little. It should be at least 100,000 yuan. People who drive luxury cars don't care about this little money at all. That's right. Now that we have the chance, we can't be petty. We are not trying to blackmail them, but to warn them that society is dangerous. Hey, you old man, are you hiding some private money? How much did you ask for? Chen Nuo heard it clearly outside and couldn't help but sigh. People from the same family tend to associate with each other. Then I heard it again. What are you talking about, old woman? How could I hide some private money? If you don't believe me, you can go and try to scam me tomorrow. I'm too lazy to go. The son and the old woman seemed to realize that what he had just said was a bit hasty, so they stopped talking and just listened to what the old man said again. Old lady, have you told the landlord yet? We can't lose a cent of the demolition compensation. We have lived here for decades, and now the house is being demolished. If they want to leave us alone, it's impossible. Chen Nuo already understood the character of this family and felt more at ease to see them off. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. The sound inside stopped abruptly, and the old man came over cursing. Who is it? Can't you say a word? The door opened and the two looked at each other. Hey, why is it you? Chapter 32. The whole family of the scammer was killed, and the GDP of nearly 2 trillion attracted the attention of the central government. The old woman inside asked, Who is it? If it's the landlord, tell him that we won't move unless we get our share of the demolition compensation. The old man started to curse. What are you talking about, old man? It's not the landlord at all. It's the stupid guy driving the luxury car I just mentioned. Didn't I make it clear just now? What are you doing here now? The old man moved aside the door and Chen Nuo walked in. He didn't care about the old man's address. He even greeted the old man's family with a smile. After all, why should a living person care about a dead person? Chen Nuo closed the door. The old man's son looked at Chen Nuo, greed flashing in his eyes. Boy, listen to what my dad said. You hit my dad. Let me tell you, my dad is kind-hearted and asked for too little from you. I can't just let it go. Now you have to pay another 50,000 yuan, otherwise. Chen Nuo did not reply to him. Instead, he walked to the window and pulled the curtains. The room immediately became dark. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at the old man's son. Otherwise, there is nothing else. The three old men also noticed something unusual, but Chen Nuo rushed to the old man's son and punched him. Bang! A punch hit him hard in the face, half of his teeth came out, and the son was about to hit the wall behind him. Chen Nuo raised his hand and grabbed his son's head and banged it against the wall. Once, twice. Blood was flowing out, and Chen Nuo let go of his hand. His son slowly knelt on the ground, and then slowly collapsed to the ground, leaning against the wall. Chen Nuo wiped his hands on his body. Oh, not yet. How funny. He turned and looked at the old man and the old woman, who had just come back to their senses from their shock. The old woman opened her mouth to curse, but Chen Nuo did not give her a chance. He raised his foot and kicked the old woman on the neck, sending her flying. Boom. The old woman hit the wall behind her and bounced to the ground. Her neck was obviously broken and her body kept twitching. The old man was numb. He swallowed a few times and was extremely scared. He wanted to run away. Chen Nuo picked up a chair nearby and dropped it on the old man as he was stunned. The old man fell to the ground. You're a professional at scamming people. Today, I'll let you enjoy the thrill of scamming people. The intense pain made the old man unbearable. When he was about to scream, Chen Nuo kicked him in the face, blocking his voice. Chen Nuo stepped hard and moved his foot, and the old man could only make a whimpering sound in pain. Chen Nuo picked up the chair again and broke one of its legs with force. There's really nothing much to say about you scammers. You're just annoying. Didn't you say I hit your leg? Now I'll remove your leg so you can act more realistically. Bang. With one hit from the stick, his leg was broken. The old man struggled painfully and begged for mercy from Chen Nuo, but Chen Nuo remained indifferent. Thinking of the old man's attempt to scam him and his perverted reasoning, and seeing Su Li's lustful eyes, Chen Nuo became more and more ruthless. After a while, Chen Nuo walked out of the shabby house and put all the things inside into the parcel box, including the 3 warm corpses. When he went downstairs, he also found the private money that the old man had hidden, which turned out to be more than 10,000. When the landlord came here a few days later with the mentality of fighting to the death, he felt a little disappointed when he saw the spotless, dilapidated house. It was really uncomfortable that the lofty words he had prepared for several days were of no use. Chen Nuo drove back to the Nong Wenong Hotel, parked the car, and walked into the hotel lobby. Li Shui at the front desk had a look of disappointment on her face. She didn't even notice Chen Nuo approaching her. Hey, what are you thinking about? You're so focused. The sudden voice startled Li Shui. She looked up quickly and found that it was Chen Nuo. Immediately, a look of resentment appeared on her face. What's wrong? You look weird. Did I scare you just now? Li Shui didn't say anything, just looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo felt puzzled and shrugged slightly. If you don't say anything, I'll go up first. By the way, remember to drink more brown sugar water. Chen Nuo walked towards his room. He thought that Li Shui had arrived during those days. He heard that women during those days were a little neurotic. Chen Nuo came to his room. He knocked on the door and waited for about dozens of seconds. The door opened and Su Li was wrapped in a bath towel with a red face. Did you send that old man home? Chen Nuo nodded, walked into the room, and closed the door. Chen Nuo hugged Su Li and was about to kiss her, but Su Li struggled hard. What are you doing? Dry. Su Li tilted her neck back, pushed Chen Nuo, and said with a sweet smile. Go to hell. I'm asking you. Why are you so impatient? Go take a shower first. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Chen Nuo woke up. He looked at Su Li, who was sleeping beside him, and a satisfied smile bloomed on his face. He slowly got up and put on his clothes. He had no time to waste as there were less than 5 days left. The sound of washing still woke Su Li up. Chen Nuo was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Su Li came behind Chen Nuo and hugged him. It's so early. Why don't you sleep a little? Chen Nuo turned around and kissed Su Li, and toothpaste got on Su Li's mouth. He scooped some water with his hand, wiped Su Li's mouth, and rinsed his own mouth. Don't slack off these few days. There will be plenty of time to slack off in the future. Su Li stretched. Her breasts were full and shining. Chen Nuo swallowed subconsciously. Su Li giggled and touched her down. Chen Nuo shivered all over. The two of them stayed in the bathroom for half an hour before they walked out of the hotel contentedly. Li Shui at the front desk didn't know what was going on. When the two of them left, they found that there was another young lady there. Because Su Li was around, Chen Nuo didn't ask. Chen Nuo and Su Li said goodbye. Chen Nuo took a taxi to Ilian warehousing. Su Li still needed to go to the group to coordinate the layout. Because of the night's lingering, the relationship between the two became closer, and Su Li's enthusiasm was also pulled to the maximum. All morning long, materials were continuously sealed up and stored in the warehouse. The land that Su Hao had mentioned for approval had already been fenced off. Judging from a distance, it was at least 1,000 acres in size. A simple warehouse inside was also under construction and should be ready for use tomorrow. Around noon, Wang Chen called and said that he had resigned. Chen Nuo told him the address of Ilian warehousing. In the afternoon, Wang Chen also joined in the busy work. He didn't know that all these supplies were purchased by Chen Nuo. He just thought it was Chen Nuo's job. At the central government of China, the #1 leader and several leaders in charge of the economy were listening to the reports from below with frowns on their brows. Tell me what's going on in these provinces. How come they suddenly boosted GDP by nearly 2 trillion yuan? Chapter 33. The whole country's strength serves Chen Nuo, and the school beauty wants to flirt with Chen Nuo. There was a knock on the door. and number one looked up at the door. Then the vice prime minister in charge of economy walked in. Chairman, we have found out the specific reason. Number one tapped on the table as he listened to the report. So, the reason for the sudden increase in GDP of these provinces in 2 days is just the linkage effect brought about by the manhwa municipal government? Several people found it incredible, but they also discovered the risks. Chairman, do you want the government to intervene at a macro level? Number one closed his eyes and thought, then asked when he heard the prime minister's words. Why interfere? If we don't interfere, what if that person ends up having problems? Number one opened his eyes and shook his head. The domestic economy has been a bit sluggish recently. No matter how many ways we have tried, we have been unable to stimulate domestic consumption. Now there is a $1 trillion demand for materials in manhwa city. This is not only a risk, but also an opportunity. Number one picked up the teacup, took 2 sips of tea, and continued. Economic development cannot be focused on just one place. Regardless of whether it is risky or not, at least in the current situation, in just 2 days, it has driven economic growth of nearly 2 trillion yuan in surrounding provinces. This is a fact. As for the risks you mentioned, it is nothing more than the risk that the other party only paid the advance payment and could not pay the balance in the end. Everyone present nodded. This was the risk they were considering. Number one put down the teacup. Let's do the math. Even if what you guessed really happened, what would happen? Those materials are indeed quite a lot. If something goes wrong, they will just be stored in manhwa city for a while. If that doesn't work, we can just set up a national warehouse in manhwa city and keep those materials as the country's strategic reserve. Number one paused, and after everyone had digested the information for a few seconds, he continued. Besides, the share prices of the companies mentioned above have been rising rapidly and may soon reach $1 trillion scale. The prime minister nodded. He understood what number one meant. So, as long as we have people keep an eye on the stock market and prevent those who are collecting dividends from cashing out, everything will be fine. Even if there are uncontrollable problems in the end, we can just let those who are collecting dividends take over. The eyes of the others lit up. They were familiar with this. That's right. Since they are enjoying such huge profits, if something goes wrong, their wealth will naturally pay for it. Isn't that reasonable? As for the people, they have already benefited. We are just redistributing the wealth. As for the 100 billion yuan loan in the bank, we have previously discussed giving the money directly to the people. At that time, all the experts said it was inappropriate. Now, let's treat it as an investment by the country. Investment is always risk-free. Everyone started to express their opinions. They were originally planning to investigate Chen Nuo's problem, but suddenly, the situation turned polarized. Also, we can't just limit ourselves to those few provinces. We need to mobilize other provinces after the notification. Such a huge economic energy will drive the linkage of all aspects. This is a good opportunity. We must take this opportunity to revitalize the entire economy and strive to achieve a GDP growth rate of more than 7% this year. When a few people were chatting animatedly, there was another knock on the door. A soldier walked in. Report to the chairman, the great beauty country wants to speak to you. We have already told you that you are busy with state affairs, but they said that they need to contact you for something extremely urgent. Number one stood up and told the people in charge of the economy to immediately formulate a plan to fully supply materials to manhwa city. Number one came to an exclusive room and picked up the microphone. Hey, Lao Deng, what's your problem? Can't you wait until later? Rabbit, don't play dumb with me. I just want to ask you, did you do what happened the night before yesterday? Number one frowned. He really didn't understand what the other party was saying. Oh, what is that thing you were talking about? If you don't tell me, how can I know if it was me who did it? Lao Deng felt dizzy, and listening to the tone, it really was. Rabbit, it's really not you. Humph, if you don't want to talk, I'll hang up. I have things to do. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Number one walked out of the room, frowning as he wondered what on earth could have made old Deng call him. Number one hated this uncontrollable situation, so he turned around and said to the soldier behind him, Go investigate what happened in the great beauty country the night before last. In the evening, Chen Nuo returned to Ni Nom Wanom and came to the front desk. Li Shui was still absent-minded like yesterday. You. Li Shui looked up at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo paused for a moment because he was a little overwhelmed by Li Shui's gaze, which was full of resentment. Chen Nuo smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to say much. He just said hello casually and went to the room. Lying on the bed, Chen Nuo glanced at the countdown, 100:42:34. Well, there are still a little over 4 days left. We already have more than enough supplies and weapons. Now we just don't know what form the end of the world will take. Just as he was thinking, Chen Nuo suddenly sat up. Since there are zombies, it means that humans can be infected by inexplicable energy. Generally, in this situation, most people cannot endure the pain and die, and then they become zombies. Should I stock up on some painkillers or something? Chen Nuo just did what he wanted to do, even if it was redundant. He just called Jing Tao directly. Hey, Jing Tao, ask the drug agent to get a batch of painkillers tomorrow. Yes, anything that can relieve pain. Oh, and I think adrenaline might work, too. Ask the drug agents about this. You have to be careful. Painkillers are very important to us. After Chen Nuo finished his explanation, he hung up the phone. At this time, a call came in and Chen Nuo saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? There was a woman over there, and she chuckled. Hey, old classmate, I thought you had memorized my phone number? That's really sad. Chen Nuo felt the voice was very familiar. He thought about it, and then figured it out, but a playful expression appeared on his face. Oh, I remembered. Wu Shasha, you called me because you really need something. Wu Shasha said mischievously. What? Didn't you say I would call you when I needed you? Do you regret it now? Chen Nuo was just bored. When he heard Wu Shasha deliberately raising her voice when talking about her needs, his heart was also aroused. How could that be? I'm just bored, and I'd love to have a beautiful woman like you to chat with me. If you have any deeper needs, I can accept that. You wishful thinking. I just thought that you might be alone right now, so I called to check on you. Don't overthink it. I don't want to be caught by your chairman's fiancée. The two of them joked and chatted for about half an hour, and then hung up the phone in excitement. Chen Nuo was thinking about Wu Shasha's last words. It would be great if you and I were both single. Chapter 34. Li Shui confessed her love to Chen Nuo without any regrets. Chen Nuo replied to Wu Shasha that he didn't mind. Wu Shasha hung up the phone with a smile. Both of them were reluctant to leave. When Chen Nuo was feeling excited, the phone rang. He looked at the note and saw it was Su Li. He suppressed the heat in his abdomen. Hey, Sister Su, you're calling me so late. Do you miss me? Huh, you still have the nerve to say that. I just called you for half an hour and kept reminding you that I was on the phone. Who were you talking to? Chen Nuo smiled slightly. He did not hide anything. Sister Su, it's that female classmate from yesterday. She just called me and said she wanted to chat casually. Oh, that beautiful lady whose phone number you gave to her in front of me? Haha, man, you are such a jerk. Su Li was just joking and chatting, not going to bed with him. Let's not talk about this for now. I called you to tell you that the city government called me just now. Chen Nuo sat up. He knew that Su Li mentioned the municipal government and that it must be some important matter. What did you say? The municipal government said that the country has affirmed our economic behavior in the past few days and hopes that we can continue to work hard and increase cooperation with other provinces. Although there are still 4 days to go before the 10-day deadline, the country has notified the municipal government that it will mobilize the country's power to supply our contract. Chen Nuo was stunned and asked with some confusion. Sister Su, the country has no reason, right? This is just $1 trillion material contract. Is it necessary? Su Lijiao laughed a few times. Brother, I was also confused at first, so I asked the municipal government. The municipal government said, don't underestimate our $1 trillion contract. We can't just look at our side. The total amount of materials that have entered the warehouse in the past 2 days is 200 to 300 billion. However, these materials are shipped from various provinces. Do they require full support from logistics and personnel? These materials are purchased locally. Does it promote the development of the local economy? In addition, with the full mobilization of various provinces, the GDP alone has leveraged nearly 2 trillion, and this is only 2 days. Chen Nuo understood that the country was not only looking at his $1 trillion material contract, but also saw the benefits that would be linked together later. If all the market parts are connected, there will be a larger economic volume connected. Chen Nuo naturally doesn't care. Since the country wants to help, he is absolutely willing to do so. As for the risks, Chen Nuo recalled a large company in his previous life. They were in the real estate business and had loans alone of trillions. He did not understand it at the time, but now think about it. Everything is under the control of the state, and in the end they could just take over those unfinished buildings and continue construction. Sister Su, thank the government for me and tell them that no matter how much supplies are shipped in, I, Chen Nuo, can accept them. Isn't it acceptable? As long as you come, you will spend 0 yuan in the end. The next morning, Chen Nuo walked out of the hotel and was about to take a taxi when Li Shui came behind Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo turned around and saw Li Shui. A smile appeared on his face. Li Shui, are you feeling better? You didn't say a word when I talked to you these past few days. I thought you didn't want to talk to me anymore. Li Shui looked at Chen Nuo awkwardly. She took out a piece of paper from her bag and handed it to Chen Nuo. This is for you. Chen Nuo took it doubtfully. This is... Li Shui glanced at Chen Nuo, said nothing, and ran away. Li Shui. Chen Nuo called out to Li Shui, but the other party had no intention of stopping. Chen Nuo could only shake his head, a little confused. Just as he was about to see what was written on the paper, a taxi arrived. So he got in the car, gave the address, and then looked at the paper. Chen Nuo, I have been suffering these past few days. I don't understand why I fell in love with you. Everything happened so suddenly. I can only say that this is fate. I wanted to find a time to confess to you. But when I saw an elegant woman coming to the hotel with your room card, I was heartbroken. I thought about it all day yesterday, but I couldn't convince myself. Now I want to ask, if a woman like me doesn't care that you have other women, can you accept me? After Chen Nuo saw it, his first thought was to reject it. What do you think of me? A breeding pig? But then he thought, there were only 3 days left until the end of the world, and by then, it was uncertain whether Li Shui could survive. Would it be too cruel to refuse? In the end, Chen Nuo shamelessly convinced himself and took out his mobile phone to send a text message to Li Shui. What have I done to deserve this? Li Shui walked on the road nervously. She didn't know whether Chen Nuo would accept her, but she understood that she really had Chen Nuo in her heart. Especially when she saw that elegant woman, her breath almost stopped. Some people might say it was exaggerated, but that's how love works. She thought about it for a day and a night, and she decided not to hide her feelings. She would take the initiative. Even if it would hurt her more, she would have no regrets. At least she had tried her best. Just as she was daydreaming, her cell phone received a text message alert. Li Shui looked at the text message sent by Chen Nuo and felt happy. So it is true that love can make people stupid. Chen Nuo was sitting in the car, wondering whether he should tell Su Li about it. After all, feelings are selfish. If he didn't tell her, it would be more terrifying if he was caught in the end. Chen Nuo took out his cell phone and took a picture of the paper. He took a deep breath and clicked send. In less than half a minute, Su Li called. Brother, you're really fast, right? Is it your classmate? When Chen Nuo heard this, he laughed. Sister Su, this is not my classmate. This is the front desk of the hotel where I stayed. That day, I gave you the room card and asked you to wait for me in the hotel room. It was she who received you. Su Li thought about it and finally remembered that there was indeed such a person. At that time, she also said, why did the receptionist have a strange expression? It turned out that this was the problem. Brother, I never thought you were so charming. You not only help your classmates, but now you even help the hotel receptionist. Chen Nuo immediately complained. Sister Su, you really misunderstood me. I feel like this happened a little too suddenly. Su Li also understood what Chen Nuo said, so she asked, so why did you send this to me? To show off your charm. How could that be? Sister Su, I was thinking, rather than hiding it from you, if you find out, I'll be in big trouble. Su Li snorted coldly. Come on, we're not married yet. How dare I control you? Chen Nuo quickly interjected. Marriage isn't just a matter of getting a certificate. How about we go get the certificate now? I can do it anytime. When Su Li heard Chen Nuo's words, she felt much more relieved. Since Chen Nuo said that, it meant that he really wanted to marry her. Brother, this is what you said. I'm a little busy these days. After we finish your business, we will go to get the certificate. Okay, let's talk about this. Since you told me about this, you should have your thoughts. Such a big beauty doesn't care whether you have a woman or not, and is willing to follow you. What do you think? Chen Nuo thought about his words and then spoke. Sister Su, you've also read what Li Shui wrote. It seems that she has me in mind. This is what I think. If I reject her directly, it seems a bit awkward. I've thought about it, and I'll neither reject nor agree. I'll wait a few days until she's figured it out. Don't worry. I will never do anything to let you down. Su Li sneered. Man, let's just do this for now. When we're done with these few days, go get the certificate quickly. That way, there will be fewer butterflies around you. After they hung up the phone, Chen Nuo let out a long breath. Brother, you are awesome. Your wife didn't quarrel with you about this matter. I admire you. Chen Nuo looked up at the driver, and the two began to brag. On the way to Ilian warehouse, large trucks are running almost nonstop, and now they are running 24 hours a day. Chen Nuo got out of the car and walked into the Ilian warehousing compound. His cell phone rang, and he took it out to check. As long as you are willing, I will have no regrets. Whether it is Li Shui or Chen Nuo, they both feel sweet inside. Chapter 35. Do we need to be gentle when dealing with daily life? Nuclear blast. Chen Nuo found Zhao Wei and his friends. The three of them were arguing about something beside a warehouse. He came up to them. What are you talking about? Why are you so excited? When Jing Tao and the others saw Chen Nuo, they hurried over to greet him. Brother Chen, you're here? Have you eaten yet? I'll go to the cafeteria to get you something to eat now. Chen Nuo raised his hand, patted Jing Tao, and smiled. We'll talk about dinner later. First, tell me, what are you three talking about? Why are you all so angry? Suhao scratched his head, still a little angry on his face. Brother Chen, this is also news that just came out today? Xiao Rizi suddenly ordered the discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea at 11 a.m. yesterday. The three of us were scolding Xiao Rizi. Chen Nuo was stunned and frowned slightly. He took out his mobile phone and opened Tomato News. Sure enough, all the news reports were condemning Xiao Ri's irresponsibility. What does the state say? Zhao Wei said excitedly. Brother Chen, the country responded immediately. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has strongly condemned Xiao Rizi's behavior, and the General Administration of Customs has also made a decision to completely suspend all seafood imports from Xiao Rizi. Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows, and when he saw that Zhao Wei had nothing to say, he asked, "That's all? That's it?" Zhao Wei was stunned. "That's it, Brother Chen. This is already very severe. All seafood is banned from entering the country. Farmers and fishermen who make a living will be greatly impacted." Chen Nuo shook his head. "This is not enough. Although it seems like we have fought back, the characteristics of the country of Zairizi mean that they will not feel any pain at all. Zhao Wei, do I need a visa to go to Zairizi's country?" Zhao Wei didn't react. He didn't expect Chen Nuo to make such a big fuss. Seeing Zhao Wei in a daze, Jing Tao spoke. "Brother Chen, you need a visa to go to Zairizi. We have only canceled visas for ASEAN countries, and Zairizi does not belong to ASEAN countries." Chen Nuo thought about it. "Zhao Wei, book me another flight to the Philippines tonight. I want to go again. I can't just let this little behavior go like this." At around 11 o'clock in the evening, Chen Nuo walked out of the airport. He looked at the night scene in front of him and recalled the scene when he came here last time. He turned on his cell phone, and just as he was about to call, he received several text messages. They were text messages from Sister Su, Li Shui, and Wu Shasha, as well as phone reminder text messages. Chen Nuo first dialed Su Li's number and answered it as soon as the phone rang. "Huh, Chen Nuo, you're awesome. If I hadn't called Zhao Wei, I wouldn't have known you were going to the Philippines again. Couldn't you have given me a heads up before you left?" After finally coaxing Su Li into submission, he looked at Li Shui and Wu Shasha's phone calls, dialed Li Shui's number, and she answered immediately. "Hey, Chen Nuo, are you okay?" Sniffling. "I'm so glad you're okay. I thought something happened. Okay, you're out there. Be sure to be safe." Chen Nuo listened to Li Shui's instructions with a mixture of emotions in his heart. Li Shui finally hung up the phone happily. Chen Nuo sighed. He felt a little unworthy. He dialed Wu Shasha's number with his mobile phone. After 30 or 40 seconds, a lazy voice sounded. "Hey, Chen Nuo, why are you calling me so late? I was having a great sleep. Don't you know that beautiful women can't stay up late?" It turned out that Wu Shasha called Chen Nuo just to chat, and after knowing the situation, Chen Nuo hung up the phone. Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. 3 women, 3 different attitudes, made him a little anxious. He shook his head. "Hey, it's not that easy to be a time management master." Chen Nuo sighed and put his phone into the parcel compartment. He refused a taxi on the road and slowly walked away. After passing through a dark alley, Chen Nuo went in and released the unlicensed van. He drove to the beach, put on his diving suit, and slowly walked into the water. When he reached a place 100 meters below the sea, he began to swim away. Chen Nuo did not go to the previous military base. He was in another direction. He came here this time just to launch dozens of missiles from the Philippines to deter Xiao Rizi. It would be even better if he could blow up the place where Xiao Rizi discharged nuclear wastewater. Chen Nuo swam towards the sea and stopped when he was 20 or 30 miles away from the Philippine coastline. Chen Nuo opened the parcel compartment, thought for a moment, and prepared to take out a destroyer and fire 100 rounds at once. Just as he was about to take it out, suddenly, a shadow under the sea passed by Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo immediately looked and saw a shadow over 100 meters long just 30 or 40 meters below him. At first, Chen Nuo thought he was a whale or something, and the people in the nuclear submarine also thought he was a fish, and the two sides got along peacefully. After looking for a few seconds, Chen Nuo discovered that it was actually a submarine, and most likely a nuclear submarine. He became excited. He had always felt regretful that he had not met a nuclear submarine the last time he came here. He swam quickly towards the nuclear submarine, and the people in the submarine also discovered him, but they thought he was a fish because Chen Nuo's speed was not that of a human, and this was 170 meters under the sea, and humans could not withstand such water pressure. Plus, they were about to return to the military base, so they surfaced from 400 or 500 meters under the sea. This was also the time when they underestimated the enemy the most, and they didn't think anyone would dare to touch them. Chen Nuo came to the top of the nuclear submarine smoothly. He stepped directly on the nuclear submarine. At this time, the people in the submarine also found the abnormality, but they still stubbornly believed that it was a fish. They prepared to turn on the sound waves to drive Chen Nuo away. When the staff on duty was about to press the sonic button, Chen Nuo thought about it, and the nuclear submarine disappeared. More than 100 people appeared directly in the sea, nearly 200 meters underwater. The moment they appeared, the people on duty had deep shock on their faces, and the people who were still resting didn't even react. Their chests were directly collapsed by the water pressure, and blood gushed out of their 7 orifices. Chen Nuo swam upstream and reached the surface of the sea. He released the nuclear submarine again. Huge waves rose up and almost pushed Chen Nuo away. He quickly climbed onto the nuclear submarine and came to the entrance. He fiddled with it for a long time and finally entered the nuclear submarine. It was very big inside. Chen Nuo came to the control room and said helplessly when looking at the complicated dashboard, "I thought it was too simple. Without authorization and password, I'm afraid I can't launch a nuclear bomb." While muttering to himself, he carefully studied the dashboard. After some study, he gradually mastered the basic operating procedures. "Hey, what is this?" Suddenly, Chen Nuo let out a light exclamation. He noticed that the submarine security system seemed to have been released prematurely, possibly due to a technical failure or human negligence. This allowed him to bypass the password verification and directly enter the operation interface. Chen Nuo laughed. Hee, little Reezy, this is really God's will to take you away, so don't blame me, Chen Nuo, for being rude. So, Chen Nuo turned on the attack system, opened the launch silo, and then set the attack site at the place where Xiao Rizi discharged nuclear wastewater. When he was about to press the launch button, he paused, and then added another location, the Yasukuni Shrine. "It's all over, let's do the nuclear annihilation." As soon as Chen Nuo pressed the launch button, an alarm shouted in English sounded in the submarine. Chen Nuo completely ignored it and quickly left the submarine. At this time, the nuclear bomb had been launched, and the tail flame of the missile lit up the entire sky. People in the Philippines who had not yet rested saw this scene. They did not know that it was a nuclear bomb, and they just guessed that it was an exercise or something. After Chen Nuo put the nuclear submarine into the packing fence, he swam towards the sea at a faster speed. At this time, the military of the Great America had already become noisy. Lao Deng was woken up from his bed by someone. When he learned what had happened, he was horrified. My God, who did this? Without the president's authorization, this is a blatant crime. Chapter 36. Xiaozi is just a beautiful dog who accidentally touched the stewardess on the plane. The group of people around Lao Deng were at a loss, and suddenly an aide spoke up. Mr. President, the discharge of nuclear wastewater by the United States is not only destructive to marine life, but also affects all of humanity. We firmly condemn this behavior, but the United States is stubborn and recalcitrant. In order to protect all of humanity and the ocean, our great country has no choice but to make a painful decision. After all, Lao Deng was old, and he did not pay attention to the advice of his staff. But Xiaori is our ally. The staff shrugged slightly, and he spoke naturally. The nuclear bomb has been launched. It's too late to say anything now. We have already informed Xiaori, and they understand the current situation. They will intercept the nuclear bomb in the sky, but Mr. President, you know the power of the nuclear bomb. That kind of impact will directly destroy everything in the area. In addition, the military has secretly informed Xiaori that this is the work of terrorists, but we cannot announce this to the world. That will tell the world that our great country of America is weak. We must stand on the side of justice. This is the only way to declare it. The aide paused, looked at Lao Deng, and said with a smile. Also, Mr. President, you were wrong just now. Shiri is just a dog we use to contain China. Since when did a dog become our ally? Chen Nuo swam quickly towards the coast of the Philippines. It took him about 10 minutes to return to the shore. He looked back into the distance, but he could no longer see the shadow of the missile. Chen Nuo drove the van to the airport, then took out his cell phone and asked Zhao Wei to book him the fastest flight out of the Philippines. The fastest flight was quickly booked. Chen Nuo looked at the time and frowned slightly, because there was only half an hour left before the plane took off. When he arrived at the airport and looked at the time, there were less than 10 minutes left before takeoff. He quickly came to the boarding gate, and the staff stopped Chen Nuo and told him that boarding would be stopped within 10 minutes. When Chen Nuo was feeling depressed, suddenly, a broadcast sounded at the airport. Hello, gentlemen and ladies, due to an unknown shockwave, all flights will be delayed by 20 minutes. Please be patient. Philippine Airlines apologizes for the inconvenience caused to you. After hearing this, Chen Nuo looked at the staff. I should be able to board the plane now. 20 minutes later, Chen Nuo sat on the plane, and it took off smoothly. Chen Nuo opened the parcel column and looked towards. Nuclear submarine, 170 meters long, 13 meters wide, diving depth of 400 meters, power, nuclear power, weapons and equipment are all good. It is a good house stealer. Chen Nuo put away the parcel rack with a silly smile. He looked around and saw that everyone was resting with their eyes closed, so he closed his eyes too. He had just closed his eyes for a few seconds when suddenly something covered his body. Chen Nuo touched it subconsciously. You. Chen Nuo opened his eyes and saw a beautiful stewardess looking at him with shame and anger. Only then did Chen Nuo realize that he had touched the bulge on her body. Chen Nuo quickly withdrew his hand, a wry smile on his face. Misunderstanding. I didn't mean it. The stewardess snorted coldly and walked aside. Chen Nuo looked at the blanket on his body, then put his hand to his nose and sniffed, but, coincidentally, the stewardess was looking over here. The two looked at each other. The flight attendant glanced at Chen Nuo, then looked away angrily. Chen Nuo covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep. He didn't wake up until the plane stopped and everyone got off. Chen Nuo got off the plane and walked out of the airport. As he walked, he saw several stewardesses in front of him pulling suitcases and walking out. Chen Nuo saw the flight attendant on the plane at a glance. He thought about it and walked over. When Xiao Shihan heard footsteps behind her, she turned around and looked behind her. When she saw it was Chen Nuo, her face turned bad. Chen Nuo scratched his head and smiled. Miss, it was really a misunderstanding just now. I really didn't mean it. Xiao Shihan snorted coldly. Misunderstanding? Then smelling your hand was also a misunderstanding? You are such a pervert. Go away. I don't want to see you. Chen Nuo was a little unhappy, thinking, what's wrong with smelling it? He didn't say anything more and walked slowly out past Xiao Shihan. Xiao Shihan followed behind, dragging her suitcase. As she was walking, her cell phone rang. Chen Nuo heard the phone ringing but didn't think too much about it. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a box falling to the ground behind him. Chen Nuo turned around subconsciously, only to see Xiao Shihan squatting there with her hands covering her mouth, her eyes full of helplessness. Chen Nuo frowned slightly, only to see Xiao Shihan nodding continuously and asking about the hospital or something. Xiao Shihan hung up the phone. She was probably unsteady on her feet due to the shock she had just received, or because she stood up too quickly. Chen Nuo rushed over and supported her. Xiao Shihan paused for a few seconds, then slowly came back to her senses. Seeing Chen Nuo supporting her, she struggled to push Chen Nuo away. Pervert, it's none of your business. Chen Nuo stood aside, smacked his lips and said nothing. He saw Xiao Shihan staggering forward a few steps and seemed to fall again. Chen Nuo quickly came to her side and supported her. This time, no matter how Xiao Shihan pushed Chen Nuo did not let go. If you have the strength to walk on your own, I wouldn't want to help you. You must have encountered some emergency, right? Instead of wasting time here, why not let me help you? Xiao Shihan thought about the phone call just now. She glanced at Chen Nuo and had to listen to what Chen Nuo said. Can you tell me what happened? You might feel better if you tell me. Xiao Shihan ignored Chen Nuo, and they both walked out slowly, but the pace was really slow. Xiao Shihan was very anxious, and she sobbed. The hospital called me just now and said my mom had a cerebral hemorrhage and is in the hospital. She's not sure if she's alive or dead. Chen Nuo asked when he heard it. But in Nanha City Hospital? Xiao Shihan nodded, and Chen Nuo took out his cell phone from his pocket. Don't worry, I have a friend whose father is the director of the city hospital. I'll call him right now. Chen Nuo called Jing Tao. At that time, Jing Tao had already gone to bed, but when he saw Chen Nuo's phone number, he immediately answered it. Brother Chen, you're back? Do you want me to pick you up? Jing Tao, you don't have to come pick me up. The mother of a friend of mine has suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and is in the city hospital. Please arrange for the best doctor to check on her condition. Xiao Shihan watched Chen Nuo talking on the phone. Chen Nuo's words instantly filled her heart with gratitude. She felt a little guilty. Chen Nuo had touched her just now. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Even if he had just smelled and touched her hand, it was normal human nature. Okay, my friend has agreed to arrange for the best doctor to see your mother. Don't worry. With the current level of medical care, your mother will be fine. Xiao Shihan looked at Chen Nuo with tears in her eyes, which made Chen Nuo feel helpless. What's wrong with that? If other people see you like this, they'll think I'm bullying you. After hearing this, Xiao Shihan smiled, wiped her tearful eyes and bowed to Chen Nuo. Thank you. Chen Nuo quickly helped her up. No need to thank me. As long as you don't call me a pervert, we are even now. Chapter 37. Collect nearly 1 trillion supplies and build a national strategic warehouse. Seeing that Xiao Shihan was not in good condition, Chen Nuo originally suggested sending Xiao Shihan to the hospital. However, the stubborn Xiao Shihan refused. The two finally exchanged contact information with each other, and Chen Nuo took a taxi and left. Xiao Shihan stood at the entrance of the airport and watched the taxi leave. She took out her cell phone and called the hospital first. She only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that a doctor had indeed begun treating her mother. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction the taxi left again, with deep gratitude in her eyes. She thought about it and called her supervisor again, asking for a week's leave. At first, the supervisor was reluctant, but when he heard that Xiao Shihan's mother was in the hospital, he also knew that Xiao Shihan's family was a single-parent family, so he had no choice but to agree. Chen Nuo was sitting in a taxi, glancing through the rearview mirror at the lonely Xiao Shihan, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Because the end of the world was only 2 days away, Xiao Shihan's mother was hospitalized at this point. Even if she could be saved, she would probably not escape the fate of becoming a zombie. Chen Nuo shook his head to dispel his distracting thoughts. His meeting with Xiao Shihan was just a coincidence, and calling Jing Tao for help was just a small compensation for touching her. Chen Nuo looked at the time. It was almost 5 in the morning. After thinking about it, he went directly to Ilian warehouse. Along the way, we could see large trucks lined up in a long queue from afar, with taxis following slowly behind them. The journey that was supposed to take half an hour took almost an hour. Chen Nuo got out of the car and walked into the compound of Ilian warehousing. He first took a rough look around and saw that there were several trucks parked in front of each vacant warehouse, unloading goods. There were also trucks unloading goods in the simple warehouse that had just been built in the distance. He nodded with satisfaction and came to the management office, where he saw Lao Lu, the person in charge of Ilian warehousing, who was directing things with a tired look on his face. "Old Lu, take some rest." When Old Lu saw that it was Chen Nuo who came, the two chatted for a while. Chen Nuo heard from Lao Lu that Zhao Wei was busy until very late last night and did not go home, and was now sleeping in the dormitory next door. Chen Nuo said goodbye to Lao Lu and went to the dormitory next door. He woke up Zhao Wei and asked Zhao Wei to follow him with the key to the last warehouse. Old Lu looked at the two people coming to the management office to get the keys, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Chen Nuo said naturally, "Old Lu, I asked Zhao Wei to take me to see the sealed supplies. After all, it is necessary to take a look at the nearly 1 trillion supplies." That's right, Ilian warehousing now has nearly 1 trillion yuan of supplies, and nearly 600 billion yuan of supplies were sealed yesterday. Old Lu thought about it and realized that all the entrances and exits were watched, so as long as no supplies were being pulled out, it wouldn't matter if he took a look. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei walked deeper into the warehouse area, and Chen Nuo asked, "I asked you to remove all the cameras in the warehouse. Did you do it?" Zhao Wei nodded, a triumphant smile on his face. At first, Uncle Lu didn't agree. I persuaded him, and finally he agreed. He thought, like everyone else, that as long as we keep a close eye on the entrances and exits, we can ensure that there will be no mistakes in the supplies. However, there are still cameras on the main roads to monitor the traffic of vehicles after all. Chen Nuo showed a satisfied expression. As long as there were no cameras in the warehouse, it would be fine. As for the cameras on the road, they would be just the right place for him to give false testimony. The two came to the deepest warehouse. Zhao Wei took out the key and opened the warehouse door. The two of them entered. Chen Nuo asked Zhao Wei to close the door, and he began to collect supplies. Zhao Wei stood at the door, looking outside, while watching the supplies around Chen Nuo suddenly disappear. This warehouse was about 5 or 6,000 square meters in size. It took Chen Nuo about 3 minutes to collect all the supplies. Chen Nuo felt satisfied as he looked at the empty warehouse, but he was also glad that he started collecting supplies today. If he had waited until the last day, there might not be enough time to collect the supplies. Zhao Wei locked the warehouse door again. Old Lu was staring at the screen in the monitoring room. He saw that the two people left the warehouse in about 3 minutes. He breathed a sigh of relief, as long as they didn't cause any trouble. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei kept going in and out of the warehouse, and the time Chen Nuo took to collect supplies was also controlled within 2 minutes. By 7:30 in the morning, Chen Nuo didn't know how many warehouses he had collected, but he had only transferred a small part of it. Just as he was about to continue, Zhao Wei's phone rang. "Brother Chen, it's Su Hao and Jing Tao. They are here. Should we let them come over or?" Chen Nuo thought for a moment and said, "Let them go to the cafeteria. We'll go eat something too. It won't be too late to fill our stomachs first and collect the money later." The four of them came to the cafeteria. Chen Nuo and Zhao Wei were drinking porridge, while Jing Tao and Su Hao came after dinner. They sat idly aside, playing with their cell phones. Jing Tao said while playing with his phone, "Brother Chen, there is a rumor that Xiao Rizi was attacked by missiles last night." Chen Nuo picked up the bowl and drank all the porridge in it. He looked around and shook his head. "Let's talk about it later. But there should be news soon." Chen Nuo stood up and went to get another bowl of porridge. Sure enough, at around 8 o'clock, Tomato News was pushed directly. Su Hao clicked on the news and was shocked when he glanced at the title. Nuclear bomb? This. When did the great beauty become so righteous? Isn't Xiao Rizi his ally? Chen Nuo patted Su Hao on the shoulder, then stood up and walked out of the cafeteria. Around them, people were coming and going, cars were coming and going. None of the four continued to talk about what had just happened, but everyone else was discussing it enthusiastically. The four of them came to the depths of the warehouse area, where no one came at all, so Jing Tao asked, "Brother Chen, what is going on?" Chen Nuo laughed and said in a low voice, "Last night I wanted to use the missiles on the destroyer to launch a 100-round salvo attack on Xiao Rizi, but I didn't expect to discover a nuclear submarine by accident. So." The three of them took a deep breath. They couldn't imagine that the nuclear bomb was actually launched by Chen Nuo. "Brother Chen, are you saying that we not only have nuclear submarines, but also nuclear bombs?" Chen Nuo nodded. "Okay, don't make a fuss. I saw in the news that Xiao Rizi has publicly apologized to the world and promised not to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea again. This shows that only when it is hurt will it learn its lesson. What Chen Nuo didn't know was that the place where the nuclear wastewater was discharged had turned into ruins. There was no nuclear wastewater left. It had now become a nuclear radiation zone. Chen Nuo smacked his lips. It's just that. I didn't expect that the great country of America would say that they launched the nuclear bomb themselves. No matter what, there are less than 2 days left. There's no need for us to care about other things. Let's go and continue to collect supplies. After taking a few steps, Chen Nuo suddenly stopped and said to Su Hao, "Go find the builders and ask them to dig a pit of more than 300 meters in the center of the land granted to me. I want to place the aircraft carrier in it. It only needs to be more than 4 meters deep." In the center, number 1 sat there, puzzled. Tell me, what is Demeli thinking? Xiao Rizi is Demeli's obedient dog. He has no reason to use nuclear bombs. Is it really as he announced, that Xiao Rizi was disobedient and had to discharge nuclear wastewater? The Minister of Defense also frowned. However, our satellite surveillance footage confirmed that the nuclear bomb was indeed launched from a location not far from the United States military base in the Philippines. None of the senior military officers present could figure it out. Number 1 really couldn't understand it, so he just shook his head. Keep a close eye on them. This could be their strategy. Using a nuclear bomb on Shiri is illogical, but it could be a warning to them. Number 1 remembered the intelligence he had just received. The military base in the Philippines has been under strict blockade in the past 2 days. It seems like they're investigating something. Inform the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that we strongly condemn any country's unilateral use of nuclear bombs. However, we also want to compliment Demeli's warning to Xiaori. Humph, Xiaori deserves it for daring to discharge nuclear wastewater into the sea. By the way, how is Nana City doing? After hearing this, the Prime Minister put on his glasses and took out a form to look through it. The results are very good, and other provinces have begun to participate. However, the contract for materials only has less than 2 days to run. Number 1 thought about it and said, "It's okay. Just do as we said before. If it doesn't work, we can build a national strategic warehouse in Nana City. As for the excess materials, we can regard them as purchased by the state. This can also increase the income of the people." Chen Nuo continued to collect supplies throughout the day, and by evening, he had reached the forefront of the warehouse area. Chen Nuo looked at the sky and stopped collecting. It would be better to wait until the last few hours for the final collection. Chapter 38 Revenge Before the End of the World. Revenge for the Original Body. Chen Nuo and 3 others were walking towards the management office. On the way, they saw Wang Chen walking in front of them, so Chen Nuo called out to him, "My lord." Wang Chen stopped and looked back at Chen Nuo. He has been busy ever since he came here. How is it? Have you adapted to the situation in the past 2 days? Wang Chen complained. Chen Nuo, I have to say, this place is much busier than my previous job, with full trucks one after another. But fortunately, I just watched the workers unload the goods, so it's not too tiring. Chen Nuo smiled. It will be fine after tomorrow. By the way, you have to work overtime tomorrow night, so don't go home. I will make arrangements for you then. Wang Chen thought about it and said, "Actually, I'll be alone when I go back. Is there any dormitory here? If there is, I'll stay there. It's quite troublesome running back and forth." After hearing this, Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Wei next to him. "Zhao Wei, go arrange a room for Wang Chen to stay in, and the 3 of you should not go back tomorrow." Wang Chen and Chen Nuo chatted for a few more words, then followed Zhao Wei to the dormitory. Chen Nuo remembered the painkillers and looked at Jing Tao. "Jing Tao, have the painkillers and adrenaline I asked you to prepare arrived?" Jing Tao nodded. "We're already there, in the warehouse in front." Chen Nuo waited for Zhao Wei to come back and asked Zhao Wei to open the door of the warehouse. After walking in, he saw the warehouse filled with all kinds of medicines. Chen Nuo directly put all the medicines into the parcel column. They walked out of the warehouse. Chen Nuo took a few steps and then stopped. He thought for a while, took out a lot of painkillers and adrenaline from the parcel column and handed them to the 3 people. "Take these painkillers home and place them in plain sight in your family's bedroom. Find your own reason." All 3 of them showed confusion on their faces, and Chen Nuo shook his head. "This is just my guess. I don't know the specific situation. Just do as I say." The 3 of them had no choice but to nod. Chen Nuo sat in Zhao Wei's car and stopped in front of the Inai hotel. The 4 of them got out of the car, and Su Hao asked in surprise, "Brother Chen, do you live here?" Chen Nuo nodded. "Why, have you forgotten that we all met here? I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. You've all been tired all day. Go back and rest." After Chen Nuo drove them away, he entered the hotel. Li Shui noticed Chen Nuo just now. Her eyes were shining as she watched Chen Nuo walk in. Because he was at work, Chen Nuo only chatted briefly with Li Shui and then went to his room. He lay on the bed, looking at the supplies and weapons in the parcel compartment, wondering if there was anything missing. Chicken. Chen Nuo picked up the phone. It was Su Li calling. Hey, Sister Su, did you miss me? I'm alone in the hotel. Do you want to come over? Su Li giggled. I would like to go, but I've been so busy until now that I'm too tired to accompany you. The two chatted about some meaningless things, but they felt it was quite romantic. By the way, brother, let me tell you something. Your contract should be completed tomorrow morning, but the city government has not stopped. I heard that the country is planning to build a national strategic warehouse in Nanha City, so even if we don't buy supplies, they will continue to be shipped here. Chen Nuo no longer cared. Even if he stopped now, the supplies he collected had already far exceeded his expectations. The two hung up the phone, and when Chen Nuo was about to go to bed, there was a sudden knock on the door. Chen Nuo stood up puzzledly, opened the door, and saw Li Shui standing at the door. Li Shui. Li Shui did not respond to Chen Nuo, but walked into the room with her head down. She closed the door nervously, turned around and hugged Chen Nuo. Her movements were a little stiff, and she was trembling slightly. Chen Nuo asked subconsciously. You. Li Shui raised her head and kissed Chen Nuo, blocking Chen Nuo's words. Since it has come to this, there is no need for Chen Nuo to be a gentleman. The clothes on the two men are very troublesome. This is a wonderful hand-to-hand fight, full of enthusiasm and passion. The only pity is that there are no spectators. Crunch, crunch. The sturdy bed couldn't bear the weight and made a sound of falling down. The sound of panting lingered in the room. If I say that the storm will die down after an hour, some people might say I'm bragging, but it's true. Li Shui was so tired that she fell asleep. Chen Nuo held Li Shui in his arms and watched her beautiful eyebrows slightly frown occasionally, which should be caused by the pain somewhere. Chen Nuo hugged her tightly, closed his eyes and prepared to sleep. Ding! There is only one day left until the end of the world. Please be prepared. A loud voice rang in Chen Nuo's mind. Chen Nuo quickly opened his eyes and looked at the modifier, only to see that the countdown had become 23 hours 59 minutes and 52 seconds. Yeah, there's only one day left. I didn't expect the editor to remind me. Chen Nuo thought about it. Then he pulled his arms out from under Li Shui's snow-white body. He stood up, put on his clothes, and then kissed Li Shui on the forehead. It was not known whether it was a coincidence or something else, but a sweet smile appeared on Li Shui's face. Chen Nuo opened the door and walked out of the room. He left the hotel and came to a dim alley. He took out the unlicensed van, started the car, and drove towards his former rental house. When Chen Nuo heard the prompt, he suddenly remembered that this was the last day, and he should avenge his original body first. Otherwise, he would be busy tomorrow and would not be able to find the right time to take revenge. Chen Nuo quickly came downstairs. He looked up at the third floor. At this time, the light in the room was still on. Chen Nuo did not think too much, but climbed up directly. Just like last time, he climbed to the window of the bedroom on the third floor. Chen Nuo frowned, and then a cold murderous look appeared on his face. Godfather. The lascivious music should have been exciting, but Chen Nuo was unusually calm, with the anger deep in his heart still surging. Chen Nuo glanced at the two people in the room. His eyes fell on the key on the table, and he put the key into the parcel compartment. Chen Nuo went downstairs again, walked to the third floor, and opened the door with the key. Guaning and Jiang Yu were in the midst of passionate love and did not hear the sound of the door opening at all. Chen Nuo entered the room and closed the door gently. He walked straight to the bedroom, put his hand on the bedroom handle and turned it. It was not locked. He pushed the door open and walked in. Guaning was seen wearing a blindfold and her hands were tied to the head of the bed. The anger in Chen Nuo's heart was no longer repressed. He snorted coldly, and the sudden sound startled the two of them. Unexpectedly, Chen Nuo's arrival actually helped the two of them. Jiang Yu looked behind him in horror. He recognized Chen Nuo, the pretty boy who used to hang out with his ex-wife. Godfather, please don't scare me, Guaning said breathlessly. Chen Nuo pinched Jiang Yu's neck with one hand. Jiang Yu struggled hard. Chen Nuo pulled Jiang Yu off Guaning. Yes, he pulled him off. After all, the two of them. The two men separated, and Chen Nuo threw Jiang Yu to the ground with force. Jiang Yu fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Chen Nuo walked to the bed and took off Guaning's blindfold. When Guaning saw Chen Nuo's face, she immediately panicked and said subconsciously, "Hubby, I was forced." Chapter 39. Cheating can be fatal. Shocking changes in the depths of the universe. After Guaning said this, she realized that the two had broken up. What can you do about who I want to be with? Chen Nuo, what are you doing? I'm telling you, we've broken up. It's my freedom to follow whoever I want. Only then did Jiang Yu realize it. Are you Ning'er's former boyfriend? Chen Nuo didn't say anything, but walked towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu slowly stood up, and he started laughing. Boy, you are really brave. You actually dared to seduce my ex-wife. Haha, I will never let you go. Before Jiang Yu could finish his words, Chen Nuo punched him in the stomach. Although he didn't use his full strength, it was enough to cause his internal organs to bleed. Jiang Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. Guanning subconsciously wanted to shout, and Chen Nuo turned around abruptly. If you dare to shout it out, I will kill you immediately. Guanning was frightened by Chen Nuo's gaze. She immediately shut up and dared not make the slightest sound. Her body trembled and she became incontinent. The bed sheets quickly became wet with some dirty stuff. Chen Nuo frowned and ignored Guanning. He looked at Jiang Yu and shook his head. You're the only one who won't let me go? Huh, you don't stand a chance. I'm here today to get revenge. Jiang Yu was already scared, and he looked at Chen Nuo in horror. Revenge? Is it because I slept with your woman? Didn't you also slept with my ex-wife? Chen Nuo didn't want to say more. Our grudges have been clear since the beginning. There was a third brother. You still remember this person, right? Jiang Yu's pupil shrank. I just asked him to beat you up. Even if you add this, you don't have to take my life, right? I admit that I was wrong. Please let me go. I can give you money, a lot of money. Chen Nuo sneered. Money, don't you know? I gave your Jiang group the $1 trillion contract. Jiang Yu looked at Chen Nuo in shock and said in disbelief. Are you that Chen Nuo? Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. Didn't you always know my name? Jiang Yu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he said in horror. This is all a misunderstanding. Please let me go. Misunderstanding? This is not a misunderstanding. I have been very sure from the beginning to the end. Only your death can soothe the anger in my heart. Oh, right. At the last moment, I will let you look at your old friend. Jiang Yu didn't understand what was going on. He saw Chen Nuo raise his hand and a pile of meat fell on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu pushed it away in a hurry. He looked at the ground with fear in his eyes. Jiang Yu's pupils began to shrink. Well? Suddenly, Jiang Yu's body tensed up and started twitching continuously. He was so frightened that he died with his eyes open. Because Guanning was tied to the bed, she did not see such a horrific scene. Chen Nuo snorted coldly. He didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so easily frightened. Humph, you're really lucky. Chen Nuo put the bodies of Jiang Yu and his third brother into the parcel compartment, then turned around to look at Guanning on the bed. There was a mess under her. Chen Nuo raised his hand to untie the rope that bound Guanning, and Guanning hurriedly pulled the quilt to cover her body. But she also felt that it was unnecessary. After all, they had lived together for half a year, so what had they not seen? Guanning glanced at the ground and didn't see Jiang Yu. She couldn't understand why Jiang Yu was silent. Chen Nuo thought for a moment and said, Put on your best clothes and dress up. After a while, Chen Nuo walked out of the rental house. He felt completely relaxed. The resentment that had been lingering in his heart disappeared when Guanning died. Only then did Chen Nuo feel completely reborn. In the rental house, Guanning was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. She looked like she was asleep, and her face was delicately made up. Just as Chen Nuo was taking revenge, in the depths of the distant universe, a satellite named Explorer 10086 was constantly moving towards the deep universe. It is unknown which country launched this exploration satellite, and it has long lost contact with the blue planet. Suddenly, the satellite seemed to pass through a membrane. Boom. There was a sudden change in the universe, with a loud and silent sound. The membrane broke directly, and the satellite was reduced to powder. An energy that was originally blocked by the membrane instantly tore the membrane into pieces. This energy quickly covered the area previously blocked by the film. No one knew that the time when this energy reached the blue star was exactly the time when the end of the world would come, as Chen Nuo had said. Chen Nuo returned to the hotel, went into the bathroom to take a shower, then climbed onto the bed in the dark, hugged Li Shui from behind, and fell asleep. In the morning, Li Shui woke up. She stretched out her body lazily, feeling a little painful somewhere. Chen Nuo also woke up, and he just happened to see Li Shui's trembling brows. Does it still hurt? Li Shui's face blushed. She didn't say anything, but leaned into Chen Nuo's arms. Chen Nuo helped Li Shui put on her clothes. After they both washed up, Chen Nuo thought for a moment. Come on, you'll follow me today. Li Shui nodded. Since she had given her body to Chen Nuo, she belonged to Chen Nuo. When the two walked out of the hotel, the lady at the front desk looked at them in amazement, and Li Shui smiled slightly. Chen Nuo brought Li Shui to Ilian Warehouse. When Jing Tao and the other two saw Li Shui, they were just surprised for a moment. They still remembered Li Shui, so they tactfully did not ask any more questions. Although they didn't ask, someone would ask. Look, Suli came at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the supply quantity agreed and the contract has been completed. Suli saw Li Shui standing next to Chen Nuo, looking like a little bird, and her face was naturally unhappy. She suppressed her emotions and did her business first. Brother, all the supplies have been sealed, and the remaining payment is tomorrow's final payment. Should there be no problem on your side? Although she was angry, Suli was still worried about Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo shrugged and said confidently, Sister Su, don't worry, everything will be fine tomorrow. Yes, the end of the world will come tomorrow, so it won't be a problem if there are any problems. Seeing that he spoke so confidently, Suli felt relieved. She glanced to the side, and Chen Nuo understood. He smiled at Li Shui and asked her to wait here for a while. Su Li and Chen Nuo came to the warehouse and closed the door. Although Li Shui was very nervous, she was not jealous because in her opinion, Su Li was Chen Nuo's first wife. As for herself, why blush? Su Li leaned over and sniffed Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo scratched his head awkwardly with a puzzled look on his face. He also sniffed lightly but didn't smell anything. He clearly remembered taking a shower last night, so there shouldn't be any smell. Humph, why don't you explain to me? You smell so feminine. Did you fool around with that woman outside last night? Chen Nuo did not avoid Su Li's gaze, but pulled Su Li over and kissed her. Su Li struggled hard at first, but then responded enthusiastically. After a long time, they parted their lips, and Su Li pushed Chen Nuo away. Humph, don't think that I will forgive you just like that. You have to give me an explanation. Chapter 40 Confess. The end of the world is coming. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li with helplessness on his face. She is the receptionist who wrote to me before. Su Li was stunned and frowned slightly. Is it her? That stupid woman who doesn't care that you have other women. Chen Nuo nodded. Sister Su, actually, I'm also very conflicted. Su Li snorted coldly. Confused? How come I don't see you struggling at all? All I see is a look of relief. Chen Nuo was speechless. When did I act comfortable? Although last night was indeed very. Chen Nuo coughed dryly. Sister Su, give me another day, and I will give you an explanation tomorrow. How about that? Su Li and Chen Nuo walked out of the warehouse. Although Su Li was still a little unhappy, it was necessary to leave it like this for now. They had already gone to bed. Was she going to break up like a young kid? Please, be more mature, okay? Outside the warehouse, Chang Jianjun and others had been there for a while. When they heard that the two had entered the warehouse, they smiled and waited outside. Brother Chang, you are here. After exchanging pleasantries, the few of them checked the supplies. All the contracts had been completed, both parties were cooperating happily, and all they had to do was wait for the final payment to be settled tomorrow. After chatting for a while and preparing to leave, Chen Nuo stopped them. Then he found a plastic bag, entered the warehouse, and walked out after a few seconds. These are painkillers. Take these back, guys. Brother, what is this? Chen Nuo shook his head. Just take it. Seeing that Chen Nuo didn't say anything and not wanting to offend him, the few people each took a few things and left. Seeing that everyone else had left, Su Li also prepared to leave, but Chen Nuo stopped her and asked her to stay with him here today, including tonight. No matter how Su Li tried to persuade him, Chen Nuo just wouldn't agree. Su Li had no choice but to call Jiang Tianhai and told him that she would keep an eye on the place today. Jiang Tianhai thought Su Li agreed for business reasons. At noon, Chen Nuo asked Jing Tao and the other two whether they had given the painkillers to their families, and the three nodded. Then he thought of Wu Shasha and decided to give her some as well. So he called Wu Shasha to ask for her address and found someone to deliver it to her. As for what happened in the end, it was none of his business. In the 10 days since Chen Nuo was reborn, there are not many people who have interacted with him. Oh, there is also a flight attendant. I can't forget her. I'll find someone to run errands for her. On the last day, in the evening, the number of trucks gradually decreased because the contract had been completed. Although the country was still transporting supplies here, it was no longer like the previous few days. At around 8 o'clock, there were no more cars, so Chen Nuo, Jing Tao and his three companions, Wang Chun, Su Li, and Li Shui had dinner in the cafeteria. After eating and drinking, they came to the management office. Chen Nuo said that he wanted to do a final inspection of the materials that were sealed today. Old Lu saw that Su Li was also there, so he didn't ask any questions. Zhao Wei asked Lao Lu to go home and rest on the grounds that he was watching here, and Mr. Su was also there, so Lao Lu was persuaded. Chen Nuo also gave him a few boxes of painkillers when Lao Lu left. Chen Nuo led everyone towards the warehouse. No one spoke and the road was very quiet. The warehouse door was opened and everyone walked into the warehouse. Jing Tao and the other two closed the door at the back. Chen Nuo looked at the warehouse full of supplies with a smile on his face. He turned around and looked at Su Li, Wang Chun, and Li Shui. You all are the people I trust the most. At this point, I don't want to hide anything from you anymore. When Su Li heard this, anxiety showed on her face. Brother, could it be that tomorrow you... Before Su Li finished speaking, Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop her. Sister Su, listen to me. Su Li had to temporarily suppress her impatience. Li Shui also looked worried, and Wang Chun frowned deeply. Jing Tao and the other two were very calm. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and then said, Phew, in another 5 or 6 hours, the end of the world will come. Wang Chun was stunned, and he joked, Chen Nuo, how about we go to the hospital? Chen Nuo glanced at Wang Chun. He knew that if he could make them believe, as long as. So Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved, and the supplies in front of him disappeared. Chen Nuo ignored the three people's shock and quickly collected supplies in the warehouse. 2 minutes later, Chen Nuo returned to them. He looked at the three stunned people. As you can see, is there anything more incredible than this? Su Li took a few deep breaths and her brows relaxed. Brother, this is to say that this has been a scam from the beginning? Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, and their eyes met for a few seconds. Chen Nuo stretched out his hand. Then Sister Su, are you going to follow me all the way to the end? Su Li looked at Chen Nuo and smiled. Her smile was not very graceful. It might be because she was in disbelief, or she might be unable to accept it. After more than 10 seconds, Su Li's laughter subsided. She looked straight at Chen Nuo and made a decision in her heart. Since you are the man I chose, I will naturally accompany you. She stretched out her hand and placed it on Chen Nuo's hand. Chen Nuo and Su Li held hands tightly. He turned around and looked at Li Shui beside him. You said before that you have no regrets following me. What about now? Li Shui is very direct. In fact, judging from her appearance, Li Shui should have a gentle personality, but she expresses her feelings very directly. She walked up to Chen Nuo and took his arm. When I said I had no regrets, I never thought of changing it, unless I die. Finally, Wang Chen smacked his lips in envy. Chen Nuo and a few others quickly put the supplies in the warehouse, the vegetables, fruits, and meat in the cold storage, and the Manchu Han banquet ordered by the restaurant in the past few days into the parcel column. It was not until after 1 in the morning that Chen Nuo collected all the supplies, including those that did not belong to him. Zhao Wei gave instructions to the people in the management office, saying that they had to go out for something and asked them to keep an eye on the door. Chen Nuo directly put the key to the warehouse into the parcel column. Although there was less than an hour left, he didn't want anything unexpected to happen at this time. Coming to the dark, Chen Nuo took out the van from the parcel column, everyone got in the car, and drove to the not far away, the land that belonged to him. There were people watching here too. When Chen Nuo's car arrived here, they saw that it was Su Hao and his group, so they let them in. Chen Nuo drove the car to a dark place, everyone got out, and Chen Nuo put the van into the parcel column. There are also many simple warehouses here, which mainly store hardware, building materials, and supplies that are easy to store. After all, what Chen Nuo wants covers all aspects of life, and everything is available. Time passed by second, and Chen Nuo looked at the countdown on the editor, 0:5:49. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved, and 7 armored vehicles appeared. Su Li looked at the armored vehicles that suddenly appeared, and she was shocked but also believed Chen Nuo's statement even more. Chen Nuo took out a lot of painkillers and adrenaline. There are 5 minutes left. Each of us will enter an armored vehicle and take some painkillers and adrenaline. I don't know the details, but I hope it works. Everyone walked into the armored vehicle with a lot of painkillers. Chen Nuo turned on his mobile phone and invited a video conference. 1 more minute. 30 seconds. 10. 9. 3. Chen Nuo looked at the countdown that was about to return to 0 and said with a smile on his face, Everyone, good luck to you, and see you in the end times. Everyone spoke. Good luck. See you in the end times. In the universe, an unknown energy swept through, and the satellites outside the Blue Planet were directly turned into powder. All electronic equipment on Blue Planet was scrapped, and this energy instantly invaded the bodies of all living things on Blue Planet. Ah! Intense pain came instantly, and all creatures in the world that could make sounds roared in pain. The end of the world is coming. Chapter 41. The magic space is opened up, the magic talent is awakened, and everything is modified. Chen Nuo only felt his body suddenly tense up, as if a force of energy was violently poured into his body. His body began to spasm and tremble, as if something was drilling into his body, causing unbearable pain. Chen Nuo gritted his teeth and persevered. Next came a severe headache, the kind that came from not having slept for several days and nights, and neuralgia, but this neuralgia was all over pain. Ah! Chen Nuo let out a suppressed roar of pain. He did not take any painkillers, as he could still endure this kind of pain. The spiritual sea in the brain was originally in chaos, and suddenly, a piece of space was violently torn apart. Maybe it was a second, maybe it was 1,000 years, the energy quickly occupied every corner of the space, and the magic space was opened up. In the center of the space, an irregular energy ball suddenly appeared. The pain continued. Chen Nuo felt as if his soul was being devoured by something, and a strong sense of weakness came over him. In the magic space, the irregular energy ball absorbed Chen Nuo's original power and kept wriggling. Finally, at a critical point, it suddenly expanded and contracted, a dazzling light flashed, and then the light dissipated, and only a little man only 2 or 3 inches in size appeared. Although it was naked, its gender could not be seen. Chen Nuo's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and the pain receded like the tide. After a few seconds, his body no longer hurt, and his brain returned to normal. Chen Nuo didn't understand what was going on, so he subconsciously called for the modifier. However, the illusory modifier did not appear, but a little man appeared in front of him. It was late at night, and according to common sense, Chen Nuo should not be able to see the villain clearly, but Chen Nuo saw it very clearly. There was a word change on the little man's forehead. Chen Nuo's brain was spinning rapidly, and he stared straight at the little man in front of him. The little man seemed to be unconscious and just floating in the air stupidly. Chen Nuo raised his hand to touch the little man, but found nothing. What is this? A projection? Chen Nuo looked at the little man in confusion, and he muttered to himself as he looked at the words on the little man's forehead. Where's my modifier? As soon as the thought came to his mind, the little man suddenly changed, and a blank page appeared in front of Chen Nuo. At the very top of the page, there was an image of a little man, the same little man as before, with the word modifier behind it. Chen Nuo seemed to understand. For some reason, the editor turned into a little man. He looked at the bottom of the page, his eyes were wide open and blank. What's going on? Why is it blank? When Chen Nuo was wondering, he was suddenly shocked. Shit, my supplies. He subconsciously thought of the supplies in the parcel column. Buzz. His brain shook, and a package column appeared at the bottom of the illusory blank page. Chen Nuo looked at the supplies and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the modifier, nothing there except the parcel column. Just now I thought of the parcel column, and the parcel column appeared, then health. Buzz. On the modifier, first line, health, 400/400 super health. Chen Nuo tried to read out the previous attributes again, and sure enough. Host, Chen Nuo. HP, 400/400 super health. Magic, 800 out of 800 magic on. Strength, 30. Agility, 15. Constitution, 40. Mental strength, 8. Talent, modify everything. Package, unlimited. Chen Nuo looked at the illusory interface in front of him. Except for his strength and agility, everything else seemed to have changed. He grasped his chin with his right hand. What the hell is going on? What is that little man? The interface changed again, and an extra line of words appeared below the host, Chen Nuo. Host, Chen Nuo. Magic, modifier. HP, 400/400 super health. Magic, 800 out of 800 magic on. Strength, 30. Agility, 15. Constitution, 40. Mental strength, 8. Package, unlimited. Chen Nuo looked down and found that the talent item was gone, but everything else remained the same. Chen Nuo understood that magic is the carrier of talent. Just as he was about to continue his research, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the armored vehicle. Chen Nuo, how are you? It was Su Li's voice. Chen Nuo quickly put away the editor and saw the page turn back into the same little man as before, and then disappeared. Chen Nuo was about to open the door when he was shocked because he saw it. No, it should not be seen. It should be felt. In the spiritual sea of his brain, a bright star was hanging high. Chen Nuo's consciousness instantly descended on the bright star. It was a large space, and a little man was seen floating in the center of the space. Chen Nuo? Chen Nuo? Are you okay? The sound outside sounded again. Chen Nuo regained consciousness and opened the door. Su Li's eyes were filled with anxiety. She stepped forward and hugged Chen Nuo, her arms holding him very tightly. I'm so glad you're okay. Chen Nuo was touched and patted Su Li on the back. I'm fine, don't worry. The two hugged each other for about 10 seconds and then let go. Chen Nuo, luckily I have your painkillers and adrenaline, otherwise, I really don't know if I can hold on. Chen Nuo frowned. That kind of pain was indeed not something that ordinary people could endure. How are the others? Su Li shook her head. I don't know either. After the pain subsided, I came to find you as soon as possible. The two men came to the other men's armored vehicles and began calling out to them one by one. After a while, Li Shui, Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, and Wang Chen all came out, but Su Hao had not come out yet. Chen Nuo frowned and came to Su Hao's armored vehicle. He asked the others to step back. He raised his hand to open the car door, and what he saw was Su Hao lying there unconscious with a frown on his face. The others slowly walked to the side of the car. Chen Nuo was looking at the scene in front of him in shock, because he subconsciously wanted to check on Su Hao's condition. The editor actually opened and an interface appeared. Name, Su Hao. Magic related. Long sword, awakening. HP, 80/80ths. Magic, 100/100. Strength, 9. Agility, 7. Constitution, 8. Mental strength, 1. Note, this human's magic awakening is about to fail, and after the failure, you will turn into a zombie. Chen Nuo saw the note at the bottom, which was marked in red. Zombies. Chen Nuo frowned. Although the sound was very small at night, everyone else could hear it clearly. Jing Tao and Zhao Wei looked at Chen Nuo in shock, tears welling up in their eyes, because Chen Nuo had told them before that when the end of the world comes, many people will likely turn into zombies. Brother Chen, can Su Hao still be saved? You must have a way, right? Chen Nuo glanced at the others. They were also looking at him. When he was about to shake his head, his eyes suddenly lit up. He didn't say anything, but looked at the illusory page again. He looked at the magic-related part and the brackets behind it, awakening. His thoughts fell on it, and then he tried to modify it. The 3 words awakening became illusory and then disappeared, turning into the 4 words awakening successfully. Su Hao really reacted. His brows began to relax, his body stopped spasming, and the pain subsided. Chen Nuo quickly looked at the interface and saw that the red reminder at the bottom had disappeared. Chen Nuo breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also sure that the current modifier was completely different from before. It should be fine. He should wake up soon. No one understood what was going on, but since Chen Nuo said so, it meant that Chen Nuo had indeed done something that they couldn't detect. At this time, the magic space in Su Hao's spiritual sea quickly stabilized. This space was much smaller than Chen Nuo's. The little man in the middle quickly took shape, with the word sword on his forehead. Chen Nuo walked aside and opened the modifier. He wanted to try to add some attributes. But he was surprised. It turned out that his mana value had decreased by nearly 100 points. It was now 706/800, mana recovery 0.4 per second. Chen Nuo looked towards Su Hao. Could it be that? I modified Su Hao's status and deducted 100 of my magic points. Chapter 42 Loyalty Value, Elemental Magic Talent, Modify Magic Talent. Chen Nuo suppressed the doubts in his heart. He now wanted to add some attributes to see how it goes. The editor opens. Add loyalty points. Chen Nuo looked at his homepage. He searched for a long time, frowning, but he didn't find the attribute value. However, a new category appeared in his magic-related area, Physical Magic, Longsword, to be activated. Chen Nuo thought about it and roughly understood that this longsword magic should belong to Su Hao. Then, he looked at other people and opened everyone's page. Sure enough, there was an item called Loyalty Value under everyone's attribute items. The loyalty values of Su Li and Li Shui are both above 90, Jing Tao and the other 2 have reached around 85, and Wang Qin's is 82. Chen Nuo tried to change the value. Su Li's original value was 93, and he changed it to the maximum value, which was 100. Sure enough, his magic value dropped by 7. Really? Changing the value will consume my magic power. However, I recover 0.4 per second, so it will be full soon. In this case, Chen Nuo directly changed the loyalty values of several people to 100, and then he looked at their magic talents. Su Hao's longsword, Jing Tao's baseball bat, Zhao Wei's cooking pot, and Wang Qin's is even more bizarre. It's an ear pick. However, Su Li awakened water, and Li Shui awakened ice. Chen Nuo couldn't understand why Su Li and Li Shui both awakened magic talents that looked very powerful, while Su Hao and the others awakened magic talents that were a bit disgraceful. Chen Nuo was too lazy to think about it. He quickly looked at his homepage, behind the magic talent section, and sure enough, his guess was right. Several people's magic talents appeared there. Host, Chen Nuo. Magic, Modifier. Object Magic, Longsword, to be activated, Baseball Bat, to be activated, Cooking Pot, to be activated, Ear Pick, to be activated. Elemental Magic, Water, to be activated, Ice, to be activated. Chen Nuo continued to experiment. He tried to change the status of the longsword to successful activation. Chen Nuo's body suddenly paused, and a bright spot like a star appeared above the spiritual sea in his brain. Next to the magic space of the modifier, a bright spot suddenly appeared again, and a new magic space was opened up in the blink of an eye. This time Chen Nuo did not feel any pain, and he immediately looked at the modifier. Sure enough, the activation status behind the longsword of the physical magic disappeared, which means that Chen Nuo has successfully activated the longsword magic. He raised his hand and grabbed, and sure enough, a longsword appeared in his hand. He looked at his magic value, and not only did the magic value not decrease, but the limit value increased by 100. Magic, 756.4/900. He glanced at the modifier again, and finally looked at his mental power. Sure enough, his mental power had increased a little. A longsword suddenly appeared in Chen Nuo's hand, which scared the others. However, seeing that Chen Nuo was thinking, they did not ask any questions and just looked at him. Chen Nuo looked at the sword in his hand and whispered to himself, "It can be modified." I activated the longsword magic, and not only did it not consume magic power, but it increased a little mental power and 100 points of magic power limit. It seems that mental power and magic power correspond to each other. It should be 1 point of mental power for 100 points of magic power. Physical fitness 40 should correspond to health and recovery. In fact, Chen Nuo had already consumed his magic power when he activated the longsword magic. Otherwise, the magic power value should have been displayed as 856.4 out of 900. Chen Nuo looked at him for a while. At this time, Su Hao also woke up and struggled to get up. Hey, I'm still alive? I actually made it through. Chen Nuo put the longsword back into the magic space and walked in front of Su Hao. I'm glad you woke up. You almost turned into a zombie just now. Su Hao was a little confused, so Chen Nuo briefly explained the situation to him and then turned to talk to the others. All of you, feel it and see if you can sense a bright spot in your mind. Su Li and the others were a little confused and didn't quite understand what Chen Nuo said. Chen Nuo sighed and explained to them. The pain just now should be the process of our awakening. As long as we can endure it, a space will be opened up in our minds. In this space, there is a little person. You can call it a magic element, or you can call it a talent. Try to feel it. Our connection with the magic element is very deep, and it should be easy to feel it. Several people showed excitement on their faces, and Jing Tao was the first to ask. Brother Chen, you said magic? Talent? Does it mean that we will have superpowers? Chen Nuo nodded, and several people immediately closed their eyes and felt it. While Chen Nuo was feeling it, he was not idle either. He opened the editor page. At Earth Magic. Buzz. Insufficient magic power. Chen Nuo closed the modifier page. Since it reminded him that magic power was insufficient, it meant that it could be added. That was enough. Everything was easy. Su Li and the others just had to close their eyes and feel it. The bright spot was as dazzling as a light in the dark night. Everyone felt it, and they tried to summon it. They saw a little man appear in front of everyone, and their colors were slightly different. Su Hao looked at the villain. There was a word sword on its forehead. He could directly know what the villain was. As soon as he thought about it, the villain turned into a long sword. He raised his hand and grabbed it, holding it in his hand. He swung his sword excitedly a few times, then ran to Chen Nuo. Brother Chen, my magic talent is a long sword. Take a look. Chen Nuo nodded. When the others saw Su Hao materialize his magic talent, they all took a deep breath. Of course, some people looked very strange. Jing Tao materialized a baseball bat, Zhao Wei materialized a large cooking pot, and Wang Chen had a frustrated look on his face as he held a small ear pick. If it weren't for someone saying that this was his talent for magic, no one would have thought about it at all. Wow, brother, look, I can summon water. Everyone looked at Su Li, only to see her holding up her hands and a stream of water moving irregularly in the air. They were all shocked. Wang Chen's face was filled with loss, and he murmured, "Is this water?" No one paid attention to Wang Chen's nonsense. Chen Nuo was not surprised because he already knew about their magic talents. Sister Su, you have awakened the magic talent of water element. Li Shui looked at the pool of water in front of Su Li. She took a deep breath and looked at her little man. The little man was snow white with the word ice on its forehead. When everyone was looking at Su Li's magic talent, they suddenly felt a chill. They subconsciously looked to the side and saw a block of ice appear in front of Li Shui. The others exclaimed again, "It's ice." Li Shui nodded and looked up at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, I have awakened my ice elemental magic talent. This time, not only Wang Chen was depressed, but Zhao Wei and the other three were also depressed. Compared with Su Li and Li Shui, their awakened magic talents were nothing. No, it should be said that it is nothing at all. Chen Nuo said to Li Shui with a smile. Li Shui, you and Sister Su have both awakened elemental magic talents, while Su Hao and the others have awakened material magic talents. As for the others, I don't know yet. Li Shui and Su Li's faces showed deep excitement, and Wang Chen sighed in disappointment. Everyone looked at him. He had a face full of grievance and showed the ear pick in his hand to everyone. Hey, I awakened a fucking ear pick. Zhao Wei glanced at the pot in front of him, and suddenly, he didn't feel so miserable. He wanted to say something to comfort Wang Chen, but Wang Chen just stretched out his hand to stop him. Here, I can accept anyone who comforts me, except you. I don't want to be comforted by you. You know, it's not that I have a problem with you, but I just feel that you are looking for confidence from me. Zhao Wei was stunned. This was actually what he was thinking in his heart. Chen Nuo frowned. He looked at Su Hao. The longsword magic was pretty good. Then he looked at Jing Tao's baseball bat, which was also SOSO. Chen Nuo raised his hand and tapped Zhao Wei's cooking pot lightly, and the pot made a metallic sound. This was still somewhat useful as it could be used as a shield at a critical moment. He remembered a protagonist in a fantasy novel whose magic weapon was a pot. He finally looked at Wang Chen. This ear pick was indeed useless. My lord, please be patient for a moment. I will try first. Chen Nuo supported his right elbow with his left hand. He opened the modifier and activated all the talent-based magic first. In Chen Nuo's brain spiritual sea, there was a slightly larger bright star, dotted with 6 smaller bright stars. Chen Nuo's mental strength increased by 5 points again, and the upper limit of his magic power increased from 900 to 1400. Chen Nuo looked at Wang Chen. and Wang Chen's exclusive page opened. Name, Wang Chen. A magic tool, an ear pick. HP, 100/100. Magic, 110/110. Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Constitution, 10. Mental strength, 1.1. Chen Nuo's thoughts fell on the magic ear pick, and he directly changed it to fire. Ding, the host does not have fire element magic and cannot be modified. Chen Nuo said inwardly, as expected. He made another modification. This time, he changed the ear pick magic to a longsword magic. Buzz. The ear pick in Wang Chen's hand disappeared and returned to the magic space. Suddenly, Wang Chen let out a cry of pain. Chapter 43 successfully modified the magic talent and awakened the security guard of fire magic. Chen Nuo came back to his senses and quickly looked at Wang Chen. He asked worriedly, Wang Chen, are you okay? Wang Chen leaned against the armored vehicle, grabbing his hair with both hands and breathing heavily. Chen Nuo, I'm fine. I don't know what happened just now, but I suddenly had a severe headache, just like when I woke up, but the pain came and went quickly. Chen Nuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as nothing happened, it would be fine. However, he was also a little scared and thought he should find someone else to test it first. Thinking of this, Chen Nuo's eyes immediately lit up. Since Wang Chen had a reaction, it meant that the modifier had been successful. My lord, quickly manifest your magic talent and see what changes will occur. Wang Chen shook his head and said unwillingly, Let's not do that. It's just an ear pick. Chen Nuo burst into laughter, and the others looked at him in confusion. What nonsense. Just materialize it when I ask you to. I think your magic should not be an ear pick. Wang Chen's eyes widened and his breathing became heavier. Chen Nuo, are you telling the truth? Chen Nuo nodded and spoke. If you materialize it, you will know, right? Wang Chen took a deep breath and summoned a little man. In fact, the summoning magic talent can directly summon a specific talent, because Chen Nuo just summoned a longsword. Wang Chen summoned the little man, and the word on the little man's forehead really changed into the word sword. Shock was also shown on the faces of the others. They temporarily suppressed their doubts. Chen Nuo glanced at his own magic power value and found that it had dropped by about 100 points. Wang Chen nervously reached out his hand to grasp the little man, and the little man began to become illusory. When Wang Chen grabbed it, the little man had turned into a solid sword. Zhao Wei couldn't help himself any longer after seeing this, and he glanced at his own magic vegetable pot. Brother Chen, you must help me. My cooking pot. Chen Nuo nodded. He was also very shocked. He never thought that the modifier would be so amazing. Not only could it increase his own talents, but it could also modify the talents of others. Chen Nuo agreed to Zhao Wei, then raised his hand and Zhao Wei's page appeared in front of him. When Chen Nuo was about to make some changes, suddenly a ball of fire appeared in the sky not far away, illuminating the darkness, and an arrogant voice was heard coming from there. Haha, I actually awakened the power of fire. I am a Superman. From now on, I will be the best of the best. Chen Nuo and the others looked over there. That was the main entrance, and there should be security guards on duty there. Chen Nuo subconsciously expanded the range of the modifier to that side, but it only covered a distance of 13 meters. Oh, his mental strength was only 13 now. When it was 6 before, his coverage range was only 6 meters. Chen Nuo raised his hand and put all the armored vehicles into the parcel column. He did not notice that the instrument panels of these armored vehicles had been scrapped, which were destroyed by the energy. After putting away the armored vehicle, Chen Nuo said to Zhao Wei, Let's go over there and take a look at the situation first. I'll help you modify your magic talents later. Zhao Wei nodded, and Chen Nuo led them to the gate. At this time, there was already a commotion over there, and there were about a dozen guards. As the distance got closer, Chen Nuo heard cries for help. Looking from afar, they saw several people running towards them, and there were several more people behind them. No, it should be said that they are zombies. Several zombies are chasing them, and the zombies are a little slower. While running away, someone was so frightened that he accidentally fell down. But just as he stood up, he was pounced on by the zombies behind him. The zombies began to bite him, and the man screamed in pain. Captain, Li Tao, please save me. Please. Li Tao was sweating profusely. He heard a cry for help and looked back while running. There were 7 zombies in total, 5 of which had already pounced on the fallen person, and 2 were chasing after him. When Li Tao saw that there were only 2, he stopped abruptly, and the other 3 people around him also stopped. They each manifested their own magical talents, one holding a baton, one manifesting a pair of slippers, and the other holding a machete. Li Tao took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and pointed it at the zombies running towards him. A fireball suddenly appeared. Chen Nuo and the others happened to see it, and Jing Tao even cursed directly. Fuck. This is the magic talent that men should awaken. Li Tao shouted loudly. Look at my fireball, bastards. The fireball was launched like a cannonball and hit the zombie's head directly, causing the zombie's head to explode directly. The power was quite great. Li Tao aimed his hand at another zombie, and the fireball appeared again. The two zombies were solved so easily. Chen Nuo and others ran to Li Tao and others. Su Hao looked at the breathless Li Tao and asked, "What's going on?" They turned into zombies. When one person saw that it was Su Hao and the others, he immediately spoke in horror. "We don't really know what happened, but we suddenly felt a strong pain, and then everyone fell down. When we woke up, we heard Captain Li Tao suddenly shout that he had awakened his firepower. We looked at Captain Li Tao and saw a ball of fire rising into the sky. Before we could be surprised, the others suddenly rushed towards us like crazy. We desperately ran out, but the others were not so lucky." As he spoke, he looked towards the 5 zombies that were biting their former companions not far away, and a hint of sadness appeared on his face. The moment Chen Nuo arrived in front of Li Tao, he opened the modifier and overrode it. Sure enough, everyone's attribute talents were clearly visible, and his magic talent area also had a few more magic talents. Chen Nuo was very happy. He had wanted to add earth element magic before, but was prompted that the magic power was insufficient. Now, the fire element magic was easily obtained. Li Tao was breathing heavily, his heart was filled with excitement, and his eyes were shining brightly. Li Tao glanced at Su Hao and others beside him, especially Su Li and Li Shui, where he stayed for a few seconds longer. He also subconsciously licked his dry lips. Chen Nuo just happened to see Li Tao's little action. He frowned slightly, then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Are you looking for death?" Li Tao slowly adjusted his breathing. Chen Nuo looked at his magic power, 10 out of 100, recovering 0.12 per second. Chen Nuo thought about it and roughly understood that one fireball would consume about 30 points of magic power. It was obvious that Li Tao had already released 3 fireballs. Only Chen Nuo could see this value, as the modifier had quantified the attribute. In fact, for Li Tao, he only felt powerless afterwards and could not release the fireball again. Chen Nuo directly activated the 4 magic talents he had just obtained. Chen Nuo also confirmed one thing, that is, the newly activated magic talents will increase his magic limit by 100 points, and also increase his mental strength accordingly. Chen Nuo vaguely guessed that activating other talents in the future should be the same, and he would know the details when the time comes. Li Tao's breathing gradually stabilized. In fact, releasing the fireball did not consume too much of his physical strength. The reason for this was mainly due to the sudden situation. His whole body was tense, and he had also tried his best to escape just now. After Li Tao adjusted himself, he suddenly turned around to face Chen Nuo and the others. He raised his hand and a small ball of fire appeared above his palm. Excitement appeared on his face. "Haha, God is really helping me. There are so many supplies here, and I have awakened my fire ability. I am so lucky. Hey, you guys, I will have the final say here from now on, and you have to listen to me, otherwise, I will not." Chen Nuo shrugged slightly and interrupted Li Tao. "Otherwise? Another non-event. Haha, if the people who told me otherwise were buried in the ground, their graves would probably be covered in grass." Chen Nuo looked straight at Li Tao, his face full of disdain. "You are a good security guard. How come you become so arrogant after gaining power?" Chapter 44. If you dare to covet my woman, you will die even if you are a god. Magic Crystal Core. When the other 3 security guards heard Li Tao's words, they were stunned for a moment, and then they made their choice. It is obvious that the world has changed now. Only people with powerful superpowers can call the wind and rain and dominate the world. They immediately came behind Li Tao and pointed their weapons at Chen Nuo, making their position clear. Li Tao was originally a bit bluffing, and he wanted to use his firepower to directly suppress Chen Nuo and others. Unexpectedly, after seeing that he had the power of fire, Chen Nuo was not afraid of him at all. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. And now, the other 3 people stood up to support him, which instantly restored his confidence. The 2 sides confronted each other. As time passed, Li Tao's magic power had recovered to more than 30. He could feel that he could release fireballs again. Li Tao became more confident, and he laughed out loud. "Okay, brothers, since you have chosen to follow me, I, Li Tao, will definitely not treat you unfairly. You have seen that the 2 beauties opposite are both top-notch. These young masters are really enviable. However, after killing them, the women will be ours and we will enjoy them together." There was a flash of murderous intent in Chen Nuo's eyes. Anger was revealed on Su Li and Li Shui's faces, and Jing Tao and the others were cursing loudly. Li Tao snorted disdainfully. "Young Master Su, I'm telling you guys, you are indeed a bunch of dandies. Even at this time, you still can't see the situation clearly. Look at the flame in my hand. Don't you understand? The world has changed. Let me teach you today. Barking without strength will only make you die early." Su Hao and the others subconsciously glanced at the flame in Li Tao's hand. They swallowed, and what appeared in their eyes was not fear, but strong anticipation. They thought to themselves that they must ask Brother Chen to replace their magic with fire elemental magic later. Chen Nuo listened to Li Tao's shameless words and said coldly, "Noisy, you talk too much nonsense." Chen Nuo raised his hand, ready to kill Li Tao and the others, but the zombies not far away pounced towards them at an inopportune time. After Li Tao discovered this, he thought that there was no way he could kill 5 zombies at once, so he laughed. "You're lucky. You better escape these zombies first." Having said that, Li Tao led the others and ran away. Chen Nuo looked at the 5 zombies rushing towards him. The zombies' attribute page appeared. He frowned. He discovered that although he could see the zombies' attributes, there were no related talents on his main page. The zombies were approaching, and Chen Nuo had no time to think. He spread out his right palm, and a fireball that was much larger than Li Tao's suddenly appeared, lighting up the entire night sky. Li Tao and his companions had only run out for more than 10 meters when they suddenly saw a bright light. They quickly turned around to look. They stopped in their tracks. All of them were a little stunned and looked at Chen Nuo in disbelief. Chen Nuo's magic power of 1700 dropped by 100 in an instant. Boom. The fireball hit the zombie that was rushing towards it, shattering it into pieces, with flesh flying everywhere. The power was so great that Chen Nuo shook his head and spoke softly while looking at his palm. "It's not right to use it this way. If it becomes completely bigger, it won't improve the efficiency of killing the enemy. It should be divided into several parts." So, Chen Nuo opened his palm again, and this time, a fireball almost as big as the one released by Li Tao before appeared, followed by another one, and then another one. In the blink of an eye, 4 fireballs were suspended in front of Chen Nuo's palm. Chen Nuo felt it and found that he still had a lot of strength left, but he did not continue because the 4 fireballs were just enough to deal with the 4 zombies that were rushing towards him. Chen Nuo drank. Die. Boom. 4 fireballs were fired, hitting 2 zombies' heads directly and causing them to explode like watermelons. The other 2 fireballs were a little off, but also hit half of the zombies' heads, causing half of the heads to explode, and they fell to the ground with a bang. Chen Nuo felt a little tired, but it was not very obvious. Chen Nuo glanced at his mental power, 17. The zombies were dealt with, and Chen Nuo looked at Li Tao, who was not far away. His mental power was only 1. Chen Nuo thought about it, and concluded that a normal person's mental power should be only about 1, and the ultimate human should have 3. Chen Nuo was reborn and possessed by a soul, so his initial mental strength was 2, which he modified to the limit of 6. Not knowing whether his guess was correct or not, Chen Nuo shook his head. He still had things to do. Li Tao's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He didn't expect that Chen Nuo also had fire abilities. The key point was that the size and number of the fireballs were not comparable to his own. Now that all the zombies had been dealt with, Chen Nuo walked towards him. Li Tao swallowed and a wry smile appeared on his face. "Brother, I was just joking with you guys." Chen Nuo slowly walked to 3 meters in front of him and shrugged slightly. "Really? So it was just a joke?" Li Tao nodded quickly, but Chen Nuo raised his right palm and pointed it at him with a smile on his face. "Remember, in your next life, don't make jokes that could cost you your life." Buzz. The sky brightened, and a fireball larger than the biggest one just now appeared in front of Li Tao's eyes. The temperature around it rose rapidly. Li Tao didn't even think about fighting back. He turned around and tried to run away. "Please spare me. You can't kill me. Killing is against the law." Chen Nuo shook his head. With such a character, even if he had not met him, he would not be able to achieve anything in the last days. "Sparing you? Breaking the law? Are you here to make fun of me? Humph. When you coveted my woman, your fate was already determined. Your end is only death." Chen Nuo's hand shook, and a huge fireball shot out directly. Li Tao's eyes showed unwillingness. "No, I have awakened the power of fire. I am the chosen one." The fireball exploded, and all sound stopped abruptly. This fireball consumed 200 pieces of Chen Nuo's magic power and blew Li Tao into pieces, with his flesh scattered everywhere. Fortunately, the heat of the fireball directly incinerated his blood. Chen Nuo shook his head and looked at the minced meat on the ground with a look of disdain on his face. "Are you trying to say that you are the chosen one? How ridiculous. Even if you are a god, if you dare to covet my woman, you will die." Chen Nuo turned around suddenly and looked at the other 3 people with cold eyes. Their legs trembled as they took a few steps back and collapsed to the ground, with fear and powerlessness on their faces. Chen Nuo was originally prepared to kill them himself, but when he saw Su Hao and the others, an idea came to his mind. He raised his hand, hooked it, and then pointed at the 3 people. "Jingtao, you guys come here. Kill these 3. Su Hao and the others were shocked. "We? Brother Chen?" Chen Nuo nodded and said as a matter of course. "Nonsense, of course it's you. Now is the end of the world. Killing is a matter of time. Since they have made the choice, they must be prepared to lose their lives. Come on, hurry up, don't waste time." Chen Nuo looked at Su Li and the others one by one and spoke loudly. Listen, everyone. This is the end of the world. We can no longer live our lives the same way we do in normal times. You heard what that man said just now. He just got the magic talent of the fire element, and he became so arrogant that he wanted to abuse women and make us men slaves. If we don't change our previous way of living, we will be eliminated by this end of the world. Remember, in the end times, the weak are only allowed to survive by the strong. Everyone was shocked. It was the first time for Su Li, Li Shui, and Wang Chen to see Chen Nuo kill someone. They didn't feel much when they saw him killing zombies before, but now they were actually disgusted by seeing him killing someone. However, Chen Nuo's words were so enlightening that they had to agree with Chen Nuo's statement, because Li Tao's words just now were proof of it. Finally, everyone convinced themselves and went up to attack the three men. The three men died. Chen Nuo stood aside and watched several people vomiting nonstop. He did not say anything, but just watched calmly. This was the only way for them. Chen Nuo looked at the corpses. He instinctively wanted to put them into the parcel box. After all, it was a bit of an eyesore to leave them here. Chen Nuo opened the parcel box, and a thought came to his mind. All the bodies within 17 meters were put into the parcel box. When the others saw the bodies disappear, they were just surprised for a moment, and then they thought of, and continued to vomit. Chen Nuo smiled. He glanced at the parcel column. Suddenly his brows frowned. What is this? A crystal in the parcel compartment caught Chen Nuo's attention. Magic crystal core, the crystal in the zombie's head. After the creature fails to awaken, the magic space will collapse to form a crystal. There is a lot of magic inside, which can be used for swallowing and cultivation. It can also activate the magic for those who have not activated the magic. Chen Nuo looked at the introduction of the magic crystal core. He raised his hand and the magic crystal core appeared in his hand. He looked at the magic crystal core, which was only the size of a thumbnail. What does it mean to be able to activate the magic talent for those who haven't activated it? Is there still someone who hasn't activated the magic talent? He thought about it but couldn't figure it out, so he shook his head. According to the introduction, this can be practiced. Deep in the distant universe, dozens of young men were standing in a very mysterious hall, and a middle-aged man dressed in very dignified clothes was standing there and saying something. After a while, the middle-aged man waved his hand, and countless crystals appeared around the young man, and these crystals were the magic crystal cores. Chapter 45. Infinite Talent or Normal Upgrade. Of course, I would choose Infinite Talent. Chen Nuo took out a bottle of mineral water and rinsed the magic crystal core. In fact, the magic crystal core was very clean and had a luster like a gem. He swallowed his saliva, then threw the magic crystal core directly into his mouth. The magic crystal core melted in his mouth. He opened the modifier and looked at each attribute carefully to see if there would be any changes. Buzz. Chen Nuo frowned, and ripples appeared in the spiritual sea of his brain. A new magical space was opened up, and he raised his hand and grabbed it. This is a toothbrush. The upper limit of his magic power has increased by 100 points, and his mental power has also increased accordingly. This. Why did I activate the new magic talent? I shouldn't be one of those people who doesn't activate the magic talent, right? And I didn't even need to make any changes. It was activated directly. Chen Nuo once again took out the bodies of several zombies from the parcel box and threw them on the ground. Then he raised his hand and grabbed a long sword in his hand. The long sword was very sharp. The long sword cut open the zombie's head just like cutting tofu. Chen Nuo was not afraid of getting dirty and searched inside. Sure enough, he found the magic crystal core. Su Li and the others looked at Chen Nuo's perverted and bloody actions and started vomiting again. Chen Nuo took the magic crystal cores in his hand, a total of 6, and laughed with his shoulders shaking. Su Li's voice came. Brother, your hobby is too perverted. You can still laugh when you do this. We are all going to vomit when we see you. Having said that, Su Li ran to the side and started vomiting again. Chen Nuo wanted to explain to them, but after taking a look at their current situation, he started to study these magic crystal cores himself. The introductions of all the magic crystal cores were the same. Chen Nuo washed them with mineral water and then threw another one into his mouth. Buzz. Sure enough, another magic system was activated. Chen Nuo looked at the increased 100 magic power limit and 1 mental power, and he realized a bad situation. He seemed unable to use the magic crystal core to practice and upgrade normally. He still didn't give up and opened the editor. Increase realm attributes. The editor page has changed. Host, Chen Nuo. Realm, first level magician, locked. Magic, modifier. Object magic, long sword, baseball bat, cooking pot, your pick, baton, etc. Elemental magic, water, ice, fire. HP, 400/400 super health. Magic, 1900/1900 magic on. Strength, 30. Agility, 15. Constitution, 40. Mental strength, 19. Package, unlimited. Chen Nuo looked at the note in shock. It was locked and in red font. Locked? Does that mean I can't upgrade? His thoughts immediately focused on it, and he wanted to modify it. Warning, this item needs to be modified carefully. If modified, all magic will disappear. Tip, the host must be a magician of the first level to activate magic infinitely. There is gain only after loss. Please modify it according to the situation. Chen Nuo frowned, took a deep breath, and thought quickly. That is to say, if I want to advance normally, I need to give up the infinite magic. Every time I activate a magic, my mental strength will increase by 1 point and my magic power will increase by 100 points. There are billions of zombies and survivors on the entire blue planet. No matter how you look at it, it seems that activating the infinite magic will be more beneficial to me. Su Li and Li Shui walked over together. In fact, they were always paying attention to Chen Nuo. What's wrong? Did you encounter something that you can't figure out? Chen Nuo shook his head, looked at the two of them, and a smile appeared on his face. It's not a big deal, just a small accident, but I don't think it should be a big problem. Su Li walked to Chen Nuo and leaned her head on his shoulder. No matter what happens, don't dwell on it. Remember, you still have us. Li Shui also nodded. Sister Su is right. We will help you if you need any help. Chen Nuo raised his hand and patted Su Li's back, then pulled Li Shui over. He hugged them both, took a deep sniff of their scent, and his inner restlessness quickly dissipated. Thank you. Don't worry. It was just a little sudden. I have figured it out now. Chen Nuo held the two of them and looked into the darkness in the distance with a gleam in his eyes. Now it seems that activating the infinite magic system is more beneficial to me. Even if it is really beneficial to upgrade in the future, I will just give up the infinite magic system. After Chen Nuo figured it out, he let go of Su Li and Li Shui. Others also came over. Chen Nuo looked at them and spread his hands. Everyone, welcome to the end of the world. Let's go find a place now. I will modify the magic system for you first. Jingtao, Su Hao, Wang Qin, and Zhao Wei all had smiles on their faces. They followed Chen Nuo to the outside of the simple security room. When they were about to go in, there was a noise from inside. Unexpectedly, there was a zombie there. Several people became nervous, and Chen Nuo asked them to step back. Chen Nuo opened the editor, and the zombie's attribute page appeared. Type, zombie. Realm, zombie. Magic. Sound, magic crystal core state. Needs to reach the third realm before it can be reactivated. HP, 61/70. Magic, 0/0. Strength, 11. Physical fitness, 7. Agility, 6. Mental strength, 0. Unconscious state. Loyalty, -100. Chen Nuo saw that the final loyalty value was -100. He raised his eyebrows and said in his mind, increase the hatred value attribute. The attributes of the page are increased and the number after the loyalty value becomes 0. There is an additional hatred value attribute below, 100. If they see you, they will kill you. Chen Nuo looked at the notes on the zombie page about magic and the status of the magic crystal core. Chen Nuo roughly understood it. No wonder the zombie's magic didn't enter his main page. It turned out to be because of this. Seeing Chen Nuo standing still, Su Li spoke softly. Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at the others. Wait a moment. There is a zombie inside. Let me study it first. After hearing this, the others didn't understand what was going on, but they all quieted down. They kept an eye out in their surroundings to make sure there were no other zombies. Chen Nuo looked at the notes at the back and thought, in other words, after the zombies reach the third realm, they can reactivate the magic? I have to write this down. Chen Nuo's thought fell on the loyalty value, and he directly changed it to 100. He looked at the attribute page and saw that not only did the loyalty value become 100, but the hatred value below also changed to 0. Loyalty and hatred should correspond to each other. If one increases, the other will decrease. Chen Nuo looked at his magic power, which was reduced by 100 points, which meant that the modification was successful. He raised his hand to push open the door of the security room, and Li Shui subconsciously reminded him. Chen Nuo, be careful. Chen Nuo nodded, and the door creaked open. Chen Nuo took 2 steps back, and the zombies inside jumped out directly. Su Li and the others shouted hurriedly. Careful. Chen Nuo stared straight at the zombies, then took 2 steps back and gave orders while doing so. Stop. Su Li and the others were speechless when they heard what Chen Nuo said. It would be strange if zombies could understand what you said. However, something strange happened. Yes, the zombies did not stop, but they passed Chen Nuo and pounced directly at the people behind them. Chen Nuo frowned. He reached back and grabbed the zombie's collar. The zombie struggled with its fangs and claws bared, but it did not attack Chen Nuo. After Chen Nuo thought about it, he understood. Yes, loyalty can only prevent it from attacking me, but it cannot allow me to control it. Also, the zombie's mental strength is 0, and the note is in an unconscious state, so it cannot understand commands. Chen Nuo looked up at the zombie struggling hard and thought to himself. Increases control attribute. At the bottom of the zombie's attribute page, another attribute appears, control, 0. It must work. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and directly changed the control power to 100. His magic power dropped by another 100 points, but his magic power was recovering at a rate of 0.4 per second. As soon as Chen Nuo finished the modification, there was a sudden shock in the spiritual sea of his brain, and an illusory magic crystal core appeared in his brain. Chen Nuo's consciousness swept over the magic crystal core, and he understood that this illusory magic crystal core was the core that controlled the zombies. His consciousness fell on the magic crystal core and he gave orders. Stop. Sure enough, the zombies that were ferociously showing their fangs and claws calmed down. Get down. The zombies squatted down obediently. Roll around. In fact, all the commands were issued by Chen Nuo's consciousness. The consciousness would give the magic crystal core in his mind an action command, and the zombies would just act according to this command. Everyone else looked at the rolling zombie in shock. They were a little confused as to what kind of magical power Chen Nuo possessed. Chen Nuo was also very shocked. He remembered that when he was reborn, the modifier seemed to be just a simple modifier that could only modify the limit value within the same realm. However, since the end of the world came, the modifier became Chen Nuo's magic. Chen Nuo clearly felt that the modifier was no longer magical. It seemed that as long as the magic power was enough, he could modify everything. Chapter 46. I understand the key to the modifier. As long as I have enough magic power, I can modify everything. Chen Nuo looked at the rolling zombie again. After watching for a few seconds, he spoke softly. Although he is very obedient, he is ultimately just a mindless puppet. When other people heard his voice, they all felt like they were being treated like Versailles. Chen Nuo made another modification, directly changing the zombie's health value to 0. Sure enough, the zombie that was rolling back and forth suddenly rolled half a meter in one direction due to inertia and then stopped moving. Chen Nuo looked at the property page. All the attributes disappeared, leaving only a note of death. Chen Nuo smacked his lips. This seems a bit amazing. Chen Nuo stepped forward and kicked the zombie a few times. The zombie was indeed dead. He seemed to have grasped the key to the modifier. He looked at the magic power limit of 1900, which means that as long as he has enough magic power, he can directly change the opponent's life value to 0, so he can kill the opponent. This is really cheating. Chen Nuo exclaimed, then raised his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. He walked to the zombie and cut its skull open with one sword. Maybe he used too much strength, and a small crack appeared on the sword. Chen Nuo took it in front of his eyes, looked at it, and then poured magic power into the sword. The gap was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a blink of an eye, the sword was restored to its original state. Chen Nuo held the sword up and down and roughly understood the relationship between magic and magic power. Moreover, he discovered that although all the magic spaces in his brain existed independently, the magic between them was interconnected, which meant that his total magic power could be used on any magic talent. Chen Nuo was searching inside the zombie's head with a sword, and he picked out a magic crystal core with the sword. Others thought Chen Nuo was so perverted. But when they saw the magic crystal core, they all understood that they had misunderstood. Jing Tao asked curiously, Brother Chen, what is this? Chen Nuo took out a bottle of mineral water, cleaned the magic crystal core, and then handed it to Su Li and the others. Su Li took the magic crystal core and placed it in front of her eyes. It was a crystal with mist inside. It was not very clear because it was night, but it was indeed very beautiful. Chen Nuo looked at Jing Tao and answered his previous question. This is a magic crystal core. It can be used to swallow and practice to upgrade. It can also be used to activate the magic of those who have not activated it. A look of surprise appeared on Jing Tao's face. Brother Chen, do you mean that this magic crystal core can upgrade our magic? Chen Nuo nodded. That should be what I mean. However, before that, I'd better modify your magic talent first. Everyone nodded and walked into the security room. Chen Nuo pressed the light switch, but it didn't light up. Is the power out? Chen Nuo didn't take it seriously. He took out a few flashlights from the parcel column and turned them on. The security room suddenly lit up. You are all the people I trust the most, and I have nothing to hide from you. My magic is a modifier. After my verification, the modifier magic can modify everything I want. That's why you can see that I can use Su Hao's sword and Li Tao's flame, and of course. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a stream of water wrapped around his hand. He shook his hand again and the water quickly froze. As you can see, I can also use Sister Su's water element and Li Shui's ice element. Of course, I can also use the magic of the rest of you. Chen Nuo paused, letting them digest the information for a few seconds, and then continued. I tell you this because I want you to know that as long as it's a magic system that I own, I can modify it for you. Chen Nuo met the gaze of Jing Tao and the others, only to see that they were all staring at him with shining eyes. That's basically it. I think you all understand it, right? If you do, then go ahead and make your choice. Think about what magic talent you want to change it to. Without thinking, Jing Tao and the other two and Wang Qin made their choice immediately. They all chose the fire elemental magic. In Jing Tao's words, this is the magic that a man should awaken. As for Li Shui and Su Li, they had no intention of changing their magic system at all, because there was really no need. Therefore, Chen Nuo consumed 400 magic power and directly modified the 4 people into fire elemental magic. The pain was fleeting, and Wang Qin and the other 3 successfully obtained the fire element magic. Chen Nuo took out his cell phone to check the time, but it was turned off. He fiddled with it but couldn't turn it on. Sister Su, please check your phone to see what time it is. I don't know what's wrong with my phone, it won't turn on. After hearing this, Su Li also shook her head. Brother, I don't know why my phone won't turn on. Chen Nuo uttered a light, oh, and frowned, then he looked at the others. What about yours? Su Hao felt around his body but couldn't find his cell phone. Others also felt around for their cell phones and found that they were turned off. Brother Chen, mine is also turned off and I can't turn it on. Mine too. What's going on? Everyone was confused. Chen Nuo nodded and thought about it. Then he opened the parcel box, which contained quite a few electronic products. The supplies Chen Nuo purchased were distributed according to the proportions of the shopping mall. He had everything including mobile phones, computers, and tablets. In addition, Ilian Warehouse also has a warehouse inventory of electronic products from Nanha City, which was also purchased by Chen Nuo for 0 yuan, so he is not short of these things. Chen Nuo took out a new mobile phone, removed the packaging box, and then pressed the power button. The phone turned on successfully. Chen Nuo thought about it, then found the security guards' cell phones and checked them one by one, and indeed, none of them could be turned on. I think I should have guessed what's going on. Now I'm afraid all the electronic products in the entire blue planet are unusable. As Chen Nuo spoke, he removed his SIM card and installed it into his new phone. He first looked at the network, and sure enough, there was no signal at all. He then opened the 7-star navigation, which is a must-have software on every mobile phone. It does not need to be downloaded, and the maps in it are all there, but they can no longer be updated in real time. It's true. Without the internet, all software can't be updated in real time, but the map is still usable. As Chen Nuo was talking, his eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of the aircraft carrier. There must be a so-called network base station on the aircraft carrier. Even if it cannot connect to the satellite, it may be able to use the local area network. Thinking of this, Chen Nuo took out 6 or 7 mobile phones from the parcel column and handed them to Su Li and the others. Su Li was stunned for a moment and said in confusion, "Didn't you say there's no internet? Why give us mobile phones? Mobile phones without internet are not very useful." Chen Nuo smiled. "It just occurred to me that there should be a network base station on the aircraft carrier, and we should be able to establish a so-called local area network. We'll see the exact distance later." Su Li, Li Shui, and Wang Qin didn't know that Chen Nuo had an aircraft carrier. They were all a little stunned and felt that Chen Nuo's words were a bit messy. Jing Tao and the other 2 were just lamenting that they didn't have mobile phones, wondering if they could adapt. Now it seems that the problem has been solved. Su Hao said even more excitedly, "Brother Chen, it will definitely work. The network base station used on the aircraft carrier should be the most advanced in the world. Even if there is no satellite signal, it can definitely establish a local area network on its own." Wang Qin was confused by what he heard. He smacked his lips and said, "Chen Nuo, didn't you just say that all electronic products in the world are unusable and aircraft carriers should be included, right? And even if aircraft carriers can be used, we are inland. How can we get them? Are we thinking too much?" Chen Nuo looked at Jing Tao and the other 2. They burst into laughter. Wang Qin felt puzzled. Li Shui and Su Li also couldn't understand why they were laughing. What I said is wrong." Chen Nuo patted Wang Qin on the shoulder and said, "Come on, I'll take you to see a big guy." Chapter 47. Using an aircraft carrier as a base, an invincible modifier. Chen Nuo pushed open the door of the security room and strode out. Wang Qin looked at him blankly. Chen Nuo turned around and said, "Come on, what are you all standing there for?" Jing Tao and the other 2 knew that Chen Nuo was going to take out the aircraft carrier, so they followed him out excitedly. On the way, Chen Nuo asked Su Hao who was behind him. "Su Hao, the day before yesterday, I asked you to notify the builders to dig a big hole in the center of this land. Did you notify them?" Su Hao nodded quickly. "Brother Chen, I dare not be lazy about what you arranged. I notified them immediately and asked them to mobilize the greatest force to dig the pit. They sent dozens of excavators at that time." Chen Nuo nodded with satisfaction. He looked into the distance. The land was not small. There were about 1,400 to 1,500 acres within the wall alone. It was said that the builder was hired by Su Hao's mother Wang Mei, and his efficiency was very high. Chen Nuo led them for a few steps and felt that driving was faster, so he took out the unlicensed van. Everyone got in the car quickly. Chen Nuo drove forward. After driving for a while, he finally saw dozens of excavators parked in the distance. Chen Nuo turned off the engine and got out of the car. "We're here. Everyone get off the bus. Let's go and see the majestic appearance of an aircraft carrier." On the way, Chen Nuo had already told Wang Qin and the others, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Especially Su Li and Li Shui, they knew that Chen Nuo had gone to the Philippines twice a few days ago, but they didn't know that Chen Nuo actually went there to steal aircraft carriers and warships. After getting off the car, Chen Nuo looked at the excavator and the truck carrying soil in front of him. "These excavators will be of great use in the future. I have to put them away first. I will dig some more holes later and use the other warships." As Chen Nuo spoke, he walked to the excavator. He put the excavator into the parcel column as he walked. He walked around the pit. There were 51 excavators in total and 45 trucks carrying soil. Everyone else followed him. Chen Nuo did not put the aircraft carrier into the pit immediately. He first took out a few flashlights from the parcel column and distributed them to everyone. "Take your flashlights and look around to see if there are any large rocks in the pit. If there are any, let me know. After all, the aircraft carrier is very heavy. If there are any large rocks, it is very likely to crush the bottom of the aircraft carrier." After several people understood what Chen Nuo meant, they slowly walked into the pit. Chen Nuo also walked down, and at the same time, he did not forget to remind everyone. "You all be careful and yell if you're in danger." Everyone nodded and looked around. They had to say that the builder was really good. There was not a single large stone, and all the slightly larger lumps of earth were put into the packing box by Chen Nuo. At the edge of the pit, everyone was looking at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo walked to the front of the pit, opened the parcel rail, and placed the aircraft carrier directly into the pit. A black shadow several dozen meters high suddenly appeared in front of us. Although everyone knew that it was an aircraft carrier, they still felt a sense of oppression as if a mountain was pressing down on their heads. The aircraft carrier was very heavy, and only a dull sound could be heard, which was the sound of the friction between the surface of the ship and the soil. "Hey, Chen Nuo, did you notice that I feel like the aircraft carrier is tilting towards this side?" Su Li's words made Chen Nuo stunned. He looked over and saw that it was true. He immediately stepped forward and put his hand on the aircraft carrier. No one would think that Chen Nuo is planning to launch the aircraft carrier, right? Chen Nuo opened the parcel compartment and put the aircraft carrier back in. Chen Nuo shone the flashlight at the edge of the pit, then ran to the other side to take a look. It's probably because the soil here is too soft, so the aircraft carrier is tilting towards this side. Chen Nuo found a position and put the aircraft carrier into the pit again. After several attempts, he finally got the aircraft carrier right. However, a new problem appeared in front of everyone. Jiao Wei looked at the tall hull in shock. "Brother Chen, this place must be 20 or 30 stories high, right? How are we supposed to get up there?" Chen Nuo stared at the aircraft carrier in a daze. He was a little confused. He shrugged and said, "Haha, I never thought about it. Is there anyone among you who can fly a plane? If so, let's fly up there." Everyone shook their heads, and Chen Nuo understood that his question was in vain. Chen Nuo thought about it, then looked at the height that made his neck hurt when he looked up, and there was really no good solution. If all else fails, he can only fly a plane. He looked at the wall of the ship in front of him and was about to take out a plane to try it out, but suddenly he saw a piece of soil stuck on the wall of the ship, and he thought of how to get up. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a piece of ice appeared. He pressed the ice against the wall of the ship and increased the input of magic power. Soon the wall of the ship was covered with ice. "It really works. I have a way to get up there." Everyone looked at Chen Nuo immediately and saw him pressing his hands against the wall of the ship. His hands quickly froze and tightly combined with the wall of the ship. Chen Nuo controlled the amount of magic power input to create a balance between the ice and the wall of the ship. Chen Nuo climbed up like this and came to the deck of the aircraft carrier. Chen Nuo looked at the amount of magic power consumed, and it was a full 350 points of magic power consumed. Chen Nuo found a rope ladder and threw it down. He thought about it again, found a few more nylon ropes from the parcel column, tied them together, tied a few knots, and then threw them down. "Sister Su, you and Li Shui tie your waist with ropes, and I'll pull you up." The sound was very loud at night. Su Li and Li Shui were touched after hearing it. They were actually a little scared when they saw the rope ladder that Chen Nuo threw down. This height is as high as a 20 or 30-story building. Just thinking about it makes my legs tremble and my scalp tingle. As for Jing Tao and the other grown men, Chen Nuo simply threw them a rope, which they could tie around their waists to ensure their safety when climbing the rope ladder. Chen Nuo quickly pulled Su Li and Li Shui to the deck of the aircraft carrier. The two looked at the wide deck with flushed faces and were very excited. After waiting for a while, Su Hao came up panting. After he came up, he untied the rope from his body and threw it down again. He ran to Chen Nuo excitedly. Brother Chen, this is really huge. I only heard about aircraft carriers on the news before, but I didn't have a big idea of how big they were. Now I'm standing on the deck of an aircraft carrier. This is so cool. Chen Nuo nodded, with deep joy in his eyes. From now on, this aircraft carrier will be our base. They waited for a while, and everyone came up. They looked at the wide deck of the aircraft carrier and expressed their excitement and joy. Chen Nuo stood aside and waited for them to calm down a little, then asked them to pull the ladder and rope to the deck, and then walked towards the island of the aircraft carrier together. The island has 4 floors. Chen Nuo opened the door at the bottom of the island and walked in. He turned on the light switch, and immediately the entire island was lit up. Everyone's eyes were full of curiosity, just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Everyone, please look for the carrier's network control system. They searched, and finally found the host of the network communication system in a room inside the aircraft carrier. There were many computers, and they looked very advanced. Chen Nuo turned on the host, and the network control system ran smoothly. It works. Although there is no satellite signal, a local area network can be set up. I just don't know how large the coverage area of this local area network can be. When the others heard what Chen Nuo said, they became happy. Chen Nuo took out his mobile phone and connected it to the controller. Soon, other people's phones were also connected to the controller, but it was still unclear how large the signal coverage range was. Chen Nuo frowned and thought for a moment. I wonder if this will work? Let's give it a try. Chen Nuo opened the editor and looked at the network controller. A page appeared, but it was just a simple introduction. Network controller establishes the core of the network, which can be used for satellite communication, fiber optic communication, etc. Chen Nuo looked at the introduction of the network controller and recited it silently in his mind. Remove the introduction attribute and add the signal coverage attribute. Buzz. The page has changed. Network controller, current LAN. Signal coverage, 2.5 kilometers. A smile appeared on Chen Nuo's face, and he had a deeper understanding of the modifier. It really works. The modifier is completely different from when I was reborn. At that time, the modifier only had a few simple attributes. Now, I can add attributes according to my needs. This is an invincible modifier. Chapter 48: How to use the modifier correctly. If you're a human, you cannot escape the bondage. Wang Chen saw Chen Nuo grinning foolishly and teased him. Chen Nuo, the smile on your face right now reminds me of my uncle. Chen Nuo was stunned after hearing this. He looked at Wang Chen and asked subconsciously, I've never heard you say before, I look like your uncle? Wang Chen chuckled. When my uncle divided up my grandfather's property, he had the same silly smile as you just now. Chen Nuo scolded with a smile. Fuck you, I don't have a nephew as old as you. Wang Chen and Chen Nuo joked with each other for a while, and their laughter slightly eased everyone's tense mood. Chen Nuo spoke. Everyone, don't just stand here like an idiot. Go find a room and rest first. We will have a lot of things to do tomorrow. Jing Tao, the other two, and Wang Chen tactfully went to find a room. Su Li and Li Shui stood aside, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. Seeing the two still standing here, Chen Nuo spoke. Sister Su, you and Li Shui should go too. I have something else to verify, so I won't accompany you today. Su Li just spat. Who asked you to accompany me? Never mind. You should get some rest early too. Li Shui's face was as red as a ripe apple. She did have the thought of sleeping with Chen Nuo that night. Chen Nuo listened to Su Li's words. He smiled, then patted Li Shui on the back and pushed Li Shui towards Su Li. Sister Su, you two are the most important people to me. Su Li snorted coldly and interrupted Chen Nuo. Humph, you're so nagging. If you didn't say that, would I still bully her? As Su Li spoke, she took Li Shui's hand and raised her chin towards Chen Nuo. Li Shui, let's go. Let's sleep together tonight. Let this man stay alone in the empty room. Chen Nuo watched the two people leave and felt touched. He knew that this was a concession made by Su Li. Chen Nuo turned around and sat in the chair in front of the host. He took a deep breath and spoke softly. Now, let me verify my idea. He opened the modifier and looked at the network control system in front of him. Increase network operation proficiency attribute. Buzz. Network controller, current LAN. Signal coverage, 2.5 kilometers. Network operation proficiency, 11. 100 is the highest. Increase the network communication knowledge mastery attribute. Network communication knowledge mastery, 7. 100 is the highest. Increase. Chen Nuo added all the attributes he could think of, and then increased the following values directly to the highest. Buzz. A mysterious energy that was completely beyond the scope of science fiction was like an epiphany. Chen Nuo's brain instantly gained a lot of knowledge. Too much knowledge was violently pushed into his head. Chen Nuo felt a little dazed, and his head felt swollen. Just like what some women often say, it feels so swollen and thick. It should be roughly the same feeling. So, he took out the 6 magic crystal cores he had obtained before and swallowed them, increasing his mental strength to 25. Sure enough, as his mental strength increased, Chen Nuo felt a lot more relaxed. He shook his head, then slapped his face with both hands and looked at the operation page on the computer. The operating skills that he had only a vague understanding of suddenly became clear to him. Then, the room was filled with the sound of dense keyboard typing. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Nuo, are you in there? Chen Nuo slowly opened his sleepy eyes and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. After finishing everything last night, he was so sleepy that he fell asleep. Sister Su, I'm inside. Click. The door was opened. Su Li and Li Shui stood outside, looking at Chen Nuo, who was stretching and standing up. Why are you sleeping here? Even though I told you to stay alone in the empty room, there's no need to torture yourself like this. Can you rest well like this? Chen Nuo felt hot in his heart as he listened to Su Li's nagging. He strode to Su Li, hugged her, and kissed her directly with his big mouth. Su Li struggled. It stinks. I didn't brush my teeth. I won't let you kiss me. But Chen Nuo kissed her forcefully, and Su Li's struggle slowly turned into a passionate response. Li Shui, who was standing aside, was a little at a loss. 10 or so seconds later, their lips parted. Su Li lightly hit Chen Nuo's shoulder, but didn't say anything else. Chen Nuo looked at Li Shui, who was at a loss, and said with a smile, Come on, one morning kiss each. Li Shui was very obedient. Su Li looked at Li Shui's appearance and thought about herself. She suddenly remembered a video she had seen before. It was a funny video about why she was chosen instead of me. Hey, what are you doing? Damn it, it hurts so much. These 2 lines are like magic music in my mind. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at the stunned Su Li, and he teased. Sister Su, what? Still want it? Su Li came back to her senses suddenly. She looked at Li Shui, who was beside Chen Nuo, the little bird-like figure. She thought about what would happen if she were like this, and she couldn't help but shiver. Just think about good things. Su Li strode out. She really couldn't be that gentle. She preferred to take the initiative. Chen Nuo and Li Shui followed Su Li to the deck of the aircraft carrier. The sky was already bright, and it should be around 6 or 7 o'clock. Others were already on the deck, gazing into the distance. If one only looked at this scene, one would never have thought that this was the end of the world. Jing Tao and the others heard the noise and came over. Chen Nuo took out toiletries and a lot of mineral water from the parcel column. Just wash up first. After I finish today's work, I will provide the necessary food, clothing, shelter, and transportation for the aircraft carrier. Chen Nuo picked up a bottle of mineral water, brushed his teeth quickly, and then simply washed his face. After everyone had washed up, Chen Nuo took out a few stools from the parcel rack, and everyone sat down, and Chen Nuo spoke. Everyone knows that we now have trillions of supplies. Even if we eat them freely, we can't finish them in dozens of lifetimes. Of course, this is our advantage. There was a gleam in everyone's eyes, excitement, relief. It was impossible to describe what the specific emotion was, Chen Nuo continued. That is to say, in this cruel apocalypse, we don't have to take risks for food, but... Chen Nuo's expression turned serious, and everyone else sat up straight as well. We all know one thing. If a person does not have sufficient strength and possesses a huge advantage, he will not have a good ending. Now, even though we have so many supplies, if we don't have the ability to protect them, many people will come to rob us. They will try every means to kill us and take everything we have. Everyone frowned, and they all agreed with Chen Nuo's words. Yesterday, I told you that the magic crystal core can improve our realm. Obviously, the magic crystal core will be the key resource that everyone will fight for in the end times. So, if we want to become stronger, we must hunt zombies and obtain the magic crystal cores that make us stronger. However, fighting zombies is definitely dangerous. Chen Nuo looked at everyone, his eyes narrowed slightly. So, are you all ready? Su Hao simply raised his hand, a ball of fire appeared, and he spoke loudly. Brother Chen, don't worry, we have already realized this and will definitely not hold you back. Excitement also appeared on the faces of the others. They stood up and looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked at their faces one by one, and when he saw Jing Tao seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Jing Tao, if you have something to say, just say it. Since we all met in this apocalypse, we are a family. Jing Tao took a deep breath, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly, Brother Chen, I was just thinking about my dad. I wonder how he's doing. I think with the painkillers Brother Chen gave him, he should be fine, right? Chen Nuo frowned slightly. He also found that he had somewhat neglected the families of these people. Although he had given them a lot of painkillers before, it was mostly just a casual act. Jing Tao looked at Chen Nuo's expression, his heart tightened, and he said awkwardly, Brother Chen, it's okay. I was just saying it casually. I also know that there is nothing I can do about it. Chen Nuo looked up at the others. Actually, at the beginning, he had never thought about forming bonds with anyone. However, As long as you are a human being, how can you escape from the bonds? Even after the end of the world, Chen Nuo immediately used the modifier to increase the loyalty value attribute. Isn't this because he was worried about being betrayed? Chen Nuo looked at Jing Tao again. His father was a doctor, then at Su Hao, his mother was the deputy mayor, in charge of development and construction, and then at Zhao Wei, his father was the richest man in Nanha City. It seemed that they were all useful. He thought about the loyalty value again. Even if he brought their families over, he wouldn't have to worry about any bad situations. So, Chen Nuo took a deep breath and first looked at an attribute on the modifier. Aircraft Operation Proficiency, 100. Chen Nuo stood up, walked to the side, then opened the parcel compartment and placed a military transport helicopter on the deck. The helicopter was very large and could accommodate about 30 people. Everyone else looked at Chen Nuo in confusion, not knowing what he was going to do. Chen Nuo opened the door of the helicopter, grabbed the door, and jumped onto the helicopter. Chen Nuo looked back at them, and seeing them looking at him stupidly, he said unhappily, "Why are you all standing there like an idiot? Come up quickly, aren't you going to pick up our family members?" Chapter 49. The apocalyptic scene begins to emerge. The key to killing zombies is headshot. Jing Tao's face showed surprise and he immediately shouted with gratitude. "Brother Chen, thank you so much." Chen Nuo snorted. "Don't give me that. Come up here quickly. We'll be back soon." Everyone got on the helicopter happily. After Chen Nuo waited for them to get on, he closed the door. "Hey, don't we have anyone who can fly a plane? What should we do?" Wang Chen's words were like a basin of ice water poured over everyone's heads, instantly extinguishing the enthusiasm in their hearts. Jing Tao swallowed and an unnatural smile appeared on his face. "Brother Chen, I think we should just forget it. Although I am worried about my father, there is no need for us to take risks." Others echoed. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. "Who says no one can fly a plane? I can." Chen Nuo walked to the driver's seat and sat down. "Chen Nuo, you weren't last night?" Everyone exclaimed, in disbelief, because last night everyone said they couldn't fly a plane. Chen Nuo was wearing a helmet and looking at the dashboard. "Don't make a fuss. Yes, I didn't lie to you last night. I really couldn't fly a plane at that time. But, isn't it already a night?" No one believed it. "You learned to fly a plane in one night? Are you kidding me?" Su Li frowned slightly. "Brother, this is no joke. If the plane is not operated properly, it is very likely." "Sister Su, don't worry. Yesterday, I used the modifier to modify my aircraft operation proficiency. Now I am a professional and experienced pilot." Everyone was a little confused. Su Li murmured softly. "Revise." Chen Nuo nodded. He started the helicopter, and the propeller began to rotate. Yes, it's not just airplanes. You will know what a versatile person is in the future. Chen Nuo's operations last night were not just tinkering with the network. He had thoroughly understood that as long as the modifier had enough magic power, it could make modifications at will. It must be said that the modifiers after the end of the world were magic and were the real modifiers. While everyone was shocked, there was also a deep surprise in their eyes, and the king asked subconsciously, "Chen Nuo, is this considered cheating?" Chen Nuo turned around to look at Wang Chen, and then looked at the faces of the others one by one. Cheating? Maybe. Chen Nuo looked back ahead. He thought about how he was pissed off to death because of this modifier in his previous life. He imagined that fate was really playing tricks on him. He shrugged slightly and spoke loudly. "Who cares? As long as we have fun, that's all. Everyone, sit tight. The plane is about to take off." The plane took off directly from the ground, and the sound of the propeller turning was very loud. Su Li came behind Chen Nuo and shouted loudly, "Don't we need to leave people here on the aircraft carrier? What if someone?" Chen Nuo shook his head, looked at the aircraft carrier below, and replied loudly, "Don't worry about it. The aircraft carrier is 20 to 30 stories high. Unless you use a plane or a crane, you can't get up there. Besides, even if someone gets up there, we'll kill them when we get back." After everyone discussed it, they decided that the first stop was to pick up Su Hao's mother. After all, she was a woman and the chances of encountering danger were much greater than that of a man. Su Hao sat in the passenger seat and pointed the way to Chen Nuo. The plane was flying very fast and arrived in the city in a short while. Everyone looked down from the plane and saw many zombies wandering unconsciously on the streets and large car accident scenes everywhere. Although it is only the first day of the apocalyptic scenes have already begun to appear. When the zombies heard the sound of the helicopter, they all looked up at the sky. It was unclear whether they could really see it or not, and they began to chase the helicopter below. "Hey, look, there's someone over there." Zhao Wei pointed to the tall building below and said, sure enough, there was not just one person, but many people. They stretched their hands out of the windows of the tall building, holding conspicuous objects in their hands and waving them continuously. "Everyone look over there, SOS. She's a pretty young lady." Everyone looked over there again, and sure enough, they saw a sexy young lady standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. She was holding a lipstick that she usually didn't want to use, and her face was full of excitement. The plane flew away, and the people who kept waving their arms showed deep disappointment on their faces. After a few seconds, they began to curse. "Fuck you. What's so great about having a plane? Beast, save me." The young lady holding the lipstick in her hand leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, sat down weakly, tears dripping from her eyes. Well, a sudden voice sounded behind her, but the young lady remained indifferent. It turned out that there was a man on the big bed behind him. No, it should be said that there was a zombie. There are a lot of things on the bed that make your blood boil at first sight. I have to say that people nowadays really like to play in a fancy way. The young lady slowly stood up and looked at the man on the bed with disgust. She raised her hand and grabbed a whip. "You monster, didn't you like it before?" Chen Nuo flew the helicopter and followed Su Hao's directions to his home, which was very close to the city government. Su Hao said that this was the house allocated by the government to the city leaders. "Su Hao, is there a square or a wide area here?" Su Hao nodded. "Brother Chen, fly a little further ahead. There is a large square there, which is specially used for leaders to exercise." Chen Nuo flew forward a little and saw a large square. So he drove the helicopter and started to land. In fact, landing a plane requires a lot of skill. Chen Nuo was indeed as professional as he said, and the plane landed smoothly, which made everyone feel completely relieved. Chen Nuo took off his helmet, turned off the helicopter, and the propeller of the aircraft slowly stopped rotating. There are already 5 or 6 zombies outside moving towards this side. They are all wearing security uniforms. In the distance, there are a few figures swaying. Chen Nuo opened the door. "Let's go. Let's hurry up, find Aunt Wang, and retreat immediately." Chen Nuo jumped off the plane as he spoke. He looked at the zombies in front of him, opened the modifier directly, and changed the health value of one of the zombies to 0. The zombie fell down immediately and stopped moving. When Chen Nuo was about to make another revision, his body paused and he started cursing. "Damn, am I stupid? It only takes 30 points of magic to kill a zombie with a fireball, but I actually used about 100 points of magic to modify it." Everyone else got off the plane as well. Seeing the zombies rushing towards them, they couldn't help but look a little nervous. But when they heard Chen Nuo's scolding, they suddenly became less nervous and even found it a little funny. Chen Nuo opened his right palm, and 5 fireballs instantly appeared in the air, and Su Hao shouted immediately, "Brother Chen, leave one for us to practice with." Chen Nuo stopped, smacked his lips, and then the 2 fireballs suddenly disappeared. Boom. The fireball was fired like a cannonball. In an instant, sparks exploded and 3 zombies fell to the ground with their heads blown off. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 sounds of people falling to the ground. Su Hao immediately said excitedly, "Don't fight with me. I'm going to kill one of you." Jing Tao did not say anything, but expressed it directly through actions. A fireball appeared in front of both of them, and their hands were shaking with excitement. Boom. Su Hao fully demonstrated what it means to be a poor fighter. The fireball directly brushed against the zombie's body and hit the ground behind the zombie. Jing Tao was slightly better, but he only hit the zombie. Although the zombie's body was full of holes, it still rushed over here. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and glanced at the zombies attacked by Jing Tao, and found that their health points had not dropped at all. Su Hao, Jing Tao, attack the zombie's head. You can't kill the zombie by attacking other places. After hearing Chen Nuo's reminder, the 2 men condensed another fireball. This time, they no longer behaved in the same lame way as before. Boom. The fireball hit the zombie's head straight, the fireball exploded, and the zombie fell to the ground with a bang. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a magic longsword appeared in his hand. He walked to the zombie, slashed it with the sword, picked out the magic crystal core, and then walked to another zombie. Chen Nuo put the 5 magic crystal cores into the package column. He made a sword flower and threw the sword into the sky. The sword fell and disappeared, returning to the magic space. Chen Nuo walked forward. Su Hao, lead the way. Chapter 50. Beast Demon, Wolf Dog Demon. If you dare to touch my family, you will die. The door of Su Hao's house was wide open at this time, and 3 people were standing in front of Wang Mei, blocking her retreat. Wang Mei frowned and scolded. "Director Yang, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, if you dare to mess around, the country will not let you go, and I will definitely put you in jail for life." Wang Mei kept retreating, and Yang Wei and the other 2 pressed forward step by step. He showed an obscene smile. "The country? Ha, and still spend the rest of your life in prison? Ha ha. Mayor Wang Mei, I see you are still asleep, right? Don't you see what the situation is like now?" As Yang Wei spoke, he took a close look at the white and tender breast of Wang Mei. He had to admit, although Wang Mei was a little older, her figure and looks were first-rate. Yang Wei shook his head, his eyes filled with desire. Women, once they lose a strong support, they will appear weak. Mayor Wang Mei, Don't you always like to be high above and give orders? Wang Mei picked up something nearby and threw it at them. Yang Wei and the others dodged it easily. The three of them slowly approached, and Yang Wei said jokingly to the two people next to him, "Haha, our Mayor Wang also has a feminine side. Think about the past. Whenever I did something wrong, you would criticize and blame me. I was like a grandson in front of you. You would yell at me, and I would tremble with fear." Yang Wei pretended to take a deep breath and questioned Wang Mei nervously. "Do you know? Mayor Wang Mei, I dreamed about you several times in the middle of the night. The funny thing is that the spendthrift woman in my family actually thought I was having an affair with you. Damn it, I was terrified, terrified, terrified." Yang Wei shouted excitedly, his heart was filled with violence. "Oh, hey, look at us all. What happened to our current Mayor Wang? Why is he like a kitten? Yo-ho, huh?" Yang Wei laughed so hard that he bent over and tears came out of his eyes. He slowly stood up. "Hey, the heavens are watching over me. I finally waited until today, Wang Mei. Today I am going to take revenge on you. You have been a widow for so many years, you must be very lonely. Today I want to taste you. Although you are a little old, your arrogance makes me want to conquer you even more. Xiaoma, Xiaoguo, what do you think, isn't it?" Xiaoma and Xiaoguo were staring at Wang Mei with undisguised desire in their eyes. They smiled and were about to speak. Suddenly a loud shout came from outside the door. "You are paralyzed. Yang Wei, you grandson. I will fuck your grandma." The three of them immediately turned around and looked outside the door. When Wang Mei heard Su Hao's voice, a look of surprise appeared on her face, but when she saw that Su Hao was the only one at the door, her face instantly turned into anxiety. "Xiao Hao, don't come over here. Run away. Don't worry about mommy." Because Su Hao was worried about Wang Mei's safety, he ran over here first. When he arrived at the door of her house, he saw that the courtyard gate and the door of the house were wide open. His heart tightened and he just happened to hear what was said inside. Yang Wei and the other two looked at Su Hao and became even more excited. Yang Wei laughed loudly. "I was wondering why I didn't see you, little bastard. I didn't expect you were outside. Yes, you are a playboy, a scumbag who never stays home. You came at the right time. I think it would be more exciting to hear Mayor Wang screaming in front of you." Su Hao was furious. He clenched his fists and wished he could kill Yang Wei and the other two. Although Su Hao had killed someone last night, his thinking had not changed completely and he still had some mental baggage. Chen Nuo walked across the courtyard and heard the last words of Yang Wei and the others. TSK. Do you guys really like hearing other people scream so much?" Zhao Wei and Jing Tao were also furious. They were good friends with Su Hao and they heard clearly what Yang Wei said just now. Yang Wei and the other two became alert when they saw a few more people coming. They first looked at Su Li and Li Shui with lustful gleams in their eyes. Then they looked at Chen Nuo and others. There were 5 men on the opposite side, and there were only 3 of them on their side, so it would not be easy to fight head-on. Immediately, a broad smile appeared on Yang Wei's face. "Haha, Su Hao, Uncle Yang was just joking with you. Didn't something unexpected happen last night? We were worried about Mayor Wang's safety early in the morning, so we came to check on him. Now that we see that Mayor Wang is fine, we are relieved." Chen Nuo raised his eyes to look at Yang Wei, who was smiling. He had no expression on his face. He just glanced at the 3 people with disdain, and then looked at Su Hao, who was clenching his fists. He raised his hand and slapped him hard on the shoulder. "Su Hao dared to insult our family. Kill them." Chen Nuo stepped back slightly to make enough space for Su Hao. He directly opened the editor, and the exclusive pages of Yang Wei and the other two appeared. Their magic directly entered Chen Nuo's main page. There is actually a category called Beast-type Demons? But since you want to die, then go ahead and die. Su Hao, let's begin. Chen Nuo directly changed the speed of the 3 people to 1. Yang Wei and the other 2 did not know that their speed attributes had been modified by Chen Nuo. When they heard Chen Nuo asking Su Hao to kill them, they immediately took defensive postures. "Boy, I admit that you have more people, but if you think that you can control us with your numbers, you are totally wrong. It is still unknown who will win." Yang Wei slowly stepped back. He turned around and gave a look to Xiaoma and Xiaoguo, and they nodded. When Su Hao heard Chen Nuo's words, he nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, raised his hand and aimed at Yang Wei and the others. Yang Wei frowned deeply, and he spread his hands behind him, making the gesture of a rock spreading its wings. Yang Wei's face began to change. His originally clean face was covered with black hair in the blink of an eye, and everyone was shocked. "This is," Chen Nuo said slowly. "Beast-type demon, wolf dog, can transform into the characteristics of a wolf dog." "Hey, what's going on? Why am I so slow?" With a cry of surprise, Xiaoma and Xiaoguo, holding an axe and a hoe, wanted to quickly take down Wang Mei. However, they were shocked as soon as they sped up. They found that their movements were like slow motion. Wang Mei also noticed something unusual, and she immediately seized the opportunity and ran behind Su Hao. "Xiao Hao, what happened to them? What's going on?" Su Hao roughly guessed that it was Chen Nuo's work, so he spoke. Mom, take a rest first. I will avenge you. After Yang Wei transformed into a wolf dog, his physique, strength, and speed all improved, but this could not make up for the decreased speed. Su Hao raised his hand and aimed at Yang Wei. A slightly smaller fireball appeared and murderous intent appeared on his face. Yang Wei, what did you just say? You want to hear screams in front of me? Fine. I'll grant your wish now. The fireball sprayed out, and one of Yang Wei's legs was blown off. There was blood all over the place. It was a horrible sight. Woo woo, woof woof. Chen Nuo was stunned. He didn't expect that there would be such a scream of pain. Although Wang Mei hated Yang Wei to death, her ideas remained the same as before. She looked at the fire in her son's hand in shock. Xiaohao, why? Seeing that Wang Mei had many doubts, Chen Nuo spoke up. Su Hao, go over and explain to Aunt Wang, and leave these people to Jing Tao and the others. Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, and Wang Chen all became excited. They had killed people before and were no longer averse to killing. On the contrary, they were eager to try. Su Hao pulled Wang Mei aside, and Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, and Wang Chen each shot one shot. Woo, woof, ah. The screams came one after another, and after a while, the sound gradually became smaller. Chen Nuo glanced at the three people and found that they were already dying. Well, let's give them a good beating. When Wang Mei heard Chen Nuo's words, she immediately shouted, Chen Nuo, are we really going to kill them? Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Wang Mei. The three dying people also looked at Wang Mei with difficulty, with deep pleading in their eyes. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and changed Wang Mei's loyalty value to 100. Then he nodded and said as a matter of course, well, Aunt Wang, I've already said it before. Anyone who dares to insult our family will die. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he looked up at Su Li, then Li Shui, and then the others. Everyone met his gaze one by one. Everyone understood that Chen Nuo wanted to tell them that they were all one family, and anyone who dared to attack them would have to die. Chen Nuo raised his hand and 3 huge fireballs appeared. Yang Wei and the other 2 wanted to beg for mercy, but the fireball had already appeared before their eyes. Boom. Chapter 51. The Legacy of the Chao Family, A Good Wife. Chen Nuo who doesn't play by the rules. Tip. This chapter is a long chapter of more than 3,200 words. I feel it is necessary to write the first 1,000 words because it is necessary for the plot. If you think it is too long-winded, you can skip the first part. There will be a hint after 1,000 words. In a house not far from Wang Mei's home, 6 or 7 people, both men and women, were sitting together. The house was filled with smoke. They were waiting for something. A woman was a little depressed, she fidgeted, and spoke hesitantly. Mayor Chao, you know my husband. He and Wang Mei have a bit of an unclear relationship. You sent him to show off your power to Wang Mei. I'm worried that he might miss their old friendship. Chao Lei looked up at Li Wenjing. Her face was full of worry and her brows were slightly furrowed. It must be said that she really gave people a bright feeling. Chao Lei felt a little dry in the mouth. He coughed dryly, put out the cigarette in his hand, stood up, walked to Li Wenjing's side, and sat down next to her. Li Wenjing was a little nervous and moved her position, but Chao Lei came closer again, squeezing Li Wenjing so that she couldn't escape. Li Wenjing looked at Chao Lei with a stiff smile on her face. Chao Lei raised his hand, grabbed her hand, and patted it gently. Li Wenjing's body suddenly tensed up. She wanted to pull away, but Chao Lei held it very tightly. The others smiled silently when they saw this scene. Sister-in-law, you worry too much. Director Yang and Mayor Wang may only have a working relationship. It's not as complicated as you think. Chao Lei knew Wang Mei's background very well, even though she was a widow. He remembered that he had hinted to Wang Mei before. However, a few days later, he received a call from the central government, which scared him so much that he was in a daze for several days. Li Wenjing remembered that Yang Wei had called out Wang Mei's name in his dreams more than once, and she was about to refute immediately. She had ignored the fact that Chao Lei was constantly stroking the back of her hand. Mayor Chao, but... Buzz, buzz, buzz. The roar came from far away and got closer. Everyone stood up and one person said in surprise, "That's the sound of an airplane propeller. Could it be that someone from the military district has come to rescue us?" Everyone immediately walked out of the house and saw a very large helicopter flying overhead and then slowly landing. Mayor Chao, should we go over there? Chao Lei did think so in his heart, but he glanced at the zombies on the road and shook his head. Wait a moment. Since they are from the military district, they will definitely come to my residence. There is no need for us to take risks. Bang. There was a sudden crashing sound from the window of the bedroom next door. Everyone was startled and turned around to see a female zombie constantly banging against the window. Snap. The glass shattered and everyone was startled. They subconsciously took a few steps back. But when they saw that the female zombie couldn't get out, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Lei stared at the female zombie in a daze. She was his wife through thick and thin. The others walked up to Chao Lei. Mayor Chao, I'm so sorry for the loss. No one expected this to happen. My husband is also. Chao Lei suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at the people around him and sneered in his heart. He raised his eyes to look at Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing's heart tightened. She could see that Chao Lei's eyes were a little malicious. They stood in the yard, looking into the distance from time to time. The zombies on the road had been led away, but they still did not dare to take the risk. Hey, look, someone is coming. They went to Wang Mei's house. Look, that boy running in the front, isn't he Wang Mei's son? Chao Lei frowned slightly. It turned out that he was not from the military. Everyone looked at Chao Lei. Let's wait and see what happens first. As soon as Chao Lei finished speaking, he suddenly thought of Yang Wei and the other two. Oh no, Yang Wei and the others are over there. Everyone knew that Yang Wei and the other two were sent by Chao Lei to intimidate Wang Mei, and then at the last moment, he would step forward to rescue her, make Wang Mei grateful to him, and then capture her. But what he didn't know was that Yang Wei wanted to enjoy himself first before coming to inform him. Chao Lei looked up at Li Wenjing, who was looking over there worriedly, and Chao Lei said, Remember, we are unaware of what happened to Yang Wei and the other two. Got it. It has to be said that Chao Lei's official authority was particularly strong, and everyone nodded subconsciously. Boom. A loud explosion was heard in the distance. There was shock on everyone's face. They looked over there and saw those people just now walking out of Wang Mei's house. Wang Mei was among them. They did not come here at all, but went directly to the square where the planes were parked. Oh no, Mayor Chao, they are leaving. I'm afraid they are only here to pick up Wang Mei. They must be the people Wang Mei's son has sent. Chao Lei frowned slightly. He remembered the previous phone call from the central government. He thought he had figured out the key. Let's go, let's follow them. Remember, don't tell me anything about Yang Wei and the other two. Especially you, sister-in-law. Do you understand? Tip, you can also watch it directly from here. The huge fireball swallowed up Yang Wei and the other two. An explosion sounded and the three of them died completely. Chen Nuo turned around and walked out first. Let's go, the next stop is Jingtao's house. Chen Nuo and his group walked quickly on the road. They came to where the helicopter was parked. At this time, there were already 7 or 8 people around the plane, and a dozen zombies. These people heard the sound of the plane and thought it was a military rescue, so they ran over from their homes. However, they did not expect that the sound of the plane would also attract zombies. Chen Nuo turned around and said to Jing Tao and the others, Everyone, make a quick decision. Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, Su Hao and Wang Chen raised their hands and aimed at the zombies, and a fireball appeared in front of each of them. Boom. 2 zombies fell down, and the other 2 missed their aim a little. The other zombies that were besieging those people turned around slowly when they heard the movement behind them. Buzz. Chen Nuo raised his hand and grabbed the long sword in his hand. He chopped the zombie's head in half with a casual move. Then he raised his hand again and 3 fireballs appeared and shot at the 3 zombies. Su Li also raised her hand and aimed at a zombie, only to see a drop of water appear. Water bomb. Puff. A hole appeared on the zombie's forehead. The water bullet had great penetrating power. Li Shui was not to be outdone. She took a deep breath, aimed her right palm, and an ice spike quickly took shape. The ice spike pierced through the zombie's head, white steam came out of the ice spike, and drops of dirty blood dripped down the ice spike. Chen Nuo looked at the 2 people's attacks and nodded with satisfaction. A dozen zombies were quickly dealt with by Chen Nuo and others. Those who used the plane as a cover, holding swords, sticks, and clubs in their hands, looked at them in amazement. Chen Nuo ignored him. He put the magic crystal core into the packing box and said to the person behind him, Let's go. We don't have time to waste here. Chen Nuo opened the door of the helicopter and his people filed in. When they got on the plane, they just glanced at those people casually and ignored them. I said, Aren't you from the military? Someone asked. Chen Nuo helped Su Li and Li Shui onto the plane. He looked at those people and shook his head. Then can we also get on the plane and follow you? Chen Nuo decisively refused. Cannot. Su Hao was supporting Wang Mei and were about to get on the plane when someone recognized Wang Mei. Mayor Wang. Those people seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and when they were about to say something, suddenly another shout came from behind them. Mayor Wang Mei, wait a minute. What are you doing? Everyone looked back and saw Chao Lei and 6 others running towards them quickly. Wang Mei had already climbed up halfway, but when she saw that it was Chao Lei and the others, she came down again for the sake of face. Chao Lei and others were a little out of breath. They had to rush to catch up, but fortunately they did. Mayor Wang Mei, who are they? When Wang Mei was about to introduce, she suddenly saw Li Wenjing in the crowd. She frowned and then looked at Chao Lei. Seeing Chao Lei's eyes flickering, Wang Mei thought of Chao Lei's style and the hints he had given her before. Chen Nuo discovered something unusual about Wang Mei. Annie Wang, what's wrong? Wang Mei was a little hesitant. She didn't know if her guess was correct. She looked at Xiao Lei deeply and then pointed at Li Wenjing. She is Yang Wei's wife. Yang Wei is the one who just turned into a wolf dog in my house. This is Xiao Lei, the mayor of Nanha City. After hearing this, Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze wandered over Xiao Lei and the others. Just as Xiao Lei was about to speak, someone spoke. Mayor Qiao, you have to make a decision for us. These people won't let us get on the plane, and they don't plan to save us. Xiao Lei looked at Wang Mei. He wanted to talk to her. But Chen Nuo raised his right hand. Everyone looked at him, and Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Wang Mei. Annie Wang, did you mean to say that? They're in the same group? Wang Mei was not too sure either. She frowned and thought about it. It was indeed possible. Xiao Lei and the others felt nervous. Xiao Lei tried to remain calm and put on a wry smile. Wang Mei, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. When Chen Nuo saw Wang Mei frowning, he roughly understood what was going on. He glanced at Xiao Lei with a playful look in his eyes. Andy Wang, you just said that woman is Yang Wei's wife, right? Wang Mei nodded and Chen Nuo shrugged. Since she is his daughter-in-law, there is no need for us to think too much. Just suspicion is enough. Xiao Lei swallowed his saliva. He was still prepared to continue playing dumb. He would never admit it. Chen Nuo opened the editor, and everyone's magic entered his main page. Increases firearm proficiency attribute. Buzz. Firearms proficiency, 6, maximum 100. Chen Nuo directly changed it to 100. A sense of experience instantly poured into his brain. He shook his head, raised his hand, and took out a pistol from the parcel column. Xiao Lei was about to explain when he suddenly saw Chen Nuo took out a pistol. Before Xiao Lei could react, Chen Nuo had already fired. Snap. Li Wenjing looked at Chen Nuo in disbelief. There was a hole between her eyebrows and blood was flowing out. Bang. The bodies fell to the ground, and everyone's breathing began to become rapid and heavy. Xiao Lei looked at Li Wenjing's body. This was the woman he wanted to have his hands on, but she died like this. He was filled with anger. However, there was not a trace of anger on his face, but rather a sanctimonious look. You? How can you kill people casually? The country is lost. Mayor Wang Mei, you are also a government official. Could it be that you? Click. Chen Nuo put the pistol to Xiao Lei's forehead. The barrel of the gun was hot, making Xiao Lei feel a burning pain. Why don't you say anything? Are you used to standing on the moral high ground? Chen Nuo said half of it with disdain, then paused, shook his head and laughed. Why should I talk so much to a dead person? I won't say any more. Just go to hell. Snap. Another shot. Xiao Lei died with his eyes open. He didn't understand why. As he fell, he saw Chen Nuo pointing the gun at him. That group of people. Pa 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 pa. All 6 people that came with Xiao Lei were shot in the head. Chen Nuo blew the muzzle of the gun, then put the pistol into the parcel compartment. He turned and looked at the other people. Those people stepped back subconsciously. Chen Nuo smiled, then grabbed the door handle and jumped onto the plane. After getting on the plane, he stuck his head out and said, Su Hao and Wang, let's go. Chapter 52. Eradicate all evil and root it out. Jing Tao's father is in good health. The plane door closed and Chen Nuo sat in the driver's seat. He held the helmet and was about to put it on, but after thinking for a moment, he turned back and said, Do you think I'm too cruel? Everyone looked up at him, and he smiled. Although he was asking them, Chen Nuo did not want them to answer and continued speaking. We killed that woman's husband. There is already hatred between us and her. We can't bet that she will give up the hatred. In the end times, we must eradicate all evil and root out the weeds. Otherwise, we will pay a heavy price one day. As for Mayor Qiao and his people, I don't even bother to think about it, whether they really have any conspiracy or not. As long as we deem them dangerous, we will just kill them. This will nip the danger in the bud. Chen Nuo put on his helmet, sat up straight, and looked forward. Like I said before, in the end times, the weak are only allowed to survive by the strong. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Just do what I say. Chen Nuo started the plane. The propeller began to rotate. A roar was heard, and the strong wind blew the people below back continuously. The plane flew away, and the people sat limply on the ground, their clothes behind them soaked with sweat. Well, more zombies were attracted by the roar of the plane, and they scattered. Jing Tao sat in the passenger seat and pointed the way for Chen Nuo. The plane flew over the city sky, and the survivors were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They began to shout for help, followed by endless abuse. Chen Nuo ignored all these, and the plane quickly flew to the high-end residential area where Jing Tao lived. This high-end residential area is adjacent to Nanha City Hospital, separated only by one road. Chen Nuo found a wide place and prepared to land the plane. However, there is usually a large flow of people here, and the sound of the plane attracts many zombies. Chen Nuo frowned slightly. He looked at the densely packed zombies below him. He took out some submachine guns from the space, handed them to Jing Tao, and then opened the modifier. Added firearms proficiency to Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, Su Hao, and Wang Chun, and then changed the proficiency to 100. Jing Tao handed the weapon to the people behind him, and they all looked at Chen Nuo in confusion. Buzz. Their bodies suddenly shook and their brains felt a little dizzy, but they returned to normal after a few seconds. Jing Tao was the first to come back to his senses, with surprise in his eyes. Brother Chen, what is this? Chen Nuo spoke. Stop talking nonsense. I have used the modifier to increase your firearm proficiency and set it to the maximum. You are now the best at using firearms. I am hovering in the air. Use your firearms to kill the zombies below. Wang Mei didn't quite understand, but everyone else's faces showed shock and surprise. No wonder he could fly a plane overnight. If it were me, I could do it too. Jing Tao climbed over from the co-pilot seat and moved to the back. The four of them separated into two sides. After they were ready, they opened the doors on both sides. The wind rushed in, and the plane shook a few times in the air. The four of them simply fired a few shots, and just like experienced veterans, they had excellent control of the guns, and every shot hit the target in the head. This is amazing. I think it's much more efficient than my fireball. Chen Nuo thought to himself. Isn't this nonsense? How many fireballs can you release? However, I don't know what will happen in the future. Anyway, Chen Nuo feels that the demon will become more and more powerful in the future. These are not things to think about now. There are more and more zombies below, so Chen Nuo quickly spoke. Hurry up, you guys, this is a busy city, and there's a hospital across the street. There's a lot of people and zombies, too. If you waste any more time, we won't be able to go down. When several people heard what Chen Nuo said, they all started shooting. Wang Mei was watching from the side. She couldn't believe her eyes. Was this still the son who had accomplished nothing? And there are my son's two best friends. Whenever people talk about them, they all look disgusted. But now, they are all extremely accurate in shooting. Every time they fire a shot, a zombie falls down. Brother Chun, give me some more bullets. They are running out too fast. Chen Nuo nodded. Sister Su, pass it to them for me. Papa. The sound of gunfire continued, and the survivors hiding in their homes looked out the window in shock. They were watching a scene that could only be seen in movies. A helicopter hovering in the air with the doors on both sides wide open, and several people were constantly shooting at the zombies below. The only strange thing is that the people who fired the guns were obviously not soldiers. As for why I say that, have you ever seen a soldier with hair? The key is that they were not wearing camouflage. However, their shooting skills are indeed very accurate. They never waste a bullet. Occasionally, you can see a bullet piercing through the heads of two zombies. Don't say that this is looking down from a high position. It is simply impossible. A 1.8 meter tall zombie and a 1.6 meter tall zombie are very close to each other, and as long as there is a certain angle, it can be done easily. In a villa not far from here, Jinghua was lying on a big bed with a fair and tender beauty in his arms. He pulled his hand out from under the beauty's neck and cursed angrily. Who the hell is this? Why are they setting off firecrackers in the city? They're not letting people sleep. As Jinghua spoke, he picked up the phone on the bedside table. He was about to call the police to complain, but the phone wouldn't turn on. The beautiful woman next to him frowned slightly. She rubbed herself in Jinghua's arms, then covered her head with the quilt and continued to sleep. Jinghua lifted the quilt, patted the beautiful woman's big white butt, and subconsciously kneaded it. Xiaoyi, wake up quickly. I don't even know what time it is now. I still have to go to the hospital. I have a very important consultation today. It can be seen that these two guys who had enjoyed themselves for half a day were actually unaware of what was happening outside. They had slept all night until now. Yi Qian is a famous beautiful nurse in Nanha City Hospital. Who would have thought that she is hanging out with Jinghua, a middle-aged man here? No wonder she has become so successful after only 2 years of graduation. Yi Qian stretched lazily, then held Jinghua's arm with one hand and reached down with the other. Jinghua shuddered violently. He had the will, but not the strength. Lao Jing, please let me sleep a little longer. I don't know what happened last night. It was so painful. Fortunately, you have so many painkillers here. By the way, Lao Jing, why do you keep so many painkillers at home? Jinghua glanced at the charming Yi Qian, swallowed his saliva, and then forced himself to look away. This is something my son gave me. I used to nag him for doing useless things, but I never thought I would actually use it. Jinghua still felt a lingering fear when he thought of the pain he felt last night. The pain was definitely comparable to that of a woman giving birth and a man's testicles breaking. Okay, get up. If you don't hear the firecrackers outside, how can you still sleep? Yi Qian smiled mischievously, then lowered her head directly. Jinghua took a deep breath. During the intervals between the sounds of firecrackers outside, Jinghua was enjoying the morning's pleasure and was feeling emotionally excited. Suddenly, there was a noise in the house. Oh, As soon as Jing Tao entered the house, he heard Jinghua's call, and he shouted anxiously, "Dad, what's wrong with you? Don't let anything happen to you." Chen Nuo also heard the screaming. The sound was very strange. It seemed like pain, but it didn't sound like it. Chen Nuo's speed was much faster than Jing Tao's. He reached the bedroom door in a few steps and kicked it with all his strength. Bang! The door was kicked over by Chen Nuo and hit Yi Qian. Oh, woo! There was another scream and a sound as if the throat was uncomfortable. Chen Nuo entered the bedroom first. When he saw the door pressing on the bed, he thought to himself, "Oh no," and quickly threw the door aside. He saw Jinghua lying on the bed with a listless look on his face. He raised his hand and lifted the quilt. Everyone ran over worriedly and saw a woman lying there with her big white but sticking out. She was already unconscious. Chen Nuo quickly covered Jinghua and the others with the quilt again. He turned back a little embarrassedly and saw that everyone else, including Jing Tao, were staring at him in a daze. Chen Nuo sighed, walked to Jing Tao, raised his hand and patted his shoulder, and couldn't help smacking his lips. "Jing Tao, your old man is in pretty good shape. He's much more fancy than me." Chapter 53. It makes sense that those who show off their affection die quickly. Magical Demon Angel. Chen Nuo took Su Li and Li Shui's hands and sat down on the sofa in the living room. When Wang Mei saw this scene, she frowned slightly, and Su Hao next to her saw it. Mom, Brother Chun and the others are in true love. When Wang Mei heard this, she was totally incredulous. She was mainly surprised that the chairman of the Jiang group would actually share his man with other women. Chen Nuo and Su Li were flirting with each other. Li Shui sat aside, thinking about what she had just seen. Her face flushed. She looked up at Chen Nuo, then looked at his abdomen. When Chen Nuo saw Li Shui's gaze and her shy appearance, his heart was moved, so he pulled her into his arms and held Su Li with his other hand. Chen Nuo whispered in the ears of the two in a voice that only the three of them could hear. "You little dirty girl, what are you thinking about? Do you want to come with Sister Su tonight?" As Chen Nuo spoke, he glanced at the two people's beautiful lips. Su Li also had a seductive look on her face. What she had just seen was indeed very exciting. That kind of scene was very arousing. When the three of them were getting a little distracted and passionate, there was suddenly a noise coming from the bedroom. "You wicked son, I and Xiaoya are in true love. Xiaoya, don't cry. Even if I don't recognize you as my son, I will still give you a home." Su Hao was stunned. Wang Mei looked at her son with a playful smile. "True love? What do I love you for? Love you for not taking a bath? Or love you for being old enough to be her dad?" Chen Nuo frowned slightly. He looked at the beauty in his arms with dry mouth, then let go and looked towards the bedroom, shouting loudly, "Jing Tao, come out." A few seconds later, Jing Tao walked out angrily. He came in front of Chen Nuo and forced himself to suppress his anger. "Brother Chen, I'm so pissed. My dad actually found a woman who's about my age, and he just told me to call that woman young mom. She won't listen to me no matter what I say. That woman is also a green tea bitch, crying all the time, and you can tell at a glance that she's not a good person." Chen Nuo sat on the sofa with a frown on his face. He didn't expect to encounter such a bloody thing. He thought about it, and then asked, "Jing Tao, you said this woman is young, pretty, and has a white butt." "No, it was a slip of the tongue." "Hee hee, ahem. What do you think she gained by following your father?" Jing Tao didn't even think about it. He just looked at the bedroom door and snorted coldly. "Humph, what else can you want? Of course it's money and power. Can you really want him to not take a bath and be old?" There was a sudden shout from the bedroom. "Rebellious son, I don't allow you to say that about Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I'm your stepmother from now on. If you dare to insult your stepmother again, be careful or I'll break your dog legs." Chen Nuo looked up and saw that Jinghua and Yi Qian had already put on their clothes, but there was still lewd looks on their faces. Yi Qian glanced at Chen Nuo with shame and anger, obviously hearing what he said about white ass. Jing Tao was furious. "Dad, you!" Chen Nuo suddenly shouted, interrupting Jing Tao's words. "Jing Tao." Jing Tao was very emotional, but Chen Nuo's shouting still made him turn around and look at Chen Nuo. "Brother Chen." Chen Nuo stood up, walked to Jing Tao's side, and patted him on the shoulder. "Aren't you usually quite rational? Why are you confused now? You just said that your stepmother is after your father's wealth and power." Before Chen Nuo finished speaking, Yi Qian became anxious and immediately refuted in her hoarse voice. "Jing Tao, you really misjudged me. Old Jing, your father, and I are truly in love. I don't care that he has hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth, or that he is the director of a hospital. I just love him." Jinghua was deeply moved by what Yi Qian said. He looked at Jing Tao and wanted to sever the father-son relationship with Jing Tao if Jing Tao disagreed. Chen Nuo listened to Yi Qian's hoarse voice and couldn't help but think of Yi Qian sticking out her big white butt in her mouth. His expression was stunned. Yi Qian blushed when she saw Chen Nuo's expression. She could tell that Chen Nuo was definitely thinking about something unhealthy. Su Li and Li Shui, who were standing behind him, saw this and pinched Chen Nuo's waist. Su Li even leaned close to Chen Nuo's ear in a teasing manner. "Brother, what are you thinking about? Do you want me to bite it off for you tonight?" Chen Nuo shuddered suddenly, smiled awkwardly, and then looked at Jing Tao, who was angry on the side. "Jing Tao, tell me, does your father still have the wealth and power you just mentioned?" Not only Jing Tao was stunned, but everyone else was stunned as well, including Jing Hua and Yi Qian, who also frowned. Jing Tao was immediately overjoyed. He laughed a few times, and then a smile appeared on his face. "Little mom, I am superficial. It turns out that what you two are like is true love. As expected, I am still too young. Dad, your son is too young and ignorant. I didn't know that at your age, you can still please little mom. I am really ignorant." Jing Tao's attitude made a 360-degree turn, which made Jing Hua and Yi Qian a little slow to react. After all, Jing Hua was the director of the hospital and had seen all kinds of situations. The reason why Jing Tao changed so much was obviously because of what he said just now. "Jing Tao, stop beating around the bush. What did your friend mean by that? Explain it to me clearly." Jing Tao chuckled and shrugged. "Oh, Dad, don't you and stepmother know yet?" Jing Hua was a little dazed. He shook a few times and couldn't believe it. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I have spent most of my life working hard to get to where I am now. I don't believe it. You must be lying to me, you bastard." "Oucha." Yi Qian next to her also started crying. "I am a beautiful woman, but in order to get ahead, I chose to follow an old man. Now what should I do?" Jinghua turned around suddenly and looked at Yi Qian, who was crying, with shock on his face. "Xiaoyi, did you just say I was an old man?" Yi Qian let go completely and wiped the tears from her face with her sleeves. "Lao Jing, am I wrong? Aren't you just an old man? Your son is right. I follow you, not for your wealth and power, but for what? Do you really think that I follow you because you don't take a bath and because you are old, so you can be my father? Huh?" Jinghua was completely confused and a little uneasy. Jing Tao hurried over to support Jinghua and pointed at Yi Qian's nose. "You green tea bitch, get out of my house." Yi Qian wiped away her tears and snorted coldly. "Humph, who cares about staying in your house? However, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't told me about the end of the world, I would have been foolishly taken advantage of by this old man." Yi Qian looked at everyone domineeringly with disdain on her face. "You just said that the end of the world is coming and everyone will awaken their talents. I have already felt my talent just now. You idiots, let me tell you, I have awakened an angel-type demon." Puff. There was a sound of clothes tearing, and two white wings suddenly appeared behind Yi Qian. The flapping wings created a strong wind. Chen Nuo frowned slightly. He hadn't had the chance to look at their magic talents. He didn't expect that there would be this kind of magic talent that only existed in mythology. However, when he thought about the elemental magic talent, it seemed acceptable. Chen Nuo immediately opened the editor, and sure enough, a new category appeared in the magic talent area. Magical magic, angel, not activated. Jinghua's magic talent is scalpel. Yi Qian slowly folded her wings, walked to the door, and looked back at Chen Nuo and the others. "Goodbye, old man. I'm going to find a man who is worthy of me. Goodbye, my youth." Chapter 54. Zhao Tianhe wants to be a hero. Yi Qian spread her wings and flew high into the sky. Chen Nuo and the others watched Yi Qian leave, feeling deeply moved. This girl is so realistic. Speaking of reality, the reality is still to come. Yi Qian was flying high in the sky. She clearly felt that her physical strength could not support her flying for too long, so she prepared to land. Suddenly, a very large plane came into view, surrounded by countless corpses and blood. It has to be said that people who work in hospitals have a strong psychological ability to accept things. She only felt a little uncomfortable, but then returned to normal. Yi Qian slowly fell down. She looked at the big plane, and then at the corpse without a complete head. She bent down to check and found many bullet shells scattered on the ground. The sound just now was not firecrackers, but gunfire. This plane should be from the military, right? Then where are the others? An outrageous idea appeared in Yi Qian's mind, and she quickly shook her head. It can't be them. There are only a few of them. Just as she was thinking about it, suddenly a few zombies gathered here in the distance. Yi Qian's heart tightened. She looked around and then looked at the plane next to her. Yi Qian smiled slightly, spread her wings, and flew to the top of the plane. She looked down at the zombies approaching below. "You idiot. I am an angel with wings. You just can't reach me." Chen Nuo and his friends walked towards the plane with the distraught Jinghua. When they got closer, they were all stunned because they saw Yi Qian sitting idly on the propeller of the plane with her legs crossed. When Yi Qian heard the noise, she quickly looked up at them, raised her eyebrows and whispered to herself. It turned out to be them. Was I a little too arrogant just now? Yuqian shook her head. Who cares? This fairy has awakened the angelic magic talent. It should be their honor to give them a chance. So Yuqian stood up, with a smile on her face, and shouted, Lao Jing, you guys are finally here. Please come and save me. I'm so scared. When Chen Nuo heard Yuqian's cry, he felt sick, and the others also felt a chill. Chen Nuo ignored Yuqian, but took out a few guns from the parcel column and threw them to Jing Tao and the others. Hurry up. Although Jingwa heard Yuqian's cry, he had already seen through it. Would he be stupid to become the dean? He knew that Yuqian definitely had some ulterior motive, but it was definitely not for him not to take a shower or to be his father. He took a deep breath and watched coldly. The zombie was quickly shot in the head by several people. Chen Nuo took out a long sword, split the zombie's head open, and put away the magic crystal core. No one paid any attention to Yuqian. Chen Nuo came to the front of the plane and opened the cabin door. Everyone else boarded the plane consciously. Jinghua didn't even look at Yuqian on the top of the plane and went straight on. Yuqian just took a deep breath, and the smile on her face became even sweeter. She spread her wings and jumped off the plane, then folded her wings and was about to get on the plane. Chen Nuo stopped her at the last moment and smiled at Yuqian. Snap! The plane door closed, and Yuqian's smiling face suddenly became stiff. She clenched her teeth and began to curse like a shrew. Lao Jing, you old man, I have been with you for 2 years, and you have the final say in everything. I never thought that you would turn your back on me now after you put on your pants. The propeller of the plane began to rotate, and the plane slowly took off. Yuqian felt it was difficult to vent her emotions. She spread her wings and flew into the sky. She didn't dare to get too close. You bunch of losers, you actually dare to ignore this fairy. Let me tell you, this fairy will remember that I will definitely take revenge. Just wait for this fairy, I will not let you go. Yuqian's hoarse voice broke through the sky. Chen Nuo didn't want to pay attention to her at first, but when he heard the word revenge, he frowned slightly and immediately opened the editor. He saw that the hatred value on Yuqian's page was rising rapidly and soon reached 90. I wanted to spare your life, but it seems you don't value it. Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes slightly, and murderous intent flashed across his face. He directly changed Yuqian's health value to 0. Yuqian, who was cursing angrily, suddenly shook her body, paused with her 2 spread white wings, and her pupils began to dilate. Save. Yuqian fell from a high altitude, and the fairy's face hit the ground directly, breaking into pieces. Suddenly, everyone stopped hearing Yuqian's insults and thought that Yuqian had left. In a villa, Zhao Tianhe held a cigar between his right thumb and index finger, took a deep puff, and then exhaled a puff of thick smoke. Bang bang. Enter. A man with a scar on his face walked in, followed by Lao Lu. Boss, our people are waiting outside, but there are only more than 30 of them. The others either don't live nearby or have turned into zombies that are neither human nor ghost. Zhao Tianhe frowned. Only more than 30? There are probably about 100 or 200 brothers living nearby, right? Old Lu nodded. Boss, there are 231 people in total. Anyone who is successful in the business world must have a dark background. Zhao Tianhe is the richest man in Nanhe City, so he can be said to be a top figure in both the black and white worlds. A few years ago, Zhao Tianhe established a security company and recruited many hooligans and veterans from the society in order to protect his life and property. Zhao Tianhe stood up, put out the cigar in his hand on the table, and threw it away. Oh, I didn't expect to lose so many brothers. Just over 30 people, let's just say. There are only a few people over there at most. We have far more people than them. Besides, my son is still with them. We can go over and take over the supplies directly. When Zhao Tianhe talked about those supplies, he burst into laughter. Haha, that's more than 1.3 trillion worth of materials, all sealed in our alien warehouse, and my son is watching there. It's obvious that I, Zhao Tianhe, will be the owner of this batch of materials. It turns out that Zhao Tianhe was going to rob Chen Nuo of his supplies. Old Lu said worriedly. I don't know what the situation is like now, young master. Zhao Tianhe frowned, then relaxed. Xiao Wei, there shouldn't be any problem. He was the one who gave me the painkillers. There's no way he didn't leave any for them. When old Lu heard about painkillers, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Boss, speaking of this, when I came back yesterday, Chen Nuo also gave me some painkillers. If it weren't for these painkillers, I would hardly have survived. I don't understand. Did he know what was going to happen? Niu Bin, the scarred-faced man next to him, shuddered uncontrollably when he heard the word painkiller and recalled the pain he had felt yesterday. At the same time, a trace of jealousy arose in his heart. He had to endure so much pain to get through it, but it was okay for Zhao Tianhe. After all, he was the boss, but this old man Lao Lu could actually get through it by relying on painkillers. Zhao Tianhe was also a little puzzled. If he really knew it in advance, it would be a bit exaggerated. It must be a coincidence. That kind of thing is impossible. Then Zhao Tianhe shook his head again. Who cares? At most, we can give Chen Nuo a place to stay when the time comes. Zhao Tianhe raised his eyes to look at Niu Bin and gave instructions. Oh, Lao Niu, go and get all the guns we've acquired over the years. We'll set off right away. Niu Bin nodded and walked out. Zhao Tianhe looked at Niu Bin's back as he left, his eyes slightly narrowed, wondering what he was thinking. When old Lu saw Niu Bin leaving, he spoke hesitantly. Boss, the relationship between the young master and Chen Nuo is not ordinary. I can see that the young master regards Chen Nuo as his elder brother. If we go to take over Chen Nuo's supplies, I don't think the young master will stand on our side. Zhao Tianhe snorted coldly. Humph, you treat him like an elder brother? How can my son, Zhao Tianhe, recognize someone else as his elder brother? It's fine in peacetime, but now is the end of the world. If you dare to be my son's elder brother, you are simply courting death. I wanted to give Chen Nuo a chance to live. In this case, forget it. Old Lu was stunned. He originally wanted to say something good about Chen Nuo. After all, this painkiller was a life-saving favor no matter what. Zhao Tianhe looked at Lao Lu's expression and smiled coldly. Old Lu, do you disagree with me? Old Lu took a deep breath and immediately stood firm. Boss, how could that be? I'm just worried that the young master will have a conflict with you because of this. Zhao Tianhe walked slowly in front of Lao Lu, and then turned behind him. Old Lu swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to move. Zhao Tianhe raised his hand and patted his shoulder gently. Old Lu's body tensed up and sweat dripped down his forehead. Oh, is that so? Lao Lu, you have been with me for 20 to 30 years, right? Old Lu let the sweat drip down and nodded. Boss, it's been 27 years. Zhao Tianhe hummed lightly. Has it been that long? 27 years. That's certainly not a short time. Let's go and meet our brothers. Chapter 55. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Never put your destiny in the hands of others. Old Lu raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He looked at the figure in front of him, exhaled, and followed. There were 30 people standing in a neat row outside the yard. They were wearing uniform suits. At first glance, you would think they were armed police. Zhao Tianhe came in front of the crowd and didn't say anything. He was waiting for Niu Bin. After a while, Niu Bin came with 6 people behind him, carrying several large wooden boxes. Boss, everyone has moved in. Zhao Tianhe nodded. Open the boxes and distribute the guns to the brothers. By the way, all the brothers know how to use them, right? Niu Bin smiled slightly. Boss, don't worry, these people have touched guns before. Everyone was given a gun, some were rifles, some were pistols. Anyway, everyone had one. Fortunately, there were few people, otherwise there wouldn't be enough to go around. Zhao Tianhe coughed dryly. Brothers, the world has become worse, but for us, our good days have come. In our alien warehouse, there are more than 1.3 trillion worth of materials sealed up. We will take over there now. From now on, we will continue to live a good life in this terrible world. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sudden noise interrupted Zhao Tianhe's wonderful speech. He frowned and looked up at the sky. Others also looked over. Oh my God, it's a plane. I'm afraid only the military has such a big plane. Niu Bin came to Zhao Tianhe's side and said in a low voice, Boss, we don't know if the other party is an enemy or a friend. What should we do? Zhao Tianhe frowned and waved his hand gently. Let's hide and wait and see what happens. While the two were talking, the helicopter had already arrived above their heads, and the people below quickly hid. Zhao Tianhe's hair was messed up by the wind. He squinted his eyes and looked at the plane in the sky. Suddenly, the door on one side of the plane opened, the helicopter shook slightly, and a man stuck his head out. Dad, your son is here to pick you up. When Zhao Tianhe heard Zhao Wei's voice, his heart paused, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Old Lu, look, it's Zhao Wei. Ha ha, I told you my son would be all right. Zhao Wei shouted again. Dad, Brother Chen is going to find a place to land the plane. See you later. After Zhao Wei finished speaking, he waved to Zhao Tianhe below and entered the plane. The helicopter that was hovering in the sky began to fly to the side. Niu Bin watched the plane fly away and spoke. Boss, should we strike first? Zhao Tianhe didn't expect that Zhao Wei and Chen Nuo would come to pick him up. To be honest, he felt particularly touched. When the end of the world came, the first thing he thought of was to gather his men and seize Chen Nuo's supplies. As for his son Zhao Wei, although he was also worried, he obviously put him in a secondary position. And now Zhao Wei came to pick him up as soon as possible, which shows that he holds a very important position in his son's heart. Boss. Zhao Tianhe came back to his senses in a trance. Old cow, what did you say? A violent emotion slowly arose in Niu Bin's heart, and he suppressed his emotions and spoke. Boss, we can't be soft-hearted now. As long as we have those supplies, no matter what the world becomes in the future, we can live freely and comfortably. As Zhao Tianhe listened to Niu Bin's words, the slight feeling that had just arisen in his mind disappeared, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Old bull, you're right. For the sake of our hegemony, we can only send Xiao Wei's friend to death. Zhao Tian's body suddenly straightened up, and he looked like a hero, sweeping his eyes over everyone. Everyone listen to me. When they come over, just shoot. Don't give them any room to react. As for Xiao Wei, there was a hint of hesitation in Zhao Tian's eyes, which then turned into deep determination. If you can avoid it, avoid it. If you can't, Zhao Tianhe, will just pretend I don't have this son. When Nilbin heard what Zhao Tianhe said, he seemed to have some thoughts in his mind. He glanced at Zhao Tianhe and Lao Lu beside him. Chen Nuo landed the plane slowly. There were not too many zombies here. After all, there were usually few people here. He only saw a few zombies wearing security uniforms. They were all night patrol personnel. Jing Tao and his men fired their weapons as soon as they got off the plane. It's true, after improving their firearms proficiency, they really fell in love with the thrill of shooting every time. Zhao Tianhe and his companions were waiting for Xiao Wei and his companions when they suddenly heard gunshots and their hearts tightened. Boss, they seem to have guns too. Zhao Tianhe frowned even deeper. He adjusted his mood and became more determined in his thinking. So we must all attack immediately. My son is still with them. They can't imagine that we will shoot them first. Tell the brothers, watch my gestures. Chen Nuo got off the plane and saw that the zombies had been shot to death by these people. Then he looked at them, who were blowing at the muzzles of their guns and looking cool. He felt it was very strange in his heart. After thinking about it, he decided to remind them. Hey, you guys have to remember that although guns are very convenient at present, I guess that they will be less and less useful in the future, because the zombies now are all first-level zombies. Since the level is marked, it means that they can also be promoted. Therefore, you should also work harder on your magic talent. After hearing Chen Nuo's reminder, Jing Tao, Wang Chen, and the others all nodded to show that they understood. By the way, Xiao Wei, I just glanced at your yard and found dozens of people there. I vaguely saw that they all had guns in their hands. Does your father have a background in organized crime? Xiao Wei shook his head, also a little confused. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, Brother Chen, I don't know much about the situation. I rarely come into contact with business matters. Judging from their attire, they should be from a security company under my father. I only heard Uncle Lu talk about it once. Chen Nuo frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then spoke. Xiao Wei, it's not that I don't trust your father. You should understand that this is the end of the world. We can't let our guard down. Any carelessness could lead to our downfall. The others also nodded. After all, there were so many people on the other side, and if they really had some bad intentions, they would be very dangerous. After listening to Chen Nuo's words, Xiao Wei was also worried. His original intention was to come here to save his father, but now it seems that his father doesn't need his rescue. In this case, he doesn't want to bring everyone into an irretrievable situation because of his own reasons. Brother Chen, I understand what you mean. In this case, what should we do now? Chen Nuo looked at Xiao Wei. He did not doubt Xiao Wei's thoughts because his loyalty value was full, so Xiao Wei's words were really considered from his perspective. Chen Nuo thought for a while and asked, Who are those people who are close to you? Xiao Wei smiled. Brother Chen, I haven't met most of those people. Even if I have, it's only once. If I have to say who I'm closest to, it's my dad and Uncle Lu. Chen Nuo nodded. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he looked at everyone. I've said before that anyone we consider to be dangerous to us can be killed directly, and the danger will be nipped in the bud. In the current situation, the other party not only has a large number of people, but also has guns. To put it bluntly, if the other party really has evil intentions, we are not just in danger. I will never hand our fate over to others, and I will never gamble my life with them. Chen Nuo looked at everyone one by one, and everyone agreed with Chen Nuo's opinion. Chen Nuo nodded, then looked at Xiao Wei. Except for your father and Lao Lu, everyone else was killed. Do you have any objection? Chapter 56 is the legendary cup breaking a signal. When a man is about to die, his words are good. Tip: this is a 3,100-word chapter. I feel that if I split it into 2,000 words, it would affect the emotional accumulation of the entire chapter, so I just posted it as one chapter. Thank you for reading. Zhao Wei's heart was shocked. He looked at Chen Nuo with a little surprise. After a few seconds, he looked at the gun in his hand and nodded vigorously. Brother Chen, I will listen to you. In the end times, as long as we can guarantee our own safety, nothing is too much. Chen Nuo raised his hand and patted Xiao Wei on the shoulder. In that case, we have decided that except for Uncle Zhao and Lao Lu, no one else will be left alive. Chen Nuo took out a few more submachine guns from the parcel column and handed them to Su Li and Li Shui, including Jinghua and Wang Mei. The two of them took it in a daze, and Jinghua said in confusion, Chen Nuo, I am familiar with the scalpel, but I can't handle this gun. Wang Mei also spoke at the right time. I can't use it either. Chen Nuo just smiled and opened the editor. Directly changed the four people's firearms proficiency to 100. Su Hao came to Wang Mei's side. Mom, just be patient for a moment, you will understand it soon. It's okay if you don't know how to use it. But, Wang Mei suddenly let out a moan, and her face instantly turned red. She didn't expect that she would suddenly make such a sound. Jinghua next to her also shook. After a few seconds, Wang Mei looked at her son next to her in shock. What on earth is going on? As she spoke, she looked at the submachine gun in her hand. She felt like she was seeing an old friend she had known for decades, and Jinghua felt the same way. Su Li and Li Shui were much more calm. They were already playing with the guns in their hands. Just at this moment, 2 or 3 more zombies staggered over. Chen Nuo clapped his hands, focused everyone's attention on himself, and then pointed at the zombies coming over. Look over there. It's time for you to perform. Listen to my command and shoot. Pa pa pa. Each of them fired 3 shots. The 3 zombies were each shot in the head 4 times, and their heads were directly smashed to pieces. Wang Mei and Jinghua looked at the guns in their hands in disbelief, then raised their heads to look at the fallen zombies. Is this what we did? Jing Tao said. Dad, Aunt Wang, Brother Chen's talent is to modify everything. He has modified our gun proficiency to the maximum value, so all of us are now gun masters. These zombies are slower than normal people, and shooting them in the head is just our basic skill. The 2 looked at Chen Nuo in shock, and Jinghua sighed subconsciously. This is a power that only God can possess. Everyone nodded. It seemed that this kind of talent could only be described as the power of God. Okay, everyone, there's no need to sigh here. Let's quickly pick up our families. After that, we'll go hunt zombies. Advancing is our primary goal. After taking 2 steps, Chen Nuo became worried, so he took out a few sets of bulletproof vests from the parcel column and handed them to Su Li, Li Shui, and Wang Mei. As for the other men, he was not so concerned. It was nothing for men to get injured. Even if the injuries were fatal, he could save their lives with the modifier. There were 9 people in the group, each holding a submachine gun. Chen Nuo walked in front, and the others followed behind. The momentum was quite vivid. Here, Zhao Tian's men had already arrived outside the door. They stood in a row with their guns behind them. From a quick glance from the front, the guns could not be seen. Zhao Tianhe stood in the middle, Lao Lu and Niu Bin stood behind Zhao Tianhe, and everyone was looking forward. Zhao Tianhe frowned and thought about it, then reminded again. Brothers, don't attack rashly. You must watch my gestures. I will wait until they are more than 10 meters away, then raise my hand to greet them. When I put my hand down, you will shoot. Do you understand? Boss, they are coming. Zhao Tianhe quickly turned around and looked at the turning point, only to see his son and 7 or 8 other people already at the intersection. When Chen Nuo and the others saw the other party standing in a row, they all had a vague feeling that the other party did not have good intentions. The hope that Zhao Wei had left was completely extinguished, and he sighed deeply. Chen Nuo heard Zhao Wei's sigh, looked at the person in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and spoke softly. In the end times, the evil and ugliness of human nature is absolutely beyond our imagination. Your father may not have any ill will towards you, but he will never let us go. Okay, everyone, get ready. We will open fire when we are about 20 meters away. Chen Nuo opened the modifier. His current mental strength was 25, and the current coverage range of the modifier was 25 meters. Chen Nuo and the others walked forward slowly. Zhao Tianhe slowly raised his hand. In a few seconds, the distance between Chen Nuo and the others was only more than 20 meters. Chen Nuo took another step forward and was already 25 meters away. The magic talents of the 38 people on the opposite side directly entered Chen Nuo's main page. Zhao Tianhe didn't take a step forward from beginning to end, which was obviously a bit abnormal. His hand was already raised. Son, I'm so glad you're okay. Dad was so worried about you. Everyone looked at Zhao Tianhe's hand raised high. Chen Nuo frowned and glanced at the other people opposite him. Those people were looking at Zhao Tianhe's hand intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Nuo stopped, and the people behind him also stopped. He smiled and said jokingly to the people next to him, Is this hand raised high the legendary signal of breaking the cup? When Zhao Tianhe saw Chen Nuo and the others suddenly stop, his heart tightened, but the arrow was already on the string. He frowned slightly and was about to put his hand down. Niu Bin behind him winked at the 2 people beside him. The 2 nodded and looked at Zhao Wei opposite them. It was obvious that their target was Zhao Wei. Zhao Tianhe slowly put his hand down, but before he could completely put it down, Chen Nuo fired the first shot. Pa 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 pa. There was a burst of dense gunfire, and Niu Bin didn't realize that it was the other side that fired first. He just thought that they had taken the initiative. So he raised his hand and aimed the gun at Zhao Tianhe in front of him. Old Lu looked at the opposite side anxiously. Suddenly, he saw Niu Bin pointing the gun at Zhao Tianhe. He subconsciously rushed over. All of this happened simultaneously in an instant. Chen Nuo and his men were only 1 or 2 seconds faster than the opponents. However, because of this 1 or 2 seconds, the person on the opposite side was shot in the forehead as soon as he brought the gun in front of him. Snap! The shot was fired by Niu Bin. Although Lao Lu pushed Niu Bin, Zhao Tianhe was still shot. Niu Bin was originally aiming at Zhao Tianhe's head, but when Lao Lu pushed him, he pushed the gun down and hit Zhao Tianhe's heart instead. Niu Bin pushed Lao Lu away with all his strength and raised his hand to kill him. Bang, bang, bang. Niu Bin was shocked. He looked around in disbelief and saw that everyone was slowly falling down. There was a hole on their forehead. He subconsciously looked across and saw that Zhao Wei had rushed over. Dad. Zhao Wei was in a complicated mood. He didn't know whether he should come over, but he still rushed over reflexively. The reason why Niu Bin did not die was very simple. He happened to be standing behind Zhao Tianhe. No one planned to kill Zhao Tianhe and Lao Lu, so Niu Bin was lucky enough not to be shot in the head at the first time. When Zhao Wei saw Zhao Tianhe lying on the ground, he quickly turned him over and held him in his arms. He cried and shouted, "Dad, wake up. Dad, don't die." Zhao Tianhe was in a semi-comatose state. His consciousness was a little unclear. Zhao Wei shouted twice, but seeing that Zhao Tianhe didn't respond, he could only vent his anger on Niu Bin. He put Zhao Tianhe down, then took out his gun and fired at the shocked Niu Bin. Pa! He cleared a bunch of bullets, and Niu Bin slowly came to his senses when Zhao Wei fired, but it was too late. He looked down at the bullet holes on his body, blood gushing out, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Ahem, I really can't accept this. I was about to have countless supplies, and I had already defeated the boss, but... Bang! Niu Bin fell to the ground with his eyes open. When Zhao Wei put Zhao Tianhe down, old Lu came to Zhao Tianhe's side and kept calling him. Boss, wake up, don't let anything happen to you. Zhao Tianhe, who was in a coma, suddenly convulsed. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth, and he slowly opened his eyes as if he was regaining consciousness. Little Serena. When Zhao Wei heard Zhao Tianhe's call, he turned around quickly. Dad, you have to hold on. You'll be fine. Zhao Tianhe grabbed Zhao Wei's hand, with a rare tenderness in his eyes. Zhao Wei, Dad knows that Dad can no longer survive. All this is due to Dad's greed. He has hurt himself instead of others. As Zhao Tianhe spoke, he spat out another large mouthful of blood. Zhao Wei was about to say something anxiously, but was interrupted by Zhao Tianhe. Zhao Wei, Daddy is almost dying. Don't say anything. Listen to me. You have to follow Chen Nuo. He has countless supplies. In the end times, this is an innate advantage. It is because of this that Daddy has come this far. Zhao Tianhe raised his eyes with difficulty and looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, all of this is my own fault. I hope my death can eliminate your bad impression of Zhao Wei and allow him to continue to follow you. I know how shameless my words are now, but Zhao Wei has always regarded you as his elder brother. I hope you will not have any opinion of Zhao Wei because of me. As Zhao Tianhe spoke, he also shed tears. Perhaps this is what it means when a dying man is about to say good things. Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Tianhe's page. The hatred value, which was originally 95, quickly dropped to 0 within a few seconds. On the contrary, the loyalty value is also 0. According to common sense, the hatred value and loyalty value should be relative. Perhaps there is no so-called loyalty between the two people at all, which leads to this abnormal situation. Zhao Wei knew that Chen Nuo could save Zhao Tianhe, but he did not speak up because what Zhao Tianhe did was truly unforgivable. If Chen Nuo had not been so careful, none of them would have survived today except himself. No one would have survived, because Niu Bin had obviously betrayed Zhao Tianhe, and he did not have the face to ask Chen Nuo for help. Zhao Tianhe's breathing became more and more rapid. Chen Nuo came to Zhao Wei, who was kneeling on the ground and crying. He put his hand on Zhao Wei's shoulder and sighed. Hey, why don't you ask me for help? You know I have the ability to save your father. Chapter 57. Let's put things in perspective. Cut off one of Zhao Tianhe's hands. Seek revenge on Chen Nuo. Zhao Wei's body shook violently. His tears and snot were all over his face. His eyes were filled with anticipation and gratitude. He looked up at Chen Nuo, then slammed his head hard on the ground. Then he raised his head, blood flowing from his forehead, his lips trembling. He didn't know how to start, but finally he managed to utter a few words. Brother Chen. Before he could finish, Chen Nuo smiled and patted him on the shoulder with his right hand. Okay, I promise. Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Tianhe's page and directly changed Zhao Tianhe's health value, which was about to return to 0 to 100. He glanced at the notes behind it and saw the state of continuous bleeding. Chen Nuo ignored this status, but opened his homepage again, found the surgical knife magic talent he got from Jinghua, and changed the inactivated status to activated status. In the spiritual sea of the brain, a magical space was instantly opened up. Buzz. He raised his hand and a small scalpel appeared in his hand. Chen Nuo asked Lao Lu to support Zhao Tianhe. He first used a scalpel to violently cut open the clothes on Zhao Tianhe's back, then found the location of the bullet hole and directly cut open the wound with a scalpel. Chen Nuo didn't care at all and stuck his hand in to dig out the bullet. Jinghua watched Chen Nuo's operation from the side with a frown on his face. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, saving people like this. Chen Nuo glanced at Zhao Tian's page. After those few hits just now, his health points dropped below 50 again. He threw the bullet head casually, then grabbed with his right hand, and a ball of fire appeared. He pressed the flame directly onto the wound, and his health points dropped below 20 in an instant. The wound was burned by the flame and quickly formed a scar. When Chen Nuo saw that the wound had stopped bleeding, he looked at the page. His originally continuous bleeding state had turned into extreme weakness. The speed at which the health value decreased slowed down, but it was still decreasing, so Chen Nuo directly changed the health value to 100 again, and then changed the status to healthy. Sure enough, Zhao Tianhe, who was originally dying, seemed to be injected with a shot of cardiotonic, and his breathing began to stabilize. Jinghua looked at this change with shock in his eyes, and his breathing became heavier. Chen Nuo stood up, then turned back and helped Zhao Wei up. Okay, your dad is fine now. He should wake up soon. Zhao Wei and Lao Lu were both delighted. Zhao Wei was so excited that he wanted to kneel down again. Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop him, staring at him seriously. Zhao Wei, you have to know that I can save your father for your sake, but what your father did is not so easy to get over. Zhao Wei was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Brother Chen, I understand. Chen Nuo turned around and squatted again. He glanced at old Lu who was supporting Zhao Tianhe, then turned back and asked with a smile. Zhao Wei, Uncle Zhao is usually best at using his left hand or his right hand? Zhao Wei took a deep breath, and everyone present roughly guessed what Chen Nuo was going to do. Zhao Wei's eyes were clear. He did not have any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he approved of Chen Nuo's approach. Brother Chen, my dad is best at using his right hand. Chen Nuo nodded, then smiled at old Lu who had a conflicted look on his face. Old Lu, hold Uncle Zhao firmly and don't let him struggle. Old Lu glanced at Zhao Wei who accepted it calmly and knew that the matter was done and could not be changed, so he had to do as Chen Nuo said. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a long sword appeared. He raised his hand and gently lifted Zhao Tian's left hand. Chen Nuo did not take action immediately, but looked at other people. The reason I saved him is because he is Zhao Wei's father. Now, the reason I want to chop off one of his hands is to let you know that in this apocalypse, you are all my family. No matter who it is, if they dare to attack my family, I will make them pay with blood. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he slashed with his sword. The intense pain woke up the unconscious Zhao Tianhe, and Lao Lu restrained Zhao Tianhe tightly. Chen Nuo took the severed hand and threw it in front of Zhao Tianhe. Zhao Tianhe looked at the severed hand and his pupils suddenly contracted. He looked at his left hand again, the blood flowing down in the intense pain. There was confusion and shock in his eyes. It hurts. What's going on? Shouldn't I be dead? Zhao Tianhe looked up at Chen Nuo in pain, with deep doubt in his eyes. Chen Nuo looked at Zhao Tianhe with cold eyes. I chopped off your left hand. You should know that when you decided to attack us, we were already enemies. You should have died. You are still alive because of your son Zhao Wei. I saved your life. But one thing is for another. Cutting off one of your hands is the punishment you deserve. Zhao Tianhe endured the pain. After listening to Chen Nuo's words, he understood in his heart that it was Chen Nuo who saved him, and the reason why his hand was cut off now was just a punishment for him. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a ball of fire appeared. Then he pressed it on the broken part of Zhao Tian's left arm, and a scar quickly formed at the broken part. Zhao Tianhe gritted his teeth and endured the burning flames. The intense pain made him break out in cold sweats and his face turned pale. Chen Nuo stood up and looked at Zhao Tian's page. The loyalty value, which was originally 0, was constantly rising. Soon the loyalty value reached 90, and then rushed to 100. Sure enough, loyalty value and hatred value are corresponding to each other. As long as you have the idea of loyalty, everything will return to normal. Chen Nuo originally thought that Zhao Tianhe would become hateful again after learning that he had cut off his hand. Unexpectedly, after he died once, he actually became loyal to him. Chen Nuo also breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhao Tianhe became hateful again, Chen Nuo would kill him without hesitation and would never give him any chance again. Chen Nuo was worried, so he added a status directly after the loyalty value. Loyalty value 100, locked. Then he added this status behind other people as well, saying it is better to be cautious and not catch snakes all year round and end up getting bitten by them. After Chen Nuo finished all this, he glanced at Zhao Tian's health value again. 70/100, slightly weak. He ignored it. It was reasonable for Zhao Tianhe to suffer a little. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Su Li, Li Shui, and Wang Chen. Sister Su, do you have any important family members you need to pick up? Su Li shook her head. Brother, you don't have to worry about me. My family is not from Nana City. The reason why I married Jiang Yu is that our two families complement each other a lot in business. Besides, when my family forced me to marry here, I was completely disappointed with them. Su Li sighed and said jokingly, As for this side, do you want me to bring my ex-husband Jiang Yu here? When Chen Nuo heard Jiang Yu, his face was stunned. He looked at Su Li with a bit of amusement. He glanced at Jiang Yu's body in the parcel column and thought to himself, I picked it up a long time ago. Su Li snorted coldly. What's with that expression on your face? Are you hiding something from me? The two laughed for a while, and Chen Nuo looked at Li Shui again, and Li Shui shook her head. Chen Nuo, my home is farther from here, so there's no need. Wang Chen also sighed and said at the right time. Hey, Chen Nuo, for those of us who work away from home, you don't have to waste your time. In this end times, life and death are determined by fate. We can talk about it later if we have the conditions. The helicopter's propellers began to spin and the aircraft climbed. Outside Ilian warehouse, several cars were parked at the door. Chang Jianjun and his colleagues looked exhausted. One of them had bloodshot eyes and his mental state was very unstable. Old Chang, I want revenge. The painkillers that Chen Nuo gave me are not enough. Chapter 58. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Greed makes people crazy. The man grabbed his hair in pain and screamed hysterically. This is all his fault. If he could have given me a little more, even a little bit, my wife would not have given her share of painkillers to our child, you know? She persisted in pain, but in the end she turned into an irrational monster. Linson suddenly looked up and looked at Chang Jianjun. There was pain in his eyes, his face was distorted, and tears flowed like a spring. Although my child survived the painful ordeal, she was bitten by her mother. She struggled in agony right in front of me, calling out to her father to save her, but I was powerless. I was a loser. I was terrified, haha. I could only watch in panic and finally ran away cruelly. Lin Sin's eyes were bloodshot and filled with tears, his voice was choked with sobs, and he let out a neurotic laugh. Haha, Lao Chang, I am now a lonely man. Haha, my children and family are all dead, and all this is caused by Chen Nuo. So, I want revenge. I want Chen Nuo to die. Chang Jianjun frowned and looked at Lin Sin. Lao Lin, you, please accept my condolences and don't do anything stupid. The other person snorted coldly. Old Chang, although we are all grateful for the painkillers Chen Nuo gave us, he obviously knows something, right? He used us to stockpile so many supplies. We can't just let it go. I don't want the advance payment anymore. I want my supplies now. Others also echoed it. Chang Jianjun glanced at them and then looked at Lin. Senator Lin Sin was now determined to take revenge. However, Lin Sin seemed to have completely forgotten that all this was his own fault. Chen Nuo gave Lin Sin a lot of painkillers that day, but Lin Sin didn't care and just took some and left. Now he is pushing all the responsibility onto Chen Nuo, which is totally unreasonable. Chang Jianjun tried his best to persuade everyone, but the sudden change in the world had filled everyone's hearts with hostility, and of course greed was also at work. The few of them temporarily suppressed their anger and prepared to go check the supplies in the warehouse first. As long as the supplies were there, everything would be fine. They divided the work and asked someone to lead away the zombies at the door. Chang Jianjun and a few others quickly came to a warehouse. They took a crowbar and pried open the lock. Several people pushed open the door of the warehouse, and what came into view was an empty warehouse. Chang Jianjun was stunned, and so were all the people. They couldn't believe what they saw. When they left yesterday, this place was clearly full of supplies. They quickly ran to another warehouse. After going through several warehouses, everyone returned to the door dejectedly. Others were waiting for them there. It's gone. Everything is gone. Ma Yuanhua was muttering in despair, and Ding Chang stepped forward and grabbed Ma Yuanhua by the collar. Old Ma, what are you talking about? Ma Yuanhua struggled hard to break free from Ding Chang and cursed loudly. Damn it, what else could be missing? We were all deceived by that bastard Chen Nuo. All the warehouses are empty. He stole our supplies. Ding Chang's body shook a few times and he looked at Chang Jianjun. Old Chang, is what Old Ma said true? Chang Jianjun sighed deeply and nodded. The warehouse is indeed empty. We randomly checked several warehouses and they were all the same. Alas, there is actually no need for us to be so dejected. Although those materials are gone, it is not a big loss for us. After all, we transferred them from other places first, and the money was paid with the advance payment given by Chen Nuo. Ding Chang, Ma Yuanhua, and others looked at Chang Jianjun in disbelief. Old Chang, tell me the truth, are you and Chen Nuo in the same group? Otherwise, why would you say such a thing? Tell me, how could there be no losses? So many supplies should have belonged to us, but now they are gone. And you say there are no losses? As Ma Yuanhua spoke, he stepped forward and punched Chang Jianjun. Chang Jianjun saw stars. Ma Yuanhua attacked Chang Jianjun with punches and kicks, while the others just watched. Don't hit my dad. Let my dad go. Chang Jianjun's daughter Chang Ling and his wife came up to help, and Ma Yuanhua's family also joined in, and the two sides started a fight. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The loud sound of an airplane sounded from a distance, and those who were fighting and those who were watching the fight stopped subconsciously. They looked up at the sky and saw a plane flying overhead, heading not far away. It's a plane. Look, They're heading towards the land that the city allocated to Chen Nuo. Do you think? Is Chen Nuo there now? Let's go. No matter if he is over there or not, we have to go check it out anyway. If it is really him, we must make him return our supplies to us. Chang Jianjun and Ma Yuanhua both snorted coldly and let go of each other. They walked to their car. The dashboard of the car was broken for some reason. However, it did not affect the normal starting of the car. They just had to rely on their own feelings to drive everything. Chen Nuo quickly flew the plane above the aircraft carrier. The plane slowly landed and Jing Tao suddenly said, "Brother Chen, there's someone down there." Chen Nuo had just seen it. It was impossible for such a large aircraft carrier to be parked here without being discovered by the survivors nearby. The plane landed smoothly on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Chen Nuo turned off the engine and took off his helmet. He looked at Wang Mei, Jinghua, Zhao Tianhe, and Lao Lu. "Welcome everyone to our base." After everyone got off the plane, Jing Tao still asked, "Brother Chen, what about those people down there?" Chen Nuo shook his head. "Don't worry about them for now. They can't come up anyway. Take Aunt Wang and the others around first to familiarize themselves with the environment." Jing Tao, Su Hao and Zhao Wei walked towards the aircraft carrier's island with their shocked and stunned elders. Chen Nuo came to the edge of the aircraft carrier and looked down and saw dozens of people looking up. When they saw Chen Nuo sticking his head out, they immediately waved and shouted, "Hey, are you soldiers?" Chen Nuo did not answer, but just frowned and looked down. He was thinking about how to deal with these people. Su Li and Li Shui stood quietly behind Chen Nuo without disturbing him, while Wang Chen found a place to sit aside. While thinking, Chen Nuo suddenly found several cars driving towards this side. "Who is this? He's driving over here." Wang Chen stood up. Su Li and Li Shui also looked into the distance, and several cars soon stopped under the aircraft carrier. Chang Jianjun and his companions got off the car and looked at the aircraft carrier, which was 20 or 30 stories high, in shock. What the hell is going on? Why is there an aircraft carrier here? When Chen Nuo saw that it was Chang Jianjun and the others, he was happy for them. In the end times, being alive is better than anything else. He turned around and said to the king behind him, "Wang Chen, go call Jing Tao and the others back. We need to go downstairs for a while. Some old friends are coming." Chen Nuo waved to the people below and shouted, "Brother Chang, wait a moment, we will go down now." Ma Yuanhua spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the ground and said coldly, "It's really him. When he comes down, I'll ask him to return my supplies to me." Lin Sin didn't say anything, but the look he gave Chen Nuo was full of murderous intent. Chen Nuo, Su Li, and Li Shui were waiting for others here. Suddenly, Chen Nuo screamed, which scared Su Li and Li Shui. "What's wrong? Wang Chun is so stupid. He can use his cell phone to contact Jing Tao and the others. Our cell phones can be used now." As Chen Nuo spoke, he took out his cell phone and dialed the numbers that were reassigned to Jing Tao and Wang Chun. After receiving Chen Nuo's call, the two of them quickly came to the deck. Wang Chen came back first. He smacked his lips and glanced at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo chuckled. "I really forgot." Everyone got back on the plane, which took off and found a relatively flat place to land. When Chen Nuo and his group got off the plane, Chang Jianjun and his group had already walked over, and other survivors also surrounded them. Chen Nuo had a smile on his face and raised his hand to greet. "Brother Chang, it's such a pleasure to see you guys are doing well." Before Chang Jianjun could answer, Lin Sun rushed up and Ma Yuanhua even cursed. "Chen Nuo, you're a liar. You stole our supplies. I don't want your advance payment anymore. Give me back my supplies." When Chen Nuo heard Ma Yuanhua's words, he frowned, looked at Lin Sun who was rushing towards him, and kicked him away. Lin Sun lay on the ground and stood up with great effort. His face was hideous and horrible. "Chen Nuo, this is all your fault. If it weren't for you, my family wouldn't have died. I'm going to kill you." Chen Nuo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the joy of meeting old friends completely disappeared. He swept his cold gaze over everyone. "So, you are here to cause trouble?" Chapter 59. When friends come, we have good wine. When enemies come, we have shotguns. Distorted human nature. Chen Nuo's cold tone and murderous eyes made him shrug slightly. "Okay, since you're here to cause trouble, then we have nothing to say? As the saying goes, when friends come, we have good wine, and when enemies come, we have shotguns." Chen Nuo looked at Lin Sun, his tone sounding like both a question and a narration. "You said your family is dead because of me, so you want to kill me?" After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he shook his head. He felt funny and confused. Then he looked at Ma Yuanhua, Ding Chong, and others. "You all want to come to me to get the supplies back?" They stared at Chen Nuo straight, and although they didn't say anything, they had already agreed. Chen Nuo withdrew his gaze from them with a smile, and finally looked at Chang Jianjun. "Brother Chang, what about you? Are you the same as them?" Chang Jianjun looked at Chen Nuo for a few deep glances. Then he let out a breath and shook his head. "Brother Chen, I don't have that idea. Our cooperation is normal. Since those materials have been delivered to you, they are yours. Chen Nuo nodded, then turned around and looked at Su Li and others behind him. My dear family members, you all heard it, right? Someone is coming to steal our supplies. What do you think we should do? Jing Tao and the others behind him directly revealed their attitude. Jing Tao and Su Hao got back on the plane. They originally thought that old friends had come, so they left their guns on the plane. Now that they are enemies, just like Chen Nuo said just now, if we have a shotgun, we can just deal with them directly. People around them were still wondering how they got back on the plane. The survivors were worried that they were trying to escape, so they surrounded them more tightly. But then, when they saw what the two men handed over, the survivors scattered far away. Except for Zhao Tianhe and Lao Lu, everyone held a submachine gun in their hands and spread out behind Chen Nuo, aiming forward. Brother Chen, since they are here to steal our supplies, why should we be polite to them? Screw them. Chen Nuo smiled as he looked at the silent person opposite him. He opened the modifier, obtained the magic talents of everyone around him, and then spread his hands. Come on, tell us your demands again. We are all ears. Lin Sin stood there staggeringly, his hands on his knees. His stomach felt churning and he wanted to vomit but couldn't. He lowered his head, wondering what was brewing. Ma Yuanghua felt uneasy and he swallowed subconsciously, trying to suppress the violent emotions in his heart. But when his eyes swept over Su Li behind Chen Nuo, the violence deep in his heart could no longer be suppressed. His rationality was instantly overwhelmed by impulse, and he let out a neurotic laugh. Haha, Chen Nuo, you can't scare me. Do you dare to shoot? This is a society ruled by law. Haha, you said we are causing trouble for you? Humph, so what if we are causing trouble for you? Everyone else looked at the crazy Ma Yuanghua in shock, and Chen Nuo also looked at him amusemently. Ma Yuanghua was in high spirits. He raised his hand and pointed at Su Li, his eyes filled with violent anger. Oh, Su Li, the chairman of Jiang Group, you guys are really good at playing it. It turns out that this has been a complete scam from the beginning to the end. Bitch, you actually dared to team up with Chen Nuo to deceive. Snap. A sudden gunshot rang out, and a bloody hole appeared on Ma Yuanghua's forehead. Ma Yuanghua regained consciousness. He raised his hand and touched his forehead in shock. His hand was covered in blood, and his body shook twice. Damn it, you little bastard. How dare you open? Chen Nuo snorted coldly. Humph, you dare to insult Sister Su. You deserve to die. Boom. Ma Yuanghua fell to the ground with a bang, his eyes wide open. He died with his eyes open. Yuanghua, you murderer, you killed my husband, I will fight you. Snap. Another gunshot. Mom. Child, run away. Ma Yuanghua's daughter-in-law also died. Chen Nuo looked at the young man who was kneeling and shouting, and he shook his head. Escape? Where to escape? Let's stay together as a family. Although Chang Jianjun and Ma Yuanghua had just had an unpleasant argument, he really didn't want to see their entire family die here, so he spoke nervously. Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked up at Chang Jianjun. He knew what Chang Jianjun was going to say, but he shook his head. From now on, I won't let anyone speak. If anyone opens his mouth. Chen Nuo glanced at everyone, then raised his gun and aimed. Snap. This is what happens. Chang Jianjun looked at Chen Nuo in shock. Chang Ling and his wife pulled him back. He came back to his senses, sighed, and stopped talking. Chen Nuo walked slowly to Lin Sun and put the gun against his forehead. You said that all your family members died because of me. This is very confusing to me. I wonder if you can help me understand it. Lin Sin's eyes were bloodshot and he roared through gritted teeth. An inhumane story emerged in everyone's mind. Chen Nuo listened blankly, his eyebrows raised, and he burst into laughter. Haha, is this just a remake of the story of the farmer and the snake, Mr. Shigua and the wolf, or Haojin and the old lady? Chen Nuo put down the gun, looked in the direction of Chang Jianjun, and spoke loudly. Brother Chang, please tell me, are the painkillers I gave you that day enough for you? I remember that I gave you at least enough for 100 people. Chang Jianjun looked at Lin Sun and then at Chen Nuo. He decided to tell the truth. This matter was unfair to Chen Nuo. What Chen Nuo said is right. The painkillers we gave that day were completely enough. We divided them among ourselves. At that time, Lin Sun felt that it was a bit of an exaggeration, so he just took some without caring. Lin Sun, if you forget, you can ask Ding Chong and the others. Lin Sun's heartbeat kept getting faster and faster, and he kept shaking his head. No, that's not it. It's not my fault at all. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Su Li and the others, and said seriously, You see, this is the ugliness of human nature. This experience is very timely. We should all learn from it. In the end times, there will be all kinds of people. We must be careful, otherwise. Su Li and the others exclaimed. Careful. This is all your fault, Chen Nuo. Go to hell. Lin Sen suddenly had a dagger in his hand. This was his magic talent. He stabbed Chen Nuo hard in the heart. Chen Nuo was always watching him, so how could he give him a chance? He reached back, and a long sword appeared to block the dagger. Bang! The collision between the sword and the dagger made a sound of metal, and Chen Nuo raised his foot and kicked Lin Sen away again. Chen Nuo slowly walked to Lin Sen, who was struggling on the ground again, and raised his sword high. Tell me your last words. Lin Sen's internal organs were severely damaged. Chen Nuo did not hold back when he kicked him just now, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He turned over with great effort and lay on the ground. When the air entered his mouth, his throat felt burning. He knew he was dying, blood still gushing out of his mouth. He first glanced at Chen Nuo, then looked up at the sky, as if he saw his family waving at him. Tears welled up in Lin Sen's eyes. He slowly stretched out his right hand and reached towards the sky, as if he wanted to grab his family. He saw his family in the sky, all looking at him with smiles. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. If I had taken more, you wouldn't have died. But now it's too late. I'm sorry. Lin Sen looked at Chen Nuo again, his face full of regret and self-blame, his eyes blurred with tears. Chen Nuo, I'm such a jerk. You gave us the painkillers out of kindness, but I blamed you for all the consequences of my mistake. Chen Nuo looked at him without saying anything and listened quietly. Lin Sen shook his head self-deprecatingly and continued. Haha, maybe only in this way can I have a reason to live. Come on, Chen Nuo, it's not unfair for me to die in your hands. I should go see my family too. Lin Sen looked up at the sky again and smiled. Family, here I come. Chen Nuo didn't expect that Lin Sen could say such insightful words before he died. It turned out that his hatred for himself was just an excuse for him to live. Chen Nuo took a deep breath. Have a safe trip. The long sword slashed down, cutting across Lin Sen's neck, and blood splattered. Chapter 60. Human life is cheap. As soon as one crisis subsides, another one arises. The military is eyeing the supplies. Lin Sen's body convulsed violently for a few times, and then became motionless. Chen Nuo swung the sword, and then put it back into the magic space. He turned around and looked at Ding Chong and the others. Ding Chong and others stepped back subconsciously, and Ding Chong smiled awkwardly. Brother Chun, we have something else to do, so we won't bother you anymore. The others quickly agreed and turned around to leave. Chen Nuo raised the gun in his hand. Snap! When the gunshot rang out, Ding Chong looked down at the bloody hole on his chest and asked in disbelief. Why? Ding Chong's family all showed anger on their faces, but they dared not say anything. The death of Ma Yuinggua's family was still fresh in their minds. They supported Ding Chong and glared at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo glanced at them, then shook his head with a playful look on his face. Are you still asking me why? Didn't you make your choice at the very beginning? I asked you just now, have you forgotten? I asked you, are you all going to ask me for those supplies? A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ding Chong's mouth, but he endured the pain. But I don't want it anymore. Chen Nuo sneered. Don't be so naive, okay? There aren't that many choices in life. Once you make a choice, you have to bear the consequences of it. Ding Chong looked at Chen Nuo, and he could see that Chen Nuo was serious. Chen Nuo, all of this is my fault. I am willing to take full responsibility for it. I only beg you to let my family go. Chen Nuo glanced at his family. They were glaring at him, their teeth grinding and their fists clenched. Chen Nuo looked at the others again. They didn't dare to move. Everyone looked at him with a pale face, hoping that Chen Nuo would let them go. Chen Nuo looked at Ding Chong again and shook his head. I'm sorry, I can't promise you. In this end times, I believe in eradicating all evil. Look at how much your family hates me. Do you think they will let go of their hatred if you die? Since you have chosen to be my enemy, I can't leave any trouble for me. As soon as Chen Nuo finished speaking, Ding Chong used his last bit of strength to push his family away. Run away. He is a devil. Ding Chong's family and others began to run away. Chen Nuo looked at them with a slight smile on his face. You call me a devil? Oh, it doesn't matter, just kill them. Jing Tao and his men had already become impatient, and when they heard Chen Nuo's order, dense gunfire rang out. More than 20 people fell down in a mess, including old and young, men and women. Chen Nuo watched indifferently. In the last days, human life is so cheap. Chang Jianjun and his family of 3 stood alone by. The bullets avoided them. Their legs trembled involuntarily. The 3 of them tried hard to hold back vomiting and snuggled up to each other. Chen Nuo glanced at them, and their hearts seemed to be pulled. Although they knew that Chen Nuo would not attack them, they were still very scared. Chen Nuo looked past them and at the survivors in the distance. Although those people were standing a little further away, they were also intimidated by Chen Nuo and the others. No one dared to escape at this time. Chen Nuo took a few steps forward and waved to them. Come closer. I have something to say to you. The survivor was a little hesitant. Su Hao raised his hand and fired a few shots into the sky, then shouted loudly. What? Didn't you hear what Brother Chen said? If anyone dares to hesitate again, I will shoot him. All the survivors were shocked. They had to obey Chen Nuo's arrangements under the pressure. They stopped 10 meters away from Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo opened the modifier. Some people were a little far away from him just now, so he did not obtain all of their magic talents. Chen Nuo glanced at the magic talent list. Everyone's magic talent was already on the list. He looked up at the survivor in front of him. Listen to me, everyone. From now on, this is my territory. Everything here is decided by me, Chen Nuo. Anyone who wants to stay here should behave themselves. If I find anyone not behaving themselves, this will be their fate. Chen Nuo pointed at the people who were shot and gave the order. Now, go and throw those corpses out of the wall. I will allow you to live inside the wall temporarily. You can temporarily live in those simple warehouses. Later, I will make corresponding arrangements for you. Of course, you can also choose to leave, but as long as you choose to survive here, you must obey my arrangements. Although the survivors were somewhat reluctant, they still did it. After all, Chen Nuo and the others had guns in their hands. In fact, most people, seeing that Chen Nuo and his men have guns, would like to stay, because only by following strong people can they survive better. Chen Nuo turned around and came to Chang Jianjun with a smile on his face. Just like before, he raised his hand and patted Chang Jianjun on the shoulder. Chang Jianjun's body shook, and he almost lost his balance. Brother Chang, I need your help with something. Look at those people. They want to survive here, but I'm still a little worried about them. Do you want to help them? Integrate with them, guide them, and make them listen to us. Although Chen Nuo asked Chang Jianjun for help, it was actually more like a direct request or an order. Don't worry, your family will live with us on the aircraft carrier. This is your daughter, right? Chen Nuo turned around and shouted. Zhao Wei, come here for a moment. Don't you know Brother Chang's daughter? Chen Nuo arranged everything for Chang Jianjun's family right in front of him, leaving him unable to even say a word of refusal. Chen Nuo noticed Chang Jianjun's hesitation. He opened the editor and looked at the pages of the three people. They had no loyalty to him at all, but more fear. Chen Nuo directly changed the loyalty values of the three people to 100. In fact, if his magic power was not insufficient, he would have changed the loyalty values of those survivors as well. There would not be so much trouble. Chang Jianjun, who was originally hesitant, immediately agreed to Chen Nuo's request after his loyalty value was modified. His wife and daughter also began to encourage him, telling him to do it with confidence without worrying about their safety. Chen Nuo watched Chang Jianjun walking away, and Zhao Wei pulled Chang Ling aside to talk, and Wang Mei also took away Chang Jianjun's wife Xingna. Su Hao came to Chen Nuo's side and asked softly, Brother Chen, why don't we kill those people? Chen Nuo retracted his gaze and gave him a look of disdain. Get lost, you keep shouting for war and killing. We are not murderers. Su Hao was stunned. He looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. Chen Nuo looked at his expression and understood what he meant. Your expression, do you mean to say? I am a murderer. Su Hao didn't say anything. He looked at the bodies that the survivors were carrying. Chen Nuo chuckled, then spoke seriously. I don't want to say more about why I killed those people. I've said it many times. Everyone else understood that it was just a matter of cutting the roots and leaving no future troubles. As for those survivors, look at this place. This will be our base in the future. With just a few of us, what's the point of talking about construction? So if there are no hidden dangers, I won't kill them unless they are looking for death. The people who were carrying corpses in the distance suddenly heard the sound of the propeller turning and hurriedly looked over here. They watched the plane fly back onto the aircraft carrier. After everyone looked at it with envy for a few more times, they continued to move the body. In the military district of the Nanha City garrison, several people gathered in a room. Staff Officer Su, we only have enough food for the survivors for a week. We were supposed to restock the supplies 2 days ago, but because the Nanha municipal government is doing its best to supply Ilian warehouse, we postponed it for 2 days. They also notified us, but we didn't expect the current situation. Staff Officer Su frowned and murmured softly. Then his eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh. Oh, how could I have forgotten about Ilian warehouse? Go, call Gao Jin over here and have him take 2,000 people to Ilian warehouse and bring all the supplies here. Chapter 61, A Rare Warmth. First dinner together, cheers. Su Shilong clenched his hands excitedly, and a light of ambition flashed in his eyes. As long as we have this batch of supplies, we won't be afraid no matter what the world will become in the future. Cheng Weiguo put out the cigarette in his hand and looked at Su Shilong and said, Lao Su, let's let Gao Jun take the troops tomorrow. We have less than 5,000 people left out of the 12,000. We have only trapped the zombies in the accommodation area. The soldiers are exhausted today, So let's give them some time to rest. Besides, the death of Commander Gao is also a big blow to Gaozhan. So let's give him some time to rest. Su Shilong frowned. Commander Gao did not make it, and now he and Cheng Weiguo were the ones with the highest positions in the entire army. Su Shilong felt the magic space, and after thinking about it, he decided to endure it. Old Cheng, you're right. Judging from the sky now, it's not far from night. Let's wait until tomorrow morning and send someone to Ilian Warehouse. Anyway, the supplies are there and they can't run away. The helicopter landed smoothly on the deck of the aircraft carrier. Everyone got off the plane. Chen Nuo saw that everyone looked tired, so he said, "Okay, I see everyone is a little tired. You all go downstairs and find a room to rest for a while. And when it gets dark, you all come up to the deck and we'll have dinner together." Everyone walked towards the ship island. Su Li and Li Shui stood beside Chen Nuo, and the three of them just watched them quietly. After everyone entered the island, Chen Nuo stretched and then hugged Su Li and Li Shui with both hands. "Two beauties, let's go. Let's find a place to rest for a while." The three of them were laughing and joking. Chen Nuo looked at the shadows of the three people hugging each other on the deck. "Sister Su," Li Shui. They both hummed, and Su Li leaned her head on Chen Nuo's shoulder. "What's wrong?" Chen Nuo smiled slightly. "Let's never be apart, okay?" The voices were as soft as the buzzing of mosquitoes, and the three of them were whispering. At night, under the aircraft carrier, 50 or 60 people sat without fear of getting dirty. They did not go to the simple warehouse because only here could they feel an inexplicable sense of security. The moon in the sky was very bright. They looked at the moon and thought about their families. Chang Jianjun also sat in the crowd, admiring the crescent moon in the sky. "Uncle Chang, your family is all on the aircraft carrier. You should be very familiar with that man, right? Can you tell us a little about him? After all, we will all make a living under him in the future." Chang Jianjun withdrew his gaze from the moon and looked at a young man next to him. This young man was very smart, and Chang Jianjun could clearly see that he was trying to convey a message to him. The others were still whispering, but when they heard the voice from here, they all fell silent. Chang Jianjun nodded. "Chen Nuo and I are business partners. Chen Nuo is about the same age as you, but don't underestimate him because he is very young. He is very capable. You all know about the $1 trillion material supply contract that Nanha City has been talking about recently, right?" Song Tao nodded quickly and said loudly in surprise, "Uncle Chang, what you mean is that Boss Chun is?" Chang Jianjun saw that everyone was attracted by Song Tao's voice and showed the same surprised expression as Song Tao. "Yes, I am one of the suppliers who signed a contract with Boss Chun. We supplied more than 300 billion worth of materials to Boss Chun, and the Jiang Group supplied more than 1 trillion. So someone asked loudly, "Are all the supplies of Boss Chun still at Ilian Warehouse?" Chang Jianjun glanced at the person who was speaking. The person was a middle-aged man, and there was a hint of greed in his eyes. "I advise you to put away your little thoughts. Boss Chun has already hidden those supplies. Even if they are still there, if you dare to touch them, I am sure that you will end up being shot like my friends this afternoon." When the man thought of the scene in the afternoon, the greed in his heart immediately disappeared without a trace. "Brother Chang, I'm just asking casually. I don't dare touch Boss Chun's supplies." Someone else said. "So, as long as we follow Boss Chun, we won't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, and transportation." Song Tao sighed and continued what the man said. "Well, that's what he said, but why does Boss Chun provide us with supplies to feed us? You must have read apocalyptic novels, right? The current situation is very likely the real-life version of apocalyptic novels. If we want to follow Boss Chun, we must demonstrate our value." Chang Jianjun secretly gave Song Tao a thumbs up in his heart. This boy is really good at starting a conversation. Buzz. Suddenly, the sky lit up, and everyone looked up in surprise, only to see a row of lights on the edge of the aircraft carrier. "What is this? Aren't all the electronic equipment out of service? How come this aircraft carrier still has power?" Everyone looked at the light in surprise. Some even took out their cell phones that they had thrown away reluctantly. They pressed the power button, and after a while, they sighed helplessly. Some sound began to be heard from the aircraft carrier, but the people below could not hear clearly what it was. Chen Nuo came to the deck, feeling refreshed. Su Li and Li Shui's faces were rosy, radiant, and filled with happy smiles. Everyone came to the deck, and Chen Nuo took out several mobile phones and handed them to Wang Mei, Zhao Tianhe, and others. "I have already set up this phone. You can use it normally within 10 kilometers around the aircraft carrier." They were playing with their cell phones. They already knew that all electronic devices in the world were now unusable. They didn't expect that Chen Nuo had the ability to make the cell phones usable again. They were curious about how Chen Nuo did it. "Okay, everyone put away your phones, and then you can go back and study it. Now, It's time for us to start our first dinner together. As Chen Nuo spoke, he raised his hand and waved, and a large round table appeared, with many stools. After stabilizing the table, Chen Nuo began to take out dishes from the package column. There were 108 dishes in a manhwa banquet, and he only put out 20 or 30 dishes to fill the table. The key point was that every hot dish was still steaming. Wang Mei said in shock, "Chen Nuo, this is simply amazing. With your skills, even if the world becomes worse, we can still live well." Chen Nuo smiled. For this manhwa banquet, I asked Jing Tao and his friends to use their connections to make several thousand sets, so we can eat for a long time. Everyone can enjoy it. Everyone sat down. They didn't expect that even when the end of the world came, they could still eat such a sumptuous banquet. They couldn't believe that this was the end of the world. Chen Nuo took out another bottle of Feitian Mitai from the parcel column and placed it on the table. Of course, good food cannot be without good wine. We also want to thank Sister Su. This wine was provided to us by Jiang Group. Su Li rolled her eyes at Chen Nuo. How dare you say that? I don't even bother to say anything to you. Everyone burst into laughter. Zhao Wei stood up, opened the wine, poured a small glass for everyone, and then put the wine back in front of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo nodded, picked up the wine glass, and looked at everyone. And everyone else also picked up their glasses and looked at Chen Nuo. Today we have wine and meat. Let's raise a toast together, just to celebrate that we met in this end times and became a family. Cheers. Under the aircraft carrier, the rich aroma of food filled the entire sky, and at this moment, everyone's stomachs were beating the drums of war, as if they had agreed beforehand. Chapter 62, Boss Chen, the ruthless man who sold himself for a piece of meat. Everyone looked up with envy. Although they couldn't see anything, they could imagine everything on the aircraft carrier in their minds. Song Tao sat next to Chang Jianjun. He half closed his eyes and swallowed. It smells so good. If anyone lets me have a bite of meat now, my life belongs to him. Chang Jianjun also swallowed, turned his head to look at Song Tao, and smiled gently. Xiao Song, why are you selling yourself for a bite of meat? Others also thought Song Tao's words were quite funny, and they forced themselves not to think about it. However, when they had enough food and clothing, they didn't feel it. But now the smell was so tempting that the more they suppressed it, the more their stomachs growled with hunger. They suddenly felt that Song Tao's words were not unacceptable to them. Under the aircraft carrier, everyone was talking in low voices. They were bragging, but their eyes were always glancing up at the aircraft carrier. Chen Nuo and his group toasted each other, and the dishes on the table were quickly finished. Chong Ling, what's wrong with you? Is the food not to your liking? Chen Nuo saw that Chong Ling looked uncomfortable, and Chong Ling blushed in embarrassment. Brother Chen, no, I was just thinking about my dad. He hasn't eaten for a day, and I don't know if he... What did Chen Nuo think? After hearing this, he said to Zhao Wei, Zhao Wei, I just heard a commotion under the aircraft carrier. Go and shout to see if Brother Chong is down there. If he is, use the rope to get him some food down there. Zhao Wei nodded, put down his bowl and chopsticks, then walked to the edge of the aircraft carrier deck, looked down from above, and saw someone sitting below in the bright light. Chang Jianjun was chatting with Song Tao and others when he suddenly heard a loud shout from above. Uncle Chong, are you down there? Chang Jianjun frowned. It didn't sound like Chen Nuo's voice. Song Tao pushed Chang Jianjun lightly. Uncle Chong, someone is calling you. Chang Jianjun came back to his senses and quickly stood up. The others also fell silent and looked at Chang Jianjun. I'm here, is this Zhao Wei? When Zhao Wei heard Chang Jianjun's reply, he spoke loudly. Uncle Chong, it's me. Brother Chen asked me to get you something to eat. Please wait a moment. When the others heard that food was going to be delivered, they were filled with envy. They subconsciously moved closer. They didn't dare to grab it, but they could still take a look to satisfy their eyes. Zhao Wei returned to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo had already heard Chang Jianjun's voice below. He looked at Sheng Na. Aunt Sheng, does Brother Chong have any dietary restrictions? Chen Nuo called Chang Jianjun brother because they were used to calling each other that way. It was easier to do business if one called him brother and the other called him brother. In fact, he and Chong Ling are of the same age, so he calls Sheng Na Aunt Sheng. Sheng Na also heard Chen Nuo calling Chang Jianjun brother all the time, but suddenly when she heard Chen Nuo calling her Aunt Sheng, she felt a little awkward. Chen Nuo, why don't you call me sister-in-law? You call my old man brother, but you call me aunt. I always feel weird about it. Wang Mei and others laughed when they heard Sheng Na say this. Chen Nuo glanced at Chong Ling. He was too embarrassed to call her sister-in-law, so he smiled awkwardly. Aunt Sheng, let's talk about our own things. You don't need to mind the name. Does Brother Chong have any dietary restrictions? Let me see what I can send him down. Seeing that Chen Nuo said this, Sheng Na decided to stop worrying about the address and said in a joking manner, It's already this late. How can he choose? I think we can just give him some of the leftovers on our table. Come to think of it, I've become Lao Chang's aunt in disguise. Everyone burst into laughter again. Chang Jianjun was waiting below, and the others also craned their necks to look up. Laughter could be heard faintly from above. It was as if the upper and lower parts were two different worlds. Soon, everyone saw something slowly swinging down from the edge of the aircraft carrier, getting closer and closer. When it got closer, they saw a basket tied to a rope. There was no doubt that there was food in the basket. Chen Nuo did not follow Chen Nuo's instructions and let Chang Jianjun eat the leftovers. He took out another roast chicken from the parcel column. It was also a dish from the Manchu Han banquet, and it seemed to be called roast chicken. Chen Nuo also stuffed him with a few steamed buns and 2 bottles of mineral water, and then after thinking about it, he gave him a mobile phone. Chang Jianjun came to the bottom of the basket, and when the basket was lowered to a height that he could reach, he shouted upwards. Okay, here we are. Zhao Wei stopped letting out the rope, and Chang Jianjun took out the things in the basket. He found a mobile phone. At this time, the screen of the mobile phone lit up and a ringtone rang. Chang Jianjun put the food aside. The others looked at the roast chicken and swallowed a few mouthfuls subconsciously with saliva in their mouths. Chang Jianjun answered the phone in surprise. Lao Chang, it's me. When Chang Jianjun heard Chen Nuo's voice, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The two chatted briefly, and he knew that their contact information was in his phone's address book, so he could contact them if he had any questions. After Chang Jianjun hung up the phone, he looked back and was shocked to see 50 or 60 people behind him looking at him in unison, their eyes shining brightly under the reflection of the light. Song Tao came in front of Chang Jianjun. He opened his mouth, but was too embarrassed to say anything. Chang Jianjun looked down at the food on the ground. He understood what these people were thinking. He thought about it, and then looked at the phone he had just received. I know everyone is hungry now. I'm going to call Boss Chun and ask for some food for you, but I can't guarantee that it will work. Everyone looked at Chang Jianjun with gratitude. Chang Jianjun opened the address book and saw Chen Nuo's note in it. So he took a deep breath and dialed the number. Chen Nuo was chatting with everyone when suddenly the phone rang. He frowned and looked at the people around him, because they were the only ones with cell phones at the moment. Everyone was very surprised that someone had the time to call him. Chen Nuo then thought of Chang Jianjun and smiled. It looks like it was Brother Chang who called. Chen Nuo picked up the phone and saw that it was indeed Chang Jianjun. He motioned for everyone to be quiet and then answered the call. Hey, Brother Chang, but the roast chicken doesn't seem to be to your taste? Chang Jianjun under the aircraft carrier quickly shook his head and said, Boss Chun, of course that's not the case. Chen Nuo was stunned, then asked in confusion, Why do you call me Boss Chun? Chang Jianjun glanced at the others and said, Boss Chun, this is the respectful title given to you by these brothers and sisters below. They all admire you in their hearts and want to make a living under you. As Chen Nuo listened to Chang Jianjun's flattery, he immediately understood that these words were meant for the people below. Oh, really? Tell me, what do you want to do? Chang Jianjun clearly felt that Chen Nuo's tone had changed. He thought of the decisive and ruthless Chen Nuo in the afternoon. He became a little nervous, and the others also became nervous when they saw this scene. Chang Jianjun took a deep breath and said, Boss Chun, I need some food, enough for the 50 or 60 people down there. They haven't eaten for a whole day, and some of them are starving. Chen Nuo was silent for a few seconds, and everyone waited anxiously. Turn on the loudspeaker. Chang Jianjun was stunned, and the others felt nervous, thinking that Chen Nuo had refused. Then Chang Jianjun took the phone away from his ear and pressed a button on the phone. Boss Chun, the loudspeaker is on. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Chang Jianjun's words, but they became even more nervous. They all stood up straighter subconsciously. Yeah, I got it. The sound stopped for a few seconds, and everyone felt as if time had stopped. Finally, Chen Nuo's voice came again. If you want to eat my food, fine, but are you ready to risk your life? Chen Nuo had just finished speaking, while everyone else was still thinking and hesitating, when suddenly Song Tao shouted loudly, Boss Chun, as long as you give me a piece of meat, my life will be yours. Everyone looked at Song Tao in shock. Even Chang Jianjun was a little surprised. He didn't expect Song Tao to actually shout out what he had just joked. Oh, really? Chapter 63, Mind Eye Magic Talent, Song Tao's Performance. The modifier that changed. Song Tao looked at the phone in Chang Jianjun's hand nervously, and Chen Nuo's laughter came from the phone. Okay, since you said you'd sell your life to me for a piece of meat, then I'll accept it. Brother Chang, give him your roast chicken, and I'll have Zhao Wei send you another one. The others couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They were still hesitating and struggling, thinking that they couldn't sell themselves just for food, right? Now seeing Song Tao, fuck you. Dignity is bullshit. Many people shouted. Boss Chun, We are willing to work for you too. Chen Nuo ignored everyone else and spoke directly. Brother Chong, let's leave it at that for now. I'm hanging up. Under the aircraft carrier, everyone watched as another roast chicken was sent down from above, and then, that was it. Song Tao picked up the roast chicken and sniffed the chickens, but first, he half closed his eyes with an ecstatic expression, and everyone stared at him. Song Tao tore off a chicken leg and bit it hard, shouting loudly while chewing. Great! It's delicious. Boss Chun, after you eat this piece of meat, my life will be yours from now on. Chang Jianjun sat aside, watching Song Tao's exaggerated performance. He was thoughtful and felt more and more that this young man Song Tao was extraordinary. Indeed, when others heard what Song Tao said, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why did they hesitate at that time? If they could make a prompt decision like Song Tao, they wouldn't have eaten anything that was not hot enough. Now, I can only watch Song Tao eat the meat. The key is that my stomach is still not keeping up and the noises are getting even louder. While eating, Song Tao glanced at other people out of the corner of his eye. In fact, all these actions were related to Song Tao's awakened talent. Song Tao awakened a talent similar to the mind's eye. He could roughly sense the thoughts of the people around him. And of course, he could also sense the strength of the other party's magic power. This afternoon, he looked at Chen Nuo and clearly felt that Chen Nuo was much stronger than him. So he made a decision at that time that he must cling to Chen Nuo's thigh. Song Tao finished eating the chicken leg, sucked the meat off the bone, and then casually threw it on the ground. Others shamelessly wondered whether they should pick it up. Fortunately, this was only the first day of the apocalypse, and they were still too proud to do so. Song Tao stood up, glanced at everyone, and sighed. Hey, this chicken still has a lot of meat. But I don't like eating oily food. What should I do? When others heard it, someone immediately started shouting. Brother Song, Brother Tao, I am willing to help you solve your problems. Song Tao looked at the people who were talking. He raised the roast chicken in his hand and said softly, Oh, you all know that this is the meat I bought from Boss Chun at the cost of my life. If you want to eat it, your life will also belong to Boss Chun. Song Tao said as he handed it forward, looking with shining eyes at those who wanted to help him solve his problems. Have you thought it through this time? Those few people stood out from the crowd. I didn't make it in time just now. If I miss it now, I'll have nothing to eat. Not only them, but everyone else, although they didn't say anything, stepped forward and expressed their attitude. When Song Tao was performing, Chang Jianjun turned on his mobile phone and secretly recorded the performance. Now that everyone had expressed their attitudes, he turned off the recording and sent the video to Chen Nuo. On the aircraft carrier, Chen Nuo has returned to the room. It is a large room, which should be the captain's residence. Su Li and Li Shui looked at the layout of the room. They found that the room was fine. The only drawback was that the bed was a bit small. Chen Nuo also discovered this situation. Fortunately, there was a big bed in his parcel compartment. Chen Nuo put the small bed into the packing box, took out the big bed and put it away, and then took out new bedding from the packing box. After Su Li and Li Shui helped to make the bed, Chen Nuo jumped in first. He rolled a few times on the bed and stretched comfortably. Su Li and Li Shui smiled and lay down on both sides of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo held the two of them in his arms, their heads resting on his shoulders and one hand on Chen Nuo's belly. Bite. The message sound of the mobile phone rang. Chen Nuo frowned, smacked his lips, then pulled out his right hand that was holding Su Li and picked up the phone. Chen Nuo took a look and saw that it was a video message sent by Chang Jianjun. Su Li and Li Shui also came over to take a look. Video. Chen Nuo nodded, then clicked on the video. A young man appeared in the video, and he finished watching it quickly. Su Li's face showed surprise. Brother, this guy is something. When Chen Nuo heard what the man in the video said, he already knew that he was the one who sold his life to him for a bite of meat. Chen Nuo opened the message box and sent a reply to Chang Jianjun. Okay, I got it. When Li Shui saw the message sent by Chen Nuo, she asked in confusion. Chen Nuo, shouldn't we send them some more food? Chen Nuo looked at the puzzled Li Shui, shook his head, and began to knead her breasts dishonestly with his hands. Li Shui glanced at Su Li awkwardly. Su Li just leaned on Chen Nuo's shoulder and did not notice their little movements. Li Shui held her breath. Chen Nuo looked at the roof and then spoke to the two of them. Although we don't lack food, we have no obligation to be responsible for anyone. We are not saints. We don't have the time and energy to give too much to outsiders. In my heart, as long as you don't have to worry about food and drink, I will be satisfied. As for the life and death of others, what does it have to do with me? Li Shui's eyes were shy and her sexy lips were slightly open. It was unknown whether she heard clearly what Chen Nuo said. Su Li arched her back in Chen Nuo's arms thoughtfully. However, the man just now was indeed very thoughtful. He had obviously considered himself one of our men and had already begun to guide those people to work for us. Chen Nuo felt Li Shui's hand moving towards his crotch, but he remembered that he had important things to do tonight, so he quickly stopped teasing her. Tonight, I need to work on my gift. You two should go to bed first. Su Li nodded and closed her eyes. Li Shui's eyes were charming and watery. She felt very disappointed when she heard Chen Nuo's words. Chen Nuo smiled at her apologetically, then kissed her on the lips, and only then did Li Shui let him go. Chen Nuo had just exhaled when Su Li next to him suddenly twisted his waist gently. Chen Nuo looked at her and saw that Su Li had her eyes closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and her rosy lips pouting. Chen Nuo smiled slightly and kissed her, and finally they both calmed down. Chen Nuo muttered to himself. Open the modifier. On the main page, in the magic talent section, a large row of magic talents were in an inactivated state. Chen Nuo thought about it. Here were the people he met at Wang Mei's house, Zhao Tian's men, the survivors under the aircraft carrier, and Chang Jianjun and his people. Chen Nuo counted and found that there were 139 unactivated magic talents. He then looked at the 18 activated magic talents and began to modify them one by one. The mental strength quickly increased from 26 to 165, and the limit of magic power soared to 16,500. Chen Nuo didn't know what level his magic power was at. He glanced at his current mana value, 2604/16500, recovering 0.4 per second. This recovery speed is a bit slow. Chen Nuo frowned and looked at his physical condition, 40. The strength of the physique is directly related to the recovery of health and magic power. The previous modifier could only modify the limit value of the same realm. The current modifier is my magic talent. I don't know if there are any changes after this magic modification. Chen Nuo's thoughts fell on his physique. He tried to modify it to 100, but suddenly a prompt appeared. Tip: the modified value is too large. The current magic value is insufficient. Chapter 64. Is this the power of the modifier? Is it still far from being invincible? Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed. He nervously changed the number 40 to 41. Sure enough, the value changed, and he felt as if his body had become a little stronger. He immediately looked at his magic power value, which had decreased by 100, which meant that the modification was successful. Haha. Chen Nuo laughed excitedly twice, then quickly stopped talking and glanced at the two people who were sleeping soundly next to him. Seeing that they were not woken up, he smiled softly. It's really different from the previous modifier. Although modifying the value will consume magic power, it is obviously no longer limited by the realm limit. Now my goal is clearer, which is to continuously activate magic talents to increase magic power, and then to improve the recovery speed of magic power. Chen Nuo modified the strength, agility, and mental strength respectively. These attributes already existed in the modifier, and each of them consumed 100 magic points to increase the attribute by 1 point. So, if I want to recover quickly, I must first increase my physical fitness. When the recovery speed meets my needs, I will increase other attributes. Host: Chen Nuo. Realm: First level Magician locked. Magic modifier: Object magic, long sword, baseball bat, cooking pot, ear pick, baton, slippers, machete, axe, hoe, scalpel, tang sword, halberd, hammer, dagger, roller skates, whip, condom. Elemental magic: water, ice, fire. Animal type magic: wolf, dog, rhino, kangaroo. Magical magic: angel, mind's eye. HP: 404/410, super health, 0.41 restored per second. Magic: 2210/16600, recover 0.41 per second. Strength: 31. Agility: 16. Constitution: 41. Mental strength: 166. Network operation proficiency: 100. Firearms proficiency: 100. Package: unlimited. Chen Nuo glanced at the main page, and when he saw the network operation proficiency and firearms proficiency, he murmured softly. Since these attributes can be added, if I add some attributes related to recovery, will it increase the speed of recovery? Then, increase the recovery rate attribute. Buzz. A new attribute appears at the bottom of the page. Recovery rate: 0%. Chen Nuo directly changed the value to 100, and this modification only consumed 100 magic power. Recovery rate: 100%. He looked at the magic attribute and saw in the notes that the previous recovery rate was 0.41 per second, but it became 0.82 per second. It really works. Are there any other attributes that can increase recovery? Chen Nuo thought for a long time, but couldn't think of other attributes, so he had to change the physique to 50 and increase the recovery speed to 1 per second. This was much more pleasing to the eye than seeing a decimal point. Chen Nuo opened the package again and looked at the magic crystal cores he had harvested today, a total of 143. He took out a basin from the parcel column, and then took out dozens of magic crystal cores and threw them into it. When he was about to take out the mineral water, he remembered that he had water element magic, so he raised his hand and grabbed it, and a stream of water appeared and poured into the basin. Chen Nuo cleaned the magic crystal core, then picked up a magic crystal core and threw it into his mouth. In the spiritual sea of his brain, many bright spots dotted the sky above the spiritual sea. These were all magic spaces. If you look closely, you will find that these bright spots are distributed around a bright spot, and this bright spot is the magic space of Chen Nuo's main magic modifier. A ripple suddenly appeared at the edge, and then a magical space was opened up, and a new magical talent awakened. Chen Nuo ignored it and took out another magic crystal core from the basin. The speed of awakening this kind of magic talent is very fast. The magic crystal core melts as soon as it enters the mouth, and the magic power within it will flow into the spiritual sea in the brain in the blink of an eye, directly opening up a magic space. As he swallowed the magic crystal cores one by one, Chen Nuo felt a little bored after a while, and his brows were slightly frowned. Although it doesn't take much time to awaken magic, it's a bit unbearable to swallow it mechanically like this. I wonder if I can swallow more than one at a time. When Chen Nuo thought of this, he took action directly. He took out 2 magic crystal cores from the basin. The magic crystal core is only the size of a fingernail. If Chen Nuo eats as much as he wants, he can swallow at least 5 or 6 in one bite. Chen Nuo threw 2 magic crystal cores into his mouth. He closed his eyes and felt them carefully. The magic crystal cores melted as soon as they entered his mouth. 2 magic spaces were opened up in his brain's spiritual sea at once. Surprise showed on Chen Nuo's face. He opened his shining eyes and looked at the basin containing the magic crystal core. He first threw all the magic crystal cores from the parcel column into the basin. Perhaps the noise was a little too loud, and Suli next to him was awakened. Suli rubbed her eyes, then stretched and sat up. "Brother, what are you doing?" Chen Nuo then remembered that he had not yet told others that he could devour magic crystal cores to activate new magic. Suli was the person he trusted the most, so he naturally would not hide it from others. Chen Nuo was explaining to Su Li when their conversation woke Li Shui up again. So Chen Nuo went from explaining to one person to explaining to 2 people. After the 2 understood, they were just surprised. After all, Chen Nuo's incredible talent for modification made it seem like it didn't matter whether he upgraded or not. Chen Nuo took out a magic crystal core from the basin and handed it to Su Li. "Sister Su, swallow one, and I'll see what changes your attributes will have." Su Li already knew that swallowing the magic crystal core could upgrade her magic talent, so she took the magic crystal core and threw it directly into her mouth. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's rosy lips and licked them subconsciously. Su Li saw this action. She smiled and stuck out her tongue in a teasing manner. Chen Nuo was full of vigor and vitality, so how could he tolerate this? He rushed forward, and the 2 of them instantly stuck together. Li Shui looked at the 2 in surprise, wondering what they were doing. Why did they suddenly start eating each other? Their lips did not part until Su Li was out of breath. Chen Nuo was still not satisfied, so Su Li quickly put her hand against Chen Nuo's chest. "Brother, you'd better take a look at the changes in my attributes." Chen Nuo forced himself to suppress the desire in his heart, opened the editor, and looked at Su Li's page. But nothing has changed. The realm area still shows a first-level magician. Chen Nuo frowned. Su Li and Li Shui did not disturb him. Chen Nuo lowered his head and thought for a while, then looked at Su Li's page again. Could it be that it's the same as before, where the realm was not displayed, and I need to increase the relevant status attributes to see it? Add upgrade condition attributes. Buzz. Su Li's page, upgrade conditions. 1 out of 10. Note. You need to swallow 10 first-level magic crystal cores to upgrade from a first-level magician to a second-level magician. Note that each time you swallow a magic crystal core for training, you need to wait for more than 10 minutes to fully absorb it. Seeing that Chen Nuo's frown was gradually relaxing, Su Li gently pushed Chen Nuo. "How about it?" Chen Nuo moved his eyes away from the page and looked at Su Li and nodded. "I understand. As long as you swallow 10 first-level magic crystal cores, you can upgrade to a second-level magician. However, there is a strict time limit. You must wait more than 10 minutes between swallowing each magic crystal core to practice." After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he was about to take out 9 more magic crystal cores from the basin and give them to Su Li. His hand that had reached into the basin suddenly paused, and then a look of anticipation appeared on his face. When Su Li saw Chen Nuo's expression, she wanted to ask, but Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop her. He first glanced at his homepage. Since he had just swallowed 68 magic crystal cores, his original mental strength of 166 had become 234. Chen Nuo didn't know why, but no matter which type of magic talent he awakened, it would only increase his mental power a little, and the corresponding magic limit would increase by 100. There is no increase in physique, strength, or agility. According to common sense, the beast-type magic talent should be obviously related to these attributes. Chen Nuo glanced at the magic power, 8310/23400, recover 1 per second. Chen Nuo was stunned. He remembered that after he changed his physique to 50 a few minutes ago, his magic power should have been only over 1,000 points. Chen Nuo took out another magic crystal core and threw it into his mouth. Sure enough, the limit value of magic power increased by 100, and the magic power in front also increased by 100. It turns out that using a modifier to modify the unactivated state of a magic talent does not consume any magic power, but after activation, it only increases the limit value, and the corresponding magic power needs to be restored slowly. Using magic crystal cores to awaken new magic talents will directly increase the limit value and the corresponding magic power. Chen Nuo also discovered at this time a situation that he had overlooked before. In the past 10 minutes, although the recovery was only 1 per second, in this short period of time, there were also 8 or 900 magic points recovered. What does this mean? 1 is restored per second, which may seem small, but it is 24 hours a day. If you do the math, 86,400 magic points will be restored in 1 day, which means 864 attribute points. Chen Nuo's breathing began to get heavier. What kind of bullshit restriction is this? How is this different from making random changes? If all these attribute points were added to his physique, he could definitely become stronger every second. Is this the power of the modifier? I am getting stronger every second. Am I still far from being invincible? Chapter 65, Modifying the Realm. The Old Man in the Depths of the Universe. Su Li and Li Shui listened to Chen Nuo mumbling to himself and looked at his crazy state. The two looked at each other, and Su Li pointed at Chen Nuo, deciding to play a tease on Chen Nuo and divert his attention. Su Li reached out and touched Chen Nuo's forehead, and Chen Nuo suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Su Li. Brother, you don't even have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Chen Nuo was stunned, then looked at Li Shui, who was looking at him with a half smile. You have a fever, don't you? Otherwise, why would you say something so powerful and invincible? Su Li also exclaimed exaggeratedly. Oh, it's really hot. Li Shui, you can also touch his forehead. With this temperature, I'm afraid we will have a stupid husband in the future. Li Shui raised the corner of her mouth and raised her hand to touch Chen Nuo's forehead. Chen Nuo grabbed the hand that Li Shui extended to him, and then did not let go of Su Li either. When the passion reached its climax, Su Li suddenly stopped Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked at her in confusion, and Su Li said breathlessly, "You'd better bring one. It's the end of the world now. If you win the bid, it will be troublesome." Chen Nuo thought about it, and felt that it would be better to be safe, so he opened the package column and found. When he was about to put it on, Chen Nuo suddenly paused. He thought of the magic talent he had just obtained. When Su Li was waiting to be punished, she found that Chen Nuo was motionless, so she looked at Chen Nuo with half-open eyes. "What's wrong? Are you wilting?" Chen Nuo chuckled. "You're just being stubborn. I suddenly remembered a magic talent I just got today. After you experience it, you won't be so stubborn anymore." Chen Nuo raised his hand. Buzz. A long time. Chen Nuo leaned against the head of the bed and patted the two of them. "Get up. Let's change the bedding. Otherwise we won't be able to sleep." Su Li snorted coldly and pinched Chen Nuo, with a look of both joy and anger on her face. "You stinky little brother. You still have the nerve to say that. Who knew you would have such a disgusting and perverted magic talent, and would also become? I'm so disgusting." The three of them got up and changed the bedding. Sure enough, physical and mental happiness will make a woman more radiant. Su Li sat next to Chen Nuo and asked curiously, "Brother, I just heard you say that you were powerful and invincible. What's going on?" When Chen Nuo heard Su Li's question, he slapped his forehead. "Really? Look, I've forgotten all about the important things." Su Li and Li Shui both glanced at him and ignored him. Chen Nuo opened the editor and looked at his page. He didn't expect that before. It was more than 8,000 magic points, but now it has become magic power, 14105/23500, recover 1 per second. In just such a short time, you have recovered so much? 5 or 6,000. Has it been an hour and a half? I'm really not bragging. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's page again, his thoughts falling on the attributes of the upgrade conditions. He changed 1 out of 10 to February 10th, and saw that his magic power instantly decreased by 100. It actually worked, Chen Nuo exclaimed. He had only guessed before. He looked at the modifier and couldn't help but be shocked at how powerful it was. In this way, as long as they have enough magic power, they don't even need to use magic crystal cores to improve their realm. This is also good, because the magic crystal cores happen to belong to him. Su Li heard Chen Nuo's exclamation and asked quickly, "Brother, tell me quickly, what exactly succeeded?" Chen Nuo pretended to be mysterious. "Sister Su, please be patient, you will know what is going on soon." This time, Chen Nuo directly changed 2 out of 10 to October 10th, and the magic power was reduced by 800. He quickly looked at Su Li's page and saw that the realm section and the upgrade conditions section shook slightly and then changed. Name, Su Li. Realm, second realm magician. Upgrade conditions, 0 out of 100. Note, swallowing 100 first-level magic crystal cores can upgrade to a third-level magician. Swallowing 1 second-level magic crystal core can be upgraded to 10. The time interval is 10 minutes. Magic, water element. HP, 290/290. Magic, 310/310. Strength, 23. Agility, 18. Physical fitness, 29. Mental strength, 3.1. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's other attributes again. Each attribute had increased by about 2 times from the original. Seeing that Chen Nuo didn't say anything, Su Li had no choice but to look at him. Suddenly, she groaned in pain and her body began to spasm instantly. "It hurts." The pain came and went quickly, just a few seconds. After the pain, she felt relaxed all over. Su Li's body was covered in sweat and a lot of dirt. Chen Nuo stared at Su Li's page nervously. As long as an accident happened, he would find a way to remedy it. Su Li groaned again. "So comfortable." When Chen Nuo saw that Su Li had no problem, he looked at her with a playful look. "Sister Su, is it painful or comfortable?" Su Li was not afraid of Chen Nuo. She glanced at Chen Nuo's crotch provocatively. "What do you think?" Chen Nuo cried out in his heart that he couldn't stand it. Su Li looked down at her body and said with disgust, "Why are there so many dirty things?" Chen Nuo roughly understood what was going on. "Sister Su, I just changed your realm from a first-level magician to a second-level magician. Your attributes have improved a lot in all aspects, so these dirt should be the dirt in your body." After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he pulled Su Li up from the bed, and then they went to the bathroom. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a large ball of water floated above Su Li's head. Su Li rinsed off the dirt on her body, and then Chen Nuo handed her a bath towel. She simply wiped the water off her body and threw it to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's naked body and couldn't help but stare in amazement. "Sister Su, you are so beautiful." Su Li was delighted and raised her hand to poke Chen Nuo's forehead. "Brother, haven't you seen enough?" Chen Nuo swallowed. "Sister Su, it should be that your attributes have been improved and your body curves have become more perfect. Look at it, is it more firm?" As Chen Nuo spoke, he raised his hand and moved it. Su Li hit Chen Nuo's hand in annoyance, then looked down and found that it was really different from before. Both her skin and figure seemed to be much better than before. Su Li's face showed joy. She didn't expect that there would be such benefits after upgrading. The two walked out of the bathroom. Li Shui looked up at the two of them, and then her eyes were attracted by Su Li. She looked at Su Li's chest. She remembered that although Su Li's chest was not small, it was not as proud as it is now. She glanced at Su Li's belly again. It was flat and smooth, very attractive. Su Li felt Li Shui's gaze, so she happily came to Li Shui, and the two began to whisper like a little girl showing off her beautiful clothes. After Li Shui learned that it was a benefit after the upgrade, her eyes lit up when she looked at Chen Nuo. How could Chen Nuo let Li Shui down? Deep in the distant universe, at the first moment when Chen Nuo modified his realm, on the top of an uninhabited mountain, a kind-looking old man was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes sharply, the mountains beneath him began to shake, and a look of shock appeared on his face. What is going on? Who triggered the rule change? Chapter 66 Modify the magic talent for everyone. Song Tao's initial loyalty value reaches 90. Li Shui successfully advanced to the second-level magician, and the two women completely let go after experiencing the hand-to-hand combat together to defeat Chen. In front of Chen Nuo, they began to comment on each other's figures and compared them from time to time. Seeing that the two were chatting happily and he couldn't get a word in, Chen Nuo walked to the other side of the bed and sat down cross-legged. He picked up the basin beside him and casually took out 5 or 6 magic crystal cores and threw them into his mouth. After a while, the remaining 74 magic crystal cores were all swallowed by Chen Nuo. There are a total of 301 bright spots in the sky above the spiritual sea in the brain area, just like a sky full of stars dotted the sea of stars. This also indicates that Chen Nuo has awakened 301 magic talents. Chen Nuo's mental strength has also increased from 235 to 309. He looked at the magic power, 19765/30900, regenerating 1 per second. 19,700 magic points equals 197 attribute points. He directly changed his physique to 100, and his recovery rate became 2 per second. Then he added all the remaining 147 attribute points to mental power, so his mental power became 456. After Chen Nuo finished the modification, he looked at the magic power, 91/45600. He took out his cell phone and set an alarm for 6 hours later, so that his magic power would be almost restored by then. After doing all this, Chen Nuo came to Su Li and Li Shui, lay directly between them, pushed them apart, and then hugged them with both hands and spoke. "Okay, it's time for us to go to bed. We have to go zombie hunting tomorrow." The two men looked at Chen Nuo's rogue look, smiled at each other, then hugged Chen Nuo and closed their eyes. Jingle. The alarm rang, and the night passed in a flash. Chen Nuo broke free from the arms of the two men, picked up his phone, and turned off the alarm. The two of them also opened their sleepy eyes, and Su Li asked, "Chen Nuo, what time is it now? Is it dawning so soon?" Chen Nuo stretched, checked the time on his phone, and replied, "It's 7 o'clock now, everyone get up. After dinner we'll go hunting zombies." The three of them quickly finished washing up and walked out of the room. They came to the deck of the aircraft carrier. The sun was rising and the others were exercising on the deck. When the three people appeared, everyone immediately stopped what they were doing and came to their side. Wang Mei looked at Su Li and Li Shui, and always felt that they were particularly different today. Chen Nuo came to the round table and stools, took out a dozen bowls of red bean porridge and several cold dishes from the parcel column, and gave everyone a steamed bun, saying they could eat more after they had finished eating. "Everyone, take a seat. After we finish our meal and rest for a while, we'll set out to hunt zombies." Shang Na just picked up a bowl of porridge and was about to drink it, but when she heard Chen Nuo's words, she almost threw the bowl away. "Hunting zombies?" Chen Nuo nodded and said to Zhao Wei, "Zhao Wei, please explain it to them. Everyone can listen while eating." Wang Mei, Jinghua, and others who came later didn't know the reason for hunting zombies. After Zhao Wei explained the situation, they knew about the magic crystal core and its function. Chen Nuo then remembered that he had not modified the magic talents of the people who came later, so he drank the porridge in the bowl and said, "By the way, Aunt Wang, you should also think about whether you have any magic talents that you would like to modify." After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he felt that it was not intuitive enough, so he raised his hand and waved it. Suddenly, a group of little people appeared behind Chen Nuo. These were Chen Nuo's 301 magicians. The little figures were neatly suspended behind Chen Nuo, which looked quite spectacular at first glance. The little people are small and cute, but their expressions are a little dull and they don't seem to be very smart. "Everyone, look at their foreheads. What do they specifically represent? As long as it is a magic talent here, I can modify it for you." Everyone looked at the little men in shock. Although everyone had one, the appearance of so many at once was still visually impactful. As the others were looking over one by one, suddenly, Su Li's eyes lit up. She pushed Li Shui beside her, pointed at her quietly, and said in a low voice, "Li Shui, did you see that? It's the abnormal magic talent that could change shape yesterday." The two were whispering and were heard by Wang Mei, who was beside them. "Su Li, which one are you two talking about? It can also change shape. Is it amazing?" When the two thought of what happened last night, their bodies softened and they explained to Wang Mei with blushing faces. "Annie Wang, we are talking about women using water or ice elements. As long as they are well controlled, they can change their forms at will." As Su Li spoke, she raised her hand and a stream of water appeared in her hand, like a water snake wrapped around her hand. Chen Nuo looked at the embarrassment of the two people and tried hard to suppress his smile. The two of them glared at him fiercely. In the end, only Jinghua retained the talent of the scalpel. The others, the men, chose the fire element and the women chose the water element. Chen Nuo also changed the firearms proficiency of Zhao Tianhe, Lao Lu, Sheng Na, and Chang Ling to 100. In the early days, as they became gun masters, as long as they had guns in their hands, they would basically not be in any danger. Even if an accident happened, there was Chen Nuo. After they finished their meal, Chen Nuo asked everyone to get on the helicopter. He started the plane and the sound of propellers was heard. When the people under the aircraft carrier heard the sound, they all looked up at the aircraft carrier. The plane took off from the aircraft carrier and then landed underneath it. Chen Nuo was going to meet these survivors. He had so much trouble yesterday because he didn't have enough magic power. Now he had more than 40,000 magic power, and it was recovering 2 per second. He didn't have to worry about magic power at all. Chen Nuo got off the plane. Chang Jianjun had already brought everyone here. Everyone looked at Chen Nuo and shouted together, "Boschan!" The others didn't know the name Boschan, and they were all surprised. Chen Nuo walked in front of Chang Jianjun and his eyes stopped on a young man. "Are you the Song Tao who sold his life to me just for a bite of meat?" As Chen Nuo spoke, he looked at Song Tao's page. His loyalty value had reached 85. Sweat was pouring down Song Tao's forehead. Today, Chen Nuo was stronger than yesterday. When the power of his mind was activated, he felt like he saw a prehistoric giant beast standing in front of him. The oppressive force made him tremble uncontrollably. Chen Nuo looked at Song Tao's expression, then glanced at his magic talent. "Oh, so this magic is yours." No one understood what Chen Nuo said. Chen Nuo raised his hand and patted Song Tao on the shoulder with a smile on his face. "What? Do you regret what you said last night?" Song Tao came back to his senses instantly, and his loyalty value increased from 85 to 90. Such a powerful Chen Nuo made him more determined to follow Chen Nuo. "Boss Chen, Song Tao, will never regret what I said yesterday. Even if you want my life now, just take it." Chen Nuo was very satisfied. A person with a loyalty value of 90 was higher than that of Jing Tao and the other two at the beginning. Chen Nuo didn't hesitate and directly changed Song Tao's loyalty value to 100 and then locked the status. He looked at the others, meeting their gazes one by one. Their pages appeared in front of Chen Nuo. Most of them had a loyalty value of around 50 or 60. There were only a few with numbers in the 20s, and he even found one with numbers in the single digits. "What about you? You've been thinking about it all night. Have you figured it out?" Chapter 67. As long as I, Chen Nuo, don't let you die, even the king of hell can't help it. Chen Nuo opened his mind's eye talent, and everyone's general thoughts appeared in Chen Nuo's mind. Fortunately, Chen Nuo's mental power was strong, and he could capture everyone's thoughts. Unlike Song Tao, he had to concentrate to roughly sense the thoughts of several people. Chen Nuo paid special attention to the person whose loyalty value was in single digits. "For now, let's just follow everyone's lead. It would be great if we could find where Boss Chen is stockpiling supplies. They only have so many people right now, so it's not too much for me to take away so many supplies, right?" The same is true for the other few people whose loyalty values are over 20. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed. "You, and you, him, yes, all of you, come forward." Song Tao looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. These people were the ones he was going to remind Chen Nuo today, because he discovered yesterday that these people did not really want to join Boss Chen, so he had been keeping an eye on them. Everyone made way, and those few people came forward a little overwhelmed. Among them, the one with a loyalty value in single digits was the middle-aged man who asked Chang Jianjun yesterday whether Chen Nuo's supplies were still in Ilian warehouse. These people are all opportunists. They want to pretend to surrender first, and then find an opportunity to do something big to him. "Are your family and friends here?" Several people swallowed their saliva, and the middle-aged man smiled nervously and awkwardly. "Boss Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved, then said, "Don't worry, I just want to find some reserve personnel because we are short of core personnel. I think you are good. If you have family members here, I can also give your family members preferential treatment." When everyone heard this, they were envious. However, Song Tao behind him became anxious. He immediately walked up to Chen Nuo and was about to speak. "Boss Chen." Chen Nuo turned around and kicked Song Tao away. Song Tao lay on the ground in pain, unable to get up. He felt very confused and unwilling. "I don't like others to interrupt me when I'm talking." Chen Nuo glanced at Song Tao's page and found that he was not seriously injured, so he turned around and looked at those people. "Is there?" Those people were very surprised. They rushed to tell Chen Nuo that they were all alone and shamelessly shed a few tears. Chen Nuo learned from their thoughts that their families were abandoned by them the moment the end of the world came. The tragic experiences they described were just to win Chen Nuo's sympathy. "Oh, I see." Chen Nuo turned around and walked to Song Tao. He helped Song Tao up. Song Tao was a little at a loss, so Chen Nuo brushed the dust off his body. "Did you just want to tell me that these people can't be trusted?" Song Tao looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. "Boss Chen, you." Chen Nuo patted his shoulder. "If you really tell them, their families might slip through the net. Although I am stronger than any of you now, I don't want anyone to be secretly thinking about me. Therefore, only by cutting the grass and eradicating the roots can we nip the danger in the bud." Those people started to panic, and the others also realized that Boss Chen was completely fooling them. One person suddenly shouted, "Run! Those people have seen Chen Nuo's ruthlessness, and staying here will only lead to death." When Chen Nuo heard someone shouting to run, he shook his head in disdain, but when he looked back, surprise appeared on his face again. The middle-aged man actually knelt there and did not run after him. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed at the people who were fleeing. Jing Tao and the other two, as well as Wang Chen, weighed the submachine guns in their hands and then aimed. Pa pa pa. The bullets penetrated the back of the men's heads, rushed forward 2 or 3 meters due to inertia, and then hit the ground heavily. Chen Nuo slowly came to the front of the middle-aged man. There was uneasiness and anxiety in his eyes, but when he looked up and met Chen Nuo's eyes, the uneasiness and anxiety disappeared. Chen Nuo frowned slightly. This man was not simple. "Why don't you run away with them?" The middle-aged man smiled self-deprecatingly and pointed at those people. Boss Chen, if I had escaped with them, I would be lying there like them now. Chen Nuo shook his head. This won't make me let you go. If you don't have a reason to convince me, I will kill you. Although the middle-aged man appeared calm, he was very anxious in his heart. My name is Tian Feng, and I am a spy for the country. Boss Chen, you said yesterday that there are not so many choices in life, and people should not be so naive. Now I have no choice but to run away with those people. I have made a choice. They died and I lived. Now, my life and death are in the hands of Boss Chen. Whether to let me live or die depends on your choice. Chen Nuo frowned. No wonder the other party's loyalty value was only in single digits. It would be difficult for a spy to be loyal to anyone. Chen Nuo looked at Tian Feng with a playful expression on his face. A spy? If I let you live, can you promise not to betray me? Tian Feng stared at Chen Nuo. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath, a wry smile appeared on his face, and he shook his head. I am loyal only to my country. I will not be loyal to anyone else unless I die. Chen Nuo nodded. If they didn't have this awareness, the country would not trust them. Oh, really? In that case, I can only let you die. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a pistol appeared in his hand. He didn't hesitate at all. Snap! The bullet passed through his heart. Although Tian Feng was surprised at Chen Nuo's decisiveness in killing, he still accepted his fate with pleasure. Chen Nuo glanced at Tian Feng's page. His health was decreasing rapidly. Do you have any last words? A look of reminiscence flashed in Tian Feng's eyes, then he shook his head again, and Chen Nuo nodded. You have no last words? Let me ask you one last question. You are about to die. You just said that you will never pledge allegiance to anyone else unless you die. So let me ask you again. If I can let you live, will you promise not to betray me? Tian Feng endured the pain and looked at Chen Nuo. He felt that Chen Nuo was a little crazy, but he didn't hate him, because in the end times, perhaps only people like Chen Nuo could live well. He tried hard to hold on. He had been rational all his life, but before he died, he wanted to let go of his rational side. A crazy smile appeared on his face, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Huh, Boss Chen, you are such a madman, but I don't hate you. Since you asked me, I will answer you. I, Tian Feng, have never done anything to let my country down in my life. Now that I am going to die, I will be worthy of my promise to the country. If you can really let me live, what does it matter if I am loyal to you? After saying this, Tian Feng spat out another mouthful of blood. He knew that with such a fatal injury, he was beyond saving. But how can there be so many Fs? If we can live, who would want to? Tian Feng fainted, his health points dropped below 10. After a while, Tian Feng suddenly felt water pouring down his face. He slowly opened his eyes and frowned deeply. Am I not dead? A familiar voice sounded. Die? As long as I, Chen Nuo, don't let you die, even if the king of hell comes, it won't work. Tian Feng, do you still remember what you just said? Tian Feng sat up slowly. He looked at his chest. The gunshot wound was still there, but it had already scabbed over. This. He looked up at Chen Nuo and couldn't believe it was true. Chen Nuo didn't say anything, but looked straight at Tian Feng. Tian Feng thought of what he had said before. He took a deep breath and stood up. Boss Chen, from now on my life belongs to you. Chapter 68, 65 Gun Kings under my command. We are about to meet. Chen Nuo looked at Tian Feng's page. His loyalty value, which was originally in the single digits, began to rise rapidly, reaching the full value of 100 in the blink of an eye. Chen Nuo quietly locked him in place, then turned around and spoke to Chang Jianjun behind him. Brother Chang, Song Tao, and Tian Feng will be your deputies from now on. The three of you will be responsible for all the survivors who enter our base. Chang Jianjun nodded to show that he understood. Chen Nuo raised his eyes and looked at the others. They were quite shocked by the way Chen Nuo saved Tian Feng just now. They really couldn't understand why such a rough way of saving people could actually bring a dying person back to life. Chen Nuo didn't plan to waste any more time. He directly opened the modifier and changed the loyalty values of the remaining 50 survivors to the full value of 100, and then added a locked status. He could have directly changed Tian Feng's loyalty value to 100, but life always brought him different kinds of fun. Although he wasted some time, he still had a lot of feelings. Chen Nuo glanced at the magic power, 39964/45600, recovering 2 per second. Since there is still so much magic power, he naturally won't be polite. He looked at these survivors with a gleam in his eyes, thinking that with their participation, the efficiency of hunting zombies should be greatly improved. Chen Nuo did what he thought. He consumed another 5,300 magic points and changed the gun proficiency of 53 people including Chang Jianjun to 100. With the addition of 12 people including Jing Tao, he now had 65 gun masters. After Chen Nuo finished the modification, everyone else suddenly felt their brains swell, and it took them a few seconds to slowly come back to their senses. Everyone had a look of shock on their face. Chen Nuo clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Everyone has felt it, right? I just used my talent to give you an attribute of firearm proficiency, and I have raised this proficiency to the maximum value. In other words, no matter whether you have touched a gun before, now each of you is like a gun master. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved, and rows of M16 rifles appeared, with many magazines. Okay, everyone, stop imagining and quickly distribute these. 1 gun per person, 5 magazines, a total of 150 rounds of ammunition. Hurry up, everyone, get moving. Jing Tao and the others also stepped forward and replaced their submachine guns with M16 rifles. Each of them took a lot more magazines. Chen Nuo was too lazy to say anything to them. Chen Nuo looked at the survivors who were wearing various clothes. He remembered that there were still many camouflage uniforms in the parcel column, so he spoke loudly. Since everyone has unified their firearms, let's also unify their clothing. I have quite a few camouflage uniforms here. Men can change into them on the spot, and women can change into them on the plane. Chen Nuo took out military uniforms of various sizes from the parcel column and asked everyone to choose according to their height and body shape. He also found a size that suited him. Sure enough, when everyone put on the military uniform, their spirit immediately changed, and even their posture became straighter. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li and Li Shui, and it was true that they looked even more heroic in the military uniform. Chen Nuo glanced at all of them. Among the survivors, there were less than 10 women, the rest were all men, and there were no children at all. There were 66 people in total. Chen Nuo glanced at the helicopter, then turned back to look at Jing Tao and his 3 companions and Wang Chen. Who among you wants to fly the helicopter? There are so many of us, and we need 2 more people to fly the helicopter. After hearing this, the 4 of them refused to give in and all expressed their desire to open it. Not only them, but even Jinghua and Lao Lu wanted to give it a try. Zhao Tianhe looked at his broken arm helplessly and shook his head. Seeing that everyone was interested, Chen Nuo directly increased the attribute of aircraft operating proficiency for them, and then changed it to the full value of 100. After the modification, Chen Nuo walked to a flat open space and took out 2 helicopters of the same model from the package column. When Chang Jianjun and Tian Feng saw Chen Nuo waving his hand to conjure up supplies, they already understood where the more than 1 trillion supplies had gone. Everyone looked in shock at the 2 planes that suddenly appeared. They were about 20 meters long. This was much more shocking than the sudden appearance of guns and military uniforms. Chen Nuo took out a few large baskets from the parcel column, put a lot of steam buns in them, and also took out a lot of mineral water. After everything was ready, Chen Nuo began to give orders. Jing Tao, there are 4 of you. 3 of you can fly the planes, and you can also fly mine. Brother Chang, Song Tao, Tian Feng, the 3 of you divide everyone into 3 teams. Each of you takes 2 steam buns and a bottle of water. Get on the plane. We are going to kill zombies today. When everyone heard that Chen Nuo was going to take them to kill zombies, they all looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. Chen Nuo gave the order directly and impolitely. Everyone listen to my orders, follow the instructions immediately, take food and drinks and get on the plane. Chang Jianjun and the other 2 suppressed their shock and prepared to do their work. Chen Nuo thought about it and stopped the 3 of them. After you have arranged everyone, come to my place. I have something to tell you. Under the arrangement of the 3 people, the survivors quickly picked up the steamed buns and water and boarded the plane. The 3 people came to Chen Nuo again. Boss Chen. Chen Nuo nodded and went straight to the point. You 3 will be in charge of the survivors of our base in the future. However, among the 3 of you, only Song Tao's magic talent is pretty good. Brother Chang, your talent and Tian Feng's are far behind. I plan to give you 3 the gift of mind vision. When someone comes to the base in the future, you will be able to grasp the other party's thoughts immediately. As Chen Nuo spoke, he directly changed the 2 people's magic talents into mind's eye. All right, the talents have been modified for both of you. You can study them later. If you don't understand something, ask Song Tao. You should have some experience. All right, everyone go over and look after your teams. Let's go. The 3 of them looked at Chen Nuo's back in shock, especially Song Tao. He still didn't understand how this was done. The propellers of the 3 helicopters began to rotate, and Jing Tao turned to look at Chen Nuo, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat. Brother Chen, where are we going now? Chen Nuo thought about it. Let's go to the university town. There are nearly 100,000 students there. The apocalypse will come at night, and the students will be in the dormitory at that time. After they turn into zombies, they will be trapped in the dormitory. We have guns and ammunition, so it should be easy to hunt them. Jing Tao nodded, took out his cell phone and sent a voice message to Zhao Wei and Wang Chen, asking them to follow him closely. The plane began to rise slowly. Chen Nuo leaned back in his seat. He opened the modifier and looked at the magic power, 34106/45600. He directly changed his physique from 100 to 300, and his magic power suddenly dropped by 20,000 points. His magic power was 14108/45600, and his recovery ability directly increased from 2 per second to 6 per second. Chen Nuo clearly felt that his body had become stronger. He looked at the recovery speed and nodded with satisfaction. In this way, 21,600 points of magic power can be restored in 1 hour. The remaining 10,000 points of magic power should be kept for backup. The restoration amount of more than 20,000 points in 1 hour, this magic power limit is only enough for 2 hours of recovery. Do you want to modify the mental power? Chen Nuo immediately shook his head. He thought that his mental strength could be increased by acquiring the magic talents of the survivors and awakening the magic crystal cores to increase the limit of magic power. In Nanha City Military District, just as the day was getting light, Su Shilong's transfer order had already reached Gaoxin's hands. At this time, Gaoxin and Gaoying, with a team of 2,000 people, had arrived at the gate of Ilian warehouse in a truck that could only be driven by feel. Report, all the warehouses are empty. There is no more than 1 trillion supplies, as Staff Officer Su said. Gaoying and Gaoxin both frowned as they listened to the report and looked at each other. They clearly remembered that Ilian warehousing had indeed been stockpiling a large amount of supplies recently. But now, when they were wondering, suddenly, a loud voice was heard in the distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. What's that sound? What is that? A military plane? How could there be a military plane here? Chapter 69, 2002 Magic Talents are obtained. Tanks are lined up and fired. As Jing Tao was flying into the sky, he saw from afar a long row of green troop transport trucks crowded at the gate of Ilian warehouse. Brother Chen, look, are those cars military? Chen Nuo was thinking about the attribute point problem and suddenly heard Jing Tao's words. He looked up and saw that there were indeed more than 100 military vehicles outside Ilian warehouse. There were a large group of people standing in front of the military vehicles. I don't know how many there were. They all looked up at this side. Chen Nuo looked at those people with shining eyes, just like a starving ghost seeing a table full of delicious food, or a lustful ghost seeing a charming fairy. He laughed. Ha ha, it's just in time. If I could obtain the magic talents of so many people and then activate them, how much would my magic limit increase? Brother Chen, what should we do now? Jing Tao, notify Zhao Wei and Wang Chen, and have them hover in the sky for a while we fly over at a low altitude. Jing Tao began to contact Zhao Wei and Wang Chen, and gave them Chen Nuo's orders. Gaoxin, Gaoying and other soldiers all looked up at the military helicopter. Just when they were unable to figure out what was going on, they saw 2 more planes appear. Brother, look at that plane. It doesn't look like a Chinese military helicopter. It looks more like one from the United States. Gaoxin also realized that the helicopter was indeed not from China, so he immediately gave the order. Everyone, take cover and wait for my order. The soldiers heard the order and quickly found cover. Gaoxin looked at the 3 helicopters, 2 of which began to fly high into the sky, and 1 flew towards them. Brother, the enemy has spotted us. Look, they are flying over here. Their altitude is only about 200 meters. Should we learn from the legendary drama and shoot down the helicopter? Gaoxin frowned and looked at Gaoying, who was looking at him eagerly. He raised his head to glance at the approaching helicopter. The other party's intentions were unclear, so he made a decision in his heart. Pass my order, free fire, shoot it down for me. Soldiers are indeed passionate. If this were a peacetime era, they would still endure it a little, but now it is the end of the world, so just do it. Chen Nuo opened the modifier, and his mental power was now 456, which meant that he could cover a range of 456 meters around him, which was not small. The plane was flying very fast, and it arrived above the soldiers' heads in a blink of an eye. Chen Nuo immediately obtained 2002 magic talents. He looked at the full talent page, which had everything. Just as he was pleasantly surprised, he suddenly heard dense gunfire from below. Jing Tao quickly raised the altitude, and the bullets hit the hull of the plane, making a dense sound of metal. The plane swayed and flew higher and farther, finally out of the bullet's range. A cold light flashed in Chen Nuo's eyes. Damn it, we really can't be careless. They actually dared to open fire. Fortunately, there were no shells to shoot down planes, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Chen Nuo looked at the soldiers who were cheering in the distance and snorted coldly. Humph, if that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Jing Tao, notify Zhao Wei and Wang Chen and ask them to follow you. Let's find a flat place to land. I want to teach them a lesson. Gaoying raised her hand and pointed at the fleeing plane, laughing loudly. Brother, look, the plane has fled in panic. Huh, you think you are so great just because you have a plane? Gaoxin shook his head. It was a rare moment for him to see his sister smile again, even though it was just a mocking smile. Yesterday, Gaoying learned that her grandfather did not survive, and she has been in a bad mood ever since. Gaoxin thought of Staff Officer Su and the others again and sighed deeply, thinking, if only Grandpa were still alive. It has only been a day since the incident, and there are already signs of a power struggle among the top military officials. He dare not imagine what will happen next. Report, Those 3 planes are about to land. Gaojin shook his head and put away his messy thoughts. Really? You want to practice with us? Brothers, they only have 3 helicopters. How many people can they have? Pass the order down. Make dumplings out of them for me. The soldiers cheered loudly and took action excitedly. They saw their former comrades yesterday turned into zombies that were neither human nor ghost, and they had to kill them with their own hands. Although they didn't say anything, they were in urgent need of venting their feelings. Gaojin couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw everyone was so excited. He looked into the distance and thought, since he didn't know what would happen in the future, then, let's all go crazy. Let's vent together. 3 helicopters landed at an intersection. Because this place was relatively remote, there were not many obstacles around, and it basically had a wide view. All of Chen Nuo and his group got off the plane. A total of 66 people stood in 4 teams. Team 3 was led by Chang Jianjun and his 2 companions, and the other team was Su Li and her group. Chen Nuo directly put all the planes into the package column, then opened the modifier and took a look at the magic power, 15568/45600, then randomly selected 35 people, added the attribute of tank operation proficiency to them, and then directly modified it to the full value of 100. After Chen Nuo finished the modification, he took out 35 tanks from the parcel column and gave the order directly. Those who just acquired new skills, step out and get on the tanks. 35 people stepped out and quickly entered the tank. The tank's gun barrel began to adjust its angle. After Gaojin gave the order, the rear car became the front car and quickly rushed to the place where Chen Nuo and the others landed. Although the distance was not far, it was about 5 or 6 miles. They drove towards this side arrogantly, without considering whether Chen Nuo and his men would have any decent firepower. After all, 2,000 people were against dozens of people, and everyone had a lot of anger in their hearts that needed to be vented urgently. After Chen Nuo was ready, he thought about it, went to the open space behind him, and placed another helicopter on the ground. Su Hao, you haven't started it yet, right? Go and fly it over here to attract them. Su Hao jumped onto the plane happily. The propeller spun rapidly, and the plane flew steadily into the sky. Sure enough, after seeing the plane, the soldiers started driving immediately at a very fast speed and appeared in Chen Nuo's sight. More than 100 cars were crowded into this road. The car at the front could see the row of cars in front of it from a distance, but could not see it clearly. They were so excited that they wanted to vent their inner violence. But when they entered within 500 meters, they finally discovered that those were tanks. They braked in a hurry, but it was too late. The cars behind were caused by the sudden stop of the car in front, resulting in a chain rear-end collision. A sneer appeared on Chen Nuo's face, and he raised his hand and waved. All tanks, listen up. Fire! Fire! Gao Zhen and Gao Ying got out of the car dizzy, took a look at the scene of the major traffic accident, and were about to give orders. Boom! There was an earth-shaking roar, and everyone was a little deaf for a moment. Gao Zhen and Gao Ying had no time to react before the vehicle next to them exploded, and the two were blown away by the aftermath of the blast. Gao Ying fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Gao Zhen's forehead was covered in blood. He raised his head with great effort and looked at the exploding vehicles around him. Wailing sounds were heard everywhere. His eyes were filled with shock and his face was full of disbelief. What kind of existence did I provoke? Chapter 70. This is the real use of the package column. Why bother with it if you can just modify it? Gao Zhen slowly stood up with the help of a military vehicle next to him. This was not the time to regret. He shouted loudly. Take cover. The enemy has heavy firepower. Everyone get out of the car and hide. After he finished shouting, he hunched over and staggered towards Gao Ying. Gao Ying was lying on the ground, without any movement. Sister, please don't get into any trouble. He came to Gao Ying and was relieved to see that she had just fainted. Boom. There was another loud bang. Gao Zhen quickly lay down and protected Gao Ying under him. Fortunately, the shell did not fall here. Chen Nuo looked at the battlefield in front of him calmly. He raised his hand and waved again. Ready for the third round. 1, 2. Just as I was about to shout out 3, Wang Mei behind me spoke. Chen Nuo, can you give them a chance? These people should be the garrison troops of Nana City. Their commander Gao Zhenhua has a good relationship with the elders of my mother's family. Chen Nuo turned around and glanced at Wang Mei. Auntie Wang, are you sure you want to do this? They have 2,000 people. Although we have launched 2 rounds of artillery bombardment, they still have at least 1,000 people, and we only have a few dozen people. I don't think this is a good idea. Wang Mei knew that Chen Nuo was unwilling to take risks, so she spoke directly. Chen Nuo, I understand your idea. I am willing to persuade them to surrender. If they refuse to change their ways, it won't be too late for us to kill them later. Wang Mei saw Chen Nuo frowning and thinking, so she continued. Chen Nuo, these people are all soldiers. Don't you want to subdue them and use them for our own benefit? Chen Nuo looked at Wang Mei. Of course he understood what Wang Mei said. He just didn't want to take the risk. He thought about it, and finally thought it was better to be safe. Chen Nuo shook his head and refused. Andy Wang, I think we should just forget it. Although I do want to subdue them and use them for my own benefit, that must be done on the basis of ensuring our safety. You have a great chance of success if you go over and persuade them to surrender, but I don't want to gamble with your life. Seeing that Chen Nuo rejected her, Wang Mei sighed and nodded and stopped persuading Chen Nuo. She was not dissatisfied, but felt a little touched. It was obvious that Chen Nuo's words really treated her as a family member, and they were not just empty words. Chen Nuo looked towards the battlefield again. He was ready to kill these people directly. Since he had chosen to open fire, there was no turning back. Ready to fire one. Just as he was about to order the artillery to fire again, his eyes suddenly lit up. Stop firing. Maybe this is the way to go. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and looked at the magic talent. He directly modified the inactivated status one by one. In the spiritual sea of his brain, bright spots continued to appear around the original bright spots. It took Chen Nuo a full minute to modify about 100 words, and he felt a little annoyed. This is too slow. Can't you modify everything with one click? As soon as Chen Nuo had the idea, an option appeared in the magic area. Whether to choose to modify all with one click, this modification will consume 1896 points of magic power. Chen Nuo looked at the description that all could be modified with one click, and then he looked at the number of inactivated magic systems that were left, which was exactly 1896. This meant that if he modified them directly with one click, a little magic power would be consumed for each one. After Chen Nuo understood, he looked up at the battlefield in the distance, which was about 500 to 1,000 meters away from here. He looked at his own magic power, 18066/56200, and then changed it all with one click. Chen Nuo's mental power suddenly increased from 562 to 2458. The sudden surge in mental power made Chen Nuo feel very profound. He felt unprecedentedly relaxed, and everything around him became clearer. He glanced at his magic power, 16182/245800, recovering 6 per second, and then directly covered the opposite battlefield with the range of the parcel column. He tried to collect the opposite military truck. Chen Nuo had experimented with this in the past in order to steal an aircraft carrier. He could collect anything within the coverage of the parcel column without contact, unless the size of the object exceeded the coverage range, in which case physical contact was required to collect it. Hundreds of trucks disappeared, and the people hiding behind or in the cars appeared directly on the road. They were a little confused and didn't know what was going on. Chen Nuo was very excited, as if he had found an alternative use for the parcel rail. For example, Chen Nuo was now looking at the soldiers opposite, who were all nervously pointing their guns at Chen Nuo and others. Chen Nuo's thoughts fell on the guns in their hands, and a magical thing happened. All the guns disappeared like trucks and were forcibly collected into the parcel column. Just like the previous experiment, Zhao Wei was tied to a large truck with a rope, and as long as Chen Nuo collected it, he would directly collect anything except living things. In other words, if Chen Nuo wanted to strip them naked now, it would only be a thought. Okay, the danger is basically over. Everyone come out. Let's go and take a look at these people together. Chen Nuo put all the tanks into the packing column and walked forward. The others followed behind him. The thousands of people on the opposite side subconsciously retreated when they saw dozens of people coming at them aggressively. They were not afraid, but they were too shocked. The truck disappeared suddenly in front of them, and the guns and ammunition in their hands were lost by an unknown force. On the other side, everyone was holding a rifle. It was already good enough that they didn't run away immediately. All the soldiers came behind Gao Zhen and Gao Ying. Gao Ying had woken up. She supported Gao Zhen and looked across. Chen Nuo and the others came closer and closer. Gao Ying recognized Chen Nuo at once. She couldn't believe her eyes. Is it him? Brother, isn't that the man we misunderstood at Nana Hotel before? Gao Zhen was stunned for a moment. Then he understood who Gao Ying was talking about. Chen Nuo also frowned. He recognized the two people and turned around to say to Jing Tao, Jing Tao, look at the two men and women across from you. Are they the two Gao brothers and sisters we met when we had dinner at the Nana City Hotel? Before Jing Tao replied, Wang Mei spoke first. Chen Nuo, are the Gao siblings you were talking about Gao Zhen and Gao Ying? Chen Nuo nodded. Auntie Wang, do you know them too? Wang Mei said happily. Didn't I tell you just now? Commander Gao Zhenhua has a very good relationship with my mother's family, and Gao Zhen and Gao Ying are Commander Gao Zhenhua's grandson and granddaughter. I watched them grow up. Chen Nuo also remembered that Su Hao and the others had indeed mentioned to him that the two had military backgrounds. Chen Nuo was walking and thinking. Wang Mei continued. Chen Nuo, do you want me to go first? I think I should be able to persuade them to surrender. Chen Nuo came back to his senses and shook his head. He looked at the two people in the distance and smiled playfully. Andy Wong, no need. That would be too much trouble. Now that we know they are the leaders, everything will be easy. Chen Nuo looked directly at the two people's pages. They saw Chen Nuo looking at them with a smile, and Gao Zhen's face was serious. Gao Ying still had a bad impression of Chen Nuo, so she turned her head and looked aside. Chen Nuo directly changed the loyalty values of the two to 100, and the two people's attitude towards Chen Nuo changed instantly. Gao Zhen's face was originally serious, but slowly it became gentle. Gao Ying suddenly felt a huge gap in her heart. She didn't like Chen Nuo the previous second, but the next second, she liked him. Gao Ying looked back at Chen Nuo. Her face turned red, and she secretly spat in her heart. What's wrong with me? I obviously don't like him a little bit. Why do I like him now? Is there something wrong with my aesthetic taste? Chapter 71. The Sneak Attack Plan of the Jedi Counterattack. Using the same trick to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Chen Nuo and his men stood far away when they were 200 or 300 meters away. He was not stupid enough to confront them at close range. He glanced at his homepage and looked at the magic talents. He sighed inwardly that they were worthy of being soldiers. Their magic talents were all biased towards weapons and offense. At the back of the crowd, there are several places where the people in the front block the people behind so tightly that the people in front cannot see what the people behind are doing. These people are all soldiers with awakened firearms abilities. Although they are all firearms, there are differences. Some are pistols, some are submachine guns and rifles, and one of them is a sniper rifle. Wang Zheng, your special ability is a sniper rifle. Although it will consume all your strength at once, it is the most powerful. Your target is the guy in the front, who looks very cool. You must kill him. So many of our brothers have died. We must avenge them. Wang Zheng squatted there with murderous intent in his eyes. The 2 rounds of bombardment just now had killed at least several hundred brothers. Platoon leader, don't worry. I will kill him even if it costs me my life. There are nearly 100 of these people in total, and they have all been entrusted with important tasks. The other side has only 60 or 70 people, and they have no weapons now. This is the time when the other side despises them the most. They can completely fight back. Soon, all the arrangements were completed, but they had to notify Gao Zhen. After all, Gao Zhen was their supreme commander, and everyone had to obey Gao Zhen's orders. This is not entirely because of disciplinary requirements. After all, in the end times, only strong people can convince everyone, and Gao Zhen has such confidence. His awakened supernatural power is the powerful wind element, which is the standard of the strong. Gao Zhen was wondering about his change when suddenly someone pushed him gently on the back. Gao Zhen and Gao Ying tried to remain calm and listen to the report from the person behind them. In their hearts, both of them could not accept the sneak attack plan to kill Chen Nuo, but neither of them said it out loud. Gao Zhen thought about it and then whispered to the people behind him. Inform them to follow my orders. Do not shoot without my orders. I will give them the opportunity to kill them with one shot. Gao Zhen looked up at Chen Nuo and others who had already stood still, with worry in his eyes. He looked deeply at Chen Nuo, whose name he did not know, and then looked at Wang Mei who was standing next to him. He was going to find a way to inform Chen Nuo about the sneak attack from Wang Mei. Andy Wang, I'm Gao Zhen, can we talk? When Wang Mei heard Gao Zhen's shout, she looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows. He knew that Gao Zhen would not do anything bad to him now. Since he said so, he must have his reasons, so he nodded. Auntie Wang, you go ahead. Just go to the open space between the 2 sides. There's no need to get in front of the other side. We also need to be prepared for any eventuality. Wang Mei nodded. I see. She walked out of the crowd, walked to the open space in the middle, stopped, and then shouted loudly. Xiaozhen, Ying, I'm so glad you're all okay. If anything happened to you, I really don't know how I would explain it to Uncle Gao. Gao Zhen saw Wang Mei standing in the middle position, which was exactly what he wanted, so he spoke loudly to the people behind him. This is Mayor Wang Mei of Nana City. Everyone stay where you are. I'll go over and talk to Mayor Wang. After Gao Zhen finished speaking, Gao Ying supported him and slowly walked towards the middle. The people at the back of the crowd have found a suitable position and are waiting for Gao Zhen's orders. Wang Mei looked at Gao Zhen being supported by Gao Ying and asked hurriedly, Xiaozhen, are you injured anywhere? Gao Zhen did not respond to this question at all, but went straight to the point and talked about the sneak attack. Auntie Wang, your current situation is extremely dangerous. Please listen to me quietly. You are all ready. While Gao Zhen was talking to Wang Mei, Chen Nuo was not idle either. Since he knew that the other party had a talent for firearms-related magic, how could he not be on guard? He knew that if the other side wanted to launch a desperate counterattack, those people must be hiding behind the crowd, and there must be gaps to create conditions for them to attack. Sure enough, although it is difficult to see the other party's small movements if you don't pay attention, it is still easy to find if you look carefully. Although they did it very covertly, when Chen Nuo looked over, the opponent's page would appear directly in front of him. As long as it was a magic talent related to firearms, he would directly change the opponent's loyalty value to 100. The first person Chen Nuo found was Wang Zheng, because he was located right in front of Chen Nuo. The people in front of him were slightly apart, and the distance between them was obviously much wider than that between the others. Although Wang Zheng showed the same expression as everyone else, his page directly exposed him. Wang Zheng, who had just said righteously that he would risk his life to kill Chen Nuo, turned against him. Chen Nuo searched one by one, and in a short while, he found all those who had magic talents related to firearms. In other words, the so-called sneak attack plan was gone. Those people did not feel any sense of disobedience at all. They were all determined that even if they received the order to shoot, they would not do it. Gao Zhan told Wang Mei about the sneak attack, but there was no change on Wang Mei's face. She asked Gao Zhan to wait for a moment and then walked back to her team. Chen Nuo listened to the sneak attack and thought to himself that it was amazing that the loyalty value was full. If his magic power was not currently insufficient to change the loyalty values of all the opponents, he would not be so cautious. Auntie Wang, I understand. Go tell Gao Zhan to follow the sneak attack plan. Wang Mei was stunned. Chen Nuo did not explain much, but said with a smile, Auntie Wang, just do as I say. Wang Mei came to Gao Zhan again and told him Chen Nuo's decision. Gao Zhan looked at Chen Nuo in surprise, and Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. When Gao Ying saw Chen Nuo smiling at them, she immediately muttered something under her breath, her face flushed. Gao Zhan thought about it and decided that since Chen Nuo said so, he must have a plan, so he would just do it. Auntie Wang, I understand. I'll go back then. When Chen Nuo saw Gao Zhan returning, he waved his hand and led his men forward. Since he wanted to act according to the plan, he had to give the other party a chance. Of course, Chen Nuo had his reasons for doing this. If he had enough magic power, he could just change the loyalty value directly. Now that he doesn't have that much magic power, and he wants to subdue these more than 1,000 people, he can only find out the ones who jump the highest among them, kill the chicken to scare the monkey, and then use high shock to temporarily subdue them. As long as he can keep these people obedient for a few hours, he will have the magic power to make changes. Chen Nuo and his men were getting closer and closer. The soldiers on the opposite side were watching nervously, as they all knew about the plan of the sneak attack. Everyone was so nervous that they could hear their own heartbeats. The strong heartbeats were like the beating of war drums, inspiring people and encouraging them to charge and kill the enemy. When the distance was about 20 or 30 meters, Chen Nuo stopped and looked at Gao Zhan with a smile. When Gao Zhan saw Chen Nuo's smile, he nodded vigorously. Kill. Chapter 72. Chen Nuo is also good at acting. I will do whatever you want me to do. When everyone heard Gao Zhan's order, they all subconsciously looked at Chen Nuo and the others, just waiting. However, the expected gunshots did not sound at all. Chen Nuo had a smile on his face and looked at everyone calmly. Those who wanted to kill Chen Nuo immediately showed deep doubts on their faces, and then turned around suddenly to look behind them. All the people who had been arranged before were looking straight ahead, as if they hadn't seen them. Wang Zheng, what the hell are you doing? Dozens of people were furious, and although the others were also very surprised and didn't even understand what was going on, they didn't do much. But these dozens of people are different. They all have good relationships with people who died in the previous artillery fire, and they have a strong desire to kill Chen Nuo and others. Chen Nuo's eyes swept over these people. Then he raised his hand and clicked, marking these people directly with the modifier. Sure enough, these people's hatred value towards Chen Nuo was much higher than that of others. Chen Nuo looked at the lowest hatred values, which were all above 80, and he smiled jokingly. You people hate me so much. Gao Zhan finally understood why Chen Nuo continued to follow the plan. He was trying to lure the snake out of its hole. Chen Nuo, they are all confused for a moment. Can you please? Chen Nuo interrupted Gao Zhan directly. Gao Zhan, you have to be clear about one thing. You were the first to fire the gun from the beginning to the end, and all of you came here to rob my supplies. Don't tell me that you didn't come all the way here just for those supplies. Gao Zhan's face showed embarrassment. They really came for those supplies. But now he knew that Chen Nuo was the one who hoarded trillions of supplies. Chen Nuo looked at the other soldiers and shouted loudly. Is what I said wrong? Since you fired first, what's wrong with us fighting back? You are all soldiers, but for your own selfish desires, you came to rob the supplies that belonged to me. I flew a plane to observe the situation, but you still wanted to shoot me. Is there any law here? Is there any justice in this? Gao Ying cursed Chen Nuo in her heart for being shameless. It was obviously you who killed our people, so why did you give him this? His upper lip and lower lip touched, and we didn't even respond. However, other soldiers really fell for this. They were called the people's soldiers. When had they ever robbed the people's supplies? They were all a group of passionate young people, and after hearing what Chen Nuo said, they all blushed and looked embarrassed for a moment. Some people have already started discussing in low voices. Oh, it's true. We really went too far. Not only did we come to rob people, but we also shot them to death. If it were me, I would fight back too. This is human nature. When you become arrogant, you will think you are the boss and you are the third. If anyone doesn't obey you, just beat him. If someone can suppress your arrogance, you will see yourself clearly and then reflect on yourself. Seeing that everyone began to accept his twisted logic, Chen Nuo looked at those who had jumped the highest just now. Although those people felt a little ashamed, how could they easily let go of the death of their brothers? Chen Nuo glanced at their hatred values, which were still high. In fact, Chen Nuo was really worried that these people would just give in. He wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. If the chicken was gone, no matter how passionately he spoke, he would not be able to truly shock others. So he asked the question even though he already knew the answer. Can you really not let go of this hatred? Those people didn't say anything, just looked at Chen Nuo coldly. The others who had begun to identify with Chen Nuo subconsciously made way for them and separated themselves from those people, a total of 58 people. Chen Nuo looked at the others again and said with a sigh, "Hey, I could have killed you directly. You should have seen that we do have such strength. However, every time I think of you defending our country, I hesitate. I wanted to." Before Chen Nuo could finish his words, one of the people pointed at his nose and cursed. "You bastard, stop pretending here. You are to blame for our brother's death. No matter how reasonable your words are, we can't accept them. Come on, whether you want to kill or chop us up, we will do it." Chen Nuo smiled coldly and shook his head. "How ridiculous. Do you really think that I am speaking these words to you? No, you are wrong. I am only speaking these words to those who can truly identify with me. Since we are enemies, isn't death a normal thing? Are we the only ones who will be killed?" Others naturally thought that they were the people who could agree with Chen Nuo, and they indeed thought that what Chen Nuo said was right. Since they are enemies, they must die. Didn't they drive over here just now to annihilate Chen Nuo and his men? Could it be that the other party must die? How could this be justified? Chen Nuo didn't want to say more. He waved his hand. "Okay, I've said enough. Since you guys are so stubborn, don't blame me. Kill them." The 65 people behind him aimed their guns directly. When Gao Zhen and the others heard Chen Nuo's order, they subconsciously wanted to stop him, but the gunshots had already sounded. Pa pa pa. Every shot hit the head, which was very shocking. Although the distance was only a few dozen meters, not everyone can do it. The other soldiers looked on in shock as those people fell to the ground. Blood kept flowing out from the holes on their foreheads, quickly forming a pool of blood on the ground. Chen Nuo walked towards Gao Zhen. He first glanced at Gao Ying and smiled at her. Gao Ying snorted and looked away. Chen Nuo shook his head and said to Gao Zhen, "Gao Zhen, it's the end of the world now. The previous rules have completely changed. You should understand that the future will be a chaotic world. I have countless supplies, and you have these brothers. Let's join forces." Wang Mei also spoke at the right time. "Xiao Zhen, Chen Nuo is right. If you are worried that your grandfather will not agree, I will be responsible for talking to him." Speaking of Gao Jinhua, Gao Ying began to sob, and Wang Mei looked at Gao Ying in confusion. "Ying, could it be that Uncle Gao?" Gao Zhen also showed a sad expression. "Aunt Wang, my grandpa didn't make it. He turned into a zombie." The other soldiers also looked helpless and heartbroken. Chen Nuo looked at how these people respected Gao Zhen's grandfather and thought of a possibility. Ahem. Chen Nuo coughed a few times and then spoke. "You didn't get rid of your grandfather, did you?" Gao Zhen and Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo sadly with confusion on their faces, not quite understanding what Chen Nuo meant. "I mean, you didn't kill Commander Gao who turned into a zombie, did you?" Gao Zhen shook his head. "No, even though Grandpa has turned into a zombie, he is still my grandpa after all. He is now trapped in the dormitory area with other zombies." Chen Nuo smiled slightly. "If that's the case, maybe I can save Commander Gao." After hearing this, Gao Ying was stunned at first, and then immediately stepped forward in surprise and held Chen Nuo's hand. She shouted excitedly with tears on her face. "Chen Nuo, are you telling the truth? Can you really save my grandfather? If you can really save my grandfather, I will listen to you from now on. I will do whatever you want me to do." Chapter 73: Chen Nuo's First Military Force. The foundation for the end of the world. Chen Nuo looked at the excited Gao Ying and had to admit that the beautiful woman's expression changing from sadness to joy was indeed very charming. He said jokingly, "Really? You said you would do whatever I said? Did you mean by the posture?" Everyone else looked at Chen Nuo in surprise, wondering why he would say such vicious words. Gowing was stunned for a few seconds. Then her face turned red with embarrassment. After Chen Nuo said this, he felt something was wrong. Thinking of Gao Ying's personality, he thought she would get angry. When he was about to explain, Gowing said in a low voice shyly, "As long as you can really save my grandfather, I will listen to you." This time, not only Chen Nuo was stunned, but Gao Zhen was also stunned. He had never seen Gowing so shy and embarrassed. "Sister, you?" Perhaps Gowing also felt something was wrong, so she pretended to be angry. "Humph, if you dare to deceive me, even if I can't beat you, I will make you pay." He looked very magnanimous. No, very fierce. Chen Nuo shrugged his shoulders slightly. "In that case, let's make this agreement. As long as I can rescue Commander Gao, you will all be mine from now on. I will take care of your food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, and you will be responsible for fighting for me. How do you think?" Chen Nuo looked at everyone, and the world seemed to rotate 360 degrees. Everyone's eyes met Chen Nuo's. This was the moment when their fate was decided. Gao Zhen was the first to express his opinion. "Chen Nuo, I'm the same as my sister. As long as you can save my grandfather, I will do whatever you say." Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows, looked Gao Zhen up and down, and said playfully, "Are you talking about posture too? Let me tell you, I'm not interested in men." Gowing spat and cursed Chen Nuo for being shameless. Does this mean he is interested in me? He really has no good intentions. Everyone was originally nervous, but Chen Nuo's words instantly made them laugh. Seeing that the atmosphere was good and that it was almost ready, Chen Nuo spoke loudly. "My fellow brothers, if it were a peaceful era, I, Chen Nuo, would never dare to have such a delusion. But now you have seen that you and I have had such a tragic, bloody battle just because we are in different camps." Chen Nuo sighed deeply as he spoke. "Alas, such things will continue to happen in the future. Fortunately, we met here. Although there are some minor frictions, it has not caused irreversible consequences. As long as we put aside our prejudices and unite, as I said just now, I will be responsible for everyone's food, clothing, housing, and transportation, so that you don't have to worry about the future, and you will be responsible for fighting and providing everyone with a guarantee of survival. Everyone will complement each other and be happy. Isn't this good?" Chen Nuo's eyes sparkled, and he spoke with passion. His gaze was focused on those who had modified their loyalty values, and those people also responded to Chen Nuo's expectations. Wang Zheng was the first to respond loudly. "Tu Chen is right. The world has changed. The only way for us to survive in this fucked up world is to unite as one. I am willing to follow Tu Chen." Nearly 100 other people also began to echo Chen Nuo. People tend to follow the crowd blindly. They were already on the edge of hesitation, and the echo of nearly 100 people was like the final push, which directly made them choose to follow their heart. Without any worries, they could just focus on fighting. Isn't this the ideal of a soldier? Seeing that everyone agreed, Chen Nuo walked up to Gao Zhen and stretched out his hand. "Welcome to join us." Gao Zhen paused. "Didn't we agree that we would be recruited after my grandfather was rescued? Young man, you have no moral principles." This was just a brief thought in Gao Zhen's mind. Now that the situation was settled, he also stretched out his hand and shook hands. Chen Nuo opened the editor, looked at Gao Zhen's page, and directly modified and replenished his lost health points. Gao Zhen clearly felt that his energy and spirit, which had been weak just now, instantly returned to normal. Chen Nuo smiled at him, then looked at the other people whose injuries were more serious and made modifications to restore them. The sudden change shocked everyone. Chen Nuo clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "My current magic power is not enough to heal everyone, so I can only treat the brothers who are more seriously injured first. I hope everyone can wait a little longer. After my magic power is restored, I will treat the injured brothers." Is this the method of giving someone a beating and then giving them a sweet treat? I only heard about it before, but now I see it. It is really shameless. Didn't you beat him up? Are you trying to pretend to be a good person and win people's hearts? However, people are mean and they fall for this kind of tricks, especially those who were just rescued by Chen Nuo. Their loyalty values skyrocketed and instantly reached the 80 mark. Chen Nuo was surprised for a moment. He thought about a lot of things. It was also at this time that he made a decision in his heart. He must set up a brainwashing department. This is the department of correct thought that everyone will admire in the future, referred to as the department of correct thought. Chen Nuo looked at the loyalty values of others again. It must be said that once people make a choice, their minds will naturally lean towards the chosen party. The loyalty values of everyone have reached around 70, which is already above the passing line. Seeing that Chen Nuo still had the means to instantly restore a person to health, Gao Zhen believed Chen Nuo's words even more. It was possible that his grandfather could really be saved, he said to Chen Nuo excitedly. Chen Nuo, look, when are we going to rescue my grandfather? Chen Nuo thought about it and was about to speak when Su Li spoke first. Chen Nuo, aren't we going to the university town to hunt zombies today? This is related to our future development. Will going to the military district now affect our plans and layout? Gao Zhen and Gao Ying became nervous when they heard Su Li's words, and they looked at Chen Nuo expectantly. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Su Li. Their eyes met, and Chen Nuo instantly understood that Su Li was passing a message to him, wanting him to make a choice between the two dilemmas and do a favor for these soldiers. Chen Nuo made a prompt decision and shook his head. Sister Su, let's leave the university town alone for now. Commander Gao's life is at stake. Even if it affects our plans and layout, I can't just sit back and watch. I've decided that since everyone has chosen to follow me, Commander Gao will not only be everyone's Commander Gao, but also my Commander Gao. The others were excited after hearing this, and Chen Nuo looked at Gao Zhen and Gao Ying. He is not only your grandfather, but also my grandfather. Gao Ying blushed. She heard other meanings from her grandfather. In fact, Chen Nuo thought very clearly. Even if he rescued Commander Gao, what would happen? He would just change the loyalty value to the maximum. He still has to listen to me. As expected, the effect was very good. Those whose loyalty values were above 80 instantly increased to above 85, and those around 70 also reached around 80. As for Gao Zhen and Gao Ying, it goes without saying that even Gao Zhen wanted to regret that she was not a girl and could not repay the great kindness with her own body. Originally, Chen Nuo was planning to wait for a few more hours until his magic power was restored, and then modify the loyalty values of everyone before going to rescue Commander Gao. It is not necessary now. There are 1,486 people in total, with a loyalty value of over 80, so it is no big deal if it is not changed. Chen Nuo took the troop transport truck out of the parcel column, then took out a lot of digging tools and ordered others to dig a lot of pits on the land nearby to bury the dead soldiers. After everyone finished their moment of silence, Chen Nuo looked at the soldiers standing in neat rows. These were his foundation for standing in the apocalypse. With these people, they would no longer be a mob. Chen Nuo's heart suddenly felt heroic, and he raised his hand and waved. Gao Zhen, Gao Ying, let's go. Chapter 74 Crazy Idea. Can Blue Star be put into the parcel column? Gao Ying's mentality exploded. All 60 troop carriers were started. Chen Nuo first put the plane that Su Hao had landed on the side into the parcel column, and then came to the front vehicle. Gao Zhen and Gao Ying were about to get in the car to lead the way, but Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop them. We'll go in an armored vehicle. Gao Zhen, you sit in the passenger seat and show the way. Gao Zhen was stunned and asked subconsciously, armored vehicle? Chen Nuo nodded. He opened the parcel column and found the armored vehicle. Then he looked at the number of people on his side and took out 5 troop transport armored vehicles. Gao Zhen looked at the 5 military armored vehicles and didn't know whether he should be shocked or not. He was already a little numb. Chen Nuo opened the editor and turned to look at the pages of Jing Tao, the other 2, Wang Chun, and Song Tao. Increase armored vehicle operation proficiency attribute. A new attribute appeared, and Chen Nuo directly modified it to the full value of 100. The 5 of them immediately felt that they had more experience in armored vehicle operation in their brains. They understood that Chen Nuo had added new skills to them. Only Song Tao had his attributes increased for the first time. He was a little confused and at a loss. He didn't understand what was happening. Chen Nuo saw that Jing Tao and the other 3 had already opened the car door, and only Song Tao was still standing there stupidly, so he shouted, Song Tao, go drive an armored vehicle too. Song Tao replied subconsciously, Brother Chun, I can't do it. Chen Nuo frowned. That shouldn't be the case. I've just increased your armored vehicle operation proficiency. You should be able to drive now, right? Chen Nuo said this and looked at Song Tao's page again. The following attributes: armored vehicle operation proficiency, 100, currently the highest value. When Song Tao heard Chen Nuo's words and thought of the talents that Chen Nuo had modified for Chong Jianjun and Tian Feng, he instantly understood what the experience and knowledge in his brain were like just now. But he still didn't quite believe it. Brother Chun, can I drive the car you're in? I'm worried. Chen Nuo nodded. It didn't matter who opened it. Everyone got on the armored vehicle. Gao Zhen sat in the passenger seat and showed Song Tao the way. Chen Nuo found a random seat and sat down. He stretched and looked around the car. Not bad. Quite spacious and the seats are comfortable. After Gao Ying got on the car, she originally wanted to sit next to Chen Nuo, but Su Li and Li Shui got there first. After thinking about it, she sat opposite Chen Nuo. When the car started, Song Tao was worried that he would make a mistake, but he was very familiar with the armored vehicle, as if this familiarity was innate. Seeing that the car had started moving, Chen Nuo asked casually, Song Tao, you're not worried now, right? Song Tao chuckled foolishly in response, and Chen Nuo looked at Gao Zhen. Gao Zhen, how long does it take to get to the military area from here? Gao Zhen thought about it, then looked at the mechanical watch on his wrist, and said, originally it was only an hour's journey from here, but now there are many vehicles colliding on all the roads. We started at dawn and kept taking detours. It took us nearly 3 hours to get to Ilian Warehouse. If we return along the same route now, it will probably take more than 2 hours. Chen Nuo frowned. Will it take so long? Is there a quickest route? Gao Zhen shook his head and sighed. The fastest route used to be the ring road, but now the highway is so packed with vehicles that it's hard to move forward. After hearing this, Chen Nuo spoke directly. Then just take the highway. I can store the vehicle directly into the space. Gao Zhen was stunned for a moment, then showed surprise. Chan, if there are no more vehicles on the highway, we can reach the military zone quickly. It's just, do you have enough space? It won't just be a few dozen or a few hundred vehicles. There might even be thousands of them over this distance. Chen Nuo shrugged. Don't worry. If I say that I can fit the entire world into my space, you might think I'm exaggerating. I can only say that my space is infinitely large. I can easily fit tens of thousands of cars. Gao Zhen swallowed his saliva, feeling that Chen Nuo was pretending to be him, and he smacked his lips. Chen, I have to say, your talent is really amazing, but the way you pretend to be awesome is even more amazing. Chen Nuo cursed with a smile, then asked him to show Song Tao the way. However, he suddenly paused, touched his chin with his right hand, and uttered a light eh. Really? If I want to collect the entire blue star, will I really put blue star into the package column? Then he shook his head vigorously again. He didn't know whether he could do it in the future, but he probably couldn't do it now. The key point is that he didn't dare to try it, not because he was afraid of affecting other creatures on the blue star, but what would he do if he took it in? Without the blue star, would he fall into the depths of the universe? Oh, the more I think about it, the more confused I get. I decided not to think about it anymore. Seeing Chen Nuo frowning in thought, Li Shui raised her hand and pressed it on Chen Nuo's temple, massaging him gently. Chen Nuo leaned on Li Shui, his hands resting on Li Shui's thighs and rubbing them gently. Gao Ying, who was standing opposite, saw this scene and her expression changed instantly. She looked at the two people who were flirting with each other angrily, and her breathing became heavier. Chen Nuo, you? I thought I misunderstood you before, but now it seems that you are really a scumbag. Chen Nuo was rebuked by Gao Ying for no reason. He was stunned for a moment, looked at the angry Gao Ying, and then he understood what she meant. He slowly sat up straight. Gao Ying, I know you have misunderstood me since the last time you met me at the Nanha City Hotel. That woman was indeed my girlfriend before, and we were even at the stage of discussing marriage, but she cheated on me. I saw it with my own eyes, and I didn't wrongly accuse her. Gao Ying was stunned. She remembered clearly that Chen Nuo and Guanning had reconciled in the hotel. Gao Ying frowned slightly. She was a little confused about the current situation. Did they reconcile and break up again? And now he has a new girlfriend? Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying's thoughtful expression and thought she didn't believe it. So he raised his finger and pointed at Su Li, then said, if you don't believe me, you can ask Sister Su. The person the woman cheated with was Sister Su's ex-husband. Su Li was eating watermelon on the side, and she never expected that the watermelon would eat herself. She looked at Chen Nuo blankly. Chen Nuo felt Su Li's gaze, and then he remembered that he had indeed not told Su Li about this. Even Jiang Yu did not know that he was Guanning's boyfriend until he died. Sister Su, I didn't want to say it at first, but I just said it in a rush. Now that I've said it, there's nothing to hide. Guanning is my ex-girlfriend. Do you remember that live broadcast? The heroine was Guanning. After hearing this, Su Li didn't react much, but she was a little surprised. She frowned and asked Chen Nuo, so, brother, are you with me to avenge him? Chen Nuo looked into Su Li's eyes. He knew that women were very sensitive in this regard. He shrugged slightly. Sister Su, our meeting was just a coincidence. Everything that happened afterwards can only be said to be the arrangement of fate. I thank God for letting me meet you. As for revenge against him, I think I should thank him. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have recognized Guanning's true face. If it weren't for him, how could I have you if he didn't know how to pity you? Think about it this way. I should really thank him. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he remembered that Jiang Yu's body was in the parcel column. He planned to bury him later as a token of gratitude. Not to mention that Su Li was quite moved by what Chen Nuo said, but Gao Ying on the opposite side was completely stunned. Her heart ached a little. From what she heard, Chen Nuo and Su Li also had a very deep relationship. When Gao Ying heard Su Li's words, she thought that she had indeed misunderstood Chen Nuo and that it was indeed a bit too much to criticize him for no reason. But now it seems, she looked at Li Shui and then at Su Li, This guy has more than one new love in just a few days. You. Chapter 75. Come on, let's revise. Brothers, our hunting time begins. Dingling. So far ahead. So far ahead all the time. Chen Nuo's cell phone rang. He took out his phone and saw who was calling. Gao Ying, who was on the verge of anger, had to temporarily suppress her anger when she saw Chen Nuo was about to answer the phone. However, she was quite surprised. Aren't all mobile phones unusable? Hey, Su Hao, what's going on? Brother Chen, the car behind us is driving very slowly and can't keep up. Chen Nuo uttered in, oh, and said in confusion. We're not driving fast. Gao Zhen understood the situation as soon as he heard it. He glanced at the dashboard in front of Song Tao. He was a little confused before. Why was the dashboard of Chen Nuo's armored vehicle normal? Boss Chen, because the dashboards of our troop carriers are broken, everyone is driving based on their feelings, so they don't dare to drive too fast. After hearing this, Chen Nuo frowned, but this would seriously affect the speed. He thought about it, and then took out his old mobile phone from the parcel column. He said to Su Hao while looking at the phone in his hand, Su Hao, I understand the situation. I will ask Song Tao to stop first. Wait for the cars behind to catch up and ask them to wait there. I will come over later. When Song Tao heard what Chen Nuo said, he slowly slowed down and stopped. Chen Nuo hung up the phone, then looked at his old phone and opened the editor. Mobile phone unable to start up normally. Key components are damaged. Chen Nuo looked at the description on the phone and said softly, logically speaking, the modifier can even modify a person's attributes. I have also modified the coverage of the aircraft carrier's network controller before. In this case, these other damaged items should also be able to be modified. Chen Nuo first pressed the power button, but it failed to turn on normally. He looked at the description on the back of the phone, and then looked at his magic power, 14530/245800. Although there was no numerical value that could be modified, he simply changed the description. Mobile phone can be turned on and used normally. Buzz. Chen Nuo's magic value did decrease, but the value did not decrease significantly because it recovered immediately after it decreased. Chen Nuo estimated that only about 10 magic points were consumed. He pressed the power button of the phone again. Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo's action with some confusion, but the next second, she was shocked. The screen of the phone actually lit up. How did you do this? Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying's shocked eyes and teased her. If you can speak to me nicely in the future and not always be so sarcastic, I will tell you. Gao Ying snorted coldly, glanced at him, and then looked away. Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying's appearance and smiled secretly in his heart. If Su Hao hadn't called her just now, Gao Ying would have definitely lost her temper. Chen Nuo also felt her anger. At that time, he thought Gao Ying was a little too self-righteous. It was none of your business who she wanted to be with. So he used his mind to find out Gao Ying's real thoughts. If she was really making trouble, he would teach her a lesson even if she was Gao Zhen's sister. But he was so jealous. Gao Ying saw out of the corner of her eye that Chen Nuo was looking at her with a half-smile. You stinky Chen Nuo, you're so annoying with all these girls around you, and you're still looking at me. If you look at me again, I'll beat you up. Chen Nuo could clearly sense Gao Ying's mood. Seeing that Gao Ying was on the verge of exploding, Chen Nuo looked away. He stretched and said, I'll go to the back and take a look at the dashboards of those cars. I should be able to restore them to normal. As Chen Nuo spoke, he bent down and stood up. Gao Ying also wanted to follow Chen Nuo to take a look, so she quickly bent down and followed behind Chen Nuo. However, Chen Nuo suddenly stopped, and Gao Ying put her head on Chen Nuo's waist. What are you doing? Chen Nuo turned around to look at Gao Ying, then scratched his face with his right index finger. Can I? Gao Ying didn't immediately understand what Chen Nuo meant, and her brows furrowed slightly. What's the meaning? Chen Nuo chuckled, waved his hand, and handed the phone to Gao Ying. It means exactly what it says. Here, this phone is for you. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he opened the car door and walked out. Gao Ying took the phone that Chen Nuo handed over to her, feeling sweet in her heart. Su Li smiled, and when Gao Ying was about to get off the car, she turned back and said to Gao Ying meaningfully, What Chen Nuo meant just now is, can you do something? You are welcome to join us. Su Li especially emphasized the word do, and Gao Ying's face turned red instantly. Li Shui also smiled kindly at Gao Ying, then got off the car. Everyone got off the car as well. Gao Zhen came to Gao Ying, who was in a daze. He wanted to comfort Gao Ying, but suddenly heard Gao Ying say softly, If you can really save Grandpa, I will reluctantly. Gao Ying got out of the car happily, leaving Gao Zhen, who was confused, and Song Tao, who looked surprised, in the car. I have to say, Boss Chen's charm is really irresistible. Could it be that Boss Chen has modified his own charm value? It's really possible. I'll have to ask Boss Chen to give me a buff later. Gao Zhen saw Song Tao getting out of the car. He had a dazed expression Then he smiled. It's the end of the world now, and the strong man only has a few women. It doesn't seem unacceptable for my sister to follow him. I hope his women don't exclude my sister. All the vehicles stopped and looked like a long dragon on the road. Although this was a suburb, there were still some vehicles. Although there were not many zombies, with such a long distance and such noisy conditions, there were still dozens of zombies slowly approaching the convoy. Chen Nuo glanced at the zombies and then said to Chang Jianjun, "Brother Chang, your 3 teams go and clean up those zombies. Oh, Jing Tao, you guys should follow and explain the situation of the magic crystal core to them." As Chen Nuo spoke, he raised his hand again, and more than a dozen little demon-like figures appeared in the air. These were weapon-type demons. All of them turned into weapons according to Chen Nuo's orders. Take these weapons with you. It will also be convenient to take out the magic crystal core. Jing Tao and the others nodded, stepped forward, picked up their weapons, and walked towards the zombies in the distance. Object-related magic can be given to other people for use, but the owner's consent must be obtained. Of course, if it is damaged in the hands of others, only the owner of the magic can use magic power to restore it. Chen Nuo walked towards the troop carrier in the front and opened the modifier. Troop transport truck. China's main troop transport vehicle, currently slightly damaged, but does not affect normal use. Chen Nuo directly covered the range of the modifier. All vehicle information was similar. Even if there were some differences, it didn't matter. Chen Nuo would modify them to the same appearance settings. Chen Nuo modified one first. He wanted to see how much magic power would be consumed if the vehicle modification was normal. Buzz. Chen Nuo showed a delighted expression on his face, because he didn't expect that the magic power consumed was actually a little lower than that of a mobile phone. How much exactly? Chen Nuo had no way of accurately grasping it. This should be related to precision. Although the mobile phone is a little smaller, it is obviously much more complex and technologically advanced than the car dashboard. This was just Chen Nuo's guess. When the gunshots rang out, Chen Nuo shook his head and looked into the distance. He didn't want to think about what he couldn't figure out. Anyway, he had the modifier, so it didn't matter whether he figured it out or not. Soon, Jing Tao and the others came back. He handed 85 magic crystal cores to Chen Nuo, who didn't hesitate and put them directly into the parcel column. All the vehicles started again, the dashboards were restored, and all the soldiers once again witnessed Chen Nuo's strength and magic. Their loyalty values increased again and reached above 85. In this way, the convoy quickly arrived at the highway exit. All the vehicles stopped, and the personnel came behind Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked up and saw densely packed vehicles crashing into each other, with countless zombies trapped in the cars. His eyes sparkled and he laughed excitedly. Brothers, our hunting time begins. Chapter 76. 10 magic crystal cores in exchange for a full value attribute. That's a good deal, right? Everybody cheered. There were 1,552 of them standing there, and it really felt like 2 armies facing off. Chen Nuo did not give them their previous weapons, but instead equipped them all with the same M16 rifles, with 5 magazines containing 150 rounds of bullets per person. After everything was ready, Chen Nuo looked at the vehicles that had collided in front of him, and the parcel fence covered 2,458 meters in front. It's finally about to begin. Buzz. A large area of the highway exit was cleared out in an instant. It's not quite accurate to say that. All you could see were zombies on the ground slowly crawling up. They were so densely packed that their number was no less than that of Chen Nuo's side. Although they are all zombies, they are not dead objects. When Chen Nuo put the vehicle into the parcel compartment, the zombies fell out of the vehicle. Because it is a ring road around the city, most of the vehicles are private cars. Chen Nuo doesn't understand these people. They don't go home so late at night. Why are they running back and forth? In fact, this is still a small number. Nanha City has a population of over 10 million, so even a small proportion is a considerable number. Just now, Chen Nuo collected all the vehicles within a radius of more than 2,000 meters into the parcel column. With a quick glance, he found that there were at least nearly 1,000 vehicles. Therefore, if we assume that each vehicle carries an average of 3 people, the number of zombies is obviously greater than that on Chen Nuo's side. The zombies were already pouring in here. Chen Nuo looked at them calmly and waved his hand. Free fire. Jing Tao and his men immediately became excited. They raised their rifles and aimed forward. The soldiers also tried their best to let Chen Nuo see their shooting skills. They were waiting for the zombies to enter the best shooting range. Pa pa pa. When the gunshots rang out, the soldiers couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. They all had a sense of pride and unwillingness to accept defeat. If the gap in weapons hadn't been so huge before, they wouldn't have lost so badly. They attributed their previous defeat to the weapons. The zombies were still 200 or 300 meters away from them. Those people opened fire. They were indeed novices. If this was a competition with someone, it would be fine at such a long distance. The key target of attack now is the zombies. They have already tested it and found that zombies can only be killed by hitting them in the head. They are not new recruits, but experienced veterans. Even they need to be closer to be sure of a headshot. However, they soon put away their contempt and started looking for good shooting positions. There was no such thing as the best shooting range as mentioned before. They just wanted to get a few kills. However, it was all wishful thinking. Jing Tao and his men didn't even stand a chance. It was only by using the sniper rifle's special ability that Wang Zheng managed to snatch 2 heads. 1,486 soldiers looked at the zombies lying on the ground, with bullets shooting them in the head and the blood all over the ground deeply stimulating their hearts. Chen Nuo just glanced at them and then looked at Gao Zhan, who was also stunned with shock. Gao Zhan, go and take them out of the magic crystal core in the zombie's head. Gao Zhan came back to his senses and nodded. At his command, all the soldiers stepped out and walked to the front. They passed in front of Jing Tao and others with incredible expressions on their faces, and they glanced at Jing Tao and others quickly. Brother Chen, they must be a little scared. Zhao Wei said excitedly as he looked at Gao Zhan and the others bending down to collect the magic crystal cores. Chen Nuo closed his eyes and said with a smile, "Don't be complacent. Your performance this time is a great stimulus to them. They were a little arrogant before, but now they are completely convinced." Gaoing did not collect the magic crystal core. She stood beside Chen Nuo, listening to what Chen Nuo said, and sighed. "No matter who sees your marksmanship, they will no longer be arrogant. But I just want to know how you did it." Chen Nuo looked at Gaoing with a smile. "It's a secret." Gaoing snorted. "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I don't even want to know." Su Li gently pushed Chen Nuo, then explained to Gaoing with a smile. After hearing this, Gaoing was immediately stunned by her beauty. "Modify everything? Just you? What?" Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. Thinking of his experience with the modifier in his previous life, he said jokingly, "Why? Maybe my experience moved the heavens." Gaoing attacked directly. "You're being quite narcissistic. What kind of experience did you have that could move the heavens? You're just bragging. I think you just got lucky." Chen Nuo was not angry, because he could clearly feel Gao Ying's thoughts with his heart. She was that kind of person who didn't know how to express her feelings and just kept making sarcastic remarks. In fact, she cared about you very much in her heart. "You can say whatever you want. I don't want to bother with you." Chen Nuo looked into the distance and saw Gao Zhan and the others had already started to come back. Chen Nuo took the magic crystal cores they brought back and used the modifier to directly change their loyalty values to the full value of 100. Because everyone's loyalty value was above 90, he only used about 10,000 magic points to complete all the modifications and also gave each of them a lock status. There are a total of 2,965 magic crystal cores, which means that Chen Nuo will awaken 2,965 new magic talents. Now that everyone's loyalty is at full value, Chen Nuo is not going to hide it anymore. He plans to inject some vitality into these soldiers. So, Chen Nuo said happily, "Brothers, have you seen the shooting skills of the people around me? Are they good at shooting?" Chen Nuo had no intention of asking them to answer, but went straight to the point. "If I tell you that the vast majority of them, as of this morning, are ordinary people who have never touched a gun, would you believe it?" "What? That's impossible. With such great marksmanship, it's impossible to hit the head with every shot without years of training." This seemed impossible to them because they had already checked and found that apart from the bloody holes left by bullets on the zombies' heads, there were no gunshot wounds anywhere else, which meant thousands of people talking were like the buzzing of flies, which really made people feel uncomfortable. Chen Nuo pressed his hand, and everyone shut up consciously. "You are all my brothers and my family. I, Chen Nuo, have no need to lie to you. They were all ordinary people before. As you know, China does not allow individuals to own guns, not to mention years of training. This is even more impossible. The reason why they became so powerful is simply because I added some attributes to them, making them instantly become the masters of the gun. Yes, you heard it right. It is to increase attributes. This has a lot to do with my talent. My talent is to modify everything. I can directly modify skills that people don't have into skills that they can master completely. Of course, this is why I dare to say that I can save Commander Gao. Because in my opinion, everything in the world is just a series of data. As long as I have enough magic power, I believe that I can modify everything." Chen Nuo gave them a few seconds to digest it, then continued. "The reason I told you all this is just to give you a reward. This reward is that you can use 10 magic crystal cores to let me increase one of your desired attributes, such as the firearm proficiency that can instantly make a person a gun master. As Chen Nuo thought, everyone became excited, not only the soldiers, but Su Hao also asked excitedly, "Brother Chen, can we do it too?" Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. "Of course, as long as you are my family or brothers, and you bring 10 magic crystal cores, I can increase the attributes you want for you." Chen Nuo was delighted, as 10 magic crystal cores would allow him to awaken 10 magic talents, increase his mental strength by 10 points, and directly increase his magic power and magic limit by 1,000. And adding a full value attribute to them only consumes 100 magic points, which is a real win. Then let's go. The reward has been given to you. Whether you can get it depends on your ability. Chapter 77. Love really makes women stupid. The changes in the spiritual sea of the brain. The convoy started onto the highway again. Chen Nuo sat opposite Su Li, Li Shui, and Gao Ying. He looked at Gao Ying meaningfully. This woman, after getting on the bus, directly took over Chen Nuo's seat. As for what she was thinking, she was secretly happy in her heart, as if she had gotten some advantage. Chen Nuo sighed, raised his hand, and a large white bowl appeared in his hand. Gao Ying asked with a smile, "Chen Nuo, what are you doing?" Chen Nuo ignored her. He had seen through her. Gao Ying, who usually seemed cold and straightforward, turned out to be a chatterbox when it came to emotional matters. Chen Nuo took out a handful of magic crystal cores from the parcel column and threw them into the bowl. He raised his hand, and a stream of water poured into the bowl. Gao Ying watched intently, as if she was watching a magic trick. Chen Nuo reached into the bowl, washed the magic crystal cores thoroughly, then took 6 or 7 and stuffed them into his mouth. Maybe he put a little too much, so Chen Nuo dry-heaved. Gao Ying didn't know that magic crystal cores could be swallowed, so she was immediately shocked. "Chen Nuo, are you looking for death? Is this edible?" When Chen Nuo heard Gao Ying's words, he also wanted to tease her, so he immediately pretended to be choking. He grabbed his neck with both hands, opened his mouth, and moaned silently. It really looked like that. Gao Ying immediately came to Chen Nuo's side anxiously, and she raised her hand to pat Chen Nuo on the back. "What the hell are you doing? Why are you swallowing so much? Look, if you choke to death, what should I do?" Gao Ying was so anxious that she was talking nonsense. Chen Nuo paused. He felt that he had gone too far in joking. Gao Ying's expression did not seem to be fake, but could such a poor acting fool her? He remembered that this woman was very smart. She was a master of logic before. Gao Jin couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He felt a bit headache. Do women really become stupid when they fall in love? Silly sister, can't you see? Is Chen Tuer just teasing you? Gao Ying's anxious face suddenly froze. She glanced at Chen Nuo, who was looking at her awkwardly, and breathed a sigh of relief. She took a picture of her proud part. "Is it fake? This is great. Chen Nuo, your acting is so realistic that I was fooled by you." Chen Nuo's originally embarrassed face became colorful again. Shouldn't this woman be furious? He coughed dryly, smiled at Gao Ying, and changed the subject. "By the way, Gao Ying, do you have any magic talent you want? I can modify it for you." Gao Ying was immediately happy when she heard this. Her magic element was just an ordinary object-type magic element. Because of her grandfather's affairs, she had no time to worry about her talent. In fact, who doesn't want to awaken a powerful magic talent? "Chen Nuo, is anything okay?" Chen Nuo shook his head. "It has to be something I have, such as Sister Su's water element, Li Shui's ice element, and your brother Gao Jin's wind element. You can tell me what you think, and I'll see if I have it." Gao Ying was not interested in these elemental magic talents. She thought for a while and said, "Chen Nuo, is there any supernatural power that can make people fly? I have wanted to fly freely like a bird since I was a child." When Chen Nuo heard this, he thought of the magical demons and angels. Chen Nuo directly opened the editor and looked at Gao Ying. Gao Ying's page appeared. He directly changed her magic type to angel, consuming 100 points of magic power. "Okay, it has been modified. Your magic talent is now an angel. After you activate your magic talent, 2 white wings will grow on your back." Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. So soon. As she spoke, she activated her magic talent. Chen Nuo hurriedly tried to stop him. "Don't. It's too late." Puff. Hearing the sound of clothes tearing, Chen Nuo quickly took out a coat from the parcel column and covered Gao Ying with it. Chen Nuo was so fast that no one else had time to see anything. But the people around her all suffered. Gao Ying's wings were quite large when spread out. Su Li and Li Shui were the first to be hit. Gao Ying also felt something was wrong at the first moment and immediately folded her wings. She looked at Chen Nuo with gratitude. If Chen Nuo hadn't immediately taken out his coat to cover her, she would have been exposed. Gao Ying immediately apologized to Su Li and the others. Everyone knew that it was an unintentional mistake, so no one said anything. Gao Ying said with a sigh, "It would be nice to have a piece of clothing that allows the wings to be extended freely." Chen Nuo thought about it. Then he raised his hand, and a white backless dress appeared in front of everyone. "Here, put on this backless dress. This way you won't have to worry about your clothes getting torn. You can wear a coat with it on normal days." This piece of clothing belonged to Chen Nuo's magic power, so even if the clothing was really damaged, he could always use magic power to repair it. Moreover, the quality of the magic power was definitely better than that of ordinary clothing. The men all looked aside. Gao Ying changed her clothes in a hurry, but Chen Nuo felt hot. It turned out that the magic would project everything about Gao Ying into Chen Nuo's mind. Chen Nuo felt like he was looking at Gao Ying's naked body. Changed. Chen Nuo turned around and swallowed subconsciously. Su Li and Li Shui looked at him with a smile. Gao Ying also saw Chen Nuo's embarrassment, and she asked in a very uncharacteristic way, "Isn't it nice?" Chen Nuo thought of the bulge and abyss in his mind, and quickly shook his head and coughed dryly. "Well, it's okay." "Huh." Gao Ying's heart was filled with joy. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li and Li Shui. He smiled awkwardly and quickly dispelled the images in his mind. Chen Nuo pretended nothing happened and continued to throw magic crystal cores into his mouth, 5 at a time. He could awaken 50 or 60 magic talents in 1 minute. The car drove for less than 5 minutes before stopping again. Chen Nuo did not go down this time. He opened the parcel barrier to cover the front, looked forward through the car window, and put all the vehicles within a radius of more than 2,000 meters into the parcel barrier. As for the zombies, didn't you see that all of them started to charge forward? Pa pa pa. Chen Nuo was the only one left in the car, swallowing the magic crystal core. Outside the car, there were dense gunshots. Above Chen Nuo's spiritual sea in the brain, bright spots kept appearing, and the number soon reached 2999. Chen Nuo once again took out 5 magic crystal cores and threw them into his mouth, but this time, he was really choked, because 4 of them did not melt in his mouth. He spit them out quickly. When he was wondering, his brain shook violently, and his consciousness instantly descended into the spiritual sea of his brain. Chen Nuo looked at the bright spots in the sky, just like looking at the stars in the Milky Way. The sky was shining brightly, and the stars in the sky began to show signs of moving. Chen Nuo looked at it in shock. He didn't know what was going on. 3,000 magic spaces echoed in the distance, and 2,999 bright spots began to slowly rotate, with the bright spot of the modifier as the center. When Chen Nuo took a look, it was like seeing a galaxy, and the bright spot of the modifier was the center of the galaxy. When Chen Nuo regained consciousness, he was already sweating all over. At this time, Su Li and the others also came back, and Gao Ying shouted excitedly, "Chen Nuo, the feeling of flying in the sky is so..." "Chen Nuo, what's wrong with you?" Chapter 78, A Great Harvest on the Highway. Changes in the military district. Chen Nuo waved his hand and leaned back in his seat. He let out a long breath, and his body and mind felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He first looked at the anxious Gao Ying, then at Su Li and Li Shui, who were also worried. He made a strange expression to reassure them. "I'm fine. It was probably the sequelae of my mental power breaking through to a certain stage. It's over now." Su Li frowned slightly. "Are you really okay? Don't force yourself." Chen Nuo smiled slightly and opened his hands. "Would I lie to you? Just like when you were promoted to the 2nd-level magician, didn't you feel pain? I'm probably in the same situation. But aren't you unable to advance?" Chen Nuo was also a little confused about what was going on. He didn't expect that when his mental power broke through 3,000, there would be such a big commotion. What is a 2nd-level magician? Is it a realm? Seeing that Chen Nuo was indeed fine, Gao Ying put her worries aside. At the same time, she also became interested in the 2nd-level magician they were talking about. Chen Nuo nodded. "Yes, magicians refer to those of us who have awakened our innate abilities. You should know that our abilities start out as a little man, and that little man is a magician. Your current state is a 1st-level magician, and Sister Su and Li Shui's magic talents have advanced to the 2nd level, so they are now 2nd-level magicians. As for how to advance, all you have to do is swallow the magic crystal core." After Gao Ying understood, she immediately became interested. "Chen Nuo, I just tested my angel flying ability. The only flaw is that my endurance is not enough. If I advance to the 2nd level, or even a higher level, will I be able to fly freely in the future?" Chen Nuo hasn't had a chance to experiment with angel magic in the past 2 days, so he doesn't know the situation very well, but he thinks endurance should be related to strength and physique. After Su Li and Li Shui advanced, their basic attributes increased 2 or 3 times, so Gao Ying's idea was not bad. The advancement would improve her endurance. Chen Nuo also thought at this time that if other people used magic crystal cores to advance, he would lose a lot of magic crystal cores. So, he subconsciously wanted to get off the car to take a look and tell everyone. But then something magical happened. Chen Nuo was stunned. The scene outside suddenly appeared in his mind. Chen Nuo saw everyone's words and actions clearly. Chen Nuo got out of the car quickly. He wanted to see if the scene outside the car was consistent with the scene in his mind. After he got off the car, everyone who was standing casually stood up straight. Chen Nuo glanced at everyone and then burst into laughter. Gao Zhen was just about to give the magic crystal core to Chen Nuo when Chen Nuo suddenly burst into laughter, leaving him confused for a moment as to what was going on. Chen Nuo laughed for more than 10 seconds, then slowly stopped laughing. With a gleam in his eyes, he looked at Gao Zhen. Gao Zhen handed the bag in his hand to Chen Nuo. There are 3,869 magic crystal cores, most of which were harvested by Jing Tao and his team. We only have 356. Chen Nuo nodded, took the bag, and put it directly into the parcel column without counting. Okay, let's get going. Chen Nuo turned around and was about to go back to the car. He wanted to continue swallowing the magic crystal core to see if there would be any other changes. In the past, when Chen Nuo used the parcel box to collect things, he had to see it with his eyes or touch it with his body before he could put it into the parcel box. But now it is different. As long as it is within the range of his thought, he can directly collect it into the parcel box. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Gao Zhen. Anything else? Gao Zhen felt a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth, not knowing how to start. Chen Nuo raised his hand and patted his shoulder. If you have something to say, just say it. We are not outsiders. After hearing what Chen Nuo said, Gao Zhen nodded and said, Chen Tuer, we want to use those 356 magic crystal cores. We want you to increase the firearm proficiency of 35 people first. As you can see, Jing Tao and his team only have 65 people, and what about us? There are 1,486 people in total. However, we can't rob them. With only these 365 cores, many people still shoot at us from a distance. Chen Nuo was stunned. He looked up at Jing Tao and the others. They seemed a little embarrassed as well, as if their eating manners were indeed a little too ugly. But they have no other choice. Every shot is to the head. Although there are 3,000 or 4,000 zombies, each one only has one burst of bullets. What can they do? Chen Nuo withdrew his gaze from Jing Tao and the others, and then a question came to his mind. How do you tell who shot it? It's a bullet, not an arrow, and there's no name on it. Gao Zhen scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Boss Chen, I have just asked Jing Tao and the others one by one, how many shots were fired just now, and how many bullets were used. Then subtract their number of bullets, and that's our number. Chen Nuo looked at Gao Zhen in surprise. He didn't expect him to use this method. Will this calculation be accurate? Are others convinced? Gao Zhen said with certainty. It's very accurate. Whenever they shoot, every shot hits the target in the head. There's nothing others can do if they don't believe it. After all, their strength is there. They can't refuse to accept it. Chen Nuo had no choice but to nod. Well, don't pick 35 people. It makes me feel like I'm taking advantage of you. Just pick 36 people. Gao Zhen didn't have the idea of anyone taking advantage, but when he heard Chen Nuo just being generous, forget it, it's better to take advantage of something than not to take advantage of anything. Soon 36 people were selected, and Gao Zhen also said some nonsense, which roughly meant that the others gave up their magic crystal cores to increase their firearms proficiency attributes. After they became gun kings, they had the responsibility to help others obtain this attribute as well. The convoy started again. Chen Nuo sat in the car, not caring about anything. He kept stuffing the magic crystal core into his mouth. It was strange that the magic crystal core turned into a mysterious energy when it entered the mouth and entered the brain to open up a magic space. It looked like it entered the mouth, but it had nothing to do with the stomach at all. This time the car traveled quite a distance and then stopped again. Chen Nuo didn't even look up. A large area in front was cleared and everyone rushed out of the car. Then there was a deafening sound of gunfire. Soon, Gao Zhen came again with the magic crystal core. This time, he even found the people in advance. As expected, there were 36 gun kings there, and their harvest this time was obviously increased. This time there are a total of 2,675, which is much less than the last time. Among them, 938 magic crystal cores were obtained by Gao Zhen's 36 people. Chen Nuo looked at the 94 people that Gao Zhen had found, and after adding attributes to them, he told them that they could upgrade by swallowing magic crystal cores. Chen Nuo gave them a 10% discount, which means that originally 10 magic crystal cores were needed to upgrade, but now Chen Nuo only needs 9 magic crystal cores to upgrade them. In this way, not only can they save 1 magic crystal core, but they also don't have to waste the 10-minute interval, and everyone is happy. At the same time, from the 10% discount on these 10 magic crystal cores, they all speculated that in terms of increasing attributes, 10 magic crystal cores in exchange for one full value attribute. I'm afraid Chen Nuo was doing this at a loss for them. For a moment, the gratitude of all the soldiers reached its peak, and the eyes they looked at Chen Nuo were as if they were full of energy. The car stopped twice more on the rest of the journey. During this trip on the highway, Chen Nuo obtained a total of 15,171 magic crystal cores. It took more than 2 hours, which was actually not much faster than taking the original route Gaozhen mentioned, but they opened the highway. A total of 519 soldiers had their firearms proficiency attributes increased. Due to the increase in the number of people, Jing Tao and his men only obtained more than 1,500 magic crystal cores in the next 2 times. Nanha City Military Region. In a house, Staff Officer Su Shilong looked down at Cheng Weiguo. Cheng Weiguo was seriously injured. He did not look at Su Shilong, but looked at a young man next to him. LV Feng, Cheng Weiguo, was really blind. I promoted you to work for me. I never thought that you would team up with Su Shilong to attack me. Lu Feng had a blank expression on his face, as if he didn't hear what Cheng Weiguo said. Su Shilong laughed. Old Cheng, haven't you realized yet? Lu Feng is no longer the same person he used to be. Cheng Weiguo also noticed something was wrong because Lu Feng's eyes were a little dull. He suddenly looked at Su Shilong. What on earth did you do? Su Shilong danced with excitement. Old Cheng, you're going to die anyway, so it doesn't matter if I tell you. My special ability is that I can control people's thoughts. I originally wanted to control Gaozhen, but it's obvious that you're a bigger threat to me, so I sent Gaozhen away and dealt with you first. Then when Gaozhen comes back, I'll quietly deal with him too. This army will be mine alone, Cheng Weiguo said with gritted teeth. Su Shilong, you despicable villain, you will never succeed. Su Shilong shook his head indifferently. Oh, old Cheng, that's not what you should be thinking about. Lu Feng, come on, raise your gun and send your most beloved boss off. Snap. Gunshots rang out, and Su Shilong shouted loudly. Someone come quickly, Lu Feng has gone crazy. He actually killed Lao Cheng. Many people pushed the door open, and Su Shilong pointed at Lu Feng and said coldly. Old Cheng treated him like a son, but he actually killed Old Cheng. Everyone obey orders. Shoot Lu Feng on the spot to avenge Old Cheng. Lu Feng was shot to death without moving a single step. Su Shilong walked out of the room in a relaxed mood. He looked up at the sky with his eyes slightly narrowed. Now Gaozhen is the only one left. Chapter 79. The Charm of Power. A single word can decide life or death. Arrived at the military area. Su Shilong led his men forward, and a soldier trotted up to him. Report, Staff Officer Su. Captain Dong Hui, let me tell you that all of Staff Officer Cheng Weiguo's men have been surrounded and are waiting for you to come over. Su Shilong nodded and walked past the soldier, but suddenly stopped and looked back at the soldier. What did you just call me? The young soldier was stunned, then stood at attention and replied. Report, Staff Officer Su. Su Shilong let out a light, glanced at his confidant, raised his eyebrows to hint at him, then turned around and walked forward. When the soldier was about to follow, he was stopped by others. Snap! You have no foresight at all. This is our commander, Su. There is no such thing as Staff Officer Su. Let's go. The young soldier fell to the ground and died silently. Gengji led his men to quickly catch up with Su Shilong in front. He came to Su Shilong's side and spoke in a low voice. Commander Su, I don't know why that man just went crazy. He pulled out a gun and shot himself. I don't know what's wrong with this world. Why are you so pessimistic? When Su Shilong heard Gengji call him Commander Su, he smiled. Gengji, this is really wrong. In our army, ideological construction must keep up, and comrades must not have psychological barriers. You should visit more people below to see if there are other people with mental illnesses. After all, the world has changed now, and it is normal for many people to be unable to see things clearly. Gengji understood immediately. Commander Su, please rest assured that I will definitely eradicate the evil tendencies in the army and protect you. Su Shilong snorted. What for me? This is the atmosphere that the army should have. Remember, we are always the people's soldiers. Gengji quickly stood at attention and said, Commander Su has taught me a lesson. I will definitely strengthen ideological education so that everyone can continue to serve the people under the leadership of Commander Su. Su Shilong and the others quickly came to Dong Hui. He looked up at the 100 or 200 people in front of him and cried out in grief. Comrades, my old friend Cheng Weiguo was unfortunately killed by Lu Feng. I am deeply saddened. I have killed Lu Feng and avenged my old friend. I know that you are all his former subordinates, so I gathered you here. Impossible. It is impossible for Lu Feng to kill the old commander. Staff Officer Su, are you mistaken? Su Shilong narrowed his eyes and looked at the person who was speaking. Do you think I would lie to you? As the highest leader of the current army, would I lie to our comrades? After Su Shilong finished speaking, he looked at Gengji next to him and said meaningfully, Gengji, this comrade has a problem with his thinking. Isn't it time for you to take some action? Gengji understood, and he walked straight up to the man. What are you going to do? You must have been the one who murdered the old leader and put the blame on Lu Feng. Su Shilong looked at the man coldly. He really didn't expect that there are people who are not afraid of death. Gengji looked at this man who was even more upright than his name, so he took out his gun and shot. Snap! The man fell to the ground with his eyes open. Blood gushed out and spread on the ground. It was a horrifying sight. The others were actually frightened for a moment, or maybe they were surrounded by people with guns, so they didn't dare to act rashly. Report, Commander Su. Another comrade has collapsed and committed suicide. Su Shilong sighed deeply. Hey, what's going on? Gengji, you need to speed up the pace of ideological construction and not let our comrades die in obscurity. When the nearly 200 people saw that Su Shilong and his men had stopped acting and were blatantly taking human lives, they were all filled with righteous indignation. But due to the other party's tyranny, they could only be angry and not say anything. Su Shilong looked at them. Their obvious anger made him want to kill them. He became ruthless and said with a smile, Gengji, I'll leave these comrades to you. Remember to be tough in educating them, as this concerns the purity of our army. Dong Hui glanced at Gengji. He didn't expect that this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes could be so cruel. However, he quickly understood what Su Shilong meant. Su Shilong turned around. Dong Hui raised his hand and waved, and all the guns were pointed at these people. How could those people not understand what this was for? Between life and death, one can see a person's heart clearly. Some people remain calm in the face of danger, showing a heroic attitude as if death is the only thing they have to face. Some people were so frightened that they were shaking all over, not knowing what to do, while others even knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Gengji looked at those who were begging for mercy and shouted loudly. Report, Commander Su, some people have changed their minds. I request that they be given a chance to reform themselves. Su Shilong had a smile on his face, and he didn't even look back. Allow. At this moment, Su Shilong thoroughly felt the charm of power. A single word could determine life or death. This feeling could not be shared with outsiders. In fact, there are still nearly 3,000 people in the army, and Su Shilong's diehard fans are only 300 to 400 of them. The others are the type who will listen to whoever is the leader. Seeing that no one was begging for mercy, Gengji decided not to wait any longer. Just as he was about to give the order to shoot, a man suddenly ran over. Report, Staff Officer Su, Gao Zhan is back. Su Shilong let out a soft, oh, and murmured softly. Why are you back so soon? This was not the time to think about this, so he looked up at Gengji, who was also looking at him. Gengji, we can't kill them now. The gunshots may attract Gao Zhan's attention. We can't take any risks. Lock them up first. It won't be too late to kill them after Gao Zhan is dealt with. Oh, and lock this comrade up with them. The convoy stopped at the gate of the military area. Chen Nuo stood at the gate, his awareness covering everything within 10,000 meters. Yes, Chen Nuo's current mental strength has reached a terrifying 10112. He swallowed a total of 7,654 magic crystal cores along the way. He now has a total of 10,104 awakened magic talents, and the spiritual sea in his brain is densely packed with bright spots that are slowly rotating around the center. Although his mental power increased significantly, Chen Nuo did not have the feeling of breakthrough like when his mental power reached 3,000. Chen Nuo directly acquired the magic talents of everyone within the range of his consciousness, including Su Shilong and the others. He also saw what Su Shilong and the others were doing. He saw someone kneeling down and begging for mercy with a smile on his face. Sure enough, wherever there are people, there is a martial arts world. When Gao Zhan heard Chen Nuo's words, although he didn't know what Chen Nuo meant, he sighed helplessly when he thought of the high-ranking officials in the army fighting for power. Chen, you are right. The army today is no longer the same as before. Chen Nuo did not hide anything and spoke directly. Gao Zhan, I came here not only to save your grandfather, but I will also recruit all the soldiers here. I don't have time to care about the entanglement of the weak. Do you understand? Before Gao Zhan replied, Chen Nuo spoke again. Whether you understand or not, I will do this, so if you don't understand, just find a way to convince yourself. After waiting for a few minutes, I saw several cars driving towards me from a distance. They were not going very fast, and behind the cars were several neat teams of soldiers jogging. The car stopped and Su Shilong got out. The soldiers behind him quickly lined up in a row, looking quite imposing. Chen Nuo shrugged, a playful smile on his face, and walked over. Come on, let's finally see what kind of performance this guy will give us. Chapter 80. I have always been so powerful, you just don't know it. Su Shilong glanced at the troops behind him. They were all equipped with real guns and live ammunition. He felt much more confident. Then he looked towards Gao Jun. He thought to himself that as long as Gao Jun was dealt with, this army would be completely under his control. A kind smile appeared on his face, and he shouted enthusiastically from a distance. Gao Jun, I've made you work so hard this time. I asked you to run so far to transport those supplies. If Commander Gao were still here, he would definitely scold me for giving you such a heavy burden. Look at me, I'm really old. Why am I saying all this? Gao Jun was a straightforward soldier, and it seemed as if he didn't understand what Su Shilong said. However, Chen Nuo spoke at an inappropriate time. Andy Wang, you are an official. What he meant by this should be that Commander Gao is gone, so you should do whatever I tell you to do, right? Gao Jun was stunned, and after thinking about it, it was indeed true. Su Shilong showed embarrassment on his face, but he was good at forbearance. He looked at Chen Nuo, then asked Gao Jun with a smile. Gao Jun, I wonder who this little brother is? Gao Jun was quite casual and responded directly. Colonel Su, this is Chen Nuo. The supplies in Ilian warehouse belong to him. Su Shilong was a little dissatisfied. He didn't care who those supplies belonged to. What he cared about now was whether those supplies had been delivered. Oh, it's Brother Chen. Then I would like to thank you in advance on behalf of the military region and the people of Nana City. You can rest assured that these supplies are in our hands, and we will definitely use them for the benefit of the people. Chen Nuo smacked his lips and smiled silently. When Su Shilong saw the smile on Chen Nuo's face, he felt inexplicably pained. This smile was obviously malicious. Why? Comrade Chen, do you have any other ideas? Chen Nuo waved his hands quickly. Staff Officer Su, you must be joking. How dare I have any ideas? Su Shilong looked at Chen Nuo with a smile and said, I don't think you would dare. But Chen Nuo's next words made Su Shilong doubt whether he had heard it wrong. In Staff Officer Su's script, aren't my supplies already in your possession? But in my script, Staff Officer Su is just telling a joke. Su Shilong understood. How could this mean that he had no idea? It was obvious that he had no intention of cooperating at all. But he was not afraid at all. In his heart, whether you cooperate or not was not up to you. So, young man, you want to arm wrestle with me? Chen Nuo listened to Su Shilong changing from Brother Chen to Comrade Chen, and now a young man again. He smiled coldly and shook his head with disdain. No, you're not worthy. Su Shilong was completely furious. He was now a big boss holding military power, but he did not expect to be ridiculed by an unknown young man. Oh, since you want to die, don't blame me. Gangji, Donghui, arrest these people for me. At a command, the soldiers behind Su Shilong pointed their guns at Chen Nuo, and Gao Jun stepped forward to stand in front of Chen Nuo. Su Shilong frowned. Gao Jun, do you know what you are doing? I am the highest commander in the army now. Do you want to disobey my orders? Gao Jun was not afraid at all. Staff Officer Su, how come I didn't know when you became the highest commander in the army? Was there an appointment from the central government? Su Shilong was not at all false. He had already prepared his speech. Gao Jun, I am deeply saddened that your grandfather and other senior leaders are gone, but the army cannot be without someone in charge. Old Cheng and I are the highest-ranking officers in the army. We have discussed it, and Old Cheng has agreed that I will temporarily serve as the highest commander of the army. This is our unanimous decision. Gao Jun, just follow orders. Gao Jun simply didn't believe it. Yeah, there was sadness on Su Shilong's face. Isn't it? It's a pity that Old Cheng had a bad fate. He finally survived, but was secretly killed by his trusted subordinate Lu Feng. Hey, I will never let Old Cheng down and lead the army well. Chen Nuo really couldn't listen anymore. He had no interest in watching any further. He looked at Gao Jun, who was surprised. It was obvious that Gao Jun was a little surprised to hear about Qing Weiguo's death. Gao Jun, it sounds like if we kill him, we can just recruit the entire army. Gao Jun looked at Su Shilong deeply. He was completely disappointed. He didn't believe that Lu Feng killed Qing Weiguo at all. It was obvious that Su Shilong killed Qing Weiguo for power. Gao Jun replied to Chen Nuo. Boss Chen, you're right. As long as Staff Officer Su and Qing Weiguo are gone from the army, there will basically be no other voices. Oh, not entirely. Chen Nuo said, oh. Are there other sounds? Gao Jun pointed at himself. Chen Tuer, because of my grandfather's relationship, I can't say that I can command the support of all in the army, but if I want to gather some people, I can still do it. Su Shilong narrowed his eyes and listened to what the two said, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. Gao Jun, do you really want to go against me for this person? Gao Jun raised his hand, and all the soldiers behind him raised their guns. The target they were aiming at was Su Shilong and his men. Everything was clear. Colonel Su, there's something I forgot to tell you. We He turned around and shouted loudly. Brothers, tell Staff Officer Su who is our leader now. Chen Nuo. Chen Tuo. More than 1,000 people shouted loudly. The sound was like a spring thunder in the plain, making Su Shilong and the people behind him feel nervous. Beads of sweat appeared on Su Shilong's forehead. He swallowed, looked at Gaoxian, and then at Chen Nuo. Now he was in a dilemma. It was obvious that even if he gave in now, he would not end up well. So, he directly used his supernatural power on Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo suddenly felt a slight shock in the spiritual sea of his brain, as if a little ripple had been created, and then it returned to calm. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment. He looked at Su Shilong's page, Magic, Manipulator. Su Shilong saw that Chen Nuo was stunned. He thought he had controlled Chen Nuo's mind. He planned to let Chen Nuo launch a surprise attack on Gaoxian, just like Lu Feng launched a surprise attack on Chang Weiguo. Then, using Gaoxian's death as an excuse, he killed Chen Nuo to avenge Gaoxian, thereby gaining the support of the opposing soldiers and Chen Nuo's supplies. It was a plan that killed several birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Su Shilong decisively gave an order in his heart, asking Chen Nuo to kill Gaoxian directly. However, Chen Nuo did not react at all. Su Shilong kept giving orders in his mind, but there was still no response. He looked straight at Chen Nuo, frowning deeply, full of doubts. Chen Nuo smiled at him. He was shocked. He was confused just now. It was obvious that the other party was not manipulated at all. Were you trying to control me just now? The reason why Ching Weiguo was killed by his own people was also because of your talent. Su Shilong was shocked. This is nonsense. I don't understand what you were saying. I tell you, even though you have more people, we are not afraid of you. At worst, we will all perish together. Chen Nuo shook his head. What you said about mutual destruction doesn't exist. In my place, only the fish will die. How can the net break? Su Shilong was very nervous and said this in a bluffing manner. As soon as I give the order, the people behind me will open fire, and those of us in front will all be shot to pieces. I think we should all take a step back. Chen Nuo laughed disdainfully. I don't believe it. I want to see if you dare to die with me. Come on, let's count to 3 and shoot together. How about that? Su Shilong was very anxious, and he looked at Chen Nuo. Are you really not afraid of death? Chen Nuo said directly. So much nonsense. 1, 2. Su Shilong was also panicked. He knew very well that the first to strike would be the strongest, and the last to strike would suffer. He didn't even count, but just shouted directly. Shoot, kill them. The expected gunshots did not sound, and Chen Nuo did not fire a shot either, because the guns on the opposite side were aimed at Su Shilong. Su Shilong did not hear the gunshot. He saw that the people on the opposite side were looking behind him. He turned around suddenly and saw 400 or 500 guns pointing at him. What are you doing? Do you want to rebel? But when he saw that these people's eyes were dull and lifeless, he immediately thought of his special abilities. He looked back at Chen Nuo in disbelief, his face full of confusion. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. What? Are you surprised? Isn't that exactly what you just did to me? I'm just manipulating them now. Su Shilong's face was full of disbelief, and he roared. How is this possible? How can you have the same powers as me? And why can you control so many people at once? How can you be so powerful? Chen Nuo was too lazy to explain to him. I have always been this powerful, but you just don't know it. Okay, go to hell. Shoot. Chapter 81. Recovery power 106 per second, 1 attribute point per second. Strange phenomena in heaven and earth, changing fate against the will of heaven. Su Shilong's pupils shrank suddenly, and he subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. The bullets had already been fired, densely packed together, and he only heard the dense gunfire belatedly when the bullets hit him. Just as he said, he was beaten into a sieve, with blood holes all over his body. There was only one eye left on his head, and half of his face was beaten off. Su Shilong shook a few times, and then fell straight down. As he fell, he looked at Chen Nuo with resentment with his remaining eye, and the unwillingness and resentment in his heart turned into a final roar. Asshole, I will become a ghost. Bang! Su Shilong didn't even finish his words before he completely died. Chen Nuo walked up to him and talked to himself. Are you trying to say that you won't let me go even if you become a ghost? He raised his hand and a ball of fire appeared at his fingertips, then quickly expanded and grew larger. Boom! The blazing flames made the air crackle, and the high temperature directly raised the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Chen Nuo flicked his finger, and the flames directly covered Su Shilong's body. In that case, I will turn you into ashes. Everyone watched quietly. Perhaps Chen Nuo's flames were too strong. In just a few minutes, Su Shilong was completely burned to ashes. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and a phoenix appeared, rolling the ashes to the side. This was the wind element magic talent that Chen Nuo got from Gaoxian. Chen Nuo looked up at the people in front of him. These people were all diehard fans of Su Shilong. He could have directly modified their loyalty values and made them loyal to him. But Chen Nuo gave an order. You guys shoot at each other, shoot each other. Gao Zhen was stunned. Then he spoke. Boss Chen, once Su Shilong dies, they should. Pa pa pa. Before Gao Zhen could finish his words, Dong Hui, Geng Ji and others had already opened fire according to Chen Nuo's order. Everyone fell in a pool of blood. Chen Nuo released his control over them, and some of them were not yet dead. Like Dong Hui and Geng Ji, they both felt extremely weak. Although they were just controlled by Chen Nuo, they were actually conscious. Chen Nuo's words rang in the ears of the two men. Gao Zhen, there is no right or wrong for me. It is enough for me to think that they have a way to die. Okay, no more nonsense. Go and inform the other people in the army. Tell them that this staff officer Su has harmed his old comrades in order to fight for power, and now he wants to harm you. He wants to eliminate dissidents and completely control the army. Fortunately, some of the soldiers he brought with him were grateful to Commander Gao and dissatisfied with Staff Officer Su's decision. A gunfight broke out between the two sides. As for the people, of course they all died in this gunfight. Geng Ji finally closed his eyes. His last thought was that he was so familiar with this operation. Because of Su Shilong's last words, Chen Nuo looked at the corpses on the ground and put all the guns and ammunition into the packing box. Then the thought came to mind, and flames appeared out of nowhere, falling on these people. The smell of barbecue filled the air, making people feel sick. Seeing Gao Zhen still standing there watching stupidly, Chen Nuo said to him, Gao Zhen, hurry up and go. Once we have recruited the rest of the people, we will go and rescue your grandfather. Gao Zhen went there, and soon 2,479 people gathered together. Chen Nuo glanced at his current magic power, 810056/10112000, recovering 6 per second. Because he had swallowed 7,654 magic crystal cores on the highway before, his magic power has now reached 810,000, and these 2,479 people will only consume 240,000 magic power. So he simply changed their loyalty values to the full value of 100 with just one click. Because all changes were made with one click, each person consumed a little more magic power. After the changes were made, Chen Nuo looked at the magic power and found that there was still 559,688. Therefore, he directly used all 500,000 magic power to modify his physique, which was equivalent to 5,000 attribute points, all added to his physique. Chen Nuo instantly felt that his body was filled with inexhaustible power, and he quickly looked at his own page. HP 30212/53,000, recover 106 per second. Magic 59791/10112000, recover 106 per second. Constitution 5,300. Originally, Chen Nuo thought that after the physical fitness increased to this level, the strength attribute value might change accordingly. However, it is still the previous value. Physical fitness strictly represents health and recovery ability, and has nothing to do with strength. In other words, if Chen Nuo wants to increase his strength, he still needs to modify it. Chen Nuo didn't worry too much about it. Now he could recover 106 points of magic power per second, which was equivalent to 1 point of attribute value per second. He could just add up the other attributes later. After Chen Nuo figured it out, he looked at the neatly lined team in front of him. He didn't say too much nonsense. Since everyone's loyalty value was full, there was no need for the so-called passionate speech. Chen Nuo brought his men to the dormitory area, where all the zombies were trapped. I learned from Gao Zhen that there are more than 15,000 people in their entire military district, and there are 10,086 zombies trapped in the dormitory area. Everyone already knows that Chen Nuo is now going to rescue Commander Gao, who has turned into a zombie. So when they saw the zombies, they didn't dare to shoot randomly. Only after they were sure that the zombie was not Commander Gao would those gun masters kill the zombies. As for the other zombies, why didn't Chen Nuo want to save them? It's simple, they are not related to me, so it's none of my business. Soon the zombies wandering outside were all wiped out. Chen Nuo and the others came to Commander Gao's residence. Commander Gao, who had turned into a zombie, heard the gunshots outside and kept banging on the door, making banging sounds. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and an axe appeared in his hand. He raised it high and chopped the door lock with one axe. Because the door opened inwards, Chen Nuo kicked the door, and the zombie behind the door was kicked over. The door opened, and Gao Zhen and Gaoing looked at the zombies lying on the ground, and both cried out in sadness. Grandfather. After confirming that it was Commander Gao, Chen Nuo put the axe back into the magic space, raised his hand again, and a water snake appeared, rushing directly towards the zombie. As soon as the zombie stood up, he was entangled by the water snake and fell down again in an instant. Chen Nuo opened the editor and looked at Commander Gao's page. Type, zombie. Realm, zombies in one realm. Magic, bronze bell, magic crystal core state. Chen Nuo thought about the type and then made some changes. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. The current magic power is insufficient, and the modification cannot be made. Chen Nuo was stunned. He took a look at the magic power of nearly 100,000 and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Damn it, I have nearly 100,000 mana points now, but it's still not enough. How much will it take? However, since it says that the mana value is insufficient, it means that it can indeed be modified. I want to see how much mana will be consumed. Gao Zhen and Gao Ying both looked at Chen Nuo nervously. Seeing Chen Nuo stunned for a moment, they became even more nervous. Chen Nuo turned around and said to Gao Zhen, Gao Zhen, we have found Commander Gao now, so there is no need to keep the other zombies. Go and kill them now, and then send the magic crystal core to me. My current magic power is not enough to save Commander Gao. I need more magic power. Gao Zhen took action immediately. Chen Nuo glanced at the restrained Commander Gao and then closed the door. He found a place to sit, and Su Li and Li Shui sat next to him. Gao Ying didn't feel like feeling jealous now. She just stood there, looking at Chen Nuo and then at the door. Chen Nuo took out the remaining magic crystal cores, cleaned them, and began to eat them. Gao Zhen also arranged for people to continuously deliver the magic crystal cores. When Chen Nuo's magic power exceeded 100,000, he tried to modify it again, but it still prompted that the magic power was insufficient. So, when it reached 300,000, it was indicated that it was insufficient, and when it reached 500,000, it was indicated that it was insufficient again. Chen Nuo was a little reluctant. How much magic power would this consume? Wouldn't it be nice if he could add his own attributes? But when he saw Gao Ying, who was looking at him expectantly, he could only sigh in his heart. If 1 million is not enough, don't blame me. An hour and a half later, Chen Nuo stopped swallowing. His current magic power was more than 1.1 million, and he had swallowed 4,500 magic crystal cores alone. Chen Nuo opened the door again and looked at Commander Gao's page. Change the type of zombies to humans. Buzz. This time the prompt did not appear. Suddenly, the sky and the earth darkened, and there seemed to be a sense of oppression coming over him. Commander Gao let out a low roar. Chen Nuo swallowed his saliva. The strange phenomenon in the world made him a little confused. He looked at the page of Commander Gao. There was a note behind the category. Transitioning. Gao Ying pulled Chen Nuo's arm and asked nervously, Chen Nuo, will my grandpa be okay? Chen Nuo shook his head. He didn't know either. Gao Ying thought Chen Nuo shook his head to mean that everything was fine, so she could only stand aside and watch. Deep in the distant universe, the old man who had been practicing with his eyes closed opened his eyes again. With a sweep of his divine sense, most of the galaxy was within his range. Damn it, this is really weird. Who on earth is trying to change fate? Chapter 82. Someone likes me, what can I do? I need to be more open-minded. Chen Nuo stared straight at Commander Gao's page, and finally, the transition began to become blurry. Commander Gao's page changed instantly. Name, Gao Zhenhua. Species, human. Realm, first realm magician. Magic, bronze bell. HP, 40/80ths, unconscious. Magic, 70 out of 70. Strength, 6. Agility, 6. Constitution, 8. Mental strength, 0.7. Chen Nuo glanced at the attributes and found that they were obviously lower than those of other people. However, it didn't matter anymore. What was important was that after consuming 1 million of his magic power, the person was finally rescued. Chen Nuo directly increased Gao Zhenhua's loyalty attribute and immediately changed it to the full value of 100. After locking the status, he turned around and said to Gao Ying, who was worried, Gao Ying, it's okay. Your grandpa has turned back into a human. He is in a coma now. Let him rest for a while, and he should wake up slowly. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and the water snake that bound Gao Zhenhua dissipated. When Gao Ying heard what Chen Nuo said, she happily ran towards her grandfather. But when she got close, she stopped suddenly, worried that if her grandfather was still a zombie, she might. Don't worry. Listen carefully. Isn't that the sound of snoring? Zombies don't sleep or snore. When Gao Ying heard this, she immediately pricked up her ears and indeed heard her grandfather's even breathing. Chen Nuo walked up to Gao Zhenhua, picked him up, put him on the bed, and was about to walk out. Gao Ying suddenly pulled him, and Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying in confusion. What's wrong? Gao Ying blushed. Chen Nuo, thank you. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Chen Nuo was stunned and asked subconsciously, Promise? What promise? Gao Ying raised her hand and twisted Chen Nuo's arm. That's what I said before. If you save my grandfather, I. Gao Ying's voice became lower and lower, and Chen Nuo suddenly remembered. Oh, that thing you were talking about. Actually, if you don't want me to, I won't. I do. Gao Ying replied loudly without waiting for Chen Nuo to finish. Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying's flushed face and her chest rising and falling with her breathing, and was stunned for a moment. Gao Ying plucked up the courage to push him out of the room. At the door, Su Li and Li Shui looked at him strangely. Su Li suddenly winked at Li Shui and said, Li Shui, it looks like we're going to have another sister. You heard the voice just now. I do. If you didn't know, you would think someone in there proposed to someone. Li Shui smiled and nodded. That's true. I don't know what's so charming about Chen Nuo. Didn't Gao Ying misunderstand Chen Nuo before? Why is she also now? Oh, Chen Nuo came back to his senses. He was indeed a little fascinated by Gao Ying. Her shy face and girlish charm made him unable to stop. Chen Nuo looked at the two people looking at him with a smile, and he was not embarrassed. He shrugged his shoulders. Someone fell in love with me. What can I do? Su Li made a retching expression. How shameless. Chen Nuo quickly came over and hugged Su Li. Sister Su, what's going on? Is there any reaction? Let me hear if the child is making a fuss. Hee. Chen Nuo, stop tickling me with your hands. I hate it. Go away and stop giving me such a playful smile. The three of them were playing and talking in low voices. In the room, Gao Ying's heart was beating fast. She forced herself not to think about Chen Nuo for the time being. She walked to her grandfather's bed and sat down, watching him until he woke up. Gao Zhen entered the yard with a bag in his hand. Seeing Chen Nuo and the other two playing, he quickly coughed. He mainly wanted to know about his grandfather's current situation. Otherwise, he would not have disturbed Chen Nuo and the others' fun. When Su Li and Li Shui saw Gao Zhen coming, they stood up and nodded to Gao Zhen. Chen Nuo spoke directly. Gao Zhen, go in and see your grandfather. He's already well, just waiting to wake up. Gao Zhen immediately showed an expression of surprise. Chen Tuer, thank you so much. Here, this is the remaining magic crystal core. Chen Nuo took the bag and put it into the parcel compartment. Gao Zhen quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Chen Nuo sat down again. He planned to take this opportunity to swallow some more magic crystal cores. Just like this for about an hour, finally an old man's cough was heard in the room, and voices began to be heard inside. Gao Ying and Gao Zhen shouted in joy. Chen Nuo put the magic crystal core into the packing box and gently touched the two women who were sleeping sweetly on his shoulders. Su Li and Li Shui opened their eyes sleepily, and Chen Nuo lowered his head and gave each of them a light kiss. Okay, wake up everyone. Gao Ying's grandfather should be coming out soon. Su Li wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth, which was left by Chen Nuo just now. She looked at Chen Nuo provocatively. Yes, this is the first time we meet the parents, so we have to behave well. Chen Nuo knew Su Li was mocking him, but he pretended not to hear. He looked at his magic value. 820426/1761200, recovering 106 per second. Just over an hour ago, Chen Nuo swallowed another 3,000 magic crystal cores. His magic power and magic power limit increased again. His mental power is now 17,612. Now that he has a lot of magic power again, Chen Nuo is ready to improve his recovery ability immediately. Chen Nuo had thought it through very clearly before. His path to becoming powerful was to constantly awaken new magic talents, increase the limit of magic power, and then improve the recovery ability of magic power. Chen Nuo directly used 800,000 magic points to modify his physique. The physique of 5,300 immediately became physique 13300, and the health points also correspondingly became health points 65864/133000, while the recovery rate changed from 106 per second to 266 per second. Just as Chen Nuo finished the revision, the door was pushed open. Gao Zhenhua had already learned the whole story and knew Gao Ying's previous promise. Originally, Gao Zhenhua was not an easy person to talk to. Generally, officials tend to have a strong personality imperceptibly. Gao Ying was worried that Gao Zhenhua would scold Chen Nuo, so she kept her arm around Gao Zhenhua's. If her grandfather spoke unpleasantly, she would act coquettishly and cutely. But the means she prepared were not used at all. If it were a normal situation, Gao Zhenhua would not only reprimand Chen Nuo, but might even take action. After all, the man his granddaughter likes actually already has another woman, and it is said that it is not just one woman. No matter which grandfather knows about this situation, he will have to show it. However, Gao Zhenhua, whose loyalty value was already full, liked Chen Nuo so much that he shamelessly pushed Gao Ying to Chen Nuo. He also repeatedly stated that if Gao Ying was ignorant, she should tell him, and he would teach her a lesson on behalf of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo had a very pleasant conversation with Gao Zhenhua for a while. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone was ready to go. In general, Chen Nuo put all the equipment in the area into the parcel column. Chen Nuo looked up at the neatly lined formation in front of him. There were 3,965 soldiers in total, plus the 65 people on his side. Chen Nuo now had 4,030 people. This is only the second day of the apocalypse, and Chen Nuo has gathered such a large team. The key is that they are all soldiers. This is already ahead of everyone else. All the troop carriers were started. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved, and everyone got on the vehicles in an orderly manner. Chen Nuo looked at them and spoke softly to Su Li, Li Shui, and others beside him. Now that we have these soldiers joining us, we can no longer plan our operations slowly like before. We need to have a bigger plan. Chapter 83, Moral Kidnapping? Is there anyone who can still speak fairly? Add the function of automatic point addition. The convoy soon arrived at the highway exit. Chen Nuo asked Song Tao to stop the car. He got out of the car and walked to a sign, then took out a bucket of red paint from the parcel column. The others were a little confused about Chen Nuo's intention, so Chen Nuo turned around and said to Gaozhen, Gaozhen, find someone who can write well and have him write on this. Ilian warehouse has trillions of supplies, so there is no shortage of food or clothing. That's all. Remember, don't write anything else. Gaoying looked at Chen Nuo with admiration. Chen Nuo, I really misunderstood you before. I never thought you were such a loving person. Chen Nuo was stunned. Love? What the hell do you want? Gaoying looked puzzled. Isn't it? You asked people to write this. Aren't you trying to help other survivors? Chen Nuo sneered. I was thinking that even if a small amount of money is small, it is still money. As long as they go to our place, I can ask them to exchange magic crystal cores for their food, clothing, shelter, transportation, food, drink, and defecation. This way, I will have another source of magic crystal cores. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he turned around and walked back to the car. Gaoying stared at Chen Nuo's back in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Gaozhen thought about it and prepared to comfort Gaoying. After all, it was the end of the world, and it was okay for people to be a little selfish. However, Gao Ying's face suddenly showed joy, and the words she said almost made Gaozhen sprain his waist. As expected, the man Gaoying, like is smart. Gaoying turned around and said to Gaozhen, Brother, have someone write these words at every entrance and exit of the highway. Now that you've done it, do it thoroughly. After Gaoying finished speaking, she ran towards the car happily. After Gaoying got on the bus, she saw Chen Nuo taking her seat, so she walked up to Chen Nuo without any courtesy. Chen Nuo looked at her in confusion, and Gaoying snorted coldly. This is my seat. I want to talk to Sister Su and Sister Shui for a while. You can sit opposite me. It took more than 2 hours to get here, but this time it only took less than an hour for Chen Nuo and his team to return to the aircraft carrier base. A lot of people gathered under the aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier was so big, as tall as 20 or 30 stories. In this open area in the suburbs, it was definitely a landmark building. Those survivors are trying to figure out how to get on board the aircraft carrier. Suddenly, they heard a car horn in the distance, and they turned around immediately. Everyone's face was first surprised, and then showed a deep joy. A long row of military vehicles drove towards them, and soon the vehicles stopped. Soldiers in military uniforms got off them and quickly lined up in neat rows. The survivors immediately rushed forward. In the hearts of the common people, soldiers are saviors, so when they saw so many soldiers, they were not afraid. After getting out of the car, Chen Nuo glanced at the survivors who had gathered around him, then looked at Chang Jianjun, Song Tao, and Tian Feng beside him, pointed at the survivor, and said, You three, bring your teams and serve as the guardians of the base. Take these survivors out now and let them stay outside. From now on, only those we approve of can live inside the wall. Execute now. The survivors also heard what Chen Nuo said. When they saw a group of people with guns surrounding them, they subconsciously retreated. Of course, there were also some brave ones. What are you doing? We will not leave here. You are soldiers, you have the responsibility and obligation to protect us. Those who were originally a little scared, when they saw someone taking the lead, immediately followed suit, with an attitude of, if you dare to make any move, I will lie down and not move. Just as the leader was feeling smug, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! He looked in disbelief at the young man who gave the order. He never expected that a soldier would dare to shoot at civilians. Wasn't he afraid of being punished? Son, my son. You soldiers, give me back my son. Come and see, the soldier shot and killed someone. He just spoke a fair word for everyone. Why did you shoot and kill him? They are indeed from the same family. The old man's words were inspiring. Although all the survivors were afraid, anger appeared on their faces. Bang! Another shot was fired. The old man raised his hand and pointed at Chen Nuo, then fell down beside his son unwillingly. If the first shot had not made these survivors see the reality clearly, then this shot completely woke them up, and they felt cold all over. Chen Nuo looked at them with a smile, speaking in a leisurely tone. Is there anyone who can say something fair? I see that you all seem a little dissatisfied with my actions. The survivors didn't dare to look Chen Nuo in the eye. They were completely scared. There was disdain on Chen Nuo's face, and his voice struck the hearts of every survivor. Aren't you trying to blackmail me? Now I'm going to say this. Listen carefully here. I have the final say. Trying to be smart with me will only cost you your life. Now get out. How could these people dare to be presumptuous? They all followed Chen Nuo's arrangements unwillingly. One of them hesitated for a few seconds, then turned around and looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked at him playfully, then raised his hand and pointed the gun at him. Why? You want to say something fair? The man was trembling all over. He took several deep breaths before he stammered. No. I just heard you say that only those you approve of can live inside the wall, so I want to know how I can get your approval. Only when Chen Nuo put down the gun did the man feel relieved. Chen Nuo glanced at the other survivors and saw that they had all stopped. It was obvious that they were all very concerned about this issue. Chen Nuo smiled and looked at the person in front of him. It's easy to get my approval. I think everyone among you should know about zombies, right? Go, kill a zombie and bring me the magic crystal core in its head. Then I will allow you to live in the wall and you will be protected by me. Lu Bin frowned deeply. He didn't know what the magic crystal core was. Magic crystal core? Chen Nuo raised his hand and a magic crystal core appeared in his hand. He waited and showed it to Lu Bin. Lu Bin looked at the crystal in Chen Nuo's hand in surprise. He was sure that Chen Nuo did not have this thing in his hand just now. This is the magic crystal core. You can find it by splitting the zombie's head. Now that I have said this, I have given you the chance. Get out of here. Lu Bin and other survivors followed Chang Jianjun and others to the outside of the wall. He glanced at the aircraft carrier from a distance, then turned around and walked away. Chen Nuo looked at his page. He had just acquired 76 new magic talents. He took a closer look at one magic talent. This magic talent was the earth element magic, which was Lu Bin's magic talent. This is also the reason why Chen Nuo spoke a few more words to Lu Bin. Chen Nuo looked at his magic power. Now he can recover more than 900,000 magic power in 1 hour. Current magic power, 930-426/1761200, 266 recovered per second. Chen Nuo modified all of them with just one click, activating and awakening all of the 2,479 new magic talents he had acquired in the military region and the 76 magic talents he had just acquired. The magic power consumed 2,555 points of magic power, and the mental power became 20167, magic power 928403/2016700, recovery 266 per second. It's the same as before. With magic power, the first thing to do is to modify the physique and increase the recovery ability. 900,000 magic power is equivalent to 9,000 attribute points. After the direct modification, the physical fitness became 22300. With the sudden increase in physical fitness, the recovery ability also increased sharply to 446 per second. Chen Nuo calculated that in this case, 1.6 million magic power would be restored in 1 hour. He then looked at the magic power limit and found that it was only 2.01 million. Chen Nuo frowned slightly. It seems that the limit of magic power is a bit low. This way, when it is fully restored, it will definitely be wasted. What should I do? Chen Nuo thought for a while, and finally, he came up with an idea to add points automatically, so he tried to modify it. Added an automatic point adding function. When the magic power is fully restored, it will automatically consume 100,000 magic points to add to the physical fitness. Chapter 84 Gao Ying's Dilemma. Are you looking for it? Chen Nuo looked at his page and saw a description below the magic value. Magic 55163/2016700, recover 446 per second. Automatic point addition function. When the magic power is full, it will automatically consume 100,000 magic points and add 100 points to the physical fitness. Each time the passive is used, 100 more magic points will be consumed. Consume 100 more mana? My current recovery power is 446 per second. This consumption is nothing to me. After Chen Nuo finished the modification, he said to Gaojin beside him, Gaojin, there are enough beds on the aircraft carrier. It can accommodate more than 5,000 people at most. We currently have 4,032 people. Please notify everyone to go to the aircraft carrier to rest today. Gaojin nodded, but he didn't go to notify immediately. Instead, he asked, Tua Chen, how do we get up there? Do we have to use a helicopter? We have more than 4,000 people. Chen Nuo frowned. It was true. If so many people used the plane, it would not only waste fuel but also be troublesome. Suddenly, he thought of a magic he had just obtained and immediately patted Gaojin's shoulder. I have a solution. Chen Nuo was facing the aircraft carrier. He estimated in his mind and then walked a little further away from the aircraft carrier. He imagined the shape of the stairs in his mind, then pressed his hands on the ground and rich earth elements began to condense. When everyone was wondering what Chen Nuo was going to do, they saw that in front of Chen Nuo, the ground seemed to turn into an ocean, and the originally hard surface began to wriggle like waves. The soil bulged upwards, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was shocked. In front of Chen Nuo, a dirt staircase appeared, directly connected to the aircraft carrier. This earthen staircase was 3 meters wide and 70 to 80 meters high. Chen Nuo stood up, brushed the dust off his hands, and said to the stunned Gaoxian, "This way everyone can go straight up." Chen Nuo came in front of Su Li and Gao Ying and took off his shirt. Su Li looked at Chen Nuo with his bare chest, wondering what he was doing. "Why are you taking off your clothes?" Chen Nuo chuckled. "Are you wearing clothes?" Su Li tapped his chest with her right index finger. "Seriously." Chen Nuo handed the shirt to Li Shui and activated the angel magic directly. 2 white wings spread out from his shoulders and penetrated his body. No one knew what the theory was, but it appeared suddenly anyway. Chen Nuo spread his wings, and dust flew up around him. He quickly went forward, hugged Su Li and Li Shui, and flapped his wings violently. He flew into the sky like a flying crane, and the speed was so fast that Chen Nuo could hardly react. Chen Nuo flapped his wings to steady his body. They looked down and saw that the aircraft carrier had become smaller and the people looked more like ants. Chen Nuo felt it, and he did not feel the problem of lack of endurance that Gao Ying had mentioned before. Now he was holding the 2 women and felt very relaxed, as if he had not consumed any energy at all. He thought about it and felt that this should be related to his physique and recovery ability. After all, a physique of more than 20,000 was there. In the sky, Su Li and Li Shui hugged him tightly. Neither of them was afraid, but felt inexplicably excited. In particular, Su Li had a look of excitement on her face, with one hand tightly hooked around Chen Nuo's neck, and the other hand teasing Chen Nuo dishonestly. "Brother, do you want to have a so-called air battle?" Chen Nuo was so excited by what she said that he swallowed his saliva with dry mouth. When Li Shui heard what Su Li said, a hint of expectation appeared on her face. The feelings between the 3 people immediately became ambiguous, and when they were getting distracted, a cry for help suddenly came from below. "Ah, Chen Nuo, save me." The 3 of them were instantly awakened. They looked down and saw Gao Ying swaying from side to side, flapping her wings weakly. Gao Ying saw Chen Nuo flying into the sky holding Su Li and Li Shui, so she followed them, but her speed was no match for Chen Nuo. She originally thought that even if her speed was not as good, she could at least fly to the same height as Chen Nuo, but she obviously overestimated herself. Gao Ying was completely exhausted. She began to descend, faster and faster. She was already panicking, and was getting closer and closer to the ground. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared below her, and her body fell directly on Chen Nuo's back. She subconsciously hugged Chen Nuo's neck. Chen Nuo was flying steadily. He turned his head and asked Gao Ying on his back, "Are you okay?" Gao Ying was already frightened out of her wits. Seeing that Gao Ying didn't say anything, Chen Nuo was about to ask another question when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He was stunned for a moment, then thought of something. Gao Ying on his back was already feeling extremely ashamed. She pressed Chen Nuo's back nervously, but Chen Nuo was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Chen Nuo flew directly to the deck of the aircraft carrier. Because Gao Ying was wearing a skirt, Su Li and Li Shui did not notice anything unusual. Chen Nuo retracted his wings, then took out a lot of women's clothes from the parcel column, including women's bras and panties, and handed them to Su Li. Su Li looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. She didn't expect that Chen Nuo would take out women's bra and panties in front of Gao Ying. Chen Nuo said very naturally, "Take a look at these clothes and see if there are any that fit you. We've all been tired all day, so go take a shower, change into clean clothes, and take a rest. Gao Ying, you should also follow Sister Su. Sister Su has awakened the magic talent of the water element." Gao Ying showed a grateful look. Chen Nuo met Gao Ying's gaze, and he subconsciously looked at Gao Ying's lower body. Gao Ying's face turned redder instantly, and she spat in her heart. He was indeed a pervert. Gao Ying followed Su Li and Li Shui to their room, which was also Chen Nuo's room. The 2 of them quickly took off their clothes. They looked back and saw that Gao Ying had not taken any action yet. Gao Ying said embarrassedly, "Sister Su, Sister Shui, you 2 go in and take a shower first. I'll be right over." The 2 women thought she was embarrassed to take off her clothes in front of them, so they nodded, and the sound of water was heard in the bathroom. Gao Ying quickly lifted her skirt and took off her underwear. She was so scared that she peed her pants. The key point was that Chen Nuo discovered her. "Gao Ying, are you okay? Come in if you're okay." Gao Ying looked around quickly, but couldn't find any place to put the thing. So she thought about it and threw it under the bed. She thought it wouldn't be too late to put it away after she finished her shower. After the 3 of them finished washing and had just put on their clothes, there was a knock on the door. Gao Ying was just about to take back her underwear, but the sudden knock on the door made her stand up quickly. Su Li opened the door and found it was Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo glanced at the 3 of them and asked a question even though he knew the answer. Did you finish washing? Suli hummed and continued to wipe her hair. Gowing thought that Chen Nuo was secretly teasing her and wanted to see her suffer. She couldn't help but feel hateful. Okay, now that you're done, you all should get out for a while so I can take a shower too. Chen Nuo stretched as he spoke, and the three of them quickly walked out of the room. Chen Nuo took off his clothes and threw them casually on the bed. His shirt accidentally fell to the edge of the bed and then slid to the ground. Chen Nuo ignored him. He walked into the bathroom and came out in about a minute. He dried his body with a towel, then bent down to pick up his shirt from the floor. However, out of the corner of his eye he saw something under the bed. He turned his head and raised his eyebrows. Whose is this? How did it get under the bed? As Chen Nuo spoke, he reached out and took it. It was still wet. He instantly thought of Gowing. An obscene smile appeared on his face. When he was thinking about something, his hand was in front of his nose and he smelled it. He was stunned. He looked down at what was in his hand and quickly took his hand away. He looked towards the door. Fortunately, no one saw it. Chen Nuo put it directly into the parcel column, but he was still panicking inside. His action just now was definitely not his original intention. It was just his subconscious action. Just after taking a few deep breaths, he heard a knock on the door. Chen Nuo got up and opened the door, only to see Gowing standing alone at the door. When Gowing saw Chen Nuo open the door, she quickly pushed Chen Nuo aside and walked into the room. She quickly came to the bedside, bent down and lowered her head to pick up. Are you looking for it? Chapter 85. Anyone who doesn't follow my rules will be killed. When Gowing heard what Chen Nuo said, she quickly turned around and saw that Chen Nuo was holding her panties in his hand. The key point was that he still had a sly smile on his face. Gao Ying's face turned red instantly, and she stood up and rushed towards Chen Nuo. Give it back to me. Chen Nuo was held high up so that she couldn't reach him. In desperation, Gowing hooked her arms around Chen Nuo's neck and wrapped her legs around his waist, then reached out and finally touched him. However, both of them suddenly paused, and Gowing also realized that the current posture was very ambiguous. She slowly looked towards Chen Nuo. They were so close that they could even hear each other's breathing. When she wanted to get down, Chen Nuo hugged her tightly and kissed her while she was stunned. At first, she was a little overwhelmed, but since she had already fallen in love with him, she gradually became devoted to him. Su Li and Li Shui were waiting for Gowing outside. Seeing that Li Shui had not come back yet, they turned around to look for her. They came to the outside of the room and were about to knock on the door when suddenly some lewd music came from inside. Pain. Both of them were stunned, with strange looks on their faces. Su Li shook her head, pulled Li Shui, pointed into the distance, and the two of them stopped at a slightly farther distance. Su Li sighed softly and said to Li Shui, I never thought that Gowing would seduce Chen Nuo directly. She is really. She even told us that she forgot something and came to get it. Chen Nuo is also useless and can't resist the temptation of a woman at all. Li Shui smiled. Gowing is young and beautiful and has a good temperament. Chen Nuo is also a man, so he naturally likes young and beautiful women. When Su Li heard what Li Shui said, she teased. Aren't you jealous? Li Shui thought about it, then shook her head. I once said that I don't care whether he has a woman or not. As long as he doesn't let me down, I will always follow him. Su Li looked at Li Shui's reminiscing expression and sighed. Hey, who made us follow this enemy? We are just two stupid women. The two of them were chatting outside, looking over there from time to time. It must be said that as participants, they usually didn't feel the time was unbearable. Now one could faintly hear the two people breathing heavily, and they were also in some physical pain. Su Li was not going to wait any longer. It had been more than an hour. When would it ever end? Chen Nuo and Gowing were entangled, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Chen Nuo subconsciously looked towards the door, and the figures of Su Li and Li Shui appeared in his mind. Su Li had a dissatisfied look on her face, with her hands folded across her chest, while Li Shui stood aside a little embarrassedly. Chen Nuo thought that the two men were here to catch someone cheating. After a moment of excitement, a scream was finally heard in the room. As for how tragic it was, just look at the bloodstains on the bed sheets. Gowing lay there exhausted. Chen Nuo hurriedly put on his clothes, then stood up and picked up the skirt and put it on Gowing. Then he tidied Gao Ying's hair and stood up to open the door. Su Li glanced at Chen Nuo, snorted coldly, then pushed Chen Nuo away and walked into the room. Chen Nuo smiled awkwardly. Li Shui stuck out her tongue mischievously, moved her head closer to Chen Nuo, and whispered, Are you happy? You made us wait outside for so long. Chen Nuo felt even more embarrassed. Su Li glanced at Gowing, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her face was full of spring, and she was supporting herself with her hands to sit on the edge of the bed. She nodded to Su Li embarrassedly. Su Li glanced at the mess and bright red spots on the bedsheet. Gowing followed Su Li's gaze. She stood up quickly, but her legs were a little weak. She shook a few times and hurriedly lifted the bedsheet. Gowing crumpled the bedsheets together and put them behind her. She lowered her head like a little girl who had done something wrong, waiting for the adults to scold her. However, before being scolded, Su Li just said one sentence. Hurry up and pack up. We should go out for dinner. Gao Ying looked up blankly. She was ready for the storm, but unexpectedly. That would have been fine, but what Su Li said to Chen Nuo right after that made Gao Ying completely lose her defense. Su Li came to the door and snorted at the embarrassed Chen Nuo. Humph, you got it easy. This is the first time for a little girl, and you messed around with her for such a long time. You have to treat her well in the future, otherwise, Li Shui and I will not forgive you. Li Shui immediately stood beside Su Li and stated her position. Chen Nuo quickly made his promise. Su Li looked at Chen Nuo's solemn promise and raised her hand to twist Chen Nuo's body hard. Go in and pack up quickly, we'll be waiting for you outside. Chen Nuo hurried into the room. At this time, Gao Ying's tears were already welling up in her eyes. He sat down in front of Gao Ying and raised his hand to wipe away her tears. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Does it still hurt? Gao Ying shook her head. I just felt happy when I heard what Sister Su said. Chen Nuo didn't say anything. He hugged Gao Ying and patted her back gently. After dozens of seconds, Chen Nuo said softly, Sister Su and Li Shui are still waiting for us outside. Let's pack up and go out. Gao Ying nodded, and the two of them went into the bathroom and quickly washed up. Then they finished tidying up and walked out of the room. Seeing the two finally come out, Su Li said jokingly, I thought you two were going to be unable to control yourselves again. Gao Ying's face turned red instantly. Su Li pushed Chen Nuo away, came to Gao Ying's side, and supported Gao Ying directly. Gao Ying, let's ignore him and go. From now on, the three of us sisters must advance and retreat together. Li Shui also came over and looked at Gao Ying with clear eyes. Gao Ying nodded. The three of them walked in front. Chen Nuo looked at their backs and felt so happy in his heart. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, many soldiers were walking around. They were all from the army, and aircraft carriers were very unfamiliar to them. Gao Jinhua and Gao Zhan, the grandfather and grandson, were chatting, and Chen Nuo and others came behind them. Commander Gao. As soon as Chen Nuo opened his mouth, Gao Ying behind him pinched him gently. Gao Jinhua and Gao Zhan heard what Chen Nuo said and turned around to see Gao Ying's little movement. Gao Jinhua glanced at his granddaughter and saw that her brows were relaxed and her face was rosy. He immediately felt happy. Chen Nuo coughed dryly. Grandpa Gao Hehe. Chen Nuo said, ha ha, which made Gao Jinhua not know what to say in response. The old man and the child could only laugh, and they understood each other tacitly. When Gao Zhan saw Gao Ying being supported by Su Li and Li Shui, he spoke with concern. Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Gao Ying blushed and said nothing. Gao Jinhua immediately raised his foot and kicked Gao Zhan. Isn't it hurt? But is this something you, as a brother, should ask? Gao Zhan was kicked for no reason and a look of confusion appeared on his face. Grandpa, why did you kick me? I didn't say anything wrong. Gao Jinhua glared at him. This bastard rolled up his sleeves and was about to. Chen Nuo quickly stopped the two and took over the conversation. He didn't want to keep dwelling on this topic. Gao Zhan, have you arranged everything for the others? Gao Zhan nodded quickly. Boss Chen, everything has been arranged. There are more than enough beds. Chen Nuo glanced at the people on the deck. Well, let's just have a simple meal today. By the way, don't the army have cooks? We'll have to ask them to cook for us in the future. After all, there are so many of us, and eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating are all problems. Gao Zhan said he understood. Chen Nuo took out a lot of food and water from the parcel column. After all, there were thousands of people. They could just have a simple meal today and let the cooks cook tomorrow. After Chen Nuo placed the food and water on the deck, Gao Zhan immediately began to make arrangements, and soon everyone lined up one by one to receive food and water. Chen Nuo looked up at the sky, took out his cell phone to check the time, thought about it, and then called Chang Jianjun. Brother Chang, you all should come back. You don't have to stay there at night. As for those survivors, don't worry about them for now. If they dare to come in. Chen Nuo paused, pondered for a few seconds, and said coldly, Kill. Anyone who doesn't follow my rules will be killed. Chapter 86. Recovering more than 1.6 million mana in 1 hour? Is that a lot? It's still far from enough. This chapter is over 3,200 words long. I'm too lazy to divide it into 2,000 words. After the meal, Chen Nuo briefly explained to Jing Tao and the others about going to the university town tomorrow, and asked Gao Zhan to assign 2,000 men from the army to Jing Tao, Su Hao, Zhao Wei, and Wang Chen, letting them lead 500 men each. When the four heard Chen Nuo's words, they were so excited that they were incoherent. Although Wang Mei, Jinghua, and Zhao Tianhe were happy for them, they couldn't help but worry. The three of them looked at each other, and Wang Mei stood up and spoke. Chen Nuo, asking them to lead so many people directly, wouldn't it be a bit? When Jing Tao and the others heard Wang Mei say this, they temporarily suppressed their excitement and began to consider whether they were capable of doing the job. Chen Nuo shook his head. Andy Wang, it's settled. I believe they will have no problem. Chen Nuo looked at the four people. So many people are handed over to you. which is equivalent to handing their lives over to you. You must do a good job and make achievements. Although Chen Nuo said this, the four of them were a little unsure. Chen Nuo looked at the four people's lack of confidence and waved his hand. Don't worry, it's okay. Have you forgotten my talent? If I say you can do it well, then you can definitely do it well. As Chen Nuo spoke, he opened the editor and directly gave the four people. Increases military capability attributes. Buzz. Chen Nuo directly changed it to the maximum value of 100, and the four people immediately felt it. A new knowledge filled their brains, making them unable to recover for a long time. Chen Nuo waited for a while, and when he saw the four people recovered, he asked with a smile, "Are you confident now? If anyone still doesn't have confidence, I will have no choice but to replace him." The four of them gladly accepted it. After Chen Nuo saw that he had explained everything that needed to be explained, he said goodbye to everyone and headed towards the ship island with Su Li, Li Shui, and Gao Ying. When Gao Jin saw his sister following Chen Nuo, he was about to tell her that her room had already been prepared for her. Gao Jinhua was quick-witted and immediately gave Gao Jin a hug, tucking Gao Zhan's head under his armpits. He spoke to Gao Jin earnestly. "You grandson, I'm telling you, if you're going to make trouble, I won't forgive you. Your sister finally got together with Chen Nuo. Can you please be quiet?" Gao Jin suddenly realized at this moment. He looked at Gao Ying's back in disbelief and saw that Gao Ying's walking posture was very strange. He had not thought about it in this way before, but now Gao Zhan was shocked and exclaimed in his heart, "Sister, how come you have become a scumbag too?" Chen Nuo and the others returned to the room and closed the door. Chen Nuo looked at the 2-meter-wide bed and then looked at Gao Ying. It was obvious that the bed was a bit small again. Chen Nuo opened the package box and took out a 1-meter-wide bed. This bed can be connected to the big bed and used as a spliced bed, so the size of the bed is enough. Chen Nuo took out new bedding, spread it on the stitched bed, then lay down on the bed and stretched comfortably. There was nothing wrong with Su Li and Li Shui, but Gao Ying felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that Gao Ying was a little shy, Su Li pulled Gao Ying over to sit on the bed and whispered something in her ear. Gao Ying's ears turned red, but then she let go. Chen Nuo ignored the three of them. He opened the editor and looked at his own page. Magic 1923540/2016700. Recover 456 per second. Chen Nuo saw that the recovery per second had become 456, 10 more than before, so he looked at his physical condition. Constitution, 22,800. Sure enough, the physical condition has changed, 500 points more than before, which means that the automatic point-adding function has passively added points 5 times. Sure enough, the recovery amount of more than 1.6 million in 1 hour was very powerful. He had a feeling that he would never lack magic power in the future. He glanced at the limit value of magic power and shook his head violently. This is far from enough. Right now, I can't use magic to modify everything without any scruples. I can't be considered invincible. Invincibility should mean having no taboos and being able to do whatever I want. I still need to keep working hard. Chen Nuo took out all the magic crystal cores from the parcel column and threw them in the middle of the bed, a total of 10,103. When Gao Ying saw so many magic crystal cores suddenly appearing on the bed, she looked at Chen Nuo, and Chen Nuo smiled at her. By the way, Gao Ying, Sister Su, and Li Shui are already second-level magicians. I will upgrade you now as well. Chen Nuo started to modify it as he spoke. When he was about to modify it, he saw the realm. A first-level magician, he wondered if he could modify the realm directly. Therefore, Chen Nuo did not modify the upgrade conditions, but directly modified the realm. Changed the first-level magician to a second-level magician. After Chen Nuo finished the modification, he immediately looked at Gao Ying's page. His realm had changed, and 1,000 points of magic power had been consumed, which was the same as the magic power consumed when modifying the upgrade conditions. Gao Ying's page. Name, Gao Ying. Species, human. Realm, second realm magician. Upgrade conditions, 0 out of 100. Note: swallowing 100 first-level magic crystal cores can upgrade to a third-level magician, or swallowing 10 second-level magic crystal cores can upgrade to a third-level magician. The time interval is 10 minutes. Devil, Angel. HP, 300/300. Mana, 280/280. Strength, 26. Agility, 20. Constitution, 30. Mental strength, 2.8. Gao Ying's whole body spasmed several times, and she felt an intense pain. Chen Nuo quickly comforted her. Hold on, this is a necessary stage for upgrading. It will be done soon. Gao Ying gritted her teeth, and after a few seconds, the pain was gone. Gao Ying looked at her body, which was covered in dirt. She screamed and rushed into the bathroom. After entering, she started crying. Sister Su, Can you come and help me? Su Li smiled, then got up and walked into the bathroom. After a while, the two came out. Gowing looked at Chen Nuo with a blush, and Chen Nuo smiled at her. Don't be embarrassed. Those dirt are impurities in our body. Upgrading is like cleansing the meridians and marrow. Don't you feel that your physical fitness has become much stronger? Gowing clenched her fists and really felt full of power. Chen Nuo said again. Didn't you say before that your flying stamina wasn't enough? Now your physique is about 3 times stronger than before. You should be able to fly for a long time now. Gowing immediately became happy. Chen Nuo, is this true? Chen Nuo nodded. Of course, how could I lie to you? This time, Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's page. He planned to upgrade them all. They were the women closest to him, and Chen Nuo didn't want them to be just faces. This time, Chen Nuo plans to modify it directly to the 9th level to try. Change your realm to the 9th realm magician. Bite. Reminder, magic power is seriously insufficient. Change your realm to the 8th level magician. Bite. Reminder, magic power is seriously insufficient. Next, there is a serious shortage of magicians in the 7th realm. Then, the 6th realm, the 5th realm. Tip, not enough magic power. When you reach the 5th realm, the prompt changes, and severely insufficient becomes inadequate. Chen Nuo used to think that having millions of magic powers was very impressive, but now he has to say that this blow is extremely huge. Chen Nuo did not go on this time. He took a look at Su Li's upgrade conditions and decided to upgrade to the 3rd level magician first. Buzz. Su Li successfully upgraded to the 3rd level magician, and Chen Nuo quickly looked at the upgrade conditions. Name, Su Li. Species, human. Realm, 3 realm magician. Upgrade conditions, 0/10, 000. Note, swallowing 10,000 1st level magic crystal cores can upgrade to a 4th level magician, or swallowing 100 3rd level magic crystal cores can upgrade to a 4th level magician. The time interval is 10 minutes. Chen Nuo read the notes and found that the conditions for upgrading from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm had changed. Unexpectedly, it was directly raised to 100 magic crystal cores of the same realm for upgrading. Chen Nuo calculated that, in this case, to upgrade from the 3rd realm to the 4th realm, one would need 1 million magic points. No wonder he kept being reminded that his magic points were insufficient. Chen Nuo took a look at the magic power and found that it could be upgraded again. He wanted to see what the conditions would be next. So he made the changes directly. Changed the 3rd level magician to a 4th level magician. The magic power dropped by 1 million in an instant, and then Su Li's body shook violently. Her brows furrowed deeply. The pain was not as severe as before, but it lasted much longer. After about 20 or 30 seconds, Su Li finally let out a long breath. When she upgraded to the 3rd realm just now, not much dirt was discharged from her body. Now that she had upgraded to the 4th realm, it was almost the same as when she upgraded to the 2nd realm. She was covered in dirt, and she wanted to go to the bathroom to wash herself. As soon as she exerted force with her hands, the bed collapsed. Chen Nuo hurriedly supported her, and a powerful force added to his body. Chen Nuo was shocked to see that Chen Nuo's health points dropped by several hundred in an instant. Chen Nuo quickly reminded Su Li not to move, and asked Li Shui and Gowing not to help Su Li. Chen Nuo understood the situation as soon as he glanced at her page. This was because all the attributes had increased significantly, and Su Li was unable to adapt to it at all, so he quickly added an attribute to Su Li. Increases physical adaptability attributes. Chen Nuo directly changed this attribute to the full value of 100. After the modification, Chen Nuo slowly let go of Su Li and let her move slowly. Su Li followed Chen Nuo's request and quickly adapted to the changes brought about by the current attribute. Chen Nuo let out a long sigh and asked Su Li to go to the bathroom to wash herself. Su Li walked into the bathroom calmly and came out quickly. Chen Nuo looked at her page again. All the attributes had increased by about 10 times compared to the 3rd realm, and the upgrade conditions had changed again. Realm, 4 realm magician. Upgrade conditions, 0/100, 000. Note, swallowing 100,000 1st level magic crystal cores can upgrade to a 5th level magician, or swallowing 10 4th level magic crystal cores can upgrade to a 5th level magician. The time interval is 10 minutes. Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows. It has been restored to 10 magic crystal cores of the same realm. The previous realm upgrade only required swallowing 10 magic crystal cores of the same realm, but the attributes increased by about 3 times. When upgrading to the 4th realm, although the condition became swallowing 100 magic crystal cores of the same realm, the attributes increased by about 10 times. From this perspective, it is very likely that the 4th realm is equivalent to a large realm division, so the 7th realm is also very likely to be a large realm division. Chen Nuo looked at the conditions for upgrading from the 4th realm to the 5th realm, which required consuming 10 million magic points, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. That's it. You were so proud of yourself just now. You feel like you have recovered more than 1.6 million mana in an hour, and you don't know how high the sky is. Damn, you are still far from it. Chapter 87. Wake up to the power of the world. Sleep on a woman's lap at night. Turn this end of the world upside down. Chen Nuo shook his head helplessly, then looked at Li Shui and Gaoing. Although his current magic power is not enough for both of them to upgrade to the 4th level magician, there is still no pressure to upgrade to the 3rd level magician. After all, upgrading from the 2nd realm to the 3rd realm only consumes 10,000 magic points. Although the two of them only upgraded to the 3rd realm, Chen Nuo still first increased their physical adaptability attributes. After changing the value to the full value of 100, Chen Nuo directly changed the realm of the two. Buzz. The two girls successfully entered the 3rd realm of magician. They pulled Su Li, who had just finished showering, into the bathroom again. Chen Nuo listened to the sound of water and the laughter of the 3 girls, then shrugged his shoulders and smiled. He stood up and first changed the bed that was collapsed by Su Li. After making the bedding, he put the magic crystal core back in the middle of the bed. He took out a large basin and threw handfuls of magic crystal cores into it. Then he pointed with his right index finger, and a stream of water poured into the basin. Chen Nuo stirred the water in the basin with his hands, then picked up 5 magic crystal cores and threw them into his mouth like peanuts. Chen Nuo continuously took out magic crystal cores from the basin and swallowed them, and in the spiritual sea of his brain, new magic spaces were constantly opened up. After the 3 women came out after cleaning, they saw Chen Nuo swallowing the magic crystal core. They did not disturb Chen Nuo, but surrounded Chen Nuo and lay beside him. Gaoing lay on one side, staring blankly at Chen Nuo as he mechanically took out the magic crystal core from the basin and threw it into his mouth. She remembered Su Li's whisper in her ear before. His face couldn't help but turn red. Thinking of the scene of the 3 men whipping Chen Nuo together, his face turned red and his mouth became dry. When Su Li saw Gao Ying's strange behavior, she pushed Li Shui and pointed at Gaoing. The two of them smiled at each other foolishly. Gaoing suddenly came to her senses and saw that the two of them were looking at her with teasing eyes. She was so ashamed that she didn't even know who to turn to. Chen Nuo touched nothing. There was no magic crystal core in the basin. Gaoing hurried to help and put the magic crystal core on the bed into the basin. Su Li and Li Shui stopped laughing at her and helped Chen Nuo clean the magic crystal core. Meanwhile, somewhere in College Town, Wu Shasha hid in a place, her face full of despair and powerlessness, and there were several loud noises coming from outside. Brother Biao, where is that woman hiding? It's already dark now, and it's even harder to find her. Why don't we look for her tomorrow morning? She can't run away anyway. Brother Biao, the brothers haven't had sex for a long time. There are so many beautiful college students, and everyone can't wait. It's a good time to have some sex. The noise outside disappeared, and Wu Shasha's figure gradually emerged in the night. The place where she appeared was actually not far from those people just now. She could actually become invisible. Wu Shasha gasped heavily. Thinking of what those people had just said, she couldn't help but feel scared. If she was caught by them, she couldn't imagine what would happen to her. Chen Nuo, those painkillers you gave me, did they save me or harm me? If I was going to be defiled, I would rather die in pain than take those painkillers. Wu Shasha dragged her tired body and walked away. She wanted to find a safe place to hide, but where was safe now? Not long after she walked, she saw several zombies. She quickly hid herself, but she had already become invisible several times, and her magic power was almost exhausted. Her figure blurred for a few times, but she failed to become invisible. The zombies also discovered her. She could only endure the fatigue and ran in a random direction where there were no zombies. She used all her strength and continued to fight the zombies with her wits and courage, and she was almost surrounded by the zombies several times. She didn't know how much time had passed, but she felt that she had enough strength to become invisible again. She hid in the classroom, walked around the zombies, and hid in it. She was now exhausted and in urgent need of rest. After closing the door, she let out a long breath. As soon as she relaxed, she became a little unsteady on her feet. She forced herself to hold on to the table and chair and slowly sat down. Wu Shasha lay weakly on the desk, her eyelids drooping, and in less than a few seconds, she fell into a deep sleep. However, what she didn't know was that the hiding place she chose in the dark was not far from where the previous group of people was. On Chen Nuo's side, after spending several hours, he finally swallowed all 10,103 magic crystal cores. During this period, because he recovered more than 1.6 million magic power every hour, He not only changed the realm of Li Shui and Gao Ying from the third realm magician to the fourth realm magician, but also modified several of his own attributes. Strength, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Defense, 10,000. Constitution, 22,300. Mental strength, 55,872. Physical fitness, 100. Chen Nuo did not modify his physique this time. He already knew that the upgrade condition from the fourth realm to the fifth realm required an exaggerated amount of magic power of 10 million. He was in urgent need of raising the limit of his magic power, so he modified his mental power. Chen Nuo felt a little upset because he had lost several hundred health points due to Su Li's sudden increase in strength. So, after thinking about it, he added a new attribute to himself, the defense attribute. It's unforgivable that a clumsy person like him was hurt by his own woman. So, with the lessons learned from the past, he also modified several other attributes. If he followed Chen Nuo's previous idea, he would not have made any changes. After all, for him who had a modifier, as long as he had enough magic power, other things were not too important. Now, he shamelessly modified several attributes to an exaggerated 10,000 points. Even so, he was still a little dissatisfied. In his words, the attribute of invincibility should be infinite, but the current attribute can actually show the specific value, which is simply an insult to invincibility. Chen Nuo was holding Su Li and Li Shui in his arms, with Gao Ying hanging on his body, and the four of them fell asleep shamelessly. Wu Xia, who was far away in the university town, was dreaming, her brows furrowed, and she was muttering Chen Nuo's name. Chen Nuo, I'm so tired. Help me. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. Chen Nuo stretched lazily with sleepy eyes. Gao Ying instantly rolled off Chen Nuo's body and squeezed onto Li Shui's body. The three women opened their sleepy eyes, hummed with dissatisfaction, turned over, and continued to sleep on the other side. Chen Nuo smiled apologetically, then looked at the three women. The three women were wearing cool shorts, with the edges of their pants faintly visible. Chen Nuo instantly became interested, and the four people who were supposed to get up. After a long time, the door of the room opened. Chen Nuo walked out first, and the three girls followed him happily. The four men came to the edge of the deck and saw that everyone was already lined up under the aircraft carrier, ready to go. Chen Nuo did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed about being late. He stood on the deck and looked at the dark crowd below. The three women standing beside him instantly made him feel as if he could hold the power of the world when he was awake and sleep on the lap of a woman at night. Are you all ready? Thousands of people shouted at the same time. Always be prepared. The sound resounded through the sky, and the corner of Chen Nuo's mouth curled up. He raised his hand and pressed it down, and all the sounds disappeared. Okay, let's go and turn this apocalypse upside down. Chapter 88. The magic power limit exceeds 10 million. Danger is approaching. Chen Nuo looked at his magic power. After one night, his magic power had recovered to its full value. Magic 5582566/5587200. Recovery 526 per second. When Chen Nuo saw that the recovery value at the back had changed, he let out a light exclamation. Hey, why did the recovery per second become 526? He quickly looked at his physical condition, 26300, and immediately thought of the automatic point addition function. Sure enough, my physical fitness has increased. This should be because the automatic point adding function has been triggered after reaching the maximum value. After Chen Nuo figured it out, he directly added 5.5 million magic power, or 55,000 attribute points, to his mental power, allowing his mental power to instantly break through the 100,000 mark, and the limit of his magic power reached over 10 million. Magic 84144/11087200. Mental strength 110,872. Chen Nuo did not use the extra magic power to increase the attributes of the soldiers below. He had already set the rules for exchanging magic crystal cores yesterday. Now that there are rules, Chen Nuo will not break them at will. This is his principle. Just like he often said, nip the danger in the bud. As long as it complies with this rule, then follow his rules. Chen Nuo had no interest in climbing the stairs to get down from the aircraft carrier. He took off his shirt, and his two white wings spread out instantly. Chen Nuo picked up Su Li and Li Shui and was about to fly down. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his back. He was stunned for a moment and looked back at Gao Ying. Gao Ying said coquettishly, I haven't recovered from your mischief just now. I don't want to fly by myself. Chen Nuo glanced at Su Li and Li Shui, and the three of them smiled meaningfully. They said, you'd be foolish to believe me. You're already a fourth-level magician, and your physique is no longer what it used to be. But no one said anything. Chen Nuo landed on the ground with the three of them. His wings retracted into the magic space. He took the shirt from Su Li and put it on. Chen Nuo looked back at the earthen stairs. He was going to tear them down. He didn't plan to leave anyone here to guard them. The end of the world had just begun, and there was no need to waste manpower here. Chang Jianjun brought a person from a distance to Chen Nuo's side. Boss Chen, he insisted on seeing you. I didn't plan to bring him here, but he said he had fulfilled the conditions you mentioned. I told him to just leave it to me, but he was very stubborn. So, I had no choice but to bring him here. Chen Nuo looked back and saw that it was Lu Bin, the survivor from yesterday, the one who awakened the earth elemental magic. Chen Nuo looked at him. His face was full of fatigue, his clothes were dirty, and there was surprise in his eyes. He looked at the tall earthen stairs in front of him. He was sure that this thing was definitely not there yesterday. Oh, then tell me, why do you want to see me? Lu Bin took a deep breath. He heard Chang Jianjun call Chen Nuo Boss Chen, so he also called Chen Nuo that. Boss Chen, I want to follow you. Chen Nuo knew what he meant, but he asked deliberately as if he knew the answer. As long as you hunt down a zombie and give me the zombie's magic crystal core, you will have fulfilled my conditions, and I will naturally protect you. Lu Bin shook his head. What I mean is, I want to follow you, not just to be protected by you, but to fight for you like those soldiers. Chen Nuo looked at him for a few seconds, and Lu Bin met Chen Nuo's gaze with anticipation on his face. Do you want to join my team? Lu Bin nodded vigorously. Yes, Boss Chen, please give me a chance. Chen Nuo thought about it, and felt that it was neither right nor wrong, but he still put forward a new condition. Okay, as long as you can kill 10 zombies and bring their magic crystal cores to me, I will give you this chance. The others were surprised when they heard this, because the survivors on the first day had no requirements, and their firearms proficiency attributes were increased, and some even learned to drive tanks. The survivors of the first day were all feeling lucky, thinking about the survivors of yesterday, who were ruthlessly driven out by Chen Nuo, and Chen Nuo even set conditions for them to live here. Now, joining the team also requires conditions. Without comparison, there is no psychological gap. The survivors of the first day stood straighter, with a proud expression on their faces. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he waved his hand. Go ahead, as long as you fulfill my conditions, I will accept you into my team. Boss Chen, you don't have to go. I've already finished it. Lu Bin took out a dozen magic crystal cores from his pocket and placed them in front of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo took a quick glance, then raised his hand and put the magic crystal cores into the package, a total of 13. Lu Bin was startled. He remembered that Chen Nuo had suddenly taken out a magic crystal core and showed it to him. His face was full of shock, and he asked subconsciously, "Is it a space-related ability?" Chen Nuo smiled. "Are you surprised? Didn't you also awaken the earth elemental talent?" Lu Bin was stunned. He didn't expect that Chen Nuo knew about his special abilities. "Okay, since you have fulfilled the conditions I said, I will accept you into the team according to the conditions. You will temporarily follow Brother Chang and obey his arrangements. We are going to hunt zombies now, and we don't have time to give you a rest. Is that okay with you?" Although Lu Bin was very tired, he nodded directly. "I have no problem. I'm ready to go." Chen Nuo opened the modifier, increased his loyalty value, then changed it to 100 and locked the status. Chen Nuo thought about it again. He had already received 13 magic crystal cores from the other party, so he couldn't be too stingy. Therefore, he directly increased his firearm proficiency attribute and changed it to 100. Lu Bin instantly felt that he had gained a lot more experience and knowledge in firearms operation. When he was puzzled, Chen Nuo said with a smile, "This is my reward for you. You were able to kill 13 zombies single-handedly in one night. That's much better than many people." After Chen Nuo gave the military uniform, guns and ammunition to Lu Bin, he let him leave with Chang Jianjun. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved at the earthen stairs, which collapsed instantly like tofu dregs, with dust flying everywhere. Chen Nuo quickly stepped back a few steps and then spoke to the three women. "Let's go. The four of us have wasted a lot of time. Let's get in the car and go." The three girls looked at him with contempt and got into the car first. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment. He didn't say anything wrong. He touched his nose, got in the car, and saw the three women sitting together, and it was obvious that they had no intention of letting him sit over. "But is Chen Nuo the kind of person who won't sit over there if you don't let me?" He sat down directly between Su Li and Li Shui and pushed them to the sides with his buttocks. "Song Tao, drive away." The car started, and all the vehicles formed a long line and began to move. In a classroom in the university town, Wu Shasha was still sleeping on the table. She was really exhausted. The door of the classroom opened, but she didn't wake up. The two young men looked at Wu Shasha with surprise on their faces. They quietly left the classroom, whispering to each other. "Zheng Jie, go and inform Brother Biao that we have found Counselor Wu Shasha." I will keep an eye on her here. If she wakes up, I will calm her down first. Zhang Jie nodded excitedly. Okay, you keep an eye on her here, and don't let her get away again. We've done a great job this time, and Brother Biao will definitely not treat us unfairly. Chapter 89 Invisible. Black Ape. Caught. The sunlight shone through the window onto Wu Shasha's face. Her eyes trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes and raised her hands to block the dazzling light. This sleep restored a lot of her energy. She straightened up and paused. She noticed that the door in front of her was ajar, and someone was looking at her through the crack. She immediately laid down on the table again, giving the illusion that she was going to continue sleeping. She was very flustered in her heart. Oh no, I was so careless that I got blocked here. I don't know who is outside. It can't be those people from yesterday. If it was them, they definitely wouldn't be so quiet. Wu Shasha felt a little relieved. As long as it wasn't those people, the situation wouldn't be too bad. So she stood up and pretended not to know there was someone outside. She wanted to go and see who it was. As soon as she stood up, the door was pushed open. Teacher Wu, it's great to see you. I saw someone in the classroom just now, and I was wondering who it was. Wu Shasha recognized the person. He was a student in her class, but she did not let down her guard. Sun Long. Sun Long nodded quickly and started to walk towards Wu Shasha, who quickly stopped him. Sun Long, don't come over here. It's better for us to keep some distance. Sun Long pretended to be stupid. He didn't ask why. As long as Wu Shasha didn't leave the classroom, he didn't care. He began to communicate with Wu Shasha in bits and pieces, and he glanced at the door from time to time. Wu Shasha was very anxious, and she also noticed that something was wrong with Sun Long, so she started to speak. Sun Long, teacher, I have something else to do, so I won't chat with you anymore. Sun Long quickly blocked Wu Shasha's way. Teacher Wu, it's very dangerous outside now. You should wait here for a while. Wu Shasha looked at Sun Long deeply, and Sun Long stared at Wu Shasha with a gleam in his eyes. At this time, a voice came from outside. Brother Biao, Counselor Wu is in this classroom. I dare not lie to you. Sun Long was immediately overjoyed and chuckled. Teacher Wu, don't blame us. It's your fault that Brother Biao took a fancy to you. Brother Biao, we are here, and Teacher Wu is here too. Sun Long turned around and shouted loudly. The people outside had already reached the door. When Zhang Biao heard what was said inside, his brows immediately lit up with joy and he laughed out loud. Little bitch, where can you run to this time? Didn't I catch you anyway? Wu Shasha immediately disappeared. Sun Long turned around and was stunned. Wu Shasha was gone. Anxiety appeared on his face. If Brother Biao thought he was lying to him, he would definitely be killed. Sun Long's forehead was instantly covered with sweat. Suddenly, he heard a noise and immediately looked towards the source of the noise. He saw the tables and chairs shaking. He immediately thought of something and shouted to Zhang Biao and others who had just entered the door. Brother Biao, close the door quickly. Teacher Wu should have awakened his invisibility ability. When Zhang Biao heard this, he quickly asked someone to close the door. Wu Shasha didn't dare to move anymore. She stood there, watching the dozen people coming in, her heart beating faster and faster. When Zhang Biao saw the door was closed, he frowned and kicked Zhang Jie beside him. You two better not lie to me otherwise. Zhang Jie quickly shook his head. There were obvious slap marks on his face, many footprints on his body, and his heart was full of fear. It turned out that when Zhang Jie went to report the news, Zhang Biao and others were exercising with beautiful senior and junior schoolmates. He was shouting and yelling, which made many people feel unsatisfied. If he hadn't heard the news about Wu Shasha, Zhang Jie would have been in great danger. Sun Long saw Zhang Jie's miserable appearance and spoke quickly. Brother Biao, we would never dare to lie to you. Teacher Wu was sleeping right here just now. I asked Zhang Jie to tell you the news. I have been keeping an eye on Teacher Wu. She was still in front of me just before you entered the room. Zhang Biao came to the place Sun Long pointed out, and sure enough, he saw some traces on the table and chair. He sniffed, and there was still a woman's scent. Lin Mu, you guard the door for me, and the rest of you search for her inch by inch. I don't believe she can escape again in this classroom. Zhang Biao is the boss of a KTV near the university town. He usually comes into contact with many beautiful college students, some of whom work part-time. He learned about Wu Shasha from them, who is a famous beautiful teacher. Many rich and powerful people were pursuing her, but were all rejected by Wu Shasha. He also once looked at Wu Shasha from a distance out of curiosity and was deeply fascinated by her at first sight. In peacetime, he would never have the chance to touch such a beauty, but now it is different. He not only wants to touch her, but also wants to possess her completely. Teacher Wu, Miss Wu, please don't hide anymore. You can't escape this time. Come out. I will love you well. A nervous smile appeared on Zhang Biao's face, but after searching for more than 10 minutes, he still couldn't find it. In fact, Wu Shasha's magic power was almost exhausted. She was close to the door, but there was someone guarding it, and she couldn't find a chance to go out. Her heart was filled with powerlessness and anxiety. Zhang Biao went completely crazy. He looked at Sun Long and Zheng Jia with a somewhat creepy look. Sun Long shouted quickly, "Brother Biao, I never lied to you. She is definitely still here." Zhang Biao tore off his shirt and pounded his chest with his fists. He then transformed. His upper body was quickly covered with black hair. Zhang Biao actually turned into a black ape. He strode up to Sun Long, and Zheng Jia had already been frightened silly. They both wet their pants. Zhang Biao's already violent temper flared up immediately when he smelled the pungent stench. Zhang Biao stretched out his arms and grabbed Sun Long. He tore him apart with all his strength, and Sun Long screamed in pain. Wu Shasha watched in shock, only to see one of Sun Long's arms being torn off by Zhang Biao. Blood spurted out, but Zhang Biao let out an excited roar. He threw the broken arm with force, and it flew to the side, with blood splattering everywhere. Wu Shasha suddenly felt a chill on her face, and a few drops of blood fell on her face. Lin Mu was also frightened by Zhang Biao's bloodiness. Suddenly, he saw a few drops of blood floating in the air and immediately shouted, "Brother Biao, look, she seems to be here." Upon hearing this, the excited black ape hurriedly looked towards where Lin Mu was pointing, only to see a few drops of red slowly blur and then disappear. "Haha, he's still here." Zhang Biao looked down at Sun Long, who was screaming in pain in his hand. The blood from the broken arm was still flowing down, so he swung Sun Long hard, and the blood spurted out. Wu Shasha could no longer remain invisible this time. Blood was all over her body, and she was soon surrounded by people. It was also at this time that Wu Shasha finally exhausted her magic power and completely recovered her body. Zhang Biao threw the dying Sun Long to the side. Then he recovered his original form and came to Wu Shasha with a loud laugh. "Finally, I caught you." He walked straight forward, grabbed Wu Shasha's arm. Then, regardless of her struggle, he picked her up and strode out. "Come on, Miss Wu, you will belong to me, Zhang Biao, from now on." Chapter 90. Follow your feelings and do what you want. I'm here to kill you. The convoy arrived at the university town. Along the way, they encountered quite a few zombies, but they were not very powerful. A group of people rushed towards the zombies like crazy when they saw them. For a while, zombies became rare sights. As the name suggests, there are 4 or 5 universities in the university town. There are about 100,000 college students alone. There are also many other groups serving them. They live together here and form the so-called university town. Chen Nuo looked out the car window and a sense of familiarity came over him. The memory of his original body made him feel inexplicably familiar with this place. He shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind. Sully noticed that something was wrong with Chen Nuo. "What's wrong?" Chen Nuo smiled slightly. "I used to go to school here, and looking at the scenery outside reminds me of the past." Sully also remembered the last time Chen Nuo took her to a class reunion. She looked Chen Nuo up and down and said jokingly, "You're not thinking about that beautiful schoolgirl from old school, are you?" Li Shui and Gaoing didn't know about this, so Gaoing quickly leaned over and asked, "Sister Su, please tell me quickly. I want to hear Chen Nuo's dark history." Chen Nuo pressed Gao Ying's head back and smiled helplessly. It must be said that women are very sensitive. Wu Shasha might be one of the reasons why he came here. Sully looked at Chen Nuo's expression, and her heart was as clear as a mirror. She snorted coldly. "I was just saying that. Someone said before that they came to the university town to hunt zombies, saying that the students here are all in the dormitory at night, so it's not too dangerous to hunt zombies. This reason was fine before, but now, with so many of us, it doesn't matter where we hunt from. Now it seems that he is thinking about that beautiful classmate." Chen Nuo smiled awkwardly. He raised his hand and hugged Sully, who shook her shoulders. "Come on, you. I've discovered that having the 3 of us is not enough." Chen Nuo said quickly, "Sister Su, please don't wrongly accuse me. You know that nothing happened between Wu Shasha and me." Sully stared into Chen Nuo's eyes. "Yeah, just because it didn't happen now doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Do you dare to say that you don't have that intention?" Chen Nuo smacked his lips. He couldn't really say that he didn't have this thought, but it was just a simple liking. Before the end of the world, he also sent painkillers to Wu Shasha, but this was only because he had a good impression of her and didn't want her to die like this. Chen Nuo traveled through time, and it is the end of the world now. His thinking is very simple. He follows his feelings and does what he wants. Sully felt angry when she saw that Chen Nuo did not refute her, so Chen Nuo raised his hands and hugged her. "Sister Su, don't think too much. Think about it. If it's really like what you said, why did I take you and Li Shui alone on the day of the end of the world, and not her? To be honest, I do have a good impression of her, but it's just a good impression. As for what will happen in the future, to be honest, I really haven't thought that far." When Suli heard what Chen Nuo said, she thought about it and realized that the fact that Chen Nuo brought her and Li Shui with him explained everything. Seeing that Suli was still ignoring him but had obviously calmed down, Chen Nuo lowered his head and kissed Suli on the lips. Suli responded slightly to Chen Nuo, thus forgiving him. Suli was not really angry, she just felt that Chen Nuo already had the three of them and should focus more. There were too many beauties around, and she was a little worried about Chen Nuo's kidneys. Chen Nuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. After he sat down, he extended his consciousness directly forward, and soon the entire university district was included in Chen Nuo's consciousness. Countless zombies were trapped in the dormitory, and the few survivors hid in the so-called safe area, trembling. Chen Nuo looked down at the land from a god's perspective, and his consciousness descended directly on the university where Wu Shasha was. The first thing he saw was a tall building, which should be the school library. There were many girls half-naked, lying weakly on the ground. There were many men queuing up, including students and people from society. Chen Nuo frowned. Fortunately, he didn't see Wu Shasha among them. His mind searched back and forth, and in a classroom, he saw a man suddenly hit his chest in anger and turned into a black ape. He was surprised and took a quick look. Chen Nuo didn't see any trace of Wu Shasha, so he looked somewhere else. He was too lazy to pay attention to other people. After searching around and finding nothing, Chen Nuo shook his head. Could it be that she wasn't in school that day? Chen Nuo did not give up. He decided to look again. If he still couldn't find it, then there would be nothing else to do. This time, as soon as his thoughts swept over the school, he found a man holding a woman, with a dozen people following behind them. The woman was struggling constantly, and the man slapped the woman in the face. Chen Nuo shook his head. In the end times, women are indeed the weaker party. He sighed. Alas, this is human nature. When there is no legal restraint, many people will turn into demons and release all their desires. Chen Nuo was going to look for Wu Shasha somewhere else. As for this woman, he could only mourn for her in his heart. However, the woman's head was suddenly tilted back by the man's slap, and her face was completely exposed in front of Chen Nuo. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her beautiful face quickly became red and swollen. Chen Nuo sat in the car and suddenly opened his eyes wide. Song Tao, stop the car. I want to get off. Here, Wu Shasha was almost knocked unconscious by a slap from Zhang Biao. She knew that she must not faint. She had to find a way to escape. If she couldn't escape, she would have to find a way to commit suicide. She had already imagined what would happen to her if she fell into the hands of these people. She took advantage of Zhang Biao's inattention and bit his arm fiercely. Zhang Biao felt pain and knocked Wu Shasha away. Wu Shasha fell heavily to the ground and for a moment, she couldn't stand up. Zhang Biao was furious and kicked Wu Shasha on the stomach. You stinky bitch, you dare to bite me. Who do you think you are? From now on you will only be my plaything. Wu Shasha didn't scream. She supported her body with her hands with great effort. She glanced at Zhang Biao with disdain on her face. Zhang Biao was irritated by Wu Shasha's expression. He was about to go up and continue beating her, but the younger brother next to him said, Brother Biao, there are zombies over there. It won't be too late for us to go back and deal with them later. Zhang Biao looked up at the distance and saw several zombies in security uniforms coming towards this side. Okay, let's go back. Isn't this woman very arrogant? Let's go back and everyone will have a share. I want to see how miserable she will be then. Wu Shasha was completely desperate. She thought of biting her tongue to commit suicide, so she opened her mouth and bit it. It was very painful, and blood instantly flowed out of her mouth. When Zhang Biao saw the blood flowing out of Wu Shasha's mouth, he was stunned for a moment, and the younger brother behind him quickly reminded him, Brother Biao, this woman wants to bite her tongue to commit suicide. When Zhang Biao heard this, he became completely furious. He went up and kicked Wu Shasha on the stomach again. The intense pain made Wu Shasha unbearable for a moment. She screamed and her tongue loosened. Although she did not bite off her tongue, blood continued to flow out of her mouth. Judging from the situation, if the bleeding is not stopped in time, death is only a matter of time. Zhang Biao looked at Wu Shasha, who was lying on the ground and convulsing, and he became furious. Fuck you, you bastard. You actually want to die? I tell you, even if you die, we won't let your body go. Zhang Biao said to the people behind him. Go, lead those zombies aside. I'm going to kill this woman right here. Bang. Zhang Biao was startled and he quickly turned around, only to see a man suddenly appear 2 or 3 meters in front of him. The man had a pair of white wings behind him and was staring at him with murderous eyes. He subconsciously took a few steps back and bluffed loudly. Who the hell are you? Chen Nuo first glanced at the dying Wu Shasha, opened the modifier, changed her health points to the full value, and changed her weak, bleeding, and injured states to healthy. Then he looked at Zhang Biao with cold murderous intent in his eyes. I'm the one who's here to fucking kill you. Chapter 91. What? You thought you were dead? I killed them like chickens and dogs. When Zhang Biao heard Chen Nuo's words, he burst into wild laughter, and the other brothers also joined in the laughter. You little brat, you are so arrogant. You are the one who killed me. I see. You haven't woken up yet? You don't think you are an angel just because you have 2 white wings on your body, do you? As Zhang Biao spoke, he raised his fist and smashed his chest, transforming into a black ape again. His whole body had grown larger, and he looked quite intimidating indeed. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment. He had seen this black ape just now. He couldn't help feeling nervous. Fortunately, he searched again. Otherwise, Wushasha's fate would be unimaginable. When the other brothers saw Chen Nuo's confused look, they thought he was frightened by Brother Biao's transformation, so they all ridiculed him. Boy, you really made me laugh. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Brother Biao, I think this boy is just a mixed-race bird in front of you. Haha. That's right. Nowadays, people don't know their own status once they have a little power. Does he think that he can be invincible by turning into a birdman? It's really ridiculous. Brother Biao, tear off his wings. I want to taste the difference between human wings and bird wings. A violent expression appeared on Zhang Biao's face. He looked at Chen Nuo as if he were a prey, and the sound he made was like a roar. Well said. I will tear off his wings today, and then we can all taste them together. The younger brothers surrounded Chen Nuo, but Chen Nuo never took them seriously. He raised his hand and prepared to kill these people directly. Suddenly, Wushasha sat up abruptly. Chen Nuo's hand paused. He looked at Wushasha, who was confused. Seeing that she was safe and sound, a smile appeared on Chen Nuo's face. Wushasha looked at her body in disbelief. She touched her body all over and the pain disappeared. Then she swallowed her saliva. The taste of blood was still in her mouth, but the wound on her tongue was gone, as if the suicide by biting her tongue and the beating by Zhang Biao were just her imagination. She looked up in confusion at the man who fell from the sky. The man was looking at her with a smile. Her pupil shrank and tears flowed out of her eyes. She shook her head and laughed at herself. Chen Nuo? It seems that I am really going to die soon. I didn't expect that at this moment of life and death, I would actually see you turned into an angel. Is this my obsession? Huh. It's better to die like this. Hey, if I had known it would be like this, I should have taken the initiative before. Even if you get lucky, you are better than these people. Wushasha sighed deeply, and looking at the smiling Chen Nuo, the corners of her mouth raised, a smile of relief appeared on her face. Chen Nuo, you look really good as an angel. Goodbye, Chen Nuo. Let's make a promise in the next life. After Wushasha finished speaking, she looked at Chen Nuo with tears in her eyes, curled her lips, and closed her eyes. She thought these were her last obsessions before she died. Everyone had different expressions on their faces when they heard Wushasha talking to herself. Chen Nuo felt a little relieved. Zhang Biao's monkey face became even more ferocious, and the others were more shocked. After all, Wushasha was dying and could die at any time. They couldn't understand how a dying person could somehow be resurrected intact. Zhang Biao glared at Chen Nuo with his ape eyes. From Wushasha's words, it can be known that the relationship between the two is very ambiguous. After all, Wushasha said such shameless words. It is better to let Chen Nuo get it than to give it to him. These words completely ignited Zhang Biao's anger. Not only was this an insult to him, he also felt like his toy had been taken away. He raised his thick ape arms and took advantage of the moment when Chen Nuo was looking at Wushasha to move forward. You stinky boy, how dare you snatch a woman from me, Zhang Biao? Go to hell. Wushasha closed her eyes and waited for death, but suddenly heard Zhang Biao's roar. She immediately opened her eyes and saw that Zhang Biao had raised his hairy ape arms high and smashed towards Chen Nuo fiercely. The personal experience made Wushasha realize in an instant that all this was not an illusion. The person who came was Chen Nuo. She looked at the beast, which was obviously several times bigger than Chen Nuo. She didn't think that Chen Nuo would be her opponent. Her heart was in her throat. Tears instantly filled her eyes, and her voice changed. Don't want. Chen Nuo looked at Wushasha. He didn't take Zhang Biao's attack seriously at all. The wings behind him subconsciously moved forward to block Zhang Biao's fist. The wings shook slightly and blew Zhang Biao several meters away. The other brothers subconsciously stepped back, but Chen Nuo ignored them and walked towards Wushasha. Wushasha looked at Chen Nuo walking towards her with tears in her eyes. She raised her hand to wipe away her tears, but the tears still flowed out. She laughed while crying, making people wonder whether she was happy or sad. Chen Nuo stretched out his hand, and Wushasha also subconsciously stretched out her hand. The two hands were held together. Everything was so real. Chen Nuo pulled her up and smiled slightly. What? You thought you were dead? When Wushasha listened to Chen Nuo's words, her nose started to bulge. She wiped it with her sleeve in embarrassment. Then she remembered her previous mumbling and the words that took advantage of Chen Nuo. Her face turned red in the blink of an eye. Stop talking. I hate you. It's so embarrassing. You should forget what I just said. When Zhang Biao saw the two people flirting, his eyes widened with bloodshot eyes. He pounded his chest with both fists, roared twice towards the sky, and then stared at the two people angrily. How dare you two bastards, cheat on me in front of me. I must kill you. After Zhang Biao finished yelling, he immediately shook his head with an excited expression on his face. No, I won't kill you. I will torture you. Boy, I will break all your limbs, lock you in the toilet, and let everyone shit and piss on you. As for you, you stinky bitch, I will make you suffer humiliation and become a slut for everyone. Chen Nuo's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He asked Wushasha to step back, but Wushasha stood in front of Chen Nuo stubbornly. She wanted to face it together with Chen Nuo. Don't worry, I'll kill them like killing chickens and dogs. You just watch. Zhang Biao laughed out loud. Brat, it seems that just because you blocked my attack just now, you have gained mysterious confidence. You don't think that just because your wings can block my attack, you think that I can't kill you. Let me tell you, I didn't use my full strength just now. Chen Nuo didn't want to communicate with him anymore, as it made him seem like he was showing off. These small minions were not worthy of his grand treatment. To say that he was killing chickens and dogs was overestimating them. He raised his hand. Chen Nuo. A call came from the sky, and Wushasha looked up quickly, only to see 3 beautiful women in the sky, slowly flying towards them. To be specific, it should be a woman with the same white wings as Chen Nuo, flying towards them with 2 beauties in her arms. The 3 girls landed and came to Chen Nuo's side. They looked at Wushasha, and Wushasha also looked at them. She felt a little uneasy. She recognized one of the girls. It was Suli, the fiancée introduced by Chen Nuo at the class reunion, and the chairman of Jiang Group. Wushasha suddenly felt like she was caught in bed with someone else. Suli glanced at Chen Nuo, then stepped forward and grabbed Wushasha. You're not hurt, are you? You don't know. Chen Nuo was so worried. You don't know. He just broke the car door with one hand, and then flew into the sky. He looked so anxious. TSK. The murderous intent from Chen Nuo was still brewing in his chest, and he looked at Zhang Biao and the others with cold eyes. Sister Su, you guys just stand aside and watch. I'll kill these guys first. Chapter 92. Listen, my people are coming. You are the only one left. Are you ready? Suli was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chen Nuo. It was the first time she saw Chen Nuo like this. She nodded quickly and pulled Wushasha to the side. However, Zhang Biao raised his hand and waved, and his subordinates surrounded Chen Nuo and the others again. Damn it, you little brat. You are so lucky. But all of them will belong to me, Zhang Biao. Don't worry, I will take good care of these beauties. Haha. Brother Biao, these are all top-notch. After you try them, you must let us enjoy them too. Everyone saw Chen Nuo and his companions as lambs to be slaughtered and fish on the plate. Okay, follow me, Brother Biao. How can I treat you badly? Don't worry, you will have a share of these women. There was quite a bit of commotion here. The other guys in the library had already noticed what was going on and they all ran out. They came behind Zhang Biao, and someone noticed that there were zombies coming this way, so they led the zombies away. 100 or 200 people surrounded Chen Nuo and the others. Chen Nuo glanced at them indifferently. There were people from society, students, and teachers among them. Wushasha saw many colleagues and students she knew inside, but they were all men. There was not a single woman. Seeing so many people, she felt nervous and scared, but she was still about to stand beside Chen Nuo and move forward and backward with him. However, Suli held her back, shook her head and said, Don't go over there. Just leave it to Chen Nuo. This is a battle for him to protect his woman. As his women, we should just stand aside and watch. Zhang Biao felt more confident when he saw his younger brothers coming to his side. He looked at Chen Nuo arrogantly and raised his hairy ape arms. Tell me, Brother Biao, someone wants to take Brother Biao's woman by force. What are you going to do? Kill him without mercy. It's true that Zhang Biao is much better than Chen Nuo. The neat slogans show that he has practiced a lot before. Zhang Biao looked at the women greedily, drooling uncontrollably. He finally looked at Chen Nuo. Boy, you still have the guts to say that you want to kill me? Do you dare to speak so arrogantly in front of so many of my brothers? Haha. Everyone laughed wildly. They were lawless, as if the world was already under their feet. Chen Nuo looked at the arrogant appearance of these people. He originally wanted to kill them quickly and neatly, but now he changed his mind. He wanted to torture them to death one by one. So arrogant? Are you trying to compete with me in terms of number of people? A playful smile appeared on Chen Nuo's face, and he had already noticed that the convoy had arrived at the school gate. Zhang Biao and the others looked at Chen Nuo as if he were a fool. Some of them even looked around. Apart from them, there was no other figure. Chen Nuo took a deep breath, and the sound echoed through the sky and reached outside the school gate. Where are my people? All the soldiers got off the car quickly and lined up neatly. Zhang Biao thought that Chen Nuo had been shocked by them and started talking nonsense, so he shook his big monkey head. Haha, he is indeed a coward. He was actually scared silly by us and started talking nonsense. Come on, brothers, let's send him off together. 100 or 200 people manifested their talents, and everyone's eyes were filled with violence and bloodthirstiness. Chen Nuo raised his right hand and put it to his ear. Then he spoke coldly to Zhang Biao. Listen, my people are coming. Everyone was stunned, and indeed they heard the rumbling sound. It was the sound of orderly footsteps, like thousands of troops galloping. Zhang Biao quickly straightened up his bent body and looked into the distance. It was a dark mass. There was no telling how many soldiers there were. Each of them held a gun, and they were pouring in from the school gate like a tide. The noise caused by more than 4,000 soldiers attracted the few zombies on the campus streets, and gunshots began to ring out. Zhang Biao and the others were sweating coldly, especially Zhang Biao, who was wearing a fur coat. There was a puddle of water under him. If you didn't know, you would think he had peed. The neatly organized team stopped not far from them. Jing Tao, Zhao Wei, Su Hao, Wang Chen, Gao Zhen, Chang Jianjun, Song Tao, Tian Feng, and others stood at the front of the team. Everyone looked at Zhang Biao and his team coldly. There was no longer any arrogance or conceit on Zhang Biao's face. He retreated back and forth in fear, unable to even maintain his transformation. Others were in an even worse state. They looked at the soldiers holding guns. Some were so frightened that they were trembling all over and collapsed to the ground. Under their bodies were puddles of sweat or urine, not sure if they were there. Chen Nuo looked at Zhang Biao, whose face was pale. Just now, you were quite domineering. How did you say that sentence? Chen Nuo turned around and asked Su Li and the others, and Su Li smiled with her hands covering her mouth. He asked these little brothers who were surrounding us what they would do if they dared to snatch women from him. Chen Nuo nodded, then looked at the neatly lined up soldiers and pointed at Zhang Biao and the others. Just now, this guy said that if I dared to compete with him for women, he would kill me and take possession of Sister Su and the others, making them available to anyone. Jing Tao and the others showed anger, and their rage was completely ignited. All of them are Chen Nuo's diehard fans. Su Li and the others are Chen Nuo's women, and they are their mistresses. Their eyes are filled with murderous intent. What about you? They were shouting slogans loudly just now. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Zhang Biao again, his face full of cold, murderous intent. Then let me ask you a question now. Tell me, someone dares to snatch my woman. What are you going to do? Jing Tao was the first to shout angrily. Grind them all to ashes and kill them all. Everyone shouted at the same time, and the sound seemed to shake the earth. Chen Nuo listened to the crowd's shouts, a smile appeared on his face, and he walked towards Zhang Biao. Although Zhang Biao was terrified, he made up his mind that even if he died, he would take Chen Nuo with him. Everyone cheer up, we have to catch him now to have a chance of survival. Some people had already been frightened and did not dare to resist at all. Students and teachers, for example, had never seen such a scene before. Since they were able to submit to Zhang Biao, they naturally did not dare to resist the soldiers with guns. Zhang Biao barely transformed and rushed towards Chen Nuo. Those who had followed Zhang Biao to insult Chen Nuo before also understood that they now had only one way to go, so they also rushed forward. Chen Nuo raised his hand and flicked it. Dozens of water snakes appeared out of thin air and directly coiled around the dozen people who were rushing towards him. Bang, bang, bang. They, including Zhang Biao, had no power to fight back or even break free, and all fell to the ground. Chen Nuo did not deal with Zhang Biao immediately. Instead, he came to a man and stepped on the man's head. Just now, who did you call a mixed-haired bird? The man's face was pressed to the ground as he stammered. Boss, I'm guilty of talking too much. Please forgive me for once. Chen Nuo smiled. He raised his hand and picked up the man's arm. Then, in front of everyone, he rotated it 720 degrees. The man screamed in pain, but Chen Nuo. Both of his arms were twisted off by Chen Nuo, and the bones at his shoulders were bloody. Chen Nuo kicked the man aside. Chen Nuo came to another person. The man's face was pale and sickly, with sweat constantly dripping from his forehead. Chen Nuo spoke loudly. Who did you say was the Birdman? The same question, like the questioning of the god of death. Chen Nuo twisted the man's arms just like before and kicked him away. Chen Nuo leaves again. Brother, uncle, father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so mean. You were so generous. Chen Nuo sneered. Heh, didn't you just say you wanted to eat human wings? I'll grant you that. This time, Chen Nuo not only pulled his arm off forcibly, but also raised his hand in front of the man. A ball of flame appeared, roasted the arm, and then stuffed it into the man's mouth. You still want to have fun? Chen Nuo went over one by one, and each of them had both arms broken, and some even had all 5 limbs broken. These people were the ones who had insulted Su Li and Wu Shasha before. Others had never seen such a brutal and bloody scene. Many people began to vomit. When one person vomited, others who could have endured it originally joined in. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved. Take these people aside. The army began to move, and the 100 or 200 people were pointed at by Jing Tao and his men with guns and walked to the side. Chen Nuo finally looked at Zhang Biao with a cruel smile on his face. Now it's just you. Are you ready? Chapter 93. Who is the devil? Who has no humanity? Can you tell me? Chen Nuo looked down at Zhang Biao. He was like a trapped beast, entangled by a water snake. He struggled hard to break free from the snake, but the snake was very resilient. No matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the water snake. Zhang Biao has already faced the reality. The fate of the others has made him realize that no matter how much he begs for mercy, Chen Nuo will not let him go. Stop talking nonsense, it's just a matter of success or failure. I just feel a little sorry that I can't play with your women at my feet, haha. Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes slightly, and Zhang Biao's monkey face showed sarcasm. Why, you're angry now. I told you that I would let all your women have sex with anyone, cut off your limbs, and let people shit and piss on you. What's wrong with that? When Chen Nuo first heard this, he was really a little angry, but gradually, he looked at Zhang Biao with amusement. You're very smart. You know I won't let you go easily, so you want to provoke me to give you a quick death, haha. Chen Nuo sneered, his voice revealing a brutal murderous intent. Don't worry, even if you don't say these, I remember them clearly. Now that you are provocative, I also tell you that these things will happen to you. That's why I ask you, are you ready? Zhang Biao's body trembled uncontrollably, and the sturdy black ape returned to its original form in the blink of an eye, just like a balloon losing air. His face was pale and he was sweating coldly. He stared at Chen Nuo. Seeing Chen Nuo looking at him jokingly, he began to struggle and curse hard. You fucking bastard. Hey. Chen Nuo raised his foot and kicked him in the face, breaking his jaw. Of course, Chen Nuo controlled the strength, otherwise, this kick would have knocked his head off like a ball. Zhang Biao let out a painful groan. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a stick-type magic appeared in his hand. Chen Nuo weighed the stick in his hand, then looked Zhang Biao up and down. Where should I start? The left hand or the right hand? Or... Zhang Biao shook his head in fear and subconsciously stepped back, but the water snake held him tightly in place. Chen Nuo came to the side, raised his hand and stroked it. The water snake turned into a water net, exposing Zhang Biao's limbs, and tied him up tightly in a cross-shaped position, welding him to the ground. Zhang Biao watched Chen Nuo come to his side. His head was also pinned to the ground, unable to raise its head. Blood was gushing out of his mouth and his eyes were moving back and forth. Chen Nuo raised the stick high and swung it like he was playing golf. Pa. Well? The sound of eggs breaking was heard, and Zhang Biao's whole body tensed up, and the blue veins on his neck looked hideous. It's okay, there should be one more. Just be patient. Chen Nuo swings again. Everyone's legs tightened, their hearts trembled with fear, and their scalps went numb. After Chen Nuo did all this, he took the stick magic back into the magic space. He raised his hand and waved, and Jing Tao trotted over. Jing Tao glanced at Zhang Biao, whose limbs were in a mess on the ground, and spat at him. Brother Chen. Chen Nuo pointed at the people who had surrounded him just now, and then pointed at Zhang Biao. Let them come over here. Doesn't this guy want people to shit and piss on me? Come on, let's give him a taste of his own medicine. Jing Tao nodded to show that he understood. Those people were brought over again with sad faces. Some of them had just become incontinent and had no urge to urinate at all. Brother, sir, I really don't have any. Now? Jing Tao looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and took a look at the magic talent. These people's magic talents had already been acquired, so he raised his hand and waved. Pull aside and kill him. The man was startled and immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Grandpa, Dad, I have. As the man said this, he took off his pants and sprayed it directly. He was so scared that he had diarrhea. With this person's previous experience, 184 people quickly passed around. Chen Nuo watched from a distance. In fact, Zhang Biao was already dead when there were more than 100 people. He died of shock due to excessive blood loss. Jing Tao came to Chen Nuo with a frown. The smell was really bad. Brother Chen, how do we deal with these people? There was hope on those people's faces. They didn't want to die. However, Chen Nuo said coldly, why keep people like this around? Kill them all. Those people felt cold all over instantly, and some of them began to curse Chen Nuo. You devil, we are both human beings, but you kill people without mercy and have no humanity at all. Yes, demons and murderers, we will fight them. When Jing Tao and the others heard that those people dared to insult Chen Nuo, they all raised their guns, and those who insulted Chen Nuo immediately hid in the crowd. Chen Nuo listened to their insults and raised his hand to stop Jing Tao and the others from shooting. He looked at those people and sneered. I am a demon? I have no humanity? You guys really reminded me. I really can't just kill you. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed at the building in front and shouted loudly. Zhao Wei, take your men to the building over there. There are quite a few women inside. Bring them all over here. There was shock and fear on those people's faces. They didn't expect that Chen Nuo knew that there were other people in that building. That was their lair, and those women were all female students and teachers of this school. Zhao Wei rushed out soon and started punching and kicking those people. Although the others didn't quite understand the situation, they all stared at these people. As long as they dared to move, they would shoot them. Finally, Zhao Wei was tired of fighting. He came to Chen Nuo panting, and Su Hao asked a question. What's wrong? When Zhao Wei thought of what he had just seen, his anger rose again, and Su Hao quickly stopped him. What happened? Zhao Wei let out a long breath and temporarily suppressed the anger in his heart. You'll know in a moment. They are so miserable. Just as the words fell, the door of the building over there opened wide, and women began to walk out like zombies. Their eyes were dull, their clothes were tattered, and many scars could be seen on their exposed skin. There were actually 436 people. When Zhao Wei entered, all of them were lying naked on the ground, like mannequins. Although there was no one guarding them, they all lay there numbly. Zhao Wei also found a number of naked female corpses in a corner. It was hard to imagine what kind of inhuman abuse they had suffered in just a few days. Chen Nuo took a look, and the pages of these women appeared in front of him. They all had a note that they were on the verge of a mental breakdown. Chen Nuo looked back at Wu Shasha. Wu Shasha was covering her mouth with her hands, tears constantly falling. Su Li and the others were also shocked and unbelievable. Chen Nuo thought that if he had not arrived in time, Wu Shasha would have been one of them. Wu Shasha noticed Chen Nuo's gaze, and she instantly understood Chen Nuo's thoughts. She curled her lips, bit her lips, and tears filled her eyes. Chen Nuo, there too. Chen Nuo looked at those people again, and his cold voice struck heavily on their hearts. Tell me, who is the devil? Who is inhuman? Can you tell me? Chapter 94. These women are what we sisters have our eyes on. Do you agree or not? Chen Nuo's eyes swept over them. They were silent. Chen Nuo snorted coldly and then looked at the women. Their eyes were dull, as if they had lost their souls. Chen Nuo took a deep breath. In fact, he only felt a little sympathy for these women's experiences. After all, whether these people live or die is their own fate and has nothing to do with him directly, he said loudly. The end of the world is coming, and the weak will be enslaved by the strong. This will be the norm in the future. You are not special. Your experiences only prove that you are weak. You have no power to protect yourself. The women felt no emotion at all. Their hearts seemed dead. When Wushasha heard Chen Nuo's words, she felt very uncomfortable. These women had been devastated like this, and Chen Nuo was still hurting them with words. She didn't understand why, and she whispered to herself. Chen Nuo, why do you say that? Su Li was beside her. After hearing her words, she thought for a moment and then spoke. Chen Nuo probably wants to use words to wake them up. Otherwise, these women will never get out of the shadow. In fact, Su Li was overthinking it. Chen Nuo was just acting on impulse. He just heard those people say that he was a devil and inhuman, and he subconsciously thought of these women. The reason why he said that now was to arouse the revenge of these women and let them kill those people. It's really that simple. Chen Nuo is not kind enough to seek revenge for some unrelated people. All his actions are just what he wants, and he does whatever he wants. Seeing that they were still like a stagnant pool of water, Chen Nuo spoke even more sharply. Am I wrong? In the end times, society is in chaos. Without the constraints of the law, women like you are nothing more than playthings for the powerful to vent their anger on. You have no power to resist. You can only accept it and survive in this cruel end times. Chen Nuo chuckled. Huh. To put it more cruelly, if I hadn't come, you guys would still be there waiting to be ravaged and destroyed by these demons. All the women shuddered, as if they had thought of something horrible. Am I exaggerating? You can think back to the women who were killed in front of you, and what happened to them when they fought back. Sure enough, when these women heard this, their pupils suddenly shrank, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, and deep fear appeared on their faces. They hugged their arms tightly with their hands, and tears welled up in their eyes. Chen Nuo continued. Why do you feel helpless? Do you feel hopeless? Do you want to kill them? All the women began to sob and nodded vigorously. They could not forgive them. Their evil deeds had devastated them physically and mentally. But you don't have the power to seek revenge. You can only endure their insults and humiliation. Even if you are lucky enough to escape these demons this time, you will encounter other demons next time. This is the tragedy of the weak. The hope that had been burning in their eyes seemed to be ruthlessly extinguished by Chen Nuo's words. They shook their heads, unwilling to accept all this. Your fate should have always been like this, but, thankfully, now I'm here, and I can give you the power to avenge yourself. Chen Nuo looked straight at them, and they also raised their heads to look at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo pointed at the people behind him. Look, you should all be familiar with them, right? They are the ones who brought you endless humiliation. Now, I hand them over to you to deal with. You can kill them or chop them up as you wish. Chen Nuo paused for a moment, looked at them, and continued. So, are you going to just accept it like before? Or are you going to muster up the courage to take revenge on these evil and inhumane bastards? A woman who looked like a teacher gnashed her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. I want revenge. Even if they die, I will never forgive their atrocities. I also choose revenge. I wish I could eat their flesh and drink their blood. Revenge. All the women chose revenge at this moment. No one backed down. They had suffered humiliation and torture. They had lived like zombies. Now that they could take revenge, they were willing to die immediately. Chen Nuo nodded. He raised his hand and countless little demons appeared in the air, transforming into various weapons. Well, now that you've made your choice, they're yours. Some of the women picked up the weapons provided by Chen Nuo, while others directly materialized their own weapons. They approached those people, and their goals were very clear. Chen Nuo watched calmly. Now, the positions of the prey and the hunter were swapped. Teacher Li, I was forced to do this. Please forgive me. We are colleagues. Haha, colleague? You bastard, you son of a bitch, haha, forced? Fuck you. When you were moving on my body, I was crying and begging you to let me go. Why didn't you say you were forced? Go to hell. That man fought back. Pa. As long as anyone resisted, Jing Tao and his men would just shoot and cripple their hands and feet. The women stabbed the men madly with their weapons. Teacher Yang, I am your student. I was blinded by lust for a moment. Puff. Oh, you're obsessed with sex, you scumbag. You even don't let the teacher go. Everyone was watching quietly. They had just arrived here and saw such a tragedy. It had to be said that the evil of human nature was truly evident. Having avenged themselves, the women dropped their weapons, knelt on the ground, and began to cry bitterly. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and all his magic weapons returned to the magic space. He looked at the pages of these women, and the notes that were on the verge of collapse disappeared. Su Li and the others came to Chen Nuo, and Wu Shasha spoke first. Chen Nuo, thank you for saving me. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I'm very happy to see that you are safe and sound. Su Li stepped forward and took Chen Nuo's arm, looked at the two of them, and then said, Why thank him? As a man, isn't it your duty to save your woman? Li Shui and Gaoying also said to Wu Shasha with a smile. Sister Su is right. Wu Shasha blushed and said in a low voice, I'm not his woman yet. Sister Su twisted Chen Nuo's waist. It doesn't matter what you think. What matters is that someone has already regarded you as his woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry. As Su Li spoke, she looked towards Zhang Biao, who had been tortured beyond recognition, not far away, and said jokingly, TSK, what a huge hatred this is. Chen Nuo was only embarrassed for a few seconds, then he shrugged naturally and spoke directly. Sister Su is right. As you can see, Sister Su, Li Shui, and Gaoling are all my women. When I came to the university town this time, I thought I just had a simple crush on you, but when I saw you in danger, I admit that in my heart, I really have regarded you as my woman. Su Li snorted coldly. She first glanced at Wu Shasha, whose face was blushing, and then looked at the women who were crying bitterly. You are speaking the truth and not hiding anything. Tell me, how are you going to deal with these miserable women? Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Resettlement? Why should I resettle them? Whether they live or die has nothing to do with me. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he arranged for people to start hunting the zombies in the school. Wu Shasha's heart tightened. Among these women were colleagues and students she knew. She really couldn't pretend not to see them. She didn't go directly to tell Chen Nuo, but looked at Su Li. When Su Li saw Wu Shasha's look at her, she understood what she was thinking. She thought about it, and then looked at those women again. If left unchecked, it is very likely that these scarred women will really do as Chen Nuo said. Even if they escape these demons, they will encounter other demons again. Thinking of this, Su Li glanced at Wu Shasha, then at Li Shui and Gaoying. The four of them nodded and reached a consensus in an instant. Then, Su Li spoke. Chen Nuo, I don't think so. We women should have our own female army. We sisters have taken a fancy to these women, and we want to keep them. Do you agree? Chapter 95. Female Army. The magic power limit is about to break 100 million. Chen Nuo stopped suddenly, turned around to look at Su Li, then looked at Wu Shasha's face, and then looked at Li Shui and Gao Ying's faces. Are you serious? The four girls stood together, and the expressions on their faces actually gave Chen Nuo the answer, and they nodded together. Chen Nuo looked at those women again, and Wang Mei walked up to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, I also think we should keep these women. Chen Nuo looked at Wang Mei. Wang Mei smiled and pointed to the army of men nearby. There are only a few women in our current team, which is not a good thing. For a healthy base, the ratio of men to women should be relatively balanced. Besides, there are some things that women are more suitable to do than men. Chen Nuo raised his eyes and looked towards the army. All the men were looking straight ahead, as if this matter had nothing to do with them. Chen Nuo immediately activated his mind-eye talent, and their thoughts were immediately grasped by Chen Nuo. Even middle-aged greasy men like Jinghua and Zhao Tianhe hoped that Chen Nuo would keep these women. Chen Nuo was stunned at first, then he shook his head and smiled, thinking that he seemed to be only concerned about himself, so he looked at Su Li and the others. Okay then, I agree. Gaoying jumped up first. She rushed towards Chen Nuo and hugged Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo could only helplessly put his arms around her waist. Chen Nuo, You are so kind. I want all my female soldiers to awaken angel magic. Chen Nuo helped Gowing up, then thought about the scene of a group of women flying in the sky. It seemed quite good, so he nodded. Can. Gowing immediately kissed Chen Nuo on the face excitedly. Chen Nuo, Gao Ying's idea is very good, so my female soldiers will all be water elemental magic. After Su Li finished speaking, Li Shui of course also showed an expectant look, and Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. Okay, I promise you all. Su Li and Li Shui also followed Gao Ying's example and gave Chen Nuo a kiss. Only Wu Shasha stood aside, a little at a loss. Chen Nuo looked at Wu Shasha's page, thought for a moment, and said, Wu Sha, you have the invisibility magic talent, which is also a powerful talent, so all your female soldiers should be invisibility magic. Although Wu Shasha didn't quite understand, she still nodded. She was already very happy to be able to keep these women. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he stared at Wu Shasha. Wu Shasha met Chen Nuo's gaze. She touched her face and looked at herself. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Su Li glanced at Chen Nuo's expression and instantly understood what Chen Nuo meant. She sneered. Huh, he wants you to kiss him like we did. What a pervert. Li Shui looked at Wu Shasha quietly, with a look of watching a show. She was wondering if Wu Shasha would refuse. Gowing raised her hand and punched Chen Nuo. It was unclear whether she was happy or angry. She just looked away. Chen Nuo coughed awkwardly. How could I mean that? You all misunderstood. But Wu Shasha came up, her face full of blushing. She stood on tiptoes and gave Chen Nuo a kiss on the face as light as a dragonfly touching the water. She smoothed her hair shyly and said with her head down, Chen Nuo, thank you for keeping them here. Chen Nuo smiled slightly. Just be happy. 436 people were divided into 4 teams, 109 people in each team. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and took a look at his own magic power, which was more than enough. He directly increased their loyalty values and then changed them to 100 before locking the status. According to the 4 girls' request, Chen Nuo modified their magic into Angel, Water Element, Ice Element, and Invisibility. After modifying the magic of all the women, Chen Nuo looked at the neatly standing army and shouted loudly, Our hunt has begun. All troops, move out now and kill all the zombies in the dormitory area. The army began to move, and Chen Nuo turned around and said to Wu Shasha, Wu Sha, find a few women from your army to lead the army. Wu Shasha nodded, then quickly pointed out a few people and asked them to follow the team. After the army left, only Chen Nuo and the 4 girls were left, as well as those women. Su Li asked, Chen Nuo, what are we going to do now? Chen Nuo raised his hand and said as a matter of course, Let's go, we won't do anything. Let's just find a place to rest while waiting for them to finish. Li Shui was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Chen Nuo, are we just not going to do anything? Chen Nuo hooked Li Shui's shoulders. Silly boy, we are the boss now. When have you ever seen a boss working? We just need to have fun. As for those things, we can leave them to them. Didn't I say it before? They are responsible for fighting for us, and we are responsible for their logistical support. The group entered a building nearby, which was the teaching building where Zhang Biao blocked Wu Shasha. They entered the building, and Wu Shasha took a look at the classroom. She was still frightened. Chen Nuo's consciousness swept through the room. He didn't expect that there were 2 people in the classroom. To be precise, it was almost 1 person, because the other person was dying and could die at any time. Zhang Jia was pacing back and forth anxiously. What should we do? There are so many soldiers outside, and the leader obviously has a special relationship with Teacher Wu. Chen Nuo stopped and pointed at the room. There were 2 people inside. One was seriously injured and died immediately. Wu Shasha frowned. She thought of Sun Long and Zhang Jia, and she said with gritted teeth, I know them. They were the ones who led those people here. If you hadn't saved me, I would. Chen Nuo also remembered that his mind had swept across this place before. At that time, Zhang Biao had transformed into a black ape. Because he didn't see Wu Shasha in a quick glance, he looked elsewhere. Then kill them. Chen Nuo raised his hand and nodded. Zhang Jia was walking back and forth when he suddenly stopped and fell straight to the ground. His heart had stopped beating. As for Sun Long, his health was already in single digits, and when Zhang Jia died, he also completely lost his breath. Okay, they're all dead. Let's go. Chen Nuo and the others walked to a classroom, and he turned around and said to the other women, You guys should also find a place to rest. I'll call you if we have any problems. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he took Su Li and the others into the classroom. After the door was closed, Chen Nuo found a seat and sat down. Sister Su, I have something I need to verify. Su Li nodded. Okay, don't worry about us. Just do your thing. Chen Nuo opened his own page and looked at his mental power, 110872. The reason why he looked at mental power was because Every point of mental power was not only equal to 100 points of magic power, but every increase in mental power meant that Chen Nuo's mental coverage range would increase by 1 meter. In other words, Chen Nuo's thoughts can now cover 110,872 meters. Before, Chen Nuo was not very sensitive to the concept of meter. He always felt that meter was a very small unit, so he didn't pay much attention to it. If Chen Nuo had not used his mind to search for Wu Shasha's trace on the way to the university town today, he would not have realized that the coverage of his mind had become so large that he was a little shocked. If the current coverage range is converted into kilometers, it would be 110.872 kilometers, and this value is only the coverage range of the radius centered on Chen Nuo. What does this mean? The current distance between Manhwa City and the east is only about 150 kilometers, and the distance between the north and the south is about 110 kilometers. Chen Nuo's thoughts can already cover the entire Manhwa City. This means that Chen Nuo will be able to directly obtain the magic talents of all the survivors in Manhwa City. And because the coverage of the parcel column and the coverage of thoughts overlap, he can directly put all the supplies in Manhwa City into the parcel column. What Chen Nuo has to do now is to obtain the magic talents of all the survivors in Manhwa City and add them to his own list. Then activate these magic talents, so that his magic power limit will be able to reach hundreds of millions. There was a gleam in Chen Nuo's eyes. Come on, let me see if it will break 100 million, okay? Chapter 96. The Beast-Type Tyrannosaurus Rex. The brain's spiritual sea changes again. Chen Nuo's thoughts were like a tide, rapidly covering the distance. In a blink of an eye, it covered 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers. Finally, Manhwa City was basically all covered by Chen Nuo's thoughts. Countless zombies and survivors hiding everywhere appeared in Chen Nuo's mind one by one. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and directly added the magic talents of all the survivors within the range of his mind to his own magic list. There were all kinds of strange talents. Chen Nuo's mind returned, and he felt a little tired. The maximum mental coverage was so exhausting. He shook his head. Su Li, who had been paying attention to him, walked up to him. "What's wrong? You seem tired all of a sudden." Chen Nuo smiled. "I didn't expect that maximizing my intention would be so taxing." Su Li sat down next to Chen Nuo. "Come lie on my lap, and I'll give you a head massage." Chen Nuo nodded, then lay down next to Su Li. After he lay down, he felt the tables and chairs were a bit hard, and it was really uncomfortable to lie down. He stood up and said to Su Li and the others, "Sister Su, you guys stand over here first. I'll get a sofa out. These tables and chairs are too hard and uncomfortable to lie on." It was the first time for Wu Shasha to see this. She saw the original tables and chairs disappeared without a trace with a wave of Chen Nuo's hand. Then she saw Chen Nuo wave his hand again, and a whole set of sofas appeared in the classroom. Shock appeared on her face. "This, Chen Nuo, how did you do it?" Chen Nuo teased. "Come on, beg me, and I'll tell you." Wu Shasha snorted coldly, then went to ask Li Shui. Su Li sat on the soft sofa. She patted the sofa and waved to Chen Nuo. "Aren't you tired? Come here and lie down." Chen Nuo threw himself on the sofa, stretched out first, and then hugged Su Li and kissed her, and then he found a comfortable position to lie down. Su Li leaned on the back of the sofa and began to gently massage Chen Nuo's head. Li Shui explained to Wu Shasha, then sat down next to Chen Nuo and massaged his arms. Then it was Gaoing. Wu Shasha hesitated for a moment and sat down next to them. The four girls began to massage Chen Nuo's whole body. Chen Nuo squinted his eyes and hummed comfortably. Su Li smiled and used a little more force on her hands. Chen Nuo pretended to be in pain and screamed, "Let you do something weird again." Li Shui was massaging seriously. Gaoing was obviously a little unfamiliar with it. She watched Su Li and Li Shui's movements and imitated them to gently massage Chen Nuo. Wu Shasha's face was flushed and she was nervous, so she used too much force with her hands, and it looked like she was twisting Chen Nuo. When Chen Nuo felt a little pain, he started to secretly stroke her legs. The two of them sneaked around, and both felt an inexplicable excitement. Chen Nuo closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a while, then continued to look at his page. The densely packed magic talents were all in an inactivated state. Most of them were talented in physical magic. He looked down at the elemental magic and let out a light exclamation. "Hey, these are the gold, wood, and thunder elements. In this way, I now have all 5 elements. I also have the 3 special elements of ice, wind, and thunder." Chen Nuo made direct modifications, and 3 elemental magic systems were successfully awakened. In the spiritual sea of his brain, 3 magic spaces representing the elements were directly opened up. The star wheel that was originally rotating slowly suddenly shook and stopped moving. The 5 bright spots representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth suddenly began to sparkle. A mysterious force connected them together. The bright spots of gold, wood, and thunder elements, which were originally on the outside, began to move towards the middle. The speed of this movement seemed slow, but it was actually very fast, as if the other bright spots were making way for them. They all came to the center very quickly and stopped right next to the bright spot of the modifier. Xingxuan shook again and started to rotate. Chen Nuo did not notice this abnormality. He was now looking at the beast-type demon in surprise. He sat up suddenly. Is there such a magic? Are you kidding me? What are the conditions for awakening a magic? It can actually awaken a Tyrannosaurus Rex. The 4 girls looked at Chen Nuo in confusion. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and directly modified and activated the beast-type Tyrannosaurus Rex. Then he stood up and stripped himself naked in front of the 4 girls. Wu Shasha wanted to say something, but when she saw that Su Li and the others didn't say anything, she just watched quietly, especially looking at the shaking object for a few more times. After Chen Nuo took off all his clothes, he smiled and said to Su Li and the others, "Sister Su, let me show you something big." Wu Shasha glanced at Chen Nuo's crotch and thought to herself that it was indeed quite large. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he began to transform. With the influx of magic power, Chen Nuo's body shape began to change constantly. Soon his bones bulged, and his face and body quickly deformed. In the blink of an eye, a dinosaur face appeared in front of the 4 girls. The 4 girls were all startled, but they were not afraid because they knew that this was Chen Nuo's transformation. Chen Nuo controlled the input of magic power and turned into a small Tyrannosaurus Rex more than 2 meters tall, with a body length of only 5 or 6 meters. He could not increase the input of magic power anymore, otherwise the classroom would not be able to accommodate him. Chen Nuo stepped lightly a few times, leaving several footprints of varying depths on the ground. Then he returned to his original form and spoke while putting on his clothes. I never thought there would be a type of magic like the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After transforming, its strength and defense will increase significantly. It seems that it is possible that we will even encounter the legendary beast in the future. Chen Nuo sat down again. He wanted to continue to modify the activation magic. In fact, no matter what kind of magic was activated, it was not too important to him. To be frank, even if you are a godlike being, what can you do? As long as Chen Nuo has enough magic power, he can directly change your life value to 0, and you will be finished no matter how powerful you are. Therefore, Chen Nuo's goal is very simple, which is to continuously improve the magic power limit and the speed of magic power recovery. As long as these 2 things are satisfied with Chen Nuo, he can be invincible forever. Chen Nuo kept making modifications, and the magic space in the spiritual sea of his brain kept increasing. Finally, the number of bright spots exceeded 100,000, then 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. When the number of bright spots reached 1 million, Chen Nuo's mind shook violently, and his consciousness instantly descended into the spiritual sea of his brain. Just like when he reached 3,000 magic spaces before, that feeling of breakthrough came again. The spiritual sea in his brain was like an interstellar storm. Countless bright spots began to float and sink in the sea of stars. Chen Nuo felt like a small boat, rising and falling in the sea. In the middle, there is the highlight of the modifier. The light becomes brighter and brighter, and finally, it reaches a certain moment. Boom! Chen Nuo felt as if his brain was hit by a stick, and his entire brain and spiritual sea fell into complete chaos. It was unknown how long it took before Chen Nuo regained consciousness. He looked up at the spiritual sea above his brain and found that all the bright spots had disappeared. Only countless little people were floating in the sky. Chen Nuo was a little confused. He didn't understand what was going on. He subconsciously looked at the little man, and the little man instantly appeared in front of his consciousness. The little man's facial features are lively, and his expression is vivid, very cute, no longer in the dull state before. This is, far away in the depths of the universe, a powerful man unrivaled in history, with enormous magic power surging throughout his body, was refining a magical medicine. Suddenly, his brows furrowed, and a strong pain came over him. He hurriedly, for a long time, he looked at the still dazed little man in front of him and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Alas, I failed again. I wonder how the ancient sages made the demon awaken its spiritual power again. Chapter 97. The magic awakens and becomes a spirit, evolves into a life form. Chen Nuo regained consciousness and slowly opened his eyes. He saw the 4 women still massaging him gently. Chen Nuo stretched his body and sat up. Sister Su, how long has it been? Su Li took out her cell phone and checked the time. You've been sleeping for about an hour and a half. Are you still tired now? Chen Nuo shook his head. He thought about what had just happened and felt a sense of unreality. He thought of the little demon-bearing man who was no longer dull. He raised his hand, and a little man appeared before his eyes. When the little man appeared outside, it was a little flustered, as if it was frightened. It looked around for a few times. Its eyes swept across the faces of Su Li and the others, and when it finally saw Chen Nuo, an expression of joy immediately appeared on its face. It flew in front of Chen Nuo's face in an instant, rubbed its small face against Chen Nuo's big face, and uttered unknown syllables from its mouth. Gao Ying was completely touched by the cute creature. She subconsciously reached out to grab it, but the little creature immediately dodged Gao Ying's clutches and hid behind Chen Nuo's head. It even stuck its head out to look at Gao Ying. So cute. Chen Nuo, what's going on? How come it seems to have become a living being? Chen Nuo was also a little surprised. The touch just now, the previous demon was in the state of a little man, and it was completely an illusion and could not be touched at all. He raised his hand and touched the back of his neck. The little man did not avoid him, but went forward. Chen Nuo gently grabbed the body of the demon-bound figurine and held it in front of him. The figurine was about 3 inches long, looked like an elf, and was completely naked, so it was impossible to tell its gender. Chen Nuo opened his palm and held it. It sat in Chen Nuo's palm, with an innocent and cute face, and its big eyes blinked at Chen Nuo. A feeling of blood connection arose in Chen Nuo's heart. The 4 girls all put their heads above Chen Nuo's hands. They lowered their heads and looked at the cute little man. Some of them couldn't help but stretch out their index fingers and gently poke the little man. An expression of grievance appeared on the little man's face. He kept dodging the 4 girls' fingers, but did not fly directly away from Chen Nuo's palm. The 4 girls saw that the little man looked like he was about to cry, so they quickly stopped touching him. Su Li asked in surprise, Chen Nuo, tell me quickly, why can we touch it? It's so cute. Chen Nuo brought the right hand that was holding the little man in front of his eyes, raised his left hand, and gently stroked the little man's head. The little man, who was originally aggrieved and about to cry, immediately laughed like a silver bell. Chen Nuo smiled and looked at Su Li and the other 3 girls. They were looking at the figurine with envy. Gao Ying even summoned her own demon figurine. The demon had a dull look on its face. Although it was also very cute, compared with the figurine in Chen Nuo's hand, it seemed as if it had no soul. Just now, my brain's spiritual sea broke through again. Its changes should be the changes brought about by my breakthrough. I don't know the details at the moment. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he opened the editor, looked at the little man in front of him, and a page appeared. Water demon, psychic, a complete life form, born with water constitution, can transform into water and grow infinitely. The narration was very simple. Chen Nuo looked up at Gao Ying's demon figurine again. Page, angel magic can allow the magician to transform into an angel form. The specific changes vary from person to person. This description is also very simple. It is just a description of talent. Chen Nuo lowered his head and looked at the little man in his hand again and said softly, that is to say, it is now a complete living being, and the original magic is just a carrier of talent. When Su Li heard what Chen Nuo said, she raised her hand and summoned her own water elemental magic. She also let her own magic float on Chen Nuo's palm. Chen Nuo's demon-bearing figure looked at the figure in front of him, who looked similar to himself, and showed an excited expression. He raised his hand to grab Su Li's demon-bearing figure, but he couldn't touch it at all. After a few times, the villain began to get angry, and ripples began to appear around the villain. Chen Nuo felt that his magic power was fluctuating. This was the villain spontaneously mobilizing his own magic power. It wanted to teach this untouchable fellow a lesson. Chen Nuo moved his hand away, and the little man floated in the air. He spoke to Su Li and the others. Let's stay away. This little guy seems to be going crazy. Chen Nuo and the others walked to the side. He looked at the sofa under the 2 little men, raised his hand, and put the sofa into the parcel column. A few seconds later, a stream of water suddenly appeared out of nowhere, wriggling in disorder behind the little man. The little man flew high into the sky, looking down at his fellow creature that made him angry. He raised his hand and pointed, and the disorderly squirming water behind him began to change instantly. In the blink of an eye, the water mass separated into countless small droplets. Bayubiu. The water droplets shot towards Su Li's magic like bullets. Chen Nuo looked at the water droplets in the sky, and a name naturally appeared in his mind. Water drop bomb. Puff, puff, puff. The water droplets passed through the illusory demon and shot onto the ground behind it, leaving behind dense holes. Seeing that its attack was ineffective, the little man raised his right hand again and stretched out his palm. A larger stream of water appeared and quickly turned into several long column-shaped weapons. He swung his right hand downwards fiercely. Water column cannon. Boom, boom. The water column pierced the earth angrily, and then slowly dissipated, leaving an egg-sized hole on the ground. Chen Nuo and the others looked and saw that the hole was dark and obviously penetrated to a certain depth. Chen Nuo was a little surprised. All of this was the little man's autonomous action. Suddenly, he felt his magic power fluctuate violently. The little man was already extremely furious. A water whirlpool appeared behind him, and water snakes kept emerging from the whirlpool and entwined around the little man. Chen Nuo felt that his magic power was still being mobilized. He glanced at the ever-growing water vortex and roughly guessed that as long as his magic power continued to be supplied, the villain would continue to fight autonomously according to the situation. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a stream of water appeared in his hand. He looked at the little man in the air who was still accumulating energy. It seems that my use of water elements and the villain's independent battle are not in conflict with each other. Chen Nuo tried to control the little man. He wanted to see if he could control the little man during the battle. Buzz. The water vortex behind the little man disappeared, and the snarling water snake also disappeared. The little man looked back, then looked at Chen Nuo. A look of grievance instantly appeared on his face, which made Chen Nuo feel inexplicably guilty. Chen Nuo smiled awkwardly, raised his hand, and the little man flew into his hand. Chen Nuo raised his hand and stroked it gently, saying with a smile, "You are such a fool. It's just an illusion. Why are you so angry?" Confusion appeared on the little guy's face. Chen Nuo shook his head. This little guy was obviously a newborn and had no idea about anything. Chen Nuo felt like he was going to raise a child in the future. "Sister Su, summon your magic here, and I will explain it to it." Su Li nodded and controlled the magic to come in front of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo put the little man on his shoulder and pointed at Su Li's magic. "Look carefully, it has no substance. Look, my hand can go straight through its body. We can't touch it. Do you understand?" The little man still didn't understand. He looked at Chen Nuo with an innocent face. Chen Nuo looked at him for a few seconds and then sighed. "What the hell am I explaining to you here?" Chapter 98. Enough magic power to modify everything. Go, give your fourth daughter a bath. Chen Nuo raised his hand and grabbed the little man, holding it in front of his eyes. The two of them stared at each other. "Since you don't understand, I can only revise the entry for you." The little man smiled innocently, thinking that Chen Nuo was playing the stare-eyes game with him. Chen Nuo opened the editor and started to modify. Objects that can be seen but cannot be touched or attacked are illusory. After he made the modification, he quickly looked at the page of the little man, and sure enough, this description had been added to its page. Chen Nuo grabbed the little man and pointed at Su Li's magic. "Do you understand now?" The little man blinked and looked thoughtful. He stretched out his little hand and Chen Nuo let it go. The little man came to the virtual body, looked back at Chen Nuo, then pointed at the virtual body and Chen Nuo nodded. The little man stretched out his hand to touch the illusory body, but his hand touched nothing. He flew through the illusory body, shuttling back and forth, making a pleasant laugh, as if he understood. "Chen Nuo, can our magic be like it?" Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying, who was looking at him expectantly, and he shook his head. "I don't know either. Wait a minute, I'll see if I can modify it." Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying's magic page, and he modified the angel magic according to the description of the little man. Page. Angelic demon, psychic, a complete life form, angelic physique, can transform into an angel and grow infinitely. Buzz. Chen Nuo's magic power suddenly shook and was directly consumed. He quickly looked at the magic power. Magic. 381814/1080610000, recover 526 per second. It consumed about 1 million of his magic power, and Chen Nuo didn't expect it to consume so much. Ah! Gao Ying suddenly screamed in pain, and the angel-type demon outside her body disappeared. She grabbed her hair with both hands, and a hemicraniacal headache attacked Gao Ying. Chen Nuo was startled. He quickly looked at Gao Ying's page. A status caught Chen Nuo's attention. Magic awakening and spiritual communication in progress. Chen Nuo looked at Gao Ying, who was in excruciating pain. When he was hesitating whether to stop her, the pain had passed. Gao Ying's eyes turned red, and she suddenly looked up at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo thought what was wrong. She pouted her lips and tears flowed down. "Wow. Chen Nuo, it hurts so much. Why does it hurt so much?" Seeing that she still felt the pain, Chen Nuo knew that she was fine. He raised his eyes and looked at Gao Ying's page. Magic, angel, psychic. Chen Nuo smiled and hugged Gao Ying, raising his hand to pat her back gently. "Okay, didn't you want your magic to be the same as mine? Now look, it should be the same as mine." Gao Ying was wiping tears in Chen Nuo's arms, but when she heard Chen Nuo's words, she pushed Chen Nuo away excitedly. "Is it true?" Gao Ying asked as she summoned the demon. Sure enough, this time the angel demon was no longer as dazed as before. It looked around in confusion, and before it could see clearly, Gao Ying grabbed it. Gao Ying stared at the angel demon with red light in her eyes. When the angel demon saw Gao Ying, it was a little flustered at first, but then it made a pleasant sound. Gao Ying lifted up the angel demon, turned it around twice, and then showed off to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, look, it's so cute. It's smiling at me. After seeing this, Su Li directly placed the water elemental magic in front of Chen Nuo. Hurry up, I want one too. Chen Nuo smacked his lips. Sister Su, you saw Gao Ying's pain just now. Otherwise, you talk too much nonsense. I'm not afraid. I want to do it now. What else could Chen Nuo say? He had no choice but to modify Su Li's water element magic. He felt a little reluctant when he saw that another million magic powers were consumed. But what he didn't know was that in the distant universe, there was an extremely powerful person who was constantly looking for an opportunity to awaken his magic and communicate with the spirit, but he failed again and again. If he knew that Chen Nuo had this means, he would definitely be willing to give everything to let Chen Nuo awaken his magic and communicate with the spirit for him. After Chen Nuo modified Li Shue's magic system, he looked at Wu Shasha. Since everything had been modified, she couldn't be left out. But Chen Nuo was still a little hesitant. After all, Su Li and the others were already 4th-level magicians. He planned to first raise Wu Shasha's level to the 4th-level magician, and then awaken her magic communication. He glanced at his magic power, which was still more than 1.8 million, which was enough for the upgrade. However, after the upgrade, if he wanted to awaken her magic power, the remaining magic power would be insufficient. Chen Nuo thought about it and decided to upgrade first, so he raised his hand and waved to Wu Shasha. Wu Sha, come over here. I will upgrade your realm first. Sister Su and the others are already 4th-level magicians. I am worried that there will be unknown dangers if we directly perform spiritual awakening on your magic. It would be better for us to wait until you are upgraded to a 4th-level magician before performing spiritual awakening on your magic. Wu Shasha felt very uncomfortable when she saw Chen Nuo's hesitant expression. She thought of many things, such as whether she was a latecomer and Chen Nuo's love for her was not as great as that of the other three. When she heard what Chen Nuo said, she realized that she seemed to have thought too much, so she smiled sweetly at Chen Nuo and happily came to Chen Nuo's side. Chen Nuo smiled at her and then looked at her page. He found that her loyalty value had not been modified yet. So, Chen Nuo naturally changed her loyalty value to 100 and then locked the status. After Chen Nuo modified the loyalty value, he thought about it again, then took the sofa out of the package column again. He asked Wu Shasha to sit on the sofa. After she sat down, Chen Nuo asked, "Are you ready?" Wu Shasha nodded, so Chen Nuo began to modify Wu Shasha's realm. He did not change her realm from a 1st-level magician to a 4th-level magician at once. He still changed it to a 2nd-level magician step by step. Buzz. Wu Shasha was in intense pain and her body was convulsing. She was struggling constantly and groaning in pain. The pain was fleeting. Wu Shasha was covered in sweat and a large amount of dirt was discharged from her body. Her face flushed with shame. Although Chen Nuo had told her before that these were impurities in her body, she still felt a little embarrassed. Chen Nuo walked up to her and started to undress her. Wu Shasha was stunned for a moment, then she tensed her body and did not refuse. Wu Shasha was quickly stripped naked by Chen Nuo, who pointed to the open space next to them and said to her, "Stand there and I'll rinse you with water." Wu Shasha nodded shyly, then walked over there awkwardly, covering her highs and lows that she couldn't cover at all. After she stood up, she looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked her up and down, then winked at her. Wu Shasha said shyly, "Hurry up, Chen Nuo." Chen Nuo shrugged and threw the water elemental magic on his shoulder to her. "Shuei, go and give your Xingyang a bath." Chapter 99. The blessing of having 2 wives is not so easy to enjoy. Tyrannosaurus Rex, transform. When Wu Shasha heard Chen Nuo's name, she staggered and her upper body shook. She glared at Chen Nuo in shame and anger. Chen Nuo stared at her body and smiled. "Look, am I wrong? Su Li and the others were right in front of you. That's the truth." Wu Shasha quickly washed herself and came to Chen Nuo. She glanced at Su Li and the others who were playing with their own demons and whispered to Chen Nuo, "I don't care. I don't want to be a slave." As she spoke, she looked at Li Shui and Gao Ying again, and finally looked at Gao Ying's face, then lowered her voice and spoke to Chen Nuo again. "We're arranged by age." Chen Nuo took out a bathrobe from the parcel column and covered her head with it, then gently wiped her hair. Wu Shasha pushed Chen Nuo's hand away and started to wipe it herself. Chen Nuo smiled and pulled her to his side, putting his arm around her shoulders and talking. "Even if we go by age, you're not necessarily the youngest, right?" Wu Shasha took the bath towel from her head and put it over herself to cover her white and tender chest. She raised her head and glanced at Gao Ying secretly. Chen Nuo followed her gaze and understood her thoughts when he saw Gao Ying. "Gao Ying, Wu Sha said she doesn't want to be the 4th lady and wants to be ranked first with you in terms of age." Wu Shasha didn't expect Chen Nuo to say it directly. She hurriedly covered Chen Nuo's mouth, but it was too late. When Suli and the others heard Chen Nuo's words, they all came over. Suli and Li Shui vaguely thought of something. They looked at each other, smiled, and then looked at Wu Shasha. Under the gazes of the two, Wu Shasha lowered her head and hid behind Chen Nuo's arm, while Gowing asked curiously, "Chen Nuo, what's Xin Yang?" Chen Nuo raised his hand and summoned his water elemental magic, which flew into his hand. "Come here, Shuiwa, this is your Aunt Su, this is your Aunt Li." Before Chen Nuo could finish his words, Su Li punched him lightly. "Get lost, this name is too high, why don't you change it?" Chen Nuo shrugged indifferently. "So what do you want to change it to?" Gowing also understood what Chen Nuo had just said. She looked at Wu Shasha, and Wu Shasha smiled at her awkwardly. "I was just joking with Chen Nuo just now. I didn't expect him to actually call you to talk about this." When Gowing heard Wu Shasha's words, she let out a soft, "Oh," nodded and continued to follow the advice. "Oh, are you kidding? It's okay, since you said it was a joke, then let's go in order. Fourth sister, come and call third sister." Wu Shasha was stunned. She looked at Gowing for a few seconds. Seeing Gowing looking at her with shining eyes, she directly argued, "No, let's go by age. Although I was just joking, I was with Chen Nuo before the end of the world." As Wu Shasha spoke, her voice became lower and lower. Suli was thinking about how to address him when she suddenly heard Wu Shasha's words. She remembered that before the end of the world, she did show signs of seducing Chen Nuo, so she said it casually. "Gowing, what she said is right. She and Chen Nuo did have an affair before the end of the world. I asked Chen Nuo about it at that time. What did Chen Nuo say? I can't quite remember it." As Suli spoke, she looked at Chen Nuo with an expression that showed she was not afraid of any trouble. For the first time, Chen Nuo felt that having more women seemed to cause a lot of trouble. These 4 women had different personalities. Only Li Shui made him feel at ease. Gowing and Wu Shasha were obviously competitive, and Suli was not afraid of any trouble. He suddenly felt that he might not be blessed with all the women in the future. Chen Nuo shook his head and said helplessly, "Sister Su, don't you see that they are both a little over the top? You are still trying to stir up trouble." Suli said with a chuckle covering her mouth. "It's okay, women. As long as they have revolutionary friendship, they will let go of all this." Chen Nuo was a little confused. He didn't understand. Li Shui and Gowing blushed. They understood what Suli meant. Suli leaned forward and sat down, and said generously, "Hee, don't you understand this? Look at Li Shui and Gowing. They both understand. Why don't you ask them?" Wu Shasha looked at Suli suspiciously, then looked at Li Shui and Gao Ying's faces. She seemed to have guessed it vaguely, and her face turned red. The 4 dirty women all quieted down, and Gao Ying and Wu Shasha were tactful enough not to argue about seniority anymore. Chen Nuo was free and started to upgrade Wu Shasha. Soon Wu Shasha was promoted to the 4th level magician. After Chen Nuo washed her body, he said to her, "Wait a little longer. After my magic power recovers, I will perform magic awakening communication on you." Wu Shasha nodded, then wiped the water off her body with a towel, put on her clothes, and sat down in front of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo leaned against the back of the sofa, shoulder to shoulder with Suli. He looked at the water elemental demon in front of him, and then spoke to the women. "Just now I was thinking, since this little guy is a living being, what should he be called? What do you think of Shuwa?" As Chen Nuo spoke, he raised his hand and 2 little men suddenly appeared next to the water elemental demon. There was a word, fire, written on the forehead of a little man, and his whole body was red. As soon as he appeared, several people felt a warm feeling coming over him. There is a word, invisible, written on the forehead of the other one, which is an invisibility magic. Gowing refused first. She held up her angel magic and rubbed it with her face. "I don't want it. The word, wa sounds too ugly. It sounds like the Calabash brothers." Chen Nuo was choked by Gowing and didn't know what to say. That's what he was thinking just now. Didn't he see that he had summoned the fire elemental demon and the invisibility demon? He felt that Gowing was full of malice towards him. Suli said with a smile when she saw Chen Nuo's deflated expression, "Chen Nuo, I think we should just take our own." Gowing also noticed Chen Nuo's frustration, so she leaned over and climbed on top of Chen Nuo. "Chen Nuo, I really don't want my angel-type demon to be called Angel Baby. It doesn't sound cute at all." Chen Nuo felt that Gao Ying's tone was like coaxing a child, which made him very embarrassed. He glanced at the demon in front of him and thought of a way to retaliate. "Gao Ying, it's okay. I didn't consider your idea. Sister Su is right. We can each take our own. Come on, water baby, fire baby, invisible baby. This is your Xin Yang. Come and say hello to your Xin Yang together." Gao Ying was very happy when she heard the first part of the conversation, but she pouted when she heard the second part. After Wu Shasha heard it, she kissed Chen Nuo directly. Haha. The 5 of them laughed happily, and time passed in a flash as they laughed. Chen Nuo took a look at the magic power, which was already more than 1 million. So Chen Nuo directly performed awakening spiritual communication on Wu Shasha's magic. Wushasha looked at the little cutie in front of her and liked him very much. Chen Nuo stood up and took the water baby, fire baby, and invisible baby back to the magic space. Let's go. It's been over 2 hours. Let's go check out the hunting situation. The 4 girls nodded. Chen Nuo put the sofa into the parcel box and walked out of the classroom. When the female soldiers heard the noise, they stood up quickly. They did not look for a place to rest, but sat on the ground. Chen Nuo glanced at them, waved, and walked out, with everyone following behind them. Chen Nuo came outside. He raised his hand and a little demon appeared, and after it appeared, it flew around Chen Nuo happily. Chen Nuo raised his hand to hold it, then threw it far away. The key point was that he also shouted something in a childish way. Tyrannosaurus, transform. Dragon Rider needs you. Chapter 100. Human nature is fickle. People are blackmailed by morality. The survivors have nothing to do with us. There were many young men and women sitting in an open space. Their clothes were very messy, and many of them were wearing underwear and wrapped in bed sheets. Some girls attract a lot of attention because they wear too revealing clothes, but they can do nothing but lower their heads to cover their sensitive areas. Pa pa pa. Gunshots continued to be heard in the distance, and survivors continued to come here. Damn it. Bah, they're the people's soldiers. I'm so hungry. Is it too much to ask for something to eat? Zhang Yu, shut the fuck up. You should just thank the person for saving your life. Why are you nagging here? You Fei, what the hell did I say? What does it have to do with you? Are you itching for trouble? If you are, let's practice. Some classmates who knew them separated the two of them, while the others just looked up at them and had no interest in talking to them. They were all starving, so who had time to pay attention to them? Zhang Fan, I only have this one cookie left. Here, I give it to you. Look how pale you look. Zhang Fan looked at the biscuits that Sun Lu secretly handed to her, gritted her teeth and shook her head, she said while enduring the stomachache. Sun Lu, you should eat it. You haven't eaten for a whole day. It's okay. I can still hold it in. Sun Lu knew that Zhang Fan had stomach problems. When she was about to persuade him, a hand suddenly reached out and snatched the biscuits from Sun Lu's hand. Sun Lu, since Zhang Fan doesn't want to eat, then let me eat it. I'm almost starving. Sun Lu looked anxious and looked up quickly, only to see a girl in cool clothes stuffing biscuits into her mouth. Li Shan, what are you doing? Why are you stealing things? Give it back to me. Li Shan clapped her hands, then sat down and said, I have finished eating now. When I have more in the future, I will return it to you. Sun Lu's face turned red with anger. Zhang Fan pulled her and shook his head, but Sun Lu was still angry and she had to argue with Li Shan. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Everyone looked up and saw a dozen soldiers carrying several people running towards them. The injured people were also wearing military uniforms. After they put the injured people down, they stood there waiting anxiously. After a while, 2 people came running over. These soldiers quickly stood at attention and saluted one of them. It was obvious that this person was a leader. What's wrong with them? Didn't we agree to make sure the zombies are dealt with before approaching? I told you not to be afraid of wasting bullets. What the hell are you doing? Captain Gao, hey, we didn't expect that after the group of survivors encountered the zombies, they would not listen to our orders and started running around and shouting. We were not paying attention for a moment, and they broke our formation. After we dealt with the zombies, we found that several of them had been bitten. Gaojin raised his foot and kicked him. Fuck you, there's no point in explaining to me. You should explain to Chen Nuo. At this time, many survivors came over, each supporting each other. When they saw Gaojin and the others, they all looked unhappy. Humph, this is the first time I've seen soldiers like you. You saved half of the people and just left us on the road without caring about us. Aren't there only a few injured people? You really disappoint me. When Gaojin heard this, he looked at the person who was speaking. The man was startled by Gaojin's gaze, but with so many people around him, he didn't think Gaojin would do anything out of line. What's wrong? Did I say anything wrong? As soldiers, isn't it your duty to rescue the people? Zhang Yu, who had some opinions before, saw someone taking the lead, so he also loudly agreed. Yeah, this group of soldiers really refreshed my understanding. I was so hungry that I couldn't stand it. I asked them for something to eat, but not only did they not give me anything, their attitude was also very rude. What the hell are they? When talking about hunger, many people began to sneer, as if their suffering was caused by these soldiers. Gaojin frowned, thinking about what to do. The soldier next to him spoke. Gao Tuan, it's them. If I had known they would be like this, I shouldn't have saved them. Alas, they are such an ungrateful bunch. The group of people immediately became dissatisfied, and the one who had led the group started to curse loudly. How dare you talk like that? Why does the country support you? You shouldn't have saved us. Believe it or not, we are all suing you together. When he was about to continue speaking, suddenly, the ground shook violently and a series of muffled sounds were heard. Everyone quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw a dinosaur about 5 or 6 meters tall and about 20 meters long running towards them. They were terrified and turned around to run as soon as they had the strength. However, Before they had taken a few steps, the dinosaurs appeared in front of them. They were so scared that they collapsed to the ground and became incontinent. Gaojin was also greatly shocked. He wondered why this thing existed. The dinosaur looked down at everyone from above, and no one dared to breathe. Gaojin, what are you doing here? What's going on with them? The dinosaur lay down with its head touching the ground, revealing Chen Nuo, Su Li, and the other 3 girls on its body. Chen Nuo jumped down, followed closely by Su Li and the others. For them, who were 4th-level magicians, climbing a height of 2 or 3 meters was no problem at all. Gaojin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw it was Chen Nuo. He first looked at Dinosaur, then at his sister Gaoying, and then told him what had just happened. At this time, the female soldiers also caught up with them. Some students recognized them and started shouting and greeting them, but the female soldiers ignored them. When those people saw that they ignored them, they all became quiet. So they were bitten by zombies in order to save a few survivors? Gaojin nodded. That's the situation. Chen Nuo looked at the soldiers. Who is the leader among you? TSK, this title isn't quite right. Who is the captain? After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he turned to Gaojin. Gaojin, you should sort out the names in the army later, otherwise it will be very inconvenient to call them by their names. Gaojin was stunned. Inconvenient? No, but he didn't say it, just nodded. One of the soldiers walked up to Chen Nuo and saluted. Boss Chen, I'm their platoon leader. Chen Nuo looked at him for a few seconds, then nodded. You, then start over from the bottom. The man didn't dare to complain and just nodded in agreement. When the survivors who were causing trouble saw that the soldier was punished, they all started to applaud Chen Nuo. Only then did Chen Nuo look at those people, and then looked at the platoon leader and asked, These are the disobedient survivors you just mentioned? They nodded, and Chen Nuo smiled coldly. Then why keep them around? Are you planning to let our people get hurt again? Kill them all. The survivors looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. They all thought they had heard wrongly, but when the guns were aimed at them, they began to beg for mercy. Chen Nuo ignored him completely. He looked to the side. Gunshots rang out and all those who had been sneering and mocking were shot to death. Chen Nuo glanced at the other frightened survivors, then looked into the distance. At this time, the soldiers who had just dealt with the zombies in the distance began to gather here. After all, the size of the dinosaur was too eye-catching. Soon the place was filled with soldiers, and Jing Tao and the others came to Chen Nuo. They first looked at the dinosaur, then looked at their own injured people on the ground. Their brows slightly frowned. Brother Chen, what's going on? Chen Nuo said unhappily. What else could it be? Go ask Gaojin. I'll treat these guys first. As Chen Nuo spoke, he looked at the pages of the soldiers who were bitten and changed their bad conditions to healthy conditions. After several people opened their eyes, they stood aside without daring to breathe. Chen Nuo spoke directly. You guys, you have to hand over 50 magic crystal cores later. Do you hear me? Remember, 50 per person. Several people quickly agreed, and Chen Nuo looked at Gaojin and the others again. You're a little slow. It's been more than 2 hours, and you've only just finished one school. Let me tell you, we have to go through all the universities here today, and we don't have that much time to waste here. By the way, let me make it clear again that the survivors have nothing to do with us. If anyone causes trouble for me again, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 101. The Battle Between the Demons. Angels protect, Holy Light redeems. The army moved. Jing Tao and his men ordered their deputies to lead the army to other universities first, while they surrounded the Tyrannosaurus Rex and began to criticize it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex with thick eyebrows and big eyes shook its big head and looked at them, with its nose arched in front of several people, sniffing this and that, and its drool was all over the floor. Several people retreated in front of Chen Nuo. They coughed a few times, and then looked at Wang Chen. Several people raised their eyebrows at him. Wang Chen understood what they meant. He looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was about 5 meters tall, then looked at Chen Nuo and opened his mouth to speak. Chen Nuo looked at the annoying looks on their faces and sighed. If you have something to say, say it. If not, go hunt zombies. Wang Chen chuckled. Chen Nuo, isn't this thing already extinct? Where did you get it from? Chen Nuo had already seen through their thoughts and raised his hand. Everyone saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex shrinking rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a 3-inch small demon man. The man flew directly towards Chen Nuo, circled around Chen Nuo, and landed on his head. Wang Chen asked in surprise, Is this one of your magic talents? Chen Nuo nodded, then raised his hand, grabbed the little man from his head, and handed it to Wang Chen. Wang Chen was a little stunned. He looked at Chen Nuo with a puzzled expression. Chen Nuo spoke directly. Here, take it. Wang Chen subconsciously stretched out his hand, and Chen Nuo stuffed the little man into his hand. The obvious touch shocked Wang Chen. He looked at the little demon figurine in his hand, which was sticking out its tongue at him mischievously. Others also noticed something different. Su Hao shouted directly. Brother Chen, isn't this an illusory body? As Su Hao spoke, he stretched out his finger to poke the little demon. The little demon saw the finger and raised his hand to slap it. You have to say, the force was quite strong. Suhao screamed in surprise. Damn it, it hit me. Others also began to reach out to touch it. When Chen Nuo saw it, he raised his hand and took the demon figurine from Wang Qin. When the demon figurine came into Chen Nuo's hands, it yelled a few times angrily at Wang Qin and the others. Wang Qin and the others swallowed their saliva. Chen Nuo, how did this thing become alive? Chen Nuo threw the little man far away again, and in the blink of an eye the little man turned into a giant dinosaur. It looked down at Wang Qin and the others and roared. Chen Nuo waved his hand, and the dinosaur calmed down. I have made a breakthrough in my realm. I can modify the magic from a carrier of talent to a living being. This little guy is now a living being. As soon as Chen Nuo finished speaking, Wang Qin and the others summoned their own demons and looked at him expectantly. Chen Nuo felt a headache and waved his hands quickly. Are you guys thinking too much? You think this thing is easy to modify? Wang Qin and the others instantly felt like eggplants hit by frost, with faces full of disappointment. Chen Nuo thought about it and was ready to paint a rosy picture for them, but suddenly a voice from behind him made him embarrassed. Sister Su, look, I can fly too. Behind Li Shui, two icy wings spread out vividly. She was like an ice angel, flapping her wings and bringing up a cold wind. Li Shui actually slowly flew into the air. Su Li and the others watched in surprise as Li Shui slowly fell down. The ice wings behind her disappeared and turned into a little demon figure that landed on Li Shui's shoulder. Su Li looked at Li Shui's operation and she also showed anticipation. She quickly summoned her own demon. Su Li gave the demon a number of orders, but the little man showed a cute expression and looked adorable, as if he didn't understand anything at all. In fact, Su Li and the others, including Chen Nuo, have not yet adapted to communicating with the demons. All they have thought of is the communication between living beings through language and actions. Previously, in order to make the demon-like figure understand what an illusory body is, Chen Nuo even used a modifier. When Li Shui saw Su Li's operation, not only did the demon not understand, she was also a little angry, so she hurriedly said, Sister Su, I discovered that we can actually communicate with these little guys through consciousness. Su Li was stunned. Consciousness communication? Li Shui nodded. It's just like when we want to pick up something with our right hand will move naturally. Su Li roughly understood Li Shui's idea. She thought of the transparent wings transformed by water in her mind, and then consciously ordered the magic to become that shape according to her ideas. Sure enough, the demon-tethered little man received her conscious command instantly. He flipped over in the air and came behind Su Li, then spread out two transparent water wings and appeared behind Su Li. Su Li shrugged her shoulders and looked at the water wings behind her. She poked them with her hand, and the wings solidified like jelly. So she spread her wings and flapped them hard. The airtight water wings really carried Su Li off the ground. Gaoying summoned her own magic and looked at the angel-like little figure. She then looked at Su Li in the air and thought to herself, if everyone can fly, then is her own magic a bit useless? The demon seemed to sense Gao Ying's thoughts. It fell directly on Gao Ying's head, and its body shook violently. Buzz. Gao Ying saw a film of light appear and protect her in the middle. The name of a skill naturally appeared in Gao Ying's mind. Angel Guardian. Li Shui's demon was not willing to be outdone after seeing this. It stretched out its hand, and rich ice elements condensed. In an instant, an ice ball appeared and wrapped Li Shui in it. A few seconds later, the ice ball shattered, and the ice demon flew in the air, showing off its power towards Gao Ying's angel demon, emitting unknown syllables. Gao Ying's angel-type demon was instantly enraged. It pinched its waist with one hand and pointed at the ice-type demon with the other, as if the two demons were arguing. Zheng Fan, what's wrong with you? Zheng Fan, wake up. Suddenly a shout was heard, and I saw a girl being held in the arms of another girl. The girl had fainted. The angel-type demon rolled its big eyes, first looked at the ice-type demon, then looked at Gao Ying, pointing at the girl in the distance. Gao Ying nodded, and the angel-like demon flew above Zheng Fan. It closed its eyes, and a layer of green rose from its body. Soon, the green fell on Zheng Fan like a sweet rain. Everyone was watching all this in amazement. Wang Chen looked at the little guys fighting in front of him and smacked his lips. Chen Nuo, is this what you call difficult? Aren't you a little too obsessed with beauty? Chen Nuo was also staring blankly. He saw the fainted girl, who immediately opened her eyes and looked much better in spirit. When Chen Nuo thought of the greenery, he did not respond to Wang Chen immediately, but asked Gao Ying. Gao Ying, was that skill you just used a recovery skill? Gao Ying raised her hand and waved, and the angel demon quickly flew in front of her. She raised her hand to hold the little man, kissed it on the face, and then nodded to Chen Nuo. This is the salvation of holy light. It can dispel bad conditions and restore a lot of energy. Chen Nuo's face showed an excited expression. He glanced at the angel magic, then at Li Shui's ice magic, and finally at Su Li, who was flying freely in the air. His eyes were shining brightly. After awakening the spirit connection, the magic system is no longer just a talent. Chapter 102. We are not the saviors. The end of the world does not allow our kindness to overflow. Chen Nuo looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the side. In his mind, he imagined the scene of the dinosaur breathing. Then, with a rumbling sound, the Tyrannosaurus Rex slowly turned around, and the ground was shaken by it. Everyone's attention was drawn to the dinosaur, which opened its bloody mouth. Roar! A deafening roar rang out. The dragon's breath that Chen Nuo imagined did not appear, but all the glass in the building in front of the dinosaur was shattered. Is this a sonic attack? Chen Nuo muttered to himself. Wang Chun raised his hand and picked his ear with his little finger, looking at the Tyrannosaurus Rex in shock. He swallowed and looked at the old six behind him. They all nodded to Wang Chun and pouted at Chen Nuo. Wang Chun snorted in dissatisfaction, and he turned around and asked Chen Nuo again. Chen Nuo, tell me, how can I change my magic to this awesome plasma? Chen Nuo withdrew his gaze from the dinosaur and looked at Wang Chun. Wang Chun's face was full of an expression that said, if you don't agree, I will keep pestering you. He glanced at Jing Tao and the others again, and their eyes were also shining. Chen Nuo sighed and looked at Su Li and the others not far away. These spendthrift women were really causing trouble for him. Then Chen Nuo thought for a while, met the gaze of Wang Chun and the others, and spoke. You guys, don't say I didn't give you a chance. This little thing's awakening spirit requires 1 million magic power. Notify everyone that from now on, whoever hunts zombies every day and obtains the most magic crystal cores, I will give him the magic awakening spirit. This can be regarded as an incentive for everyone. Several people became excited instantly. When they heard that it would consume 1 million magic power, their hearts tightened. Their current magic power was only about 100. They didn't expect that this little thing would consume 1 million magic power. No wonder Chen Nuo said it was not easy. What they didn't know was that Chen Nuo's magic limit was already over 100 million, and the amount of magic power restored in 1 hour was 1.89 million. Chen Nuo looked at several people running away, and he shouted loudly. By the way, you can't cheat. Only the magic crystal cores you get from hunting zombies are counted. Anyone who cheats will never get the chance to awaken the magic spirit. Several people agreed and ran away. Chen Nuo shook his head and came to the four girls. You guys, what's wrong with us? Gowing asked doubtfully. What else can I do? You guys are fine. As Chen Nuo spoke, he pinched Gao Ying's face. Gowing raised her hand to open Chen Nuo's hand. Su Li smiled. She vaguely heard Chen Nuo's last words. Chen Nuo, it's fine to use it as a reward to motivate everyone. This way everyone will be more motivated. Chen Nuo nodded. Well, I hope so. Well, let's go and take a look. And by the way, we can hone our magic skills. Wu Shasha asked when she saw Chen Nuo was about to take them away. Chen Nuo, what should we do with these survivors? Chen Nuo stopped and looked back at Wu Shasha. Didn't I just say that? Their life or death has nothing to do with us. Wu Shasha showed hesitation on her face. Chen Nuo walked up to her, raised his hands to hug her, patted her on the back, and then spoke in her ear. We are not saviors, and it is impossible for us to save everyone. I know you have great sympathy for them and want to save them, but you can't always save them. In the end times, sooner or later they will have to learn how to survive and face danger, right? Wu Shasha understood what Chen Nuo said. She nodded and turned to look at those people. They were looking at Chen Nuo and the others. When they saw Wu Shasha coming, they quickly looked at her. Among them were students that Wu Shasha knew. They opened their mouths to speak, but were afraid of bringing trouble, so they could only watch stupidly. Let's go. Chen Nuo took the lead and walked towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wu Shasha looked at several female students in the distance, and finally she followed Chen Nuo cruelly. Several women got on the dinosaur's back. Only Su Li was standing there in a daze. Chen Nuo looked down. Sister Su, what's wrong? Come up. Su Li came back to her senses and smiled at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, you guys go first, I'll catch up later. Li Shui and Gowing looked at each other and then jumped down as well. Chen Nuo, you and Shasha go first. Gowing and I will accompany Sister Su. Chen Nuo looked at the three people, his brows slightly frowned, and after a few seconds, is it really necessary? Su Li was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Chen Nuo to ask this question. Does this mean that Chen Nuo roughly knows what she is going to do? She smiled and nodded. Come on, we'll be there later. Chen Nuo licked his lips and nodded slightly. He patted the dinosaur's back, and the dinosaur slowly stood up. Hurry up, I'll let the Tyrannosaurus Rex go slower. Oh, and the female soldiers will stay and follow you. Gowing rolled her eyes at Chen Nuo. The female soldiers are ours to begin with, so of course they have to stay. Chen Nuo shook his head. Okay, you're right. The dinosaur started to move, and soon the two of them rode the dinosaur to the school gate. Chen Nuo patted the dinosaur's back again, and the dinosaur stopped. Wushasha asked doubtfully, "What did the three of them do?" Chen Nuo lay down against the dinosaur's neck and then held Wushasha in his arms. "Don't you see?" Wushasha lay in Chen Nuo's arms, and she looked at Chen Nuo from the side. "What? I didn't see that." Chen Nuo smiled. "I'd better not tell you. When you find out later, it will be even more precious." When Wushasha heard Chen Nuo say this, she stopped asking questions. She lay down again and wondered what on earth they were going to do. After seeing Chen Nuo walking away, Suli and the others turned around and went to the survivors. Suli was saying something loudly. When everyone heard what Suli said, they showed excitement on their faces and then showed hesitation. After a while, the female soldiers followed Suli, Li Shui, and Gaoying and walked away. "Sun Lu, I have made up my mind. I will go to that base. Even if there is danger, I am ready to go." The sister just now said it well. They can't help us for nothing. We must have the value recognized by the other party to obtain their protection. Otherwise, no one will help us for no reason. Didn't she say it just now? As long as we kill a zombie and obtain the zombie's magic crystal core, we can enter the base to live. I want to give it a try. Sun Lu nodded. She looked at Zheng Fan. The two of them clasped hands, and they slowly walked out of the crowd. Yufei looked at the backs of Sun Lu and Zheng Fan. He thought for a moment, then stood up and looked at the people around him. They were all hesitant. Yufei snorted coldly. "Humph, are we boys not even as good as these two girls? Are there any men with penises? Let's go with them." Sometimes, all that's missing is a leader. Now that someone is leading the way, everyone has nowhere to go. Under the leadership of the two girls and Yufei, everyone is instantly filled with fighting spirit. Chen Nuo and Wushasha didn't wait long outside the school gate before Su Li and the others came over. Su Li and the other two came onto the back of the dinosaur, and Chen Nuo looked at them. "Done." Su Li sat next to Chen Nuo. She looked at Chen Nuo affectionately and nodded. Chen Nuo shrugged and sighed. "Well, I don't think we're going to get to that point." Su Li raised her hand and held Chen Nuo's arm. She held Chen Nuo's hand and crossed their fingers. "Brother, I know what you think. In fact, I agree with you very much. However, I always feel that when we are able to do it, it is not a bad idea to do a little more." As Su Li spoke, she glanced at Wushasha beside Chen Nuo. She smiled at Wushasha, then looked at Chen Nuo and continued. "Besides, you don't want Sasha to be unhappy because of this, right? As for whether they can reach our base, that depends on their luck. If they are lucky enough to get there, we will follow our rules. This way, we will have another source of magic crystal cores. Anyway, we won't suffer any loss." Chen Nuo shook his head and hugged Su Li in his arms, saying, "You won't suffer any loss." When Wushasha heard Su Li's words, she was stunned for a moment, then she thought of something and looked at Su Li with gratitude. Chen Nuo held both women in his arms. He raised his foot and gently stepped on the back of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex began to run clumsily. "Let's go. Let's forget about it this time. We should still follow our principles in the future. In this apocalyptic time, we won't be allowed to let our kindness run rampant." Chapter 103. Savage Collision. Hip Strike. Let's see what they can do. Pa pa pa. Chen Nuo and the others were lying comfortably on the dinosaur's back, and gunshots began to be heard in the distance. Chen Nuo stood up, looked over there, and then gave a mental command to the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around and moved to the other side. Chen Nuo pointed to another university in the distance. "Let's not join them. Let's go to that university." Li Shui looked at the female soldiers jogging behind her and spoke. "Chen Nuo, isn't it a bit inhumane for us to let them follow us like this?" Chen Nuo also looked up. He looked at those female soldiers and shook his head and said, "If they can't even overcome this difficulty, then they should leave the women's army. Since you said they want to have their own strength, they should live up to your expectations. Otherwise, are you going to be their babysitters?" Su Li pulled Li Shui and she also said, "Li Shui, Chen Nuo is right. Our ideas cannot be the same as before or usual. Otherwise, we will only harm them. They must learn to overcome difficulties and dangers constantly in order to better survive in the apocalypse." When Li Shui saw Su Li said the same thing, she nodded and stopped talking about it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex soon arrived at the gate of the university, and Chen Nuo jumped down. Several zombies heard the noise and pounced on Chen Nuo and the others. Chen Nuo ignored them and led the four girls into the school. When the Tyrannosaurus Rex saw the approaching zombies, it rushed forward. Brutal collision. Several zombies were directly knocked away by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's charge. It was like a large car accident scene. Several zombies spun several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stomped up to the zombie, raised its huge and thick paw, and stomped down angrily. Trample. Tail drift. But strike. The names of skills kept popping up in Chen Nuo's mind. These were the skills of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. He smacked his lips. What kind of move is this hip strike? He stopped and looked back at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Suli and the others also stopped and looked at the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I saw the Tyrannosaurus Rex shaking its big head, with its big tail raised and its butt, which was stronger than a rhinoceros, sticking out. It was constantly pounding the ground, and the ground was shaking with its huge weight. The zombies' skulls had already been shattered and were covered in red and white, making people feel nauseous when they saw it. Chen Nuo took a look from a distance, then raised his hand and pointed, and two more demon-like figures appeared. One of the little men has the word basket written on his forehead, and the other has the word clamp written on his forehead. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed at the Tyrannosaurus Rex, then gave a conscious command. Chen Nuo originally thought that the two little men would directly turn into a basket and a clamp, but unexpectedly, they flew directly towards the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was rubbing its buttocks continuously, and suddenly, it saw the two little men flying in front of it, and they seemed to be communicating. The two little men uttered unknown syllables, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded humanely and stood up. As they were both Chen Nuo's demons, there was a natural connection between them. The clamp man flew directly above the bloody zombie. He raised his right hand, which quickly grew longer. Chen Nuo felt a tiny bit of magic power being consumed, which was almost negligible. The clamp man's right hand grew longer and became the shape of a clamp. The clamp began to search in the flesh and blood. After it turned out a magic crystal core, it threw it to the basket man. The basket-shaped figure opened its mouth directly. The magic crystal core of the 3-inch-sized magic figure was bigger than its mouth. However, when the magic crystal core came to its mouth instantly turned into the mouth of a basket, caught the magic crystal core, and then returned to its original shape. Chen Nuo nodded. He was very satisfied. The magic figure that had been communicated with could obviously complete the magician's orders independently. He turned around and continued to walk into the school. Suli bit her lip, her eyes full of disbelief. Brother, from now on, can we just order them to do things, and we can just sit back and enjoy the results? When there were no outsiders around, Suli still liked to call Chen Nuo brother. When there were people around, in order to establish Chen Nuo's authority, she would not call him that. Chen Nuo thought about it, nodded, and then shook his head. The details still need to be verified. I hope so. Immediately, a smile appeared on Chen Nuo's face. But, as you just saw, they do have quite a bit of autonomy. Passing by the security room, there were 2 or 3 zombies inside. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a few water drops appeared out of thin air. Water drop bomb. Glass shattered. Well, the zombies tried to come out with their fangs and claws bared, but were blocked by the windowsill. Chen Nuo raised his hand to deal with them, but he saw Suli taking action. Suli also used water drop bombs, but it was obvious that she was a little unfamiliar with it. The zombies were dealt with, Suli said happily. This skill is quite powerful. It feels much cooler than bullets fired from guns, and there is no so-called recoil. Chen Nuo nodded, waved to the basket-type demon and clam-type demon behind him, and then said, Sister Sue, I guess that firearms will gradually be phased out in the future. In the future, superpowers will be everywhere. You should practice with your own magic. Just now, over there, Li Shui's ice magic and Gao Ying's angel magic were able to release their skills autonomously. You should turn these skills into your instincts until you are proficient in them. The women nodded, and they continued to walk inside. Ice spikes. Water snake. Holy sword. Chen Nuo watched Gao Ying holding a lightsaber and slashing down with one sword, killing the zombie bound by the water snake very smoothly. Wu Shasha looked at Suli and the others with a bit of envy, as if her invisibility magic was completely useless. At this time, the female soldiers also caught up. Chen Nuo glanced at Wu Shasha. He saw what Wu Shasha was thinking, so he spoke to the female soldiers who had just arrived. All female soldiers who have awakened the invisibility magic, step out. Soon, 109 female soldiers stood in front, and Chen Nuo pointed to the dormitory area in the distance. Now I'll give you a mission. Use your invisibility talent to release all the zombies trapped in the dormitory building. The rest of the female soldiers lead the zombies out to this square. The female soldiers began to move. Suli watched them rush forward and asked, Wouldn't it be safer if we went to kill the zombies one dormitory at a time? Why do we have to lure all the zombies out? Chen Nuo withdrew his gaze from the female soldier and looked at Suli. For us, doing so is a waste of time. Some skills can only be effective when there are more zombies. In addition, these female soldiers also need to be honed. Different magic talents have different positions. Only in actual combat will they recognize their own usefulness. Soon, Chen Nuo and his companions saw a number of zombies in the distance being led over by several female angel soldiers in the air. At the crossroads along the way, they could see ice walls blocking the intersections. After the zombies arrived at the square, they immediately gave up on the female soldiers in the air and rushed directly towards Chen Nuo and the others. Chen Nuo looked at the zombies rushing towards him. He raised his hand and a lot of little demons appeared. Chen Nuo saw that there were still zombies pouring towards this side in the distance, so he stomped the ground with his right foot. Boom! At the edge of the entire square, an earth wall rose from the ground, surrounding the entire square, leaving only a large gap that allowed zombies to continuously enter. Chen Nuo clapped his hands and looked at the zombies rushing towards him. Okay, now let me see what abilities you magicians have after communicating with spirits. Chapter 104 Skill Demonstration. In the frozen world, everything comes to life. The little demons were flying back and forth happily, and the first one to rush forward was the fire elemental demon. Chen Nuo brought the 4 girls to the top of the earth wall, and they looked down from above. The fire elemental magic first raised his hand and a ball of fire appeared out of thin air. Chen Nuo's magic power fluctuated for a moment, but it was still a negligible consumption. Fireball. Bang. A zombie's head was directly exploded by the fireball and it fell to the ground with a bang. Then, the gun. The flame turned into a spear, which consumed a lot more magic power than a fireball. The fire elemental demon raised his hand and swung the spear directly, piercing through the head of a zombie and then stabbed into the ground angrily. Boom. Suddenly there was an explosion, and several zombies around were knocked over. Then, the fire elemental demon was seen raising his right fist high in the distance. Rich fire elements condensed on his fist, and it seemed as if he could break the sky with one punch. Fire fist. A fist-shaped fireball broke away from the fist and blasted towards the zombie. When Chen Nuo and the others first saw it, it was only a tiny dot. In the blink of an eye, the fist began to grow larger. When the fist approached the zombie, it had turned into the size of a bronze bell. Boom. More than a dozen zombies were engulfed by the fire fist. In an instant, they turned into ashes. More than a dozen magic crystal cores fell to the ground, making rattling sounds. After seeing this, Chen Nuo raised his hand to gather strength, and rich fire elements condensed in his fist. Suli and the others who were standing beside Chen Nuo all felt a burning sensation, so they moved a little further away from Chen Nuo. After Chen Nuo had accumulated some strength, he moved his mind. The fire elemental demon was about to attack, but after receiving Chen Nuo's order, it flew to the side. Fire fist. A heat wave was set off all around, and a fist-sized flaming fist flew towards the zombie group. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a giant fist of more than 10 meters long, smashing all the zombies, blocking its front into pieces. Finally, the giant fist landed on the ground, causing a deafening explosion. The zombies in the square turned to ashes in an instant, and magic crystal cores fell all over the ground. The explosion site was already in a mess, and the ground in the distance was already a little deformed. Chen Nuo smacked his lips, looked at his fist, then looked at his magic power. He had only used up 3 or 4 seconds of magic power to recover, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Next, the fire elemental demon seemed a little unsatisfied, as if it still had a big move, but the water elemental demon had already rushed out. At this time, hundreds of zombies were brought into the square. The water elemental demon looked back at Chen Nuo, and Chen Nuo nodded. The water elemental demon looked at the group of zombies, and the area in front of it began to vibrate and ripples appeared. Suddenly dozens of water drops appeared in front of it. An excited expression appeared on its face, and it raised its hand and waved. Water drop continuous bomb. A new skill name appeared, and Chen Nuo raised his eyebrows. What? Do you feel that there are too many water drops? Are they evenly bouncing? Puff, puff, puff. Dense noises rang out, like a Gatling gun shooting. In an instant, the zombies below fell to the ground. The fire elemental demon looked at them, feeling a little unconvinced. After the water droplets bounced continuously, a water vortex began to appear behind the water elemental demon. Several long pillars emerged from the water vortex and came completely in front of it. It did not shoot out immediately, but raised its hands and stretched them out. The zombies below were showing their fangs and claws, and many water snakes appeared around them. They coiled around their bodies and quickly bound them and restricted them in place. Only then did it wave its hands fiercely. Water column cannon. The water column penetrated directly and impaled the zombie on the ground. Although it had good penetrating power, it was obviously not as damaging as the water droplet bomb. Immediately afterwards, the water vortex behind it became even more violent. I saw several large snakes emerging from the water vortex. If it weren't for the obvious snake heads, I would have thought they were dragons. Snakebite. The giant snakes showed off their might, opened their mouths as if they wanted to bite the sky, and rushed directly towards the zombies below. Several giant snakes passed through the group of zombies, leaving body parts all over the ground. Chen Nuo nodded and then spoke. Next, the one who went up this time was an angel-type demon. Chen Nuo did it on purpose. He had just seen the lightsaber in Gao Ying's hand and wanted to learn more about its skills. The angel demon is more direct and violent, completely lacking the holiness of an angel. It rushes straight forward and turns into a lightsaber. Holy sword. The lightsaber shuttled back and forth among the zombies and finally returned to the sky. After recovering its original form, it raised its right hand again. The light in the sky began to condense, and the shining light was too bright to look directly at. Rain of light. Area skill, countless points of light, sprinkled on the ground, and the zombies were directly riddled with holes. Chen Nuo looked at the light rain skill and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this angel-type demon had angel protection and holy light sword nearby, as well as a ranged skill like light rain at a distance. Gao Ying's eyes lit up, and she quickly summoned her own magic, wanting it to release skills like light rain. However, light rain consumed a lot of magic power, and although she was a 4th-level magician, she could only release a smaller light rain. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved. The angel demon returned to the team, and the next demon rushed out. A flash of lightning flashed in the sky, and a little demon stopped in front. Thunder eel. An eel formed by lightning fell directly from the sky. A zombie immediately began to tremble, and smoke appeared in the blink of an eye. Then there was another series of blue light flickering. Thunderstorm. The sky was filled with blue light, covering everything like a fishing net. All the zombies that were hit by the electric light trembled and then fell to the ground with a bang. The lightning elemental demon used these 2 skills and then turned around and returned. It was very fast, and this was also a skill. Flash. Chen Nuo nodded. Each elemental demon has its own unique skills. Chen Nuo looked at the ice elemental demon. It flew into the air and looked into the distance. The zombies could not keep up with the pace. Finally, when the number of zombies reached nearly 1,000, the ice elemental demon began to move. Above its head, ice elements continued to condense, and Chen Nuo felt that his magic power had dropped by about 7 or 8,000. Frozen world. Click. A gust of cold wind blew, and Chen Nuo quickly released the power of the fire element to block the coldness that was coming towards them. Suli and the others hid behind Chen Nuo, looking at the square in front of them in shock. It was a crystal-clear world of ice and snow, and nearly 1,000 zombies were completely transformed into ice sculptures. Afterwards, a lot of ice spikes appeared around the ice elemental demon, covering the sky and the earth in a blink of an eye. Chen Nuo's magic power fluctuated again. With so many ice spikes, they should not be too powerful considering the magic power consumption and quantity, but they are enough to destroy the ice sculpture. Sure enough, the ice spikes fell like a rainstorm, and the zombies in the ice sculpture were directly smashed to pieces by the ice spikes. At this time, another zombie came, an ice elemental demon, who raised his hand and waved. Ice vine. Binding skill. A lot of ice vines suddenly appeared on the frozen ground, restricting the zombies. Ice lance. The ice spikes in front of it began to change, turning into ice spears, and then quickly pierced through. The ice elemental demon turned around and returned. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved, and another little demon appeared. It looked at the ice all over the ground and stroked it with its hand. Click, click. The sound of breaking ice was heard all around, and green quickly spread across the square. In a blink of an eye, a half-meter-high green plant appeared in front of Chen Nuo and others. Everything begins. Chapter 105, Tree of Resurrection, a magical skill that can increase recovery ability. The square is covered with green plants, which look like grass but not grass. They appear very resilient from a distance. The ground is covered with ice, giving people a sense of the intersection of spring and winter. The zombies waded into the square on the grass. Some of them tripped over the grass, and their clothes were cut into tatters by the sharp grass. When the number of zombies reached a certain level, the wood elemental demon pressed down with both hands, and the whole field of grass began to shake violently. They seemed to turn into grass snakes and directly coiled around the zombies. Entanglement. Cutting. After being entangled and bound, the sharp grass tips drilled directly into the zombie's body. The unconscious zombies tried to break free at first, but soon they fell down powerlessly. Looking up, all the fallen zombies had a little green on their heads, with grass tips sticking out from their heads. The wood elemental demon raised his hand and waved, and the green on the ground disappeared like the tide. In the end, all that was left was a square full of zombies. It quickly flew back to Chen Nuo, chirping and gesturing at him. Then it raised its hand and a green plant suddenly appeared on the earth wall. It was just a tender bud at first, but in a blink of an eye it grew to a height taller than Chen Nuo. It was a willow tree with green branches hanging down naturally. Chen Nuo glanced at the wood elemental demon. It blinked its big eyes at Chen Nuo with anticipation on its face. Chen Nuo understood from its conscious feedback that this was one of its skills. Tree of Resurrection. Chen Nuo looked up at the green trees. The trees were swaying gently. Green dots were sprinkled on the branches, and then fell on Chen Nuo's body and merged into it. Chen Nuo felt the rich vitality enveloping him, and his magic power was recovering rapidly. Chen Nuo glanced at the magic power and saw that the value that was supposed to recover 526 per second had changed and had a suffix at the end. In a short period of time, recovery power increases 10 times. Chen Nuo was surprised for a moment. He looked at Su Li and the others beside him. As long as they were within the range of the green dots of this tree, they would have this buff. Chen Nuo held the wood element magic in his hand, and he raised his hand and stroked it gently. Little guy, this skill of yours is very useful to me. After the skill disappears in a while, you can use it again. Do you understand? The little guy immediately smiled, and Chen Nuo patted its head gently. He paused suddenly. Chen Nuo was stunned for a few seconds, and then he raised his hand and nodded. On the ground, the soil and ice were pushed away, and a willow tree suddenly stood before Chen Nuo and the others. This willow tree is obviously larger than the one next to it, and its green dot coverage area is also larger. Chen Nuo quickly looked at his own page, and immediately a look of deep surprise appeared on his face. He saw that the original tenfold increase in recovery power had now become 20 times. Chen Nuo estimated the amount of magic power consumed, about 200,000 magic power. He poured the magic power into the willow tree again. He found that for every additional 10,000 magic power, the multiplier would increase by 1, and the skill coverage range would also increase accordingly. Chen Nuo stopped the supply of magic power. He wanted to see how long the short time was. About half a minute later, the smaller willow tree collapsed. After another 20 or 30 seconds, the big willow tree also disappeared. Chen Nuo looked at his own magic power, 1574866/1080610000, recovery 526 per second. I still have more than 1.5 million mana, which means a 150-fold increase in about 1 minute. So, I can recover 78,900 mana points per second, which means more than 4.7 million in 1 minute. This is not a loss no matter how you calculate it. When Chen Nuo was daydreaming, Su Li gently pushed his arm. Chen Nuo, look, there are a lot more zombies coming. Chen Nuo came back to his senses and looked into the distance, only to see dense swarms of zombies pouring into the square. He nodded to the little man in front of him, and this time 2 little men flew out at once, one with the word Earth written on his forehead, and the other with the word Gold written on his forehead. After seeing the 2 villains meet the enemy, Chen Nuo was about to release the Tree of Revival again. Rich wood elements began to condense in front of Chen Nuo. The wood elemental magic flew directly from Chen Nuo's shoulder, and the air around it began to swell. Chen Nuo felt that with the help of the wood elemental magic, the speed of condensation was significantly accelerated. In the blink of an eye, a towering tree stood above the square, and the sky was filled with green dots. Chen Nuo's recovery power instantly increased from 526 per second to 78,900, and the magic power that had just descended began to rise again. Chen Nuo clenched his fist excitedly. He had previously calculated the magic limit of over 100 million, which was 526 per second. It would take more than 2 days to fully recover. Now it seemed that he would be able to fully recover soon. Chen Nuo looked up at the battlefield in front of him and saw that the earth spikes on the ground had pierced through the zombies' bodies. Many longswords were condensed by gold elemental magic and were constantly shooting at the zombies. Chen Nuo said softly, "Earth spikes, metal shaping." As one wave of zombies fell, another wave rushed up. The ground began to wriggle. The zombies were unstable and the ground beneath their feet became soft. Their feet sank directly into the mud and they continued to sink. Soil sinking. Burial. The ground, which was soft just now, suddenly solidified and became hard, and the feet were trapped in the mud. Earth bomb. Shwa. Bang bang. The zombies have nowhere to hide, and clods of earth and metal weapons keep hitting them. In the dormitory not far away, the surviving students huddled in the corner for 2 or 3 days in a row, fearfully avoiding their zombie roommates. They ate, drank, defecated, and urinated in their beds. They had big dark circles under their eyes and looked so haggard that they no longer looked like human beings. The dormitory door was pushed open by someone, and the roommates who had turned into zombies rushed out of the dormitory after hearing the noise. They mustered up the courage to look up, but did not see anyone. They could only vaguely hear footsteps, which was so weird and scary that it made them even more terrified. Although the zombies had left the dormitory, the long period of mental tension and inability to eat had left the survivors in very bad physical condition. It took them a long rest before they had the strength to get out of the upper bunk. Many people poked their heads out of their dormitories and saw that the corridor was quiet. All the zombies had disappeared, and some brave students began to walk out of the dormitories. They looked for food everywhere. For the first time, a group of spoiled college students felt how happy it was to have enough food. After a while, they met by chance. They looked at each other with tears in their eyes and expressed their true feelings to each other. Soon, a small group was formed. At this moment, they were all gathered around the window, leaning their heads out, faces filled with shock. There was a group of women, some flying in the sky with wings spread, some with water flowing around them, some with flames shooting out, and some with ice walls blocking their way. It was too much for them to take in. They also saw women appearing out of thin air. Everyone was in shock when suddenly someone exclaimed, "Hey, what's that green light?" Everyone looked up and saw countless green dots like dandelion seeds filling the sky, floating towards them. When they saw the green dots flying towards them, they tried to avoid them. Some people were unable to avoid them, and the green dots fell on their bodies. Others saw them and avoided them as if they were snakes and scorpions. Those who had green dots on their bodies also hurriedly dodged and hid in places where the green dots could not reach. Suddenly, someone groaned in comfort. Wow, it feels so good." As for Chen Nuo, a happy smile appeared on his face as he watched the towering tree in front of him collapse. "Come on, this time, let me try to increase my recovery ability by 400 times. Chapter 106, Breaking Through 1 Billion. Survivors Who Swallowed Bone Meal. Chen Nuo raised his hand to continue, but he suddenly stopped. He thought about the current recovery rate of 526 per second. After thinking for a few seconds, Chen Nuo, who had a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, decided to change the recovery rate to 1,000 per second first. So, Chen Nuo opened the modifier, looked at his own page, and changed his physique from 26,300 to 50,000 points. Suddenly, his magic power was reduced by 2.37 million, and his recovery rate became 1,000 per second. In fact, if it was not modified, the amount of data recovered after 1 minute would be 600,000 more than after the modification. However, Chen Nuo still modified it. 1 minute later, Chen Nuo once again bet all of his newly recovered 12 million magic power. With an increase of 1,200 times, the recovery capacity reached an exaggerated 1.2 million per second. 1 minute later, Chen Nuo looked at the page. Magic power, 7243886/1080610000. Recover 1,000 per second. This is really awesome. In this way, I don't have to waste time hunting zombies at all. As soon as Chen Nuo finished speaking, he shook his head again. He remembered that his previous 2 promotions were both related to the continuous activation of his magic talent. I still can't stop hunting zombies. I may be able to continuously activate my magic talent and gain greater rewards. Just like this time, the magic awakening psychic communication. Chen Nuo continued, and soon his magic power was fully restored. He began to continuously increase his mental strength. He planned to increase the magic power limit to 1 billion first. About 6 or 7 minutes later, Chen Nuo looked at the magic power limit of 1 billion and nodded with satisfaction. Physical fitness, 50,000. Mental strength, 10 million. Chen Nuo couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the surging mental power. This skill of the resurrection tree is like a cheat to me. It's simply a magical skill. Chen Nuo was happy. He looked at Su Li and the others and started calculating. To upgrade from the 4th realm to the 5th realm, you need to consume 10 million magic power. To upgrade from the 5th realm to the 6th realm, you need 100 million magic power. To upgrade from the 6th realm to the 7th realm, you need 1 billion magic power. Chen Nuo paused. He thought of something and shook his head quickly. No, the magic power required to upgrade from the 6th realm to the 7th realm is not 1 billion, but 10 billion. The magic power required to upgrade from the 7th realm to the 8th realm is 100 billion. Then the magic power required to upgrade from the 8th realm to the 9th realm. Oh my god, it actually requires 1 trillion. Chen Nuo began to lose his composure. Su Li and the others saw Chen Nuo talking to himself and became a little worried about him. Li Shui and the others looked at Su Li, who raised her hand and gently pushed Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, what's wrong with you? You're happy one moment and shaking your head the next. Chen Nuo sighed and said, Hey, I just raised the magic limit to 1 billion. This should be a happy thing, but I found that if I want to upgrade any of you to the 9th level, it will actually require an exaggerated trillion. Is this why I'm shaking my head? Hey. Su Li came to Chen Nuo and hugged him. We are now 4th level magicians, and this is entirely due to your help. To be honest, we are already far ahead in strength. It takes a long time for many people to reach this level. We should take it slowly. As the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and a river is formed by the accumulation of small streams. Don't you understand this, brother? Chen Nuo smiled and nodded. I understand. Maybe I'm just too greedy. Sister Su, you're right. With this magical skill, I can quickly push the magic power limit to over 1 trillion. By then, we'll still be far ahead. After Chen Nuo figured it out, he did not immediately continue to use the Tree of Resurrection, but looked at the square that was already filled with zombies. He thought of the basket-tied demons and clamp-tied demons before, and selected a large number of similar demons from his demon talents. After summoning them, the sky full of little demons looked around curiously. Chen Nuo pointed to the square, gave a command with his consciousness, and they rushed directly up. Soon, all the magic crystal cores were collected by the magicians and handed over to Chen Nuo one by one. Chen Nuo put them into the parcel box. There were a total of 7,628 magic crystal cores. Chen Nuo raised his hand and condensed the rich fire element into his fist, then he punched hard towards the square. All the zombies in the square were instantly ignited and were quickly burned to ashes. During this period, the zombies that were attracted again rushed forward directly. They were like moths to a flame. Maybe it was because the female soldiers cooperated more and more tacitly. The zombies almost kept entering the flame square. For a moment, the little demons who were waiting to show their skills could only watch. Chen Nuo saw that they were of no use for the time being, so he waved his hand and took them back into the demon space. Just like that, all the zombies in a school were killed by a fire. Suli and the others shook their heads. The smell of barbecue made them feel a little nauseous. When Chen Nuo saw it, he raised his hand and touched it. A gust of wind blew away the smoke and smell. In order to keep the wind blowing, he directly summoned the wind elemental magic and asked it to continuously use the wind wall to keep the smell out. Finally, the female soldiers came back. Their spirits and energy had obviously changed a lot. Their previous haggardness and gentleness had changed. They finally looked presentable. Chen Nuo raised his hand and nodded. The wind elemental demon immediately came to the square. It puffed up its cheeks and sucked and blew violently. The smoke above the square was blown away by the wind. Inside the square, the ground was covered with thick ashes and sparkling magic crystal cores were scattered everywhere. Chen Nuo summoned the basket demon and the clamp demon again. These demons turned into a cleaning army and swept through. In the end, only ashes were left on the ground, and all the magic crystal cores were handed over to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked at the 18,906 magic crystal cores in total, then waved his hand. Come on, let's go to the next school. As for the survivors of this school, Chen Nuo had no intention of paying any attention to them. Not long after they left, the surviving students came to the square in groups. They looked at the wall in surprise, wondering when this place was surrounded. They came to the gap in the wall and looked inside. I saw that the wall was full of dust. Some people grabbed a handful and studied what it was. What is this dust? How can it be so thick? As he spoke, the man picked up a little and put it to his nose to smell it. He hadn't eaten for a long time, so he subconsciously licked it. The warm taste was quite good. Damn, is this flour? It looks like cooked flour. After shouting, the man started to eat it in big mouthfuls. It tasted like fried flour, except that it was a little bland. Influenced by him, the others, who had been hungry for a few days, also joined the ranks of devouring. One person was eating when he suddenly found some metal pieces under the so-called flour. These metals seemed to have been burned by flames. In fact, many people had discovered this and they had some vague guesses, but no one spoke out their guesses because they were so hungry. Everyone just wanted to fill their stomachs first. The key point was that they had already eaten a lot. This person seemed a bit foolish. He just spat and shouted, "Phew, look at these pieces of metal." Everyone's heart tightened and they looked at the man with cold eyes. The man felt a little creepy when he saw their gazes. He swallowed and said with a smile, "I just want to say, look at this flour. Could it be a person who was burned into?" Before the man could finish his words, several people nearby suddenly rushed towards him. They had magic weapons in their hands and pierced through the man's body. Blood spurted out of his mouth. "You." The men drew their weapons and smiled coldly. "If this isn't flour, what else could it be? There are so many of us. Can't you see it more clearly than you alone?" The man suddenly realized that everyone had eaten the bone powder and had reached an ethical extreme, but he said it in front of so many people. "I didn't deserve to die unjustly." After the man said his last words, he fell to the ground with a loud bang, and his bone powder flew everywhere, blinding many people. Chen Nuo's mind saw everything here clearly. He smiled coldly and withdrew his mind. In the square over here, people kept bringing in other survivors. These people looked at the person lying on the ground, with a large red area stained with blood. They looked at the others in horror. Those who had eaten the bone meal were staring at them coldly. They took a deep breath, looked at the group of people who were eating bone meal, and walked over. They joined the ranks of those eating bone meal. Chapter 107. Domineering? The magic power surges, the decision of the rich and powerful. Wu Shashan noticed that Chen Nuo had a strange expression on his face, so she gently pushed his arm and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Chen Nuo glanced at her, then looked at the other three women. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then told the four women what he had just seen. The four girls were also surprised that they couldn't believe it. Suli recovered first. She shook her head and sighed. Alas, killing people is human nature, and forcing people to eat bone meal together is also human nature. In the end times, the saying that human nature is evil seems to be slowly being proven. Chen Nuo also nodded and shrugged. Who said it wasn't? That's why I said before that anyone we consider to be dangerous should be killed without any hesitation. The danger should be nipped in the bud and no chance for the other party to grow. After hearing this, Wushasha asked in a low voice, Chen Nuo, isn't it a bit too overbearing for us to do this? Chen Nuo looked at her. Sure enough, her mind had not yet fully adapted to the end of the world. So Chen Nuo prepared to give her a strong dose of medicine. He shook his head and said, Overbearing? Perhaps to the weak, we are indeed a bit overbearing. But to us, this is just a display of our strength. As Chen Nuo spoke, he raised his hand and a bright light appeared. The four girls quickly covered their eyes. Chen Nuo threw the ball of light towards the school, and it arrived above the bone powder square at lightning speed. In the square, whether it was people who were swallowing bone meal or people who were watching others eating bone meal, suddenly, a beam of light fell. They suddenly looked up at the sky, and everyone's face showed shock. Wushash asked subconsciously when she saw Chen Nuo's actions. This is. Chen Nuo smiled slightly and stared at her with deep eyes. Didn't I just say that? Anyone we deem to be dangerous can be killed. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he raised his hand and grasped the ball of light from a distance. Rain of light. Wushasha was stunned for a moment. She subconsciously looked at the ball of light over there. The ball of light in the sky in the distance suddenly exploded and turned into countless light spots. The people in the square were under saturation attack. They didn't even understand the situation yet. Wushash's breathing began to rapid. She walked forward and grabbed Chen Nuo. Her face was full of confusion. She shook her head in a trance and took a few deep breaths. Who? Why do you want to kill them? They are still children. Chen Nuo just looked at her straight, and after Wushash's emotions stabilized a little, he spoke slowly. Don't you understand? This is the end of the world. There are no children, only the weak and the strong, only survival and death. Wushasha dejectedly let go of Chen Nuo's hand. But there's no need for you to kill them. They clearly pose no threat to you. Chen Nuo took her hand and looked into her pretty eyes lovingly. Sha, maybe they are really not dangerous to us at the moment, as you said. However, they have to be tied together because of eating bone meal, which will make them form an evil connection. This connection based on evil will make them do more extreme things, and this extremeness is what I think is dangerous. So, we must directly eliminate this potential danger. As for whether they really do what I want, that is none of my business. Chen Nuo raised his hand and smoothed Wushasha's hair, then gently stroked her cheek with a serious look on his face. In this end times, all moral and legal systems will collapse. We can no longer view people as inherently good, because to do so is to gamble with one's life. Think about what happened to you before. If I hadn't arrived in time, what would have happened to you? As the saying goes, every failure makes you wiser. We can no longer be naive and assume what to do. We must change our mindsets to adapt to this end times. As Chen Nuo spoke, he looked at the four girls' faces one by one. You four are my most important family members. Your safety is what I care about most. As for the others, to be frank, their lives and deaths have nothing to do with me. I just want to be well with you, that's all. Wushasha was still frightened as she thought about what had happened to her before. In order to curry favor with Zhang Biao, his own students directly betrayed him. I was beaten to the point of nearly passing out, and then I felt the agony of biting my tongue to commit suicide. She looked back at the female soldiers behind her and realized that she almost became one of them. She thought again of what Chen Nuo had just said. Are those people in the square really still children? If so, why would they kill people and eat their bones? Is it true, as Sister Su said, that human nature is evil? Wushasha kept asking herself. She suddenly felt that she really should make a change. She looked at Chen Nuo, who was looking at her affectionately. She saw Chen Nuo's serious face, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and finally, she nodded. I see. Chen Nuo also smiled slightly. He raised his hand and pulled Wushasha to hug her. Wushasha felt the warmth of Chen Nuo's chest, and Chen Nuo's hand was patting her back gently. The tenderness and decisiveness form a sharp contrast. Wushasha nestled in Chen Nuo's arms, closed her eyes and smelled the scent of Chen Nuo, and her heart gradually calmed down. She thought to herself that although Chen Nuo's actions just now were very domineering and cruel, Chen Nuo also gave her an unprecedented sense of security, and she liked this feeling of security. The Tyrannosaurus Rex slowly stopped, and they arrived at the entrance of another school. Chen Nuo looked up and said, Let's go. The group walked towards the campus. This time, Su Li and the other four girls led the attack, still on the square. The wall surrounded the square, leaving a gap. The female soldiers have already started to move. In front of Chen Nuo stands a tall willow tree, which is constantly scattering green dots. Chen Nuo's magic power was rising rapidly, and with the help of the Tree of Resurrection, the four girls' magic power recovered quickly. They continued to familiarize themselves with their skills, until they finally turned the skills into their instincts, and the zombies were almost solved. Meanwhile, Chen Nuo didn't know what to say anymore. He looked at his surging mental power. With 100 million points of mental power, his thoughts could probably cover the entire world. He didn't dare to verify it immediately. Covering the entire Manhwa city with his thoughts had already exhausted him. Now, if his thoughts covered the entire world, he couldn't imagine it. He felt a bit like he was dreaming, as if the end of the world was just a simple copy for him, and there was no difficulty at all. Previously, I thought that 1 trillion magic powers were difficult to reach, but now as the magic power limit is getting higher and higher, the power increase of the Tree of Resurrection is also increasing. He did some calculations in his head and figured that if he worked hard for a whole day, it would be easy to reach 1 trillion magic powers. When Chen Nuo was hesitating whether to continue, a whistle sounded in the distance. Chen Nuo and his friends looked back and saw a number of troop transport trucks parked not far away. Jing Tao and his friends got off the trucks and walked towards them. Chen Nuo looked towards the square. He raised his hand and a basket-type demon and a clamp-type demon appeared. They began to collect the magic crystal cores that fell on the square. How is it? Who of you has killed the most zombies so far? Zhao Wei stood up, raised his eyebrows at Jing Tao and the others, then patted his chest. Brother Chen, it's me. Chen Nuo nodded. He glanced at his page, which was full of magic power. He looked up at the neatly lined army. He calculated and felt that it would be more than enough even if all of them were awakened. So Chen Nuo, who was wealthy and powerful, decided to change his plan and shouted loudly. I have decided to perform the magic awakening channeling on all of you. Chapter 108. Are my words useless? The Lost World. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then a look of deep surprise appeared on their faces. Su Hao was the first to ask, Brother Chen, is this true? If so, will the magic power be enough? Chen Nuo smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. It wasn't enough originally, but not long ago, I got a magical skill that can increase the recovery of magic power. With this magical skill, Chen Nuo paused, Jing Tao and the others looked at him expectantly, and Chen Nuo continued with a smile. That is to say, I now have enough magic power to perform magic awakening channeling for all of you. There was silence for 3 to 5 seconds, and then loud cheers broke out. After the cheers died down, Wang Mei thought about it. Then she stepped forward and said with a smile, Chen Nuo, didn't you say before that only those who hunt the most zombies can get the reward? Wang Mei deliberately emphasized the word reward. How could Chen Nuo not understand what Wang Mei meant? Before Chen Nuo could speak, Gao Zhenhua also spoke. Chen Nuo, I also think that unless there are special circumstances, we should not. The crowd, who were originally happy, calmed down in an instant. They found that the older generation did not agree with everyone undergoing awakening spiritual communication. Chen Nuo raised his head and glanced at several older people one by one, then looked at the others who had calmed down. He uttered a light slowly. Hey, are my words no longer effective? Chen Nuo's voice was very low, and only the people in front could hear it. These people could be said to be Chen Nuo's confidants. When Wang Mei and the others heard it, they were all shocked. They were all people of status, and Chen Nuo's words made them sober up instantly. They quickly looked behind them, and sure enough, everyone was looking at them, as if they were respected. Yes, it was not just Chen Nuo, but their entire group. Wang Mei and the others immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. Their loyalty is full, so they have no selfish motives at all, but this will not make them lose their personal uniqueness. The suggestions made by Wang Mei and others were also for Chen Nuo's consideration. After all, changing orders every day can be fatal to a group. In addition, previous rewards will also stimulate healthy competition among everyone. However, they overlooked that expressing different opinions in front of everyone would only weaken Chen Nuo's authority. Chen Nuo looked at the constantly changing expressions of the people and then spoke loudly. Aunt Wang, Grandpa Gao, I understand what you said. My original plan was not like this. The reason why it has changed now is because I have a new plan, which requires everyone's strength to be improved before it can be implemented. Wang Mei and Gao Zhenhua, upon hearing Chen Nuo say this, quickly passed on the message. So that's how it is. Look at me. I always think I'm smart. Yes, this guy really wants to show off more and more as he gets older. Since you have new plans, I will follow your plan. Everyone was carrying the flowery sedan, and Chen Nuo also said with a smile. Auntie Wang, Grandpa Gao, what are you talking about? Chen Nuo then turned to Jing Tao and asked, have all the other schools been cleared? Jing Tao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chen Nuo's previous sentence was still. He nodded quickly. He raised his hand and waved behind him. Several people came up with several bags. Brother Chen, these are all the magic crystal cores. There are about 80,000 to 90,000 of them. We haven't had time to count the exact number yet. Chen Nuo raised his hand and put all the magic crystal cores into the packing column. In that case, let's go back first. When we get back, I will teach you the magic awakening skills one by one. The zombies on the road were cleared out without leaving a single one behind. Survivors from all over came to the road and looked at the troop transport trucks that were moving away. Zheng Fan, Sun Lu, let's go. I've been to Ilian Warehouse before. It's about 30 kilometers away from here. Zhang Fan was a little hesitant. She looked at Yufei and the others, and finally nodded. Okay, but we have to kill the zombies first. Yufei was stunned for a moment, then he understood what she meant, and the others also remembered what Su Li had said before. Chen Nuo and his team quickly returned to the base. At the gate, a group of people saw the long convoy and stood up to look. The car drove straight in. It was unexpected that there were so many people at the gate who didn't dare to come in, but there were still quite a few people under the aircraft carrier. The car stopped. Chen Nuo got out, glanced at those people, and said to Chang Jianjun, who had just got off the car, "Brother Chang, you guys should kick these people out. Oh, and put up a sign at the door that clearly states our rules. If anyone breaks the rules next time, just kill them." Chang Jianjun nodded, and Tian Feng and Song Tao immediately began to gather the previous personnel. Soon, the survivors under the aircraft carrier began to riot. Some people who were unwilling to accept the defeat were shot dead, and then everyone obediently walked towards the door. Chen Nuo looked at the dust flying around him, then raised his hand, and a few little men appeared before him. "Earth baby, harden the soil here for me. Wood baby, you, water baby." Several little men flew away, and everyone looked at them enviously. Chen Nuo stomped his foot on the ground, and the place where he was seemed to have changed completely. A platform appeared, with a smooth and bright stone table and many stone chairs on the platform. Chen Nuo found a random seat and sat down, then looked at Zhao Wei under the platform and waved at him. "Zhao Wei, since you won the game, let's start with you." Zhao Wei immediately ran onto the platform excitedly. Chen Nuo asked him to sit down first. He did not awaken Zhao Wei immediately, but upgraded him first. Chen Nuo opened the editor, he looked at Zhao Wei's page and started to modify it, and Zhao Wei was soon promoted to the 4th level magician. Zhao Wei jumped and danced excitedly, leaving deep and shallow footprints on the platform. "Brother Chen, is this the strength of a 4th level magician? I feel like I'm full of power now." Chen Nuo looked at the footprints on the platform, he sighed, and had to add the attribute of physical adaptation to him. After changing it to the full value, Zhao Wei adapted to the surge in strength. Chen Nuo stomped his foot, and the platform returned to its original state. After he sat down again, he raised his eyes and looked at Zhao Wei's page again, preparing to modify the awakening of the magic spirit. Just when Chen Nuo was doing something big, a lot of troops poured in from all directions outside Nanha City. These troops were garrisons from the neighboring city, because everyone knew that Nanha City had countless supplies, and they were all ready to get a piece of the pie. Coincidentally, in a certain place in the universe, on a broken star, there is a vast continent. In the temple, an old man with a strange look was standing under a magnificent statue, holding a scepter in his hand. A man walked in excitedly. He first bowed respectfully to the statue, and then spoke carefully to the old man. "Great Elder, we have discovered a lost world in a remote galaxy." Chapter 109. All upgraded. The old generation returns to their old jobs. A towering tree stood beside the aircraft carrier, with endless green dots sprinkled down. Chen Nuo sat on the platform under the tree, constantly making modifications. The survivors far outside the base gate looked at the big trees inside the base in shock. Green dots fell on them, and their mental state changed greatly. "Is this a miracle? What kind of tree is that? Why do I feel like the fatigue I felt before seems to have disappeared? Could that be the tree of life? Could these green dots be the force of life? Shit, that can't be Willow God?" Chang Jianjun and his men put up a sign at the door. "Private territory, no entry for outsiders. Entry conditions: you must pay a magic crystal core to enter the base. All survivors who are qualified to enter will be protected by the base. Those who are not qualified to enter are not allowed to enter the base, otherwise they will be killed." A group of people were looking at the bulletin board. Some of them knew about it yesterday, while others were survivors who had just arrived today and were not clear about the situation yet. Someone who wanted to cause trouble whispered in the crowd, "This is too overbearing. What right do they have to enclose the land? This is the country's land, and the country's land is our people's land. What right do they have to do this? Is there any law?" As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him moved away from him. Everyone looked at him with strange eyes, worried that they would be implicated by him. Chang Jianjun snorted coldly, and the man quickly said with a wry smile, "Brother, I'm not a good person. I was just talking nonsense. I didn't really mean it." Chang Jianjun directly opened his mind-eye talent, and the other party's mind was immediately grasped by him. Just wait. When the government takes over this place again, I will definitely sue you." Chang Jianjun looked at him with disdain, thinking he was a hypocrite. He waved behind him. "Take him down. Doesn't he like to talk too much? First, give him a few big slaps, then cut off his legs. Someone, find a thicker rope and tie him up under the sign. Let those ignorant people know that you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want." The man panicked. He began to beg for mercy, but he kept cursing in his heart, which naturally could not escape Chang Jianjun's perception. Everyone watched the man being pointed at with a gun. He kept backing away. Someone rushed up and slapped him a few times, but the man didn't dare to resist at all. Another person found a strong stick from somewhere and hit his leg hard with it. The screams of pain make people feel the pain. But when the green dot fell, the man's legs recovered rapidly. After a while, the man's painful expression slowly calmed down, and the leg that had just been broken also recovered. When Song Tao saw this, he turned around and said to Chang Jianjun, "Uncle Chang, I think it would be better to just kill this kind of person." Chang Jianjun looked back at the giant tree in the distance and raised his hand to catch the scattered green dots. The green dots fell into his hands and then merged into his body. He shook his head and said, "We have to kill him, but not now. We can use him to establish our authority. This is also good. Since the broken leg will recover immediately, we can keep beating him. We must scare the other people who want to cause trouble. Then we can manage them better in the future." On Chen Nuo's side, he first modified Jing Tao and the others' realms and the awakening of their magic spirits, and then he looked at the 3,963 soldiers below, who were the ones who consumed the most magic power. He asked everyone to first decide on the magic talent they wanted, and then he modified all the people who chose the same magic talent with one click, consuming a total of 400,000 magic power. 3,963 soldiers, after modifying their magic talents, they can modify their realm with one click. Chen Nuo doesn't care if they are covered in dirt after the upgrade, or whether they are comfortable or not. Everything will have to wait until after the end. With so many people advancing to the 4th level magician, the consumption for each person is 1.011 million magic power, and the total promotion requires more than 4 billion magic power. Chen Nuo's magic power dropped by almost half in an instant. He then added physical adaptation attributes to everyone and modified them all to the maximum value with one click. Another 400,000 magic power was consumed. Chen Nuo first let them adapt to the surgeon power. He raised his hand and the rich wood element condensed. The Tree of Resurrection. After the magic power was almost recovered, he immediately began to perform magic awakening and spiritual communication on everyone. The whole process took more than 8 billion of Chen Nuo's magic power. Chen Nuo looked at the flying demons in the sky, thinking about his own plan. He then looked at the people who were covered in dirt but very excited, and spoke. "Okay, you should all have felt it, right? Your strength has been greatly improved. Go wash off the dirt on your body first, and then come back here. I will tell you my new plan." Everyone nodded happily, and Gaojin and the others began to make arrangements. They walked to a distance and asked the people with earth element magic to build an earth wall to serve as a cover, and then asked the people with water element magic to cleanse them. Chen Nuo was looking at the earthen walls over there from afar. He was thinking about something. Suli, who was sitting next to him, asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chen Nuo came back to his senses and smiled. "I was thinking, when Aunt Wang comes back, let her preside over the construction of our base." Suli, Li Shui, Gao Ying, and Mu Sha all looked at him, waiting for him to continue speaking. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed into the distance. "Look at the earth wall over there. Do you think it would be appropriate to let someone with earth elemental talent do infrastructure construction?" Suli nodded, then shook her head. "They are all soldiers. Isn't it a bit of a waste of their talents?" At this time, Wang Mei also came back. She was wiping her hair with a towel. "I have to say, even though she is middle-aged, Aunt Wang still has her charm." Chen Nuo said quickly. "Annie Wang, you're here just in time. I have something to tell you." Li Shui quickly stood up and made room for Wang Mei. When Gao Ying and Mu Sha saw Li Shui stand up, they also wanted to stand up. Chen Nuo raised his hand and asked Gao Ying and Mu Sha to sit down. He pointed to the seat vacated by Li Shui, and Wang Mei sat in Li Shui's seat. As for Li Shui, Chen Nuo raised his hand and pulled her over, letting her sit on his lap. Wang Mei was no longer surprised, and she put the towel aside. "What's up?" Chen Nuo spoke straight to the point. "Annie Wang, this is what I think. Weren't you in charge of the city's development before? I want you to continue doing this. You saw the earth wall over there, right? I want you to organize a group of people with earth elemental talents to carry out the infrastructure work of our base. What do you think?" When Wang Mei heard Chen Nuo say this, an expression of joy immediately appeared on her face. "Chen Nuo, are you serious?" Chen Nuo nodded, and Wang Mei stood up immediately. "Chen Nuo, leave the construction of the base to me. Aunt Wang won't lie to you. I will definitely not let you down." Chen Nuo couldn't believe that Wang Mei was so excited. He looked at Jinghua and Zhao Tianhe, who had just returned. They probably also wanted to go back to their old business, so he said to them, "Uncle Jing, Uncle Zhao, I am also going to let you go back to your old jobs. I will ask Aunt Wang to build a hospital right away. As for Uncle Zhao, I am going to give you a large amount of supplies. You can use them to help me collect more magic crystal cores." Chapter 110, Taking the Initiative. There will be a thunder tribulation. Everyone was happy. After Chen Nuo arranged everything, the soldiers were also cleaned up, and everyone returned here. Chen Nuo looked at the people under the platform. He thought for a while and felt that there was no need for him to explain everything too clearly to everyone. So, he left behind Jing Tao and Gao Jin and other leaders, and asked the rest of the army to disband on the spot. After Wang Mei saw the army disbanded, she walked up to Chen Nuo and said a few words. She walked down the platform. She wanted to find some soldiers with earth element magic talents. She wanted to see the effect of using supernatural powers to build infrastructure. Chen Nuo organized his words and then spoke. We are all one family, so I will just say it directly. The reason why I have increased everyone's strength today is very simple. I want everyone to take the initiative. Everyone present listened quietly as Chen Nuo continued. I need a large number of magic crystal cores. The previous small-scale fighting is a bit out of my pace. I want you to lead the army out of Nanha City. You will start from the province first, then the neighboring provinces, and finally the whole country. After the whole country is taken care of, go abroad. I want to take all the magic crystal cores on the Blue Star. Chen Nuo said domineeringly. Gao Jin, you guys should come up with a plan today, and you have to be quick. The longer it takes, the more magic crystal cores will be used by others. You are all 4th-level magicians now, and your strength has far surpassed that of others, so you can go all out and do it. I have only one request. No matter what means you use, I want to see a large number of magic crystal cores in front of me. Chen Nuo took the girls away. Jing Tao, Gao Jin, and others looked at the piles of bullet magazines and began to assign where they would go. Chen Nuo brought the 4 girls to the room on the aircraft carrier and added another one on the other side of the spliced bed that had just been added. Wu Shasha watched Chen Nuo's operation. She gently pushed Chen Nuo, and Chen Nuo turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? Wu Shasha pulled Chen Nuo and said in a low voice. What else? You're not going to tell me that the 5 of us are going to sleep together. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment, then he understood what she meant. He looked Wu Shasha up and down and whispered to her teasingly. If you're not used to sleeping together, I'll ask Sister Su to arrange a separate room for you. Wu Shasha looked at the women sitting on the bed. They were looking at her meaningfully. She blushed and tugged at Chen Nuo's arm, and asked again softly. What about you? Chen Nuo answered as a matter of course. We slept together before. Of course we still sleep together. Wu Shasha glared at Chen Nuo angrily. She pinched Chen Nuo hard and took a few deep breaths. No thanks. I'm scared to sleep alone. After Wu Shasha finished speaking, she sat down on the bed as if nothing had happened. Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. He didn't care anyway. If Wu Shasha didn't want to sleep together, he could just arrange a separate room for her. Chen Nuo didn't have any idea of doing anything. He came and sat down next to the girls, then rested his head on Su Li's thigh and stretched comfortably. His hands were moving back and forth dishonestly, and when the women were blushing because of him, he withdrew his evil hands, sat up leisurely, and said to Su Li, Sister Su, come here. I will help you guys improve your realm now. Su Li's eyes were seductive and her face was full of resentment. Her enthusiasm was ruined by him. Chen Nuo didn't want to fight right now. After all, it was still early. He simply raised his hand and stroked it. The ice element surged, and cool air poured down throughout the room. In an instant, the women became much more sober. The girls looked at each other with blushing faces, and the resentment in their hearts made them reach a tacit understanding in an instant. They just nodded, forced themselves to suppress the resentment in their hearts, and waited to take revenge together later. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and started to make changes. Hundreds of billions of magic power seemed like a lot, but it could only upgrade their realm to the 6th realm. Chen Nuo first consumed 10 million magic power to upgrade Su Li's realm from a 4th-level magician to a 5th-level magician. After Su Li adapted for a while, she consumed another 100 million magic points and upgraded from a 5th-level magician to a 6th-level magician. As for the 7th level, it would require a full 10 billion magic points, but she did not have enough magic points. After Chen Nuo raised the realms of several women to the 6th realm, he walked out of the room alone and came to the deck of the aircraft carrier. The Tree of Resurrection. Under the bulletin board outside the base gate, a man had been tortured beyond recognition. Everyone thought he was going to die soon, but suddenly, green dots appeared in the sky again. No. Let me die. The man's injuries recovered quickly and he was revived soon with full blood, but his face was full of sorrow, with tears and snot as he looked at the devil who was holding a stick and laughing at him. Please, let me go. I'm a bad mouth. Oh? You still want to beg for mercy? No. No. I said the wrong thing, big brother. Please give me some time. I really can't stand it anymore. Chen Nuo returned to the room again. His current magic limit was 11 billion. He planned to continue upgrading the girls. In order to avoid accidents, he deliberately raised the magic limit just in case. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li. Sister Su, are you ready? Su Li nodded. Chen Nuo opened the editor and looked at Su Li's page. Realm, 6th realm magician. Upgrade conditions, 0 out of 100 million. Note, After swallowing 100 million first-level magic crystal cores, you can upgrade to a 7th-level magician, or after swallowing 100 6th-level magic crystal cores, you can upgrade to a 7th-level magician. The time interval is 10 minutes. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li again, and the two looked at each other for a few seconds. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and began to make modifications. Buzz. Su Li's body began to spasm violently. The unimaginable pain passed in an instant. Su Li was covered in sweat, and impurities were discharged in large quantities again. Just when everyone thought it was over. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder outside, so loud that it was deafening. Su Li felt a force of energy locking onto her. Her hair stood on end, and she was terrified. Chen Nuo, I feel like I'm about to face a disaster. Chen Nuo quickly looked at her page. Realm, 7th Realm Magician. Note, current state of transcending tribulation. Boom boom. The thunder outside was becoming more and more frequent, so Chen Nuo made some changes directly. Successfully overcame the tribulation. Only 1 million magic power was consumed, which was not too much. Chen Nuo let out a long breath. His heart was in his throat just now, worrying that the magic power was not enough to change the status. Fortunately, it was all a false alarm. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, who was still a little dazed, and gently shook Su Li's shoulders. Miss Su. Su Li came back to her senses. She was so frightened that she pouted and shed tears. Chen Nuo raised his hand to wipe away her tears. Why are you crying again? Isn't it over? Sister Su, who has always been strong, threw herself into Chen Nuo's arms, as if only Chen Nuo's arms could make her recover. Brother, I'm so scared. What's going on? Chen Nuo patted her on the back and told her the situation. Everyone was still frightened. They never thought that upgrading to his 7th-level magician would actually bring about a thunder disaster. If Chen Nuo hadn't been more careful and raised the limit of his magic power, an unexpected situation might have happened. Although 1 million magic powers are not much for Chen Nuo, who already has 10 billion magic powers, but at the critical moment, even a little bit will make him regret it for the rest of his life. It was also from this time on that Chen Nuo would reserve a lot of magic power every time he upgraded others. Outside the gate of the base, the man finally got what he wanted. He was about to die, and a smile of relief finally appeared on his face. Suddenly, the blurry eyes were covered with a layer of green again, and the eyes that had been closed were forced open again. This is... Shit, you're still coming? Damn it, little bitch, are you done yet? Chapter 111. 4 women advance to the 7th realm. Find a solution. On the deck of the aircraft carrier, Chen Nuo sat cross-legged. A tall willow tree swayed in the wind, and dots of green light were scattered everywhere. A gust of wind blew, and Gaojin came riding on the wind, landing not far from Chen Nuo. A few more people also flew onto the aircraft carrier. Yes, they flew. 2 flaming wings flapped behind them. After they landed steadily, the flaming wings dissipated instantly. This is Jing Tao and his group. Wang Chen is the only one among them who speaks to Chen Nuo in a casual manner. He has no taboos like Jing Tao and Gaojin and others. After landing, he came and sat next to Chen Nuo. He supported the deck with his arms and said excitedly, Chen Nuo, you know what? After awakening the spirit connection, this magic is much better than studying the skills alone. Chen Nuo shrugged and said with a smile, Of course, if it wasn't good, it wouldn't have consumed so much of my magic power. By the way, have you guys made all the arrangements? You must pay more attention to the magic crystal core. This is of vital importance to us. Gaojin took over the conversation. Boss Chen, everything has been arranged. Tomorrow, each of the 5 of us will take away 500 soldiers, and the others will stay in Nanha City to continue clearing out the zombies in the city. We will attack in 5 directions. When we arrive at the local area, we will forcefully subdue a group of people, and then force them to quickly obtain the magic crystal core for us. Chen Nuo stood up. He had no intention of asking about the detailed plan. As long as they could get the magic crystal core, he didn't care what means they used. He would give them full power. Okay, follow your plan. I won't interfere with you. But you have to remember that the magic crystal core is very important to me. You have to pay more attention to it. Several people nodded in agreement. Chen Nuo thought about it, and then spoke again. In order to motivate everyone, let's have a game. I can see that if I don't use the game to spur you on, you might actually slack off. Jing Tao and the others quickly said no, and Chen Nuo said directly, It won't be the best, but you should still compete. Let's see whose team can obtain 1 million magic crystal cores the fastest. I will give you the first place reward, and all the people will be upgraded to the 5th level magician. From the 2nd to the 5th place, the reward ratio will decrease by 20% respectively. What do you think? Jing Tao frowned, and asked again to be sure. Brother Chen, what you mean is that the reward for the 2nd place is that 400 people will be upgraded to the 5th level magician. The 3rd place reward is 300 people. The 4th place reward is 200 people. And the 5th place reward is 100 people? Chen Nuo nodded. That's what I mean. This should motivate everyone, right? Several people nodded in agreement, and they chatted for a few more sentences. Suhao talked about the thunder just now. Brother Chen, the thunder just now was so loud that many people were startled. They don't know what happened. The sound was as loud as a cannon. Chen Nuo smiled and simply told them that it was he who made the noise. He did not say it was a thunder tribulation, so they should not worry, and told them that there would be several more in the future. At this time, Chen Nuo saw that his magic power had almost recovered, so he stood up and said goodbye to the few people. Sure enough, after a while, thunder was heard in the sky again. After the others learned about the situation from Jing Tao and the others, they were no longer worried. After thunder sounded 3 more times, everything finally returned to calm. In the room, Chen Nuo leaned against the head of the bed, looking at, no, it should be admiring. After the 4 girls were promoted to 7th-level magicians, they had just cleansed the impurities from their bodies. It was the sight of the beauties emerging from the bath, which made him swallow his saliva involuntarily. Su Li and the other girls walked in front of Chen Nuo in tacit understanding, and all their previous resentment was vented at this moment. Far away outside the door, Wang Mei had come several times. She came to call Chen Nuo and others to have dinner. But every time she came here, the obscene music in the room made her feel uncomfortable, so she had to stand far away. Finally, the sound died down. She waited a few minutes before walking up and knocking on the door. After dinner, Chen Nuo and the others returned to the room, and Su Li rolled her eyes at him. Look at you, you're doing this in broad daylight, making Aunt Wang look at us weirdly. Can't you just hold back a little? Chen Nuo was stunned. He felt a little frustrated. Sister Su, you are a bit of a bad guy, aren't you? Is this my business? If you hadn't started it, would I have lost control? Both sides insisted on their own opinions and insisted that Chen Nuo was forced into being coerced. Finally, under the pressure of the tyranny, Chen Nuo had to admit his mistake. Otherwise, this verbal battle would have been endless. So, never try to reason with a woman. You will never win. The best choice is to shut up as soon as possible. Chen Nuo found a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and slowly spread his thoughts outward. First, the entire base appeared in my mind, and slowly, the coverage of my thoughts became larger and larger. Sure enough, that feeling of fatigue appeared again. According to common sense, 1 point of mental power can allow Chen Nuo's thoughts to cover a range of 1 meter. But now, for some unknown reason, the excessive coverage area makes Chen Nuo feel tired. He quickly retracted his thoughts and looked at his page. There was no change in the properties on the page, and he was puzzled. Therefore, he decided to tell his doubts to the girls and ask them to help him analyze it. Isn't there a saying that 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang? Now, these 4 women of mine should not lose to those 3 cobblers who can be as good as zhuge liang, right? After the girls heard this, Gowing spoke first. Since it is mental power, it will naturally be very exhausting. If you exhaust too much energy, you will feel tired. Isn't this normal? Chen Nuo raised his hand and attacked Gao Ying's chest. I'm here for you to help me think about how to solve this problem, not for you to help me state the problem, understand? Gao Ying pouted. She felt that Chen Nuo was hinting at her. Su Li lowered her head and thought about it. Brother, mental strength is illusory to us. I had a period of time before, because I didn't get enough rest, which led to neurasthenia. The doctor said that my mental strength was strong and my body couldn't get enough recovery, so I was physically and mentally exhausted. Could your situation be caused by the imbalance between your mental strength and your body? Chen Nuo's eyes lit up. He looked at his own page. His current physical fitness was only 50,000 points, which was indeed a huge gap between his physical fitness and his mental strength. He thought of the fantasy novels he had read before, in which there seemed to be situations where the soul was too powerful and the body could not bear the burden. It seems that this is really possible. Chapter 112. Something new in the zoo. A monkey in human form. Chen Nuo did what he said. He stood up and walked out of the room, and came back after a while. He sat on the bed, turned on the modifier, and directly used 5 billion magic power to modify his physique. Constitution, 500500000. He looked at his physique that had skyrocketed, and his recovery rate instantly increased from 1,000 points per second to 1,001,000 points per second, reaching a recovery rate of 1 million. Chen Nuo sat down quickly, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. In a blink of an eye, the entire Nanha city was within Chen Nuo's coverage. He continued. The range covered by his thoughts continued to expand, and when he had covered about 500 kilometers, the feeling of fatigue appeared again. Chen Nuo withdrew his thoughts in a flash, frowned again, and looked at his own page. Su Li raised her hand and gently rubbed Chen Nuo's forehead, and asked in a soft voice, "What's wrong? Is the effect not good?" Chen Nuo looked at Su Li's concerned expression, leaned over and kissed her on the lips, then shook his head and said, "The effect is quite good. Just as you said, it is indeed related to physical constitution. However, the connection between them has not been found yet. I don't understand how the two correspond to each other." Suli rested her head on Chen Nuo's forehead. Fool, can't you modify it? Since you already know there is a connection between the two, why bother to figure it out so clearly? Can't you just modify it directly? You don't have to study it. Can't you just make it meet your expectations? Sometimes people get stuck in a rut and don't even realize it. Chen Nuo is just an ordinary person who traveled through time. To be objective, if he didn't have a modifier, in such an apocalypse, without any golden fingers, he would probably be lost in the crowd. Chen Nuo suddenly understood and nodded. Sister Su, your words are like enlightenment to me. Yes, you are right. Why should I think so much? As long as I have enough magic power, I can modify it directly. Why bother to think about their connection? Isn't this asking for trouble? After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he immediately thought of a scene he saw when his mind returned. He found it very interesting, and he wanted to take Su Li and the others to see it, so he spoke. Sister Su, come on. I'll take you to see something new. Su Li was stunned for a moment, then responded with a smile. Chen Nuo and his companions arrived on the deck of the aircraft carrier. They greeted the guards and flew into the sky. Chen Nuo looked at the 4 girls with envy. After they were upgraded to the 7th level magician, they could float in the air automatically without the need for any other external force. Chen Nuo looked at their page, and there was no relevant explanation. Su Li and the others said that it was just like their instinct. Chen Nuo had no idea of modifying any attribute that would allow him to be like them, so he had to temporarily materialize angel wings, and the group quickly flew through the air. Chen Nuo brought them to Nanha City Zoo, which was his destination. They came to a place, which was a very large cage. I saw that there were actually quite a few survivors in the cage, but these survivors were all young and beautiful women. There are many zombies and zombie beasts around the cage, and they are staring at the inside and outside of the big cage with a covetous look. Yes, there are survivors not only inside the cage, but also outside it. Although the women in the cage were scared, they were relatively safe. The survivors outside the cage were all men. They were placed on trees. Most of these survivors were captured. Looking at the middle of the cage, there was a fairly strong yellow-haired monkey lying comfortably, and the woman next to it was combing its hair like a mother monkey. The men outside were already exhausted both physically and mentally. They didn't know when they would fall and become food for the zombie beast below. In the corner, a woman hesitated for a few seconds, then stood up and came to the yellow-haired monkey. When the yellow-haired monkey saw her coming, a human-like smile appeared on his face, but that smile did not conform to human aesthetics. The woman took a deep breath and lifted up her clothes, revealing her plump body. The monkey pushed the other women away and came over with drooling mouth. The woman endured the humiliation. A man outside the cage couldn't see clearly what was going on inside, but he knew that it was his woman, so he scolded her loudly. Bitch, I don't need your rescue. I'd rather starve to death than see you being so mean. The woman clenched her teeth and did not respond. The other women watched numbly, feeling uncomfortable. The monkey did not do anything more obscene. It scratched its cheek with satisfaction and smiled at the woman. Then it flashed to the top of the cage, where there was a skylight, which looked like it had been broken open later by someone. The monkey leaped out of the cage and came to a place where food was stored. It picked out a few bananas from it, and then jumped a few times to the man who had been cursing before. The man was very frightened. He and his wife had been hiding at home, but they could not stand the hunger anymore and came out to find something to eat. Unexpectedly, they were unlucky and were surrounded by zombies. Just when their lives were in danger, a yellow light flashed and saved them. It should have been a happy thing. However, what happened next made him even more unacceptable. They were rescued by a monkey and came to the zoo. He was hung directly on a tree, and under the tree were zombies and zombie beasts. And his wife entered the cage and became the monkey's exclusive love. This monkey doesn't force women, but if you wanted to help save their men, you have to pay a little price. And the price is what the woman just did, and the men here will even curse a few words at the beginning. But after 2 or 3 days, in order to fill their stomachs, they sometimes even ask their women for things, which is why many women have numb looks on their faces. Chen Nuo and his companions were watching the absurd things happening below from high in the sky, and they all felt like they were monkeys in human form. They feel that the monkey is the human being, and humans are just its playthings. The woman put her clothes back on, her eyes full of tears as she looked at the man outside the cage. The man was so angry that the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The banana in his hand felt like a hot potato. The men around him looked at the man's expression, and when they saw that he was about to throw the banana away, they shouted, "Brother, if you don't want to eat, just give it to me. Instead of throwing it away, you might as well have pity on me. Brother, I'm really hungry. Give it to me." The man thought about it and decided that instead of throwing it away, it would be better to give it to someone else. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was stunned. He pointed at the person who asked for food and cursed. "Damn it, if I give it to you, won't my wife be taken advantage of by that monkey for nothing? Even if I don't eat it, I can't be a fool. Go to hell." "Humph, why are you scolding me? What kind of character is that? You were the one who wanted to throw it away. I think you were just an idiot. Your wife suffered so much humiliation to get food for you, but not only did she not get your gratitude, but you scolded her instead. Now you want to throw away the food she got. If not an idiot, what are you? The man was startled and could no longer control the tears in his eyes. He stuffed the banana directly into his mouth without even peeling it. While eating, he hugged the branch and cried loudly. Wife, I know everything. I understand that you did this for me, but how can I face you after you did this? I would rather starve to death than let you be insulted like this. I am a beast. I shouldn't scold you. It's my incompetence. I am not even as good as a monkey. The woman was also crying bitterly and kept shaking her head. No one knew how tormented she was inside when she made that choice, but she didn't want her husband to die. The monkey listened to the two people's wailing. Not only did he not show any dissatisfaction, but instead he watched them with interest as if he was watching a show. Suddenly, a white shadow passed by in the air, and the monkey who was watching the show appeared outside the cage in an instant. It appeared in front of the crying man and raised its fist to meet the white shadow. Bang! Chapter 113 Elemental Magical Beasts. Firewolf Sneak Attack. Baying is a white peacock, which usually has nothing to do with the monkeys. It was originally perched on a tree when it was suddenly awakened by a burst of crying, which led to this collision. The force of the collision lifted the monkey backwards, its tail flexibly wrapped around the branch, and with a spin and jump, it stood steadily on the tree. The white peacock also flipped backwards twice, flapping its wings in the air to confront the monkey. The man behind him was so frightened that he was silent. The banana in his hand fell under the tree without him realizing it. Chirp. Squeak. A cool chill emanated from the white peacock, and frost soon covered the trees. The monkey was not to be outdone. Its whole body was shining with light and emitting warmth, and the coldness around it instantly dissipated. Li Shui was very happy when she saw the white peacock appear. Chen Nuo, this peacock is actually also of ice element. Can we capture it and keep it as a pet? The white peacock that was confronting the monkey suddenly shuddered. Its head looked back and forth subconsciously. It didn't understand why it felt cold. When the monkey saw the white peacock suddenly lose consciousness, he disappeared in a flash and appeared in front of the white peacock the next moment. Squeak flash. Squeaky monkey fist. Women really love beautiful things, and they began to criticize the yellow-haired monkey. This monkey is too despicable. He actually launched a sneak attack. Humph, you're so lecherous, just like someone. That person felt as if he had been hit by a critical strike in an instant, and he almost couldn't breathe. He looked at Wu Shasha, and it was she who said that just now. Wu Shasha met Chen Nuo's gaze. As she had become Chen Nuo's woman, she did not show any shyness, and even raised her eyebrows provocatively. What? Am I wrong? Chen Nuo snorted softly. Okay, you're right. I'll show you what lust is later. Wu Shasha pouted and puffed out her chest proudly. Come on, go ahead and tickle me. Am I afraid of you? Look, they're fighting again. Everyone looked down at the battlefield again. The white peacock had just been punched twice by the monkey. It spread its wings and flew away from the monkey, who flipped over and landed back on the tree. Chirp. The white peacock flapped its wings angrily, an icy wind blew up, and some men cursed loudly. It's all because of you, you idiot. You had to yell. Now there's a fight between gods. Help. The person who was speaking was instantly hit by the icy wind. He fell from the tree in panic. Brother Monkey, save him. A woman in the cage immediately shouted. When the monkey heard the woman's roar, it turned around and looked at the woman in the cage. It remembered this woman, very soft. The memory was still fresh. It looked at the man who was about to fall into the pile of zombies. It raised its paw and stretched out a finger. Although the woman could not see clearly, she understood what it meant, and she nodded vigorously. All this happened in a short moment, and the monkey disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of the man. Monkey's reaching for the moon. After hooking the man, he instantly reached the tree and put him down. The monkey once again confronted the peacock in the air. The woman in the cage finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the man was safe. Chen Nuo smacked his lips. This monkey seems to have become a spirit. Did you see it? It seems that it and the woman reached some kind of agreement in an instant. The white peacock seemed to have discovered the monkey's weakness, so it kept fanning icy winds to attack the survivors on the trees. The monkey listened to the woman's cry for help, and it kept flashing, feeling a little exhausted, while the white peacock felt excited as if it had learned new knowledge. Chen Nuo and the others didn't know what to say. You said that the monkey was lustful and took advantage of people's misfortune, but it kept saving people. A word appeared in Chen Nuo's mind. Ball justice. Looking at the white peacock, Li Shui didn't know whether to praise it for its cleverness or... The monkey scratched its ears and cheeks, feeling humiliated and being teased. It squeaked a few times, turned around abruptly, and ignored the men. The icy wind blew several men off the tree. They knew that the monkey would not come to rescue them this time because the monkey had already fought a fierce battle with the white peacock. The zombies and zombie beasts under the tree pounced on them in an instant. They only had time to let out a few screams before they were completely dismembered. There were several women in the cage, their bodies swayed a few times, and some of them muttered crazily. Dead? Huh, good thing you died. Wait for me. Some people collapsed on the ground, their eyes filled with tears of memories. Neither the monkey nor the white peacock could suppress the other. The monkey was elusive and good at all kinds of sneak attacks. The white peacock took advantage of being able to fly and barely avoided the attacks. After all, they are animals. Although they have powerful talents, they use them based on instinct and fail to bring out their own characteristics. The monkey finally found an opportunity and used a hook to smash the white peacock to the ground. Oh no, the white peacock is in danger. Li Shui screamed. The white peacock smashed on the zombies and zombie beasts. They wanted to take the opportunity to attack the white peacock, but the strong icy aura from the white peacock's body instantly froze the zombies and zombie beasts around it. It flapped its wings, crushing the frozen zombies and zombie beasts, then kicked the ground with its claws and leaped into the air. The monkey was unable to exert any strength in the air and was instantly knocked away by the rushing white peacock. The monkey kept rolling in the air and finally fell to the ground. The unconscious zombies and zombie beasts also pounced on it. It sprinted with its monkey claws, jumping over a series of figures. Wherever it passed, the zombies and zombie beasts were shot in the head with one claw. It flashed and came to a tree, and the two sides confronted each other again. What they didn't know was that danger was approaching quietly not far from them. The monkey was panting heavily and flashing constantly, making it a little tired. The white peacock was not much better. It was also flapping its wings hard to stabilize itself. Chen Nuo, what kind of animal is that? Is it a dog or a wolf? Why are its eyes red? Chen Nuo looked up. He had already discovered it, but he didn't expect that this guy wanted to reap the benefits. Species, wolf. Realm, second realm magical beast. Magic, fire element. That's a wolf that has awakened the fire element. Don't underestimate it. It's the same as the monkey and peacock below. They're all second-level magical beasts. Who would have thought that there would be so many elemental magical beasts in this small zoo? Suli was slightly stunned. A demon beast? Chen Nuo nodded. Yes, from their pages we can see that beasts that successfully awaken their magic are called magic beasts, and we humans are called magic masters. At this time, the wolf had already made an attacking gesture, and the monkey and the white peacock here were fighting at their most intense level, and the battle between the two sides could end at any time. All three parties are doing their best. No, there is another party, watching the show from high in the sky. Endless light shone from the monkey's fist, illuminating the night sky. It raised its fist of light and attacked the white peacock in the sky with the posture of a divine monkey shaking the sky. High in the sky, Chen Nuo and others were illuminated by the light. They appeared in the monkey's eyes. Its pupils shook violently, but it was too late to care why there were people there. The white peacock also spread its wings, and an icy air swirled around its body. At first, it was just snowflakes, and then it expanded like a blizzard. The wolf over there was also shaking its tail, and above its head, rich fire elements condensed. Boom. A big fireball appeared, which instantly attracted the attention of the monkey and the white peacock. The two sides, who were originally on the verge of a fight, reached a tacit understanding in an instant. They were about to use their skills to attack each other, but suddenly turned to attack the firewolf. Squeaky light fist. Chi-chi, blizzard tornado. Ouch, fire meteor. Boom. Chapter 114. Three Beasts. Kizaru. Akainu or Akainu. Where's the white peacock? The three skills of fire, ice, and light collided with a loud bang, followed by a strong explosion. The monkey, white peacock, and firewolf were all blown away by the aftermath. The zombies and zombie beasts below were also affected. The monkey and the white peacock fell on the tree panting, and the firewolf was attacked by both and suffered much greater aftermath than them. It was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion, and it somersaulted several times in the air before falling heavily to the ground. It was also seriously injured, but its condition was obviously better than the monkey and the white peacock. The three beasts stood in three directions, staring at each other angrily. The firewolf stamped its front hooves on the ground and let out a howling roar. The yellow-haired monkey had already begun to think of retreating since it discovered the presence of Chen Nuo and the others. The reason why it was still hesitating was that it was a little reluctant to leave those soft and sweet women. The three beasts all understood that if one of them showed any sign of weakness, it would be attacked by the other, so they did not dare to act rashly. Chen Nuo chuckled and shook his head. It seems that it is time for us to take action. I wanted to bring you to see the absurd behavior of this monkey, but I didn't expect to encounter two other beasts. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he opened the editor. The three beasts below reminded him of several characters in anime. He planned to keep them as pets and give them names. It must be very cool. Seeing that they could not do anything to the other party, the three beasts were about to leave, but they suddenly stopped, a look of fear appeared on their faces, and then their expressions returned to calm again. The yellow-haired monkey lowered its head and knelt down on the tree. The white peacock also spread its tail and lowered its proud neck. The fire wolf lay with its front hooves forward, and its entire body looked like it was crawling there. The woman in the cage and the man who escaped in the distance were looking at the three beasts in shock. They didn't understand what was going on. The unconscious zombies and zombie beast struggled again and walked over. They walked towards the fire wolf, but the fire wolf lay there as if it didn't see anything. Well, the distance was getting closer and closer, but the fire wolf didn't move. Just when all the survivors thought that the fire wolf was acting stupidly, suddenly there was a light in the sky. They quickly looked up at the sky and saw a miracle they had never seen in their lives. 5 people were flying in the air, with 3 distinct areas around them. One was countless fireballs, one was shining white light, and the other was a dense area of snow-white ice spears. Fire, light, ice, go. The 3 beasts bowed their heads and worshipped. They originally could not understand human language, but every word Chen Nuo said seemed to hit their hearts, and they actually understood it. This is because Chen Nuo added control attributes to them and then completely controlled them, just like when he controlled the zombies on the day of the end of the world. In Chen Nuo's brain, there is now an illusory miniature of the 3 beasts. Through this miniature, Chen Nuo can communicate with the 3 beasts normally. In the entire zoo, all the zombies and zombie beasts were within Chen Nuo's attack range the moment Chen Nuo waved his hand. Fireball, rain of light, ice lance. Countless attacks came in an instant, crushing the land to pieces. The 3 beasts looked at the zombies and zombie beasts around them with their peripheral vision. In the blink of an eye, they were all wiped out, and the land was filled with potholes. The survivors, their faces pale, some asked softly, "Are they gods?" A clever person said with a dazed look in his eyes, "Perhaps in our eyes, such people can only be gods. However, I think they should be human beings, but they are very powerful ones." The saturation attacks soon stopped, and the ground looked like it had been devastated, with ruins everywhere. Chen Nuo and the others arrived above the heads of the 3 beasts in an instant. Only then did the 3 beasts raise their heads and look at Chen Nuo in the air. A strong connection that lets them know that this person is their master. Chen Nuo glanced at the 3 beasts, then looked at Li Shui next to him. He raised his finger and pointed at the white peacock. "Shui, don't you want to raise this white peacock? Then let it follow you from now on." Li Shui excitedly took Chen Nuo's arm. "Really?" Chen Nuo nodded, and Li Shui happily kissed Chen Nuo on the face and whispered in his ear, "That's what you've been thinking about, I agree." Chen Nuo felt his mouth dry after hearing what she said. He coughed twice and quickly looked at Su Li and the others. "This monkey and firewolf, do you want anything?" Wu Shasha refused first. "This monkey is too lustful, I don't want it. This wolf is a bit ugly. I'd better raise a peacock with Sister Shui." Gowing looked at the monkey and then shook her head. She thought of the scene of the monkey scratching the woman's chest. She spat and looked at the firewolf. It was indeed ugly. She sighed. "Hey, Chen Nuo, they are just as Shasha said. I don't want them either." Chen Nuo finally looked at Su Li. She smiled and pointed at the firewolf. "It's also nice to have a mount. I think riding a wolf should be a good experience." Chen Nuo nodded. "In that case, Sister Su, let it follow you." The yellow-haired monkey had a bit of disappointment on his face. He felt really uncomfortable when he saw that several beautiful hostesses didn't choose him. He felt that they had no taste and didn't consider how popular he was with the women before. The firewolf looked at Su Li with gratitude, and at the same time whistled at the yellow-haired monkey a few times. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment. He glanced at the angry yellow-haired monkey, then at the provocative firewolf. The 2 beasts did not dare to be too presumptuous, so the monkey could only keep it in mind. "Chen Nuo, what do you think we should name it?" As soon as Li Shui opened her mouth, Wu Shasha started laughing. "Sister Shui, I think you're asking the wrong person. Do you think someone who can name a baby would give it a good name?" Chen Nuo was choked by Wu Shasha again, and he raised his hand and tapped her. "That's what you said. If I had a good name, what would you do?" Wu Shasha snorted coldly. "As for you, apart from the level of water baby and fire baby, what else can you do? If you can really come up with a name that we all agree on, I will listen to you." Chen Nuo was overjoyed. "Okay, this is what you said. Sister Su, you testify for both of us." Su Li agreed with a smile, and everyone looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo did not name the white peacock first, but pointed at the yellow-haired monkey, and the monkey lowered his hands and listened attentively. "You, a naughty monkey, may do some ridiculous things, but you are also quite principled. This reminds me of a wretched old man. I think his name suits you very well, so you will be Kizaru from now on." The monkey didn't have much idea about the previous words, except for the 2 words Kizaru, which seemed to suit it very well. A ferocious smile appeared on its face. Su Li and the others nodded. This name was okay and quite fitting. Yellow-haired monkey, yellow ape, was quite appropriate for the occasion. Chen Nuo pointed at the fire wolf again. As for you, you've been a bit cunning and have awakened the element of fire. I'm going to name you a Kainu. Wu Shasha was stunned, as was Gaoing. When they heard Chen Nuo name him Yellow Monkey just now, they just felt a little familiar. Now that a Kainu has come out, we should know something about Wu Shasha and Gaoing. The fire wolf was stunned. It felt that Chen Nuo was insulting it, and a hint of hesitation appeared on its face. Why? Don't you want to? Do you think this name doesn't suit you? Aren't wolves also dogs? The fire wolf really didn't want to be called that name. It felt that the name didn't suit its identity as the Wolf King. It showed a pleading look and put its front hooves together in a bow. Chen Nuo looked at it and couldn't help but sigh. You are really a spirit. Since you are not satisfied, I will not force you. I will give you another choice. You can call a Kainu. Chen Nuo paused, and the fire wolf's ears stood up. Or you can call me Chigo. You choose. These are the only two names. Chapter 115. You long-range monkey, why do you have to kill people at close range? Who are you talking about? Golden Python. Fire Wolf looked like he had lost all hope in life, but in the end he still chose Akainu's name from the bottom of his heart. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and Akainu obediently came to Chen Nuo and rubbed his head on Chen Nuo's hand. That's right. How can I lie to you? This name is indeed the name of a strong man. Wu Shasha snorted coldly. Chen Nuo, don't tell me that you are going to name this white peacock Qingji. Chen Nuo shrugged slightly. Why? Is it not possible? The peacock is a bird of the genus Pavo in the family Phasianidae, and it has awakened its ice elemental talent. Isn't this name perfect? Chen Nuo's voice paused deliberately, and he spoke provocatively. Shasha, you're not going to cheat, are you? I'm telling you, Sister Sue is a witness. It's no use cheating. Wu Shasha argued cunningly. I won't cheat, but this name is obviously a character from a comic book. It doesn't represent your naming skills at all. Chen Nuo shook his head, looking like a master, and stared at Wu Shasha. Shasha, if that's what you're saying, then the ones I named Water Baby and Fire Baby before are also characters in comics, and they're not at my level either. Wu Shasha was a little at a loss for words, and she pushed Chen Nuo helplessly. Why are you so arrogant? Even if you win, what's the big deal? Don't worry, I won't deny my debt. Chen Nuo leaned his head close to her face. Their breathing was audible. Wu Shasha's heartbeat began to accelerate. She thought Chen Nuo was going to kiss her. She nervously closed her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling constantly. Chen Nuo was just teasing her, and seeing that she was like this, he gently kissed her on the lips and then whispered in her ear. Shasha, you said you would listen to me and everything, so don't go back on your word. Hee hee. Hearing Chen Nuo's obscene sound, Wu Shasha shuddered and quickly took 2 steps back. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, if your request is too much, I won't agree. Chen Nuo stood up straight, smiled meaningfully, and did not continue on this topic. Wu Shasha looked at Chen Nuo's expression and felt uneasy. Chen Nuo turned around and said to Li Shui, Shui, this peacock is called Akiji, what do you think? Li Shui smiled and nodded. Akiji, that's a good name. Su Li and Gaoing also smiled and nodded. They looked at the white peacock with love in their eyes. They reached out and stroked the white peacock's feathers, and they were full of praise. Wu Shasha curled her lips. She seemed a little embarrassed. She first looked at the beautiful white peacock, then looked at Chen Nuo and hummed in her heart. My man is mine. Why should I be embarrassed? Humph, is he going to eat me? The embarrassment in her heart disappeared instantly, and she also reached out to touch the white peacock. Chen Nuo raised his eyes and looked elsewhere. Then he spoke to the women. Okay, let's go check out some other places. There are many other animals in this zoo. Oh, and we also have to collect the magic crystal cores of these zombies and zombie beasts. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and the basket-type demons and clam-type demons appeared. Chen Nuo gave commands through his consciousness, and they rushed to various places. Let's go over there and take a look. Chen Nuo pointed to the amphibian hall over there. He found a big thing lurking under the ground over there. Hey, are you human? Suddenly, an anxious cry was heard. Chen Nuo and his companions looked at the person who was speaking. Since all the zombies and zombie beasts were killed by Chen Nuo, they climbed down the tree in fear and came tremblingly to a place not far from Chen Nuo and his companions. Chen Nuo chuckled. Oh, what do you think? Besides, aren't you afraid of getting beaten for talking like that? When those people saw Chen Nuo chuckled, they all thought that Chen Nuo was a person who was easy to talk to. So some brave people kicked the person who had just spoken. Brother, this guy doesn't know how to talk. You are a magnanimous person. Don't bother with him. Chen Nuo said indifferently. What's up? Those people were stunned. How can I explain this? Isn't this obvious? I just want to cling to your thighs. Chen Nuo didn't want to pay attention to them, so he said, if there's nothing else, then we'll leave. We still have some things to do. Those people immediately panicked. Even though the zombies and zombie beasts had been destroyed, who knew if there would be more in the future? Now I have finally met a great god. If I don't keep up with his pace, I won't know when I will die. No, please wait a moment. We want to follow you. You are so powerful. We want you to help us leave here. I don't know. Is it okay? Chen Nuo didn't even think about it and just shook his head to refuse. No, those people couldn't believe it. In such a good situation, as a great god, shouldn't you show off your prowess? Why? You guys. Chen Nuo simply raised his hand and touched the person who was speaking, as if struck by lightning. His whole body was instantly paralyzed, and the others were so scared that they quickly moved away. You still have the nerve to ask me why? And what about clearly? You mean, we clearly have the power to save you, so why don't we save you? This is ridiculous. Should we save you just because we have the power? What a perverse idea. This time is just a lesson. Next time, you will die. Chen Nuo and his companions left with the three beasts. Those people looked at the man lying on the ground, who was still shivering. They did not have the courage to follow. When someone saw Chen Nuo and the others walking away, he spat on the ground. Wow, what the hell? Just because they are a little bit stronger, they look down on ordinary people like us. I think they will be finished sooner or later. Humph, I don't know what those beauties are thinking. They are actually following such an irresponsible man. It's really a waste of flowers. Chen Nuo, who was walking forward, suddenly stopped and said coldly, Kizaru, go and kill that talkative guy. Chen Nuo and his friend's five senses were no longer what they used to be. How far had they come? The man's words were almost like being spoken in his ear. Shua? As soon as the man mentioned the cow, a figure appeared in front of him. The monkey's claw pierced directly through his chest, and blood splattered all over Kizaru's face. He twitched and swung his hand, and blood splattered everywhere. The man's eyes widened with fear, and then he fell backwards with his eyes open. The others didn't react at all until they felt the blood splashing on their faces and felt a little cool. Then they woke up as if from a dream, and everyone was horrified. They didn't dare to run away at all. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. A gust of wind blew and the monkey disappeared. It returned to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo looked back at the bloodstains on the monkey's body and shook his head slightly. You long-range monkey, why do you have to kill people at close range? Su Li pushed Chen Nuo and looked at the monkey and praised him. Kizaru, good job. That guy was full of dirty words, saying who was the cow dung? Damn it, you killed him so directly, it was really easy for him. As Su Li spoke, she raised her hand and poured a stream of water down, washing away the blood. Yellow Monkey's whole body trembled, and under the shining light, his hair dried quickly. It's damnable, but what he said about those flowers isn't too exaggerated, right? Chen Nuo looked at Wushasha, who was covering her mouth and laughing. He felt that this girl really needed to be trained well, otherwise she would always make him uncomfortable. He kept it in mind. Everything had to be done at the right time. Chen Nuo withdrew his gaze from Wushasha. The few of them continued to move forward, and soon they arrived at the amphibious hall. The three beasts stared ahead vigilantly. They sensed danger, but they did not forget to protect Chen Nuo and the others behind them. Squeak. Chirp. Ouch. The three beasts let out threatening roars, and the ground began to bulge. Chen Nuo and the others lifted their feet and touched the ground, then flew into the air. I saw a thick and long golden python rushing out of the ground, opening its huge mouth and rushing towards the three beasts. Chapter 116. The Talent of Dragon Transformation. A monkey who wants a woman. Otherwise, castrate him. Chen Nuo didn't want the three beasts to fight again. He had no interest in this kind of infighting. He raised his hand, and a whip appeared in his hand. He swung it casually, and the golden python's scales were broken and covered with wounds. It hit the ground directly at a faster speed than before. Hiss. It twisted its body in pain. Its length of more than 10 meters was far longer than that of a normal golden python. It swept through the surroundings, causing severe damage. Chen Nuo put away the whip and turned on the modifier. The golden python's originally violent mood instantly became like a little lamb. The docile golden python endured the pain and slowly raised its front body. It looked up and met Chen Nuo's gaze. Chen Nuo raised his hand and stroked it. A green light sprinkled down, and a comfortable expression appeared on the golden python's face. Yes, it was indeed comfortable. Its expression is very human. Its eyes are lively and red like crystal, and if you don't look at the snake's body, it actually has a kind of cute and adorable feeling. The snake's scales recovered, Chen Nuo fell down, and the golden python came to Chen Nuo's side. It stood up its body, stretched its head in front of Chen Nuo, and then lowered its head to show its submission to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo raised his hand and touched its head. It felt warm and cool. It was a little warm, but also a little cool. It was hard to describe the feeling. Women are naturally a little afraid of snakes, But there are some exceptions, such as Gao Ying, who was not afraid at all. She came directly to Chen Nuo's side. The golden python tilted its head and stared at her with its cute eyes, and she also looked at the golden python. Chen Nuo, I want it. When I was a kid, I wanted to have a handsome golden python as a pet, but there are so few of them. My family also thinks it's weird for a girl to have one. By the way, what are its abilities? Chen Nuo couldn't imagine that Gao Ying would like snakes, but since she likes it, just give it to her. Let me see. Type, golden python. Realm, second realm magical beast. Demonic, dragon. Chen Nuo was stunned. He murmured softly. Transform into a dragon. Gao Ying was a little confused. She thought she had heard wrong, so she asked quickly. Chen Nuo, you just said, what is its talent? Chen Nuo came back to his senses. He looked at the golden python with a little curiosity. Gao Ying pushed him, and he withdrew his gaze from the golden python and said to Gao Ying, its talent is to transform into a dragon. Although Chen Nuo had obtained all the magic from the survivors in Nana City before, he did not obtain any beast-type magic, because he had never thought about it this way before. In fact, obtaining magic is more like an active skill. Gao Ying asked in surprise. You mean the dragon? Chen Nuo nodded. I don't know the details, but we can just let it transform into a dragon and see for ourselves. Everyone stepped back a few steps to leave enough space for the golden python, and Chen Nuo nodded to the golden python. Its eyes emitted a dazzling red light, and in the blink of an eye, clouds and mist floated around the golden python, and water vapor condensed. The appearance of the golden python began to change. 2 weak little wings appeared behind it, and 4 claws appeared under its belly. Each claw had 4 toes, which were also very short. It looked like a deformed dragon. To be honest, the golden python after the transformation is, in one word, ugly. Chen Nuo asked it to return to its original form, and sure enough, the original form looked much better. Gao Ying was a little confused. This was far from what she had imagined. The mighty and majestic dragon. Chen Nuo, was that really a dragon just now? Chen Nuo was also a little confused. According to common sense, if one insisted on saying that something in that deformed state was a dragon, it would seem like an insult to dragons. He thought about it, organized his words and spoke. Could it be that the state just now is a dragon? Think about it. It just transformed into a dragon. To transform into a dragon, it should first transform from a snake into a dragon, and then the dragon into a dragon. Will it become a real dragon in the future as its realm rises? Gao Ying took a deep breath and looked at the golden python. It was still quite handsome when it didn't transform. Well, that's it for now. I hope it's really as you said. So what should we name it now? Gao Ying thought about it, then looked at Chen Nuo and continued. Chen Nuo, why don't you do it? I don't think you'll call it Momonosuke or Kaido anymore, right? Oh, and that big snake is even worse. Chen Nuo raised his hand and slapped Gao Ying on her perky butt. Gao Ying screamed and took a few steps back. Gao Ying, I'm telling you, don't learn bad things from someone. Otherwise, he. When Wushasha heard this, she knew Chen Nuo was talking about her, and she glanced at Chen Nuo. Virtue. Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo shyly, but Chen Nuo seemed as if nothing had happened. He took her hand and sniffed it shamelessly. This action made the girls laugh, including Gao Ying, who snorted. You're just being naughty. Hurry up and give the golden python a name. Chen Nuo smiled awkwardly and put his hand down. That was just a subconscious action. Anyway, it's definitely not what you think. It would have been fine if he didn't explain. Once he did, the 4 girls looked at him with amusement and nodded, as if they all approved of Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo became even more embarrassed. He originally wanted to explain, but he just revealed his cards directly. What's wrong? It's just what you think. She's my own woman, so what if I sniff her? The 4 animals were a little confused, but not completely, because the monkey's eyes showed memories. It suddenly came to its senses and made a decision that when it left, it must ask its owner to take the woman in the cage away. The monkey looked at Chen Nuo's daily interactions with the hostesses with envy. It remembered a video it had seen before, which showed a conversation between a rabbit and a wealthy man. Sure enough, the master really understands technology. Chen Nuo looked at the golden python, thought about it carefully, and then said to the 4 girls, when the golden python transformed into a dragon, didn't it have a pair of small wings behind it? Otherwise, how about we call it Ying Long? Gao Ying's eyes showed surprise. At least the name sounded good and had a good meaning. Ying Long, Ying Long. She muttered a few words, then looked at Su Li and the others. Sister Su, Sister Shui, Sha, how do you feel? Others also felt that it was appropriate, so the name of the golden python was decided. The golden python and the 3 generals followed Chen Nuo and the others, constantly stopping at various places in the zoo. In the end, Chen Nuo and his companions were followed by dozens of animals, big and small, of all kinds. Chen Nuo also discovered that the magic talents of these animals all belonged to their original bodies. He had never encountered any special magic talents like the three admirals and the golden python. Perhaps this is also the reason why they are second-level magical beasts, while other animals are still only first-level magical beasts. Chen Nuo looked at the beasts in front of him, and then gave conscious instructions to the three generals and the golden python, asking them to take the other animals to the base. Chen Nuo finished the arrangements and prepared to leave with the four girls, but Kizaru stood out from the crowd. Squeak. Chen Nuo was stunned. He looked Kizaru up and down. Are you serious? I think you're itching for trouble. Suli asked when she saw Kizaru trembling all over. What's going on here? Chen Nuo sneered and pointed at Kizaru. This monkey just told me that he wants to bring a few of his friends to the base. Seeing Suli and the others showing puzzled expressions, Chen Nuo spoke directly. It's those women. What a big appetite it has. The four girls suddenly realized, and they looked at Kizaru with contempt. Wushasha is even more direct. Chen Nuo, why don't we castrate it? Chapter 117. I can't castrate her anymore. The monkey is actually a female. I want you to feel comfortable too. When Chen Nuo heard Wushasha's words, his lower body shuddered involuntarily, and he looked at her in surprise. Shasha, aren't you being too cruel? Wushasha refused to give in. In her opinion, you are a monkey who thinks about improper things every day. You will be a nuisance if you keep him. What? Am I wrong? It's just a monkey that thinks about all kinds of things every day. I think if we don't castrate it, it will cause trouble sooner or later. Gowing has always been ruthless towards scumbag men. Just think about the first time she met Chen Nuo. She was sharp with him. If it weren't for her loyalty and the gratitude for saving her grandfather, it would have been difficult for her to get along with the women. Shasha, I support you. This monkey is so lecherous. It would be fine if it was thinking about monkeys, but it is thinking about women. It is really a spirit. However, it would be best if it can be castrated painlessly. Chen Nuo was a little confused. He looked at Su Li and Li Shui, and it seemed that they didn't object either. Chen Nuo took a deep breath, turned around and looked at Kizaru with amusement, thinking to himself, you monkey, you never imagined that the hostesses have already arranged everything for you. Chen Nuo began to communicate with the monkey. Because they could communicate directly through consciousness, the monkey quickly understood the situation. How about it? If you give up those unrealistic ideas now, I can still plead for you. If you still insist. Chen Nuo didn't finish his words, but his meaning was very clear. He looked at the monkey. The monkey had a strange expression. It scratched its head and actually looked a little shy. Squeak. Chen Nuo's pupil shrank suddenly, and he opened his eyes wide with a look of disbelief. When Suli saw Chen Nuo's expression, she knew that something unexpected must have happened, so she asked with a smile. What's wrong? Your expression is a bit exaggerated. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Suli, then at the faces of Li Shui, Gaoying, and Wu Shasha. He swallowed and did not answer immediately. Instead, he opened the editor and looked at the monkey's page. At gender attributes. Buzz. Species, monkey. Gender, female/female/mother. Chen Nuo smiled helplessly, shook his head, and turned to look at Wu Shasha first. Shasha, I'm afraid the castration you mentioned can't be done? Wu Shasha snorted softly. Then you just wait for it to happen. When something happens to a human, monkey, let's see what you will do. Chen Nuo clicked his tongue a few times and said with certainty. Shasha, the situation you described is basically very unlikely to happen. Unless it is willing, it is impossible for it to give birth to a life. Of course, there is another possibility, that it was forced. Wu Shasha and the others were a little confused, and Chen Nuo didn't intend to beat around the bush, so he just waved to the monkey. Come on, Kizaru, let them open their eyes. The yellow-haired monkey came to Wu Shasha shyly, stood up straight, then lifted one leg and exposed its crotch. The women were all staring blankly. They didn't think about that at all. Even when they saw Kizaru's strange actions, they didn't realize the key point. Wu Shasha glanced at Chen Nuo. What's wrong? Why? It's a unique skill for it to be able to stand with its legs folded. How will this affect its castration? Chen Nuo gave her a disdainful look. Wu Shasha was irritated by Chen Nuo. She pouted and looked like she was going to quarrel with Chen Nuo. Suli stepped forward to block their gaze. Okay, both of you, stop being angry. Chen Nuo, can't you just say it directly? Look how angry Sasha is with you. Chen Nuo smiled at Suli, then came to the angry Wu Shasha. He raised his hands and hooked her shoulders. Wu Shasha struggled slightly. What? Are you really angry? Well, it's my fault. I shouldn't have provoked you. Wu Shasha wasn't actually angry. She was just arguing with Chen Nuo subconsciously. This was how she and Chen Nuo got along. The two of them were just like young people in love. When they encountered something unhappy, they would have a quarrel, but would make up after a while. It felt like they fought at the head of the bed and made up at the foot of the bed. As for Su Li and Li Shui, one because of age and experience, the other because of personality, they tend to get along more harmoniously with Chen Nuo. In fact, Gowing should have been similar to Wu Shasha, but her first encounter with Chen Nuo was tit for tat, and she was suppressed and beaten in the battle. Later, out of the favor of saving her grandfather, she gave herself to him, which made her put away all the thorns on her body. When Chen Nuo saw that Wu Shasha stopped struggling, he knew that she was not really angry, so he hugged her gently, touched his head against Wu Shasha's head, and spoke directly. I would like to listen to you and castrate it directly, but it's a female monkey. I don't know where to start. Wu Shasha's body paused, and she looked at Chen Nuo in surprise. She thought she had heard it wrong. Su Li and the others were also very surprised. They quickly looked at Kizaru, and sure enough, Wu Shasha also discovered. Kizaru's face was full of shyness. He looked at the shocked expressions of the hostesses and felt a little embarrassed. Chen Nuo waved his hand, and Huang Yuan quickly put down his legs and stood there nervously. After being surprised, Wu Shasha looked at Chen Nuo. How is this possible? Since it is a female monkey, why would it do that to those women? Chen Nuo was also a little confused. How could a female monkey like you attack a woman? So, Chen Nuo began to communicate with Kizaru, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. It was an absolutely unexpected reason. Su Li pushed him lightly. Just say it this time. Chen Nuo organized his words, and then this is a story about an unreliable breeder. Chen Nuo told the story slowly, and the girls were all surprised. They felt a little sympathetic towards Kizaru. They didn't expect that a monkey was molested but didn't realize it. Instead, after the end of the world, it continued the behaviors taught by its keepers on its own. It thought those behaviors were what women liked, and it did that for years, so it also liked those behaviors. It can't be said that it liked them completely. It can only be said that it imitated and got used to them. Chen Nuo sighed and shook his head helplessly. What a bullshit life. What do you say we should do? Should we stop its behavior? The girls looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. Chen Nuo thought about it. This yellow monkey had obviously made kneading the ball a daily habit. Instead of going back to the base to find someone to work with it, it would be better to see if there are any women in the cages who are willing. After all, they are all experienced. Well, since no one has a good idea, let's go see if there are any women who are willing to be Kizaru's female keepers. Gowing shook her head. How could anyone agree to something like this? Chen Nuo was just thinking of giving it a try. Never mind, let's go ask first. Yellow Ape jumped happily and followed Chen Nuo and the others happily. It kept jumping around the women, stretching out its claws and gesturing. After Su Li and the others knew that Kizaru was a female monkey, their aversion to it was significantly reduced. Su Li asked with a smile. Chen Nuo, what does Kizaru mean by this? It looks like it wants to tell us something. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Kizaru, who was squeaking. Chen Nuo raised his foot to kick it, but Su Li quickly stopped him. Why is it that you got hurt when you were fine? Chen Nuo raised his finger helplessly and pointed at Kizaru, and he cursed with a smile. This dead monkey said that it wants you to feel comfortable too. Chapter 118. They don't need you. They have me. The game of people swapping. Strange creatures. The four girls were stunned. They looked at each other, then looked at Kizaru, and immediately started laughing. Kizaru scratched his cheek, grinned, and showed his teeth, smiling very ugly. Chen Nuo came in front of it, raised his foot and kicked it lightly and said, It's enough for them to have me. Go wherever you want to be cool. Don't show off your presence here. Huang Yuan looked at Chen Nuo nervously, then glanced at the hostesses who were smiling happily. Squeak. Chen Nuo was stunned. Get lost. What are you talking about? Who said they are thinking when they laugh? Memories appeared in Kizaru's eyes. Squeak. Chen Nuo spit. Is your breeder like this? The more he thinks about it, the happier he is? Damn it. Is that kind of joy the same as this kind of smile? Remember, I'm saying this for the last time. Don't try to make a name for yourself. They don't need you. They have me. Finally, Chen Nuo dispelled Kizaru's unhealthy thoughts, and they all quickly arrived at the cage. From a distance, the sobbing of women and the cursing of men could be heard. You bitch, I can't think about your obscene appearance. Let me tell you, I have mysophobia. The women were filled with disappointment. They had thought the monkey had been taken away, and they had a chance to escape. They originally thought that the men outside would escape from this place with them, but the men who calmed down were like petty chickens and ducks. They didn't care about what happened before and started scolding them. Of course, there are also so-called good men, the one who scolded his wife at the beginning but was later sobered up by others. He couldn't imagine that the person who had criticized him before had now become the same as he had before. The key point is, when the man turned around and said to them, these people seemed to be humiliated and attacked him in a group. The man fell down, and the woman inside cried and begged loudly. I beg you, please stop hitting him. Why are you hitting him? Is what he said wrong? However, this further stimulated the group of people as they saw their wives sobbing in disappointment. But this woman and this man acted like they loved each other. They were not convinced, and some of them were so angry that they wanted to kill the man. Since everyone has the same experience, why should you be different? A man lifted up a big rock from the side. He was going to blow his head off, he chuckled. The woman in the cage was screaming. At first, she kept begging by clinging to the cage, then she knelt down and kowtowed to the group of people, and finally she cursed, but nothing changed. The man held the stone high up. His face was full of violence and his eyes were full of madness. The man on the ground looked at the screaming woman in the cage with blurry eyes and felt a sense of pride in his heart. At this moment, he was smiling. The woman looked at the man's smile and she also showed a crying, smiling face. Go to hell. The madman let out a death roar. No. The woman screamed at the top of her lungs. Live well. The man smiled and whispered. Buzz. The heaven and earth seemed to tremble, as if a sense of oppression from a higher-level life form suddenly came over him. The man holding the stone felt his heart suddenly tighten, and his heartbeat quicken rapidly. He staggered back 2 steps, and the stone fell to the ground without hitting anyone. Everyone looked into the distance and saw Chen Nuo walking in front, followed by 4 women and dozens of animals of all sizes. Why? Are they back? The scene suddenly returned to absolute silence, with only the muffled sound of footsteps being heard. Chen Nuo raised his right hand, and the animals behind him stopped tacitly. Chen Nuo and the 4 girls walked in front of the people. He glanced at the man lying on the ground, beaten beyond recognition. He had some impression of this man. He then looked at the men who were silent as a mouse and finally at the women in the cage. Before Chen Nuo could say anything, he heard the woman in the cage, with tears on her face, kneeling on the ground, grabbing the cage with her hands and begging. Please, save my husband. He is almost beaten to death by these demons. Please save him. Chen Nuo looked at her calmly and didn't speak immediately. Seeing that Chen Nuo was indifferent, the woman saw the yellow-haired monkey not far away and placed her last hope on it. At this moment, she no longer felt the monkey's insults towards her, but was full of hope that it could save her man, and she shouted in a hoarse voice, Brother Monkey, if you can help me save my man, I... The woman's voice paused, and she looked at the dying man again. Their eyes met, and the memories of the past passed by quickly like a movie. The man's eyes drooped limply, as if they would close at any moment. The woman took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Brother Monkey, I am yours. Li Shui stared at the woman in a daze. She seemed to see her own shadow in the woman. She thought of what she and Chen Nuo had said before. You said before that you have no regrets following me. What about now? When I said I had no regrets, I never thought of changing it, unless I die. All the memories are gone in an instant. She pulled Chen Nuo, and Chen Nuo looked at her. The two seemed to have a telepathic connection. Li Shui did not say anything, but her eyes showed anticipation. Chen Nuo raised his hand and patted her. The woman did not get a response from the monkey. She sat down on the ground powerlessly. Her eyes seemed to have lost their light. Chen Nuo clapped his hands and his voice rang out. Come on, let's play a game of substitution. Everyone looked at Chen Nuo, and Chen Nuo's voice turned cold. The rules of the game are simple. Only one of the 2 closest people will be saved by us, and the other one will be left to fend for himself here. Chen Nuo glanced around and opened his mind's eye talent. Ming Xiao, that woman, straightened her body instantly. She bit her lip and looked up at Chen Nuo. The muscles on her face trembled and a smile spread across her face. I want to stay. Chen Nuo met Ming Xiao's gaze and looked at her for a few seconds. Have you thought it through? Anyone who stays behind will die. Ming Xiao nodded without hesitation and wiped her tears casually. Thank you. Please take my love away. Chen Nuo looked back at the man on the ground. Thinking back to when he first arrived, it was these 2 people who were in the show. He didn't expect that when it came to end, it would still be these 2 people. Chen Nuo nodded. Okay, I'll help you. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a green light sprinkled down. The man's injuries recovered quickly, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal. Chen Nuo looked at the others. What about you? Do you want me to rescue one of you? Or do you want both of you to stay here and die? Someone glanced at Chen Nuo, then nervously came to the cage and spoke to the woman inside, his former lover. I can understand why you did that, but after all, you are the one who betrayed me. Now there is a chance for me to forgive you. The woman looked up suddenly, raised her hand to wipe away her tears, and then she smiled, and then she started sobbing. Ha 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 ha. Are you talking about a chance for me to stay? The man outside the cage felt a little ashamed, but facing life and death, he nodded firmly. The woman shook her head, thinking about the vows they had made to each other, which had now become bullshit. Okay, since you've said this, even if I've made a mistake, we'll have nothing to do with each other from now on. Don't you want me to stay? I won't let you do that. I don't agree. The man's eyes widened. He pointed at the woman and was about to curse, but Chen Nuo spoke. Since she doesn't agree, what about you? Do you agree to let me take her away? The man refused outright. Humph, since she is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. I won't. Bang. The man turned around in disbelief and looked at Chen Nuo, who put his hand down. Who should I give it to? Now you are out. The man died with his eyes open. Chen Nuo looked at the woman in the cage again. I killed him. Now you are all on your own. You can choose to stay or leave with me. The woman stared at the dead man in a daze, tears streaming down her eyes again. Chen Nuo raised his hand and nodded again. A drop of water passed through the cage and pierced the woman's head. The woman smiled in relief in a trance. Bang! The woman died under mysterious circumstances, and everyone was shaking uncontrollably. Chen Nuo shook his head and said softly, Humans are such strange creatures. I never thought that even though the two of us have broken up to this extent, this woman would still hate me because of the man's death. Chen Nuo took a deep breath and looked at the others with cold eyes. Okay, let's continue. Chapter 119. Only my words are the rules. There is no need to stay, just destroy it. Under Chen Nuo's gaze, the other survivors trembled and came to the cage. Chen Nuo's sudden killing made them all speak carefully. As for what Chen Nuo said about the woman's hateful remarks towards him, they believed that it was just an excuse for Chen Nuo to kill. There are indeed some people who are very smart and do the opposite. Qin Nan, I'm useless. You've suffered so much these past few days. Remember I said before that I would rush in front of you no matter what dangers we encounter. Now it's really ironic. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have survived these few days, right? I'll give you this opportunity, I'll stay. Don't worry, I'm a man. I'll be able to survive more easily than you. Qin Nan was stunned for a moment. She looked at the man who had been furious just now, and now he was gentle to her like never before. She was not stupid and had some guesses in her mind. Chen Nuo's intelligence and talent can see clearly what the two are thinking. He can see that the man is constantly scolding in his heart. Bitch, refuse quickly. If you agree to stay, I will agree to it. Haha, I am so smart. Chen Nuo looked at Qin Nan in the cage. Since he agreed to stay, what about you? When Qin Nan heard Chen Nuo's words, he took a deep breath and a look of anticipation appeared on the man's face. I agree that he should stay. The man's head felt like it had been hit violently. He shook his body a few times in a trance. He shook his head vigorously, and the smile on his face just now instantly turned into violent rage. He slammed into the cage hard, making a bang-bang sound. Qin Nan, you bitch, I'm going to kill you. Qin Nan was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the man could not come in. You don't really think I'm stupid, do you? When did you ever say such kind words to me? There is such a huge contrast between before and after. Do you think I will believe what you said? Besides, wasn't it you who said you wanted to stay? The man was stunned. He felt as if he was being too clever. He turned around suddenly and looked at Chen Nuo. Brother, sir, please give me another chance. I was wrong just now. I have been bewitched by this bitch. I don't want to stay. Please. He wanted to pounce on Chen Nuo, but Chen Nuo raised his hand and the icy cold air condensed, and the man was completely frozen. Chen Nuo looked at Qin Nan again. She just glanced at the ice sculpture and then met Chen Nuo's gaze. She was very nervous and had an awkward smile on her face. Chen Nuo glanced at her page and then looked away. Continue. No one dared to play smart anymore. They began to argue with reason. Those who had done them favors tried to repay the favors, while those who had not done them knelt down and begged for mercy. Anyway, between life and death, they would do everything they could. Soon, the dust settled and the results came out. Chen Nuo looked at the people who chose to stay and found that most of them were women. There was a dullness in their eyes, and they had lost the desire to survive. The man was full of energy and felt relaxed as he moved towards a new life. Ming Xiao's man, Zhuo Yuan, was saying goodbye to Ming Xiao. This time, there was no fighting or noise, and it was very quiet. It seemed like the two of them had endless whispers to talk about. The voice was very low. The two of them sat on one side of the cage, holding hands and leaning their heads against each other, but the tears on their faces never stopped. Ming Xiao kept nagging Zhuo Yuan to take good care of himself and not to get cold or hungry. Su Li and the others have been watching the two of them. The man has changed a lot. Why do they say that? It's just a simple feeling. He seemed to mature all of a sudden. Thinking back to when he first came, when Ming Xiao lifted up her clothes for him and was touched all over by the monkey, he was so furious and started cursing. Until now, Ming Xiao had pushed him back onto the road of life. He did not say anything, but just cherished the last little time. Chen Nuo came over to the two of them, and Zhuo Yuan and Ming Xiao stood up a little embarrassedly. Chen Nuo first glanced at Ming Xiao, then looked at Zhuo Yuan with an expression that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. I thought you were going to beg me? Zhuo Yuan took a deep breath and looked into Chen Nuo's eyes. I know begging you won't help, right? Chen Nuo did not reply, but just looked at him calmly. I can see that we are nothing to you. You won't change your mind because of us. Zhuo Yuan had no intention of letting Chen Nuo answer. He shook his head and continued. The rules of the game have been set. I know I have no right to choose. Ming Xiao gave me the opportunity. How could I be so stupid as to betray her sincerity? But I hate myself. I hate myself for realizing it too late. Memories flashed in Zhuo Yuan's eyes. Ming Xiao lifted up her clothes, and got him some bananas. Ming Xiao grabbed the cage and begged bitterly. Ming Xiao knelt down and begged for mercy, then cursed loudly. Ming Xiao shouted, "Brother monkey, save him and I will be yours." Ming Xiao answered firmly, "I want to stay." Scene after scene. All this made him feel both painful and relieved. He saw Ming Xiao's love for him. It was not that he had not thought about asking Chen Nuo for help, but all the stupid things he had done before would only make Ming Xiao's efforts for him fall into a worse situation. "If I could be as strong as you." Zui Yuan clenched his fists as he spoke. After a few seconds, he slowly loosened them. He looked back at Ming Xiao in the cage and sighed. Hey, there are so many ifs. The two looked at each other with tears in their eyes, and for a moment their emotions seemed to be sublimated, as if a ball of light was wrapped around them, making them special. Of course, this was just a feeling. Chen Nuo smiled lightly. Oh, really? What if I give you a chance? Zui Yuan was stunned for a moment. He faced Chen Nuo directly, took a few deep breaths, and then knelt down heavily. At this time, the saying that a man has gold under his knees is all nonsense. Now, as long as there is a slight chance of survival, he will grab it without hesitation. For Ming Xiao, he is willing to die. Then my life is yours. After looking at him for a few seconds, Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved at the yellow-haired monkey not far away. Kizaru jumped a few times and came to Chen Nuo's side. Chen Nuo looked at Zui Yuan and then pointed at Kizaru. If you let your woman follow it, she can go with us. Are you still willing? Ming Xiao's heart tightened. She understood the possessiveness of men over women. She didn't want to end up in a quarrel with each other again because of this impossible if at this moment. She was ready to refuse. I do. Zui Yuan didn't hesitate at all. Ming Xiao covered her mouth and looked at him in surprise. Zui Yuan looked back at her with tears in his eyes. He sniffed and said with a forced smile, Xiao, don't blame me. I don't want to lose you. Chen Nuo nodded, then looked at the other women in the cage. What about you? I give you the same opportunity. How will you choose? The women who thought they were waiting to die first looked at Chen Nuo, then at the yellow-haired monkey, and finally at those ruthless men. I do. One woman spoke first, and then the other women spoke one after another. They wanted revenge against these men's ruthlessness. It was obviously for you, but we are moving forward with humiliation. Since that's the case, then let you be even more uncomfortable. When the men heard this, they were indeed furious, but having learned from the previous experience, they did not dare to act recklessly. Someone asked nervously, the rules of the game you mentioned earlier, didn't you say that only one person can? The man didn't dare to finish his words, but his meaning was very clear. He would rather these women die here than accept. Chen Nuo looked at him with a smile, then looked at the others. It was obvious that they all wanted these women to die here. Chen Nuo laughed. You mean the rules of the game? Haha. You guys, don't you understand? Only my words are the rules. Chen Nuo didn't want to talk to these people anymore. He opened the modifier and added loyalty values to Zui Yuan and the women in the cage. After changing it to the full value and locking it, he looked at Kizaru and pointed at the men. Kizaru, the woman's issue has been dealt with, so there's no need to keep these people. Just kill them. Chapter 120. It feels so good to ride a bird. Li Shui's new skill. Chen Nuo's words were like the cold wind in December, which stunned those people. They were a little bit unbelievable. Shua. Kizaru's figure flashed, leaving a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru returned to Chen Nuo's side. There were claw marks on the necks of those people, and blood was seeping out of them. Why? Ugh. Bang, bang, bang. They fell down one by one like dominoes. Chen Nuo raised his hand and grabbed it. A dazzling light flashed and condensed into a lightsaber in his hand. Holy light sword. He looked at the woman in the cage. Everyone, stand back. The women hurriedly did as they were told. He slashed down with his sword several times in a row, and a big hole was opened in the cage just like cutting tofu. Chen Nuo waved his hand and the lightsaber disappeared. Everyone, come out. There were 12 women in total, plus Zui Yuan, a total of 13 people. Chen Nuo thought about it and waved towards Akiji. Akiji walked with graceful steps and her long neck was really beautiful. Chirp. The white peacock came in front of Chen Nuo and rubbed its head gently against Chen Nuo's arm. Chen Nuo raised his hand and gently stroked its head. You will carry them and follow us in a while. Chirp. Don't worry, since I'm letting you carry me, I can find a way. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and looked at Akiji's realm. The second-level monsters have been changed to third-level monsters. Buzz. The white peacock, who was just wondering, suddenly felt a pain and its whole body convulsed. The other animals were all shocked, wondering how the white peacock had offended its owner. The white peacock's body shape changed. In just a dozen seconds, it had obviously grown several sizes larger. Chen Nuo revised it again. There was another more violent spasm. The white peacock's wings kept flapping the ground, and its whole body was twisted beyond recognition. The white peacock, which had been promoted to the 4th level of magical beast, was nearly 2 or 3 times larger than before. The other animals felt a strong pressure from the white peacock. They seemed to understand that this was a reward from its master. For a moment, their breathing became heavier. In the silent night, their breathing made the whirring sound like a dying engine. Chen Nuo looked up at the tall white peacock. He raised his hand and condensed a large stream of water, which poured down from the white peacock's head. The dirt on its body was washed away by the water. Its feathers shook, and the moisture on the feathers scattered around like flowers from heaven. Chen Nuo raised his hand and stroked it, and the moisture disappeared. Everyone looked at the white peacock, its bright white feathers sparkling in the moonlight. Akiji, you should be able to carry them now, right? Chirp. It's okay, it doesn't matter if they squeeze in for a while. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he had noticed that Kizaru and other animals were looking at him with greedy eyes. Chen Nuo understood what they were thinking, and this was what he did on purpose. I will be waiting for you at the base. When the time comes, I will help you improve your realms one by one. 2 white wings appeared behind Chen Nuo. He raised his foot, flapped his wings, and flew into the air. Su Li and the others were much more handsome than Chen Nuo. With a surge of power in their bodies, they floated up. Chen Nuo looked at them enviously, thinking that he must see how to learn this skill when he goes back. Akiji has now become a giant bird. It spread its wings and let the women hold onto its wings and slowly climb onto its back. Finally, it looked at Zui Yuan, spread its wings and slowly flew up. Then, as Zui Yuan was stunned, it grabbed him with one claw and flew into the sky. Chen Nuo flapped his wings and shouted to the animals below. Kizaru, Akainu, Yinglong, you 3 must bring them to the base safely. I will reward you when the time comes. See you at the base. Chen Nuo and his friends flew away. For the so-called reward, the animals all set out on the migration journey with great enthusiasm. Akiji almost collapsed after flying all the way, so Chen Nuo promoted it to a higher level, turning it into a giant. Akiji couldn't adapt to the sudden increase in power immediately, so Chen Nuo added a body adaptation attribute to it. After modifying it to the maximum value, Akiji could easily control the changes in his body. Afterwards, Chen Nuo and the others stopped flying by themselves and came on Akiji's back. It must be said, the feeling of riding a bird and overlooking the earth was really nice. Inside the base, on the deck of the aircraft carrier, there is a guard every few meters, and they are guarding it strictly. Suddenly, a strong wind blew, and they hurriedly looked up into the sky, only to see a large white shadow hovering above the aircraft carrier. What is that? An enemy attack? When someone was about to shout, a white shadow rushed down in an instant and stopped abruptly when it was 2 or 3 meters away. The rush and pause created a strong gust of wind. Chen Nuo and his friends were naturally fine, but the others were suddenly floated up and were about to be blown away by the strong wind. Chen Nuo snorted lightly and raised his hand. The strong wind was instantly under his control. The strong wind that was about to be raised suddenly lost its strength. Zui Yuan and the others who were floating up fell heavily on Akiji's back. The guards on the deck, with magic power surging around them, looked like they were ready to attack. It's me. A voice sounded in their ears. They recognized Chen Nuo's voice and immediately stopped their actions. Chen Nuo was the first to jump off Akiji's body, followed closely by Su Li and the others. This is my mount. You don't have to pay attention to it. At this time, Zui Yuan and the others got off Akiji's back trembling with fear. Akiji folded his wings, looking aggrieved. Chirp. Chen Nuo ignored it. Li Shui came to Akiji. Akiji lowered its head and rubbed against Li Shui's arm. Li Shui whispered to it. Be careful when you land next time. You see, something almost went wrong just now. As Akiji continued to advance in realm, its intelligence also increased significantly, and it could actually roughly understand what Li Shui meant. After Chen Nuo finished explaining everything to the soldiers, he asked someone to arrange a restroom for Zui Yuan and the others until everything was over. He just came to Akiji's side, and he looked at it with narrowed eyes. It wasn't because he was angry, but he just wanted to scare it to prevent it from causing trouble when he was not around. Li Shui gently held Chen Nuo's arm, and Chen Nuo gave her a displeased look. If you indulge it like this, be careful that it will become lawless in the future. How could that be? I have just taught it a lesson. Look at it. It has realized its mistake. Li Shui took Chen Nuo's arm and shook it gently. Just let it go this time, okay? Li Shui rarely acted like a coquettish person, which made Chen Nuo feel strange. His heart was moved. He quickly shook his head and regained his composure. Chen Nuo looked at Akiji, who was looking at Chen Nuo with lively eyes and fear in his eyes. You are punished to wait here for Kizaru and the others to come. If you do it again, I will pull out all your hair. On the deck, the soldiers subconsciously looked at the white peacock, feeling envious and wondering when they could have such a handsome mount. In the room, several women lay on the bed and fell asleep in a short while. When Chen Nuo was about to take a rest, Li Shui next to him suddenly moved and whispered in Chen Nuo's ear. Didn't you want to? Chen Nuo looked at her and saw that her mouth was half open, with a cool air and a piece of ice in her mouth. A flute tune started. I didn't expect Chen Nuo had a talent for singing bass, rhythm, and have a moment of joy. Chapter 121. A new method to quickly awaken magic. Enchantment gives life to everything. Chen Nuo let out a long sigh, and Li Shui rubbed her cheek gently. After lying down again, she took Chen Nuo's arm, leaned sideways on Chen Nuo's shoulder, and yawned. How is it? Still comfortable, huh? Right? Chen Nuo was savoring the taste of the ice with his eyes closed. When he heard Li Shui's words, he felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity in his heart. He always felt uncomfortable being asked this question by a woman. When he was about to reply, Li Shui next to him had fallen asleep. Chen Nuo listened to her even breathing, turned his body sideways, raised his hand to smooth her hair, smiled, and just closed his eyes when a slight sounded beside him. Chen Nuo opened his eyes and listened attentively. Then he turned around and saw Wu Shasha lying next to him. Chen Nuo looked at Wu Shasha and found that she was pretending to be asleep. He saw her tense body and the look of endurance, and he knew what was going on with her. Chen Nuo smiled secretly, hugged her gently from behind, and whispered softly in her ear. You said before that you would listen to me in everything. What I want you to do now. You can't make a sound during this whole process. When I woke up, it was already daybreak. At this time, there was already a lot of noise outside. Under the aircraft carrier, a large group of soldiers gathered together, looking at the animals in front of them, especially the big white bird. They didn't expect there would be such a big peacock. They had learned from the guards last night that these animals were Chen Nuo's new mounts. Jing Tao, Su Hao, Xiao Wei, Wang Chen, and Gao Zhen, the five of them looked at the large animals like tigers and lions and sighed, their eyes full of desire. The animals looked at them with a bit of restlessness, thinking that they were going to cross races. Chen Nuo stretched and sat up. Thinking of the absurdity of last night, he couldn't help but shook his head. He opened the editor and looked at his page. His magic power had already been restored to full value, and his physical fitness had increased from 50 million to 130 million due to automatic points increase. Because now the recovery capacity per second has reached more than 2.6 million per second, and the previous setting is that after the magic power is fully restored, 100,000 magic power will be automatically subtracted to increase the physical fitness. So now Chen Nuo's physical fitness is increasing every minute and every second. Chen Nuo quickly made changes. Automatic point addition function. When the magic power is full, it will automatically consume 500 million magic points and add 5 million points to the physical fitness. Each time the passive skill is used, 100 more magic points will be consumed. The next second, Chen Nuo's magic power instantly decreased by 500 million, his physical fitness increased by 5 million points, and his recovery ability also increased by 100,000 per second. Chen Nuo looked at the magic power recovery of more than 2.7 million per second, thought about it, and looked at the current magic power limit of 11 billion. He opened the package column and found that there were still 105,868 magic crystal cores left, all of which were harvested in the university town. There are a total of 1,036,759 survivors in Nanha City. In a city with a population of over 10 million, less than 1/10 of that number is left. He has also obtained such a large number of magic talents. Chen Nuo activated a total of 969,738 magic talents to have the current 1 million magic talents. Now there are 67,021 magic talents left to be activated, plus the 36 magic talents of the new magic beasts added last night. This is the approximate number of all the magic elements that Chen Nuo can activate at present. Chen Nuo was stunned. He remembered that he asked the basket magic element and the clamp magic element to collect the magic crystal cores in the zoo yesterday. Shit, I forgot about them. Chen Nuo quickly dispersed his mind. The group of animals had already arrived at the base. He nodded. He didn't have time to pay attention to them now. Then in a moment or two, Chen Nuo's thoughts descended on the zoo, and he looked at his own demons in surprise. Some of them are lying comfortably high up in the trees or on buildings. Some are patrolling everywhere. He also saw some demons attacking the zombies that entered the zoo. After killing the zombies, they would collect the magic crystal cores. Because Chen Nuo's order was to collect the magic crystal cores in the zoo, this group of idiots, after receiving the order, collected the magic crystal cores, but because there was no next order from Chen Nuo, they did not find Chen Nuo. So they kept wandering around the zoo, looking for magic crystal cores and strictly following Chen Nuo's orders. Some new zombies that break in will actively attack, and the magic power consumed will of course belong to Chen Nuo. After killing the zombies, he will collect the magic crystal cores. In fact, if Chen Nuo had paid attention, he would have discovered that his magic power had decreased last night. However, with a recovery capacity of 1 million per second, the decrease in magic power was negligible. What's more, Chen Nuo was in a state of Chen Nuo sat on the bed, his face showing not only surprise but also delight. He murmured softly, "The intelligence of these idiots needs to be improved. However, they are a bit idiotic, but does this mean that I have 1,000,000 soldiers?" Suli yawned. She had been awake for a while. Not only her, but Gowing was awake as well. As for the other two girls, they were a little tired last night and were still sleeping soundly. The two of them had been looking at the dazed Chen Nuo. After hearing what Chen Nuo said, Gowing also became interested. "Chen Nuo, you look so shocked. Tell me how you got 1,000,000 soldiers." Gowing sat up. The quilt slipped down, the mountains and rivers shook, and the underground river surged. Chen Nuo heard Gao Ying's words and turned around to look at her. He glanced around, and maybe because he had already vented his emotions last night, there were not too many ripples in his heart. He just looked at the mountains, rivers, and forest with appreciation, and then said to the two women, "I discovered that the demons seem to be able to strictly execute my orders within the range of my thoughts. Whether this is true or not needs to be verified, but I guess that in the entire Manhwa city, I can dispatch demons to execute my orders." After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he raised his hand and waved. The demons far away in the zoo disappeared instantly and returned directly to the demon space. After doing this, Chen Nuo suddenly paused. He thought that the magic crystal core was still in the belly of the basket demon. It shouldn't disappear, right? Just as he was about to summon him out to take a look, suddenly, Chen Nuo's body shook violently, and his thoughts descended into the sea of consciousness. In the spiritual sea of the brain, millions of demons stood in the sky, all with their eyes closed, looking as if waiting to be summoned. They seem to be numerous, but above the vast spiritual sea, they do not appear crowded. Instead, they each occupy their place and appear to be in order. On the edge of the millions of magic powers, 3,000 or 4,000 bright spots suddenly appeared. Chen Nuo watched in shock as 3,000 or 4,000 magic spaces were opened up in the blink of an eye. These newly opened magical spaces are exactly the magic crystal cores in the stomachs of those basket-type demons. Unexpectedly, by accident, Chen Nuo discovered a way to quickly awaken the demons with magic crystal cores. Just when they were feeling happy, they saw a few bright spots jumping from the edge continuously and instantly arrived at the center of the millions of demons. The other demons also changed their positions accordingly to make room for these bright spots. Chen Nuo scanned over with his mind and found that these bright spots were exactly the magic talents of the three generals and the golden python. This is not over yet. The modifier demon in the middle suddenly opened its eyes, which had been closed. A dazzling light shone from its forehead, and the light instantly swept across the entire spiritual sea. A scene that Chen Nuo could hardly imagine appeared. He saw the 3,000 or 4,000 bright spots suddenly shook and emitted shining light. They expanded and contracted, and soon they were like butterflies emerging from their cocoons. The light dissipated, and 3,000 or 4,000 new magic awakenings and spiritual communication were successful. Chen Nuo looked at the modifier magic in the middle, and its eyes closed again. Since the awakening of psychic communication, Chen Nuo has not had the chance to see what changes it has made. He didn't expect it to have such a skill. Enchantment can give life to all things. Chen Nuo looked at the psychic demons that had just awakened above the spiritual sea and muttered to himself. Is awakening psychic power also a type of enchantment? Chapter 122 Enchanting the Aircraft Carrier. Alternative use of mental power. Chen Nuo came back to his senses, and when he opened his eyes he saw the four girls looking at him worriedly. Chen Nuo swallowed his saliva. The scenery of the green mountains and rivers made him a little overwhelmed. Seeing that Chen Nuo was still thinking about these things, Suli breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought something was wrong with you. Suddenly you stopped talking. It was so scary." Chen Nuo retracted his gaze, scratched his head, and then said in surprise, "You don't know. I have made several major discoveries." Several women began to put on their clothes. While they were getting dressed, they looked at Chen Nuo to see what discovery he was talking about. Chen Nuo casually put on his clothes and asked the women to move away. He raised his hand and took out a large number of magic crystal cores from the package compartment and placed them on the bed. Then he looked at Suli and the others and said, "You all watch carefully." Wushasha curled her lips. "Hurry up." Chen Nuo looked at her with a playful expression on his face. Wushasha blushed instantly. She understood that Chen Nuo was hinting at her about the madness of last night. "You are shameless." Chen Nuo stopped teasing her. He raised his hand and a little demon appeared. The girls looked at the word basket on the little demon's forehead. Chen Nuo pointed his finger at the magic crystal core on the bed and issued a mental command. The basket-type magic's small mouth opened and instantly turned into a basket mouth. Its hands lengthened, and it picked up the magic crystal cores on the bed and started throwing them into its mouth. After a short while, all the magic crystal cores on the bed entered the mouth of the basket demon. There seemed to be about 4,000 or 5,000 of them. Chen Nuo nodded, and the magic in the basket returned to its original state, then disappeared in a flash. The women looked puzzled. Chen Nuo swept his mind across the spiritual sea in his brain and saw that countless magical spaces were being opened up. He then came back to his senses and looked at the women. What? Don't you understand? They shook their heads, and Chen Nuo raised his right index finger and waved it in front of the girls. This is one of the major discoveries I mentioned earlier. That is, I can let the basket magic take the magic crystal core directly into the spiritual sea of the brain to awaken the magic. Chen Nuo raised his hands and hugged Su Li and Li Shui, and continued happily. That is to say, I don't need to consume magic crystal cores myself to awaken new magic talents in the future. As you can see, there are 4,000 to 5,000 magic crystal cores on the bed just now. Normally, it would still waste a lot of time to consume 5 of them. Now it is no longer necessary. Gowing nodded excitedly. Chen Nuo, this discovery is really good and very useful to you. What other discoveries have you made? Chen Nuo let go of Su Li and Li Shui, then pulled Gowing over, helped her comb her messy hair, and then spoke slowly. There is another discovery that I am not sure about yet. However, if it is true as I think, I feel that our lifestyle will change drastically. When Su Li heard this, she felt like her heart was being scratched by a cat. She smiled and pushed Chen Nuo's arm. Brother, just say it directly. It's annoying to be so slow. Do you know that? Chen Nuo chuckled. He raised his hand and a little demon appeared, but there was a change written on the little man's head. Su Li looked at the words on the little man's head and asked, "Isn't this your talent for modifying everything?" Chen Nuo nodded. This is the other great discovery I mentioned. I discovered that it has a new skill called enchantment. Several girls murmured to themselves, and Chen Nuo looked at them and said, "Enchantment can give life to all things. In fact, our magic awakening and spiritual communication is the process of the magic gaining new life, which is also a kind of enchantment." Wu Shasha became excited instantly and took a deep breath. Chen Nuo, are you saying that enchantment can give life to dead things? Chen Nuo shrugged. My guess is this. After all, the introduction of enchantment is to give life to all things. These all things should include everything in the universe. Li Shui spoke with a smile. Is it what we think? Let's try and find out. The girls all nodded and looked at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo actually seemed a little nervous. He felt that if it was really as they thought, Chen Nuo quickly shook his head. I'm so nervous. Chen Nuo took a few deep breaths to calm himself down, then he said to the girls, So what should we test first? We can't just pick something randomly. The girls thought about it and agreed. So, after some discussion, they looked around. To be exact, it should be this aircraft carrier. Yes, the result of their discussion was to enchant the aircraft carrier. Chen Nuo did not proceed immediately. He planned to use up all the resources he currently had before starting again. He summoned a lot of basket-type demons, then took out all the magic crystal cores in the package column, and the basket-type demons began to. Chen Nuo opened the editor again, looked at the magic to be activated, and modified them all with one click. When everything was done, Chen Nuo had awakened 1,176,423 magic elements and his mental strength had increased by more than 100,000. But Chen Nuo was not happy. Instead, he had a feeling of loss. Looking at the mental power measured in billions, he had an illusion that these 170,000. Damn it, it's so little. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the awakening of a new magic element that might allow him to break through, he would have felt that collecting magic crystal cores was meaningless. There are more than 10 billion people in the world, and 10% of them are survivors. Even if all the magic crystal cores are given to Chen Nuo, it is more than 9 billion mental powers. Chen Nuo converts it into magic power in his mind, which is nearly 1 trillion magic power. He instantly overturned his previous idea. Damn it, I'm too narrow-minded. I need to speed up. Oh, there are not only humans on this blue planet, but also zombies. What about the sea? Or how many other creatures are there? This is a big piece of meat. Chen Nuo's fighting spirit was rekindled. He looked at the aircraft carrier under his feet and prepared to perform the enchantment. The modifier-type demon floated in front of Chen Nuo. It looked at Chen Nuo with its smart eyes and a friendly smile on its face. Chen Nuo gave the order in his mind. Enchant the current aircraft carrier. The modifier mage nodded, and its forehead began to glow. In an instant, the entire aircraft carrier was wrapped in a layer of light film. The aircraft carrier began to shake violently, and the people on the aircraft carrier could not stand steadily. Chen Nuo tried to stop the modifier magic temporarily, but it was already impossible to stop it. The light just now was the enchantment. The modifier magic has already enchanted the aircraft carrier, and now the aircraft carrier is in the process of adapting to this change. After Chen Nuo understood, he had no choice but to get up and walk out. The girls, on the other hand, simply used their magic power to float in the air, completely unaffected. Chen Nuo looked at them enviously. He glanced at the modifier man, and with the mentality of giving it a try, he gave it an instruction. Let me fly like them. He really couldn't think of what attribute to add, so he had to give such a vague instruction to the modifier. He might as well give it a try first, just in case it works. The modifier magic paused obviously, and disappointment appeared on Chen Nuo's face. He shook his head and sighed. Hey, is it really not possible? Is that a benefit that only comes with a normal upgrade? Buzz. Chen Nuo steadied his body and walked forward. Suddenly, he turned back and looked at the demon binding figure next to him in shock. A mysterious power overflowed from the spiritual sea in his brain, and Chen Nuo slowly floated up. He felt it with surprise. Is this spiritual power? Chapter 123 Types, Enchanted Life Forms. A casual attack. Li Shui and the others flew to Chen Nuo and asked happily, Chen Nuo, can you fly like us? Chen Nuo suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at the modifier magic with surprise, then nodded and said, Come on, let's go out first. After saying that, Chen Nuo dispersed his thoughts, and everyone in the aircraft carrier was fleeing outside. They were shaken by the violent shaking, but fortunately they were all 4th-level magicians, and the violent shaking did not cause them much damage. However, the situation of Zhuo Yuan and the others was not very good. They clung tightly to the objects around them, and it was difficult for them to stand still, let alone how to escape. Chen Nuo's mental strength was shaken, and all the people in the aircraft carrier were bound by a mysterious force. They were a little frightened at first, not knowing what was going on. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their hearts. Surprise appeared on their faces. They immediately gave up struggling and resisting. Everyone slowly floated in the air and flew out in an orderly manner. The people under the aircraft carrier were discussing the animals, and the sudden shaking of the aircraft carrier startled them all. Look, why is the aircraft carrier glowing? Jing Tao and the others standing in the crowd quickly turned around and looked up at the aircraft carrier. They looked at each other in surprise. What's going on? Jing Tao squeezed out of the crowd, shook his shoulders, and 2 wings made of flames appeared behind him. The flaming wings flapped a few times, and in the blink of an eye, he flew directly above the aircraft carrier. Others followed closely behind him, and they looked down at the aircraft carrier wrapped in a light film. Gaojian raised his hand and a gust of wind blew towards the aircraft carrier. The strong wind was blocked by the light film. Everyone's brows were frowned. When they were thinking about whether to force their way in, they saw a lot of people flying out from the island of the aircraft carrier. Soon, the people who flew out rushed out directly through the light film. Gaojian was stunned. He came to the light film and raised his hand to press it. His hand was blocked. He looked at the other people who were flying out, and then said to Jing Tao and the others, This light film only blocks the outside, not the inside. Everyone flew out of the aircraft carrier and landed safely on the ground. At this time, Chen Nuo and the 4 girls also came outside the light film. They floated in the air and looked at the aircraft carrier below. Jing Tao and his companions spread their wings and flew in front of Chen Nuo. They saw that several people were standing in the air, and they were still flapping their wings. They were very curious for a moment. Brother Chen, how did you do this? Chen Nuo raised his hand, and Su Hao shut his mouth tactfully. Chen Nuo stared straight at the aircraft carrier. Finally, at a certain moment, the aircraft carrier shook violently, and a ray of light fell from the sky, instantly penetrating the light film at an extremely fast speed. The light film directly collapsed and turned into a rain of light in the sky. The light disappeared, and the aircraft carrier stopped shaking. Chen Nuo also didn't understand what that last ray of light was. He looked at the aircraft carrier. A strong breath of life emanated from it. It felt like it was alive. At the edge of a remote and distant universe, in the dead silent sky, dozens of huge ships are coming across the air. Jiao Wei shook his head and rubbed his eyes hard. Am I dazzled? Why do I feel like this aircraft carrier has become alive? Wang Chen swallowed his saliva. It seems like I am also. Everyone had an expression of disbelief on their faces, and Chen Nuo laughed. Yes, the aircraft carrier now is live. We will talk about this later. Let me check the condition of the aircraft carrier first. Chen Nuo opened the editor and looked at the aircraft carrier page. He saw a 3D image of an aircraft carrier at the top of the page and a line of text below the image. Type, Enchanted Life Form, Aircraft Carrier. Chen Nuo frowned. Possess life form? That's it. Although there is a 3-dimensional picture of the aircraft carrier on the page, the text introduction is much simpler than the previous one. When Chen Nuo was wondering, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. He was stunned for a moment, and then an incredible look appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and began to make modifications. After a moment, everyone looked at the sky in shock. What did they see? A flying aircraft carrier. Yes, everyone was staring in amazement. The 300-meter-long aircraft carrier was floating in the air 100 meters high, casting its shadow on the ground, giving a very oppressive feeling. Chen Nuo was no less shocked than everyone else. He looked at the aircraft carrier that was flying in violation of the laws of physics, and then looked at the modifier magic beside him. It really had no taboos now. Type, Enchanted life form, aircraft carrier. Existing functions: flight, shield, magic light cannon. Power system: the nuclear power system has been modified, and the power is close to infinite under normal use. Note: overload will cause insufficient power. When the power is insufficient, you can charge it to supplement it. Chen Nuo stepped onto the deck of the aircraft carrier, and several women followed him up. They were like a group of orioles, chirping nonstop. Chen Nuo thought about it and shouted, "Open the shield." The aircraft carrier shook slightly. Buzz. A layer of light film directly wraps the aircraft carrier. Chen Nuo shouted to Jing Tao and the others outside. "Jing Tao, the rest of you guys attack the shield now. I want to see how strong it is." Jing Tao and the others were filled with excitement. They nodded, and magic power began to surge around them. Meteor fire. Big fireball. Fireball. Flame. Windroll. Chen Nuo looked at them with disdain. It was just a fireball, wasn't it? They gave it 4 different names. Bang, bang, bang. There were ripples on the light film, and Chen Nuo shook his head and shouted, "Haven't you eaten yet? Give me more strength." The 5 people pursed their lips. They really didn't eat, but they didn't dare to say so. This time the fireball expanded to more than half a meter, and the wind from Gaojian also looked like a tornado. Bang. The light film was broken. Chen Nuo raised his hand and stroked it, and the fire elements and wind elements in the sky flew obediently into the air like birds returning to the forest. Chen Nuo opened the modifier again, his mind focused on the protective shield, and he began to make modifications. Add the defensive attribute of the shield. The page starts to change. Function: flying, shield, defense, 1000, magic light cannon. So, the current defense power of the shield is 1000? Then let's change it. Chen Nuo changed the defense power from 1000 to 100,000 directly, and Chen Nuo's magic power was consumed by 9 million at once. After Chen Nuo finished the modification, he shouted again, "Open the shield." Buzz. The light film appeared again, and Jing Tao and the others began to attack consciously. This time, no matter how fierce their attacks were, not even a ripple appeared on the light film, which was completely solid as a rock. Chen Nuo raised his hand to stop their attack, then spoke to Su Li beside him. "Sister Su, go out and attack and give it a try." Su Li nodded, and Chen Nuo waved his hand. A portal appeared on the light film. Su Li jumped lightly and flew out of the light film into the sky. Chen Nuo thought about it and said loudly, "Sister Su, when you attack, use 3 levels of strength. First, a casual attack, then 50% of your strength, and finally a full strength attack. Let's do it in levels like this." Su Li nodded, and the magic power in her body was mobilized, and her aura instantly changed. She just raised her hand casually. Water drop bomb. Bayu. Jing Tao and the others were listening to Chen Nuo's words, watching without breathing, but when they saw that the light film didn't even ripple, they wanted to laugh in their hearts. However, they suddenly saw Chen Nuo flash to the place where the water droplets had attacked just now. They looked and saw Chen Nuo stretching out his right index finger from a hole that went through it. They were immediately shocked. A casual attack could actually. Then they heard Chen Nuo say, "A casual attack from a 7th-level magician. Can't even 100,000 defenses stop it." Chapter 124. Enchanting 500 tanks. Go, let them feel our firepower. Jing Tao and the others took a deep breath. Damn, we are only at the 4th level, and you are already at the 7th level? Aren't you too good at involution? The hole on the light film has disappeared. Chen Nuo modified the defense of the shield to 200,000, and then asked Su Li to attack again. This time, Su Li's casual attack did not penetrate the light film. She began to increase her strength, using about 30% to 40% of her strength, and the protective shield was penetrated again. Chen Nuo continued to modify it. When the defense was changed to 600,000, Su Li had to attack with all her strength to break the light film. Finally, Chen Nuo changed the defense to 1 million, so that even if Su Li continued to attack with all her strength, she would not be able to break the light film. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, who was constantly attacking. The aircraft carrier had been giving him an overload alarm. He raised his hand to ask Su Li to stop attacking, and then ordered the aircraft carrier to retract the defense shield. He looked at the aircraft carrier's page again. The overload alarm status had disappeared, and the power had returned to normal. Chen Nuo did not continue his research because the sky was already bright, and today was the day Jing Tao and his team were going to set out. Chen Nuo ordered the aircraft carrier to slowly land at its previous position, and he and the 4 girls jumped under the aircraft carrier. He waved to Jing Tao and the others to come over. They came in front of Chen Nuo, and Chen Nuo went straight to the point. "Aren't you going to set off soon? I have something useful for you." Jing Tao and the others thought that Chen Nuo was going to give them those animal mounts, and they all showed surprise on their faces. However, when they saw Chen Nuo raise his hand and a tank appeared, everyone was stunned. Chen Nuo walked forward, constantly taking tanks out of the parcel compartment. At the beginning, no one thought too much about it, but when there were hundreds of tanks parked there throughout the base, they didn't know what to say. Jing Tao asked in surprise, "Brother Chen, how come there are so many?" "I clearly remember." Chen Nuo shrugged helplessly and sighed. "Alas, I had never thought about this before. Today, I summoned my modifier magic and learned from it that as long as I have enough magic power, I can modify everything, including the quantity." In fact, what Chen Nuo didn't know was that even if he wanted to change the number of these tanks before, he didn't have enough magic power. Zhao Wei said immediately, "Brother Chen, then we can have whatever we want in the future?" Chen Nuo thought about it, then shook his head. "First of all, I can't create things out of thin air. I must have things. These things must be in the package column before I can modify the quantity. Otherwise, I can't do anything outside." Su Li smiled slightly. "Actually, this is already very good. At least we won't be short of supplies in the future." Chen Nuo nodded, then walked towards the tanks and began to enchant them. The magic power consumption of enchantment is 100,000, regardless of the size of the object. Chen Nuo learned from his experience of enchanting the aircraft carrier that the life bestowed was actually more like an intelligent AI. As long as you give it commands, it will follow your instructions. Of course, it is more advanced than AI. It is already a living being. After the 500 tanks were enchanted by Chen Nuo, they were covered by a light film. Soon, the light film collapsed and the light spots disappeared. This time, there was no vision of a light column falling from the sky. Chen Nuo looked at the tank page, and it was indeed similar to the aircraft carrier page, a three-dimensional image of a tank with a line of text underneath. Type, enchanted life form. Chen Nuo directly added the function. Function, flight, protective shield. Power system, modified, oil and gas mixed. Chen Nuo did not add the magic light cannon this time. After all, thermal weapons would be enough now. He looked at the power system, wondering if it could be replaced with the same power system as the aircraft carrier. Then he opened the editor, looked at the tank page, and started modifying it. Modify the tank's power system to match the modified nuclear power system. Buzz. Unexpectedly, it actually consumed 100,000 of Chen Nuo's magic power. Just think about it. Enchanting only requires 100,000 magic power, and changing the power system actually requires so much. Of course, this amount of magic power is just a drop in the bucket compared to Chen Nuo's current recovery ability and magic power. After modifying the power systems of all the tanks, Chen Nuo always felt that something was missing. After thinking for a while, he finally added another function to these tanks. Control Authority, Level 1. Chen Nuo, Level 2. Jing Tao, Wang Chen, Zhao Wei, Su Hao, Gao Shen. There are 3 levels of authority in total. At the second level, you can designate other people as third-level controllers to operate the tank. Chen Nuo and 5 others entered a tank. These 500 tanks have all been enchanted by me. They are now living things. Although several people already knew the situation, they still couldn't calm down, so Chen Nuo continued to introduce it. And I also gave them the ability to fly. Their power has also been modified by me to be nuclear-powered. Normally, the power should be unlimited. Chen Nuo paused here, then thought about the special situation and reminded. If there are special circumstances, the tank will automatically contact the controller. If it needs to be charged, just follow its instructions. By the way, I have already set the Level 2 control permissions for all 5 of you. You can designate others as Level 3 controllers. The setting is also very simple. All you have to do is shout at them. At this time, at the highway exit not far from here, the troops coming from other cities met each other. Hundreds of troop carriers formed a long queue. At the highway exit, 7 or 8 people were gathered there greeting each other. They were obviously leaders. It's strange. This highway is so easy to drive on. I didn't even see a car on the road, let alone zombies. Could it be that the highway in Nana City was closed before the apocalypse? Who cares? Isn't this just right? Let's stop wasting time and talk about it. There are trillions of supplies here. How are we going to divide them? Don't you have any sense at all? Is that even necessary? My position is the highest among us, so I want to take the biggest share. Get lost, F***KU. Believe it or not, I'm going to kill you right now. What kind of world is this? You're still pretending. Everyone, please be patient and listen to me. I think we 8 families should divide these supplies equally. How do you think? In the end, no one convinced anyone else. Everyone understood that if anyone wanted to take the biggest share at this time, they would become the target of public criticism, so they could only agree for the time being. At the base, the 500 tanks have been divided into 100 by Jing Tao and his 5 companions each. It is no problem for 6 or 7 people to sit in each tank. They are leading a team of 500 people this time, so they can just drive the tanks and crush their way through. They had just set up the third-level controller and were about to say goodbye to Chen Nuo when they saw Song Tao running over. "Brother Chen, we seem to be surrounded." Chen Nuo was stunned. His mind covered the situation, and he immediately understood it. He smiled disdainfully. "This group of people came just in time. You guys just need a guide. Gaoxian, Jingtao, are you all ready?" Gaoxian and the others nodded, and Chen Nuo pointed outside. "Another group of people have come outside to rob our supplies. They really don't know how to live or die. Since they want to die, you should drive these tanks and give them a round of artillery fire." Chen Nuo looked into the distance and smiled coldly. "Those who can survive, let them lead the way for you. Go and take down their lair. We will build here in the future, so let those who survive serve as laborers for us." Before he could finish his words, someone outside the base started shouting. It should be the talent of the speaker that transmits the sound far away. Chen Nuo and the others can hear it clearly. "Listen, everyone here. You have been surrounded. If you're smart, hand over the supplies you illegally obtained. Let me tell you, those supplies have been requisitioned by our army. As long as you hand over the supplies honestly, we can still let you go. Otherwise, don't say I didn't warn you." Chen Nuo smiled coldly. He first obtained all the magic of 15,693 people outside the base. Then he raised his hand and waved. "Go ahead, let them feel our firepower." All the tanks started up, and at a command, the tanks slowly floated into the air. The people shouting outside were constantly shouting. Suddenly, he stuttered and saw hundreds of tanks in the sky in the distance. No, we're just joking." Others also noticed it and saw that the tanks had been lined up with their guns aimed at them. They were filled with panic, not knowing why the tanks could fly. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. Fire. Boom. Chapter 125. Upgrade. I want to build an army of thousands of beasts. The sky was filled with artillery shells, like dense arrows. The leaders standing at the front thought it was a moment to show off their might. No. I don't want to die, and I can't die. Run away. No. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion was deafening, and the scene fell into chaos. The survivors outside the base gated under the wall, trembling. Under such bombardment, people who say they don't want to die can never escape the law of true fragrance. Who was so malicious? The shell exploded directly in the middle of the group of leaders. A round of artillery fire reduced the number of survivors to less than 10,000, with many suffering minor or serious injuries. Chen Nuo took a step forward and arrived at the gate of the base in the blink of an eye. His mind covered all the troop carriers and put them into the parcel column. The people hiding behind the car suddenly found that the shelter was gone. Some of them panicked and subconsciously pulled the trigger towards the door. Bullets were fired and gunshots rang out. The survivors under the wall never expected that this group of people would shoot at them. They were both frightened and angry, but everything happened so quickly that they didn't have much room for imagination. Some smart people had already fallen down, while others were still standing there stupidly. Within Chen Nuo's range of thought, the trajectory of the bullets was as slow as a snail. As soon as he thought about it, all the bullets disappeared instantly and entered the parcel column. The bullet is speeding up. Chen Nuo finished reading the introduction, and then he looked at a man who was shooting. He raised his hand and a bullet appeared. It was the one that had just been put into the package column, but the direction of the bullet had changed. Bayu. The moment the bullet appeared outside, it disappeared in an instant, and then the man's scream was heard. Chen Nuo showed a hint of surprise on his face. That really works. He wanted to use all the bullets. His hand paused. The number of bullets fired should also be modifiable. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and made some changes. The magic power consumed was very little, almost negligible. Pa. People kept falling down. If you looked carefully, you would find that the people falling down were the ones who had just fired the gun. Some people didn't know why and continued to shoot in panic. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved it. The bullet instantly entered the package column and was then taken out instantly. It looked like the bullet had just been fired and instantly returned to its original path. Such a horrific situation completely shocked everyone. Chen Nuo looked around and saw that no one dared to shoot again. Chen Nuo looked at them for a few seconds, then waved behind him. Disarm them and take them into custody. Send those who are seriously injured or cannot be saved on their way. Let those who are slightly injured recover and let them work on infrastructure. A man whose leg was blown off shouted to the man who raised his gun to shoot again. No, don't kill me. I can still live. Snap. Humph. Being alive is a waste of food. It's better to die. The cleanup was completed quickly, and there were 8,638 people left, of which 3,652 were slightly injured. Chen Nuo added loyalty values to all of them, and then modified them to the maximum value before locking the status. Since he was asking them to do the hard labor, he had to make them do it willingly, as he didn't want to leave any hidden dangers. At this time, Jing Tao and his team also selected someone to lead the way. They said goodbye to Chen Nuo, and everyone looked at the tanks in the sky, flying in 5 directions at a very fast speed. Chen Nuo withdrew his gaze and saw Wang Mei was there, so he spoke to her. Annie Wang, the remaining people will be assigned to you. Let them do the hard work. If they perform well, let them report to Brother Chang. It just so happens that there are not enough guards. Wang Mei nodded, then walked towards those people. She originally thought that these people would disobey her orders, but unexpectedly, everyone was very obedient. Chen Nuo glanced at the soldiers who stayed behind. After thinking for a while, he took out 200 tanks from the parcel column, enchanted and modified them, and handed them over to them. Chen Nuo ordered them to advance towards the city from the base, but Chen Nuo was not prepared to move with them. Now that we have the manpower, we can just let them do it. Besides, their strength has reached the 4th level of magician, and they can handle the tricky situation. Chen Nuo modified the excavator in the parcel column and handed it to Wang Mei. After everything was done, Chen Nuo brought Su Li and the others to the front of the group of animals. When Kizaru, Akainu, and Golden Python saw Chen Nuo coming, they all stared at him with envious eyes and occasionally glanced at the white peacock. Chen Nuo raised his hand and Kizaru rushed forward first. When other animals were about to come over, Chen Nuo smiled and waved his hands. We'll come one by one. Don't worry, we won't miss any of you. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he looked at Kizaru's page. Change the realm to the 3rd realm of Magic Beast. Modify, for realms. 5 realms. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru is no longer the skinny guy he was before. Standing there, he is very visually oppressive, and his body looks like the size of a house. Chen Nuo shook his head and sighed. Why do all these animals grow bigger when they level up? Kizaru, can you become smaller? Kizaru was stunned for a moment, thought for a few seconds, and then shook his head. Squeak. Chen Nuo asked Kizaru to move aside. Kizaru moved his hands and feet clumsily, causing the ground to shake. Chen Nuo quickly added body adaptation attributes to it, and after changing it to the maximum value, it returned to normal. Akainu, in the 5th realm, has his fur turned red and his body is naturally huge. But compared to the golden python, they are a little inferior. The golden python, which was only more than 10 meters long before, reached the 5th level magical beast, and its length reached an exaggerated 100 meters. Its thickness was even more outrageous. We have all seen sewer pipes, the kind made of cement. The golden python raised its front body, and Chen Nuo looked up at it as if he was looking at a tall building. Chen Nuo licked his lips. He only modified other animals to 4th level monsters. Although they were also very large, they were relatively speaking still within the acceptable range. After everything was ready, Chen Nuo said goodbye to Wang Mei and asked the female soldiers to stay in the base. He then took the 4 women and the animals and left the base. Chen Nuo and the 4 girls stood on Akiji, overlooking the earth. Not far behind them, 35 animals followed closely behind them. The ground was shaking, and there was a sense of oppression as if there were thousands of troops. Su Li asked, "What are we going to do?" Chen Nuo pointed to the animals below. "Sister Su, do you think it would be cool if we had an animal army like this?" Su Li was stunned for a moment. She looked at the huge monster below. She actually didn't feel much. After all, women and men have different thoughts. Well enough. But Chen Nuo was different. He had always been very interested in the beast taming and fantasy novels. Now, with the modifier, he could make the animals submit to him directly. He wanted to satisfy his interest even more. He said with excitement and heroic spirit, "I like the visual pleasure of thousands of beasts galloping. I want to have an army made up of thousands of beasts." Chapter 126, the 3rd level zombie, the demonic state. Are zombies also an alternative race? I'm asking for a 5-star review. A lot of people who have read a little bit of it these days gave bad reviews. Although I can let it go, I still feel uncomfortable. It really affects my mood. If you say you don't like it, just don't read it. Why do you have to discourage people? Thank you again for reading. Su Li and the others looked at each other, and seeing Chen Nuo's excitement, they all smiled. Since he likes it, everyone should just go crazy with him. Chen Nuo first covered the entire Nanha city with his thoughts. He pointed out the location to Akiji. The animals below were also fast, so they could keep up. Wherever they passed, the sound of hooves was deafening and the ground shook. Soon, a group of people and animals entered the city. The army in the distance was a little surprised to hear such a big noise, but when they saw the white peacock in the sky, they breathed a sigh of relief. They watched dozens of enlarged animals pass by them, especially the 100-meter-long golden python, which was simply a nightmare-like existence. Although they knew that the golden python would not attack them, its size made everyone who saw it tremble a little. A few minutes later, Chen Nuo pointed to a residential area. "Akiji, that's it, go there." Akiji paused in the air, as if it had stopped suddenly, then flapped its wings and flew over there. There were already quite a few zombies on the roads in the community. Akiji began to hover over the location indicated by Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo jumped down and hovered outside the 4th or 5th floor of the building. On the balcony, a little girl was holding a dog and looking at Chen Nuo stupidly. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed at the dog in the little girl's arms, and he said shamelessly, "This dog is meant for me." Chen Nuo took the dog away and left a few days' worth of supplies for the little girl as payment for the dog. Of course, the girl was reluctant to give up the dog, but she really couldn't support the dog. Besides, she could do nothing about Chen Nuo's coercion. Chen Nuo added the attribute of control to the dog. After making it completely submit, he modified its realm, making it one of the myriad beasts. After some trouble, Chen Nuo got a few dogs and cats, but he was a little dissatisfied. He looked at large animals such as tigers and lions. As expected, it has to be a zoo. Otherwise, it would be boring to have only dogs and cats. Come on, Akiji, let's go to other cities. Akiji began to change direction, and this time its route just flew over Nanha City Hospital. Chen Nuo looked at the hospital below and suddenly thought of the flight attendant Xiao Shihan. Before the end of the world, Chen Nuo had given her painkillers. Presumably, she should have survived. Chen Nuo's thoughts instantly covered the hospital, and sure enough, there were quite a few survivors in the hospital. Among these survivors, Chen Nuo did not find any trace of Xiao Shihan. Because of the previous experience of looking for Wu Sha, Chen Nuo searched every corner of the hospital carefully. Finally, Chen Nuo was stunned. He was a little bit unbelievable. He actually discovered a 3rd-level zombie, and this zombie was Xiao Shihan, who was following closely behind a woman. Chen Nuo asked Akiji to fly back to the hospital, and Wu Sha asked in surprise, "Did you find any interesting animals again?" Chen Nuo thought about it and nodded. "It's an interesting zombie." The 4 girls were startled, and Chen Nuo shrugged and said, "A friend I met on a plane before. I gave her painkillers before the apocalypse, but she still turned into a zombie. However, her situation seems to be a little special." After hearing this, Wu Sha showed a trace of discomfort on her face and muttered softly, "It's not a woman, is it?" Chen Nuo coughed dryly and pretended not to hear. Akiji quickly arrived above the hospital. Chen Nuo flew to the window of the ward where Xiao Shihan and the woman were, and he knocked on the window. The woman inside was startled. The zombie stood directly in front of her, and its ferocious face roared at Chen Nuo outside the window. "Well?" But suddenly, it stopped abruptly, and its head shook. Chen Nuo pressed his hand on the window, and the rich ice element was released and retracted. The window was instantly frozen. Chen Nuo raised his hand and knocked, and the window shattered. Chen Nuo looked at the zombies through the window. Chen Nuo felt that the zombies recognized him. This feeling was ridiculous. Chen Nuo looked at the zombie page. Type, zombie. Realm, 3 realms zombies. Demon connection, mind control. Note, in the demon connection state, zombies in the 3rd realm will be reawakened from the magic crystal core state and enter the demon connection state. "Oh, is it you?" Chen Nuo was surprised when he heard the voice. He looked at the zombie and asked with a frown, "You are still conscious?" The zombie answered slowly. It turned out that on the night when the end of the world came, Xiao Shihan woke up from severe pain. She saw her mother who had just undergone surgery and was scratching in pain. She began to call for help, but it was all in vain. When she was helpless, she thought of the painkillers given by Chen Nuo. So, she endured the severe pain and fed the medicine to her mother first. When she swallowed it herself, she suddenly felt a more severe headache and fainted. When she woke up again, she had become a half-human, half-ghost. Fortunately, although Xiao Shihan had turned into a zombie, her previous memories were still there, and she did not attack her mother. Instead, she began attacking other zombies to protect her mother. Her mother was also shocked at first, but when she saw that her daughter, who had turned into a zombie, was still protecting herself, she slowly calmed down. After turning into a zombie, Xiao Shihan is no longer vulnerable to attacks from zombies. Even if she attacks zombies, they are like fools and don't even react. Just like that, after killing several zombies, Xiao Shihan discovered the magic crystal core by chance. The moment she saw the magic crystal core, she was like possessed by a demon. She was deeply attracted to it. Xiao Shihan directly dug out the bloody magic crystal core from the zombie's head and swallowed it in front of her mother. At that time, her mother thought that her daughter would become like other zombies. However, later, Xiao Shihan was only keen on swallowing the magic crystal cores, and there was no other change. Moreover, Xiao Shihan felt that after swallowing the magic crystal core, she would no longer feel hungry, and her movements became more flexible. Finally, Xiao Shihan broke through to the 2nd level of zombie, and she became more flexible and powerful. Likewise, she worked even harder to hunt zombies, and occasionally met other survivors in the process. When they were attacked by zombies, Xiao Shihan would rush over to help, but those people didn't appreciate it very much. Although her mother kept explaining, but As she hunted more and more zombies, Xiao Shihan swallowed more and more magic crystal cores. She was about to awaken again. She was a third-level zombie and reawakened to the magic state, changing from the magic crystal core state to the magic state. After entering the third realm, Xiao Shihan clearly felt that her control over her body had strengthened, and she could even speak intermittently. Such changes encouraged Xiao Shihan. Chen Nuo nodded and looked at Xiao Shihan's page. Change the realm of the third-level zombies to the fourth-level zombies. Buzz. Xiao Shihan's originally ferocious and stiff face gradually softened, and soon her skin looked almost the same as that of a normal person, only a little pale. What is going on? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Shihan covered her mouth. Although the expression on her face was still a little stiff, surprise was revealed in her eyes. Chen Nuo was extremely surprised when he saw the changes in Xiao Shihan. Are zombies also a different race? Chapter 127, The Seven Realms Corpse King. Corpse King summons. Feast of Killing. While the man and the zombie were shocked, Su Li and the others jumped off Akiji's back. They floated beside Chen Nuo and looked Xiao Shihan up and down. When Xiao Shihan saw them, she was also slightly stunned. When Chen Nuo was about to introduce Xiao Shihan, Wushasha came up to Chen Nuo, held Chen Nuo's arm with her right hand, smoothed the hair by her ear with her left hand, and had a big smile on her face. Hello, we are all Chen Nuo's women. She seemed to be asserting her sovereignty. Chen Nuo felt helpless. He had never expected that Wushasha also had a talent for making vinegar. Su Li and Li Shui smiled. Gowing looked at Xiao Shihan curiously and saw that except for her slightly stiff facial expression, she seemed to be no different from a normal person. Are you really a zombie? Xiao Shihan was feeling depressed and a little lost. Unexpectedly, this pervert who touched her on the plane had changed her mind about Chen Nuo because of his previous help to her. Although this change has not reached the point of admiration, but when I saw that Chen Nuo actually had 4 women, I couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. When Xiao Shihan was daydreaming, she was stunned when she heard Gao Ying's words. That's right, she is a zombie now. Why is she still thinking about those things that she has and has not? She seemed to feel much more relaxed in an instant, and she smiled and nodded to Gao Ying. Yes, I really am a zombie, but I should be a special zombie. After admitting that she was a zombie, Xiao Shihan felt more at ease. She took a deep breath and then looked at Wushasha. Please rest assured. As you can see, Chen Nuo has helped me before. He lent a hand when I needed help the most. I am indeed very grateful to him. But do you think that he, a human being, would have any thoughts about zombies? Wushasha opened her mouth and she snorted. Humph, that's hard to say. Although you look a little stiff now, you look no different from a normal human. Who knows? Chen Nuo, you. Wushasha's face was full of shyness. Just now, Chen Nuo attacked the sensitive part of her back with his hands. Chen Nuo pulled Wushasha behind him, and Wushasha punched Chen Nuo lightly on the back a few times. However, Wushasha said it unintentionally, but Xiao Shihan felt a little moved. She looked at Chen Nuo, thinking about the way he touched her. Indeed. Chen Nuo actually didn't have that idea. Among the 4 women, Wushasha was the most jumpy one, and Gaoling seemed to be planning something bad, so he didn't dare to do anything wrong. He quickly added a loyalty value attribute to Xiao Shihan, and locked the value after changing it to the maximum. Originally, Xiao Shihan was just a little moved by what Wushasha had just said, and that was all. However, the modification of loyalty value instantly changed her mentality towards Chen Nuo. This change directly turned her intention into love. Xiao Shihan blurted out. If Chen Nuo doesn't mind me being a zombie, I can also. Wushasha felt confused. She thought that it was her words that made Xiao Shihan have this idea. In fact, Su Li and the others also thought so. It was obvious that when Gaoling asked Xiao Shihan if she was a zombie, Xiao Shihan had no other thoughts. But after hearing Wushasha's words, Chen Nuo didn't dare to continue on this topic. It didn't happen in the first place. When he was about to say something, there was a deafening sound of hoofs. Bang, bang, bang. Those animals were coming. Xiao Shihan heard the sound and came to the window. She looked down and saw dozens of huge creatures. Is that a lion or a tiger? How come it's so big? Is that a snake? So thick and long. Wow, what is that in the sky? It's a big white bird. Chen Nuo felt awkward listening to Xiao Shihan's screams. Whose bird is so white, so thick and so big? There are quite a lot of zombies downstairs. This is a hospital, and the flow of people is comparable to that of a downtown area. Of course, those zombies are no match for the animals. They are at the 4th and 5th realms, and the 1st realm zombies can't even break through their defenses. Chen Nuo pointed at the animals below and said, These animals are my 10,000 beasts army, even though there are only a few dozen of them now. Xiao Shihan said very naturally. Chen Nuo, you are so awesome. Chen Nuo shrugged his shoulders. He was ready to kill the zombies that surrounded him, but suddenly, a mysterious energy suddenly emanated from Xiao Shihan's body. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at her. Is this spiritual power? Xia Shihan was seen looking at the zombies downstairs, her pupils shrinking and expanding. Mind control. Buzz. Chen Nuo clearly felt that it was like a point on the water surface where ripples suddenly spread outwards, and the zombies surrounding the animals below suddenly stopped moving. Chen Nuo thought of Xiao Shihan's magical talent, mind control. Xiao Shihan retracted her gaze and said to Chen Nuo with a smile. This way, the zombies won't be able to harm your animals. Chen Nuo looked at Xiao Shihan, thought for a moment, and asked. Poetry letter. Wu Xiao poked Chen Nuo hard in the waist, and he quickly changed his words. Xiao Shihan, how many zombies can you control and what is the range? After some communication, Chen Nuo began to continue revising. Change the realm of the 4th level zombies to the 5th level zombies. Change to the 6th level. 7th realm. The 7th level of Thunder Tribulation came, with lightning and thunder in the sky. Chen Nuo modified and dispersed the Thunder Tribulation. Xiao Shihan advanced to the 7th level of zombie and finally became a zombie king. She now looks exactly like a human, although her skin is a little white, but this whiteness makes her look even more beautiful. And now, Xiao Shihan didn't say anything, but walked to the window and stepped on the edge of the window. Her mother behind her had been listening to everyone silently. She didn't interrupt, but when she saw her daughter about to step over the window, she immediately shouted, Nyo, what are you going to do? Chen Nuo laughed. Nyo. Xiao Shihan glanced at him, then turned to look at Yuqi Shui. Mom, it's okay. I'm a completely different person now. You don't have to worry. Xiao Shihan jumped out, and Yuqi Shui's heart was tense. When he saw his daughter floating in the air like the people outside, he was surprised and happy. Xiao Shihan flew high into the sky and shouted suddenly towards the distance. It was a roaring sound. Well, Celestial King summons. This is a skill that Xiao Shihan naturally acquired after being promoted to the 7th level zombie. The sound traveled far away, and all the zombies in Manhwa City were stunned. At this moment, they all looked up in the direction of Xiao Shihan. This was a call from deep within the blood, and all the zombies began to migrate towards Xiao Shihan. Xiao Shihan returned to Chen Nuo's side and felt it. I don't know the approximate range, but I feel that as long as the zombies can hear my call, they will gather towards me. Chen Nuo nodded. His thoughts covered the entire Manhwa City, and he found that the zombies in the city were all moving towards this side. The reason why he modified and upgraded Xiao Shihan's realm was because he saw that she could control zombies. In fact, Chen Nuo could also use skills to control zombies, but that kind of control consumed magic power, and Xiao Shihan was different, as shown on her page. Type, Zombie, Zombie King. Realm, 7 realms zombies. When Chen Nuo saw that she could control the zombies, he came up with an idea, which was to let her gather all the zombies together so that he could clean them up. Just thinking about the efficiency was very exciting. Let's go. Let's find an open area and prepare a killing feast for the zombies in the city. In an unknown and distant place in the universe, within a shattered galaxy belt, a thick black light shot up into the sky. Yes, it was black light, like a black column of smoke. Below the black light was an ancient building, and suddenly a voice came from it. A new corpse king has appeared. Our clan has grown stronger. Unfortunately, we cannot determine the location of the new corpse king. Chapter 128. Millions of zombies destroyed. Alien creatures emerged from the ocean. Akiji led everyone to fly to the suburbs. Xiao Shihan protected Yuqi Shui behind him and blocked the strong wind in front of her. Soon, they arrived in the suburbs, where the land was flat and they could see far into the distance. Right here, girl. No. Xiao Shihan, just summon all the zombies here. Xiao Shihan didn't care too much about Chen Nuo's address. After all, Nyonya was indeed just like her nickname, and everyone close to her called her that. Xiao Shihan nodded. She let Yuqi Shui stand firmly first, then she jumped to a higher altitude and roared loudly towards the distance. Well, the army that was clearing out the zombies in the city was a little confused. They saw the zombies moving forward in one direction regardless of anything. They were very surprised. These zombies just kept moving forward, and the soldiers behind them kept shooting at them, which was quite convenient. Of course, there are also zombies that are trapped in the house or somewhere else and cannot get out. But at this moment they no longer attacked humans, but continued to crash into obstacles in the direction where Xiao Shihan was, which gave all the miserable survivors a chance to escape. The tall animals stood there, and Chen Nuo and the others lay comfortably on the animals. The blue pheasant circling in the air slowly fell down. Chirp. Chen Nuo nodded and stood up. They are coming, Kizaru, protect Aunt Yu. Chen Nuo was the first to fly high into the sky, followed closely by Su Li and the others. Xiao Shihan and Yuqi Shui said a few words and also flew to Chen Nuo's side. In the distant Manhwa City, large numbers of zombies continued to pour out. They came like a wave, and at a glance, they were densely packed everywhere. At the beginning, you can see the edge of the zombie swarm, but by the end, it's endless, millions of zombies. Have you ever seen the sea? This is a sea of zombies. It was getting closer and closer, and the sound of the animals' hooves gave people a sense of oppression from the overwhelming force of an army. Such a large tide of zombies makes such a loud noise that makes people feel like they're suffocating. There are just too many of them. If someone has trypophobia, they will probably collapse just by seeing these. Well, Xiao Shihan roared suddenly, and all the zombies stopped, just like a strict army, issuing an order to stop. Chen Nuo nodded with satisfaction and looked at the zombies below. Ripples began to appear around him, and several large cyclones appeared in the air that were visible to the naked eye. A strong water element emanated from it, and it seemed as if a huge storm was brewing inside. A light shone, like there was another sun in the sky. One was bright red like fire, and the tail of the flame jumped up and down on the edge of the fire spin. A chilly air, white mist emerged from the ice vortex. One by one, earth, wind, wood, metal, thunder, etc. Anyway, the area slightly higher behind Chen Nuo is full of elemental cyclones. This will be the first time that Chen Nuo releases his biggest skill. The strange sight in the sky and the gathering of millions of zombies left the survivors in Manhwa City stunned. Everyone watched in shock, not knowing what earth-shattering event was about to happen. Buzz. After all the skills were formed, Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed forward, his eyes narrowed, his voice cold. Destruction. The sky is full of light rain. The continuous water drops are as dense as a water curtain. Flames and stone streaked across the sky like meteors. The tornado turned into wind blades, and wherever it passed, the zombies were chopped into pieces. Every tree and grass looks like an enemy. The world is frozen. A giant sword is flying across the sky, and lightning is raging. The whole place was filled with colors, and it was as if a map artillery fire had been fired below, with continuous attacks everywhere, and the zombies were just staring at them stupidly. The cyclone behind him disappeared, and smoke filled the air below. Chen Nuo raised his hand and a strong wind blew up, sweeping up the smoke and flying away to a distant place. The ground was littered with body parts, corpses, and blood. Chen Nuo swept his mind over the scene and put all the exposed magic crystal cores into the packing box. The others could only dig out the magic crystal cores one by one. When he was about to summon basket magic and clamp magic, a tank flew over from the sky in the distance. A soldier climbed out of the tank. Chen Nuo ordered him to pass the order and let the army dig out all the magic crystal cores here. He didn't want to waste time here. Chen Nuo and his companions left, and Yu Qishui got on the tank. Chen Nuo asked someone to send her back to the base first. After all the troops received the order, they began to prepare to dig for magic crystal cores. But millions of magic crystal cores were a laborious task. When they saw that many survivors had gathered on the edge of the city, they came up with a plan. The survivors were looking at the countless zombies lying in a pool of blood in front of them in shock. That must be the wrath of God. All these zombies have been destroyed by God. Everybody started to jump for joy and cheer. If they weren't so hungry, they would have run and jumped. Pa pa pa. When gunshots rang out, everyone looked towards the distance and saw a number of people in camouflage uniforms flying in the air, waving wings of different colors, and behind them were hundreds of flying tanks. Someone shook his head vigorously and said to the people around him, "I must have fainted from hunger. I was actually hallucinating. I saw people with wings flying and tanks flying too." After he finished speaking, he didn't hear any response from the people around him. He looked at the people around him and saw that everyone was swallowing their saliva subconsciously, with disbelief on their faces. A loud voice rang out. "All of you are now recruited by us. Those who perform well will be given the opportunity to apply to join the base. Those who perform poorly will die." Chen Nuo didn't know what happened here. They had arrived at a county town at this time. There is no zoo here. Chen Nuo, thinking that even a fly can be meat, asked Xiao Shihan to summon the zombies here. He first obtained the magic talents of the survivors in the county, and then put all the killed zombies into the parcel column. After doing this, he went to the next place. The reason why he put the killed zombies into the package column was that he wanted to go back and have someone deal with it. After all, he didn't have time to waste on these trivial matters. While Chen Nuo was hunting zombies everywhere, countless alien creatures and alien zombies suddenly swarmed onto the coast of a certain island country. They all have fish heads and tails, obvious characteristics of marine life, and there are countless such creatures. These marine creatures cannot live without water. Even if they want to leave water, they must reach a higher level. After all, the characteristics of the creatures still exist. However, due to the radiation from the nuclear wastewater and the blessing of awakening, they underwent mutations, allowing them to leave the water in the first state. The people of this island nation have already been suffering from the zombies constantly devouring their living space, and now it's even worse. Baga, what is going on? Is Amaterasu punishing us? Damn politicians, they are the ones who dump the nuclear waste into the sea. They should commit seppuku to apologize. It's too late to say this now. We must escape first. Sooner or later, this place will be occupied by those sea monsters. Let's go to China across the street. Yes, let's go to China. The people there are easy to fool. We killed so many of them in the past, and they still have people speaking for us. They're definitely slaves. Yoshi, that's a good idea. They should be in trouble now. We can occupy a place there first. If things go well, we will accomplish what our ancestors could not accomplish. Akiji spread his wings and flew across the sky. Below was Yangxin City, a third-tier city with a population of 3 to 4 million. Chirp. Chen Nuo stood on Akiji's back, overlooking the zoo below. He looked at the animals below with a smile on his face. It turns out that the fun of taming animals is only realized by controlling them. Chapter 129: The Joy of Taming Animals. The danger from the universe is approaching. Chen Nuo jumped off Akiji's back and fell straight down. The wind whistled in his ears. The white tiger in the tiger park looked up at the big bird in the sky uneasily. It bared its teeth, walked back and forth, and made intimidating growls. Chen Nuo's free fall speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye he was less than 5 meters from the ground. Buzz. When he was 3 meters away, he suddenly stopped and hung in the air. The strong wind caused by the sudden stop made the white tiger take several steps back. Roar. The white tiger made an attacking gesture, its body lowered, its eyes wide open, staring straight at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo landed slowly, walking towards Baihu step by step with a smile on his face. The white tiger roared, warning Chen Nuo not to come near. But Chen Nuo remained unmoved. He raised his hand and a whip appeared in his hand. You need to behave like a tamed animal when you tame it. Let me see how wild you really are. When the white tiger was about to attack, it suddenly saw several humans walking on 2 legs in the air, flying above its head. To be honest, it felt creepy in its heart, as these guys were unfamiliar in every way. In the past, all the animals that walked on 2 legs that it saw were amazed and retreated away when it saw it, and few of them could fly. These people are obviously different, and it makes it wonder if it should back down first. Suli saw Chen Nuo took out the whip and asked with a smile, "What are you doing?" Chen Nuo swung the whip in the air. Snap! The sound of a whip was particularly loud, and the white tiger was frightened and stepped back, its eyes fixed on the whip in Chen Nuo's hand. Ah! Chen Nuo looked at Baihu's cowardly look and scolded him with a smile. Oh, are you scared? To be honest, you are embarrassing the tiger. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he looked up at Su Li and the others in the air, weighed the whip in his hand and said, Sister Su, I want to experience the fun of taming an animal, but it seems to be quite timid. Although the white tiger was retreating, it was always paying attention to Chen Nuo. When it saw that Chen Nuo had revealed a flaw, it subconsciously crouched, rushed forward, and pounced. The series of actions were as smooth as flowing water. The white tiger opened its huge mouth angrily, and its sharp fangs were about to bite Chen Nuo. But Chen Nuo raised his hand and held down the tiger's head, then gently pulled it to the side. The white tiger was pushed away. It twisted its body, rolled in the air like a cat, and landed steadily on the ground. After it fell, it immediately lowered its body again, and this time its retreat rhythm was obviously more chaotic than before. Only then did Chen Nuo turn around and look at Baihu again. Hey, not bad. You actually know how to attack proactively. Come on. Chen Nuo was about to step forward with the whip in hand. The white tiger, which was originally retreating, suddenly stopped and turned around to run away. Damn it, come back here. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment, then cursed. He lifted his foot and tapped the ground. His speed was many times faster than that of the white tiger. Chen Nuo instantly stood in front of Baihu, and Baihu stopped abruptly, turned around and tried to escape in another direction. Chen Nuo raised his hand and whipped Baihu. Although he controlled the strength, the whip still left a bloody whip mark on Baihu's body. Blood oozed under the whip mark. Chen Nuo reduced the force a little bit and whipped again. Although there was still a red mark this time, there was no bleeding. Pia. Chen Nuo waved the whip excitedly, and Baihu was caught off guard. He tried to dodge but couldn't. Athi. Chen Nuo stopped swinging the whip. He was a little surprised by the white tiger's cry. Why did it sound like that of a dog or a cat? The white tiger shook left and right twice, and seeing that no whip fell, it turned around and tried to escape again. Chen Nuo raised his hand and flicked the whip. There was a crisp sound. The white tiger ran 2 steps with a howl, then staggered and fell to the ground. When Chen Nuo arrived in front of it and was about to raise his hand to whip it a few more times, the white tiger looked up at him. Its big eyes were moist, and it let out a soft howl. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment. He put down the whip in his right hand, squatted in front of the white tiger, and looked into its eyes. He had to say that this guy looked really good with his big watery eyes. The man and the tiger looked at each other for a few seconds. Then Chen Nuo raised his left hand and placed it not far in front of the white tiger's eyes. Bai Hu was a little confused. Chen Nuo flicked the whip in his right hand, and the whip hit Bai Hu lightly. Bai Hu subconsciously wanted to bare his teeth. Chen Nuo narrowed his eyes slightly, with cold murderous intent hidden in his eyes. The white tiger wilted instantly. Chen Nuo moved his left hand closer to it. The white tiger seemed to understand. It looked at Chen Nuo, howled softly, and moved its head a little closer to Chen Nuo, but it was still not sure whether it was really as it thought. Seeing that Chen Nuo did not make any other movement, the white tiger moved closer. Finally, its head touched Chen Nuo's hand. It began to rub Chen Nuo's hand with its head, and subconsciously stretched out its tongue to lick it, but when its tongue stretched out a little, it suddenly shuddered, looked at Chen Nuo with its eyes, and then quickly retracted its tongue. Suli swooped down and came in front of Chen Nuo, clicking her tongue. I never thought that this big guy could be subdued by force. When Bai Hu saw Suli and the other girls surrounding him, he instinctively wanted to attack. Chen Nuo snorted coldly, and Bai Hu couldn't help but shiver. Suli raised her hand and gently touched the whip marks on Bai Hu's body. Bai Hu's body trembled slightly, but under the power of Chen Nuo, it didn't even dare to struggle. Wu Shasha was a little tempted. She wanted the white tiger as her mount, but she felt too embarrassed to ask for it directly. Chen Nuo looked at the white tiger enduring the pain on its body, then he raised his hand and dots of green sprinkled down. The green dots landed on the white tiger's scars and then merged into its body, and the scars disappeared visibly to the naked eye. Ah! The white tiger let out a long, comfortable sound, and in a flash, the whip marks on the white tiger's body completely disappeared, and its condition also recovered a lot. Chen Nuo opened the editor and looked at the white tiger's page. The magic talent of this white tiger is also the magic talent of this system, which is not special. After adding the attribute of control to it and completely subduing it, Chen Nuo led the women out of the tiger garden. After some hard work, Chen Nuo finally enjoyed the fun of taming animals. He tamed 15 more animals from the zoo, and the other zombie beasts were also slaughtered by him. Chen Nuo took a look at the magic crystal cores of the newly acquired zombie beasts. There were a total of 2,618 of them. The success rate of awakening for animals is much lower than that for humans. What Chen Nuo didn't know was that in the primeval forest, although the rate of successful awakening of animals was not as high as that of humans, the difference was not that big. The reason why the animals in these zoos had a low rate of successful awakening was entirely because their wildness had been tamed. Li Shui thought about it and spoke. Chen Nuo, I wonder if this has something to do with mental strength? Chen Nuo felt that what Li Shui said made sense, and Suli nodded in agreement. In fact, the most torturous part of the awakening process is the pain. As long as you have a strong physical fitness and good endurance, you should be able to get through it. And this endurance is the embodiment of everyone's mental strength. Chen Nuo shook his head and raised his hands to hug Suli and Li Shui. Who cares? There are not many monsters, so we can just visit a few more cities. Let's go and lure out all the zombies in the city first. After we get rid of them, we'll go to the next city. Outside Yangxin City, Chen Nuo nodded to Xiao Shihan. Xiao Shihan jumped high into the sky and roared towards the direction of the city, summoning the Corpse King. At the same time, in the depths of the universe, dozens of strange flying vehicles are approaching. Buzz. The strange-looking old man holding a scepter was emitting a strong green light. He was looking deeply in the direction of the blue star. It's finally here. Our clan will eventually become strong again. It won't be long before we return to the world that originally belonged to us. Chapter 130, Demon Tai Chi Bagua. Transform the heaven and earth. This chapter has more than 2,800 words. I am too lazy to divide it into 2,000 words. If you can read this far, please give it a 5-star rating. Thank you. Chen Nuo and his companions were suspended high in the air, looking down at the countless zombies below. All the zombies stood still, waiting to be killed. Chen Nuo and his men didn't hold back either, and used all kinds of forbidden skills to continuously attack them. After the dust settled, Chen Nuo couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the dead zombies all over the ground. Xiao Shihan, I have to say, with you here, killing zombies is like playing. It's much easier. Xiao Shihan was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Tell me, does this count as a betrayal of them? Strictly speaking, I should be the same as them. Chen Nuo was stunned. He raised his hand to put the zombies below into the parcel column. After thinking for a few seconds, he shook his head and said to Xiao Shihan, I think you are different from them. You have flesh and blood and thoughts, while they are just like zombies. You are fundamentally different. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he felt that he had not touched on the key point, so he added another sentence. Actually, you don't have to think too much. I think as long as your thoughts as a human being don't change, then no matter what you become, you will always be a human being. Xiao Shihan understood that Chen Nuo was trying to comfort her, and she smiled. I was just saying it casually, but you're right. As long as my thoughts don't change, it doesn't matter if I'm not a human anymore. Besides, I'm no different from you guys now. There were many survivors on the edge of the city. They looked at the distance in shock. The devastating sight just now made them unable to recover for a long time. Suddenly, the zombies on the ground disappeared abruptly. They were all shocked. Everyone rubbed their eyes hurriedly. After repeated confirmation, looking at the blood still on the ground, they knew that everything they had just seen was real. They cried with joy, and no one knew how they had been spending the past few days. When people are extremely hungry and thirsty, they can actually drink urine to quench their thirst and eat everything they can just to stay alive. Chen Nuo stood on Akiji's back. The newly captured animals were also promoted to 4th-level magical beasts. They joined together with those animals of Kizaru and followed closely behind Chen Nuo and the others. Chen Nuo looked back in the direction of Yangxin City, hesitating whether to add loyalty points to these 300,000 or 400,000 survivors. Finally, he shook his head. Because Wushasha wanted a white tiger as a mount, she had been looking for an opportunity to tell Chen Nuo about it. So when she saw Chen Nuo's thoughtful expression, she asked, "What's wrong?" Chen Nuo turned around and looked at her. In fact, Chen Nuo had seen that she had something to say. Seeing her hesitant, Chen Nuo thought that this was a bit unlike her, so he opened his mind and saw through her thoughts. Wushasha looked at Chen Nuo. She didn't know that Chen Nuo already knew what she was thinking. She was still foolishly thinking about how to tell Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo reached out and grabbed Wushasha's hand, pulling her over. Wushasha struggled symbolically. "What are you doing?" Chen Nuo held her in his arms, closed his eyes, and took a deep sniff of her scent, then spoke in her ear. "Here you go." Wushasha was stunned and asked subconsciously, "What? What was given to me?" Chen Nuo let her go, raised his hand, and pinched her nose lightly. Wushasha shook her head to avoid it, and Chen Nuo smiled and spoke. "Don't think I don't know your little thoughts. Don't you want that white tiger as a mount? It will be yours from now on." Wushasha looked at Chen Nuo with a dazed expression. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. "What? You don't want it?" Wushasha suddenly came back to her senses and asked in surprise. "How did you know? I clearly didn't tell you." Chen Nuo looked like an expert. "This is called telepathy. You are my woman. Of course I know what you are thinking." Wushasha shook her head. "I don't believe it. Tell me now. Otherwise." Chen Nuo laughed. "What else? Do you still want to bite me?" Suli gently pushed Chen Nuo's arm and said with a smile. "Chen Nuo, you. Just tease Sha-Sha. Sha-Sha, ignore him. Let me tell you, it's a gift called the Mind's Eye, which can see into other people's minds." Chen Nuo raised his hand and reached out to touch Suli, who quickly dodged. At first, the two were playing around, and after a while, Gao Ying and Li Shui also joined in. In the end, only Xiao Shihan was left watching. Xiao Shihan also wanted to join in, but she felt that their relationship had not reached that level yet, so she could only stand aside and watch stupidly. Suli noticed Xiao Shihan's gaze and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. In a blink of an eye, Chen Nuo and his team cleared out 3 more cities. The number of animals exceeded 100, reaching 108. Tens of millions of zombies were killed, and there were also many magic crystal cores of animals. Chen Nuo sat on Akiji's back and stretched lazily. Today had been a very fulfilling day. He spoke to the girls. "Let's clean up one more city and then go back. We came out in a hurry today and didn't leave too many supplies in the base. I'll leave enough supplies for you when I go back. We'll go sightseeing and kill zombies tomorrow." Chen Nuo came to these cities to avoid Jing Tao and his friends, so they did not meet. Akiji turned around and chirped twice. Chen Nuo looked up and saw the outline of a city in the distance. This was Wanju City. At this time, in Wanju City, a battle between humans and zombies was taking place. A team of 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers was protecting the survivors. They advanced and retreated in a well-planned manner, protecting the survivors in the middle and retreating in an orderly manner. On the road, many vehicles are arranged in strange shapes. If viewed from a high altitude, it looks like a maze. On a tall building, several people holding binoculars were watching the battle below. "Old Yang, I admire you. Your talent is really amazing. I used to think you were weird and talked about Tai Chi and gossip all the time, but now I admire you. With your talent in arranging battle formations, we can definitely rescue all the survivors in the city." Old Yang smiled, and there seemed to be a bagua seal reflected in his eyes. This was his talent. He could incorporate everything he saw into the bagua seal. The cars below were arranged according to his instructions. As they talked and laughed, they were completely unaware that there were several people floating high above their heads, watching them. "I see. Such talent is indeed rare." Gao Ying was also very surprised. She watched the army below advance and retreat in an orderly manner, attack and defend with precision, and make full use of vehicles and obstacles to play with the zombies at their fingertips. Asking themselves, their previous army was unable to do this, so Gao Ying became even more curious about what kind of talent it was. "Chen Nuo, what kind of talent is that?" Chen Nuo looked at Lao Yang's page and said softly, Tai Chi Bagua. As Chen Nuo spoke, he made modifications to activate this magic. Going frowned. She understood what he meant, but she didn't understand how to use this magic talent. Tai Chi Bagua? Chen Nuo nodded. This is a talent for setting up a battle formation, you see. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he raised his hand and ripples appeared at his fingertips, and a small Tai Chi Bagua diagram appeared. In the picture, one can see the Tai Chi Yin and Yang rotating and the Bagua changing, as if countless changes are evolving. At this time, the situation below changed a little. The number of zombies was really too many. Although 2,000 or 3,000 people were not a small number, they were no match for the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of zombies. Old Yang quickly said to the people around him, Old Meng, hurry up, let our people retreat quickly. There are too many zombies. If we are any slower, our defense line may be breached. As soon as I finished speaking, just as predicted, several soldiers who were changing bullets were seized by the zombies and broken directly. In an instant, hundreds of people were overwhelmed by the tide of zombies. Everyone panicked and was terrified. The soldiers' defense line was breached, and the survivors inside were the first to be hit, with fear on everyone's face. The crowd began to become chaotic. Their previous advance and retreat were orderly, but because of the survivors fleeing, they could no longer form a new line of defense. Lao Yang and the others on the roof had pale faces and were a little unsteady on their feet. It's all over. They are completely surrounded by zombies. Chen Nuo looked at the small Tai Chi Bagua evolution diagram, and when he heard the movement below, he flicked his finger, transforming heaven and earth. The originally small Tai Chi Bagua diagram quickly grew larger as Chen Nuo's magic power was poured into it. In the blink of an eye, it covered a large area. Buzz. The Tai Chi Bagua diagram directly covered all the buildings and obstacles, as if they came alive, and the zombies that were killing suddenly stopped. They seemed to be blocked by something. The survivor was right in front of them, within their reach. However, they acted as if they didn't see him and all turned towards the back. The zombies just walked away, and everyone took deep breaths, and they couldn't believe that they were still alive. Lao Yang and the others on the roof were shocked. They stared at the sky in amazement. Chen Nuo looked down at them with a playful smile on his face. He took out a magic crystal core from the parcel column, tossed it in his hand, and threw it down gently. The magic crystal core came in front of Lao Yang and the others and just floated there. This is a magic crystal core. You should have quite a few, right? Give me the magic crystal cores you have obtained. I think you all have no objection, right? Chapter 131 Killing You is just a thought. I want to invite Chen Nuo to join us. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the Tai Chi Bagua diagram covering the ground shrank from big to small and flew into the air. Yang Song was shocked, and he cried out, Is this really Tai Chi Bagua? Chen Nuo placed his right hand in front of him, with the Tai Chi Bagua diagram rotating above his hand. He looked at Yang Song and raised his foot to instantly reach the roof from a high altitude. Meng Guangzhu quickly stood in front of Yang Song. Although the other people were very scared, when they saw their commander step forward, they also stood in front of Yang Song and protected him behind them. Old Yang pushed one person away and walked to Meng Guangzhu's side. Meng Guangzhu looked at him in confusion, and he shook his head at Meng Guangzhu. Yang Song looked at Chen Nuo with his right hand raised in the air, and the Tai Chi Bagua diagram kept changing above his hand. He felt shocked and confused. Who are you? This Tai Chi Bagua. Chen Nuo clenched his hands, and the Tai Chi Bagua diagram disappeared. He glanced at Yang Song, then at Meng Guangzhu and the others. Meng Guangzhu and the others felt nervous and took a defensive stance. It was obvious that as long as Chen Nuo made any unusual movement, they would take action. Chen Nuo shook his head and smiled, then looked at Yang Song again. You don't need to know who I am. As Chen Nuo spoke, he raised his hand. Meng Guangzhu quickly pulled Yang Song behind him, looking as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Chen Nuo sneered. He waved towards the magic crystal core floating in the air, and the magic crystal core spun into his hand. Meng Guangzhu's old face turned red, perhaps because of Chen Nuo's sneer just now, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Chen Nuo played with the magic crystal core in his hand for a while, then said, Your actions are ridiculous to me. I can tell you clearly that I want to kill you. It's just a thought. You'd better stop doing things that make me laugh. Meng Guangzhu's face looked extremely ugly. It had been a long time since anyone dared to talk to him like this, let alone a young man. You. Yang Song hurriedly grabbed Meng Guangzhu, as he was worried that Meng Guangzhu would say something irreversible. Old Meng, be patient. Chen Nuo looked at Meng Guangzhu and shrugged his shoulders. Why? You don't believe it. Meng Guangzhu didn't say anything, but his eyes showed a look that said, I don't believe you. Chen Nuo nodded, raised his hand, and pointed it towards a landmark building in the city center. The building was very tall and conspicuous, standing out like a crane among chickens. Buzz. A fireball appeared, and the surroundings started to get a little hot. Fire-related abilities? Meng Guangzhu shouted in surprise. The fireball grew bigger in the blink of an eye. It was the size of a small ball just now, but now it has grown to 2 or 3 meters. The people on the roof instantly felt dry mouth. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at the shocked Meng Guangzhu and others. This is just a trivial blow from me. Boom. The tall building several kilometers away collapsed as soon as Chen Nuo finished speaking, and the fireball had long disappeared, which shows how fast the launch speed was. The landmark building was cut off in the middle. Chen Nuo withdrew his hand and asked, "Here, take this. I think you should understand what to do now, right?" Meng Guangzhu swallowed a few times and forced himself to come back to his senses. He looked at Chen Nuo with no more resentment of being humiliated on his face. Instead, he looked Chen Nuo up and down. "We do have quite a bit of the stuff you're talking about. Since you asked us for it, you should know what it does." Chen Nuo was getting a little impatient. The fact that he could say these things to these people just showed that he didn't dislike them that much. If they kept talking too much, then don't blame him for robbing them. Meng Guangzhu also noticed Chen Nuo's impatience, and he spoke quickly. "I can decide to give you all of these, and we can also give you most of what we get in the future, but I have only one small condition. That is, you join us. Of course, I can give you my position, and you can be our supreme commander." Yang Song and the others showed expressions of disbelief on their faces. "Old Meng Yu, commander?" Meng Guangzhu turned around suddenly and raised his hand to interrupt them. "Don't say anything more. I know what to do. There are millions of people in Yuanzhou City. How many are left now? If he joins us, we can definitely rescue our people. Now I just give up my position. If I can save them, I am willing to exchange my life for it." After Meng Guangzhu finished speaking, he looked at Chen Nuo again, with anticipation in his eyes. "What do you think, young man?" Chen Nuo was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Meng Guangzhu to have such a high realm. This was the first time he had seen such a high realm in the apocalypse. "But that's all. Your high level of attainment has nothing to do with me. No matter what, I just want to know whether you want to hand over the magic crystal core." Meng Guangzhu's face froze, and he asked in surprise, "Why? If you join us, you can not only get the magic crystal core you mentioned, but also get help from us. Why not?" Chen Nuo shook his head, stopped talking, and just looked at him. The scene was very quiet for a moment, and Lao Yang pulled Meng Guangzhu. "Old Meng, if we hadn't had the help of this young man just now, we would have suffered heavy casualties, and our entire army might have been wiped out. Since this young man has no intention of joining us, we can't force him to join us. I think we should just follow the..." When Meng Guangzhu heard what Lao Yang said, he realized that he wanted him not to make things awkward. He took a deep breath and was about to agree to Chen Nuo when suddenly a voice sounded in the air. "Are you Uncle Meng?" Surprise showed on Meng Guangzhu's face. He looked up into the sky and saw a beautiful woman slowly floating down. If she was wearing ancient costume, she would be a definite fairy. Gowing landed beside Chen Nuo. When Su Li and the others saw Gowing falling, they also fell down from the air. "Who are you?" Gowing smiled slightly. "My grandfather is Commander Gao Jinghua of the Nanha City military region. When my grandfather celebrated his birthday 2 years ago, you and my grandfather got drunk, so I remember you." Meng Guangzhu looked at Gao Ying and gradually formed an impression in his mind. He slapped his forehead. "I remember now. You are the old chief's granddaughter. I never thought." The two exchanged a few pleasantries. When Gao Jinghua learned that he was safe and sound, he was very happy. He looked at Chen Nuo and then asked Gao Ying, "So this guy and you?" Gao Ying blushed, and she took Chen Nuo's arm. "He is my lover, Chen Nuo." I have to say, Meng Guangzhu is really a seasoned veteran. That, Gao Ying was not stupid either. She knew what Meng Guangzhu was thinking, so she just shook her head and said, "Uncle Meng, please don't have any ideas about my Chen Nuo. I firmly support what he doesn't want to do. Besides, we all know what you were thinking. You just want our Chen Nuo to work for you. As for giving up the position to him, first, we don't need it. Second, Chen Nuo also has the right to refuse what he doesn't want to do." After Gao Ying finished speaking, she was worried that Meng Guangzhu would bring up her grandfather, so she spoke directly again. "My grandfather will also firmly support Chen Nuo, because our Nanha City military district is now controlled by Chen Nuo. By the way, Uncle Meng, if you really wanna, you can take the army to Nanha City to find my grandfather. Then, you and my grandfather can drink every day again." When Chen Nuo heard that Gao Ying still knew how to protect him and was even thinking of luring Meng Guangzhu and others to work for him in Nanha City, he smiled and hugged her shoulders. Meng Guangzhu was choked by Gao Ying's words. He swallowed his saliva with embarrassment on his face. When Yang Song learned that this friendship still existed, he laughed. Old Meng, I think the world is now dominated by young people. You and I are both old, so let's give them the magic crystal core first. On the outskirts of Yuanzhou City, Meng Guangzhu, Lao Yang and other survivors looked at the scorched earth in shock, while Chen Nuo and the others had already left. Old Yang, those animals just now should be able to push us away, right? Yang Song shook his head. Just looking at that giant snake is enough for me. I never thought that they were not only powerful themselves, but also able to enslave so many beasts. Those huge beasts, I am terrified when I think about them now. Meng Guangzhu took a deep breath. Old Yang, I've thought about what Miss Gao said before, and I've decided that I want to take everyone to Nanha City. Chapter 132, Artificial Magic Crystal Core. Unified name. The great formation of transforming heaven and earth is completed. On Akiji's back, Chen Nuo took out some food for the girls. When he was about to hand it to Xiao Shirhan, he thought about it and asked a question anyway. What would you like to eat? Xiao Shirhan smiled, looked at the desserts in the girl's hands, then shook her head and said, You should give me a few magic crystal cores. Although I don't want to admit it, I seem to be more interested in fresh flesh and blood. I don't have any appetite for those desserts that I used to like. Chen Nuo was stunned. Although there was frozen meat in his parcel box, it felt a bit strange to give it to Xiao Shirhan to eat in front of everyone. But if he gave her the magic crystal core, by the way, can the number of magic crystal cores be modified? Thinking of this, Chen Nuo said to Xiao Shirhan. Okay, I understand. Wait a moment. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and looked at the magic crystal cores in the package column. He began to modify the quantity. +1. Buzz. A new magic crystal core appeared, and Chen Nuo was overjoyed. It really works. When Su Li and the others heard Chen Nuo's exclamation, they all looked at him, only to see Chen Nuo raise his hand lightly, and a magic crystal core appeared in his hand. Su Li asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Chen Nuo said with a smile, I just modified the number of magic crystal cores, and it actually can be modified. Li Shui took the magic crystal core from Chen Nuo's hand. So, you will have countless magic crystal cores to activate magic? Chen Nuo thought so too. He took it from Li Shui's hand and looked at the description of the magic crystal core. His expression became strange. Artificial magic crystal core, a first-level magic crystal core, which contains 100 points of magic power. It can be used for cultivation or energy, but it does not have magic talent and cannot be used to activate awakening magic. Su Li was not surprised. What's going on? You don't look like anything good is going to happen. Chen Nuo sighed, told the girls about the magic crystal core, and then handed it to Xiao Shirhan. Here, look at this. Do you think it tastes the same as before? Xiao Shirhan nodded and threw it directly into her mouth. After feeling it for a few seconds, she said to Chen Nuo, No different than the others, I feel a little less hungry. After hearing this, Chen Nuo sighed. It was a good thing after all. At least he could feed Xiao Shirhan. He modified the number of magic crystal cores again. He wanted to see how much magic power would be consumed by adding one more magic crystal core. However, the recovery of millions per second was simply impossible to calculate. So, Chen Nuo thought about it. Added magic change list. Buzz. A special page with a list of magic power changes appeared on Chen Nuo's page. Chen Nuo looked at the special page and saw a record of restoring 2.7 million magic power every second. Hide restores per second. Then, this record was no longer displayed in the list. Chen Nuo then began to modify the number of magic crystal cores. He decided to add one first to see. +1. List records. Add a first-level magic crystal core, consuming 100 magic power. Chen Nuo held the magic crystal core and couldn't help complaining. Is this the conservation of energy? Chen Nuo immediately shook his head. No, a normal magic crystal core doesn't have any description of magic power. This should be the artificial magic crystal core I modified based on 100 magic power. By the way, since magic crystal cores are divided into different realms, can I modify the realm of magic crystal cores? After some modifications, it was found that energy was relatively conserved. Modifying the realm of the magic crystal core was exactly the same as upgrading it, and the pattern of consuming magic power was the same. Chen Nuo handed the artificial magic crystal core to Xiao Shirhan. Xiao Shirhan ate a few of them just like eating candy beans, and her hunger disappeared. Chen Nuo looked at the description of the artificial magic crystal core, which could be used for cultivation and as energy. He thought of the modified flying tanks. These artificial magic crystal cores could be used as energy for those tanks. Akiji quickly flew back to the base with Chen Nuo and the others. Chen Nuo saw that there were many more buildings in the base, which looked very sci-fi at first glance. Wang Mei came to Chen Nuo and reported her work to him. Chief, look at these buildings. Chen Nuo was stunned and interrupted Wang Mei. Wait a minute, Aunt Wang, what did you call me just now? Chief. Wang Mei nodded and said with a smile. Today, Commander Gao, Zhao Tianhe, and Jinghua came to see me. They said that now that we have established a base, we can no longer call you by random names. Some call you Brother Chun, while others call you Boss Chin. Such inconsistent names are always a bit inappropriate, so everyone thinks it is best to call you the leader of the base. In addition, the army that will be deployed externally will be called the Pioneer Corps. The captains of each team will be called the regiment leaders. They will directly obey the orders of the base leader, that is, you. The soldiers guarding the base will be called the Guard Regiment, and so on. Relevant policies will be issued later to finalize everything. Chen Nuo nodded. When he met some people before, he didn't know how to address each other, so he asked Gao Zhan to unify the positions. Now it was just right, so he nodded in agreement. Wang Mei continued. Today, people with Earth element magic talents and Gold element magic talents roughly built these buildings. It's amazing. Buildings and designs that we couldn't imagine before can now be easily done. Speaking of this, I have a suggestion. Chen Nuo looked at those bizarre sci-fi buildings and was indeed surprised. Auntie Wang, just say it directly. Wang Mei organized her words. I want to select some people from those who were detained today and let them focus on infrastructure construction. Therefore, I would like to ask the leader to modify their magic talents. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Wang Mei. Auntie Wang, do you mean you want more people with Earth and Gold elemental magic? Wang Mei nodded. This is just my suggestion. If the leader feels it is inappropriate, then let's do it this way first, but the construction speed will be slightly slower. Chen Nuo thought about it, and then said, I understand. No problem. Go ahead and select the people now. I'll make changes to them right away. Oh, and don't let these people rest at night. We need to build a large warehouse. I want to go to other provinces these days, so I can leave enough supplies for everyone. Wang Mei was stunned. Chief, are you going to be out for a long time? Chen Nuo shook his head. I don't know either. I'm just worried that if something happens and you guys are delayed, you won't be short of food or drink, right? The two chatted for a few more sentences, and then Wang Mei left to select people. She actually selected nearly 3,000 people at once. Chen Nuo looked at the crowd of people below and changed all of them directly, half to earth and half to gold. By the way, Aunt Wang, if you need people with ice and water elements, go find those female soldiers. They can build some rivers and cold storages. You can proceed according to the situation. Wang Mei nodded and left. She was going to take people to build a warehouse. Chen Nuo looked back at the deck, where several women were sitting and chatting. Xiao Shihan's mother, Yuqing Shui, also looked well. Chen Nuo jumped lightly into the air and raised his hand to summon a little demon. There was a word, kat, on the little man's forehead. Chen Nuo complained. What about Tai Bai Jinxing? Why not Batzi? Chen Nuo was stunned, only to see that the word, kat, on the little man's head suddenly turned into the word, Bosh. Is this okay? Can it be changed at will? Then change it to Chinese characters. There was no change. The little man touched his head and then communicated with Chen Nuo through his thoughts. It turns out that these characters can only be modified in the magic talent, such as Tai Chi Bagua. These 4 characters can be changed at will. Okay, it doesn't matter. Now use the Tai Chi Bagua diagram to cover the entire base and form a large formation to protect the base. The little man nodded, jumped in the air, and reached a higher place. A Tai Chi shape first emerged from its body. The Tai Chi began to rotate, dividing into yin and yang poles. Outside the yin and yang poles, the 4 symbols and 8 trigrams began to evolve. There is a visual impact of 1 giving birth to 2, 2 giving birth to 3, and 3 giving birth to all things. Chen Nuo's magic power was mobilized by the magic system, and the Tai Chi Bagua seal quickly grew larger. Finally, when it became the same size as the base, it began to fall. When the people below saw such a large Tai Chi Bagua diagram falling, although they knew it was made by Chen Nuo, they still couldn't help but feel scared, worrying that it would crush them. The huge Tai Chi Bagua diagram first touched the aircraft carrier and passed by directly like a layer of light. Soon, the Tai Chi Bagua diagram fell to the ground and then merged into the depths of the earth. The little man raised his hand upwards, and a light film appeared at the edge of the base, which turned into a transparent bowl-shaped light shield, covering the entire base. Buzz. The formation of transforming heaven and earth is complete. Chapter 133, Array Identity Authentication Card. 500,000 times increase, instantly restored to full. Under the bowl-shaped transparent light cover, everyone looked on in disbelief. They first subconsciously touched their bodies, and when they found that nothing was wrong, they began to talk about it. Is this a formation? Now everyone has superpowers, so is this the end of the world? or is spiritual energy reviving? Well, who knows? If it weren't for those zombies, it would have been a new era. It's a pity that I'm the only one who made it through my family. Chen Nuo looked at his page. He thought it would consume a lot of magic power to maintain such a large light shield, but Chen Nuo did not see any decrease in magic power, so he looked at the magic power change list. Maintaining the normal operation of the great array of transforming heaven and earth, consuming 10,000 mana points per second. 10,000 mana per second? No wonder I can't see the decrease in mana. My current recovery per second is over 2.7 million. He did some mental arithmetic. So, if we calculate this way, an hour is 3,600 seconds, which means a consumption of 36 million mana. So a day is 864 million mana. In a month, the consumption of mana is nearly 26 billion, right? Chen Nuo also calculated the magic power contained in the 7th realm artificial magic crystal core. And the magic power contained in a 7th realm man-made magic crystal core is more than 10 billion. In other words, I only need 2 or 3 7th realm man-made magic crystal cores to keep the formation running normally for a month. This number looks quite intimidating, but it's actually not that stressful for me. Also, as long as it is within the range of my thoughts, the magic can be seamlessly connected with me, and it can directly use my magic power to supply the formation. In this way, the consumption is basically negligible. While he was thinking, Suli flew up directly. Chen Nuo looked at her with a questioning look. What's wrong? Suli rolled her eyes at him unhappily and pointed at the light shield above her head. Are you still asking why? Lao Chang just called me and said that we have people standing guard outside the light shield, and now they can't get in. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, you also need an identity verification system to enter and exit. Otherwise, you can't enter or exit, and this formation is a bit useless. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and a lump of soil the size of a baby's fist appeared. The soil began to change, and was soon compressed into the shape of a card, slightly smaller than an ID card. Chen Nuo took the card and looked at the demon binding figure. The demon binding figure understood Chen Nuo's idea. It touched the card with its finger, and an incomplete Tai Chi Bagua diagram appeared and was directly imprinted on the card. Chen Nuo handed it to Su Li, who took it and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the light shield. She stretched out a hand and touched it. When the card touched the light shield, it was like a program was activated. The light film rippled like water. Su Li's hand passed through the light film, and she stepped out of the light shield. Su Li was amazed repeatedly. This experience was so magical. She stepped into the light shield again and came to Chen Nuo's side again. Chen Nuo, this is incredible. I don't even know what words to use to describe this feeling. Chen Nuo smiled. He made another card, and after the magic brand was completed, he looked at the introduction of the card. Formation Identity Authentication Card can be used to enter and exit the great array of transformation of heaven and earth. He thought about it, then looked up at the demon and told it his thoughts. Therefore, the demon made some adjustments to the incomplete Tai Chi Bagua diagram on the card according to Chen Nuo's idea. After a while, countless cards were seen floating in the air in front of Chen Nuo. The cards had also changed a little. They all had metal edges and came in 3 colors: golden, silver, and black. They represent 1 year's usage rights, half year's usage rights, and 1 month's usage rights respectively. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and all the cards were put into the package column. When they arrived at the deck of the aircraft carrier, Tian Feng had already been there for a while. Chen Nuo gave him all the black cards and took out a small number of silver-white cards. This black card can be used for 1 month. After 1 month, the card will automatically become invalid. Anyone who is qualified to stay in our base will be given this black card. This silver-white card can be used for half a year. All our people will use this. Tian Feng said he understood, and when he was about to leave, Chen Nuo took out a few golden cards and handed them to him. This is a 1-year usage authorization. You captains can use it. Tian Feng was stunned for a few seconds. Then he understood Chen Nuo's idea. It was obvious that Chen Nuo wanted to create different levels of the base. Tian Feng left. Chen Nuo came to the girls, and Xiao Shihan looked at him and said, "Will this hierarchical treatment cause dissatisfaction among others?" Chen Nuo looked at her and said with a smile, "Now is the end of the world. They have no right to be dissatisfied. If they have the strength, they will easily get the corresponding status. If they don't have the strength, they are just barking helplessly." Xiao Shihan nodded. She felt that what Chen Nuo said made sense. Now strength is indeed everything. Chen Nuo continued. Besides, they don't have the chance to be dissatisfied. Xiao Shihan's mother Yu Qingshui asked subconsciously. Why? Before Chen Nuo could answer, Li Shui spoke. Because when they enter the base, all their thoughts will be clearly detected. Aunt Yu, Chen Nuo has modified the mind-eye talents of the relevant personnel. If those people want to be qualified to stay in the base, they must first pass the detection personnel test. Only after passing the test will they be given the card. If they fail, that's another matter. Chen Nuo gave each of them a golden card, and then asked someone to find Gao Jinghua, Zhao Tianhe, and Jinghua. After informing them of the situation with the cards, I gave them all the cards and asked them to figure out how to distribute them best and come up with a charter. Then he said a few more words to Zhao Tianhe, asking him to start organizing business matters. After they left, Chen Nuo began to enchant and modify some vehicles for their convenient use within the base. After everything is done, Chen Nuo is ready to increase the limit of magic power to 1 trillion. He always felt a little uneasy if he didn't let the girls reach the 9th level, although he knew that no one on Blue Star could be stronger than them. However, his obsessive-compulsive disorder from playing games in his previous life made him obsessed with invincibility, and as long as the game he played had a modifier, he would immediately increase his attributes to the limit. Tree of Resurrection. Chen Nuo didn't think too much about it. He took a look at the magic power and directly consumed 5 billion magic power. The number was so large that he had no idea how much the multiplier would be increased by this 5 billion magic power consumption. 10,000 magic points double the power and expand the skill range by 1 meter. In the past, it seemed like a lot, but with the huge base now, 10,000 is nothing. The magic power recovery multiple instantly reached a terrifying 500,000 times. Chen Nuo's magic power was restored to full immediately. He was stunned for a moment and then swore. What the hell, what's going on? How come it's fully refilled in just 1 second? Chapter 134, Qualitative Change of Magic Power. Recognized by Heaven and Earth. The realm of the first realm, the strength of the 9th realm. Chen Nuo quickly looked at the page, his eyes widened. This is the kind of person who is not sensitive to numbers and always thinks that 1 trillion is a lot. But he ignored the fact that his current basic recovery per second was over 2.7 million, which increased by 500,000 times again. This is more than 1 trillion restorations per second? Chen Nuo was shocked. He didn't have time to think about anything else. He quickly modified the automatic point-adding function. After the magic power is fully restored, it will be automatically added to the mental power. Several seconds passed between his shock and start. Although the magic power limit is increasing based on 10 billion per second, Chen Nuo feels very uncomfortable when he sees the trillions of magic power overflowing every second but cannot be turned into his own magic power limit. He feels like he has suffered a huge loss. Inside the base, the people who were using their superpowers to carry out infrastructure construction were consuming their magic power very quickly. Suddenly a big tree appeared in the sky, and countless green dots floated down and sprinkled on their bodies, and they were instantly revived with full blood. After they learned that this was Chen Nuo's skill, everyone began to be grateful to Chen Nuo. They thought that Chen Nuo did this because he saw how hard they worked. In fact, they were overthinking it. The skill has a wide coverage area throughout the entire Nanha city, and even further, countless green dots have saved countless survivors. Chen Nuo looked at the skyrocketing magic power limit, which was about to reach 1 trillion in the next second. Buzz. The limit of magic power actually stopped at 1 trillion. Chen Nuo was puzzled. Suddenly, the heaven and earth shook, his body trembled violently, and his body floated into the air uncontrollably. The surging mental power in the spiritual sea in his brain allowed him to see the edge of the spiritual sea for the first time. He saw a large area collapsing at the edge and space was opening up. Endless energy quickly filled the newly opened space. This was the expansion of the spiritual sea. Chen Nuo didn't understand why. A huge amount of energy appeared between heaven and earth and began to fill Chen Nuo's body. His body was changing. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of Su Li and the others. They watched Chen Nuo floating high in the sky, and endless energy formed a funnel-shaped energy vortex, which was constantly merging into Chen Nuo's body. Although they were anxious, they were helpless and could only worry on the sidelines, because they found that under this energy, they could not get close at all. Finally, Chen Nuo opened his eyes. The energy dissipated and the giant tree disappeared. Before he could even look at his situation, the sky darkened. There were lightning and thunder, and dark clouds suddenly appeared. The sky was full of dark clouds, and it felt like the sky was falling. Chen Nuo understood that this was a thunder tribulation. When he was about to make changes, the sky seemed to freeze for a moment, and then the dark clouds and lightning disappeared in an instant. Chen Nuo stared at the sky blankly. He couldn't figure it out. After a few seconds, he shook his head and looked at his page. Host, Chen Nuo. Realm, First Realm Magician, locked. Note, The magic power has changed from quantitative change to qualitative change. Although the realm has not reached the ninth realm, the qualitative change of magic power has been recognized by heaven and earth. Currently, he has the strength of the ninth realm. Chen Nuo was startled at first, and then smiled helplessly. The reason why the thunder tribulation dissipated is because it discovered that I am only a first-level magician? Lei Jie, you are quite realistic. Chen Nuo was floating in the air. Now he was the same as Su Li and the others. With the approval of heaven and earth, he could float in the air without using any mental power. It was an instinct like breathing. When the girls saw that Chen Nuo was fine, they felt relieved. They thought Chen Nuo would come down, but then they saw another big tree appear. Although Chen Nuo's magic limit has reached 1 trillion, he still wants to increase it further. Because of his previous experience, he needs to reserve enough magic power to deal with unexpected situations. After several attempts, Chen Nuo's magic power limit reached 5 trillion, and he stopped. Chen Nuo landed on the deck of the aircraft carrier, and several women quickly surrounded him. He knew that they wanted to know what had happened just now, so he spoke directly. Just now, my magic power limit broke through 1 trillion, and the magic power has changed from quantitative change to qualitative change. I didn't expect that this would be recognized by heaven and earth. Although my current realm is still a first-level magician, my strength has reached the strength of a ninth-level magician. The girls were all very happy. Xiao Shihan didn't know that Chen Nuo couldn't advance. She asked Su Li and the others and found out the situation. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, and Su Li nodded. Bring it on. The two of them didn't waste any time talking and started working directly. Chen Nuo opened the editor and looked at Su Li's page. Change the 7th realm magician to the 8th realm magician. Buzz. Su Li rose into the air, and energy whirls appeared in the sky and on earth again. The energy poured into her body, but it was much smaller and lasted much shorter than what Chen Nuo had just experienced. Su Li let out a comfortable vibrato. The promotion was successful, and then there was a thunder tribulation. As soon as the thundercloud appeared, it dispersed with a snap. After Chen Nuo modified the thunder tribulation, Su Li jumped down. Chen Nuo hurriedly stepped forward to stop her and asked her to adapt first. Otherwise, he was really afraid that Su Li would step on the aircraft carrier and make a hole. Su Li stretched her fists and feet in the air. Because of her body's adaptability, she quickly adapted to the surging force. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li and asked, "Are you still going?" Su Li took a look at the dirt on her body. After upgrading from the 7th level to the 8th level, the dirt was much less. She thought it would not be too late to clean it after upgrading to the 9th level, so she nodded. Come on, keep going. Su Li leaped into the sky again and looked down at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo opened the editor, and there was indeed an unexpected event this time. Unexpectedly, after Su Li was promoted to the 9th level magician, the modification of the thunder tribulation actually consumed 1 trillion of Chen Nuo's magic power. Chen Nuo couldn't believe it. He remembered that when he upgraded to the 7th level, the thunder tribulation modification only consumed 1 million. He hurriedly looked at the magic power change list. Change Su Li's realm from the 7th realm magician to the 8th realm magician, consuming 100 billion magic power. Eliminate the 8 realms of thunder tribulation, consuming 10 billion mana. Change Su Li's realm from the 8th realm magician to the 9th realm magician, consuming 1 trillion mana. Eliminate the 9 realms thunder tribulation, consuming 1 trillion mana. Chen Nuo looked at the consumption of the 8th level thunder tribulation and the 9th level thunder tribulation and didn't understand why there was such a huge difference. If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. He was glad that he had reserved enough magic power this time. He would be more cautious in the future. Chen Nuo took a look at the magic power and found that it was enough for one person to upgrade to a 9th level magician, but he did not do so. Instead, he released a skill of the Tree of Revival first. He planned to restore the magic power to full before making modifications to the next person. Tree of Resurrection. The magic power recovered very quickly, but when the magic power was fully recovered, all the magic power was instantly reset to 0 and directly added to the mental power. In other words, the original magic power limit of 5 trillion instantly became 10 trillion magic power limit. At this time, Chen Nuo remembered that the automatic point-adding function he had modified before would add all the mental power after the magic power was fully restored. He quickly modified the automatic point-adding function. When the magic power is fully restored, consume 100 billion magic power to increase physical fitness. Fortunately, there is still some time left for the Tree of Resurrection, otherwise it would take a lot of time to restore full magic power. After his magic power was almost restored, Chen Nuo began to modify Li Shui, then Gao Ying and Wu Shasha. As for Xiao Shihan, Chen Nuo did not upgrade her. He still understood that their relationship had not reached that level yet. If he did too much, how would he explain to Su Li and the others? In the universe, relatively far away from the blue star, on dozens of strange and huge carriers, the Great Elder looked excitedly in the direction of the blue star. After a while, a tide of energy appeared, and after a while another one appeared. He became more and more certain that there must be valuable treasures in this remote and lost world, and they must be peerless treasures comparable to the ninth realm. Haha, God really helps my Mu clan. I originally thought that this lost world was just a new planet with magic crystal core resources. I just wanted to use the magic crystal cores here to advance. The Great Elder held the scepter high in his hand, looked back at the other tribesmen, and laughed again. Haha, I can't believe it. Such a vision must be a treasure comparable to the ninth realm. Seeing these visions one after another, there may be more than one. Mu Feng, hurry up, speed up. As long as we get these treasures, the era of our Mu clan will come again, and we will rise again. Chapter 135 Upgrading the Animals, 7-Level Magic Beasts. Su Li's former father-in-law is here. There were many ships sailing on the sea. These ships seemed to have been attacked and looked a little damaged. They were sailing towards China. Yoshi, we finally made it. However, many people still died. Yes, but their sacrifice is worth it. Those of us who survived can only live stronger. Let them go without worry. We will definitely flourish on the land of China. Yes, that's right. When the time comes, we will send their heroic souls to the shrine for them to be worshipped by future generations. Although they said so, they didn't know the names of those people at all. Back to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo was standing on the deck of the aircraft carrier, looking at the 108 animals below. Except for the 5 cats and dogs, the rest were animals in the zoo. Now that there is enough magic power, Chen Nuo will of course upgrade these animals, starting with the 3 generals and the golden python. Speaking of these animals, Chen Nuo did not modify their magic talents, because in his opinion, the talents of the magic beast body type are more suitable for them. After Kizaru successfully advanced to the 7th realm, heaven and earth sent down a thunder tribulation. Chen Nuo did not eliminate the thunder tribulation immediately. He wanted to see if Kizaru could withstand it. Of course, just in case, Chen Nuo not only looked at Kizaru's page, he also released a skill of the Tree of Resurrection. In the 7th realm of thunder tribulation, only 3 lightning bolts fell. After surviving the thunder tribulation, Kizaru looked just a little embarrassed, but was not seriously injured. There was nothing special displayed on its page, as if the thunder tribulation was just a simple promotion level. After Kizaru reached the 7th level, flying became its instinct, just like Su Li and the others. Being able to fly is one of the reasons why Chen Nuo promoted them. Among the 108 animals, only a single digit can fly, and the rest cannot fly, which is also very inconvenient. They upgraded one by one, and Chen Nuo ignored their thunder tribulations. They all survived successfully, with only a few animals being seriously injured. However, with the skill of Chen Nuo's Tree of Resurrection, they could quickly recover to normal even if they were seriously injured. In addition, there was an unexpected surprise. The animals in the 6th realm had already grown to an exaggerated size. For example, the golden python snake body reaches a length of 100 meters when it reaches the 5th realm and exceeds 500 meters after the 6th realm. I originally thought that after reaching the 7th realm, these animals would become even larger, to an unbelievable size. Yes, they have become bigger, but after breaking through the 7th realm, they have also gained an additional skill that allows them to change their body size freely. This also made Chen Nuo completely relieved, otherwise the placement of these animals would be a problem. The next issue was the feeding of the animals. Finally, Chen Nuo thought of the artificial magic crystal core, so he took out a 3rd-level artificial magic crystal core and handed it to Kizaru. After swallowing a magic crystal core, Kizaru felt it and told Chen Nuo that 2 or 3 such magic crystal cores would be enough. After Chen Nuo solved the feeding problem, he looked at the cats and dogs. He plans to leave the 2 dogs and 3 cats on base. 2 dogs were assigned to Chang Jianjun to serve as veritable watchdogs. As they were in the 7th realm, they were quite powerful. As for the 3 cats, Chen Nuo didn't know what to do with them for the time being. We can only let them stay in the base for now and send them wherever they are needed. After doing all this, it was almost daylight, so Chen Nuo took the girls and walked towards the ship island. Xiao Shihan was about to follow subconsciously, but was stopped by Yu Qingshui. Nyonya, what are you going to do? Xiao Shihan was stunned for a moment, then shyness showed on her face. She glanced at Chen Nuo and several other girls walking into the island. Yu Qingshui looked at his daughter's expression and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Nyonya, do you like him? Xiao Shihan quickly shook her hands. Her expression at this moment didn't look like that of a 7th-level corpse king at all, but more like that of a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love. Mom, how could that be? I am more grateful to him. Besides, I am a zombie now. Although I look no different from a human, my essence has not changed. It is impossible for us to be together. Although Chen Nuo and his companions, who had already reached the 9th realm, had entered the island, the words of the mother and daughter sounded as if they were spoken in their ears. Of course, this is also because Xiao Shihan was stopped by Yu Qingshui just now, and everyone was paying attention to this side. Su Li walked behind Chen Nuo and asked after thinking for a while, "Brother, what do you think?" Chen Nuo asked back, pretending to be ignorant. "Sister Su, what do you think of what you said? I don't understand what you mean." Su Li glanced at him. "Oh, really? If you say so, we sisters will all keep it in mind, right? When the time comes, if you really have an idea, don't blame us for not agreeing." As Su Li spoke, she turned around and looked at Li Shui, Gao Ying, and Wu Shasha. "You agree, right? Sisters." On the deck, Xiao Shihan frowned slightly. Not to mention Chen Nuo and the others who were in the 9th realm. Even she, who was in the 7th realm, had completely changed her senses. Therefore, not only Chen Nuo and the others could hear what Xiao Shihan and her daughter said, but Xiao Shihan could also hear what Chen Nuo and the others said. Su Li and the others are at the 9th realm, 2 realms higher than Xiao Shihan's. Therefore, they knew very well that Xiao Shihan was eavesdropping. Su Li's words made Xiao Shihan feel nervous. She also wanted to know what Chen Nuo thought of her. Chen Nuo stopped and looked at Su Li helplessly. The girls all looked at him with a smile, wondering how he would respond. "Sister Su, why do you have to bring this up? Since you all want to know, I'll tell you my opinion." As Chen Nuo spoke, he glanced in the direction of Xiao Shihan. "Xiao Shihan and I met on the plane, and today is only the 2nd time we've met." Chen Nuo remembered that he accidentally touched Xiao Shihan's breast and shook his head. "To be honest, there were some minor misunderstandings between us at the beginning. After we got off the plane, I saw that she was a little unsteady on her feet, so I helped her up. Then I learned that Aunt Yu needed to be hospitalized due to illness. At that time, I remembered that Jing Tao's father was the director of the municipal hospital, so I asked him to arrange it for Aunt Yu. This is why Xiao Shihan said she was very grateful to me." When Xiao Shihan heard what Chen Nuo said about the little misunderstanding, she spat in her heart, and her face turned even redder. Chen Nuo continued, "That is to say, we have only met twice now, and she is a little grateful to me. In this situation, if you ask me how deep my friendship with her is now, to be honest, I don't know. I only know that I don't hate her. I think I should just let this matter take its course." Su Li was stunned for a moment, then said jokingly, "Hey, what's wrong? Why is he so gentlemanly all of a sudden? Shui, is he like this when he's with you?" Li Shui looked at Chen Nuo, covered her mouth, and smiled. "Maybe a little." Gao Ying was even more direct. "Humph, I didn't see him showing any resistance. He always eats the meat cleanly once it's in his mouth." Wu Shasha also added some firewood. "That's right, I'm the same as you. He forced himself on me the day you came back. Humph, now I'm being so decent, but I don't know who I'm showing it to." Chen Nuo was helpless. How could he respond to the 4 girls teasing? Should he say that he was the one who was forced? "Hey, you women, you really have 2 mouths. I can't argue with you. Just say whatever you want." The night passed in a flash, and in the evening, Chen Nuo had an in-depth communication with the 4 girls. After some ideological collision, they completely recognized the fact that Chen Nuo was a gentleman. They all expressed their submission. Chen Nuo was indeed a man of high character. In response to their pleas for mercy, he reached a consensus with them. Chen Nuo and his colleagues got up after daybreak. He first came to the newly built warehouse and put countless supplies in it. After briefly explaining a few things to Wang Mei, he was about to leave. At this time, Chang Jianjun called at the gate of the base, and Chen Nuo answered the phone. "Hey, Brother Chang, what's up?" Chang Jianjun replied quickly. "Chief, Jiang Tianhai is here." Chen Nuo looked puzzled and asked back, "Jiang Tianhai? Who is he?" When Su Li heard this, she looked at Chen Nuo. Chang Jianjun on the other end of the phone said a little embarrassedly, "Yes, he was the one before Mr. Su." Chen Nuo understood, then hung up the phone and looked at Su Li. Su Li asked, "Is it Jiang Yu's father who has come to the base?" Chen Nuo nodded, and Su Li's heart tightened. Although she knew that Chen Nuo would not think too much about it, she still couldn't help but think so. Chen Nuo held Su Li's hand with his left hand and patted the back of her hand gently with his right hand. "Come on, let's go take a look." Chapter 136. Go to Zaidanbana Primeval Forest. Magical plants, top of the food chain. Outside the transparent light shield, Jiang Tianhai was chatting with Chang Jianjun about all sorts of things. He looked a little embarrassed. His eyes were always on the light shield, and he was full of curiosity about it. "Brother Chang, What is this light shield? It looks quite sci-fi. At first glance, it looks like a protective shield in a movie. Chang Jianjun didn't want to answer his question, because when Jiang Tianhai came over, he used his talent for mind vision to detect the other party's thoughts. It turned out that Jiang Tianhai had used benefits to win over these people, and their purpose of coming here was to take back the materials belonging to the Jiang group. After all, the contract between Chen Nuo and them stated that the full payment must be made in 10 days before the materials belonged to Chen Nuo. But now, the time has long passed, so the old man's dream is just wishful thinking. Chen Nuo and a few girls arrived at the gate of the base in an instant. Ripples appeared on the light shield, and a portal appeared automatically. Chen Nuo and his companions walked out. After they all came out, the light shield closed again. Everyone in the base saluted Chen Nuo. Meet the leader. Chen Nuo nodded, then looked at Jiang Tianhai and the people behind him. There were quite a few people, about 100 or so. Jiang Tianhai was shocked, and a smile quickly appeared on his face. He looked at Su Li. Xiaoli, I'm glad you're safe. When I heard Brother Chang say you were here, I was so happy. Jiang Tianhai squeezed out a few tears while speaking, looking like he was really worried about you. An old fox is an old fox. He saw that Chen Nuo and Su Li were obviously more powerful than them, so he wanted to impress Su Li with emotion. He also did not mention Su Li's ex-husband Jiang Yu at all, fearing that it would cause Su Li's dissatisfaction. Su Li first looked at him, then at Chen Nuo, then looked at Jiang Tianhai again, and said calmly, Uncle Jiang, I made you worry. Jiang Tianhai's hand, which was wiping his tears, suddenly paused. His old face froze for a moment, and then he smiled with relief. However, his heart was howling wildly, and an idea arose that he should endure it first and then wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Xiaoli, I hope everything is fine. This must be Chen Nuo, right? He is indeed young and promising. I am happy for you to follow a young man like him. Chen Nuo looked at Jiang Tianhai, listened to his flattery, and did not reply to him, but looked at Chang Jianjun. Have you investigated everything? Chang Jianjun nodded. Yes, Chief, they all came here with Jiang Tianhai. Their purpose is the same as others. They all want to get those supplies back. Chang Jianjun looked at Jiang Tianhai, who quickly denied it. Mr. Chang, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever say anything like that? Chang Jianjun withdrew his gaze from Jiang Tianhai and looked at Chen Nuo again and said, Chief, he was very resentful just now and kept insulting Mr. Su. He was determined to wait until the time was right and would never let you and Mr. Su go. Jiang Tianhai was stunned and began to tremble. The fact that his thoughts were known by someone made him feel cold all over. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Chang Jianjun. He wanted to curse, but when Chen Nuo gave him a cold look, his heart suddenly tightened and he couldn't say the words that were on his lips. Chen Nuo nodded to Chang Jianjun. He thought for a few seconds and then looked at Su Li beside him. Sister Su, what do you think we should do? Su Li was stunned. She looked into Chen Nuo's eyes. Chen Nuo's gaze was very clear. The two looked at each other calmly for a few seconds. She took a deep breath. You're asking me this? Isn't our principle to nip danger in the bud? Since Uncle Jiang has developed a hatred for us, we naturally cannot let him go. After Su Li finished speaking, she raised her hand and stroked it. Jiang Tianhai's pupils shrank sharply, and a great fear came over him. At the same time, there was pleading in his eyes, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Tianhai's body quickly became dehydrated, and his skin lost its luster before everyone's eyes. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Jiang Tianhai had completely turned into skin and bones. The light in his eyes faded, and he collapsed to the ground. That's right, it collapsed. His bones became brittle due to dehydration. The people who followed Jiang Tianhai had expressions of deep fear on their faces. Su Li glanced at them, and they subconsciously took 2 steps back. Because they were standing too closely together, many of them fell together. Su Li turned around and looked at Chen Nuo with an expression that said, Are you satisfied? She snorted and looked away. Chen Nuo smiled helplessly, then said to Chang Jianjun, Then I'll leave these people to you. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed at the light shield behind him. The light shield opened the door again, and Chen Nuo shouted, Akiji, let's go. Chirp. 103 animals flew directly into the air. Chen Nuo stepped forward and grabbed Su Li. Su Li struggled for a while, and then they flew onto Akiji's back together. When Chang Jianjun saw Chen Nuo and the others leaving, he raised his hand and waved behind him. None of these people will be left alive. Of course, those people would not sit still and wait to die. When they wanted to resist, one of the 2 dogs squatting at the door raised its head lazily, and the aura from its body spread out directly, shocking these people instantly. Pa pa pa. Gunshots rang out. On Akiji's back, Chen Nuo held Su Li's hand and kept stroking it. Suli rolled her eyes at Chen Nuo in annoyance. Okay, I'm not angry, let me go. Chen Nuo chuckled and let go of his hand. Neither of them mentioned what had just happened. Seeing that the two were no longer quarreling, Xiao Shihan began to ask, Chen Nuo, where are we going now? We're to the zoo. Chen Nuo glanced at the animals around him, then shook his head and said, We're not going to the zoo today, we're going to Bana. As soon as Suli heard it, she understood what Chen Nuo was thinking. Sure enough, she immediately heard Chen Nuo say again, I ran all day yesterday and only managed to get dozens of animals. I think if I go to a primeval forest like Bana, there should be a lot of animals there. Chen Nuo's decision was their decision, and everyone set off for Bana. Akiji flew all the way, and if Chen Nuo encountered a big city on the way, he would not miss it. In this way, when Akiji arrived in Bana, there were dozens more animals on Chen Nuo's side, reaching a total of 169. Bana covers an area of 20,000 square kilometers and now has nearly 600 square kilometers of virgin forest area, and these 600 square kilometers are Chen Nuo's destination. Chen Nuo asked Akiji to fly deeper into the forest, but as soon as they entered the forest, they were attacked. I saw a towering tree about 200 or 300 meters high, with its branches waving, constantly attacking the animals in the air. Chen Nuo lightly stepped on Akiji's back, and Akiji flew high into the sky, followed closely by the other animals. Chen Nuo stood on Akiji's back and looked down. He looked at the page of the big tree. Type, Paraschoria chinensis. Realm, 3 realms magic plant. Chen Nuo said softly, Is it a magical plant? Is it the same as a magical beast? I didn't expect that not only animals can awaken, but plants can also awaken. Chen Nuo didn't hesitate to add control attributes directly. The branches of the Paraschoria chinensis, which were originally spreading out, quickly retracted, and it became just like an ordinary tree. Chen Nuo jumped down and stood on the top of the Paraschoria chinensis. The other trees were obviously much lower than it. There are trees of similar height to this tree in the distance. Obviously, those trees that are much taller than other trees may be magical plants. Chen Nuo looked under the tree and saw animal bones all over the ground. It was obvious that these animals were hunted by the Paraschoria chinensis. He quickly dispersed his thoughts, and sure enough, I originally thought that there should be a lot of animals in this primeval forest, but it is obvious that the magical plants are at the top of the food chain here. Although there were still many animals, they were not as many as Chen Nuo had imagined, because many animals have become nutrients for the advancement of the magic plants. After all, if the magic plants launch a sneak attack, it is difficult for animals to dodge. Roar. Within the range of Chen Nuo's thoughts, there were 3 tigers roaring towards a big tree, but they did not dare to get close and could only watch a tiger being entangled by branches. Chen Nuo snorted coldly. He was very fast and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When the 3 tigers saw that the branches had entangled the tiger, they roared and prepared to run away. Call. A strong wind blew, and Chen Nuo came to the big tree. The 3 tigers were blown away by the strong wind. Chen Nuo looked at the struggling tiger, then at the big tree, and said coldly, I need these animals, and I can't let you bring them harm. He just raised his hand and slashed downwards. Wind slash. A strong wind blew out, cutting off all the branches that were entangled with the tiger. Chapter 137 The Core of Wood. The Mother Body. A human-shaped fruit, a ginseng fruit. The tiger roared in pain, fell to the ground, then struggled to its feet and fled in one direction without even looking at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment, although he did not expect the tiger to understand human nature and come to thank him. But he did not expect that the tiger would escape so decisively without any delay. He then shook his head and laughed. It seems that this guy is still a white-eyed tiger. In fact, both plants and animals are on the path of evolution. But below the 3rd realm, their intelligence is still very limited, and they mostly act on instinct. Plants are even more stupid in intelligence. Look, the big tree in front of Chen Nuo has many roots coming out from the ground in the blink of an eye. The tree roots look like snakes and shot directly towards Chen Nuo in the air. The big tree has no so-called fear at all. It hunts instinctively. Chen Nuo showed disdain on his face. He looked at the attacking tree roots, and a light flashed in his eyes. Spiritual annihilation. A huge mental force directly pressed towards the tree. The tree suddenly stopped, and the roots that were about to attack Chen Nuo suddenly stopped, and then freely fell to the ground. Chen Nuo looked at the page introduction of the big tree. The shell of a dead demonic plant, a different tree, with a wood core inside. The core of wood. Chen Nuo's mental powers swept towards the big tree, and sure enough, at the root of the tree, he saw a green crystal core, which was actually a magic crystal core. However, The awakening and evolution of plants is different from that of animals. Because of Xiao Shihan's situation, Chen Nuo was not sure whether the zombies had failed to awaken. After all, as Xiao Shihan's realm upgraded, she was also evolving in a different way. As for plants, there are no so-called zombie plants. Chen Nuo raised his hand and grabbed. The huge mental power turned into a giant hand, directly uprooting the huge tree. Boom! The big tree was thrown aside. Chen Nuo came to the green crystal core, raised his hand, and violently pulled it out from the tree roots. This crystal is much larger than the magic crystal core, about the size of a baby's fist. It is emerald green all over, and there is an indescribable feeling of comfort when holding it in the hand. At this time, Su Li and the others also rushed over. Chen Nuo looked back and was surprised because he saw the running away white-eyed tiger. It was tremblingly following behind a little white cat, which was Wu Shash's mount, the white tiger. Before Chen Nuo could speak, Gowing saw the green crystal core in Chen Nuo's hand. Chen Nuo, what is this? It's so beautiful. Chen Nuo hadn't had time to read it yet. He shook his head and motioned Gao Ying to wait a moment. He looked at the introduction of the green crystal core. Core of wood, the condensation of wood elements between heaven and earth. The conditions for its formation are extremely harsh. It must be a new world where magic descends. It is the core of the awakening and evolution of plants. When plants evolve to a certain level, they will turn into the mother of the most primitive wood clan. Chen Nuo was a little embarrassed. He had thought that this thing should be very common. After all, there should be quite a few magical plants in this forest. In fact, the key is to be able to evolve to that level. If you can't evolve to that level, everything is nonsense. However, evolution and upgrading is not a big deal for Chen Nuo. The mother of the wood clan? Does this mean that when the magic plants are upgraded to a certain level, a clan will be born? Chen Nuo looked at the fallen tree, then looked at the green crystal core in his hand. He did not reply to Gowing immediately, but went to the roots of the tree. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pressed the green crystal core onto the tree roots. The roots, which had been motionless, immediately began to move. Chen Nuo put the crystal core down, and the tree roots began to wrap around it, soon completely wrapping the green crystal core. Chen Nuo concentrated his mental strength and picked up the giant tree again. He raised his hand, and the previous tree pit expanded rapidly, and the giant tree was planted again. Chen Nuo looked at the giant tree's page introduction again. It was still the same as before. Chen Nuo thought about it and started to modify it. Enchantment. The tree shook violently, the branches began to tremble, and a layer of light film directly wrapped around the tree. After a while, the light film collapsed, and Chen Nuo hurriedly looked at the page of the big tree. Type: Enchanted Life Form, Paradise Tree. Realm: 3 Realms Magic Plant. Chen Nuo let out a light exclamation. He looked at the page of the big tree. Except for the change in species, everything else was the same as the previous page of the Parasauria chinensis. What's wrong? Several women looked at Chen Nuo, and Chen Nuo organized his words. After I enchanted the aircraft carrier and the tank, they only had one type of introduction. The other functions were all added by me. Since this magic plant attacked me, I used my mental power to annihilate its spirit, or in other words, I destroyed its soul. The magic plant without a soul is equivalent to a tall tree, and the green crystal core is the core of the wood. It is the core of the magic plant. Chen Nuo stepped forward, patted the tree, and continued. The introduction of the wood core. When the magic plant reaches a certain level, it will transform into the most primitive mother of the wood clan. This is why I put the wood core back. I want to see if I can revive it. After all, the mother of a clan should be a very powerful existence. At this point, Chen Nuo frowned. But after being enchanted, its page only changed its type to Enchanted Life Form, and the rest of the introduction is the same as that of the enchanted plant. Gowing looked at Chen Nuo's conflicted expression and spoke directly. It's the same, so it's the same. The point is, hasn't it been saved by you now? So what are you still struggling with? Chen Nuo was confused. He was choked by Gao Ying's words. How could he not change his stubbornness? You could have used a modifier to modify everything. It was illogical. Chen Nuo looked at Gowing blankly. Gowing smiled awkwardly. She walked forward and grabbed Chen Nuo's arm. Did I say it too bluntly? You know, I didn't mean it. Chen Nuo was indeed a little bit discouraged by her, but it was not that serious. He just felt that he was easily trapped in the logic of thinking and always wanted to figure out the reasons behind it. Chen Nuo shook his head and sighed. Hey, you're right. I'm just a little. Oh, forget it. Just like you said, it's been reborn now. I want to upgrade it. It's the most primitive wood clan. I'm really looking forward to it. Chen Nuo opened the modifier and began to upgrade and modify the tree. Change the realm from the 3rd realm magic plant to the 4th realm magic plant. Modify to the 5th level. Change to the 6th level. At this time, the trees that have reached the 6th realm can no longer be described as towering. The huge tree canopy covers a large area of forest. People standing under it feel like ants standing under a big tree. Chen Nuo continued. 7 realms. Buzz. The giant tree began to shake violently, and the ground felt like a magnitude 9 earthquake. This was because the tree was so huge and its roots had spread over a large area. Chen Nuo and the others were floating in the air, looking at the forest that was constantly shaking. The shaking did not last long, and the originally huge Paraschoria chinensis actually shrank visibly with the naked eye. It is much smaller than the huge size it had when it was in the 6th realm, but relatively speaking, it is still very large. Pa-pa. Dark clouds appeared out of nowhere, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the sky and the earth darkened. The 7th level of thunder tribulation appeared. Chen Nuo and the others quickly left the range of the thunder tribulation. They just watched calmly. After 3 lightning strikes, the thunder disaster dissipated, and Chen Nuo and the others instantly arrived in front of the big tree. I saw that the big tree was covered with scars, and the rich power of wood element was condensing, full of vitality, and the scars on the big tree disappeared in an instant. Suddenly, flower buds began to appear on the branches of the tree. In a blink of an eye, the buds grew bigger, and then, the girls exclaimed, Chen Nuo, look! There are actually human-shaped fruits growing on the tree. Chapter 138, Maternal Level. Tree people, wood clan, wood elves. Become parents. Chen Nuo looked up and saw a tree full of human-shaped fruits hanging on it. Their heads and feet, and their limbs were moving around like living creatures. They all look very strange, not the cute elves. They look more like the tree people in magic movies, and they look exactly the same as if they haven't evolved yet. Chen Nuo looked at the page of the big tree. Type: Enchanted Life Form Paradise Tree. Realm: 7th Realm Demonic Plant, Primary Matrix. Note: the current matrix can give birth to the most primitive tree people of the Wood Clan. Chen Nuo looked at the words Primary Matrix. Since it is a primary matrix, there should be higher levels, Intermediate Matrix and Advanced Matrix. Chen Nuo thought for a few seconds, then change the primary matrix to the secondary matrix. Buzz. The big tree actually advanced, which means that the medium-sized mother body corresponds to the 8th realm. As long as one is modified, the other will change accordingly. In the 8th level of Thunder Tribulation, 6 bolts of lightning descended, which was obviously not only more in number than in the 7th level of Thunder Tribulation, but the strength of the lightning was also much stronger. After the Thunder Tribulation, the human-shaped fruit did change. The obvious treeman features that it had in the previous 7th realm were reduced a lot, and only the key parts showed some treeman features, while the rest of the parts looked no different from humans. Chen Nuo nodded and whispered to himself. Now this is the middle-level mother body. What about the higher-level mother body? Since it has already been done to this extent, Chen Nuo didn't even think about it and just made changes again. Modify. 9 realms. What Chen Nuo didn't know was that in the vast universe, no advanced mother body had ever appeared. The Wood Clan in the universe today all originated from a medium-sized mother body. Of course, there are also a large number of tree people born from primary mother bodies. These tree people born from primary mother bodies have relatively low intelligence and are naturally suppressed by the Wood Clan. The relationship between them is like a blood relationship between superiors and subordinates, and the tree man naturally becomes a servant-like existence of the Wood Clan. The 9th realm of Thunder Tribulation, within the thick dark clouds, there were flashes of lightning and thunder. A streak of lightning tore the sky apart, sparks of electricity flashed, and the sky was full of silver-white electric currents. Snap! The thunderbolt struck and severely damaged the tree. The rich wood element continued to penetrate into the body of the tree, and its powerful vitality quickly repaired its wounds. Chen Nuo looked at the page of the big tree. When its health value dropped to a certain value, he would modify it so that it could always survive. After the thunderstorm, the dying tree suddenly burst out with powerful vitality. Richwood elements condensed and a large amount of vitality was added. The tree soon recovered. At this time, the human-shaped fruits on the branches have grown into elf dolls. They blink their big eyes and grab things clumsily with their limbs. They are very cute. Type: Enchanted Life Form Paradise Tree. Realm: 9 realm magic plant, high-level matrix. Note: the current matrix can give birth to the most primitive wood spirits. Now the moment to witness it has finally arrived. Chen Nuo is also very curious. He looks at the elf dolls on the branches and commands the tree with his consciousness to start cultivating these elf dolls. Buzz. The big tree began to shake, and it, which was in the 9th realm, mobilized all of its magic power and injected all of it into the human-shaped fruit. The elf dolls grew visibly larger and soon turned into the appearance of children. After a while, they turned into teenagers, and when they looked about 17 or 18 years old, the tree slowly stopped. The boys and girls on the branches were naked, but people could not harbor any blasphemous thoughts about them. The branches of the big tree swayed gently, like ripe melons falling off the vine, and all the boys and girls did not fall down, but remained suspended in the air. They were born above the 7th realm, and some even reached the 8th realm. As for the 9th realm, there is not a single one. The big tree seemed to be wilting, and its branches began to curl up. Chen Nuo quickly looked at its page. He was slightly stunned, but then he felt that it was as it should be. I saw an extra note at the bottom of the page. Falling into a deep sleep, it will take 10,000 years for the next birth of the most primitive wood spirit. Chen Nuo nodded, thinking of the previous narration. No wonder, what has been described is that the most primitive thing can be born. The most primitive thing should mean that only things that come from the mother body can be called primitive. While Chen Nuo was thinking, the boys and girls began to land. As they were landing, clothes made of green leaves naturally appeared on their bodies. The style of the clothes was exactly the same as the ones worn by Chen Nuo and the others. After they landed, they actually knelt down directly, facing Chen Nuo and the women. After an exchange of thoughts, Chen Nuo and the girls were all stunned, because these boys and girls actually called Chen Nuo the father god and the girls the mother god. Among them, Xiao Shihan was the most embarrassed, because these boys and girls also regarded her as one of the mother goddesses. However, Xiao Shihan did not refuse. As for the big tree, they actually just treated it as a tool to nurture them. Chen Nuo quickly looked at their page, and sure enough. Type: enchanted life form, with spirit. Realm: 7th realm magician. Magic: wood element. Any object enchanted by Chen Nuo will submit and be loyal to Chen Nuo, and these elves are all bred by his enchanted objects, and of course they also inherit the characteristics of the enchantment. Although Su Li is usually very calm, she is a little overwhelmed when she suddenly has so many children. Chen Nuo, what's going on? Chen Nuo shrugged his shoulders and informed several people of the situation. That means they will be our children from now on? Chen Nuo nodded. You can say that, but if you can't accept it, you can also treat them as your subordinates. The girls were all a little confused. Gowing said helplessly. Why did they grow so big so quickly? If they were still as small as they were at the beginning, they would be so cute. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pinched her cheek, and Gowing snorted. Am I wrong? A child this old calling me mom makes my scalp tingle just thinking about it. Chen Nuo smiled. In that case, just treat them as a group of subordinates who listen to you. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he asked the boys and girls to stand up and stand aside. Unexpectedly, there were so many of them, as many as 3,000. But think about it, there are only 3,000 in 10,000 years, which seems not only not too much, but a bit too little. Su Li looked at the mother tree and asked Chen Nuo, what about it? Chen Nuo was also thinking about this, and he looked at the countdown on the notes on the page. He made some modifications, subtracting 1 year first, and then Chen Nuo looked at the list of magic changes. Modify the time, reduce the cooldown time by 1 year, consume 100 million mana. That is to say, to clear everything, it would require trillions of mana. Chen Nuo informed Su Li and the others of the situation. After everyone discussed it, Su Li glanced at the boys and girls and took the lead in expressing her own opinions. I think there are already a lot of wood elves. There is no need for us to wake them up now. The other 3 women also nodded in agreement. Chen Nuo thought about it, and it seemed to be true, so he nodded too. In that case, let it sleep here for now. Let's continue and try to build the 10,000 Beasts army as soon as possible. Chapter 139. Still got time to play games? Men and women who eat alone. Before the end of the world, the Zaidanbana primeval forest was a place where few people went. It was full of ferocious beasts, snakes and birds, and was very dangerous. After the end of the world, this place is even more dangerous. It is not a place where humans can set foot at all. It is eerily quiet everywhere. Suddenly, Sister Shui, hurry up, the rabbit is heading your way. A woman's voice rang out in this vast primeval forest. I swall. A half-meter-long rabbit, which had just jumped out, suddenly stopped in midair, kicked its hind legs in the air, and as if gaining momentum, jumped in another direction. Oh, you're quite flexible. Watch me. Water snake. Gowing looked at it and realized that it was not a snake at all. It was clearly a python. She shouted hurriedly. Sister Su, we agreed that you can only use the strength of the first realm. You can't cheat. Su Li looked at the giant water python that appeared. It indeed had a magical power that exceeded 1 level. She smiled and tapped her fingers lightly. The water snake shrank rapidly like a deflated balloon, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a tiny little snake. Is this all right? Gowing smiled and nodded. Su Li raised her hand and pointed at the flying rabbit. However, the rabbit suddenly stopped in the air. Its limbs struggled hard, confusion appeared in its eyes, and there was nothing around it. Hey, I got you. A sound suddenly rang out, and the rabbit bit towards the sound. The rabbit's head suddenly jerked back as if it had been hit. Wushasha's figure appeared there. She grabbed the rabbit's fur on the back with one hand and slapped the rabbit with the other hand. Little fat rabbit, you still want to bite me? The rabbit hung its head and was already unconscious. Although Wushasha did not use too much force in a hurry, when she saw the rabbit biting her, the force was still a little too much for a rabbit of the first level. The water snake in front of Su Li disappeared. Gao sighed helplessly, and Li Shui looked at the rabbit in Wushasha's hand. Sure enough, any cute thing has nothing to do with cuteness as long as it is associated with big. Wushasha smiled at the girls, then happily walked towards Chen Nuo carrying the rabbit and put it on the ground. Then as we agreed before, it's mine. Chen Nuo nodded, raised his hand and waved to the side, and saw a white deer walking towards him. The white color gave people a sense of holy beauty, and its antlers were like beautiful corals, making people want to reach out and touch them. Look, Wushasha has rushed over. She raised her hand and gently stroked the white deer's fur. The white deer lowered its head to show its submission to Wushasha. Wushasha leaned over and turned over to sit sideways on the white deer's back. She patted the white deer's neck gently. The white deer uttered twice, raised its hoof and stepped forward, then ran into the air step by step. Chen Nuo looked at the other 4 girls, all of whom showed envy. Chen Nuo shook his head. Isn't it just a nice-looking deer? Why do you care so much? The 4 girls glanced at him, then ignored him and continued to look at the white deer flying in the air. Wushasha rode the white deer in the air for 2 circles, and then let the white deer fly to the 4 girls. It feels so great to ride a white deer. Sister Su, Sister Shui, Gaoying, Shirhan, do you want to try it? The 4 girls nodded quickly. Wushasha got off the white deer's back and gave the deer to the 4 girls. She came to Chen Nuo, raised her hand and held Chen Nuo's arm, her face filled with joy. Chen Nuo looked at her expression, hesitated, and asked again, isn't it just a nice-looking deer? Aren't you guys exaggerating a bit? Wushasha watched Li Shui riding on the white deer, and the white deer ran into the air. She turned her head to look at Chen Nuo, smoothed her hair, and a smile appeared on her face. You don't understand at all the attraction that beautiful things have on us women. When I was riding the white deer, I don't know how to describe the feeling in my heart. Anyway, it was extremely pleasant. Chen Nuo looked at Wushasha's excitement and was a little fascinated by her appearance for a moment. It was an emotional expression of a woman from the inside out. Chen Nuo looked at her straight. Wushasha noticed Chen Nuo's gaze and her face turned red. She wanted to change the subject, but Chen Nuo said something in her ear. Wushasha lightly hit Chen Nuo. The atmosphere between the two was very good, and Chen Nuo kissed her. Su Li and the others were having a lot of fun riding the white deer when suddenly Gaoying asked a question. Where's Sasha? Li Shui smiled. Xiao Shirhan looked aside to hide her embarrassment. Su Li rolled her eyes at the distance, only to see that there was an earthen house there, with faint sounds coming from inside. Gaoying was stunned. She first looked at the earthen house in the distance, then looked at Su Li and Li Shui, and asked in surprise. They won't be in. Their faces all turned red. They didn't expect that the 2 of them would be so unable to control their emotions. The 4 girls didn't know what to say. After a few seconds, Gaoying's eyes rolled. Sister Su, Sister Shui, let's go find them. They all said that outdoor battles are exciting, but they didn't even invite us. Let's go and catch them. Su Li and Li Shui were stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. The 3 women walked towards the earthen house, while Xiao Shirhan stood there a little disappointed, looking at the backs of the 3 women. After a while, the 3 girls came out laughing, and then Chen Nuo came out of the earthen house in a depressed mood and came to the 4th girl. Chen Nuo glanced awkwardly at Xiao Shirhan, who was standing next to the 3 girls. He smiled at her, and Xiao Shirhan quickly looked away. He looked at Su Li and the others and sighed. You guys, you scared me. Next time, could you please not suddenly shout behind me and scare me? Su Li and Li Shui burst into laughter, while Gaoying snorted. Who told you to eat alone? If you do this again next time, we will scare you again. It would be best if we scare you to death. Ah. Gaoying yelled and Chen Nuo raised both hands. What's the point of being scared? If you're really scared to death, you'll just have to be a widow. Tell me, was this idea yours? Gaoying broke free from Chen Nuo's restraints, her face blushing and her lips pouting. She felt a little when she saw the scene in the mud house just now, and now that Chen Nuo had scolded her, she felt empty inside. At this time, Wushasha also came out. She came in front of Chen Nuo and hit him directly. It's all your fault. I told you not to be here, but you insisted. You made me so embarrassed. The girls started fighting again after a while, not affected at all by what happened just now. Chen Nuo felt happy when he saw several girls surrounding the white deer. He asked Su Li and the others to move aside, then opened the modifier and changed the white deer's level to a 7th level magical beast. In the primeval forest, which should have been full of dangers, this group of people were enjoying the journey as if they were traveling by boat. During the journey, Animals kept joining Chen Nuo's army of beasts. There was a rumbling sound of flowing water in the distance. Chen Nuo brought a few women to a very large waterfall, only to see several giant pythons that had occupied the place. They were making waves in the pool under the waterfall. Chen Nuo looked at the golden python that was following closely behind Gaoying. Yinglong, it's time to add some new troops to your tribe. Chapter 140. The golden python finally transformed into a dragon. 5 dragons pulling a cart. I was a bit rushed to write this chapter. I took my child to the hospital this afternoon. He had a slight fever. I didn't expect it would cost me 600 or 700 yuan. I never thought that a fever would cost so much money. There was a gleam in the golden python's eyes, and it was looking at the waterfall below with its tongue sticking out. Hiss. Chen Nuo nodded. Go. Put your dignity up. Shua. As soon as Chen Nuo finished speaking, the golden python rushed over. The giant python, which was making trouble, suddenly found a small yellow snake of 2 or 3 meters floating above the pool, and they drilled out directly from the water. There are 5 giant pythons in total, and their colors are different, including turquoise, ink black, red, khaki, and silver. The giant python raised its head, and the height above the water was more than 10 meters. Its body was almost as thick as the pillars in the imperial palace. They looked at the golden python that was only 2 or 3 meters long, and there was a human-like disdain in their eyes. The intelligence of the golden python is already comparable to that of humans, and its eyes swept over several giant pythons. His surrender or die. The giant python was furious, and its tail hit the water surface, splashing it. The ochre-colored giant python opened its huge mouth and was about to swallow the golden python in one gulp. The golden python swung its tail, and the originally small tail instantly became larger. The tail hit the face of the khaki giant python, making it bleed profusely. The khaki giant python slammed into the water, causing huge waves. The other 4 pythons hissed threateningly at the golden python. A few seconds later, the khaki giant python rushed out of the water again. This time it had learned its lesson. It opened its ferocious snake head and huge mouth, aiming at the golden python. The power of the earth element condensed, and soon a huge rock appeared. Puff. The huge rock was ejected towards the golden python, but it dodged it nimbly. The other 4 pythons and the khaki giant python were from the same nest, and they had a tacit understanding in hunting. Then, the 4 pythons also joined the fight. The turquoise blue python's eyes flashed green, and a green light sprinkled on the khaki-colored python, and the wound on the snake's head slowly healed. The inky black python shook up the water in the pool and transformed into a water snake head in the air, biting the golden python fiercely. The red python spit out flames from its mouth like a fire-breathing dragon, and the long flames shot straight towards the golden python. The scales all over the silvery white python's body were actually curling up, which made people's scalps numb. It turned out that these scales were just a layer of metal scales covering the giant python's skin. Under the group attack of the 5 pythons, I have to say, I felt really shocked. The 5 giant pythons cooperated in a very orderly manner. They unexpectedly made the gold, wood, water, fire, and earth complement each other, which seemed to give a feeling of continuous rise and fall. However, the golden python dodged with ease, perhaps because it had had enough fun, or perhaps because it was worried that Chen Nuo would blame it. The golden python suddenly stopped, and the 5 pythons became more powerful and attacked more fiercely. The golden python's body shook violently, and powerful magic power burst out of its body. All attacks were crushed in the blink of an eye, and dense explosions sounded in the air. The golden python shook its body and flew upwards, letting out a roar. The 5 pythons originally thought that the golden python was going to escape. Although they could not fly, their ability to catapult was still very good. 5 giant pythons catapult out of the pool together, with their bodies of more than 20 meters completely exposed. They all opened their ferocious mouths and bit the golden python together. The golden python flew higher into the sky. Transformation into a dragon. Its body expanded rapidly. The 5 giant pythons that were approaching suddenly felt a sense of oppression. The golden python's body turned into a huge monster in the blink of an eye, and it was still getting bigger. Click. 5 giant pythons bit the golden python, making sounds similar to the collision of metal. The golden python shook slightly, and the teeth of the 5 giant pythons were directly broken. They were transmitted to their bodies by the force of the slight shake, and it was as if they were hit by a huge force. Well. The water in the pool created a huge splash, and 5 giant pythons slammed heavily to the bottom of the water. The golden python, which is over 1,000 meters long, has already changed its appearance. The 2 huge wings on its back are folded on both sides. It has a big and long head, a pointed mouth, sharp teeth, a protruding forehead, a slender neck, and strong limbs. There are water vapor turning into clouds around Yinglong, making it look even more majestic. The huge dragon head stretched down from the clouds, and 5 giant pythons were in its eyes, like a few small loaches. 5 giant pythons were crawling on the bottom of the water in a daze, and the water splashed out of the pool was quickly flowing back into the pool. Yinglong let out a roar. Roar. The roar was deafening, and the 5 giant pythons woke up instantly, with fear in their eyes. The clouds around Yinglong shook, and the water pool that was originally flowing back seemed to be frozen for a moment. Then the water flow bypassed the 5 giant pythons and flowed to one side against common sense. Yinglong stretched out his claws, and the 5 giant pythons had no power to resist at all. The scales on their bodies kept shaking, and their bodies curled up together. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. Yinglong grabbed the khaki giant python with one claw, just like catching a worm. Perhaps he was worried that he would use too much force and crush the khaki giant python to death, so he loosened his claws, and the khaki giant python fell freely into the mud at the bottom of the pool. Roar, surrender, or die? A group of people suddenly appeared in front of Yinglong. They were Chen Nuo and his friends. Chen Nuo touched Yinglong's dragon whiskers. Sure enough, this is what a dragon looks like. The difference between the ugly look before and now is like heaven and earth. Yinglong shook his body and shrank instantly at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his previous size of 2 or 3 meters. Hiss. Chen Nuo nodded. They were meant to keep you company. You're lucky this time. They're actually rare 5 elements. From now on, they will be named after their attributes. They are Gold Dragon, Wood Dragon, Water Dragon, Fire Dragon, and Earth Dragon. Chen Nuo looked at the women. How about it? Wu Shasha looked at the giant python below, thought of Yinglong's just change, and shook her head in disagreement. They can't transform into dragons like Yinglong, so their names should be called golden snakes, wooden snakes, water snakes, etc. Chen Nuo glanced at Wu Shasha and complained in his heart, what the hell is that called a snake? It's so despicable. Then, he pretended not to hear Wu Shasha's words and spoke directly. Since everyone thinks the names I came up with are good, then let's confirm them. Now, I will modify and upgrade them, starting with the golden dragon. Wu Shasha. You. Chen Nuo smiled and quickly made some changes. He first controlled the 5 giant pythons and then modified the level of the golden dragon. Soon the golden dragon reached the 7th realm and encountered the 7th realm's thunder tribulation. After the thunder tribulation, 2 small bumps were seen on the top of the golden dragon's head. Chen Nuo quickly looked at Wu Shasha and pointed at the bulge on the top of the golden dragon's head. That's what I told you. Look at it. It has horns now. It's obviously turning into a dragon. So what should we call it? Dragon. What do you think? Wu Shasha sneered. Just now Chen Nuo had deliberately pretended not to hear what she said, but now seeing Yinglong's change, he came to make amends. She crossed her arms and looked Chen Nuo up and down. No matter how much you say, you can't hide the fact that it's not a dragon yet. Even if it has the tendency to turn into a dragon as you said, it is now at most a golden dragon, humph. When Chen Nuo heard the golden dragon, he repeated it twice. Golden dragon, that sounds good. We can call it that, too. Just like that, the 5 giant pythons that were originally supposed to be called dragons had their names changed during the conversation, from dragons to Jiao. Next, the wood dragon was upgraded to the 7th realm, followed by the water dragon, earth dragon, and fire dragon. After some modifications by Chen Nuo, all 5 giant pythons reached the realm of the 7th realm magical beast. Chen Nuo looked at them in front of him. He raised his hand and pointed. Rich gold elements condensed, and a carriage soon appeared in the sky. This carriage is very large, square, and has no wheels, and looks more like a pavilion. Su Li and the others looked at Chen Nuo in confusion. What was even more outrageous was that Chen Nuo actually enchanted the pavilion. After the enchantment, he also made a lot of thick iron chains. The girls were really curious about what he was going to do, and finally Su Li asked, "What is this for? What is the use of this pavilion and chains?" Chen Nuo smiled slightly, shrugged his shoulders, and his face showed excitement. Have you ever heard of 9 dragons pulling a coffin? I want 5 dragons pulling a cart. Chapter 141, 8,000 Series of Magical Beasts. I will be responsible. The 5 girls stared at Chen Nuo, whose face was filled with excitement. Their expressions seemed as if Chen Nuo didn't understand why they were so obsessed with a beautiful white deer. While combing the white deer's fur, they watched Chen Nuo busy himself with the so-called carriage that kept changing. Type: Enchanted Life Form, Chariot. Function: Flight, Protective Shield. Power System: Matching Modified Nuclear Power System. The iron chains have been fixed to the carriage, which is suspended in the air. 5 thick iron chains fall down naturally, and the carriage seems to be bearing some weight. Chen Nuo thought about it and decisively enchanted the 5 chains. Type: Enchanted Life Form, Chain. Function: Flight. Power System: Matching Modified Nuclear Power System. When he saw the frame and the chains floating naturally in the air, Chen Nuo jumped onto the frame, and several women followed him onto the frame. It was more like a large pavilion than a frame. Chen Nuo took out a slightly classic sofa from the parcel column, then looked at Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao jumped and turned into a length of 50 or 60 meters and came to the iron chain. There was a round ring buckle in the front part of the iron chain that could be closed. The circular buckle opened automatically and came to the bottom of the erected snake head, but the thickness of the snake exceeded the diameter of the circular buckle. Chen Nuo thought about it and tried to add a function to the chain that could change its size. In order to match the length and thickness of the 5 dragons, the length and thickness of the iron chains were changed accordingly. As a result, the overall look of the carriage is very awkward, with a sense of incoordination between the front and the back, and the carriage itself appears a bit small. Therefore, Chen Nuo added a function that allows the frame to change size. As the car becomes larger, the original power system immediately becomes overloaded. Chen Nuo raised his hand and made a 7-level artificial magic crystal core, then came to the location of the vehicle power system, where there was an energy slot. Chen Nuo put the artificial magic crystal core into the tide, and he also put artificial magic crystal cores into the energy slots of the 5 chains. Okay, let's take a spin. Several women sat next to Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo gave an order, and the 5 dragons first changed to about 10 meters, and the iron chains and the carriage also changed size accordingly. The 5 dragons began to soar into the air. Because they had no claws or hooves, at first glance they looked like they were crawling forward. As the 5 dragons grew larger, until the frame looked like a huge palace, the shocking feeling was so great that even the women were shocked. Chen Nuo stood on the edge of the carriage, looking at the primeval forest below with excitement. Thousands of magical beasts followed closely behind the carriage. Chirp. Hiss. Yo-yo. Woo-woo. Ouch. Akiji, golden python, white deer, Akainu, and white tiger all came to Chen Nuo's side. Chen Nuo was slightly stunned and took a look at them. You really want to do this? After a while, an iron chain was hung around the necks of the 5 beasts, and a small carriage ornament was tied to the chain. Chen Nuo added control permissions, setting the 4 women to level 2 permissions and the 5 beasts to level 3 permissions. After everything was completed, the ornaments on the necks of the 5 beasts suddenly lit up and began to grow larger, and the size of the 5 beasts also grew rapidly. Just like that, after the 5 dragons' chariots, there were again the Akiji's chariot, the Inglong's chariot, the white deer's chariot, the Akainu's chariot, and the white tiger's chariot. Gaoying first flew out from the 5 dragons' chariot and came to Inglong's chariot. Inglong turned his dragon head and looked at Gaoying. Gaoying instantly came in front of Inglong. Gaoying raised her hand and touched Inglong's protruding forehead. The man and the beast interacted for a while, and then she returned to the carriage. At this time, several women also came to their mounts. Wu Xiaoxia had 2 mounts, a white tiger and a white deer. She gave the white deer to Xiao Shihan for temporary use. In the Zaidanbana primeval forest, a large shadow covers a large area. In the sky, you can see giant beasts pulling carts, which is very shocking. In the front were 5 snake-like and dragon-like monsters, pulling a carriage that looked like a palace. Behind the carriage, there were 5 huge beasts pulling the carriage, with several women sitting inside. Wherever the giant beast passed, all the magical beasts in the primeval forest surrendered. By the evening, Chen Nuo's army of beasts had reached 8,000. At a glance, it encompasses everything. All kinds of animals are there. All the animals were either lying on the ground or perched on branches. Chen Nuo and his friends were planning to spend the night in the primeval forest. High in the sky, in the square pavilion, the sofa that was originally there was gone, replaced by 2 large beds that were put together, just enough for 6 people to lie down. Xiao Shihan was originally planning to find another place, but was kept back by the girls, who told her to lie on the outside. The night in the primeval forest is very quiet, and the sky is full of stars, which are very clear. As they chatted, they slowly fell asleep. They thought the night would pass quietly like this. In the middle of the night, Chen Nuo had to pee urgently, so he struggled out of the arms of the 2 women on his left and right. He came to the edge of the frame in a daze, reached into his pants and opened the floodgates to pee. The sleeping monsters below suddenly felt a chill on their faces and slowly opened their sleepy eyes. When they saw that it was not raining, they licked it with their tongues, closed their eyes and continued to sleep. Chen Nuo shivered, then turned around and prepared to lie down on the bed to continue sleeping. In a daze, he saw that several women had already squeezed together and there was no place for him at all. So he came to the edge of the bed, lay down on it, squeezed inside, and reached out. Xiao Shihan suddenly opened her eyes. In fact, she had already felt it when Chen Nuo came to her. But she didn't expect Chen Nuo to hug her from behind. She was nervous and happy at the same time. She wanted to push Chen Nuo away, but she couldn't bear to give up this subtle feeling. Chen Nuo's hands were not honest, and he was in a daze. The suppressed voice was low and did not wake up anyone else. Chen Nuo felt the woman's body was very cold in a daze, until he He realized something was wrong, a distinctly different feeling. His brows furrowed slightly, having realized his mistake. But at this time, I can't just apologize and say, I was wrong. Chen Nuo felt ruthless in his heart, and the carriage shook slightly at the beginning. After a while, the carriage shook more and more violently under the strong impact. Several women have woken up. They were all cursing Chen Nuo in their hearts, calling him a beast. Xiao Shihan also noticed the movements of the girls. She tried to resist Chen Nuo with her hands, but finally, the carriage came to a stop and Chen Nuo closed his eyes and fell asleep with satisfaction. In the morning, as the sun shone, Chen Nuo opened his eyes and stretched. After a while, the girls slowly woke up. The first thing they looked at was Xiao Shihan, who was pretending to be asleep. Then she looked at Chen Nuo, who pretended nothing was wrong and greeted them. The corners of Su Li's mouth rose slightly, and she looked at Chen Nuo for 2 seconds. You are following your heart. Didn't you say before to let nature take its course? Oh. So this is what it means to let nature take its course, to let things happen naturally in the primeval forest. Li Shui also smiled teasingly. I thought I would be the protagonist last night. Going spat. Shame on you. I told you to call me before. This is the second time you didn't. Wu Shasha's face looked unhappy. If you want to, you can come to me. Why do you still treat Shihan like this? Look how much she endures. She keeps resisting, but you. Chen Nuo chuckled, and after the 4 girls had expressed their opinions, he came to Xiao Shihan, squatted down, raised his hand, and patted her shoulder. Xiao Shihan's eyelashes moved slightly, but she did not open her eyes immediately. Chen Nuo spoke up. I had to pee urgently last night, and when I turned around, I found that they were all squeezed together, so I came to the bed. I was really a little confused at the time, and it was not until later that I realized something was wrong, but by then it was already. But don't worry, I will be responsible. Chapter 142, The 9 Realms Corpse King. The new corpse ancestor. Monsters and demons appear. Xiao Shihan buried her face in the bed and muttered softly. Who put you in charge? Chen Nuo raised his hand and helped her up, ignoring her struggle, then hugged her. Since you won't let me take responsibility, then you should take responsibility for me. I made a huge sacrifice last night. Xiao Shihan was so angry that she laughed. She raised her hand and pushed Chen Nuo away. You're still sacrificing a lot? Su Li and the others came to Xiao Shihan's side and kept facing the outside world. Shihan, ignore him. He's clearly taking advantage of me, but he's still acting like he's wronged. That is. Seeing that the girls started talking and laughing again, Chen Nuo spoke. Shihan, let me modify your realm for you. Xiao Shihan was stunned for a moment. She first looked at Su Li and the others, with hesitation in her eyes. Su Li knew what she was hesitating about. She held Xiao Shihan's hand. This is what belongs to you. Li Shui nodded. Yes, welcome to join our team. Going shrugged and looked at Chen Nuo. Tell me the truth. Did you do that on purpose last night? Wu Shasha snorted disdainfully. Need I say more? I don't believe he doesn't know. He is blatantly doing it in secret. Chen Nuo had completely achieved the state of letting everything go in one ear and out the other. He was not affected at all by what the women said and opened the modifier. Change the realm 7 zombies to realm 8 zombies. The 8 realms of thunder tribulation, disperse. Change the realm to the 9th realm zombie. Buzz. The heaven and earth shook. The 9 realms of thunder arose, lightning flashed, thunder roared, dark clouds filled the sky, and when all the momentum reached its peak, it dispersed. This might be the most frustrating 9 realms thunder tribulation. It was already gathering momentum, but in the end it dissipated like a fart with a puff. Couldn't you have modified it earlier? Why did you have to do it at the moment of the thunder strike? In the blink of an eye, the sky became bright again. And in the universe, within that shattered galaxy belt, an entire expanse of black light covered the sky. The ancient building began to shake, and a 9th realm corpse king flew out of it. He roared to summon the corpse king, and soon many corpses appeared here. Haha, what great joy. Finally, another 9th realm corpse king was born in our corpse clan. Where's Jiangchen? A burly man stood out from the crowd and made a hoarse sound. Corpse ancestor, Jiangchen is here. The corpse ancestor nodded and looked at Jiangchen. Okay, Jiangchen, I should have gone there in person to welcome the 9 realms corpse king back to the clan, but I have to stay here to deter the villains, so I can't split myself. Now, I order you to lead a team of clansmen to welcome the 9 realms corpse king back to the clan. Jiangchen accepted the order and asked, Excuse me, corpse ancestor, where is the newly born corpse king? The corpse ancestor snorted coldly, and his powerful aura instantly pressed towards Jiangchen, who felt as if he had been hit hard. This is just a small punishment for you. Remember, the 9th realm corpse king is on par with me and should be called the corpse ancestor. When you see it, treat it like you treat me. Remember that. Jiangchen nodded quickly in response, and the corpse ancestor spoke again. The new corpse ancestor is in the remote southern star region. If it hadn't been promoted to the ninth realm this time, I still wouldn't be able to determine its location. However, the distance is too far, and I still can't really determine the specific area. The corpse ancestor sighed, shook his head, and looked towards the direction of the Southern Star region. I only know that it is in the remote Southern Star region, and it is an even more remote place. Jiangchen, I will activate the Star Region transmission array and send you to the Southern Star region. Once there, you need to find a new corpse ancestor. Go. Bring the new corpse ancestor back to me. Buzz. The black light in the sky rolled and changed, and instantly turned into a large formation. A ray of light covered Jiangchen and his companions in the formation, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The great elder of the Mu clan, who was still one day away from the blue star, held the scepter tightly and looked in the direction of the blue star, and Mu Feng said excitedly, "Great elder, there is only one day left. Look, this strange phenomenon, this magical tide, it must be the birth of another divine object. I never thought that such a primitive planet would give birth to so many treasures." The great elder frowned and paced back and forth a few times. Mu Feng, the distance is getting closer. I am looking at this vision. Why does it look more and more like a realm breakthrough? Do you think this is a vision of a strong person breaking through the 8th or 9th realm? Mu Feng shook his head without even thinking. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The great elder is worrying too much. This lost world, I was sure before that this galaxy was absolutely a vacuum of magic. Now the highest level of creatures on this biological planet will definitely not exceed the 6th level, and this is still an exaggeration. I think now there are probably very few creatures in the 4th level. The great elder nodded, feeling that what Mu Feng said made sense, and he smiled. Maybe I'm overthinking it. When people get old, they tend to think too much. Mu Feng, no matter what, when we land tomorrow, you should send those low-level tree people to explore this planet. It's always better to be cautious. Dozens of broken ships knelt down and shouted as they saw the coastline getting closer and closer. We're here. We're finally here. Thanks to Amaterasu for her guidance, we will definitely expand our branches and leaves in China and continue to worship you. On the coast, a group of people were looking for something to eat by the sea, when suddenly someone shouted, "Look, there are many ships coming up on the sea. Go and report to the president." Many people were standing on the shore, ready for the big ship to approach. On the boat, a few leading guys squinted their eyes and looked at the people on the shore. "Oda, what should we do? Should we attack?" Oda frowned and thought about it, then shook his head. "Kishimoto, our people are exhausted now. If we attack the Chinese who are waiting for their turn, we will suffer heavy casualties. We cannot win by force, we must use wisdom." Kishimoto looked at the other person, only to see that person smile slightly, raise his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword had a huge blade like a kitchen knife, and the handle was wrapped with a white cloth strip, and there was no guard. "I, Kubo, will listen to you. If you say so, I will fight you. My sword is thirsty for blood." A man wearing glasses pushed his glasses up on his nose. "Based on my understanding of the Chinese, we can show our strength first, so that they dare not act rashly, and then show weakness and find some people to win the sympathy of the saints among them. With this manipulation, we should be able to easily get a temporary place to stay. After we have rested for a while, won't they be easily controlled by us?" So, everyone reached a consensus and they discussed the details. Oda was seen holding his right wrist with his left hand, holding his right hand upwards, then half squatting, and with a flushed face, he exerted force, just like taking a shit. All the magic power in Oda's body surged into his hands, and soon, a fruit appeared in his hand. This fruit looks like a dragon fruit, with spiral patterns on it and is red in color. This is a fruit with the power of fire. After I swallow it, I can use fire within 5 minutes. Aoyama, wearing glasses, looked at the fruit in Oda's hand with envy. "Oh, if I had known this, I would have drawn some fantasy or mysterious comics. I only have one skill like radar, which is extremely useless." Kishimoto quickly shook his head. "Mr. Chishan is too modest. Without your guidance, we would not only fail to break through the encirclement of those monsters, but also fail to reach China so quickly. We will always remember your kindness," Kishimoto said as he began to make several seals with his hands. "Psychic." Kubo swung the long sword in his hand. "Let's go, let's show those Chinese people that no matter what era we are in, we can always stand at the top of the world's nations." Chapter 143, Crescent Moon Sky Strike. Flame Cross Spear. Shameless person. On the coast, everyone was on full alert. A young man stood in the front. Originally, people thought that the president should be a middle-aged man, but unexpectedly he was a boy of 17 or 18 years old. "President, look, all those boats have stopped." Lin Xiaodi looked at the small red dot flag hanging on the boat and said to a middle-aged man next to him, "Uncle Qian, it looks like he came from an island country. What should we do?" Qian Chashing snorted coldly. "Xiaodi, our ancestors were badly harmed by the Japanese. I suggest you drive them away." Lin Xiaodi frowned and thought for a few seconds. When he was about to agree, a man in his 30s wearing glasses spoke with a smile on his face. President Xiaodi, the world is in chaos now. It's time for us humans to work together. If we can take them in, our chances of getting through this difficult time will be much greater. Qian Chaxing sneered and said with disdain. Su Shiji, don't think we don't know. The reason you said that is because your wife is Japanese. I don't even want to say anything about you. Someone in your Su family died at the hands of Japanese people before. You still have the nerve to plead for little red dot now. Su Shiji had a smile on his face from beginning to end. After Qian Chaxing finished speaking, he calmly looked at the people around him, and finally looked at Qian Chaxing. Qian Chaxing, what you said are all old things. They were the mistakes made by the previous generation of the island nation. It has been so long. Why don't we let go of our hatred? Everyone knows that the island nation has not done anything to us now. Qian Chaxing was filled with rage and was about to beat Su Shiji, but was stopped by others. Su Shiji straightened his clothes, glanced at Qian Chaxing with disdain, and then spoke to Lin Xiaodi. President Xiaodi, you must not be taken advantage of by someone with ulterior motives. Our country has a fine tradition of treating people with courtesy. These islanders have come here with great difficulty. Even if we have nothing to do with them, we must not do anything to take advantage of their misfortune. Lin Xiaodi looked at Su Shiji, and he nodded. Su Shiji felt relieved. Suddenly, Lin Xiaodi punched him. Su Shiji's glasses were knocked off. He covered his red eyes and questioned loudly. Lin Xiaodi, what right do you have to hit someone? Don't forget that my family supports you in becoming the guild president. Lin Xiaodi snorted coldly. Su Shiji, stop talking bullshit here. The reason why I am supported by everyone is because I have the support of Mazu and have the ability to control water. I'm telling you, people from the island nation, I am. Before Lin Xiaodi finished speaking, he heard someone shouting. Look, someone is coming. Lin Xiaodi spat at Su Shiji. I'll settle the score with you later. There was a cold light flashing in Su Shiji's eyes. He picked up his glasses and walked back to the crowd. A woman's face was full of concern. Qian Chaxing pushed away the people who were blocking him and came to Lin Xiaodi. He turned around and looked at Su Shiji, whose eyes were a little red and swollen from being hit. The two looked at each other, and Su Shiji actually smiled at Qian Chaxing. Qian Chaxing turned around and whispered to Lin Xiaodi. Xiaodi, you have to be careful of Su Shiji. You just beat him in front of everyone, but he was still able to smile at me. This guy is very scheming. Lin Xiaodi nodded and said nothing. He looked at the sea and saw several people coming down from the boat. They stood on something unknown and quickly moved towards the coast. When they got closer, everyone could see clearly that they were actually standing on a shark that was about 6 or 7 meters long. It's a shark. How is that possible? The shark stopped, and one of the men wearing glasses pushed his glasses up. His temperament was similar to Su Shiji's, and his face showed a look of, there is only one truth, and he looked at Lin Xiaodi in the front, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. There are 1,289 people in total. I never thought our neighbors would welcome us so much. Thank you so much, friendly neighbors, for welcoming us. In order to respond to your enthusiasm, we can't be too petty. Lin Xiaodi was stunned and looked at Qian Chaxing next to him. Uncle Qian, our number, he. Qian Chaxing frowned, and before he could reply, he saw a man opposite him holding a long sword. He weighed the sword in his hand and said, Then let me go first. Cabello looked at the people on the shore provocatively, and then he jumped directly into the water. The water here was very shallow, only above his waist. He raised the long sword in his hand high. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. A visible crescent-shaped shockwave was slashed out from the longsword. Although the shockwave was small, it was visually impactful. The water surface exploded and caused quite a wave. Qian Chaxing clenched his fists and said to Lin Xiaodi, Xiaodi, they are trying to intimidate us. The people of the island country cheered loudly. Kubo, awesome. Now watch me. Flame Cross Spear. When Lin Xiaodi and the others were surprised, they saw another person extend the index fingers of both hands and overlap them in the shape of a cross, and then a beam of fire penetrated directly into the water. There was a hissing sound in the water, and after a few seconds, the light beam disappeared. Seeing that the person on the other side was a little shocked, Qishan smiled and spoke. Dear Chinese friends, we have come here from the island country after going through untold hardships. We hope that you can lend us a helping hand and let us rest here for a while. Don't worry, we in the island country will not take advantage of you for nothing. Many of our teachers here are very interested in the Chinese people, and they will teach them everything they know. At this time, Su Shiji ran out again. This time he was holding a woman with him. After some communication, Su Shiji began to lobby other people as if he had found a relative. Because of the previous shock, Lin Xiaodi, Qian Chaxing, and others did not dare to act rashly. In the end, some people with a kind heart began to join the ranks of pleading for the island country, including some wretched middle-aged men. They were not persuaded by Su Shiji's words of truth, but were attracted by the teacher. Lin Xiaodi took a deep look at the shark in the water and then looked at those people. He felt that if a fight really broke out, it was very likely that there would be greater casualties on their side. After all, the other side could just ride on the shark and run away if they couldn't beat them. After thinking about it, he had to agree first, but it was agreed that the island country must open up a rest area on its own. Qin Shan and the others had no objection because Su Shiji had already promised them that he would lead them to some safer areas. Su Shiji and his Japanese wife stood on the shark. He smiled politely at Lin Xiaodi and spoke. President Xiaodi, thank you for taking care of me. I will definitely remember it in my heart. The shark left, the men got back on board, and the boat quickly changed direction. Qian Chongqing looked at the people behind him angrily. Those who had previously pleaded for the island country had a little embarrassment on their faces. Old Qian, we just think that we are all human beings, so we should forgive others when we can. That's right. Besides, you saw it. Those people immediately saw our number. Moreover, the sword energy slashed across the sky, the flames penetrated the seawater, and the sharks obeyed them. We were also worried that we could not defeat them. This was just a temporary measure. On the island country ship, Su Shiji changed his usual behavior. He nodded and bowed as he spoke to Qin Shan and the others. My lords, we will land not far ahead. There used to be a shipyard there, so it is very safe. After you have recovered, I will take you with me to capture those people in one fell swoop. I am very familiar with their territory. Several people looked at Su Shiji. They were stunned for a few seconds, then looked at each other and burst into laughter. Qin Shan patted Su Shiji on the shoulder, and Su Shiji quickly apologized with a smile. Qin Shan had a hint of disdain in his eyes, but he said words of encouragement. Yoshi, Mr. Su, you are indeed a friend of our island nation. Our island nation will not treat our friends unfairly. In the evening, one of our teachers will visit Mr. Su. Mr. Su, please do not refuse. Chapter 144. The God's Car. The Island Nation's Puppet Plan. How brave. This chapter has 3,000 words. I am too lazy to divide it into 2,000 words. Good luck. In Shidan Bana, 5 nearly 1 kilometer long dragon snakes flew out from the primeval forest, pulling a huge pavilion, and behind the pavilion were a sky full of animals. 8,000 types of magical beasts were flying in an orderly manner. They were all the same size and did not look messy. The 5 dragons' chariot stopped at the edge of the forest. Chen Nuo and several women looked at the primeval forest. They each held a green crystal core in their hands, which was the core of the wood. Chen Nuo has killed all the magic plants in the forest. The previous 9-level magic plants have proved that the core of wood is the key. As long as you place the core of wood into the plant and then use enchantment to give it life, you can create a new magical plant. Therefore, after Chen Nuo took out the core of the wood, he put the dead tree body of the magic plant into the packing box. Of course, Chen Nuo didn't care about the 9th-level magic plant and let it sleep in the forest. Chen Nuo took another look at the neatly arranged 8,000 types of magical beasts, then spoke to the women. The 10,000 beasts army is still short of 2,000 beasts. We won't go out of our way to look for them. We can go around the major cities in each province and collect magic crystal cores and animals. What do you think? The women nodded in agreement, and Chen Nuo used his mind to command the 5 dragons, and the carriage began to move. On this day, many survivors saw a shocking miracle that they had never seen in their lives. They saw 5 huge monsters in the distant sky. Some say it is a dragon, some say it is a jiao. Anyway, for humans, both dragons and jiao are extraordinary creatures. What shocked them was that they were pulling the cart like animals. Many people said that this was the vehicle of gods. Then, everyone heard a loud divine chant coming from the carriage, and then the zombies in the city, as if they had lost their minds, ignored the survivors and began to migrate out of the city. They also saw a lot of divine beasts flying out from the palace of the gods. These divine beasts were very fast, and they flew into the city. There were survivors who lived close to the zoo and said that the divine beasts had landed in the zoo, and they took away all the animals in the zoo. What's even more shocking is when the zombies walked out of the city. The sky was filled with thunder and fire, blizzards and strong winds, huge waves and other magical spells that bombarded the sky continuously, completely destroying all the zombies. The god's chariot finally flew away, leaving the survivors with endless reverie. Along the way, in every city they encountered, Chen Nuo asked Xiao Shihan to use the Corpse King summoning technique, and countless zombies were harvested. They didn't do it deliberately, they just did it as they pleased, just like sightseeing. At the end of the day, Chen Nuo and his team not only harvested hundreds of millions of magic crystal cores, but also the number of magic beasts exceeded 10,000. At night, Chen Nuo looked at the densely packed magical beasts below, wondering how to accommodate them. Unfortunately, the parcel bar could not store living things. After working for half the night, Chen Nuo and the 5 girls finally calmed down. Looking at High City, it was a dark and windy night. Aoyama, Oda, Kubo, Kishimoto, and many other people were waiting in a room. After a while, Su Shiji pushed the door open and walked in. Qingshan showed a warm smile on his face, which made Su Shiji flattered. Mr. Su, are you satisfied with our teacher Hitano's service? Su Shiji nodded quickly, saying it was wonderful. Qingshan pulled him to the main seat and sat down. Mr. Su, you are our friend, so I will speak frankly. Su Shiji said flatteringly. Master Qingshan, please speak. I am all ears. Qingshan glanced at the other people in the room and said, we thought about it and decided to take the initiative tonight so that we could catch them off guard. Su Shiji was startled for a moment, then he showed joy. Then I'll lead the way for the adults. Qingshan raised his hand and patted Su Shiji on the shoulder. Sure enough, Mr. Su is our true friend. So several people began to plot, and Su Shiji told them everything he knew. Half an hour later, all plans were completed and all those who could fight had gathered and were on standby. Oda started again. He held his right wrist with his left hand, half knelt down and exerted force. All the magic power in his body surged into his hand, and a slightly transparent fruit appeared in his hand. This fruit can make me invisible for 5 minutes. I will sneak in and take out the guards at the door. After I take care of them, we will surround them quietly. This way we should be able to minimize casualties. Qingshan looked at Su Shiji and asked again, you just said that Lin Xiaodi can control water, right? Su Shiji nodded, with an indignant look on his face. Yes, that's why everyone nominated him as the president. Otherwise, how could a young boy like him become the president? After Su Shiji finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and continued. Alas, those ignorant people think that he is blessed by Mazu. Humph, that's nonsense. In my opinion, you adults are guided by the oracle of Amaterasu to guide all living beings to the light. Su Shiji had a flattering look on his face, and Kubo raised his hand and patted him on the face. You are an interesting person. I like you. As long as you're a good dog to us, we will definitely not treat you unfairly. Qingshan frowned slightly and glared at Kubo. Kubo also felt that he had said something wrong, so he smiled awkwardly. Qingshan looked at Su Shiji, who didn't look angry at all. Mr. Su, don't take Kubo's words to heart. You will always be our friend. Su Shiji waved his hands quickly. Lord Aoyama, I don't mind at all. Lord Kubo said I was a dog, so I am a dog. Woof woof woof. Qingshan was stunned, and so were everyone in the room. They then burst into laughter, and Su Shiji also laughed loudly. To him, it was as if he had gained some benefit. On Lin Xiaodi's side, he had arranged twice as many people to prevent the Japanese from using shameful means. However, he really didn't expect that he would become a prisoner that night. When many people rushed into Lin Xiaodi's room, he was still sleeping soundly with a pillow in his arms. By dawn, everything was settled. Lin Xiaodi and Qian Changxing were tied up and taken to a room. Qingshan and the others looked at Lin Xiaodi, and the guide dog Su Shiji beside them had a victorious smile on his face. President Xiaodi, I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. TSK. Hiki. Qian Changxing spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on Su Shiji's face. Su Shiji's face trembled. He took off his glasses and wiped his face with his sleeve first, and then wiped his glasses. Qian Changxing cursed Su Shiji. You are worse than a pig or a dog. You are a disgrace to your Su family. Su Shiji put on his glasses again. Hiki. Another bite, but this time Su Shiji dodged it. He raised his hand and punched, and then he kept punching and kicking until he was tired. Then he stopped panting. Haha, you bastard. Why is that all? Are you out of energy? You weakling. When Su Shiji was about to fight, Qingshan stopped him. Qingshan glanced at Qian Changxing, and then looked at Lin Xiaodi, who was a little dazed. You two, we are here to discuss cooperation. I hope you can cooperate. Qian Changxing snorted coldly. Cooperation? What you mean by cooperation is to tie us up and let this bastard beat me up to show his power. Qingshan looked at Qian Changxing, and the two men stared at each other, neither giving in. After a few seconds, Qingshan nodded. I see. Qian Changxing looked at Qingshan, not knowing what he understood. He saw Qingshan turn around and come in front of Su Shiji, and Su Shiji swallowed. Lord Aoyama. Papa. 2 consecutive slaps hit Su Shiji's face, and his glasses fell to the ground. He looked in disbelief. Qingshan said in his ear, You said before that you wanted to be our dog. Do you regret it now? Su Shiji looked at Qingshan stupidly, then under Qingshan's gaze, he shook his head. Qingshan then smiled again and turned to look at Lin Xiaodi and Qian Changxing. How is it, you two? Is our sincerity enough? Although Qian Changxing was also surprised, he didn't want to just give in. Qingshan looked at Qian Changxing and continued slowly. There is an old saying in China, if you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. I advise you to think it over before answering. Besides, our cooperation is also beneficial to you. Qian Changxing was really shocked by Qingshan. He thought about it and decided that a wise man should not suffer a loss in front of him. He decided to listen to the content of the cooperation first, so he calmed down. Qingshan looked at Lin Xiaodi. We want to cooperate with President Lin. You can continue to be the president, and we will help you expand your territory. However, you must obey our orders. We islanders must enjoy the highest rights on Chinese soil." Lin Xiaodi was stunned. He thought for a few seconds and then said, "You want me to be a puppet?" Qingshan laughed loudly, then stopped laughing and looked at Lin Xiaodi with cold eyes. "President Lin is really smart. Of course, you can choose not to do it. We won't force you. But if we do that, we might not be very friendly to others. For example, how about killing everyone?" Lin Xiaodi was just a young man, and when he encountered this kind of pervert who played with people's hearts, he was played around with at his young age. Finally, Lin Xiaodi compromised. Just when everyone was happy, there was a loud scream suddenly from outside. "Holy crap! What is that? Is that a dragon?" When the people in the room were confused, suddenly they were bound by a mysterious force, and a voice sounded in their ears. "Humph, you are actually from the island country. How dare you? I never thought that before I went to settle accounts with you, you would come to our Chinese land." Chapter 145. The Sword Can Cut the Sea. Alchemy. She since. I actually advanced. 5,000-meter-long giant pythons pulled the carriage and stopped it high in the sky. Chen Nuo stood on the edge of the carriage and overlooked the view below. He raised his hand and waved it upwards, and all the islanders flew up uncontrollably. The islanders were silent as they looked at the huge body of the python, and their images were reflected in the python's eyes. Qingshan and several others flew in front of Chen Nuo uncontrollably, and Chen Nuo looked at them coldly. "You guys are the leaders of the little life?" After Chen Nuo asked this question, he shook his head again. "Hey, what else am I asking? Just kill him and be done with it." Qingshan and the others were shocked. Qingshan's brain worked rapidly and he begged for mercy. "Sir, let me say this. We have no intention of being your enemy. If our actions offend you, we will certainly offer our most sincere sincerity. Moreover, our island nation has always respected the strong. We are willing to worship you as our heavenly Father and be at your command." Chen Nuo snorted. "Father in heaven? You really have a good plan. You even want to be my son. How shameless. I have no interest in you little red dots. You'd better die." As Chen Nuo spoke, he began to acquire the magic talents of all the islanders. He quickly glanced at the pages of Qingshan and others, and when he was about to take action, he was stunned. Devil Fruit Tree. Human Eye Radar. Magic. Psychic. Demonic. Zanpakuto. Magic. Alchemy. Magic. Qi. Your abilities. When Qingshan heard Chen Nuo's words, he quickly answered. "Tianzu, the abilities of my men will definitely be useful to you." Chen Nuo raised his hand to interrupt him. "What did you call me just now?" Qingshan showed a hint of embarrassment on his face, but in an instant his face was full of flattery. "Heavenly Ancestor, since you do not want us to worship you as our Heavenly Father, we will be your grandsons." Chen Nuo raised his hand and flicked it. Qingshan seemed to be hit hard and blood gushed out, but it was blocked by a force as soon as it spurted out. Noisy. Qingshan endured the pain with a stiff smile on his face. "Your Excellency is right." Chen Nuo looked at Qingshan's page. Name, Guichi Aoyama. Realm, Second Realm Magician. Magic, Human Eye Radar can see through everything within a certain range. Aoyama Goichi? Is he the cartoonist who draws the only truth? Qingshan was stunned. He didn't understand how Chen Nuo knew his name. This made Chen Nuo even more mysterious. He didn't dare to have any more thoughts and nodded with a smile. Chen Nuo nodded. No wonder there is a magic talent like radar. After Chen Nuo finished speaking, he looked at another person. Ichiro Oda, are you the author of the Rubber Man? Oda nodded and Aoyama quickly introduced them. Sir, Oda's ability can transform abilities into devil fruits. Anyone who eats a devil fruit can directly control the corresponding abilities. Qingshan paused. He didn't say that he could only hold on for 5 minutes, but Chen Nuo looked at him coldly. No more. Qingshan felt as if he was seen through, and spoke quickly. Also, the time is only 5 minutes. Even though it's only 5 minutes, it will definitely be helpful to adults. Chen Nuo sneered. He retracted his gaze, looked at his own page, activated the magic talent of the devil fruit tree, then he raised his hand and pointed. Oda's face changed drastically, with a familiar fluctuation. In the blink of an eye, a devil fruit appeared. The fruit was gourd-shaped with a line pattern on it, called the line fruit. Chen Nuo glanced at Aoyama, then at Oda, with a hint of sneer on his face. He took the string fruit and tossed it. Devil fruit, the string fruit. Chen Nuo took a bite directly. He closed his eyes and felt it. He felt a force entering his body. Chen Nuo's mental power captured it, and it went directly into the spiritual sea of his brain. However, when it saw the magic talents in the sky, it got stuck. Chen Nuo pushed a speaker magic towards it, and it directly merged into the magic. The word on the forehead of the magic immediately turned into the word. Chen Nuo understood that there was an energy body in the devil fruit. Let's call it a devil for now. When a demon enters the spiritual sea of the brain, it will directly merge into the body of the original demon. causing the original demon to temporarily change and possess corresponding demonic powers. After time passes, the demon's energy is exhausted and the original demon is restored. Chen Nuo opened his eyes and pointed at a large cloud in the distance. A thin line appeared and shot out. Bang! The clouds in the distance were pierced by a thin thread and then entangled. Chen Nuo gently pulled it and actually pulled the cloud over here. Chen Nuo nodded, then flicked his fingers, and the thin line disappeared. Oda was already stunned. Every time he made a devil fruit, it was as difficult as taking a shit. Chen Nuo just made a casual move, and the devil fruit appeared. Putting aside why Chen Nuo had the same superpowers as him, the easy way to make the devil fruit was not something he could do. Qishan licked it quickly and praised it a lot, but Chen Nuo ignored him and looked at another person. He raised his hand and a long sword appeared in his hand. He looked at Kubo. Zanpakuto. He raised his hand and slashed towards the sea in the distance. A huge shockwave was formed, which brought about a strong gale. The islanders who could not move at all were directly hit by the strong wind, and some of them fainted. The sea surface in the distance was directly cut open, and the end could not be seen at all, as if the sea was split in half, and the sea water could not close for a long time. Kabeyo was shocked, thinking that even the protagonist of the comics might not have such power. Chen Nuo played with the long sword in his hand, then threw it upwards. The long sword disappeared back into the magic space. It's okay. Everyone was speechless. Is this power just enough? Chen Nuo looked at another woman. Alchemist. He raised his hand and magic power vibrated at his fingertips. The things he had made before using gold element magic were actually very crude. I saw the huge carriage pavilion began to change. In a flash, the pavilion was transformed into a complex ancient palace. This is not bad. In the future, we can let some scientists have this ability. I think they can create a lot of things. Qishan and the others were already dumbfounded. Although they had previously spoken of the protection of Amaterasu, they did not believe in the existence of God at all in their hearts. And now, as they watched Chen Nuo change everything with a wave of his hand, they felt a little. Chen Nuo looked at the other person's page and frowned. Aura. He closed his eyes and felt it. In an instant, he could clearly feel the magic power between heaven and earth. He had a feeling that he could directly absorb this magic power into his body. His powerful mental strength directly formed a tide of magic power, and the magic power poured into Chen Nuo's body like a funnel. A magical and shocking thing happened. Chen Nuo, who was originally locked in a state, broke free from the shackles in an instant. Chen Nuo suddenly opened his eyes. He was surprised at first, and then showed deep joy, only to see on his page. Realm. Second Realm Magician, locked. Note. The realm is upgraded by the host's own practice and does not affect the locked state. Chapter 146, Realm and Strength are consistent. 9981 Thunder Tribulations. Spiritual Space. I was in the hospital all afternoon, so the update is a bit late. Chen Nuo closed his eyes again, and the tide of magic continued to flow into his body. Chen Nuo's realm rose like a rocket. Third realm, fourth realm, fifth realm, sixth realm, seventh realm. Buzz. The seventh realm Thunder Tribulation appeared, but Chen Nuo's realm was still rising. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nuo entered the eighth realm, and the eighth realm Thunder Tribulation began to brew. When Chen Nuo upgraded to the ninth realm, the three great Thunder Tribulations merged together. The Thunder Tribulation was much bigger than the previous ones. At first glance, it seemed boundless, and there was a sense of urgency as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city and destroying it. Chen Nuo glanced at the Thunder Tribulation, then looked at his own page. Realm, Ninth Realm Magician, locked. Note. He clenched his fists. He felt that there should be a higher realm after the ninth realm. However, as he looked at the dissipating tide of magic power, he understood that even if he gathered magic power to practice again, it would be impossible to break through. Although he didn't know why, he had this feeling. It was a sense of restraint. Chen Nuo looked at the Thunder Tribulation again, and he rushed forward directly. Su Li and the others showed worry on their faces. They didn't understand why Chen Nuo didn't just eliminate the Thunder Tribulation directly. In the blink of an eye, Chen Nuo rushed into the thundercloud. The lightning struck his body and his clothes turned to ashes in an instant. Chen Nuo frowned. He stimulated the thunder element to the extreme. The three Thunder Tribulations merged. The power of the Thunder Tribulation far exceeded the 9-level Thunder Tribulation by who knows how many times. Chen Nuo looked at the sky full of thunder and lightning and had an idea in his mind. What would be the effect if he absorbed all the thunder and lightning? So, he thought of devil fruits. Elemental ones can directly transform the body into elements. He did it as he thought, and a thunder fruit appeared. Lightning could not destroy it at all. Chen Nuo bit it, and the demon rushed into the spiritual sea of his brain. Chen Nuo met the lightning elemental demon. Thousands of lightning bolts gathered, and a thunder strike had already arrived. Chen Nuo's body instantly turned into an element. He was like a black hole, continuously absorbing lightning bolts into his elemental body. The lightning elemental magic began to change. The number of lightning bolts brought down by the Thunder Tribulation has already exceeded 9, and now has reached 49, and the Thunder Tribulation has not stopped yet. Although Su Li and the others below are very anxious, they believe that Chen Nuo can definitely survive the Thunder Tribulation. During this period, Chen Nuo had already made Thunder Fruit 2 or 3 times, because each time a Thunder Tribulation brought down a Thunder Punishment, the later it was, the longer it would last. Qingshan and the other islanders were both surprised and happy. They were surprised that there would be such a strange phenomenon, and they were happy because they hoped that Chen Nuo would be struck to death by lightning. But what they didn't know was that even if Chen Nuo died, their situation would not change. Not to mention that the women had already reached the 9th level. Any other type of monster could easily kill them. The sky and the earth roared, and thunder and lightning ran everywhere like mad wild horses. Under the dark clouds, countless survivors watched the doomsday scene. Finally, the dark clouds dispersed, the thunder and lightning dissipated, and Chen Nuo absorbed all the 99 and 81 bolts of lightning. Earth-shaking changes have taken place in Chen Nuo's brain and spiritual sea. At this time, the spiritual sea in the brain was more like a world, vast and boundless. It was contaminated by the breath of thunder and seemed to have become different. As for the mystery in it, Chen Nuo was not clear yet. The reason why Chen Nuo was able to advance so quickly was entirely because his strength had already reached the 9th level before, and the current situation was just that his strength and realm had reached a consensus. Normally, at the first level, one can only sense magic power through the Qi sensing magic and use the magic power for cultivation. Just like Toriyama Suki, he has only barely reached the 2nd level in the past few days. Chen Nuo raised his hand and took out a set of clothes from the parcel column. After he put them on, he quickly returned to the carriage. Su Li said a little angrily, "Why not just eliminate the Thunder Tribulation? Is it worth the risk?" Chen Nuo hugged her first, then hugged the other girls, and then said, "It should be worth it. I found that the spiritual sea in my brain is a little different. I will study it when I have some free time." Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Qingshan and the others again. They were all shocked. Damn it, even the thunder can't kill him. God is really blind. This man can only be defeated with wits, not force. We have to find a way to get rid of him, otherwise our island nation will most likely be destroyed in his hands. The most urgent thing now is to survive first. Only if we survive will we have a chance to fight back. The thoughts of the islanders could not escape the perception of his mind and eyes. Chen Nuo looked at them with a smile on his face. He finally looked at one of them. Psychic. You can sign a contract with animals, and the signed animals can enter a special psychic space. Psychic space. Chen Nuo smacked his lips and said meaningfully, "I have to say, I am lucky to meet you." When Qingshan heard this, he spoke quickly. "Sir, if there is anything you need us to do, just tell us and we will do it." Chen Nuo nodded and clapped his hands and said, "Well, quick talk. Then, please go to hell." Chen Nuo's mental power shook, and all the islanders' minds were annihilated. Chen Nuo's mental power dissipated, and they fell from the sky. Bang bang. The Japanese people fell to the ground like rain, leaving no intact body. Chen Nuo looked in a direction below. In that direction, Su Shiji's face was covered in cold sweat. When he saw Chen Nuo looking at him, he quickly lowered his head. Chen Nuo's voice rang out. "Do you like being a dog so much?" Su Shiji was so frightened that his legs trembled and he knelt down, stammering, "Sir, I was also forced to do this." Others began to curse Su Shiji's shamelessness. Chen Nuo snorted coldly, and it was as if the sound exploded directly in everyone's heart. Everyone was so shocked that they dared not say anything more. Chen Nuo originally wanted to find a dog's magic talent, modify it, and make it a real dog. But after thinking about it, for a person like this, it is probably better to live a miserable life than to die. Even if he is made a real dog, he might be happy with it. So, Chen Nuo was too lazy to do anything else, so he raised his hand and a drop of water flew across the sky and instantly penetrated into Su Shiji's forehead. A transparent hole appeared, and Su Shiji died with his eyes open. Buzz. 5 giant pythons that were nearly a kilometer long moved. The chains were tightened, and the palace carriage flew out of the city. All the survivors watched the carriage go away and just breathed a sigh of relief when they heard a shocking roar. Celestial King summons all the zombies in High City. In the sky, the 5 dragons' chariot had already left High City. Chen Nuo sat in the palace carriage. He called over Kizaru and told him to relax and not resist. Psychic contract. A mark instantly appeared on Kizaru's forehead and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Nuo felt it and found that this feeling was different from using the control attribute to control Kizaru. Psychic space. Kizaru disappeared in an instant, and Chen Nuo was overjoyed. He felt that a space was connected to him and Kizaru was inside it. Chen Nuo stood up happily and looked at the densely packed magical beasts. Finally, we can solve the problem of placing all the beasts. Chapter 147, 10,000 Beast Contract. 1 billion demons awaken. Thunder tribulation in the Sea of Spirit. Chen Nuo's mental power went straight through along the contract with Kizaru. This spiritual space is so huge that it is actually like a small world. There are mountains, water, trees, and forest here. All the terrain found on Blue Planet can be found here. In the spiritual space, Kizaru was flying in the air anxiously, looking back and forth and making squeaking sounds. It doesn't know where it is or what happened. Psychic summoning. Kizaru reappeared in front of Chen Nuo. His originally anxious face showed excitement and joy after seeing Chen Nuo. Squeak. Chen Nuo waved his hand and told him to be patient. He pointed to the side and asked Kizaru to stand aside first. Next came Akiji, Akainu, Hakashika, Inglong, and White Tiger. They came forward one by one and were contracted one by one. However, they were all ordered by Chen Nuo to stand beside Kizaru and wait. Afterwards, monsters such as elephants, lions, rhinos, vultures, tigers, spiders, etc. disappeared after being contracted. Kizaru knew that they were all taken into that spiritual space by their master. Gradually, Chen Nuo became a little impatient because there were too many of them, so he wanted to try to contract a few more at a time. At the same time, the number of contracts was related to the amount of mental power. At the beginning, he only contracted a few at a time. After Chen Nuo felt comfortable with it, he opened up the contract to hundreds of animals at a time. In fact, the contract also has limitations, and the contracting party must not resist. After a while, more than 10,000 magical beasts were all collected into the spiritual space by Chen Nuo. In the palace, at this time, only Chen Nuo and the 5 women were left, and the 6 yellow ape beasts. Chen Nuo stretched, turned around and walked towards the classical bed chair made of alchemy, and sat down casually. He had redone all the furniture in the carriage using alchemy, enchanting them and making them resizable. Chen Nuo supported his body with one hand. He looked at the 5 women and patted the bed and chair with his other hand, motioning them to come and sit down. They all came over and sat down, and Suli took Chen Nuo's arm and asked, "Brother, where are we going now?" Chen Nuo thought about it, and instead of saying where to go directly, he said, "You also saw the magic talents of those islanders before." As Chen Nuo spoke, he raised his right hand and clenched it. Ripples of magic appeared, and in the blink of an eye, a strange fruit appeared. Chen Nuo handed the fruit to Suli, then he raised his hand and a long knife appeared in his hand. Chen Nuo looked at the long sword for a few seconds, then said to the 5 women, "This is a devil fruit and a Zampicudo. If you have seen the Rubber Man and the Deathly Hedgehog, you will be very familiar with these 2 things. They were supposed to be things in the comics, but now they have actually appeared in reality." Chen Nuo paused for a moment, letting the girls digest the information. Gowing looked at the devil fruit and Zampicudo and was also surprised. "Chen Nuo, are you trying to say that awakening a certain type of magic talent may be related to our deep-seated imagination?" Chen Nuo thought for a few seconds and felt that what Gowing said was quite on point, so he nodded. "I guess it should be like this. Those people are the authors of these comics. What I want to say is that the Japanese people have awakened their unique magic talent. What about the people in our country?" Chen Nuo looked at the women with a hint of anticipation on his face. "What kind of magical talents will the Chinese awaken? For example, various gods or mythical beasts. And what about the Western people? Vampires, werewolves, witches, or supermen?" After hearing this, Suli asked directly in confusion, "Brother, aren't your realm and strength consistent now? I think your physique and mental strength should have reached a balanced state. Your current mind coverage should be able to directly cover the entire blue star, right? Can't you directly obtain all the magic of all the survivors on the blue star?" Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment. He asked himself in his heart whether he was a fake protagonist. Why was he either getting stuck in a dead end or doing stupid things? The 5 girls smiled slightly when they saw Chen Nuo's dull expression. Perhaps it was this slightly slow-witted Chen Nuo that made them feel the warmth of a human being. Suli raised her hand and gently massaged Chen Nuo's temples, speaking softly with a smile on her face. "Why is your self-esteem hurt again?" Chen Nuo came back to his senses and gently kissed Suli, who was standing close to him. "What do you mean again?" As they talked, several people began to play around. After playing for a while, Chen Nuo sat down again. He looked at the women, and they nodded at him. Chen Nuo nodded in response and then closed his eyes. Chen Nuo, who was in the 9th realm, had his mental power covering the entire blue planet in an instant, and everything appeared in his mind. Chen Nuo was watching everything in the world as if from a god's perspective. His mind first swept over the Dama country, where he saw many warriors who had transformed into bears and were fighting desperately with zombies. In the Curry Kingdom, some people transformed into 3-headed and 6-armed creatures, and some transformed into golden-winged birds. In a certain country, I saw humans changing their faces. In a certain Western country, a believer was holding a golden cross in his hand, and humans with fleshy bat wings flapping in the sky were rushing into a group of zombies and killing orcs everywhere. Everything was surprisingly harmonious, and they were fighting against the zombies together. I also saw some people holding hammers and drawing down lightning, and some people wearing armor to protect their bodies. Anyway, the various strange abilities are indeed just as Chen Nuo had thought before, and each country has its own characteristics. Get all. Buzz. There are more than 10 billion people in the world, and 90% of them have turned into zombies. The remaining survivors are more than 1 billion. Chen Nuo's page instantly felt like it was being flooded with messages. Countless words seemed to appear in Chen Nuo's eyes. It was unknown how long it took before Chen Nuo slowly came back to his senses. Chen Nuo had only activated millions of magic talents before, but now on the page, there were suddenly more than 1 billion magic talents waiting to be activated. Chen Nuo stood up, spoke a few words to the women, then walked to the edge of the palace and jumped high into the sky. 5 giant pythons pulled the palace carriage forward for a while. In the distance, Chen Nuo was suspended in the air like a dot. Chen Nuo sat cross-legged, muttering silently in his heart. Change all activation status with one click. Buzz. Densely packed magic systems were activated instantly, and bright spots kept appearing in the spiritual sea of the brain. After the magic space was opened up, it was like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, awakening the magic spirit. One by one, the demons awaken, and the positions of the demons in the sky keep changing. There are powerful demons constantly crowding towards the center, and even the 5 elements have demons competing with them for position. Only the modifier magic in the center looked as steady as a rock. 10 million demons awaken, 50 million demons awaken. When 100 million magicians awakened, the modifier magician who was originally in the center opened his eyes slightly. A force suddenly shook its body, and the edge of the spiritual sea in its brain collapsed in an instant, opening up a large area of space. Then, the modifier demon closed its eyes again. After that, 200 million demons awakened, and 500 million demons awakened, but it didn't make any movement. Until the 1 billion magic system awakened, the other unactivated magic system on Chen Nuo's page stopped temporarily, and Chen Nuo's thoughts were forced into the spiritual sea of the brain again. There was darkness in the spiritual sea. Chen Nuo was stunned, and suddenly, crackle. Lightning and thunder illuminated the entire spiritual sea, and the sky was full of magic demons wrapped in lightning. Only around the modifier magic demon, no lightning approached. Chen Nuo frowned deeply, smelling a familiar breath. He exclaimed, "Is this a thunder tribulation?" Chapter 148. How did they fail when they were supposed to rise? Kung Fu, the origin of wood. I wrote this right after I came back from the hospital. It's a bit rushed. Chen Nuo's mind shook his head vigorously, his face full of disbelief. Why is there a thunderstorm here? This is much stronger than the 99 and 81 thunder tribulations that Chen Nuo had experienced before. The space of the entire spiritual sea in his brain is boundless. All places were covered by dark clouds. The thick dark clouds were like chaos, and the thunder and lightning were like Pangu's axe that opened the sky. Every time thunder and lightning struck, the dark clouds were like shattered porcelain, with electricity everywhere. The spiritual sea in the brain is called the sea, but in fact there is no so-called sea surface. Everything is nothingness. Every demon is being constantly tempered by lightning. Yes, it looks like it is being tempered. Their body sizes slowly changed under the thunder tribulation, growing bigger little by little visibly to the naked eye. Although these summit demons are only 2 or 3 inches in size, in fact, within the spiritual sea of the brain, from the perspective of the mind-body, they are not that small. They are like stars in the galaxy, which appear to be just a dot but are actually very large. Under the thunder tribulation, the demon's body was reduced to the size of a baby's head. The dense lightning suddenly turned into a ferocious thunder beast and rushed towards them. Boom. The thunder beast exploded. Thick dark clouds were detonated. Dense roars sounded in the spiritual sea. The boundless clouds were blown into countless irregular shapes, and the entire brain's spiritual sea began to vibrate violently. This explosion was like the Big Bang in the universe. Countless irregular clouds exploded everywhere, and the shattered clouds began to be absorbed by the demon man. These clouds quickly merged into the bodies of the little demons, shaping the space inside their bodies into a small world-like existence. The space inside the demon's body was originally the magical space that was opened up at the beginning, and the demon is in the magical space. When the demon awakens his spiritual power, he is like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, taking the magical space that was originally outside into his own body. Soon, all the demons stopped absorbing the clouds. They began to shake violently. Their bodies shrank and expanded, and suddenly doubled in size, to about 20 to 30 centimeters. The countless remaining clouds began to merge with Chen Nuo's spiritual sea in his brain. The originally empty spiritual sea was actually gradually solidifying. The spiritual sea, which originally had no surface, suddenly had a surface after absorbing the clouds. In the center of the sea, there is a four-pillar pavilion, and Chen Nuo's soul origin is suspended in the middle of the pavilion. Chen Nuo suddenly came back to his senses. He opened his eyes abruptly with an unprecedented sense of clarity. His thoughts spread outward, and his mental power instantly penetrated the atmosphere and spread directly into the universe. Chen Nuo was feeling the changes in himself. Suddenly, his mind swept across the back of the moon. He let out a light exclamation, and then disappeared in a flash. Chen Nuo rushed out of the blue planet directly and came to the outside of the atmosphere. At the 7th level, living things can absorb magic power in the universe to achieve internal circulation of breathing. Chen Nuo and his friends had never been to the universe. They just thought that after reaching the 7th realm, flying was an instinct. In fact, surviving in the universe was also an instinct. On the back of the moon, dozens of strange-shaped flying vehicles landed, and countless tree people walked out of the vehicles. They looked at the strange buildings on the moon. Great Elder, this is a relic from an unknown era. It has been abandoned. There are traces of a similar formation in it. The Great Elder held the scepter in his hand and looked at the triangular building in the distance and the weathered unknown building in the wide square. Mu Feng, the thunderbolt phenomenon before was a bit exaggerated. I can't let it go. Mu Feng thought about it and then said, Great Elder, didn't you say before that the thunder tribulation of the 9th realm would never produce such a strange phenomenon? This is just a lost world, and there is absolutely no way there would be any powerful creatures. I think such a strange phenomenon can only show that it is extraordinary. Why are you so sure that there are no powerful creatures? Because who? Mu Feng was shocked because the question just now was not asked by the Great Elder. He directly stood in front of the Great Elder. Chen Nuo actually didn't know their language. When he arrived, the two were talking, so he added the language mastery attribute so that he could understand what they were saying. The Great Elder slammed his scepter on the ground, and a green light shield covered the two men. They looked at Chen Nuo in the sky in shock. The other tree people also discovered Chen Nuo, but as soon as they made the slightest movement, they were restrained by Chen Nuo's mental power. Chen Nuo looked at Mu Feng and asked again, You haven't answered me yet. Why are you so sure that there can't be any powerful creatures? Chen Nuo paused, looked into the eyes of the two, and asked, And who are you guys? Neither of them spoke. They just looked at Chen Nuo warily. Chen Nuo showed disdain on his face. What? You still want to resist? It seems that you haven't faced the reality yet. Chen Nuo raised his hand and pointed at the tree people, and they were directly decomposed. In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Mu clan who landed on the moon were annihilated in front of the Great Elder and Mu Feng. No, the Great Elder's breathing became heavier. He never thought that he had come here to seek an opportunity to rise, but unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived here, his entire army was wiped out. He laughed a mad, maniacal laugh. Haha. It's all my fault that I, Mu Hao, was short-sighted. I brought all the elites of my clan here. I never thought that our Mu clan, which once dominated the universe, would end up like this. I am unwilling to accept this. However, you should not be complacent. I will spread the coordinates of this place to the entire universe. This place will become a Shura field, and you will definitely be buried with my Mu clan. Chen Nuo didn't care at all. He just let out a light, oh, and said, The Wood Clan? You can't represent the Wood Clan. Mu Hao and Mu Feng blew themselves up, and a beam of light burst out directly into the universe with dazzling light. Chen Nuo just blocked the aftermath of the explosion, and as for the beam of light, he didn't even pay attention to it. Chen Nuo put the dozens of strange flying vehicles into the packing column, then looked at the ruins on the moon. He thought about it and shook his head. Sister Su and the others are still waiting for me. When I have time, I will come here to see what this relic is. Chen Nuo disappeared in a flash and returned to Blue Star soon. Inside the palace, the 5 ladies were relieved to see Chen Nuo coming back, and Su Li stepped forward and punched him. Where did you go just now? We searched the entire blue planet with our minds, but we couldn't find any trace of you. Chen Nuo quickly told the 5 girls what happened on the moon. You mean aliens? This. I never thought we are not alone. There really is other life in the universe. Chen Nuo nodded and looked at the wood elves outside the palace. I noticed that there are tree people among those aliens. They call themselves the Wood Clan. I think they should be a clan born from the 7th and 8th realms of magic plants. Chen Nuo raised his hand, and a wood elf flew over. Father God, Chen Nuo told him not to resist, and he raised his hand and touched the wood elf's forehead. Kung Fu, the origin of wood. Chapter 149, Infinite Magic Power Limit. The technique can activate new magic talents. After Chen Nuo passed the skills to the wood elf, he asked him to teach other elves. After the wood elf left, Chen Nuo turned around and sat on the bed chair. He still hadn't had time to look at his own page. Host, Chen Nuo. Realm, Ninth Realm Magician, locked. Magic, Modifier. Chen Nuo looked at his various attributes and let out a light exclamation. Why hasn't it changed? Chen Nuo discovered that the attribute values were the same as before the upgrade, which means there was no change at all. Chen Nuo frowned, thinking he had seen it wrong. He looked again, and indeed there was no change. Just when he was confused, he suddenly saw the magic power display, and the magic power limit value behind it changed. Magic power, 200 billion/infinite magic power limit. Recover 2.7 million per second. This, infinite magic limit? In other words, all this commotion is just to make my magic limit infinite. He thought about it for a long time, but just felt that it was a bit like thunder, but little rain. The 5 girls came up to him and asked him about his condition. Chen Nuo sighed and told them the situation. Originally, I thought the girls wouldn't understand, but unexpectedly, I heard Wu Shasha laugh first, and Chen Nuo looked at her in confusion. Shasha, from what you said, do you understand something? Wu Shasha snorted softly. Idiot, I just want to ask you, your talent of modifying everything, can you modify it at will as long as you have enough magic power? Chen Nuo nodded. Gowing said softly, and then took over the conversation. Shasha means that now that you have unlimited magic power limits, you can modify attributes at will. So why do you still care whether the attributes change? When you were a first-level magician, you had already modified your various attributes to a level stronger than a 9th-level magician. To be honest, your modification talent is unreasonable. Now that you have unlimited magic power limits, as long as you have enough magic power, you can modify it however you want. Why do you still care whether those attributes change or not? On the contrary, I feel that it is even more powerful now. Chen Nuo suddenly understood. This is indeed the truth. Whether the attributes change or not, I can modify them by myself. So why should I care about other things? Isn't this the ideal modifier? Even if the opponent is at the 9th realm, he can still modify his attributes to a level lower than that of the 1st realm. Even if you are at the 1st realm, you can modify it to a level that is stronger than the 9th realm. After Chen Nuo figured it out, he felt relieved and ordered the 5 dragon chariot to continue moving forward. After seeing that Chen Nuo had figured it out, Li Shui took Chen Nuo's arm and asked, Chen Nuo, what did you do to the wood elf just now? Chen Nuo thought about it and let Li Shui sit on his lap. Shui, don't resist. I will teach you a technique. Try to use it. Li Shui nodded and closed her eyes. The other girls also looked at the two of them curiously. Chen Nuo raised his hand and touched Li Shui's forehead. Buzz. After 10 or 20 seconds, Chen Nuo moved his fingers away from Li Shui's forehead. Li Shui frowned slightly and opened her eyes. It's so obscure. When Chen Nuo heard this, he immediately opened the editor and looked at Li Shui's page. Add the insight attribute. Buzz. Comprehension, 100. Note, 100 is the maximum value. Chen Nuo was not satisfied, so he continued to add another attribute to Li Shui. Add wood element affinity attribute. Buzz. Wood element affinity, 100. Note, 100 is the maximum value. With the addition of these two attributes, Li Shui suddenly felt that the previously obscure skills had become easier. The power of wood element began to penetrate into Li Shui's body. After a while, Li Shui opened her eyes. The green light in her eyes flashed for a few seconds and then disappeared. Li Shui looked down at her hands. She clenched them lightly and saw some green spots appear. Others also looked surprised. Su Li stepped forward and grabbed Li Shui's hand, looking at the rich wood element, then turned back to look at Chen Nuo and asked, Brother, this? Isn't it said that everyone can only awaken one magic talent? What's going on? Li Shui then raised her hand and a phantom little demon appeared, with the word Wu written on its forehead. Chen Nuo asked Su Li to be patient, and he looked at Li Shui's page. Name, Li Shui. Realm, 9th level of Ice Element Magician. 1st level of Wood Element Magician. Magic, Ice Element, Wood Element. A 1st level Wood Element Magician. Chen Nuo muttered something, then thought for a few seconds before looking at Su Li. Sister Su, this is a technique, the origin of wood. After a wood elemental expert has achieved a deep level of control over the magic, he compiled the magic's origin operating mode into a technique that can be practiced by others. This origin of wood technique, when practiced to a certain level, can activate the wood element magic talent. Chen Nuo thought of what Mu Hao had said before. He once said that the Mu clan once dominated the universe. Looking at this situation, I guess that magic crystal cores are probably not something that can be found everywhere in the universe. Of course, it is also possible that the skills are only possessed by the big clans. I don't know the details, but I should know it when I meet aliens again in the future. In fact, among all the races in the universe, They generally only specialize in magic talents that match their own attributes. Because cultivating different magic talents will consume a lot of time, no one would do that. Unless they feel there is no hope of advancing, they will practice other magic talents. However, it is not so easy to obtain martial arts. In fact, only big families have powerful martial arts. Anyway, Chen Nuo was not clear about all this. He just felt that he had a modifier that could make all 5 women become multi-attribute magicians. Chen Nuo passed on the wood origin technique to them one by one, and then added the attributes of comprehension and affinity with the wood element to the remaining 4 girls. As expected, with the help of the modifier, their practice was extremely easy. Soon, the girls all activated their new wood element magic talents. Chen Nuo looked at the pages of the 5 women, all of whom were first-level wood element magicians. He was a little puzzled. In fact, the level of a magician was related to the amount of magic power. Chen Nuo's magic power is shared by all magicians, but the situation of the 5 women is obviously different. Magicians of different attributes will have corresponding magic power packages. For example, Li Shui is a 9th-level ice element magician. All her ice element magic power will only be supplied to ice element magicians, and not to wood element magicians. This is why they clearly have the 9th level of magic power, while the wood elemental magic is still at the 1st level. After Chen Nuo awakened all of their wood elemental magic, he took a look at the magic power. The current magic power was not enough for the 5 girls to upgrade, so he began to restore the magic power. Tree of Resurrection. By using the maximum multiple, the magic power is restored quickly. Without the restriction of the magic power limit, there are indeed fewer considerations. After Chen Nuo had enough magic power, he modified the realm of the 5 women's wood element magic. However, when Su Li advanced to the 9th realm, a special situation occurred. It was seen that her water element attribute and wood element attribute formed a special mutual generation situation. In other words, Su Li's wood attribute will get a bonus from the water attribute. Chen Nuo circled around Su Li twice and asked her to try to integrate the water element magic into the wood element skills. Sure enough, the power was much greater. Chen Nuo hugged his shoulders with one hand and pinched his chin with the other. In this case, I will have to study the technique later. Chapter 150 Young System Demon, Mature System Demon. Return to the aircraft carrier base. Chen Nuo always does what he thinks. He immediately opened the editor, looked at his own page, and first added an insight attribute to himself. Comprehension, 100. Note, the maximum value is 100. Chen Nuo summoned his 5 elements magic, and the women exclaimed in surprise. Wow, Chen Nuo, how did they get so big? It was seen that the little demon figures were about 20 to 30 centimeters in size. They flew freely in the air for 2 circles, and then flew in front of Chen Nuo. Among them, the fire baby was the most mischievous and jumped directly onto Chen Nuo's head. Obviously, this time the demons not only changed in size, but also increased in intelligence. Chen Nuo raised his hand and grabbed the fire baby from his head, then raised his hand and flicked its forehead, and it actually showed an angry expression. Chen Nuo was stunned, then snorted coldly. What? Do you still want to rebel? The fire baby wilted instantly, with an aggrieved expression on his face. Gowing grabbed Hua directly, but Hua dodged instantly, and his speed was no slower than Gowing. Gowing tried twice, but failed to catch him. She looked at Chen Nuo, who glanced at her and said helplessly, "Is it childish?" Then he looked at Hua and raised his eyebrows. Hua immediately felt that he had not entrusted his life to a good master. Gowing stretched out her claws excitedly. Hua did not dodge under Chen Nuo's order. Gowing hugged Hua in her arms and rubbed it with her face, while Hua looked disgusted. Gowing saw its expression and immediately threatened it. "You cute thing, you actually dare to look down on me, believe it or not. I will let Chen Nuo give you to me." How could Hua dare to act rashly? Su Li next to him glanced at the fire baby, and then directly summoned her own water elemental magic figurine. Comparing the two, although it was also very agile, it was obviously not as intelligent as Chen Nuo's magic figurine. Under Su Li's gaze, Chen Nuo nodded and first looked at his magic page. Gold Elemental Demon, Adult. Earth Elemental Demon, Adult. Chen Nuo was sure that there had never been such an adult display before, so he looked at Su Li's magic page again. Water Elemental Junior. Chen Nuo nodded and said, "Since there is a difference between larvae and adults, it's easy to fix. We can just use the modifier to modify it." So Chen Nuo began to revise it. Modify the larvae into adults. Buzz. Chen Nuo looked at the list of magic changes. Change Su Li's water elemental magic from larva to adult, consuming 1 trillion magic power. 1 trillion mana was consumed? This is equivalent to the amount of mana used to upgrade from the 8th realm to the 9th realm. Before Chen Nuo had time to finish feeling surprised, a thunder tribulation comparable to the 9th realm appeared in the sky. Chen Nuo raised his hand to continue modifying it, but this time there was a prompt. Tip. This thunder tribulation is the thunder tribulation that causes the space in the demon's body to be promoted to a small world. If the thunder tribulation is eliminated, the demon can enter the adult form, but the space cannot be promoted to a small world. In this case, the demon can only be called a pseudo-adult form. Chen Nuo shrugged and told Su Li the situation. The demon figurine was very strong, and the thunder tribulation did not cause any substantial damage to it. In fact, even if there was any damage, Chen Nuo could modify it. The thunderbolt dissipated, and the little demon expanded and shrank, and his size decreased to about 20 to 30 centimeters. Chen Nuo also discovered that after the demon survived the thunder tribulation, part of the thunder clouds merged into the demon's body, just like his own demon in the spiritual sea merged those thunder clouds into its body. Naturally, now that there is one, there must be more to come. Chen Nuo restored his magic power again. When the 5 women were surrounded by 2 magic system demons, Chen Nuo finally had time to study the skills. Originally, Chen Nuo thought it wouldn't be too simple, but when he told the demon of system his thoughts, the demon of system was stunned for a few seconds. Then, bright lights appeared on their bodies, and the operating modes in their bodies turned into sections of obscure text that were quickly arranged in the air. The origin of gold. Origin of earth. The origin of water. Origin of wood. Origin of fire. The 5 martial arts techniques instantly turned into 5 rays of light and flew towards Chen Nuo, directly merging into Chen Nuo's spiritual sea in the brain. In the center of the 4-pillar pavilion on the spiritual sea, Chen Nuo's soul origin floated up and down, and 5 exercises appeared in the pavilion. Chen Nuo first looked at the technique book, Origin of Wood, and unexpectedly this technique was obviously more advanced than the one he got from Muhao before. Chen Nuo summoned other demons again, and sure enough, as adults, they could all express their own operating modes by turning them into written techniques. This was totally beyond Chen Nuo's expectations. He originally thought that he would need to use his comprehension, with the help of a modifier, to research the technique. Now, with the facts before us, it seems that he is no longer needed. Chen Nuo did not continue to pass on his skills to the girls. In fact, there was no need for him to teach them. The girls had already developed their own unique magic skills from adult magic. When Chen Nuo looked at them, they were passing on their unique magic skills to others. Soon the 5 girls came to Chen Nuo again. They wanted Chen Nuo to increase their affinity for various attributes. After they successfully activated their magic talents, they pestered Chen Nuo to awaken their spiritual power and upgrade them. Chen Nuo felt like they were the real players, and he was just a complete modifier. Huh, I can become invisible too. Sha Sha, look at my dragon claw hand. Wu Sha Sha screamed when she was attacked by Gao Ying, and she raised her hand and waved. The sky was filled with waves, which immediately soaked everyone. Chen Nuo looked at her unhappily, and she stuck out her tongue. If you want to blame someone, blame Gao Ying. Who allowed her to attack me? Chen Nuo looked towards the place where Gao Ying was hiding, and Gao Ying's figure emerged, with water droplets all over her body falling on the ground. Her clothes were stuck to her body, showing off her curvy figure to the fullest. Chen Nuo looked at Su Li, Li Shui, and Xiao Shihan. The girls were all wet, and there was really a unique charm to them. Chen Nuo walked towards Gao Ying, took out a towel from the parcel compartment, covered Gao Ying's head with it, and began to wipe her hair. Gao Ying looked at Chen Nuo's expression and quickly protected herself. Chen Nuo smiled. Dragon claw hand? Let me try it too. The 5 dragons' palace chariot kept flying forward at a very fast speed, but it was occasionally bumped by the palace carriages behind it, and it almost overturned several times. Aircraft carrier base, Zheng Fan, Sun Lu, and Yu Fei from the university town finally arrived here. They came to the gate of the base and looked at the light cover that could only be seen in science fiction movies, covering the base. They were shocked. When they saw the sign at the door, they took out the magic crystal core and handed it to the guard, and they successfully got the Black Authority card. Their faces were filled with excitement, and under the envious gazes of other survivors, they pressed the black permission cards onto the light shield. A portal appeared, and they looked at each other and were about to go in when suddenly a large shadow blocked the base below. Everyone was looking at 5 huge strange snakes in the sky. They were pulling a huge palace, and there were many human figures flying in the air around them. The palace carriage was shaking in the air. The people below were filled with fear, worrying that such a large building would fall down. The survivors began to hide. A voice suddenly came from the sky. Ahem, it's me. I told everyone not to worry. Ugh. Chong Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard it was Chen Nuo's voice, but they were a little confused about the last word. Zheng Fan and his team pressed the permission cards onto the light shield again and walked in. Zheng Fan looked at the palace and the sky and whispered to Sun Lu beside him. Sun Lu, did you find that the last sound was strange? Sun Lu's face turned red and she nodded seriously. Maybe someone is injured.